The scruffy little beggar in front of me has actually been dead for 5 years, yet he is a presence that even the ghosts in the 18 layers of hell would avoid. And he almost caused the 10 Yama kings to lose their jobs. 5 years ago, the man's fiancé colluded with the Japanese pirates to dig out his internal organs. However, his soul was taken in as a disciple by the 10 Yama kings, and as a result, the man completed all the work of the Yama kings in just 5 years. To keep his job, the 10 Yama kings begged him to come back to life and even offered various treasures to reshape the man's physical body. At this moment, as I was reshaping my body in the 18th layer of hell, I only felt a flash in front of me, and a voice echoed in my mind, "Disciple, our masters once took in 10 stunningly beautiful women as disciples and brought them back to life. If you encounter trouble, they will help you solve it." At the same time, in a mysterious conference room in the imperial capital, deep within the palace of the Northern Wolf Kingdom, on the top floor of the Wall Street Capitol building in M Country, and in 10 other locations, 10 stunning women simultaneously exclaimed, "The little junior brother has actually come back to life." At this moment, in a mass grave in the suburbs of Zhonghai City, a woman was curled up on the ground, trembling and begging for mercy. "Help! No! Lung Feng, don't do this. I'm your sister's best friend." The cold wind in front of her had a wicked smile. "Sister Xueqing, you are really too beautiful. Tonight my sister is getting married. She will be the bride of a person from the island country, so you can be my bride." Mu Xueqing was kicking her legs wildly. "Lung Feng, I am your sister's best friend. How can you do this to me?" My best friend chuckled teasingly. "Sister Xueqing, let me tell you the truth. It's my sister who asked me to send you on your way." As the words fell, Mu Xueqing was stunned. "Why?" Cold Wind laughed. "Do you really think my sister doesn't know you like that useless Ye Chen? After the Ye family was destroyed, you still looked for that useless person for 5 years. But unfortunately, Ye Chen had already died 5 years ago. As for my sister, she is about to marry the young master Tojo Kyojiro from the island nation. Since you like Ye Chen, you might as well go to hell to accompany him." Mu Xueqing lay on the ground in despair, murmuring, "Lung Qingqiu, you won't die a good death. The Ye family treated your Leng family so well back then, yet you caused Ye Chen's death." Lung Feng chuckled. "I forgot to tell you one more thing. Back then I just dumped Ye Chen's body in this mass grave." As he spoke, Lang Feng pointed to a mound of earth beside him. At that moment, the small mound suddenly shook, and Cold Wind instinctively turned around to see an unforgettable scene. A hand emerged from the soil, followed by a young man covered in mud crawling out. In the next moment, Cold Wind was so scared that he collapsed to the ground. "It's you, Ye Chen, a ghost." Mu Xueqing widened her beautiful eyes. "Ye Chen, you are Ye Chen, right?" I glanced at the woman, and a name flashed through my mind. Mu Xueqing, Leng Qingqiu's best friend. "What are you doing here?" Mu Xueqing was stunned. Didn't Lung Feng just say that Ye Chen died 5 years ago? Could it be that for the past 5 years, Ye Chen had been hiding in the mass grave, surviving by stealing offerings from nearby graves? As Mu Xueqing thought of this, tears welled up in her eyes. "Oh my god, how much have you suffered in these 5 years? Ye Chen, don't worry, you won't have to steal offerings to eat anymore. Let's go, I'll take you home." Hearing the word home, my body trembled, and in the next moment, a fierce killing intent erupted in my eyes as I grabbed the Cold Wind and headed down the mountain. Meanwhile, the Cold family in Zhonghai is brilliantly lit, as today is the grand wedding of Zhonghai's first beauty, Lung Qingqiu, and the son of the island nation's prince, Tojo Kyojiro. "Qingqiu, you are truly beautiful," Tojo Kyojiro said, holding a wineglass and looking at Lung Qingqiu in her pure white wedding dress. Lung Qingqiu smiled sweetly. "Kyojiro, after tonight, I will be your wife." Beside them, Leng Qingqiu's mother, Wang Sueju, smiled proudly and said, "Husband, my choice back then was not wrong, right? Joining forces with the islanders. The Central Sea will be our Leng family's territory in the future." Leng Huhai kept nodding. "What my wife said is right. I almost made the wrong choice back then." Wang Sueju had a proud look on her face. "That's just the fate of the Yi family. Don't be fooled by Yi Lingyun being a general guarding the border." In the end, the couple mysteriously disappeared. They might have committed a serious crime and were executed long ago. Lang Huhai frowned. "I heard that the Yi family, which was destroyed 5 years ago, is related to the Yi family in Longdu, and Yi Lingyun seems to be a person from the Longdu Yi family." At this moment, the wedding music began to play, and the white priest stood on the stage holding a Bible. "Mr. Tojo Kyojiro, do you take Miss Lung Qingqiu as your wife?" However, before the priest could finish his sentence, a cold voice suddenly rang out. "Leng Qingqiu, next year on this day will be your death anniversary." Then, a bloody object flew into the wedding scene. Everyone looked down and saw it was a human head. Is this a film prop? Who is playing a prank? Amidst the crowd's confusion, a young man covered in dirt walked in. After Leng Qingqiu clearly saw that face, she looked incredulous. "It's you? How is that possible? You're not dead? Dongtyo Kyojiro frowned. Xingqiu. Who is he? Lang Xingqiu's pretty face turned pale. He is Yi Chen. 5 years ago, your doctor personally removed his organs. It's him. Dongtyo Kyojiro was startled, and a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Because Wang Sueju didn't know about this matter, she wasn't afraid, but instead gave me a mocking glance. Everyone, look, this kid is Yi Lingyun's son, who 5 years ago wanted to eat swan meat like a toad, but didn't expect to be in such a miserable state now. As Wang Sueju said this, she walked up to the bloody head, using this thing to scare us. Do you think the Kong family grew up in fear? However, the moment she saw the head clearly, Wang Sueju's body stiffened. The guests were still mocking. This person has no ability, they relied on their family before, and now that the family is gone, they are naturally worse than a beggar. At this moment, Lang Xingqiu noticed her mother's abnormality. Mom, what's wrong? Everyone's gaze turned to Wang Sueju. Wang Sueju's face was pale, and she sat down on the ground. It's the head of the cold wind. Lang Xingqiu exclaimed at the same time. What? The head of the cold wind? As I walked towards the desolate autumn, I kicked out as I passed in front of Wang Sueju, and her body exploded on the spot. Ah! Murder! Several socialites who had just been mocking were so scared that they sat down on the ground, and the eyes of other wealthy big shots also narrowed sharply. Kicking a living person to death was simply devilish. Cold Xingqiu's mentality was almost on the verge of collapse. Yi Chen, you killed my mom. You are too much. You little beast. I will kill you. Cold Hu Hai rushed at me with a Western-style knife, but I simply raised my hand and lightly threw a punch, causing Cold Hu Hai's head to explode on the spot. Cold Xingqiu saw this scene and her eyes were about to split. Jing Zilong, hurry up and help me kill him. There's a murder. There's a murder. Run. At this moment, everyone finally came to their senses and turned to flee in fear. Kill him with a chaotic slash. With a command from Tojo Kyojiro, hundreds of island samurai armed with swords rushed out, shouting in Japanese as they charged at me. However, in the terrified gaze of the crowd, in just 1 minute, all the hundreds of island samurai were brutally killed without exception. Lang Xingqiu was also stunned, and Tojo Kyojiro kept gasping in shock. For a moment, the entire wedding scene was left with only the sound of my footsteps approaching the stage. At this moment, Tojo Kyojiro completely lost his composure and frantically pulled out a handgun. Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll shoot you. Seeing this, I sneered and said, go ahead and shoot. Go to hell. Tojo Kyojiro trembled as he pulled the trigger. The gunpowder propelled the bullet towards me. I raised my hand and caught the bullet firmly. This guy caught the bullet with his bare hands. Is he even human? The guests at the scene were so scared that they completely lost their ability to think. Immediately, I flicked my hand, and the bullet shot out at high speed, piercing through Tojo Kyojiro's thigh. Are you human or a ghost? Lang Xingqiu was completely stunned, leaving a puddle on the ground. In the next moment, Lang Xingqiu trembled and knelt down. Yi Chen, I was wrong. It was all my fault 5 years ago. It was Tojo Kyojiro who threatened me. I looked coldly at this woman I once loved. Alright, I'll give you a chance to explain. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lang Xingqiu put on an innocent face, putting the facts aside. Don't you have any fault at all? As her words fell, I raised my hand and slapped down. Lang Xingqiu, the most beautiful woman in Shanghai, was slapped into the ground. A pool of blood gushed out, staining the wedding dress red. Immediately afterwards, a voice as terrifying as the Grim Reaper echoed, why did you dig out my organs? Kyojiro Tojo was so frightened that he knelt on the ground, losing control of himself. Please don't kill me. This is all my father's order. I only know that someone from our island has a blood type that matches yours, and your kidney can save that adult's life. In the next moment, I reached out and grabbed Kyojiro Tojo's head, and with a squeeze of my fingers, his head exploded. By the time everyone reacted, I had already disappeared without a trace. Meanwhile, Mu Xueqing ran barefoot from the mass grave, saying, Yi Chen, please don't do anything stupid. Mu Xueqing looked at the brightly lit cold family villa, her heart tightening. However, since she didn't have an invitation, she had to find a place to climb over the wall. Just as she climbed to the top of the wall, a cold voice suddenly came from behind. What are you doing? Mu Xueqing turned around and was immediately startled, her face flushing at the same time, because she realized that my position and her posture while climbing the wall allowed me to see under her skirt. In the next moment, Mu Xueqing slipped and fell from the high wall. She only felt a gust of wind pass by, and I reached out to catch her, holding her in my arms as I walked towards the alley beside us. Hey, where are you taking me? Didn't you just say you would take me home? As soon as the two left, more than a dozen military green off-road vehicles stopped outside the Lung family's gate. A man with a square face got out of the car and immediately ordered, block all the streets around. Upon entering the wedding venue, the square-faced man was stunned by the scene before him. At that moment, A subordinate approached. Director Lin. The assailants are likely from the martial arts world, their methods are so brutal. It must be a vendetta. No kidding. Lin Longhai glared at the speaker. The Lang family members are dead. So what? The problem is that Dongtiao Kyojiro is also dead. Before the sentence was finished, a roar sounded, "My good son." Everyone turned around and saw a man in a kimono rushing to the corpse of Tojo Kyojiro. This man was Tojo Yuji, the royal envoy of the island nation. Enjoying diplomatic privileges in Zhonghai, Director Lin had already questioned the guests in the inner hall one by one, and they said the murderer was a young man, seemingly Yi Chun from the Yi family in Zhonghai 5 years ago. To the side, Tojo Yuji immediately shook his head upon hearing the name. It can't be him, because 5 years ago I saw Yi Chen's organs being taken out with my own eyes, and he died on the spot. Soon, Lin Longhai received a portrait described by the guests in the inner hall. At that moment, Mu Xueqing and I had already returned to her apartment. "You rest for a while. I'm going to take a shower," Mu Xueqing said, and then rushed into the bathroom. Yi Chen turned on the TV, which happened to be the evening news. Latest news. At 8:30 p.m. In this city, a vicious murder occurred. An outlaw stormed into the wedding site of the Lang Group in our city. Those killed were Long Huhai, director of Lang Group, Wang Sueju, vice chairman, Long Feng, general manager, and Long Qingqiu, president of Lang Family Jewelry House. It's such a big deal, and with so many upper-class people on the scene, it's impossible to hide it. Television stations get first-hand information and broadcast it directly in order to grab headlines. Mu Xueqing was in a hurry to take a bath. She didn't even take her pajamas and came out wrapped in a towel after washing, just in time to see a scene broadcast on TV. For black posthumous photographs that dominate the TV screen. Cold Ho Hai, Wang Sueju, cold wind, Long Qingqiu, Mu Xueqing exclaimed, her beautiful eyes looking at the TV screen in shock. Ling Qingqiu is dead. How is it possible? Isn't today her wedding? Cover your mouth with both hands in death. Forget about pulling the towel that wraps around your body. The bath towel slipped. Yi Chen's body shook. He's been in hell for 5 years, but he's still a pure virgin. Where have I ever seen such a view? Chapter 5, The Ghost Comes. Mu Xueqing felt that a cool breeze blew by. Hands over his chest, he rushed into the room in a huff. Bang! The door to the room closed tight. A broken voice came from inside. Yi Chen has a new towel in the drawer of the washstand, so wash yourself first. Next, Mu Xueqing looked like she thought of something. Oh no! I haven't taken out my clothes yet. She's ovulating today and her underwear must be a mess. If Yi Chen sees it, won't it be a shame? Yi Chen, don't wash first. Wait a moment. Mu Xueqing didn't even have time to put on her underwear and rushed out with her pajamas on. The living room was empty and the bathroom was empty. Yi Chen had long since disappeared. Yi Chen was scared off by me? My figure isn't that bad. The island embassy. It's all lit up. Tojo Yuji sat on the couch in his office. Around them stood a group of island samurai, each with a stern look on their faces. Family master. We found these people from a mass grave. They are the punks raised by that cold wind. By all rights, they should have taken Mu Xueqing to the mass grave today to dispose of them. I don't know why, but when our people found them, these guys were already scared silly. A middle-aged man from an island country explained. Tojo Yuji frowned. The yellow-haired few were lying on the ground. Their eyes were lifeless, and drool was flowing from the corners of their mouths. Hey, ghost, don't kill me. Hey, ghosts. Tojo Yu's eyes glowed red. Snapped the neck of a yellow hair. What the hell? Speak. A choking sensation came. Yellow hair struggled a few times, a flash of fear in the depths of his eyes. Yi Chen. 5 years ago. That Yi Chen who had his organs and eyes gouged out. Yellow hair shuddered violently. He crawled out of his grave. What? Tojo Yuji sucked in a breath of cool air, his back instantly drenched in sweat. 5 years ago, that young man from the Dragon Kingdom who had his organs dug out, actually crawled out of his grave? How is that possible? He's been scared silly. There's a martial arts technique in this world called turtle breath kung fu that allows one to be in the mud and underwater for hours without breathing. An old voice rang out. Tojo Yuji turned around to see an old islander in a kimono, sitting cross-legged on the floor. The eyes were deep and unruffled. A national treasure of the Meiji era. A katana rested across his legs. What do you mean, Otsuka-senpai? Furukawa Otsuka sneered. There are no ghosts in this world at all. It's all in the human heart. We were in the back of the operating room 5 years ago, and we saw the kid cut off, with his organs and eyes ripped out. 5 years have passed. His body has long since rotted. How could he have come back alive? Someone must have killed Lord Kayashiro posing as that boy. Grr. Tojo Yuji also reacted, slamming the table. Baka. Who the hell killed my son? Whatever you are, find me him at once. I'll break him into pieces. The mournful voice echoed through the office. Furukawa Otsuka's eyes narrowed. Isn't there still a little clue? What about the woman called Mu Xueqing? The middle-aged island man who had recaptured the yellow-haired few shook his head. No Mu Xueqing was found at the scene. Then go to her house. Furukawa Otsuka's voice was cold. This woman. She's the breakthrough. He must know the one who supposedly crawled out of the grave. What are you waiting for? Bring that Mu Xueqing back immediately. Tojo Yuji let out a low gulp. Zip zip zip. At that moment, the electric lights throughout the embassy flickered wildly. A few seconds later, with a bang all the lights went out at the same time. Power outage? Somebody, go check it out. Tojo Yuji hasn't realized the gravity of the situation yet. Who? Come out. Furukawa Otsuka let out a low gulp and stared deathly at the office door. Swish, swish, swish. The dozens of samurai in the office. Their katanas were drawn at the same time. Their cold auras flashing. The next second, the office door slowly opened. Under the bleak moonlight, a young man slowly walked in, the moonlight spreading over him giving him a feeling of death. Wait, it's you! Hiss! Tojo Yuji's heart nearly exploded. Under the moonlight, he saw the youth's face clearly. It was Ye-chan. 5 years ago, the Ye-chan who had his organs and eyes gouged out. He's actually back? Still alive and standing right in front of his eyes? How can you be a human or a ghost? Furukawa Otsuka's eyes narrowed. There's a shadow. He's human. Your Excellency. Stop pretending to be a god and show your true colors. Giggle dash. An incomparable sword chi chopped out. Almost instantly, Furukawa Otsuka rushed to Ye-chan's body. Wide open. The katana forcefully slashed down towards his head. Dang. The sound of a crunch. A pale hand held the katana in a death grip. Unable to move half an inch. Furukawa Otsuka panicked at once. Sweat pouring out of his old face. He's an island martial arts grandmaster. Even if a grandmaster is coming, don't even dare to take this cut from him hard with your hand. Not only did the youth in front of him hold the katana in his hand, but he didn't even shed a drop of blood? Are you a man or a ghost? Furukawa Otsuka's voice trembled as he began to doubt himself. Ye-chan's wrist exerted force, and the national treasure katana of the Meiji era snapped with a dang sound, holding the half-broken katana and sweeping it across the room. You are pust. Furukawa Otsuka's head snapped back and he landed on the spot. Ah! Tojo Yuji screamed in terror. When the rest of the island samurai saw this scene, they were also terrified and kept retreating, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. This is the island's patriarch, and I like that? Ye-chan's death-like voice rang out. 3 questions. First, why did my parents suddenly disappear 5 years ago? Is it related to you islanders? Second, are my parents still alive? Thirdly, why did you remove my internal organs? Was it your personal behavior or was there someone else behind it? Are you really Ye-chan? Tojo Yuji sucked in a breath of cold air. You're not dead? How is that possible? Ye-chan shook his head. The answer is no. Taking a step forward, he crossed over all the island warriors in an instant and appeared in front of Tojo Yuji. Put. Reaching out, his 5 fingers directly disappeared into Tojo Yuji's stomach. A brand new piece of liver was dug out. Steaming hot, a man can live for 2 hours without his liver. Ah, don't. Tojo Yuji was completely stunned. Ripped out his liver with his bare hands? This is the devil. When the other island warriors saw the scene, they didn't even dare to move a step. All of them stood in place and looked at Ye-chan in horror. Young Yi, your parents' disappearance is none of my business. I really don't know why they disappeared. Put. Ye-chan snapped his 5 fingers and crushed the dug-out liver. The 5 fingers once again disappeared into Tojo Yuji's stomach, digging out a pair of bloodied kidneys. A man can live for 30 minutes without his kidneys. Yi Xiao. Tojo Yuji was so frightened that he fell to his knees and cowed out frantically. I really don't know the whereabouts of your parents. It has nothing to do with me. I just got orders that a supreme lord on our island doesn't have much time and needs an organ exchange to save his life. We learned that you carry unicorn blood and that your internal organs possess extremely powerful life force. And since unicorn blood is compatible with all blood types in the world, we hit on you. Ye-chan frowned. Who is the person behind this? I don't know. I really don't know. Tojo Yuji shook his head frantically. Tick-tock dash. Suddenly, a cell phone rang. Pick up, put it on speaker. Tojo Yuji answered the phone in a hurry. On the other end of the phone, an urgent voice came. Dongjia Yuji, I just got word that Ye-chan has appeared? Didn't this kid die 5 years ago? Why is he still around when you personally guaranteed something? What the hell is going on here? Ye-chan's eyes sank as soon as he heard the voice. Ye Feng? Ye-chan? The person on the other end of the phone froze, then let out a low cry. Little, you really didn't die. Chapter 6, Zhonghai. The sky is falling. His father, Yi Lingyun, was the abandoned son of the Ye family in Longdu. After breaking away from the family, with an extremely high martial arts talent, Ye Lingyun joined the Dragon Soul Special Forces and made great achievements. Later, during an operation, he meets Yi Chen's mother. After retiring, he started a company in China Sea to gain a firm foothold. The family has been living a happy life for over a decade. It wasn't until a night of thunderstorms 5 years ago that a secret letter was delivered to the Yi family. The parents didn't even have time to explain a word to the sleeping Yi Chen before they hurriedly left. Ye Feng, by blood, was Yi Chen's cousin. A few years ago, the old master of the Longdu Yi family, Yi Chen's grandfather by blood, had brought Ye Feng to meet him. Yi Chen naturally remembered his voice. I have no grievances with you. Our Yi family and your Longdu Yi family have long drawn a line in the sand. Why do you still want to harm my entire family? Ye Feng smiled playfully. I'm happy to. You're looking for death. Yi Chen's voice was icy cold. Ha ha ha, looking for death? Ye Feng laughed out somewhat maniacally. Little have the guts to come over to me. If you dare to come I will tell you everything, including the news of your parents. Okay, where are you? Ojima, Venice Casino. Okay. Yi Chen's 5 fingers clenched, and the cell phone exploded in response. Half an hour later, the office of the director of Nakai Budo. Chief, something's wrong. Lin Longhai had just written the report and was going to hand it in overnight. A henchman rushed in hurriedly, his face full of horror. What is it? Found Yi Chen? Lin Longhai closed the report in his hand. 175 people up and down the island embassy. All dead. Tojo Yuji's 5 organs were gouged out and both eyes were stomped out hard. Even Furukawa Otsuka, who had his head chopped off with a knife, died. What did you say? Lin Longhai stood up in shock, every word from his men touching his heart. He growled and bellowed. Say that again. Furukawa Otsuka was an island patriarch. How could he be dead? Or had his head cut off with a single slash? Hands down repeat. Lin Longhai sat back in his chair and muttered under his breath. Now the sky has collapsed in Zhenghai. Island envoys died in the embassy. Ha ha ha, cool. But who the hell did do it? Could it be? Is it really Yi Chen? Dragon capital, inside an opulent mansion. A middle-aged man hurriedly came and stood outside an ancient door. Dad, he's back. Who? Yi Chen. There was a sound of movement in the room, followed by a rush of footsteps. An old man with a shocked face pushed open the door to the room. Who did you say? Yi Hongye replied. Latest news. A person who looks like Yi Chen appeared at the wedding site of the Lung family in Zhenghai. Killed someone and left. Yi Jinbei's eyes fluctuated. Hasn't he been missing for 5 years? What's the point of coming back all of a sudden? Dad, this little is back just in time. Yi Hongye's gaze was gloomy. Yi Lingyun, the cheap bastard, has harmed our Yi family so badly. If not for the sudden disappearance of this little 5 years ago, he'll definitely end up like that Yi Lingyun. My suggestion is to capture him and give him to the people there. Yi Jinbei frowned. Do you really hate their family that much? How can you not hate? Yi Hongye gritted his teeth in death. If it wasn't for Yi Lingyun's refusal of that marriage contract back then, how would the Yi family have fallen to this? This cheap bastard faked his death to get away from the Yi family. So why did he have to make a great achievement again? It's even if your own family is broken after being discovered, and even dragged our Yi family into this. The debt Yi Lingyun owes. Shouldn't we let this little pay it back? Alas, after all, it is the Yi family blood. Yi Jinbei let out a long sigh. Dad, don't worry about this matter. You haven't cared about anything for years anyway. Leave it to me. Yi Hongye turned around and left. This little, I must let him die. At the same time, the border of the Dragon Kingdom, a Wolf State plane was forced to an emergency stop and landed at a nearby airport. When the people on the airplane stepped down, all the people present in the Dragon Kingdom were stunned. My God, the Empress of the Wolf Kingdom. Why is she here? Over the Pacific Ocean, a super jumbo jet sped along. In the same airspace, the passengers inside another airliner suddenly glanced outside and were stunned. My God, what do I see? The other passengers and flight attendants looked towards the outside of the airplane. At first glance, his jaw dropped. Oh, sell the cake. Is the Lord of M traveling? There were actually dozens of M's Falcon fighters escorting around that super plane outside. Tick-tock dash. Inside the superliner, the satellite phone sounded. A blonde woman answered the phone. Hey, sister, go ahead. What? You were stopped at the Dragon Kingdom border? Little Master is heading towards Ao Island? Good. I know. Hang up. Change your destination to Oshima immediately. Tonight, I must see Junior Brother. This night, the top management of Zhenghai, Dragon Capital, Wolf Country, and M Country were shaken. No one knows exactly what happened. I can't believe I made such a big fuss. Oshima International Airport. A civilian airliner from the Middle Sea, XH-9540 ready to land. Tower copy please reply. All clear for landing. The tower crew looked at the XH-9540 airplane in the big screen. Suddenly, the staff's eyes locked onto the top of the airliner. Wait. My god. What's that? A person. It's a person. XH-9540. There's a man standing on top of your airplane. What? How is that possible? The captain was confused. You're not kidding. Are you? An airplane flying supersonically. What could stand up to that? Iron Man? I'm not kidding. Land immediately. I'll alert airport maintenance. Wait for maintenance to arrive on the scene. The man on top of the airplane had long since disappeared without a trace. All crew and passengers. All under control. Gotta find out who's pulling this prank. Through the layers, there were no less than one passenger and no one out of their seat. It's even more unlikely that the crew would stand on top of the plane. Field Marshal. This is the photo taken by the tower. It's urgent, so I typed it out on the printer. A tower staff ran over. Hand over a printed black and white photo. All the crew and passengers look over. The blurry photo shows a young man standing with his arms folded. The clouds behind him printed against a black cloud. It's like death coming down. Oh, Island. Venice Casino. The casino wasn't open tonight, yet it was still packed with guests, just because. Today is the 18th birthday of King Gambler's youngest daughter, Angela Chow. A variety of top wealthy businessmen, celebrities, big stars, chairman and company executives gathered. Angela Zhou was dressed in a gorgeous evening gown and wore jewelry worth over $100 million around her neck and hands. Angle, you are beautiful. Princess Angle, you are simply beautiful. Amidst the countless congratulations, Angela Zhou responded politely one by one with a smile on her face. Suddenly, bang! The door to the party site was kicked in. An icy voice rang out. Ye Feng, I'm coming. Chapter 7, The Waste of 5 Years Ago. Swish! Countless celebrities at the scene turned around and looked towards the gate. No one heard Yi Chen's words clearly just now. Instead, everyone's eyes locked onto Yi Chen at once. Who is this guy? Dirty as if he hadn't bathed in years. Ha! Stinks. Some of the celebrities covered their noses in disgust. The head of security quickly reacted and shouted with a calm face. What are you guys doing? What kind of occasion is this? This kind of beggar can also let him in? Don't blow it out yet. A dozen security guards stepped forward, ready to blast Yi Chen out. When he was still a meter away from Yi Chen, a force exploded. A dozen security guards were shaken out and fainted on the spot. What's going on here? The guests in the room froze. Practicing? A slightly chubby man in the crowd came to attention. A man of about 40 next to him asked, what is this brother's name? My name is Yang Hu. I'm an executive of Bifas Securities Company. How do you know he's practicing? The slightly chubby man smiled. My name is Wang Dafu. I'm from the mainland, and I like to watch some of the ring matches in my spare time. This hand of the person in front of me is clearly an internal force externalization, a tactic only available to martial arts cultivators. Oh, Yang Hu nodded thoughtfully. I usually watch Muay Thai matches, the fist-to-flesh kind, but I've never seen a mainland ring match. Say, is there really such a thing as an internal energy release? Wang Dafu smiled mysteriously. Of course. Suddenly, a loud voice rang out. Kid, how dare you? A young man with gold-rimmed glasses stepped out of the crowd. Dare to make a move here? Do you know what this place is? The eyes of the crowd gathered over. Yi Chen shook his head. None of your business. Get lost. The young man with the golden glasses enjoyed this feeling of being in the limelight and cleared his throat. Kid, do you know who I am? I'm the barrister of the Hong Kong Island elite law firm. Pointing his finger at Yi Chen's nose. Now. Immediately. Right now. Crouch down and hold your head with both hands, or I'll keep suing to get you behind bars. Noisy. Ka chow. Only a crunch was heard. The arm of the young man with the golden glasses broke on the spot, the bone piercing through the flesh and blood and stabbing out. The young man with the gold glasses screamed miserably and lay on the ground in pain. My hand. You're doing very serious willful injury. Kid, I'm going to sue you too. Noisy. Yi Chen stomped down, and the head of the young man with golden glasses exploded on the spot. Dry. This scene scared many people to vomit on the spot, which had seen such a bloody scene. Hiss. Yang Hu sucked in a mouthful of cool air and turned pale. Boss Wang, do you have this kind of situation in your mainland ring tournaments? Wang Dafu shook his head in shock and kept swallowing his saliva. No, haven't seen it. Yi Chen, it's you? A young man beside Angel Zhou was filled with surprise. He had just spoken to Yi Chen on the phone in less than 2 hours. It was simply unexpected that Yi Chen would arrive so quickly. Yi Feng? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. After not seeing him for 5 years, Yi Feng had changed a lot, so at first Yi Chen didn't recognize him either. Hearing the voice, he instantly locked Yi Feng beside Zhou Anqi. Where are my parents? Kid, I'm fooling you. I don't even know the whereabouts of your parents. Ha 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 ha. Yi Feng mockingly laughed. Idiot. You really believe it? Ha! Seek death. Yi Chen's face was ice cold. A strong wind was rolled towards Ye Feng. Gusongpa, waste him for me. A sardonic smile surfaced at the corner of Ye Feng's mouth. Behind him, a man in a suit took a step forward and blocked in front of Ye Feng. Zip! A crack. The suit on his body instantly dissolved into pieces, revealing a body covered in bronzed muscles. Mummy-like bandages were wrapped around his hands and feet. Kusongpa, the Muay Thai Grandmaster of the Elephant Kingdom. My God, why is he working as a bodyguard for someone here? Yang Hu exclaimed. Everyone looked at him. Wang Dafu sucked in a breath of cold air. That unbeatable Muay Thai Grandmaster Kusongpa, who started boxing in Southeast Asia in 1987 and has been unbeatable all his life? That's him. Yang Hu nodded excitedly and looked pitifully at Yi Chen. This kid kicked the steel plate. One sentence remains to be said. Just then, he saw Gusongpa slam his fist into Yi Chen. Young man, kneel down for young Yi. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped Gusongpa's fist with a fierce force. Gusongpa's arm, torn off. Ah! Gusongpa screamed miserably and stepped back in shock. What are you? Yi Chen didn't bother to answer and blasted out with a punch. The ancient Muay Thai Grandmaster's head exploded like a watermelon. Dry. Holy. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at Yi Chen in horror. Killing people in the modern world. Is this kid a human being or a ghost? Gusongpa. Ye Feng's sweat gushed out all of a sudden, trembling as he looked at Yi Chen. How is it possible for you? 5 years ago you were clearly still a waste of space. How could you possibly possess the strength to decimate a martial arts grandmaster? Ka Chow. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped Ye Feng's neck, raising it high. A choking sensation came. I'm going to ask you one last time. You really don't know where my parents are? Ye Feng's face turned red. I really don't know. Sorry, I don't believe it. Yi Chen grabbed Ye Feng's arm and yanked hard. Zira. An arm was torn off on the spot. Ah. Ye Feng let out a miserable scream like killing a pig, and his body was even trembling madly. The guests present froze in fear. Rip a man's arm off hard. This is worse than torture. Wang Dafu thought that he had seen a lot of things, but when he saw this scene, he could only keep sucking in cool air. Zhou Anqi was even more frightened and kept retreating. Her world was like a blank sheet of paper. How had she ever seen this kind of scene? You still have 2 thighs and an arm. We're in no hurry. You have 3 more chances, so think before you answer. The moment Yi Chen's words left his mouth, hiss dash. Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Frightened, he kept backing away. Many women covered their mouths to keep from crying. The person in front of him was no different from the evil spirits that crawled out of hell. Yi Feng was almost scared to death, trembling and begging for mercy. Yi Chen, please let me go. I really don't know the whereabouts of your parents. Zira. The other arm was torn off. Ah. I don't know. Zira. A thigh broke and blood gushed out. Ah ha ha ha. Yi Feng let out a miserable scream. The whole person trembled madly. I don't know. I really don't know. Yi Chen nodded slightly. It seems that you really don't know. There were some strange expressions on the faces of the crowd. Crazy. This Yi Chen is absolutely crazy. Second question. How did you collude with Tojo Yuji? Who wants my organs? Chapter 8, Senior Sister Strikes. Ye Feng replied in a trembling voice. I only know that you have unicorn blood in your body. So when Tojo Yuji asked me to try to find a suitable kidney in the Dragon Kingdom, I told him about you directly. As for the whereabouts of your parents, I really don't know. Yi Chen, that's all I know. Ye Feng said it in one breath. Kirin blood? Yi Chen frowned. This was the second time he had heard this word. What do you mean? Ye Feng replied in horror. I don't know. This is what my father told me. It seems to be related to your mom. Really? That's really all I know. Tick-tock dash. A bell rang from Yi Feng's jacket pocket. Yi Chen took out his cell phone and displayed the word dad. Press the speakerphone button. Fenger, where are you now? That Yi Chen has appeared. But this kid has been missing for 5 years, and he seems to have learned a powerful martial arts strength. You come back right now and bring Gesumpa back immediately. I need him to step in. Yi Hongye's gruff voice rang out on the phone. Yi Chen spoke icily. Gusongpa is dead. Yi Hongye froze. Who are you? Why do you have my son's cell phone? Wait, what did you say? Gusongpa is dead? Yi Feng shouted. Dad, save me. Fenger. Yi Hongye's face changed drastically. Yi Chen? You are Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled playfully. Yi Hongye, congratulations. You guessed correctly. Yi Hongye cracked his mouth. Little, what have you done to my son? If you dare to harm a hair on my son's head, I promise to let you die without a burial place. That's going to disappoint you. Yi Chen stuffed the cell phone back into Yi Feng's jacket pocket. Grab Yi Feng's last thigh. Zilla dash. Rip it off on the spot. Ah, Dad. It hurts. It hurts. Son. Ye Hongye on the other end of the phone was filled with fishy red eyes and roared with incomparable anger. Yi Chen, what did you do to my son? Grass. You speak up. Grass. 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 Yi Chen threw Ye Feng, who had been reduced to a human swine, to the ground. Finally, he spat out his sentence. Yi Hongye, I will go to Dragon Capital to look for you. If I find out that my parents' disappearance has something to do with the Longduyi family, I will slaughter the Longduyi family, leaving no chickens or dogs behind. The people present were all frozen in fear. Slaughter the Dragon Capital Yi family? How dare he say such words? Wang Dafu was trembling. Longduyi family, this is a heavenly behemoth. Yang Hu lowered his head in horror. Next, bang! A foot stepped on Ye Feng's chest, directly piercing through. Ye Feng's heart and cell phone exploded on the spot. Fenger, what's wrong with you? Speak, hey. On the other end of the phone, only Yi Hongye's impotent roar remained. The whole Venice casino, quiet as the end of the world. Everyone held their breath and stared at the deathlike youth. Except for the shock. Still shocking. Yi Chen looked around. Sorry for disturbing everyone. You guys continue. Farewell. The corner of Wang Dafu's mouth twitched. He was quite polite. Just as Yi Chen turned to leave. Young man, I don't care who you are. You came to my Oshima territory, spoiled my daughter's birthday dinner, and killed 3 people in a row here. Do you want to just walk away? The words landed. Upon him came a dragon-like man who looked to be in his early 60s, with a big back haircut. He is not angry. The king of gamblers. He's actually here. Yang Hu was shocked. The king of gamblers hadn't shown up for many years, but today he actually showed up for a young man. Wang Dafu nodded his head with excitement. It really is the king of gamblers, a legend in the gambling world. I can't believe we can see him here today. King of gamblers. I'm Miracle Li from Miracle Ventures. Finally meeting you. King of gamblers, my name is Wu Jianjun. I have 7 shipping companies under me, and I've specially come from the mainland just to catch a glimpse of you. We can cooperate sometime. King of gamblers, this is Wang Taifu. A group of rich people rushed up. Even Wang Dafu was no exception. It was as if he had completely forgotten that he had just witnessed Yi Chen kill 3 people in a row. Dad, Angela Chow called out. Quickly walk over and explain what just happened. I'm sorry, Dad. I didn't take care of things here. The king of gamblers shook his head. It's none of your business. I already know what happened. This Yi Chen came in by force. Over 200 of our casino's 300 guards were wasted by him, and the remaining dozens couldn't stop him. Everyone looked at Yi Chen in horror. One man to fight hundreds of break-ins? Yi Chen looked at the king of gamblers. Austrian island king of gamblers. Zhou Yunfa? What do you want? Zhou Yunfa snorted and shook his head. Young man, killing someone in my place and asking me what I want? In all these years, I, Zhou Yunfa, have never encountered such a situation. An explanation must be given to the old man. With just these people of yours, you can't stop me. Yi Chen shook his head. What if we add this governor? An arrogant voice came. The crowd looked back. Hundreds of loaded special team members, clustered around a middle-aged man walked in. Explosion-proof shields lined up to protect the middle-aged man. Hundreds of guns were aimed at Yi Chen. Even a martial arts master was bound to be beaten into a sieve. This is Hong Kong Island Governor Yang Xueqing. Yang Hu opened his mouth. Why is he here too? Zhou Dafu was so scared that his body trembled and almost suffocated. Oh my god. The king of gamblers is the king of Austrian Island and Yang Xueqing is the lord of Hong Kong Island. These 2 top figures gathered together actually just for this Yi Chen? You guys are really good at this. Yang Hu's mouth was dry. Who exactly is this Yi Chen? Wang Dafu's voice trembled and he was on the verge of crying in fear. It's too much of a nifty game. Zhou Yunfa nodded at Yang Xueqing. What brings you here? Governor Yang? Yang Xueqing took off his white gloves, originally passing through the neighborhood. I heard that someone was causing trouble at Mr. Zhou's daughter's birthday scene, so I rushed here at the first opportunity. Don't be afraid, Mr. Zhou. Besides these 300 special team members, there are 3,000 members of the SDU outside. Even if this kid is a 3-headed, 6-armed dragon crossing the river, he won't be able to make any waves tonight. Dash. Zhou Yunfa's cell phone rang, and the silence of the hall seemed abrupt. Hello? Who? Zhou Yunfa had just answered the phone when a woman's voice came from the opposite side. I'll give you 30 seconds to think about it. Release Yi Chen. Release? Zhou Yunfa laughed. Listening to your voice you still sound young. Let your parents come and talk to me. You don't have the qualifications. Okay, consequences. The woman hangs up. Zhou Yunfa didn't take it to heart and was just about to put away his cell phone. Dash. The cell phone rang again, and several calls came in quick succession. Mr. Zhou, something big has happened. Our $180 billion in the Bank of M has suddenly been frozen. Something happened to Mr. Zhou. One of our assets in Europe suddenly received seizure documents. Something happened to Mr. Zhou. We have a $130 billion bridge fund frozen. Mr. Zhou. Just now dozens of customers called out of the blue to redeem the chips and investments left in the casino, adding up to roughly $200 billion. What? Zhou Yunfa's eyes widened and he could no longer care about his manners as he yelled down. Impossible. Chapter 9, Junior Brother. Don't go away. Dad. What's wrong with you? Zhou Lanqi on the side was full of doubts. What happened? She'd never seen her dad lose his cool like this. Zhou Yunfa's face turned pale, and the hand holding the cell phone trembled slightly. He suddenly remembered the woman's words from earlier. Give him 30 seconds to think about it. Who the hell is it? 30 seconds can directly put me in a deadlock. This is the bottom of my touch and go. Close to half a century. Just what kind of person has this kind of energy? What should we do now? So many years. For the first time, Yang Shiqing saw the word panic on the face of the king of gamblers. Zhou Yunfa was worthy of being the king of gamblers and reacted immediately. He took a deep breath and looked at Yi Chen with a complex expression as he opened his mouth. Young Yi, you can go now. The room roared with these words. Release? What's the situation? Just now, the king of gamblers still wanted Yi Chen's life. And it's only been less than 30 seconds. And he's actually going to release him? The famous and wealthy people present whispered. Boss Wang, do you see what's going on here? Yang Hu came over to Wang Dafu's side and lowered his voice. Wang Dafu's eyes flashed. What do you think? Yang Hu wasn't a little cutie. Could it be related to that phone call just now? Of course. And in the entire Dragon Kingdom, those who can change the gambling king's mind with a single phone call can be counted on one hand. Who do you think is the person behind him? Wang Dafu stared at Yi Chen with a fiery gaze, trying to keep that face in mind. My God. Yang Hu opened his mouth. Yang Shiqing naturally thought of this, and he sank his face. Mr. Zhou, letting him go at this? I still have 3,000 SDUs outside, together with the people behind you and me. It may not be impossible to touch base with the people behind this kid. Zhou Yunfa's voice was hoarse. Let him go. Okay. Seeing this, Yang Shiqing didn't say much. Get the special forces team out of the way. Yi Chen had just left with his front foot. Zhou Yunfa's cell phone rang almost simultaneously, and several calls came in. Mr. Zhou, the funds are unfrozen. Zhou Yunfa took a long breath, gazing intently at Yi Chen's departing direction. What kind of person was this brat? Dad, what's next? Angela Chow asked. Zhou Yunfa sank his face. Pass the order down. Whoever dares to spread a word about what happened here tonight is an enemy of me. Zhou Yunfa, contact the elite firm and have their people take the body back with some compensation. Finally, the bodies of Ye Feng and Gusangpa. Use my special airplane to send them to the Yi family in Longdu. What the Longdu Yi family would do would be none of his business. At least, Zhou Yunfa did everything in his part. Yi Chen just left the casino. Tick-tock dash. The cell phone in his pocket rang. This was the spare cell phone he took from the coffee table when he left Mu Xueqing's apartment. Hello? Press the answer button. Are you really Yi Chen? A middle-aged man's surprised voice came from the other end of the line. Yi Chen's brows furrowed. Who are you? Why do you have this number? The middle-aged man's voice was low. My name is Lin Longhai. I'm the director of the Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau. As for why I have this number, of course Miss Mu told me. The moment. In the living room of Mu Xueqing's rented house, several men dressed as the Martial Arts Bureau stood with their hands tied. Lin Longhai sat on the sofa and glanced at the door of Mu Xueqing's room. Two henchmen, guarding the door to the room. The internet connection in the room had been snuffed out and the windows boarded up. Don't worry, MS. Mu is safe. Of course, this safety assumes that you show up in front of me before dawn, or I'll turn her in, and when she's considered your accomplice, I can't guarantee what will happen. Lin Longhai's voice was cold. Good. I'll be right there. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Lin Longhai didn't expect Yi Chen to agree so dryly and asked again. Did you kill the people in the island embassy? Yes. Yi Chen didn't hide it in the slightest. What? You? Hiss dash. Lin Longhai sucked in a breath of cool air. Are you telling the truth? Doodle doodle. The other party had hung up. Only Lin Longhai was left frozen in place. His eyes wide. Really? This kid has been missing for 5 years and he's able to kill an island grandmaster? On the other side, Oshima International Airport. An old white man hurriedly rushed into a super jumbo jet and smiled at the blonde waiting inside. Grand Princess, your senior brother has left the casino and is heading this way towards the international airport. Really? Great. The blonde was thrilled beyond belief. Taking out her carry-on makeup bag, she rushed excitedly to a mirror, frantically touching up her makeup. Did I miss my eyeliner? Do I have card powder yet? How does this foundation work? Does one look old? Does this jewelry look too old on me? Wouldn't it be better if I wore a bow? Do you think junior brother will be happy to see me? Why don't you all speak? Are you all mute? The blonde was a bit angry. Because of the group of henchmen in front of him, one jaw dropped, like a wooden man, staring blankly at himself, wide-eyed, like he'd seen a ghost. What kind of reaction is this from you guys? Do I have something on my face? The white old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva, not knowing how to reply. When had the Grand Princess ever reacted like this for a man? If the sons of those super conglomerates knew that they couldn't make the Grand Princess smile by spending tens of billions of dollars. Yet there was a young man from the Dragon Kingdom who had the Grand Princess in such an attitude, and was still not alive with jealousy. A henchman walked in. Grand Princess, your young master is here. Great. The blonde nearly jumped up in excitement and headed out of the cabin. In the darkness, a young man quickly crossed the airport's security check. He came to the front of an airliner flying to Shanghai and stood on top of the cabin with a leap. Rumble dash. The plane took off and went on its way. Hey, junior brother. Hey. Don't you go. The blonde anxiously kept stomping her feet. Dragon capital, Ye family. Ye Hongye's eyelids jumped violently. His eyes were even more red, and he dialed dozens of phones, checking on Ye Feng's situation, but unfortunately none of them had any news. It's been 2 hours. A butler rushed in. Mr. Ye, the latest news. Tonight King of Gamblers Zhou Yunfa's daughter Zhou Anqi's 18th birthday. The young master seems to have gone to the birthday banquet site. However, I used a lot of manpower and resources, and spent a lot of money to contact those who attended the dinner, even going so far as to use the identity of the Ye family in Longdu to apply pressure. But those people didn't mention a word about what happened at the dinner party and refused to divulge a single word. Hear this. Instead, Ye Hongye breathed a sigh of relief. So, Fenger is in Ao Island, in the land of the King of Gamblers. No one should dare to hurt my Longdu Ye family. And what about the sound of Fenger being tortured? Could it be a synthetic sound? But Yi Chen this little. And how to get Fenger's cell phone? This little brat lost his cell phone. A little precautionary awareness or not. This time back must teach him a good lesson. 'Cause me to worry for nothing. The old housekeeper shook his head. This old slave does not know. At this point, an underling of the Yi family walked in and reported with his head bowed. Mr. Yi, someone outside is delivering a delivery from Austrian Island. Courier? Bring it in. Yi Hongye was a bit puzzled. The Yi family's subordinate explained. Mr. Yi, the delivery is quite big. It's 2 big boxes. It was just transported from the airport. It's right in front of the house. And the people from Oshima asked you to receive it in person. And I have to receive it myself? Go and see. Yi Hongye followed to the gate of the Yi family. A huge refrigerated truck pulls up in front of it. Delivery of seafood? Open up. Yi Hongye opened his mouth. The staff opened the refrigerated truck, revealing 2 cold coffins inside. Coffins. Yi Hongye's heart trembled with a bad feeling. Like mad, he rushed into the refrigerated truck to open the coffin. Fenger, no! A heartbreaking sound rang out. Chapter 10, Lin Longhai. Si Xiao Yi. Yi Chen returned to Shanghai and came outside the apartment, obviously aware of the guard post hidden in the shadows. Seeing Yi Chen appear, someone directly took out a walkie-talkie. He's here. Don't spook him. There's a lot of ordinary people in this neighborhood. Wait for him to come up. All the way to the door of Mu Xueqing's apartment. The person inside opened the door. Yi Chen walked straight in. In the living room stood a dozen or so people from the Martial Arts Bureau. Yi Chen swept a glance, his eyes locking onto the door of Mu Xueqing's room, making sure she was in there before looking at the man in the couch. You're Lin Longhai? A young man from the Martial Arts Bureau chided. Kid, you still have this kind of attitude when you see Bureau Lin? Be polite. There, Lin Longhai said. All of you get out. Forest Bureau? The Budo Bureau's crowd froze and hesitated a bit. If what this kid said is true, and he killed Furukawa Otsuka, then he is definitely a danger. Alright, Lin Longhai directly interrupted. If he really has this kind of strength, you few won't be able to stop him. Get out. Yes. The Budokai walked out of the apartment and closed the door. Yi Chen was just about to open his mouth. Lin Longhai, however, jumped up from the sofa ahead of him and took a step to Yi Chen's body. Raise your hands above your head and get down on one knee. Lin Longhai. See Young Yi, you're finally back. A grown man. The titular director of martial arts of the Middle Sea. I can't believe I'm looking at myself with tears in my eyes. Yi Chen was confused. Lin Longhai. What are you doing? Lin Longhai hurriedly explained. Young Yi, I know you're confused, but Lin Longhai has received a great favor from General Yi. Without General Yi, there would be no me. Lin Longhai. Today, my dad? Yi Chen suddenly realized. Uncle Lin, get up first. What the hell is going on here? Do you know where my parents are? What the hell happened 5 years ago? And where are my parents? Lin Longhai slowly got up and wiped a tear from his eye. His face was incomparably grave as he shook his head. Young Yi, I actually don't know the whereabouts of General Yi and his wife, but I know a little bit of details. 5 years ago on a night of thunderstorms, General Yi left after receiving a secret letter. Before leaving, General Yi had asked me to take care of the Yi family. Speaking of which, Lin Longhai's eyes glowed red. I felt something wasn't quite right at that time. And just as I was arranging for people to prepare to protect the Yi family, who knew that the tragedy would happen? Xiao Yi, it's all my fault. If I hadn't been a step late, this wouldn't have happened. Lin Longhai blamed himself. Yi Chen shook his head. It's not your fault. Who would have thought that over 100 island samurai would dare to kill the Yi family in broad daylight? Young Yi, actually, I've been investigating the whereabouts of your parents all these years, and I've finally gotten a little bit of an inkling recently. Lin Longhai's words changed. Oh, Yi Chen's eyes flashed. Find out what? Lin Longhai's voice sank. When General Yi was in Dragon Soul, he once went on a mission to an island country. It seems that he had offended some people in the island country, and at that time, the people from that island country killed the Yi family. I'm afraid that it was to avenge the revenge of that year. Moreover, after General Yi left Zhenghai, someone saw them the next day in Dragon Capital, and then later, they got on a ship to the island and finally disappeared completely. Yi Chen's face fluctuated. Did my parents go to the island? Most likely. Lin Longhai nodded. Over the years, I've been having people search for clues on the island, and have spent a lot of money and effort to do so. There's finally been some recent developments. Just waiting for the final word. Young Yi, there will be an answer within 3 to 5 days at most. Yes. Yi Chen got excited. Lin Longhai again seemed like he thought of something. By the way, Yi Xiao, before General Yi left, he explained to me something. If I have the chance, I will definitely pass it on to you. It's just a pity that you disappeared after the tragic murder of the Yi family, and I haven't been able to find you for the past 5 years. Yi Chen looked at him. What is it? I'll take you. Yi Chen pondered for a moment and looked towards Mu Xueqing's room. Lin Longhai knew that he was worried and explained that they had used the harmless ecstasy when they came. Mu Xueqing was sleeping and would wake up early tomorrow morning. They haven't touched anything in the house. Someone will be posted at the door of the apartment at all times during the night. Yi Chen was then relieved and went all the way to the suburban cemetery with Lin Longhai. Lin Longhai had people guard the perimeter of the cemetery, bringing Yi Chen to an empty tombstone. Young Yi, this is what General Yi prepared for himself 100 years from now, and there are some things placed inside, saying that he wants you to come and pick them up in person. Young Yi, you can just open the tombstone yourself. I'll go and guard the surrounding area. Having said that, Lin Longhai's figure disappeared into the dark night. Yi Chen squatted down and knocked on a stone slab underneath. Sure enough, it's empty. Lift the weeds and dirt and open it up. A black hiking bag actually appeared where the ashes were originally placed. Yi Chen opened the hiking bag and took a look. It was empty except for a rusty bronze tripod. Antiques? Yi Chen studied it carefully for half a day. This tripod was ancient and unusual, with ancient inscriptions carved on it, at least a few thousand years old. Other than that, nothing out of the ordinary was found. He took his hiking bag and returned to the foot of the cemetery hill. Lin Longhai immediately extinguished the cigarette in his hand and walked over. Yi Xiao, did you get it? Yi Chen nodded. Got it. A bronze tripod. Gone. Ha! Lin Longhai froze. Yi Chen directly took out the bronze tripod. Lin Longhai took it and looked at it. It seems to be an antique or something like that. What is the meaning of this object? Could it be that General Yi is trying to tell young Yi that a great man is born to eat from 9 tripods and dies to cook from 9 tripods? Or is it a promise? Or, in case something goes wrong with the Yi family, this item can still be sold for some money? Eventually, Lin Longhai proposed. Yi Xiao, why don't I contact a master who appraises in antiques? Appraise the value of the antiques? No, I'll keep it for now. Yi Chen shook his head. Since it was left behind by my father, it must have had its significance. Whether it's a valuable antique or not, you can't sell it, can you? Okay, it's too late now. I prepared the villa for you a long time ago. Now I'll send you there to rest. Lin Longhai nodded his head dryly. Everything will wait until the news from the island comes back. Yi Chen inexplicably spat out. No, send me back to Mu Xueqing's apartment. Lin Longhai froze for a moment. Good. After returning to Mu Xueqing's apartment, Lin Longhai withdrew with all his men, leaving behind a phone number. Contact him whenever something comes up. Throughout the night, Yi Chen had studied the bronze tripod left behind by Yi Lingyu without any gains. Until the next morning, Mu Xueqing pushed open the door of her room and stretched out and walked out. Ah, letting out a cry of alarm. Doze woke up at once and stared at Yi Chen in the sofa. Where did you go last night? Suddenly came back without saying anything. Want to scare people to death? Ha? What's this? A tripod? You're not going out for some kind of antiquing in the middle of the night, are you? Yi Chen shook his head. This is something my father left me. Mu Xueqing froze. Her eyes became gentle. Sorry, you're hungry after not sleeping all night, right? I'll give you food below. Running into the kitchen. It didn't take long to bring up a bowl of skinny noodles with eggs. You eat first. I'm going to make a quick trip to the office right now. And make sure you take a shower today. I've got clothes for you. They're just sitting in the restroom. After 2 sentences of explanation, Mu Xueqing, wearing a professional suit, hurriedly closed the door and left. After Yi Chen finished his noodles, he picked up the bronze tripod and continued to observe. The skin was actually slashed as his fingertips traced over some rusty spot. What's going on? Yi Chen was startled. The master of King Qin Guangwang sent him a body of Vajra, which is invulnerable to swords and spears. How can you be scratched by a broken bronze tripod? Just as Yi Chen was puzzled, a bloody light surged out. Ah! The headache almost exploded. Passed out on the spot. Chapter 11, Chaotic Tripod. Fusing all things. When Yi Chen woke up again, he actually appeared in a dimly lit space. The surroundings were dark and eerie, as if they had returned to the 18 layers of hell. ********. I'm not going to die again, am I? Being killed by a bronze tripod? No, this isn't hell. The aura of the 18 layers of hell was too familiar to Yi Chen. He spent 5 years there. Here, as if it were another space? Just as Yi Chen was puzzled, a cold voice rang out in the void. Chaos begins. All things merge. The wheel of heaven and earth. The beginning of Qiankuan. Kirin divine blood. Divine soul revival. Chaotic space. Holding everything. Young man, from today onwards you are the master of the chaos cauldron and my new master. What the hell? Yi Chen's consciousness was in a daze just as this thought flashed through his mind. When he woke up again, he jumped up from the couch and realized that the bronze tripod was still sitting on the coffee table in his apartment. Dreaming? Glancing down at his thumb, the wound had stopped bleeding. Not a dream. Chaos cauldron? Chaos space? What does this mean? The words have just been spoken. Literally, from today onwards, you are the master of the chaos cauldron. Who's talking? Yi Chen was startled, and his voice came from all directions. Come out. The voice continued to ring out. Back to my master. I can't come out. My subordinate's divine soul is within the chaos cauldron. My subordinate is using my divine soul to communicate with my master. So the voice is resounding directly in my master's mind, and outsiders won't be able to hear it. What? Yi Chen froze, deadly staring at the bronze tripod on the coffee table, also known as the chaos tripod. It took a while to come to terms with that. He went to all the 18 layers of hell and worshipped the 10 great kings of hell. Resurrected 5 years later, it was all true. What can't the chaos tripod accept? You are the divine soul of the chaos cauldron? Why did this thing choose me? The chaos tripod replied, predestination. Yi Chen continued to ask, what is the function of the chaos cauldron? The chaos tripod replied, it can fuse all things. All things evolve towards higher levels, and the chaos cauldron can accelerate the process. What do you mean? Yi Chen was puzzled. Master, there are some ordinary grasses and trees 10 meters away from you. Just pick them and put them into the chaos cauldron. Yi Chen got up and looked around, and sure enough, he saw a few flower pots in the kitchen. As the chaos cauldron intended, 2 flowers and plants were plucked up and stuffed into the chaos cauldron. In the blink of an eye, an incredible scene appeared. After the 2 flowering plants disappeared, a light blue plant appeared in front of him, still emitting a faint heaven and earth aura. Holy! Yi Chen's eyes went straight. How is it possible? A 100-year-old dragon spirit grass. The chaos cauldron said, Master, this side is the power of the chaos cauldron, fusing the spirits of all things. Yi Chen breathed in sharply and pulled 2 more plants from the flower pot and stuffed them into the chaos cauldron. The second 100-year-old dragon spirit grass appeared. I go to. Yi Chen really believed it this time, holding the 2 dragon spirit grasses and stuffing them into the chaos cauldron. 1 breath later, a bright red ginseng was suspended above the chaos cauldron. Blood ginseng from Changbai Mountain. It's at least 300 years old. My God. Yi Chen trembled with excitement and breathed heavily. These herbs are extremely rare, often taking 200 to 300 years to grow, and they are not eaten by wild beasts and picked by humans. 1 plant is worth its weight in gold. He only used 4 flowering plants and actually cultivated a 300-year-old Changbai Mountain blood ginseng? Wouldn't that be counterintuitive? Chaos tripod. Yi Chen stared dead on at the chaos tripod on the coffee table. Dad, what exactly did you leave me with? For some reason, Yi Chen suddenly felt that perhaps the disappearance of his parents was related to this chaos cauldron. Moreover, The ability of this chaotic cauldron was too counterintuitive, and it absolutely couldn't be known by other people. Yi Chen was thinking about how to hide the chaotic cauldron. Suddenly, the chaos tripod disappeared. Hiss. Disappeared? Yi Chen was startled and rubbed his eyes incredulously. Could this all be a dream? The chaos tripod's voice rang out. Master, chaos space, a thought is born, a thought is destroyed. The chaos cauldron's main body was taken into chaos space by my subordinates. Next, the eerie and dim space that Yi Chen had seen when he was unconscious floated in his mind. The chaotic cauldron was suspended in mid-air, with a faint gray-black aura flowing around it. Could it be the chaos breath? Master, the Lord needs a thought from you for this tripod to appear and disappear. Yi Chen tried to do as he was told. Lifting his hand, the chaos cauldron did appear in his hand. With another thought, the chaos cauldron disappeared and reappeared within the chaos space. It's pretty handy. By the way, can you store other things? Of course you can. Chaos space is endless. As long as the Master's divine soul is strong enough, the earth can be included. The chaos ding smiled proudly. Yi Chen's eyes widened. So exaggerated? Just as he wanted to experiment again, a solemn aura came from outside the house. Bang! The door to the apartment exploded on the spot with a loud bang. The wood shavings were in pieces. A group of stout men rushed straight in, and a youth with an arrogant face rushed at Yi Chen and drank. Crouch down, put your hands on your head, and surrender immediately, otherwise kill without pardon. A few stout men lunged towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen threw one punch at a time. Ka-chow, ka-chow, ka-chow. A few of the lean men flew backwards, their bodies slamming hard against the walls of the apartment, their chests breaking and spitting out a mouthful of blood. The arrogant youth's eyes sank. Kid, you still dare to resist? Seek death. Rolling the strong wind a step forward, landing in front of Yi Chen and smashing his face with a fist. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped the arrogant youth's wrist, folding it with force. Ka-chow. The arm was broken on the spot. Ah, you dare to hurt me. The arrogant youth screamed miserably. Yi Chen kicked him to the ground, the soles of his feet stepping on the arrogant youth's face. A cold voice rang out. Say, who are you? The arrogant youth's eyes filled with blood and struggled fiercely. Grass, let go of me. Kid, you hurt our people. You're dead. No one can save you. Ha! Yi Chen's eyes flashed with an icy deathly intent, and the soles of his feet exerted a slight force. It was like the temperature inside the apartment dropped all of a sudden, and an aura of death struck. What are you doing? The arrogant youth's pupils contracted, completely panicking. Stop! A cold shout sounded, and a man with a country face and a beard walked in. Chen Xian, I told you to bring the people out, and this is how you do it. He looked at Yi Chen again. Yi Chen, I'm Chen Guofeng, the captain of the Dragon Soul Special Forces Tinglong Detachment. Come with us, we have a few questions for you. First question, where have you been for the last 5 years of your disappearance? Second question, did you kill the Long family? Did you kill the people from the island embassy? Third question, did your parents leave you anything? Especially if there's anything in the picture. Chapter 12, Dragon Soul Special Forces. Yi Chen laughed. What is Dragon Soul? Those who trespass the apartment die. A foot stomp. Bang! Chen Xian's head directly exploded. Chen Xian. Chen Guofeng was going crazy. He didn't even expect that Yi Chen would dare to kill someone directly. Come on people, take him down. If he dares to resist, kill him without amnesty. The other Dragon Soul players surrounded up towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen smiled coldly, seeking death, lifting his leg and kicking one by one. All the Dragon Soul members who rushed up, all flew out like dead dogs, either dead or maimed. Yi Chen, you're ING looking for death. Chen Guofeng stormed out. He was the Tinglong sub-captain, at the Grand Master realm. This kid, even if he had practiced martial arts for the missing 5 years without sleep, he definitely could not be his own opponent. With an extremely confident step, he arrived in front of Yi Chen and slammed his fist towards his face. Ka-ching! A crunch! Sharp pain pulled Chen Guofeng back to reality. He backed out with a miserable cry, looking at his arm in horror. My hand you! It hung limply. Broken. He didn't sense Yi Chen using any of his internal energy. This kid actually used brute force and broke his arm hard? Were you born with the power? Captain, look out! A member of the Tinglong team bellowed. Chen Guofeng realized that Yi Chen had actually rushed over, and with dozens of square feet of apartments he couldn't exert himself at all, so he could only back away sharply. Bang! Back against the wall. Yi Chen's wrist, deadlocked on Chen Guofeng's neck. An aura of death spread throughout his body. It made Chen Guofeng feel like falling into an ice cave in the middle of summer. 2 questions. Answer or die. First, do you know the whereabouts of my parents? Are they alive or dead? Second, who told you to come to me? Chen Guofeng was bursting with rage, not believing that Yi Chen really dared to kill him. Kid, Who do you think you are qualified to ask me questions? No? Then you go to hell. Yi Chen shook his head. 5 fingers contracted. Chen Guofeng's pupils contracted crazily, and his heart almost stopped beating. Yi kid, stop. Just in the nick of time, a middle-aged man quickly rushed in and grabbed Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen was surprised. Uncle Tang, why are you here? The person who came was none other than Tang Fenwolf, a good friend of his father's. He often came to visit Ye's family during the festivals. Yi kid, why don't you let go? Tang Fenwolf shook his head. Yi Chen swept a glance at Chen Guofeng. Deadly sins can be avoided, but living sins cannot escape. With that, he clasped Chen Guofeng's neck and walked to the window of the apartment's hallway. Bang! Throw it straight down. Clang! With a loud bang, Chen Guofeng fell to the ground. Shocked, Tang Fenwolf rushed to the window and looked towards the bottom as Chen Guofeng climbed up and fled in a sorry state. He breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he was a great master, and at a height of 8 stories, he could not die from the fall. Tang Fenwolf's face was full of excitement, and his eyes were a little red as he gripped Yi Chen's shoulders. Yi kid, that's great. You really didn't die. 5 years? Where the hell have you been? Do you know how long I've been looking for you? The whole Dragon Kingdom is about to be turned upside down. I even thought you went into that place and came back alive just fine. Great. Yi Chen could sense that Tang Fenwolf was truly worried about himself. How could Tang Fenwolf think that he hadn't gone anywhere? He died on the Lang family's operating table 5 years ago, with his organs ripped out. The bodies were dumped in suburban mass graves and the souls entered the 18 layers of hell. Uncle Tang, 5 years ago when my parents suddenly disappeared and a group of island samurai killed the Yi family, I took advantage of the chaos and escaped from Zhanghai, and I've never dared to show my face. Yi Chen casually found a reason. 5 years have passed, and I feel that I have some strength, so I came back to find the truth. Yi boy. Alas. Tang Fenwolf listened to Yi Chen's understatement. 5 years in one stroke. In reality, how much suffering and how much crime had been inflicted, only Yi Chen himself knew. Yi kid, it's good to be back. Yi Chen's face sank slightly. Uncle Tang, where exactly did my parents go? Why did they leave without even saying hello? Tang Fenwolf shook his head. Yi kid, I don't know about this matter either. Everything was too sudden. This time, I'm also here to look for you on behalf of the Dragon Soul, because the Dragon Soul doesn't know where your parents have gone either. I just didn't expect that Chen Guofeng and the others had actually jumped the gun. Speaking of which, Tang Fenwolf reacted furiously. No, where exactly did you go during the 5 years you were missing? Chen Guofeng is a grandmaster, ranked at least in the top 300 on the world's grandmaster list. You actually managed to injure him? A hand grabbed Yi Chen's arm and tested his pulse. Ha? You don't have any internal energy in your body? Yi boy, what the hell is going on here? Of course Yi Chen wouldn't say that he possessed a Vajra unbreakable body. No shell could hurt him. Uncle Tang, 5 years ago I met an old man who took me to the mysterious land, and he gave me some pills, saying that if I took them daily, I would have unlimited strength. Yi Chen casually made up a story. What? Tang Fenwolf was shocked. Mysterious place? Pills? Could it be the Kunlun ruins? It must be the Kunlun ruins. No wonder I couldn't find you in the entire Dragon Kingdom. You were indeed brought into the Kunlun ruins. Those pills? I'm afraid they're the pills that make you so powerful. Yi kid, you've been blessed by a disaster. Yi Chen shook his head. Probably. Yi Chen. Tang Fenwolf suddenly became serious and spoke solemnly. Join us, Subterranean Dragon? Your father used to be a member of the Subterranean Dragons. It's best for a son to follow in his father's footsteps, and with the divine power you possess now, you are fully qualified to enter the Subterranean Dragon. I'll just call in a report with a couple of leaders and make sure I get the green light all the way. Yi Chen shook his head and refused. Uncle Tang, before my parents are found, I don't have the heart to join the special forces. Besides, I'm used to being lazy, and I don't want to go to the army to be tied down. Tang Fenwolf felt some pity and wasn't holding out. Still, you need to come with me to Dragon Capital. Someone wants to see you. Who? The Dragon Kingdom's only military god. Yi Chen nodded. Just in time. I'm also planning to make a trip to Dragon Capital. Noon. Yi Chen, you're starving, aren't you? I went to buy food as soon as I got off work, so I'll cook for you later. When Mu Xueqing returned to her apartment, there was devastation in front of her eyes, and there were traces of the fight everywhere. Even the door to the apartment was reduced to rubble. There was blood all over the floor. Yi Chen. Mu Xueqing didn't have time to check the damage and rushed into the room like crazy as several dark shadows pounced over. Who are you people? Ah. Meanwhile, Central Sea International Airport. A super airliner descended, and a blonde woman excitedly rushed off the plane. Great. I can finally meet Little Master. It's all because of this damnable clearance document. I'm already in the Dragon Kingdom, and I have to get approval for traveling from Ao Island to Zhanghai? Made me wait all night for nothing. Now, immediately, I want to see junior brother. The words fell. A white butler ran over sweating. Grand Princess, just half an hour ago. Mr. Ye left Zhanghai and went to Dragon Capital. What did you say? The blonde woman was so angry that she jumped up without any regard for her image. Junior brother is gone again? Chapter 13, Dragon Kingdom Military God. Xiao Xinghua. Long Du. Outside an ancient mansion in the Second Ring Road. Before Yi Chen could ask, Tang Fengwolf spoke directly. This is old military god Zhao's house. The old military god is the old boss of your father and I. I can see that there is less dude and more hostility in you these 5 years. One must pay attention to manners when meeting the old military god in a while, or your father won't spare you even if he knows. Yi Chen nodded. Enter the mansion. It was not as carved and opulent as I had imagined. Instead, it's as simple and understated as ever. After passing through several moon gates, he came to the deepest part of the Xiao family. See the purpose of the trip. The Dragon Kingdom's military god, Xiao Xinghua. 50 years ago, Xiao Xinghua rejected the wolf country in the north, west of the town of Kunlun battlefield. A battle to become famous to completely establish the status of the military god. The entire Dragon Kingdom had a dozen gods of war, but there was only one god of war, Xiao Xinghua. Already 100 and something years old, he is still in good spirits. At the moment, he was holding a 4 or 5-year-old loli in his arms, enjoying the joy of heaven. The moment she saw Yi Chen, the little loli actually broke through and shouted at him, "Daddy!" Yi Chen stiffened in place, being in hard control for 3 seconds. Dad? Next to her, a woman in her early 20s lost her color. What nonsense! This is mom's classmate, called Uncle Yi. Yi Chen, long time no see, dressed in a handmade cheongsam. Bumpy, bring out the perfect curves. Xiaocharan? Yi Chen froze. When she was in high school in Zhanghai, Xiaocharan was the class flower of her class, and the two of them were limited to knowing each other. You're from the Xiao family in Longdu? Your daughter? Xiaocharan nodded. Well, this is my daughter. The little loli bared her tiger teeth. Hello Uncle Yi. Yi Chen nodded. Hello. If it wasn't for the fact that he had never had a woman until now, he really suspected that the girl in front of him was his own daughter, because the two looked too much alike. Ha ha ha, so you guys have known each other for a long time. Yi Chen, first time meeting, Xiao Tang has told you everything, right? A loud laugh came. Yi Chen was unassuming. Old military god Xiao, how are you? Xiao Xinghua nodded with satisfaction. His eyes flashed with a touch of gentleness. Not bad, exactly the same as Ling Yun when he was young. It's a pity. Yi Chen immediately asked. Old military god Xiao, what happened to my parents? He spoke out of turn. Is it dragon souls infighting? All someone trying to harm them? Are they alive or dead now? Yi Chen. Tang Fengwolf was startled. What nonsense are you talking about? Xiao Xinghua also froze for a moment, obviously not expecting Yi Chen to ask this. Old army god Xiao, please tell the truth. Yi Chen stepped forward, his eyes incomparably determined. Xiao Xinghua looked at Yi Chen and shook his head helplessly. Your temper and your father's temper are exactly the same. But Yi Chen old man tells you, things are not as simple as you think. If it's just simply someone trying to harm your parents, old me would never agree to it either. Old me still wants to advise you that things are over and done with. You living is the most important thing. What are your plans for the future? You can join the army, go into business, or go to college if you want to. And I promise to make up for all the 5 years you've lost. But you have to promise old husband one condition. Don't pursue your parents' whereabouts anymore. This is also the purpose of old husband calling you here today. No way. Yi Chen shook his head decisively. He who gave birth to me, my parents. He who raised me, my parents. If my Yi Chen's parents' lives and deaths are unknown, and I can still live well as if nothing has happened, then I've wasted my life as a human son. Whether my parents are alive or dead. What the hell did they go through or offend someone they shouldn't have? I, Yi Chen, will definitely track this down. And I'll live to see a man. And I'll die to see a corpse. Clanging. Throwback. Xiao Xinghua was silent. Xiaocharan looked deeply at Yi Chen and silently carried her daughter to the side to play. Tang Fengwolf was directly stunned. He didn't expect Yi Chen to be able to say something like this. And his body even erupted with a powerful and incomparable aura. This kind of aura. It actually felt like even old military god Xiao was vaguely unable to suppress it. Ugh. Whatever. Xiao Xinghua sighed. Xiao Xinghua still wanted to keep Yi Chen for dinner, but he refused by saying that he still had things to do. Looking at Yi Chen's departing back, Xiaocharan's voice rang out. You were the one who said that you wanted to leave him an offspring, and now that he's not dead, how are you going to end it? Yi kid, what are your plans now? Stay in Dragon Capital for a few more days and I'll have someone show you around? Tang Feng Wolf said. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. No need. Let's go. To the Yi family. Half an hour later, Tang Fenwolf brought Yi Chen to the front door of the Yi family in Longdu. An onyx. The entire Yi home was set up as a spiritual hall. The streets outside Ye's house had been blocked off, with various limousines parked that had come for the funeral. Tang Fengwolf's gaze was grave. Ye Feng of the Yi family died. No one knows exactly what happened. It seems like he died on Ao Island, and was sent by the king of gamblers to send the body back. I killed it. Yi Chen spat out a sentence. What? Tang Fenwolf looked at Yi Chen's back in shock as he walked towards the Yi family's gate in large strides. The atmosphere of the entire Yi family was very heavy, and the representatives of the major stars, tycoons, and families of Longdu came forward one after another and drew circles to place under Ye Feng's statue. Fenger, died young. Ye Feng's mother cried and almost fainted. Mrs. Ye's condolences. Ye Xiao knows in his grave that he doesn't want you to be too sad. Mrs. Ye can't come back from the dead. With the heavenly master from Longhu Mountain personally coming to supersede Young Yi will definitely be able to reach the ultimate bliss early. Some of the guests persuaded. Next to him, Yi Hongye didn't say a word, his eyes full of blood. He hadn't slept a wink since he received his son's body last night. He swore that he would break Yi Chen into pieces and avenge his son's death. Yi Chen, I will definitely let you die without a burial place. You're just as damning as your father. You'd better not show up in front of me or I. Suddenly, an icy voice rang out. Yi Hongye, you're so sad just because you've lost a son? Do you know that more than 100 people in my Yi family died because of Ye Feng? The entire Yi family was dead silent. Even the person playing the funeral music stopped and looked over with a shocked expression. In the limelight, a youth walked into the Yi family with his hands behind his back. The moment he saw Yi Chen, Yi Hongye's eyes were about to burst out as he roared like a madman. Yi Chen, it was you who killed my son. You little still dare to come to the Yi family? Nice. Yi Chen admitted decisively. It was me who wasted Yi Feng's limbs and stomped on his chest in Ao Island. I killed him. This is all about Ye Feng colluding with the islanders and killing over 100 members of my Yi family. Even I was forced into a desperate situation. I only had to take his life alone. You should be thanking me. The surrounding guests were also stunned. Who the hell is this guy? How dare you take the initiative to admit that you killed Ye Feng, and stormed into Ye's house to cause havoc in the funeral hall? You want Yi Hongye to thank you? Is this kid going to heaven? Yi Hongye almost died of anger, roaring like a mad dog. Men, kill him for me. At all costs. I want this little man to die. Chapter 14 18 Layers of Hell? I've been there a long time ago. Yi Hongye's words landed. 30 or so men in black suits, walking with the wind, knowing at a glance that they were all martial artists surrounded them. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Chen punched one by one, and all the people who rushed up all died with their chests bursting open. After killing a dozen or so in one breath, the others were so scared that they were in a cold sweat and didn't dare to continue to come forward. The guests in attendance were taken aback. Each of the Yi family's guards is a top-notch expert. These 30 or so people are almost all retired down soldier kings, and they can't actually block a single move from Yi Chen? Shocked, he looked up. I only saw Yi Chen sticking his hands in his pockets. Yi Hongye, your son did something wrong and you still want to kill me? I came to the Yi family today for two things. First, my father was abandoned and expelled from the family by you decades ago. From now on, the Longdu Yi family and my Zhanghai Yi family no longer have any relationship. Second, Ye Feng killed more than 100 members of my family. I only killed him alone, or for the sake of my parents. Otherwise, I'll exterminate your entire family and no one will be able to stop me. From now on, anyone from the Longdu Yi family that appears in front of me, Yi Chen, kill without pardon. Oh, my God. All the guests present, all opened their mouths in shock, their hearts almost exploding in fear. Hiss dash, destroy the entire Yi family in Longdu? How dare you say such a thing? Longdu Yi family, a family for over 600 years. With the change of dynasties, the Yi family is still standing, with a terrifyingly strong heritage. How dare a mere milquetoast kid say such a thing? Crazy. Absolutely nuts. If it was the old man who appeared in front of you, would you also have to kill without pardon? An old voice rang out. The voice is. All the guests were startled and subconsciously turned around. In front of the stone gate leading to the Yi family's backyard, there stood a tang-suited old man dressed in black. Yi family's old man, Yi Zhenbei. Yi Chen looked at the man who was originally his own grandfather. The other man's eyes were devoid of emotion, only endless indifference. Yes, anyone, kill without pardon, including you, Yi Zhenbei. Holy, all the guests present bowed their heads, no longer dared to look at Yi Zhenbei's face. Tang Fengwolf walked in just in time to see this scene. directly confused. Yi Chen, don't talk nonsense. Yi Gongguo sure unrivaled. Is the pillar of the country? Yi Hongye was even more furious that his lungs were about to explode. His hand pointing at Yi Chen in death. You have big guts. Yi Chen, you have the bloodline of the Yi family flowing in your body. This is your own grandfather. To actually say such treacherous words, aren't you afraid of going to the 18 layers of hell? Yi Chen sneered. What are you? Kneel down. Yi Hongye's eyes rounded. What? You told me to kneel down? How dare you? Not kneel? Then die. Yi Chen smiled playfully. An extremely cold eye, locking Yi Hongye. He was not a martial artist. Where could he withstand this kind of pressure? Scared to death. Flop dash. I can't believe I'm actually kneeling. The guests present froze. Yi Chen. Seeing his son kneeling, Yi Zhenbei roared, his pale eyes full of anger. What the hell do you want? You've already killed Ye Feng. Isn't that enough? Isn't it? So that the old man can kneel down for you too? Unexpected. Yi Chen smiled playfully. Yes, as long as you kneel down, I will release Yi Hongye. Otherwise, I promise to kill him and make your Yi family completely extinct. Yi Zhenbei's gaze was complicated as he looked deeply at Yi Chen. Next, puff. Bend both knees. Really get down on your knees. Elder Yi. There was a dead silence in the room, and everyone covered their mouths as they watched in horror. The brain went blank. Yi Zhenbei spoke with a hoarse voice. Is that enough? I'll keep my words. Yi Zhenbei, from now on, my Zhanghai Yi family and the Longdu Yi family no longer have any relationship. Yi Chen turned around and left. Yi Hongye hissed as if he was breaking his defense. Yi Chen, you'll go to the 18 layers of hell if you make your grandfather kneel for you. Yi Chen was amused in his heart. 18 layers of hell? He's been there a long time ago. Grandpa? Where was this grandfather when the islanders killed the Yi family and more than 100 people died horribly? Where is this grandfather when he himself is lying on the operating table in the Long family and his organs are being gouged? Where was this grandfather when his broken body was thrown into a mass grave with no one to collect it? He'd seen it in hell. This grandfather never asked. Now he's returned from 18 layers of hell. People who have already died once. Grandpa, count on it. My ass. This time, he would ignore any rules, ignore any forces. Anyone can be killed except the parents. Inside a certain mysterious office in Dragon Capital, a stunning woman with a voluptuous and shapely figure listened to her men's report, and her eyes flickered. Did junior brother really do this? Yes. The man nodded. The stunning woman let out a cold laugh. That's because the Yi family deserved it. When you gave up on Yi Lingyun, did you not think about today? 5 years ago, Little Master's family was wiped out with over 100 mouths to feed. Doesn't Yi Zhenbei know about this? The matter is about the islanders. They feel that the person is already dead, and they just choose to put things to rest. Didn't even realize that Little Master had actually survived. And, my lord, Yi Chen is still in Dragon Capital. Do you want to see him? The man said. The stunning woman took a deep breath and slightly closed her eyes. With my status, I can't see him yet. Otherwise it should be noticed by the people there again. You go and protect him secretly. If anyone dares to harm him, no need to report me. Kill. The man was startled and asked with some uncertainty. Anyone? Including the Dragon Capital Yi family? The stunning woman spat out a single word without caring. Yes. Hiss dash. The man secretly sucked in a breath of air. What's so special about this Yi Chen? It was actually worth it for His Excellency to go out of his way to offend the Dragon Capital Yi family. Leaving the Longdu Yi family, Tang Feng Wolf's body trembled continuously. The hallowed Dragon Soul Special Forces, the subterranean Dragon Subcommander all behaved in this manner. So one could imagine how shocking what Yi Chen had done was. Yi Chen, you've completely offended the Longdu Yi family today. Yi Chen was calm. So what if I'm offended? You. Tang Feng Wolf looked at Yi Chen and said gruffly. Yi Zhenbei is a scholar of the country, with thousands of disciples and peaches and plums all over the world. By forcing him to kneel, you've offended not just one Longdu Yi family, but an entire huge Yi clan. Your future path is difficult. Unless you join the Dragon Soul, the Yi family's hand can't reach here yet. Yi Chen smiled proudly. So what if I offend the entire Dragon Kingdom? What do I, Yi Chen, have to fear? Tang Feng Wolf frowned. That's a mouthful. And it's too big. Yi kid, what if those people make a move on you? Kill. Yi Chen had only one word. Kill? Tang Feng Wolf froze. Before Yi Chen could explain, Mu Xueqing's spare cell phone rang and an unfamiliar number called in. Your Excellency is Yi Chen? A voice with an island accent rang out. A bad feeling rose in Yi Chen's heart. Who are you? Ha 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 ha. You killed my brother Tojo Yuji, and my nephew Tojo Kujiro, who was about to be married, died tragically at your hands. You're actually asking who I am? The other party laughed in anger. Meet me at the mass grave. On the outskirts of Zhonghai, before the sun sets, if I don't see you, this beautiful oriental beauty will have to go to hell to meet our evil lord. Yi Chen shouted angrily, release Mu Xueqing, or else. Dash. The phone was hung up. Tang Fenwolf was filled with doubt. Yi Chen, what's wrong? Yi Chen glanced at the time on his cell phone. It was already 5 in the afternoon, and it would be dark in 2 hours at the most. Tang Fenwolf, borrow your subterranean dragon's airplane. I want to get to Zhonghai before the sun goes down. Be quick. Chapter 15. Who is the prey? A mass grave on the outskirts of Middle Sea. Tojo Musashi sits on his knees topless. A white bandage was tied around his forehead. Behind him, a bizarre altar is piled with stones. Hundreds of bizarre talisman paper drawn in blood. As the evening approached, the atmosphere became more and more eerie. My lord, the sun is about to set. That Yi Chen shows no sign of coming. Has he given up on this woman? An island man in mourning clothes came forward. Tojo Musashi opened his eyes. Half the sun had set. Bring that woman here, and if Yi Chen fails to show up on time, use her life as a blood sacrifice for my brother and nephew. Hey! The island man answered with a cry. Immediately bring Mu Xueqing over and rip off the cloth from her mouth. You're kidnapping. It's against the law. Release me immediately or I'll call the police to arrest you. Mu Xueqing shouted emotionally. Kidnapping? Breaking the law? Ha 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 ha. Naive woman. Do you really think laws are made for the likes of us? The law is only a means to bind ordinary people. And besides, the laws of your dragon kingdom don't govern our island. The archipelagic man laughed maniacally. My lord, the sun is setting. The original mass grave shrouded by the setting sun. It became eerie in an instant. Tojo Musashi got up and walked over to Mu Xueqing. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Your friend didn't come, so it seems he doesn't care about your life. In that case, your only role now is to be used as prey to sacrifice my brother and nephew. I'll gut you. It's the best food for the undead. Having said that, from his waist, Tojo Musashi pulled out a short samurai sword and slashed the buttons of Mu Xueqing's suit. Mu Xueqing was so frightened that she blacked out and fainted on the spot. Tojo Musashi didn't pay any attention, preparing to scratch the lining of his suit at the same time. If I were you, I would choose to let go of that woman. An icy voice came from behind the crowd. Tojo Musashi looked back and saw a murderous youth slowly approaching. Tojo Musashi's sense of smell was keen. Sensing a strong danger, you are Yi Chen? You're the one who killed my brother. Tojo Yuji? Furukawa Otsuka also died at your hands? It's me. Yi Chen directly admitted it. Baka. Tojo Musashi let out a low roar and rushed up like a cheetah. His hands even gripped a katana tightly and chopped at Yi Chen's head. Die. 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 Sharp blade chi erupted. Even an elephant could be chopped in half. Yi Chen dodged sideways. The slash almost cut against his shoulder. One hit misses. Tojo Musashi threw his katana across and chopped at Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped Tojo Musashi's wrist, his shoulder slamming up hard. Zira! A sound of ripping flesh and blood came, followed closely by Tojo Musashi's scream. Ah! Hiss! My lord! The other islanders sucked in a breath of cool air and looked at the scene in front of them in horror. Tojo Musashi's right arm was actually torn off by the young man from the Dragon Kingdom in front of him. Kill him! Kill him now! Tojo Musashi spasmed in pain and hissed like a mad dog. 30 or so ambushed island dead rushed out, charging over desperately. 2 katanas slashed. Yi Chen took half a step back, his hands snapped towards the front, and with a crunching sound, the skulls of the 2 island dead soldiers were lifted to reveal the white brains inside. Turn around and grab out with both arms, penetrating the chests of 2 other islanders. 5 fingers closed and 2 beating hearts were brought out, beating continuously. Hiss! The other island dead soldiers sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the scene. When Yi Chen saw them stop, the corner of his mouth hooked into a deathly smile. Don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt. One step into the rest of the crowd, simply like a wild beast, killing like crazy. Ah! The screams continued to ring out. In less than half a minute, all the dead soldiers died violently. The body is in one piece east and one piece west. Tojo Musashi was so scared that he forgot about the sharp pain in his arm. His body was drenched in sweat. Kid, you're a Yokozuna master? It's fortunate that I made 2 preparations. Otherwise I would really die here today. Turning back, he bellowed. What are you guys still waiting for? Don't make a move yet. Yi Chen had long since noticed that behind Tojo Musashi stood 5 topless island men. The 5 had hollow eyes. Hearing this, they all pulled out a short samurai sword and did not kill towards Yi Chen, but instead ruthlessly stabbed into their own chests. Harakiri? Yi Chen was wondering. In the next second, The 5 people actually hardened themselves and dug out their own internal organs, and after placing them on a makeshift altar built out of stone next to them, they collapsed and died. Tojo Musashi quickly rushed over and sprinkled his own blood on the altar. Great Lord Evil God, I have sacrificed the souls of 5 living people to you. Please reveal your spirit. Hoo hoo hoo. The entire mass grave was filled with a furious wind. Those 5 islanders, and Tojo Musashi's blood coalesced, flowed down a gully dug long ago in the ground. Looking down from a high altitude, it actually formed the shape of a huge rune paper. The blood mist coalesced in the sky and actually formed a hideous blood-colored silhouette. Looking down, my most faithful believer, I received your gift. Say it, who do you want me to kill? Tojo Musashi fell to his knees in excitement. Lord Evil God, please kill this man. Yes, the blood-colored silhouette replied, rolling a fishy wing towards Ye Chen and crashing into him. Ye Chen stood motionless, looking at the incoming blood shadow as if he was stunned. Ha 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 ha. Ye Chen, in front of the Lord Evil God you have only one end, and that is death. Tojo Musashi laughed hideously. As soon as the words fell, the blood shadow had already rushed forward, enveloping Ye Chen. Just when Tojo Musashi thought that Ye Chen was about to be turned into blood, the blood image screamed miserably as if it had seen the most terrifying thing under the sky. Ah, you're not human. Who the hell are you? Bang! The blood mist exploded. At the same time, deep within the island nation's heavenly palace, a temple dedicated to ghosts and gods trembled violently and let out a heartbreaking scream. Ah, Lord Evil God, what happened to you? A few moments later, a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes anxiously rushed into the temple and knelt on the ground in horror. The offering table in front of him cracked open with a gash, dripping with blood. A hideous figure, sitting on top of the offering table, much weaker compared to the last time. Tojo Musashi summoned this seat with 5 lives as a sacrifice, and just when I was about to enjoy the feast, I was actually heavily injured by a young man from the Dragon Kingdom. What? The island man's face changed wildly, and he asked incredulously, who is it? It actually managed to injure Lord Evil God. I don't know him. The hideous figure shook his head and raised his hand as blood mist surged and coalesced into Ye Chen's appearance. It's him? How can it be? The island man nearly jumped out of his skin in shock. What? You know him? My lord. 5 years ago when my days were numbered, it was you who found a way to have my internal organs replaced. At that time, we found a person who was carrying the blood of the unicorn in the Dragon Kingdom, and it was this person. The island man gulped a mouthful of saliva. The body couldn't help but shiver. By all accounts, he's already dead. How can a person not die after having his organs and bowels dug out? But the Lord said he had seen him. Is he still alive? Chapter 16, Junior Brother, finally meeting you. Mua, on the mass grave. How is it possible that Lord Evil God? Where is Lord Evil God? Tojo Musashi trembled madly, his voice distorted with fear. Impossible. Evil God Lord is omnipotent and invincible. Even the Emperor Sama is a follower of his. And you can actually defeat the Evil God Sama? How is that possible? Gulp. Tojo Musashi gulped frantically. This was all beyond his knowledge. Ye Chen looked at Tojo Musashi and took one step at a time. Those eyes were simply more terrifying than the devil Satan. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. As he watched Ye Chen walk over, Tojo Musashi was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and cowed out frantically. The head was dripping with blood, and it still didn't stop. Are you and Tojo Yuji family? Is it known who wanted my organs for 5 years? My lord, spare me. Bang, bang, bang. More than kowtowing. My parents, did they go to the island? Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Bang, bang, bang. Still kowtowing. Ye Chen frowned and clasped Tojo Musashi's neck. The other party's pupils were lax, and there was only endless fear on his face. Being completely dumbfounded, the corner of Ye Chen's mouth twitched. What a waste. A martial arts master from an island country was actually scared silly? Ka chow. Casually crushing Tojo Musashi's neck. Turning around, he walked over to Mu Xueqing, who was still unconscious due to the shock. Undoing the ropes on his body, he held Mu Xueqing and prepared to go down the mountain, only to see a silhouette quickly rushing over. And it was none other than Tang Fenwolf. When he reached the bottom of the mass grave hill, Ye Chen rushed up to the top of the hill at a terrifying speed, and it was with great difficulty that Tang Fenwolf managed to catch up. The mass graves are littered with mutilated bodies. The entrails spilled out all over the place. Everywhere was filled with the strong odor of blood. Even though Tang Fenwolf had been to the battlefield, he almost vomited when he saw the scene. Ye Chen, what's going on? Are you alright? How is the girl's condition? Ye Chen glanced down at Mu Xueqing. We're fine. These islanders were all killed by me. Please take care of it. Islander? Tang Fenwolf froze, still wanting to ask a couple more questions. Ye Chen was already carrying Mu Xueqing and walking towards the bottom of the mountain. Back at the apartment, Mu Xueqing still hadn't woken up. Yi Chen checked once and frowned. The stimulation is too great. The soul is unstable. The only way to try it is to try the 13 needles of the ghost gate that he has learned from the 18 layers of hell over the past 5 years. There are no silver needles in the apartment. Yi Chen could only place Mu Xueqing on the bed and lock the door to the room. Arriving at the drugstore under the apartment building, the owner of the drugstore laughed and shook his head. Young man, where does anyone sell silver needles nowadays? Who needs this stuff except Chinese medicine practitioners? May I ask where it is sold? Yi Chen asked. The owner of the pharmacy thought for a moment and showed Yi Chen a clear path. The Sacred Hand Church should have it. Here. From here towards the city center. The biggest street is it. Thanks a lot. You're welcome. When the pharmacy owner raised his head again, Yi Chen had already disappeared. Yi Chen arrived in front of the Hall of Sacred Hands as fast as he could. The ancient doorway with its ornate carvings. A few apprentices at the door were packing up and about to close. Yi Chen walked into the Hall of Sacred Hands. A middle-aged man greeted him with a smile. Young man, grabbing medicine or seeing a doctor? Yi Chen shook his head. I want to buy a set of silver needles. Buy silver needles? The middle-aged man froze. It was hard to believe that this young man could also be a healer. Couldn't resist a word of caution. Boy, don't read something on the internet and think you know how to heal. I'll take care of myself. Okay. The middle-aged man didn't talk nonsense, and directly took out a set of silver needles. This set is the most common silver needles. A total of $200. Thanks. Yi Chen nodded and was just about to pay. It just occurred to me that I had just been resurrected and had no cash in hand at all. With a thought, he took out the 300-year-old blood ginseng from within the chaos space and handed it to the middle-aged man. I don't have any cash in hand, so I'll use this 300-year-old blood ginseng to cover my debt. The middle-aged man froze before he could speak. Put. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen, I've been watching you for half a day. Are you trying to laugh me to death? Suddenly, a piercing laughter came from the ears. Looking back, a demurely dressed woman walked in on the arm of a man in a suit. Luli, Yi Chen's high school classmate, once chased him backwards and was rejected by him. I never thought I'd run into you here. Lily, who is this? The man in the suit asked. Sun Jian, Luli's boyfriend. Luli scornfully swept a glance at Yi Chen. This is the general son of the Yi family I told you about. I don't know what happened, but 5 years ago a family was suddenly exterminated. Snap dash. A crunch. Sun Jian turned around in surprise, only to see that Luli was already lying outside the main door of the Sacred Hand Church, her face swollen into a pig's head. Kid, how dare you hit? Bang! Yi Chen kicked Sun Jian out, and he fell like a dead dog next to Luli, a face twisted up in pain. This is the first and last time. Yi Chen's voice was ice cold. If it wasn't for the fear that killing in public would delay saving Mu Xueqing, these two would already be 2 corpses. Turning back, he swept a glance at the middle-aged man from the Hall of Sacred Hands, his tone icy. How much? Gollum. Don't want money. I'll give it to you. The middle-aged man gulped. Yi Chen frowned, leaving behind the 300-year-old blood ginseng. He quickly left. Luli slowed down for a long time before she climbed up, blaring viciously at the direction Yi Chen left. Yi Chen, you wait for me. You deserve to die for your whole family. I absolutely can't spare you. Pulling out his cell phone. Hey cousin, I'm letting someone bully me. The two left in a state of disarray. Just as the front foot left, an old man in a tang suit walked in surrounded by a group of people. The middle-aged man rushed forward to greet him. Elder Wang. What brings you here? Elder Wang's full name is Wang Henian, a famous old Chinese doctor in Zhonghai. The Sacred Hand Hall is Wang Henian's property, but it has not been in charge for many years. Nowadays, Wang Henian, at best, walks around in the upper circles of Zhonghai, for some dignitaries to adjust their bodies, and seldom shows his face. I couldn't sleep after dinner so I came over to check it out. I still miss the time when I was sitting in the clinic. Wang Henian smiled, an amiable face. Suddenly, his eyes went wide and he stared dead at something on the counter. A gasp of surprise. A 300-year-old blood ginseng. Whoosh! Wang Henian excitedly rushed over and grabbed the 300-year-old blood ginseng left behind by Yi Chen, trembling with excitement. I have been looking for this item. After squatting at Sotheby's and Christie's auctions for years, I haven't seen a single plant. Where did you get this plant? It's at least 300 years old. If we take it to the auction, it can at least fetch more than $100 million. The middle-aged man was confused. Could this really be a 300-year-old blood ginseng? Lean. That young man traded $100 million worth of stuff for a $200 set of silver needles? Meanwhile, Yi Chen had returned to the apartment floor. Suddenly, he didn't feel quite right. There were many powerful auras in the shadows. Oh no! Yukari! Yi Chen rushed to the entrance of Mu Xueqing's rented apartment as fast as he could. A figure quickly rushed over. Yi Chen was about to strike. Instead, the other man broke into an excited smile and jumped into his arms, wrapping his arms around his neck in a death grip. A pair of long and slender to flawless legs were wrapped dead center around Yi Chen's waist. Junior brother, it's nice to finally meet you. Mua. A mouthful of hard kisses on Yi Chen's face. Chapter 17 to 10th Sister? Grand Princess Aisha. The blonde woman wrapped her arms around Yi Chen at the same time. Shanghai. Deep within an ancient mansion, a middle-aged man walked in and knelt on one knee. This kid has been missing for 5 years, and the first place he appeared was the mass grave on the outskirts of Shanghai. Then, he immediately went to the Lang family's wedding site and killed 4 members of the Lang Qingqiu family. Almost half an hour later, Tojo Yuji was brutally murdered inside the island embassy. The island patriarch Furukawa Otsuka was also decapitated and killed. Later that night, this kid was suspected to be at the Oshima International Airport. Look at this photo. The man handed over a blurry photo. The man in the photo, standing on top of a civilian airliner, looks like death in the night. That night, Ye Feng died at the Venice Casino in Ao Island, and everyone over there was gagged by the king of gamblers, not daring to say a word. Yesterday at noon, this kid appeared in Dragon Capital again, first making a trip to the Shao family. Then, he made a big mess at the Yi family's Ye Feng's funeral site, completely severing his relationship with the Yi family, causing the Dragon Capital to shake. Yesterday afternoon, this kid went back to Shanghai. It seems that he went to the mass grave again. Subsequently, Tang Fengwolf of Dragon Soul brought people to blockade the mass grave. What exactly happened is not known for the time being. This is all the whereabouts of this kid after he disappeared for 5 years. The man finished in one breath. Kneeling respectfully, he waited in silence. A few moments later, a voice rang out from behind the wooden screen. It's a bit interesting, this kid is in such a hurry. It seems that he really wants to find out the whereabouts of his parents. Your Majesty, the voice of the man kneeling on the ground sunk slightly. This son was an ordinary person 5 years ago, and he definitely doesn't know any martial power. Why is it that only a mere 5 years have passed and he possesses the power to kill a Zhongsher-level martial artist? What exactly has this brat gone through? Perhaps, Yi Lingyun really hid something? It's in this son's hands? A cold voice rang out from behind the wooden screen. We'll have to ask him then. Have the Black Tiger Guards go over and bring the boy back. Hiss. Do we need to use the Black Tiger Guards? The man kneeling on the ground raised his head violently, his eyes contracting fiercely as he sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Who are you? Yi Chen was confused, looking at the blonde white beauty hanging over him. His brain buzzed. My name is Aisha, and I'm the Grand Princess of the Ross Consortium, ranked 10th among your many senior sisters. You can call me 10th senior sister. 10 senior sisters? Yi Chen came to a sudden realization. Before he was resurrected, the 10 Yama masters seemed to have mentioned a word about it. He himself had 10 senior sisters who entered the 18 layers of hell after death just like him, and all of them were resurrected in the end. Aisha was still hanging on to Yi Chen, her eyes full of smiles. Junior brother has finally met you. Let senior sister take a good look. Deep and romantic eyes, and this straight nose, and wow, those ears are so cute. Mua, mua, mua. Aisha kissed Yi Chen hard a few more times. Yi Chen was, after all, a man of blood and vigor. Aisha was white as an angel, her skin glowing, hanging onto him like an octopus. It's too much for any man to handle. Yi Chen had a physical reaction. Little master, you're on top of me. Aisha's pretty face reddened all of a sudden. Yi Chen was a little embarrassed. 10th senior sister, you come down first. Aisha reluctantly got off of Yi Chen. Yet, she still looked like a little woman, holding his arm. Junior brother, come with me to M country. I'll build you the biggest castle in the world, buy you all kinds of luxury cars, airplanes, yachts. I'll give you anything you want. Yi Chen shook his head. 10th senior sister, the greatest purpose of my resurrection is besides finding out the real culprits who exterminated my Yi family's entire clan, and trying to find out what happened to my parents. Now that the real culprits are still at large, and there's no news of my parents, I'm afraid there's no way to go to M. Disappointed, Isa pulled Yi Chen's hand. If you don't go to M, then I'll stay in Dragon Country and accompany you every day. A sentence just finished. Dash. At that moment, Aisha's cell phone rang. Hey, what's up? An excited voice came from the other end of the phone. My honorable Grand Princess, why aren't you back yet? Wall Street is in a mess right now. Some people say you went on a visit to Adu, and as a result a large amount of investment money flowed into Adu in less than 10 minutes. Another person said that they saw you in Shanghai in the Dragon Kingdom, and now there are already several large consortiums holding board meetings, preparing to go to Shanghai in the Dragon Kingdom to invest at the first opportunity. My great princess, Don't you know that the financial center of the world is wherever you are? Please come back. Those clans are going crazy. Boring. Aisha hangs up the phone. Ye Chen smiled. 10th senior sister. It seems that your family needs you. No. I just want to stay by little master's side. Aisha shook her head decisively. The arm around Ye Chen's shoulders tightened. Ye Chen was a bit helpless. Was he so charming? 10th senior sister. Everyone has their own responsibilities. Since you are the grand princess of the Ross family, you have to bear the responsibility of the family. Ye Chen said seriously. But, alright, when I'm done with the matters at hand, I'll definitely go to M country to see eldest sister. Ye Chen revealed a smile. Aisha's eyes reddened, and she kissed the corner of Ye Chen's mouth with great reluctance. Don't lie to me. You must come. I'll give you my affiliated gold card that can be used by any bank in the world. My little man. Feel free to spend it. Aisha left a big smile and reluctantly left. Ye Chen sat in the sofa and looked at the black card in his hand. Exquisitely crafted and diamond encrusted. It is engraved in gold with the totems of 5 of the world's leading consortiums. The masters are really something. The grand princess of the world's top consortium is actually my 10th senior sister? Think for a moment. Include the black card in the chaos space. Walking into Mu Xueqing's room. Mu Xueqing was still in a coma. Ye Chen undid Mu Xueqing's clothes and stabbed the silver needle towards several acupuncture points. Half an hour later, looking at the sleeping Mu Xueqing, the soul has stabilized. As long as it can wake up in the morning it should be fine. Ye Chen retrieved the silver needle and worried about another change at night. Moved a chair to sit by the bed. Think for a moment. Pulling out his cell phone, he made a call out. Uncle Lin, do me a favor. Lin Longhai's voice on the other end of the phone sank. Don't worry. I guarantee that everything will be restored to its original state by tomorrow morning. Early the next morning. Ah, Ye Chen, don't come over. Run, run. Mu Xueqing woke up from her dream and sat up violently from the bed. Ye Chen opened his eyes. You're awake? Going forward. He grabbed her wrist and carefully took her pulse. Alright, chi and blood are stable. The soul has returned to its place. It's already fine. You, Ye Chen? Oh, it's great that you're okay. Mu Xueqing froze, and as soon as she jumped into Ye Chen's arms, she sobbed. What are those islanders? They didn't hurt you, did they? Wasn't I in a mass grave? How come I'm home? Ye Chen deliberately showed a puzzled look. Reaching out his hand, he touched Mu Xueqing's forehead. Is it still not good? What do you mean? Mu Xueqing froze. Ye Chen explained. There was a gas leak in the house. Luckily the next door neighbor found you unconscious and called the police. You slept for a day and a night before you woke up. What islanders? What mass graves? You're hallucinating, aren't you? Hallucinations? Mu Xueqing froze and wiped away her tears. Rushing to his feet, he rushed to the living room to take a look. Everything has long since been restored to its original state. Even the gate that was shattered by Tinglong's Qin Guofeng's gate and the walls that were blown up were restored to their original state by Lin Longhai having someone restore them overnight. Phew, looks like it really is my gas poisoning. Mu Xueqing covered her forehead. Looking down, he realized that he was actually wearing pajamas. Totally vacuumed up. Raise your hands and feet as if they were hidden. Ah, my clothes. You changed me? Don't worry. It's the nurse from the hospital who came back to help you change. And the person has left now. Ye Chen explained. Only then did Mu Xueqing let out a sigh of relief, and then looked at Ye Chen vigilantly. You didn't take advantage of people's danger and secretly do anything strange to me, did you? Ye Chen spread his hands, revealing a bad smile. What should be done and what shouldn't be done have been done. I have to say, Big Beautiful Mu has a really good body. Why don't we do it again? Chapter 18, Grandmaster? One move to kill. Get out. Mu Xueqing threw over a pillow. 10 minutes later, Mu Xueqing changed into an outfit. Without makeup, the veiled face gives the impression of blown-out skin. Let's go. Let's go out for dinner. Mu Xueqing walked over with a big grin, pulling Ye Chen up from the sofa with one hand, as if he had forgotten everything that had just happened. Ye Chen froze. Didn't you buy food? Going out to eat? Mu Xueqing lightly hummed. The gas in the house is leaking. Cooking in too dangerous. Until it's completely fixed. Don't cook at home first. A smile appeared at the corner of Ye Chen's mouth. This niece was also too cautious. Let's go. Are you still a man? I'm treating you, but you don't have to pay for it. After all, he couldn't resist Mu Xueqing's soft persuasion and was pulled towards the outside of the apartment. Just a few hundred meters after leaving the apartment, Ye Chen felt that someone was secretly following. Suddenly, he found an excuse. Xueqing, my stomach suddenly hurts a bit. I'm going to the restroom. Mu Xueqing gave Ye Chen a suspicious look. Really? That's fine. That spot is just around the corner of the street in front. I'll go and order first. Come find me when you're done. Okay. Yi Chen pressed his stomach and ran towards the alley next to him. Mu Xueqing sighed, her jade hand holding her forehead. Is that all men know how to? And she doesn't know it. The moment Yi Chen walked into the alley, his face instantly turned cold. Just walked a dozen meters and stopped. All out. A footstep appeared at the mouth of the alley. Luli and Sun Jian came over with bandages wrapped around their bodies, their faces full of anger, followed by a brawny man with a dozen or so yellow-haired punks behind him. Yi Chen's voice was ice cold. It has nothing to do with you. Get lost. Otherwise, die. Luli was full of resentment. Yi Chen, you actually dared to hit me? You know that my nose has just had a medical beauty treatment for less than half a month. One slap and you're crooked. If I don't break both of your legs today, I won't be Lu. Cousin, it's this kid. Waste him for me. The brawny man had a tugging look on his face. Guys, break his 3 legs for me. A dozen or so yellow hairs rushed forward, but they didn't even have the qualifications to touch Yi Chen, and all of them died with their brains bursting out. Murdered. Luli and Sun Jian instantly paled. They only wanted to teach Yi Chen a lesson. They didn't think it would lead to a dozen lives. What are you afraid of? It's just a few deaths. Who doesn't have a few lives in their hands as a martial artist? Kid, it's your bad luck to meet me. Morning Biao. The brawny man zigzagged out, took 3 steps, planted a foot on top of the alley wall, and leapt his entire body high into the air. Crows and airplanes. A sweeping kick came towards Yi Chen's head. Bang! A muffled sound. The brawny man flew backwards with a miserable cry. One leg twisted in an extremely horrifying arc. His head smashed on the ground, his brain bursting out. Straight up dead. Cousin. Luli was completely stunned. The aside Sun Jian was scared and kept backing up. Big brother. This has nothing to do with me. I'll blame Luli this to find you trouble. Have you seen enough? Come on out. I have to go to dinner later. Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Luli and Sun Jian turned pale and looked at each other. The words, obviously, were not addressed to them. Is there someone else? Ha 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 ha. Kid, alert enough, but you shouldn't have a chance to eat today. Not in this lifetime. A playful laugh rang out. A middle-aged man with a ducktail hat that covered half of his face appeared at the entrance of the alley. In the next second, 2 other figures, each appeared on top of the high walls on both sides of the alley, obviously preventing Yi Chen from escaping. Yi Chen swept a glance at the 3. Who told you to come? A dead man has no need to know that. The duck-tongued man smiled playfully. With a stomp of his foot, a faint air current surged, and the entire person came at him like a speeding train. In an instant, he appeared in front of Yi Chen's eyes and blasted out with a punch. Ow ho! Tigers and dragons! The duck-tongued man's fist even vaguely surfaced a layer of white airflow condensed into the white shadow of a tiger's head. It was about to land on Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen casually grabbed the duck-tongued man's wrist and violently yanked it. Zira! Ah! A heartbreaking scream. The duck-tongued man's arm actually separated directly from his body. Fresh blood came out like spring water. My god! Luli sat directly on her butt. Sun Jian wanted to run, but his legs felt like lead. Can't walk at all. Next, Yi Chen backhanded the duck-tongued man's throat and lifted him up in the air. I'll ask you again. Who told you to come? Kid, let go of him. The men on either side of the alley rushed up in shock and anger at the sight. A choking sensation came over the duck-tongued man as he frantically tried to break free. Yi Chen raised his hand and threw the duck-tongued man out, and after hitting one of them, both of them flew out at the same time, smashing hard against the wall of the alley. Bang! A loud bang. A huge hole was smashed in the poured cement wall. The 2 men were lying in the broken bricks, their bones and tendons broken, and it looked as if they would not survive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wasn't it said to kill an ordinary grandmaster? Why is it so terrifying? Misinformation. Harming people. The last man thought with a horrified face. What was even more terrifying was that Yi Chen had turned around and was walking towards him like a god of death. Who sent you here? Islander? The Long Du Yi family? Or the king of gamblers, Chow Yun Fat? The man was scared out of his wits. How did you kid mess with so many people? Now that you've taken the job, be professional. The man shook his head and glanced at his 2 companions who were no longer alive. Yi Chen put his hands behind his back and sighed. It seems like you're not going to say anything. In that case, you go to hell too. Die, ha 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 ha. The man laughed. No one can stop a grandmaster if he wants to leave. With a stomp of his foot, he rose up in the air like a crane spreading its wings, and was about to fly out of the alley. Yi Chen kicked a brick on the ground and flew out like a bullet. Put! The man fell from a great height and was completely silent. Yi Chen turned around, his death-like gaze landing on Luli and Sun Jim. I've given you guys a chance. Nah, don't know how to cherish it. Poof, poof. A brick flew out, instantly blowing out Luli's head and slamming into the wall behind her. It rebounded back, missing the back of Lu Jian's head and going through the front of his face. Without looking back, Yi Chen left the alley. Chapter 19. 5 years ago, I died. After leaving the alley, Yi Chen acted as if nothing had happened. Walking to the end of the street, Mu Xueqing was already waiting at the curb and immediately ran over to hold Yi Chen's arm when she saw him appear. Are you constipated? It's been so long. Yi Chen smiled. A little. It's fine. I ordered lighter dishes. I should be able to eat them. Mu Xueqing pulled him and sat by the window of the small restaurant. Looking at the table full of food, Yi Chen was indeed hungry. Since the resurrection, he hadn't had a bite to eat or a sip of water to drink. Grabbing his bowl and chopsticks, he drained 2 large bowls of rice in one gulp. But, look at how hungry you are. Eat slower, no one will grab with you. Boss, 2 more bowls of rice. Mu Xueqing snorted a smile. Her hands propped up her chin and looked at Yi Chen favorably. The owner came over with 2 more bowls of rice, with a bad smile on his face. Looking for a boyfriend, big sister? Mu Xueqing's face was like a red apple all of a sudden. Boss, don't talk nonsense. The boss hemmed and hawed. I've also opened this restaurant for more than 10 years, and I've always been very accurate in reading people. You've been eating at my place for more than a year as well, and you've always come alone. Brought in a handsome guy out of the blue today. Ha! Why does this young man look so familiar to me? Phew! Isn't that the picture you always look at in your cell phone? Congrats! There's love in the air. Mu Xueqing jumped up in a flash. Receiving 2 bowls of rice from the restaurant owner, he pushed the owner away. Go go go. Guests! The boss left unhappy, muttering under his breath. Did I see it wrong? It can't be. Last month I saw you holding your cell phone and looking at that picture, saying something about where you were after 5 years. In fact, she had really searched for Yi Chen for 5 years since he disappeared. 5 whole years. When the Yi family's extermination hit the news, she rushed to the scene first, ignoring the staff to look at everybody like crazy. Only after determining that there was no body of Yi Chen did she sit down on the ground as if she was deflated, and was also taken back by the staff to make a statement on the grounds of obstruction of law enforcement. Yi Chen stopped and looked at Mu Xueqing with a strange expression. You don't have a crush on me, do you? Mu Xueqing's head got big and she swore to the heavens. No, the boss is talking nonsense. Yi Chen smiled. It's okay to have a crush on me. I'm single anyway. We can try. Try your ass off. Eat. Mu Xueqing raised her chopsticks and knocked Yi Chen on the head. At this time there was a stir outside the hotel. A Maybach parked and several Mercedes-Benz SUVs parked in front of the door, from which came down an old man in a Tang suit, as well as a woman in a Chanel suit, stepping on high-heeled shoes. Ms. Shen, why is she here? Mu Xueqing glanced at it and was instantly surprised. And this old man next to him, how come he looks so much like the president of the Chinese Medicine Association of Shanghai? Elder Wang Henian Wang? A crowded crowd. Wang Hernian and Xin Xiong walked into the small restaurant. The customers of the restaurant were shocked, and without eating, they all put down their dishes and looked over. The restaurant owner hurriedly walked up. Several bosses. I'm a small business. I'm afraid I don't have anything to suit your appetites. 2 kilometers ahead is the Shanghai restaurant, where the food is to your liking. Wang Henian revealed a friendly smile. Boss, we're here to find someone. We didn't mean to disturb your business. Tell you what, we'll cover all of your restaurant's turnover today. Ha! The diner owner froze. Wang Henian stopped explaining and swept his eyes around the not-so-large restaurant, instantly locking onto Yi Chen and Mu Xueqing's table. Quickly walking up to the two, he looked at Yi Chen excitedly. This little brother is the one who took out the 300-year-old blood ginseng in the sacred hand hall last night? Ha! What 300-year-old blood ginseng? Mu Xueqing was stunned. Yi Chen frowned. You guys recognized the wrong person, didn't you? Wang Hernian thought that Yi Chen was wary, and immediately revealed a smile to explain. Don't get me wrong, little brother. My name is Wang Hernian, and I don't have any malicious intent. This blood ginseng is too precious and extremely valuable. If the elders in the family know about it, they might blame little brother. There's 100 million renminbi in this card. It's considered that I've bought little brother's blood ginseng. If there are any other herbs for sale in the future, little brother can contact me at any time. Said, hand up a bank card, a business card. 100 million? Mu Xueqing covered her mouth. Her monthly salary was only 8,000 or so. How long would $100 million have to be saved? The restaurant exploded. Was this a TV show? If it wasn't for the fact that Wang Hernian really drove a Maybach, everyone would definitely think that the old man was crazy. Yi Chen nodded. Alright, I'll take my card. You guys can go. Wang Hernian didn't expect Yi Chen to be so unsympathetic, and after giving him a deep look, he silently led the people away. Before he left, he had his men throw $50,000 in cash to his boss. After getting on the bus, Shen Xiong, who had been standing at the entrance of the restaurant the entire time and hadn't even entered, spoke up. Elder Wang. Although a 300-year-old blood ginseng is precious, it's not so much of a problem that it would cause you to make such a fuss, right? Wang Henian was sitting steadily, which still had the appearance of the humble little old man just now. You're still young and don't understand the doorway here. This person looks to be in his early 20s, and he can actually hold a 300-year-old blood ginseng. Do you think his status will be average? What do you mean? Shen Xiong froze. Wang Henian said, other than the sons of those medical families, who can take out a 300-year-old blood ginseng with their hands? As long as the attitude and money are there, he'll come back to you in the future when he wants to sell something. The small restaurant was in an uproar, and there were constantly gazes towards Yi Chen and Mu Xueqing. The two were wide-eyed. Did you really give that 300-year-old blood ginseng to Elder Wang? Yeah. Is there really $100 million in this card? I suppose. Mu Xueqing lowered her head and glanced at the bank card on the table. Yi Chen, let's return this card to Elder Wang. Yi Chen was puzzled. Why? Mu Xueqing's expression was a bit strange, as if she didn't recognize Yi Chen, and she was silent for a moment before asking gruffly, Yi Chen, where exactly did you go in these 5 years of disappearance? And where did the 300-year-old blood ginseng come from? What if all this puts you in danger again? This ninny was actually worried about herself. Yi Chen smiled proudly. Don't worry, I am no longer the Yi Chen from 5 years ago. This time, no one will be able to hurt me. Then for the 5 years that you disappeared, where exactly did you go? Mu Xueqing was filled with doubts. Yi Chen smiled. You really want to know? Yes. Mu Xueqing nodded her head. Yi Chen didn't hide it and said directly, 5 years ago, I actually didn't disappear. I died. In the Lang Qingqiu family, Chapter 20, Black and White Irregulars. Seeing the young lord of the house. Ha! Mu Xueqing covered her small mouth in shock. Yi Chen's eyes sank slightly as he continued to explain. On a rainy night 5 years ago, more than 100 island assassins stormed into the Yi family and killed people indiscriminately when they saw them. I rushed out of the Yi family in the chaos under the cover of a few servants, because at the time, Lang Qingqiu and I had a marriage contract. In the first place, I thought the safest place would be the Lang family. Who would have thought that Lang Qingqiu had already colluded with the islanders? Another group of islanders had already guarded the Lang family. I drank a cup of coffee from Lang Qingqiu and went directly unconscious. And when I woke up again my soul had already descended to the 18 layers of hell. That's when I realized that I died in Lang Qingqiu's house, and that my organs were ripped out. The body was also thrown into a mass grave to be buried. I bonded with the 10 temples of hell and the 18 layers of hell and worshipped them as my teacher, which is why I was able to return resurrected, crawling out of the grave. Yi Chen finished in one breath. Mu Xueqing asked, so, you're a living dead person now? Yi Chen nodded. Pretty much. Mu Xueqing rolled her eyes. Then I'm still the reincarnation of Goddess of Mercy, specifically here to suppress you. The Monkey King. Forget it if you don't want to talk about it. I'm not going to force you. Just wait until you want to talk about it later. Okay. Yi Chen revealed a smile. Dash. At this time, Mu Xueqing's cell phone suddenly rang. She pressed the answer button and before she could speak there was a rush of voices from across the room. Xueqing, big trouble. Your mom was hit by a car while selling vegetables in the morning, and now she has been sent to the city hospital. The doctor said the hemorrhage. The person has gone into shock. Come back and check it out. If it's any later the person might not make it. Come back and see your mom one last time. Mom! Mu Xueqing's eyes instantly turned red as she rushed out of the restaurant like crazy. Yi Chen quickly chased out. Mu Xueqing rushed down to the apartment building, got into the cab of the BYD she bought, and drove towards the highway in the direction of Jiangnan. Frantic calls to my mother's phone on the way kept showing no answer. Mom! Don't! Ooh! Mu Xueqing was devastated. Yi Chen sat in the co-pilot and comforted. Don't be anxious, Auntie must be lucky. She will be fine. Yi Chen had one more thing left to say. Even if something's wrong, he can bring back the dead. Yeah, my mom will be fine. Tears continued to pour out of Mu Xueqing as she held the steering wheel in a death grip, muttering under his breath. My dad died when I was a kid. My mom has been selling vegetables to pay for my education, and I got good grades in junior high school, and I was accepted by the top high school in Shanghai with honors. All these years I've been studying in Shanghai, and my mom has been growing and selling vegetables in the countryside of Jiangnan. I've been working and studying hard since college, and I've managed to save up a few $100,000, so I'll soon have enough for a down payment on a house, and I'm ready to pick up my mom and bring her to Shanghai to enjoy the blessings of the world. If something happens to my mom, I won't live. Mu Xueqing stepped on the gas to the limit. It was already 2 hours later when he arrived at the Jiangnan City Hospital. Yukari, what took you so long? Just as we reached the hospital entrance, a rural woman rushed over to us. Aunt May, how's my mom doing? Aunt May glanced at Mu Xueqing and shook her head with desire to speak. When we found your mother, she was covered in blood, and had already been sent to the operating room to be resuscitated for 2 hours, and the doctor said there was not much hope. Mom! Mu Xueqing anxiously rushed into the hospital and rushed to the front of the operating room in one breath. Just in time, the door to the operating room opens and a couple of attending doctors walk out. Doctor, how's my mom? The doctors looked at each other and shook their heads. Are you the daughter of the injured? The injured person was brought in with massive internal bleeding. We've done all we can. Please feel sorry for her. What? Mu Xueqing was struck by lightning and her body went limp. If it wasn't for Ye Chen holding her in his arms, I'm afraid that she would have collapsed on the ground on the spot. Mom! My mom isn't dead. She must not be. Unable to accept this, Mu Xueqing trembled as she rushed towards the operating room. A few doctors stopped her. The operating room is an important place. Can you enter just because you want to? If you want to see your mom's body, go to the funeral parlor. Mu Xueqing looked desperate. I can't even see my mom one last time? If you want to meet me at the funeral home. Hospital rules are that the patient's family can't go into the operating room. What about the patients in the back if you bring in germs? The doctor shook his head icily. At this point, a dozen men with fierce faces rushed over, swept Ye Chen and Mu Xueqing and the rest of them, and directly rushed towards the operating room. Several doctors saw this and did not stop it. Let them head toward the operating room. Ye Chen frowned. Who are they? Why can they enter the operating room and we can't? A doctor with gold-rimmed glasses sneered. They're undertakers, hauling bodies for cremation. Of course they can get in. Ye Chen's face sank slightly. Killing and destroying the body? This thing is definitely not that simple. Don't cremate my mom. Mu Xueqing excitedly rushed over and blocked the door to the operating room. The undertaker froze. The black-faced man in the lead looked at Mu Xueqing icily. I advise you to better get out of the way. Don't make trouble out of nothing. Mu Xueqing said angrily. I didn't contact the funeral parlor. Who told you guys to come? You guys leave right now, or I'll call the police. The black-faced man was a little scandalized when he heard the word alarm. Giving a wink to his men, the two strong men directly pounced towards Mu Xueqing. Ye Chen took a step in front of Mu Xueqing, grabbing the arms of the two and folding them with force. Ka-chow! The arms of the two burly men broke on the spot, the bones penetrating through the muscles to reveal themselves, and they lay on the ground screaming miserably. You! The black-faced man's face changed drastically. Kid, you dare to hurt someone? Ye Chen directly rushed into the crowd at the funeral parlor, kicking one by one all of them to the ground. Say, who gave you the guts to come to the hospital to snatch a corpse? The black-faced man broke a leg and cried out in pain. Lu Xiao. It's Lu Xiao from Jiangchang Real Estate. He gave me $100,000 and told me to make sure to take that woman's body away for cremation. I really don't know about the rest. Aunt May exclaimed. Xueqing, it was that Lu Xiao who hit Sueju with his car. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. Things really aren't that simple. He looked towards Mu Xueqing, who was crouching on the ground, her hands clasping her knees. Xueqing, I'll go take a look. Maybe your mom can still be saved. A couple of doctors were secretly amused, looking at each other. How can people still be saved when they've been dead for over an hour? Auntie May, help take care of Xueqing. Ye Chen directly pushed open the door to the operating room and walked straight in. The moment I stepped into the operating room, a gust of wind hit my face. A black and white figure stood in front of the operating table. One man had a grave marker in his hand, and one man had a chain in his hand. Black and white is impermanent. The moment he saw the black and white irregulars, Ye Chen didn't have any surprise. The black and white irregulars, however, took a step forward and knelt down on one knee. Black and white irregulars. See young prefect. Long live Lord Xiaofajan. Chapter 21. Frustrate their bones, raise their ashes, and destroy their clans. Ye Chen frowned. She's dead? Black Impermanence nodded. Back to young prefect. Xia Tsueju died an hour ago at the age of 49. Because the spirit still has an obsession, it is slow to leave. Ye Chen looked toward the operating table. Only Xia Tsueju's soul was seen circling aimlessly around the operating table. Let her soul return to the sun. Xiao Fukuan, you must not. The black and white impermanence face changed greatly, and he quickly said, Xia Tsueju's lifespan has already expired, and if she returns to the sun, it will be against the heavenly way of reincarnation. Besides, we can't fulfill our obligations to the hell side. Ye Chen sneered. Fine. I'll go to the hell to meet my masters now and let them tell you. Don't. Black Impermanence's face went white with fear. White Impermanence's face darkened with fear. The two of them squeezed out a smile that was even worse than crying. Young prefect, where is the need to alarm the 10 great monarchs of hell for this matter? When you say return to the sun, you return to the sun. The 10 kings of hell had a hard time sending Ye Chen away. If Ye Chen returned to hell because of this incident, Must be a headache. Yi Chen nodded. That's more like it. White Impermanence suddenly spoke up. By the way, young prefect, an hour ago, Xia Cuiju was sent to the operating room. Those 4 doctors then came in, but they didn't perform any resuscitation activities. Instead they watched Xia Cuiju's death. The patient is still alive. Doctor, get in here. Yi Chen's voice came out. The 4 doctors froze. How is it possible to be alive? Isn't it already dead? Let's go in first and have a look around. In case we're really alive. This is medical malpractice and our future is gone. As soon as the 4 of them agreed, they pushed open the door to the operating room and walked in. The moment I stepped into the operating room, a cloudy wind hit his face, and 2 figures, one black and one white, stood in front of him, floating in mid-air. Ghost! The 4 doctors were so scared that they almost peed their pants and turned to run. Unfortunately, the door to the operating room looked like it had been welded shut and couldn't be opened no matter what. Yi Chen looked at the 4 indifferently. Who told you not to rescue the injured and watch her die? The 4 men pissed themselves on the spot. It's young Lu from the Jiangcheng Real Estate Group. He gave us $200,000 each to pretend to operate and just watch Xia Cuiju die. Ghostbusters, Lord, don't hook our souls. I have an 80-year-old mother on top and a 20-year-old petite wife below. Ooh, I just turned attending. I have a bright future ahead of me. I don't want to die. The 4 doctors were on their knees, crying in pain. Yi Chen icily spat out. Die? It's too cheap for you guys. Hook away one of their souls and make them a cutie for the rest of their lives. When their yang life is over, hit the road. Yes. The black and white irregulars stepped forward, and the soul-beating whip in their hands fiercely lashed up. Half an hour later, the door to the operating room opens. Yi Chen pushed Xia Cuiju and walked out of the operating room. Mom! Mu Xueqing jumped into Xia Cuiju's arms and bawled. Mom, what the hell is going on? The doctor clearly said you were hopeless. Xia Cuiju shook her head. Mom doesn't know. I just feel like I slept for a while, and when I woke up again this young man was right in front of me. Mu Xueqing wiped a handful of tears. Yi Chen? What's going on? How do you know my mom isn't dead? Yi Chen smiled slightly. I've studied some medical techniques in the 5 years I've been missing. It's easy for a person to faint into a state of pseudo-death after a car accident. I guess that auntie might have faked her death. So I went to try, and I didn't expect to actually save her life. Mu Xueqing was filled with gratitude. Yi Chen, thank you. It's okay. I have you to thank for taking me in. Otherwise I wouldn't have a place to stay. Yi Chen smiled and shook his head. The conversation turned. By the way, the doctor said auntie is fine and can go home. Really? Mu Xueqing was full of doubts. Being hit by a car and bleeding profusely. How could one get well so quickly? What about the doctors? Oh, they're too tired to rest in the operating room. Yi Chen casually explained and reminded. Hurry up. Auntie is also tired. Send her home first. A few people left quickly. Inside the operating room, several doctors sat on the floor, their eyes blank. Twinkle, twinkle, shine. Hey. Fun. After leaving the hospital, Mu Xueqing hailed a cab. Yi Chen, however, looked as if he thought of something. Xueqing, you guys go back first. The hospital surgery fee hasn't been paid yet. I'll go back and pay the bill first. It was then that Mu Xueqing responded. I'll go pay. No. Why don't you take auntie home first? She's just out of surgery and is weak and needs you to take care of her. This is my bank card. The password is. Mu Xueqing hurriedly stuffed over a bank card, paused when she said the password, and looked at Yi Chen with some embarrassment. The password is 011016. Yi Chen froze. Isn't it your own birthday? No, I have money on my card. Forget I just made $1 billion? Okay. Mu Xueqing retrieved her bank card with a red face, watching the cab go by in a blur. Yi Chen's face became incomparably cold. Jiangcheng Group? Lu Xiao? He. When I, Yi Chen, was resurrected, I swore that I wouldn't let anyone hurt the people I cared about anymore. As it happens, Xueqing is one of them. He who injures my family and friends, thwart his bones, raise his ashes, and destroy his clan. Jiangnan City Center. Jiangcheng Group. Inside a luxury clubhouse on the top floor of a skyscraper. Inside the Supreme Box, across from a pale-faced youth sat 2 one-bearded islanders. Lu sang, as long as you cooperate with us from the island country, in the future, Jiangcheng Group will definitely become the #1 real estate group in Jiangnan City and even in the Dragon Kingdom. An islander smiled. Lu Zirui nodded with a smile. Don't worry, Mr. Saito, the last obstacle to that land is gone. Oh, the 2 islanders looked over in confusion. Knock knock, come in. A middle-aged man pushed the door in and glanced at the 2 islanders somewhat hesitantly. Mr. Saito is one of our own. Lu Zirui lit a cigarette. That woman selling vegetables died? The middle-aged man nodded. Should be dead. The hospital side bought out 4 doctors. The funeral parlor side also let people go to grab the body. I'm afraid the body is cremated at this moment. Don't worry, it'll be done cleanly and without any trouble at all. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This is finally dead. Lu Ziruo cursed angrily. It's fine if you say their lives are cheap. Why do you still want to block my career? Who the hell would want to develop in that kind of countryside if it wasn't for that piece of land that could be used for vacation homes? Why don't those ES agree to demolish it? Is Lousy not paying them? Especially that Xia Tsueju actually said she wouldn't move out for any amount of money. I'll just run the over. Lu Zirue grumpily slapped the coffee table. Mr. Saito smiled and nodded. Lu Sang is right. Those pariahs deserve to die. Ha? And who is this? Lu Sang your friend? Lu Zirue looked up. Behind the middle-aged man, at an unknown time, there was an additional youth with an ice-cold face. Kai Hu. Who is he? One of your men? Chapter 22 I don't need a dog. Especially an island dog. Kai Hu looked back. I can't help but freeze. I haven't seen it before. Probably one of the ushers. In the wrong place. A wave of anger welled up in his heart. Who is your superior? Who let you in here? Get out of here. Cursing, he stepped forward and pointed his nose at the youth in the doorway. Bang! Yi Chen directly threw a punch, and Kai Hu's head exploded on the spot. Kai Hu! Lu Zirue's cold sweat instantly welled up as he stood up from the sofa. The two islanders on the side also had their pupils contracted fiercely for a moment as they watched in horror as Yi Chen walked into the box. Yi Chen said, Who is Jiangchang Real Estate's Lu Xiao? Lu Zirue forced himself to calm down and revealed a smile. This friend, I am Lu Zirue. I can apologize and make amends if I have offended you in any way. For as much as you want, I'll give you anything you ask for. Okay, I want your life. Yi Chen landed in front of Lu Zirue in one step, raised his hand to snap his neck, and casually threw it towards the floor-to-ceiling window. The floor-to-ceiling windows blew out. The whole thing, dry as a bone. Hiss! The two islanders sucked in a breath of cold air. This was the 48th floor. Who is this young man? This kind of ironic tactic is just horrible. What's worse, Yi Chen had already turned around and landed on the two with a sinking of his eyes. Islanders? Saito sensed the killing intent in Yi Chen's tone, and quickly said, Your Excellency, don't make a move yet. We have important information to tell Your Excellency. This matter concerns the safety and security of the Dragon Kingdom. Oh, Yi Chen looked over indifferently. Returning from resurrection, Yi Chen could ignore all legal rules, and yet, he couldn't watch the islanders jeopardize the Dragon Kingdom regardless. Saito didn't dare to hide. My name is Saito Takeshi. It's the agent of the Tojo family in Jiangnan of the Dragon Kingdom. I'm ostensibly doing business in the area of Jiangnan and Zhanghai, but in reality, I'm collecting intelligence on the Dragon Kingdom. At the same time, turn some of the families in Jiangnan and Zhanghai, laying the groundwork for the Dragon Chopper plan in the island nation later. Project Chopper? What a big mouth. Yi Chen sneered. You guys want to behead the dragon that is the Dragon Kingdom? Saito Takeshi replied in horror. Yes, but in my capacity as a mere agent of the district, there is no way to know the exact details. If Your Excellency is willing to keep me alive, Saito Takeshi is willing to saddle up and serve Your Excellency. You betray your country so easily? Yi Chen unhurriedly sat down on the sofa, casually opening a bottle of red wine. He took a light sip. Saito Takeshi let out a bitter smile. My lord, I've already revealed too many secrets, and I've told you all about the chopper plan. Even if I return to the island, I'll only die, and my family will be implicated. Why don't we just cast our lot in His Excellency's name and maybe there's a chance of survival? Yi Chen laughed. I don't need a dog. Especially an island dog. You? Saito Takeshi's old face was furious. A dog? That's so humiliating. He was, anyhow, the head of the Saito family. Yi Chen chortled coldly. Speak. What are the families that collude with the island nation? It's hard to escape death anyway. I'm not going to say anything. Saito Takeshi's eyes were cold. The island's Bushido spirit is no joke. I have a way of making you talk. Yi Chen smiled. Raising his hand, he shot out a few silver needles that didn't enter Saito Takeshi's body. One moment. Saito Takeshi frantically rolled over, his body feeling like billions of ants were devouring his flesh and blood. Ah! Kill me! Kojiro, kill me! Please, kill me! The islander on the side blushed furiously. Saito-sama, what happened to you? Yi Chen said indifferently. Ghost Gate 13 needles, those who are hit will be like falling into the 18 layers of hell. I said ah. Saito Takeshi frantically begged for mercy. The spirit of the samurai. It's all gone out the window. It turns out that there are things in this world that are scarier than death. Who the hell is this youth? In Saito Takeshi's agonized gaze, Yi Chen raised his hand and several silver needles left Saito Takeshi's body, suspended in thin air. Saito Takeshi told him everything and everything. This includes secretly colluding with many powerful families in Jiangnan under the guise of doing business. Another part of the martial arts community was united. Among them, there were also people from ancient martial arts families, and all these people actually agreed to collude with the island nation to sell their country for the sake of profit. Ancient martial arts families. Aren't they guarding the Dragon Kingdom? Yi Chen's face was a bit gloomy after hearing this. It's amazing how many dangers lurk beneath a peaceful society. Saito Takeshi was drenched in cold sweat. There's nothing that can't be sold as long as there's enough profit, including the country. These ancient martial arts clans that have existed for thousands of years, how many countries have perished and they've managed to stay in existence? It's not because of the sellout. Yi Chen raised his hand and slapped his hand, and Saito Takeshi flew straight out and fell to the ground from the 48th floor. Ah, another one fell. It's chaos downstairs. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the last islander. This islander is scared silly, devil. You are the devil. Ah, don't kill me. I will jump myself. A leap of faith. Suburb of Jiangnan City, Lu Family Village. The guests outside the Lu Family Ancestral Hall were like clouds, and there was an endless stream of luxury cars. Today was the 80th birthday of the Lu family's old man. Since 3 days ago, Lu's village has set up a stage to sing opera. Today it's even more of a variety of rich and famous, big shots, and guests from the martial arts world arriving. The Lau family has thrown away tens of millions of dollars and invited several Hong Kong and Macau superstars to perform in the show. Second master. Something big is wrong. A middle-aged man, sweating profusely, ran to Lu Chuanxiong and pulled him to the corner of the ancestral hall. Lu Chuanxiong frowned and opened his mouth with some displeasure. Didn't I explain, Li Zhong? Today is my father's 80th birthday. He retired to the second line for 10 years. And today there are big shots from Longdu and Zhonghai personally present to wish him a happy birthday. No matter what the board of directors has to say, don't bother me even if the company's sky is falling. By the way, why hasn't that asshole Lu Zirue come yet? He just knows that he's trying to prove himself with that stupid real estate company of his. The family doesn't need his money. Second master. Young master Zirue is gone. Li Zhong's voice trembled. Lu Chuanxiong froze. No more? What do you mean? Li Zhong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Young master Zirue fell from the 48th floor. And he is gone. Chapter 23, Yi-chan? How is he? What do you mean? My son is dead? Even if Lu Chuanxiong's city was deeper, he couldn't help but roar furiously when he heard that his son had fallen to his death from the 48th floor. The originally lively Lu family ancestral hall was quiet all of a sudden. Swish dash. All the guests looked over in shock. Second Master Lu's son is dead? Today is Old Master Lu's 80th birthday. It's obviously a big day. How did this happen? Mrs. Lu white hair to send black hair. How can this stand? Ah. In the crowd, an exquisitely dressed woman gloated a bit. Elder Wang. This is a good show. It was none other than Shin Xiong who had met Yi Chen together with Wang Henian. Shoo, don't talk nonsense. Watch out for trouble coming out of your mouth. Wang Henian blared at her. Shin Xiong swept around, spotting some of the guests looking over unsuspectingly. An icy look came into their eyes. Oh no. I don't think I'll get caught and use this for my article. The heart was in a state of regret. A few seconds later, an old man in a tang suit, surrounded by a group of people middle-aged men appeared. His voice not angry. Li Zhong, what's going on? Lu Chuanxiong snatched the first step to open his mouth. Dad, this matter I go to check. Today is your 80 big. Shut up and get on your knees. Old Master Lu directly interrupted him. Jiangnan City's all-powerful Lu Ershi, black and white should be afraid of 3 times, actually flopped down on the ground. His body cannot help but slightly trembling. Old Master Lu's majesty, still so terrifying after 10 years. Ah. The guests thought to themselves. Li Zhong also flopped to his knees and replied in a trembling voice. Old master, I don't know what's going on either. I only know that an hour ago, someone broke into the top floor of the Jiangcheng real estate headquarters. Young Master Zirui was supposed to be discussing business with a group of islanders. But 2 minutes later, young Master Zirui fell from the top of the 48th floor. Asshole. Elder Master Lu gave a low gulp. An hour has passed since the incident. The murderer wants to run now or on a plane to leave Jiangnan City. Yang Sihu, you now immediately go and block off all roads leaving Jiangnan, blocking off airports, highways, and national highways to post people on guard. No one is allowed to leave. Yes, Wang Beichang, go and investigate all the people who had dealings with Zirui in the last 3 months, including those few islanders. Yes, Su Ao, go and check all the surveillance in the vicinity of Jiangcheng Group within an hour. I don't believe that the murderer didn't leave any traces. Yes, the 3 thundered away, leaving quickly. Shin Xiong looked surprised. Yang Sihu and Su Ao have official positions. And old Master Lu can actually mobilize them? Wang Beicheng is from the Jiangnan martial arts world, right? To think that he also listens to Elder Lu? Wang Henian's aged eyes flashed with a touch of wisdom. 100-footed insect is still dead. Old Master Lu retired from Dragon Capital. Back then he controlled half of the Dragon Soul. If in ancient times he was the Minister of War. Even if old Master Lu retires, these people are all his disciples. So who do they listen to if not him? Xin Xiong suddenly realized. No wonder your old man traveled thousands of miles from Zhanghai to Jiangnan to celebrate his birthday. Immediately, a flash of doubt flashed through his eyes. The Lu family is so terrifying. Who on earth dared to kill Lu Ziroe? Wang Henian shook his head. We'll see when we wait. 15 minutes later, Yang Sihu returned and respectfully came to Old Master Lu. Old Master, the airport and highway have been blocked. Guarantee that no one will be able to leave Jiangnan until the murderer is found. Half an hour later, Wang Beicheng came back and walked over with a grave face. Old Master, Lu Xiao recently is out of something. Looking around at the guests, he looked like he wanted to say something. Say, Old Master Lu opened his eyes and an invisible majesty came over him. Wang Beicheng didn't dare to slack off. His voice sank. Everything else is normal. Except this morning, Lu Xiao drove his car and hit a person. This person is a village woman from a rural area below Jiangnan City. And there are some demolition issues between Jiangcheng Real Estate and her. When Lu Xiao went to discuss the demolition, he accidentally drove into her. The crowd had some strange expressions. Accidentally? Who would believe it? Everyone's heart is in the right place. Originally, this woman was sent to the hospital for resuscitation. But the doctor who resuscitated her suddenly turned into a cutie for some reason. There was a little hiccup in the middle. A group of undertakers who were supposed to go to the hospital to collect the bodies were also broken by a kid. Said, Wang Beicheng gave an order. 4 turned into cuties, of doctors, and a dozen or so of the undertaker's thugs were brought up. So many people. Twinkle twinkle shine. Old Master, we don't know anything. How have the undertaker's thugs ever seen this kind of battle? Master Wang himself made the arrest. Scared, he fell to his knees and begged for mercy. Say, what the hell is going on? Old Master Lu's eyes filled with coldness. The man at the head of the group didn't dare to hide it. Tell Lu Ziroe in one breath about the fact that he paid them to rob the body. But halfway through, he was blocked by a youth in the hospital and broke his arms and legs. Wang Beicheng handed over a printed picture. Master, this is the man. The guests in the room couldn't help but look over, none of them recognizing it. Yes. Xin Xiong was just about to make a sound when Wang Henian covered her mouth. Luckily, the two stood at the back of the crowd and not many people noticed them. Xin Xiong sucked in a breath of cool air, her pretty eyes full of shock. In a voice that only Wang Henian could hear, he exclaimed, Wang Lao, is Yi Chen? How is it him? Wang Henian shook his head with a grave face. This matter is not something we can get involved in. Just watch, don't get into trouble. At this point, Su Ao came back with a grave face. Old Master, all the surveillance has been checked. The results were shocking. That kid didn't hide his tracks at all. He was strutting around and walked straight into Jiangcheng Real Estate. Su Ao brought over a tablet. Kneeling on one knee, he raised his hands respectfully above his head. The guests looked away. Under the surveillance screen, Yi Chen swaggered into Jiangcheng Real Estate and took the elevator all the way to the top of the floor. There's no surveillance on the top floor. The kid left 5 minutes later, and it was during those 5 minutes that Lu fell from the 48th floor. Then the 2 islanders fell too. As for this youth, he took a cab under surveillance and went to the countryside of Gangnam City. The whole time, there was no hiding of any tracks at all. As if, speaking here, Su Ao paused. Old Master Lu sank his face. As if what? Su Ao said. It seems like he's not afraid of exposing his whereabouts at all. The crowd was shocked. Did they come at the Lu family? Ha 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 ha. Old Master Lu laughed back in anger. Good. For so many years, no one has ever dared to kill my Lu family's descendants like this. This 80th birthday is really wonderful. No matter who you are or who stands behind you, old me will make you pay. Wang Beicheng, go and bring this brat back. I will personally ask him who is behind this. Chapter 24, Future Husband? Yi Chen arrived at a rural village in the countryside of Jiangnan City through Mu Xueqing's SMS location. 3 modest tile houses. A yard with chickens and ducks. In the foreground is a pond and plowed field. When I walked into the yard, the smell of a meal came from inside. Mu Xueqing, who was busy in the kitchen, saw Yi Chen and immediately shouted, Mom, Yi Chen is back. You stay with him for a while. The meal will be ready soon. Xiaocuiju smiled and carried over a chair. Yi Chen hurriedly went forward. Auntie, your body hasn't recovered well yet. I'll do it. Xiaocuiju took Yi Chen's hand and made him sit down. Your name is Yi Chen? Xueqing has already told me that you are now homeless living with her? Yi Chen nodded. Auntie, let me help you check your health. Holding Xia Cuiju's wrist, he took her pulse. Recovered well. No major problems. Xia Cuiju said to herself, this girl, all living together and still hiding it from mom. Yi Chen, you tell me the truth. You are Xueqing's boyfriend, right? Put. Yi Chen almost sprayed out a mouthful of old blood and hurriedly explained. Auntie, we are not. Xia Cuiju interrupted her with a smile. Yi Chen, don't help her hide it. I know you mean well. Xueqing's grew up without a father, and I've never been comfortable with her getting in touch with outside men, so I didn't let her find a boyfriend. It's not easy for her to fight alone in the middle of the sea, and this is because I'm afraid she'll be cheated by another man. But as soon as I saw you, I felt very kind. Yi Chen, you're definitely not that kind of bad man. I'm relieved that Xueqing is in your hands. Yi Chen was silent for a moment and nodded his head gently. Auntie, don't worry. I will definitely protect Xueqing well. Yes, yes. Xia Cuiju took Yi Chen's hand and patted it, her eyes a little moist. Mu Xueqing carried 2 plates of food and walked out from the kitchen. Mom, what are you guys talking about? Nothing. Yi Chen, come and eat. Xia Cuiju pulled Yi Chen into the living room. The food was served. All peasant dishes, but colorful and flavorful. Just halfway through the meal, Xia Cuiju suddenly got up and took out a box from the room. Mom, what is it? This is something your father left behind. If you were a man, Mom would have given it to you a long time ago, and now it's the same for your future husband. Xia Cuiju explained. What future husband? Mu Xueqing froze and looked at Yi Chen with an unfriendly expression. Yi Chen, what did you say to my mom? Yi Chen shrugged. Xia Cuiju said angrily, you child, you're living together and still hiding it from mom. Had to have a big fat baby and come back to tell mom, didn't you? Mu Xueqing was messed up. Mom, what's all this? What big fat kid? Mom, I really have nothing with Yi Chen. Xia Cuiju lazily ignored her daughter and slowly opened the box. A yellowed secret book, and a jade box, handing the two to Yi Chen. The cover of the secret book is torn where the title is and the exact name is not known. Yi Chen opened the jade box again, and 2 black and unattractive things appeared in front of him. Pills. Xia Cuiju looked deeply at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you recognize pills? Yi Chen nodded. I've learned some medical skills, so I know about elixirs. Auntie, these 2 pills are not of a low grade. If they were to be auctioned in the market, they would be worth at least tens of millions of RMB. Auntie and Xueqing are having a hard time. Wouldn't it be better to sell this? Mu Xueqing was confused. This thing can be worth tens of millions of dollars? Seriously? Xia Cuiju said. Yi Chen is right. When your father left this behind, he also explained it. Ha? Mom, you never told me about my father. What is he really like? Mu Xueqing took her mother's hand. Xia Cuiju sighed and shook her head. Your father is a martial arts nerd. Before I was pregnant with you, I walked everywhere with him in the Jianghu, thus making many enemies. Then we had you, and we were ready to retire. Who knew that an enemy was coming for us? Your father never came back after he promised to leave with the enemy to protect us. Mother and daughter. 3 words, but they made Mu Xueqing cry. Since I was a child, my mother had kept mum about my father, and this was the only time I heard anything about him. Yi Chen, from this incident today I know that there is no good end to a single-minded escape. Xia Cuiju looked at Yi Chen. This elixir and secret book, Auntie will give it to you, whether you use it yourself or sell it. Auntie hopes that no matter what happens in the future, you don't abandon Xueqing. Don't be like her father, who never returned, leaving me, mother and daughter, to wait for decades. Mu Xueqing reddened her eyes. Mom, why are you saying this? Yi Chen's heart moved slightly. Ordinary people practicing martial arts are basically flowery. There are only moves, no internal strength. In order to become a true martial arts cultivator, one must have the assistance of elixirs to gather internal energy. Since Yi Chen's resurrection, he had used the brute force of his Vajra unbreakable body. With these 2 pills, he would be able to step onto the path of martial arts cultivation. Take a step back. Even without these pills, he would definitely keep Mu Xueqing safe for the rest of her life. Auntie, don't worry. As long as there's a breath from me, Yi Chen, no one will harm Xueqing. Yi Chen said solemnly. Xia Cuiju looked like she had gotten over something, nodding with tears in the corners of her eyes. Good, good. Let's not talk about it. Let's eat. Let's eat. Just then, woof woof woof. A burst of barking dogs sounded outside the yard, and dozens of army green jeeps came from all directions, surrounding Xia Cuiju's small yard. Even the sky was blocked by helicopters, with blackened machine gun ports aimed down. Neighbors around the area came out to see what was going on and were scared back by the blackened muzzles. What's going on here? Xia Cuiju was so scared that her face turned white. but she still subconsciously blocked in front of Yi Chen and Mu Xueqing. Who are you people? Wang Beiqing turned the jade trigger of his thumb and walked into the courtyard with a smile. His eyes sank and landed on Yi Chen. Old Master Lu's 80th birthday. Please come with us. I'll go with you. Don't hurt them. Yi Chen's face was ice cold. In his heart, however, he had some regrets. It seemed that cutting the grass or removing the roots was necessary. It was a situation he didn't want to happen a second time. Wang Beiqing's face was full of playfulness. I'm not interested in them. Just come with us. Xia Cuiju was full of anxiety. This officer, Yi Chen, is a good boy. He didn't do anything bad. Are you guys mistaken? Don't worry, auntie. I'm fine. Yi Chen comforted Xia Cuiju with a sentence. Another glance at Mu Xueqing. Don't worry. Wait for me to come back. The people who followed Wang Beiqing left quickly. Half an hour later, Yi Chen was brought to the Lu family ancestral hall. Sure enough, it's him. Xin Xiong and Wang Henian looked at each other. Kid, why don't you kneel down when you see old Master Lu? Wang Beiqing let out a low shout, and with a look, two of his men took a step forward and kicked hard at Yi Chen's knee socket. Pop! Snap! Yi Chen backhanded a slap, and the two beaters flew out with a scream, their cheeks exploding. A cold voice rang out. In my life, I only kneel to my parents and masters, not even heaven and earth. What is old Master Lu? Chapter 25, raising his hand to kill a Zhongsher. Jiangnan King arrives. There was an uproar at these words. You have a big mouth. Kid, do you know what you're talking about? Arrogance. Arrogant. A few rich men from Jiangnan City found the opportunity to point at Yi Chen and chided him. Noisy. Yi Chen wasn't used to it at all, and took a step to a few people and snapped. A few slaps fell, and the few tycoons who opened their mouths were full of teeth, and the arm that was pointing at him was even broken on the spot, lying on the ground and wailing. The other guests kept backing away in fear. It was simply unexpected that Yi Chen would be so ferocious. Xin Xiong and Wang Henian were also confused, not expecting Yi Chen to be so capable of fighting at all. Seeing this, the two old men behind Elder Master Lu were ready to step in and take down Yi Chen. But Elder Master Lu shook his head and the two of them stopped. Old Master Lu's gaze was gloomy. Kid, what are you? Who instructed you? Why did you kill my grandson on the day of my 80th birthday? What exactly is your purpose? Yi Chen said indifferently. There's no purpose. Your grandson killed someone. Murder pays for life. That's all. I also came here today to tell your Lu family that there is a right to be wronged. I have no grudge against you. I only killed Lu Zirui alone. If you're sensible, this matter will be over. If you're not sensible and still want to continue to find trouble with me, then today is your 80th birthday and the anniversary of your death. What do you mean there's no one else in sight? That's what it's all about. It's simply anticlimactic. Not only Xin Xiong and Wang Henian, all the guests present were so frightened that their breathing almost stopped and their hearts nearly exploded. Yang Sihu opened his mouth. Wang Beiqing's face turned white with fear. Su Ao almost jumped up. These three top bigwigs of Jiangnan City were scared like this, so one could imagine the heart reaction of the others. Ha ha ha, kid, I don't care who you are, and I don't care who stands behind you. Old me Lu Fengyan has never been threatened like this in his decades of living. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill you. Old Master Lu laughed back in anger. Second elder, please take this son. Alive. Good point. The two old men nodded. Taking a step forward, he arrived in front of Lu Fengyun. The two were dressed in green, like ancient schoolteachers. Instead, a daunting chill emanated from his body, not directed at the guests present, but causing people to shiver. This kid is miserable. Wang Henian stared at the two green-clothed old men. These two are from the Martial Arts Bureau. After old Master Lu retired, these two came to the Lu family to protect his safety. One of the old men looked at Yi Chen condescendingly. Will you tie your own hands and kneel down to wait for old Master Lu's punishment? Or will we make a move? Yi Chen didn't bother with nonsense. I can't believe I took the initiative. Toward the two green-clothed old men. How dare you act recklessly in front of a patriarch? Seek death. One of the horse-faced old men's eyes sank as he swept towards Yi Chen, while the other stood still. Kid, I'll let you know what it means to be outside of people and outside of heaven. The Lu family is not a place where people like you can make trouble. A fist smashed towards Yi Chen's chest. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped the horse-faced old man's wrist, casually flipping it over. Click. A bang. The horse-faced old man's arm broke on the spot, and he tried to crouch down in pain. Yi Chen kicked the horse-faced old man's chin, exploding it on the spot. Teeth scattered all over the place. Lying on the ground and twitching a few times, completely out of breath. Dead. Yang Sihu, Wang Beiqing, and Su Ao stared at each other with wide eyes. Hiss. Xin Xiong sucked in a breath of cool air. Of course she knew what it meant to be a martial arts grandmaster. Elder Wang. Is this person really a grandmaster? How come he can't block a single move from Mr. Yi? there is only one possibility. Mr. Ye's strength is far above this patriarch of the martial arts bureau. Wang Henian looked deeply at Yi Chen. You. The other patriarch of the martial arts Dao bureau was obviously startled and looked at Yi Chen in horror. Who the hell are you? How dare you kill someone from the martial way bureau? Yi Chen didn't bother not to look at him and landed in front of this person like a ghost. Raise your hand and snap it. Click. The neck shattered on the spot. Throwing it away with his hand. He didn't look at this martial arts bureau's patriarch for a single glance throughout the entire process. There was an uproar. Hiss. Raise your hand to kill the patriarch. Holy. The guests present were so frightened that their hearts almost exploded. Ordinary people didn't know that a martial arts grandmaster meant them. Didn't they know that? This was a terrifying human who could catch bullets with his bare hands. You. A flash of panic finally flashed through Elder Master Lu's eyes. Realizing that he had lost his temper, he hastily stabilized himself and coughed lightly. Kid. Even if your strength far exceeds that of a martial grandmaster, don't forget that this is the Dragon Kingdom. If you dare to hurt a hair on the old man's head, the Dragon Kingdom will not spare you. The Budokai won't let you go. I, Lu Feng, have students all over the country, and I will more than likely not let you go. Noisy. Yi Chen shook his head. Walk over to Old Master Lu. The moment he met Yi Chen's eyes, Old Master Lu actually had the feeling of facing death. He opened his mouth to speak but couldn't make a sound no matter what. A choking sensation came. Feet off the ground. Ahem. Elder Master Lu's eyes were horrified, realizing that he was actually being held by the youth in front of him and lifted up by his neck. He had never felt so vulnerable. Life and death was at the other party's whim. Dad! Lu Chuanxiang exclaimed. Master! The rest of the Lu family also rushed over, trembling with fear. The guests present shuddered and rubbed their eyes frantically, thinking they had misread the situation. Oh my god! He took a shot at Old Master Lu. Crazy. That's what it is. The rich and powerful bigwigs present were so scared that their faces turned white and they kept backing away for fear of getting involved with Yi Chen. Xin Xion lowered her head and was also pale with fear. Wang Henian stood in place, his mouth open and shivering constantly, completely unable to close it. Suddenly, Yi Chen, this king orders you to stop. A large group of men covered in murderous aura rushed in, surrounding the entire Lu family ancestral hall. Each man wore black armor with weapons on their waists, and their eyes were cold and unfeeling, giving off the feeling of a wolf pack. The Blood Wolf Army. Jiangnan King is here? The crowd instantly recognized these troops as the Blood Wolf Army under the Jiangnan King. Swish dash. Everyone turned around at the same time and looked towards the Lu family ancestral hall. Under the attention of all the people, a middle-aged man walked with a dragon stride, raising his hands and feet with an air of looking out of the world, eagle-eyed and unruffled. The King of Gangnam. Yi Chen, you've got a lot of guts. You just killed someone in Zhanghai and caused havoc in the dragon capital. Now you're actually killing innocents at the Lu family ancestral hall. Why don't you put down Elder Lu and surrender? The Jiangnan King's voice was calm, but it gave off an irrefutable majesty. What are you? Yi Chen shook his head. Ignore the King of Gangnam. Everyone's mouths opened and their bodies stiffened in place. King Jiangnan's gaze was icy cold. Blood Wolf Army. Take this son for me. If you dare to resist, kill without pardon. Yes. The 3,000 Blood Wolf Army let out a low cry in unison, and an aura of solemnity and murder struck their faces as they surrounded and attacked up towards Yi Chen. Stop it! All of you! Tang Fengwolf rushed in with a group of Dragon Souls men and stopped in front of King Jiangnan. King Jiangnan told your men to stop. You can't touch Yi Chen. Dragon Souls people. What's this about? The people present froze, recognizing the totem on Tang Fengwolf's chest. Chapter 26, Dragon Lord Edict. Dragon Soul Major General. Yi Chen, you're really too impulsive. Give me face and let Old Master Lu go. Tang Fenwolf said quickly. After he finished dealing with the bodies of the islanders in the mass grave, he immediately tried to find Yi Chen, only to find out that Yi Chen had left Zhanghai and gone to Jiangnan. Then he received news that a village in the countryside of Jiangnan City was surrounded by armed men. Worrying that it was Yi Chen's accident, he immediately rushed there with his men and learned from Mu Xueqing that Yi Chen was taken away by a group of people. Only then did Tang Fengwolf arrive at the Lu family ancestral hall in a hurry, just in time to catch the scene. Yi Chen nodded coldly. Fine, I'll give you face. His head, temporarily hosted on his head. Let go of the hand. Snap. Old Master Lu fell to the ground. Dad. Lu Chuanxiang and a group of Lu family members rushed over and helped Lu Fengyun up and sit down. Cough up. Cough up. Lu Fengyun's old face rose into a greenish-purple color, almost suffocating. After fiercely sucking in a few mouthfuls of air, his eyes roared as if they were bloodshot. Tang Fengyun Wolf, you know this kid? Good. Good. He killed my grandson, Lu Zirui, and then killed 2 consecrated members of the Wudao Bureau in a row on my 80th birthday. This son killed indiscriminately. You must give me an explanation today. Moreover, I will immediately report to the dragon capital and request that this brat be sentenced to death. Elder Lu. Tang Fenwolf was just about to open his mouth. Ka-ching! A crunch! Lu Fingyun's voice ended abruptly. The rich and powerful bigwigs present, one by one, covered their mouths to death to prevent themselves from making a sound, their faces white with fear. See only. Yi Chen's hand clasped Lu Fingyun's neck, and when his 5 fingers closed, Lu Fingyun's neck snapped on the spot, and his head tilted to the side. Old Master Lu is dead. Just like that, Yi Chen crushed his neck and died on his 80th birthday. Dad! Lu Chuanxiong flopped to his knees. Master! The eyes of the Lu clan's crowd nearly burst out, staring at the scene before them in sorrow and anger. Yi Chen! Tang Fenwolf sucked in a breath of cool air, and even he couldn't help but tremble a little. Even King Jiangnan's pupils contracted hard, unable to hide the shock within. Yi Chen, do you know what you've done? You actually dared to take the law of the land in vain and kill Lu Fengyun. Yi Chen laughed. Law of the land? Ha 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 ha. Lu Zirui circled and killed people, and drove innocent people to death for the sake of the real estate company. Which country's law is this? 5 years ago, more than 100 members of my Yi family died tragically, and the murderer, an islander, is still at large. Which country's law is this? Since the law of the land can't control Lu Fengyun, then I, Yi Chen, will wipe out all sins. Clanging. Throwback. The air in the Lu family ancestral hall froze as everyone opened their mouths and looked at Yi Chen in shock. The Jiangnan king's face was pitch black. Yi Chen, I know that you have anger at the Yi family's destruction back then, but that's no reason for you to kill innocents indiscriminately. Yi Chen smiled. Those who kill people will always kill. Innocent? As far as I'm concerned, you, King Jiangnan, are not even innocent. King Jiangnan's eyes sank. You still want to kill me? Nice. Yi Chen stood with his hands in the air and swept a glance at the Jiangnan king. If you say one more word of nonsense and hold the law of the land over me, I will even kill you together. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air, almost scared silly. The air was completely frozen, not daring to take a breath. Yi Chen. Even Tang Fenwolf was terrified. Don't talk nonsense. Yes. The Jiangnan king was furious as a superior's majesty erupted. When this king was riding the sands and commanding a 300,000 strong army, no one dared to talk about killing me. When I rejected the Wolf Kingdom's army in the north and drove the enemy 300 miles, no one dared to talk about killing me. When I made a great battle feat and was crowned king of Taishan, no one dared to talk about killing me. I'm actually threatened by you today. Even if this king directly suppresses you today, the Dragon Lord won't even say anything. With an order, Blood Wolf Army, take it down. Those who resist, kill without pardon. Yes, the 3,000 Blood Wolf Army's eyes were red, and one came towards Yi Chen like a vicious wolf. Tang Fenwolf clenched his teeth and took out a red instrument in his hand and went forward and raised it high. I'll see who dares to touch a hair on General Yi's head. Jiangnan King, do you want to rebel? The crowd was shocked. General Yi? What's going on here? Everyone's eyes fell on the red instrument in Tang Fenwolf's hand. The 3,000 Blood Wolf Army also stopped and looked at this in shock. You say he's a general? The Jiangnan King's face fluctuated. Tang Fenwolf nodded. Not bad. This is the warrant issued by the Dragon Lord himself. Yi Chen is the Major General of the Dragon Soul Special Forces, Subterranean Dragon Detachment from now on. The Jiangnan King took a look at the paperwork. Sure enough, it was a warrant. There was not only Yi Chen's name on it, but also the autograph of the highest one in the Dragon Kingdom. The King of Gangnan recognized at once that the signature was not a forgery. No one in the entire Dragon Kingdom would dare to forge this man's signature. Tang Fenwolf let out a low gulp. Jiangnan King, the Dragon Lord has just edicted General Yi, and you're about to kill him, and you're still saying that you're not trying to rebel? Even the Jiangnan King's eyes couldn't help but contract for a moment. Only 2 words could be spat out. Don't dare. Take your men and retreat. Tang Fenwolf said in a cold voice. The Jiangnan King was holding a fire, but he did not dare to attack. He never dreamed that the Dragon Lord had actually paid attention to Yi Chen. He could only hatefully swept a glance at Yi Chen and left in a mess with the Blood Wolf Army. The entire Lu family ancestral hall was dead silent. All the rich and powerful people, actors and singers, all looked at Yi Chen in astonishment. The highest person in the Dragon Kingdom, a personally appointed general? Still a major general in the Dragon Soul Special Forces. It's a step up. Everyone didn't dare to take a breath, and could only look at Yi Chen with awe, excitement, and envy. General Yi, congratulations. Tang Fenwolf walked up and revealed a smile. Yi Chen frowned slightly. What's wrong with you guys? I've already said that I'm not interested in joining the Dragon Soul. Tang Fenwolf explained. General Yi, this is the Dragon Lord's intention. There's nothing we can do. Dragon Lord? Yi Chen still frowned. I'll explain it to you later. Tang Fengwolf lowered his voice and swept around. There's a tally of 1. All of them are all on record. Then sign the highest confidentiality agreement. Anyone who divulges today's events will be held accountable to the highest level of responsibility. And your Lu family. Master Lu died violently of a sudden illness on his 80th birthday. Do you have any comments? The guests present were startled. The Lu family is finished. Lu Chuanxiong kneeled on the ground. His body couldn't help but tremble. Lu family, no comments, please General Yi forget about today. General Yi, let's go. After receiving the reply from the Lu family, Tang Fengwolf quickly left with Yi Chen. All that was left was a full house of guests and an uproar. Xin Xiong looked at the direction that Yi Chen left and opened her small mouth. The shock on her pretty face couldn't dissipate no matter what, Elder Wang. This is also too wonderful. Yi Chen killed Elder Lu in public, and the Jiangnan king couldn't even help him. In the end, the Dragon Lord even personally issued a warrant for him to be the Dragon Soul's Major General. What exactly is he? I probably know who he is. Wang Henian's eyes flashed. Who? Xin Xiong looked over. Wang Henian said in a deep voice, didn't you hear it just now? Yi Chen said that 5 years ago, more than 100 members of the Yi family died tragically. Xin Xiong exclaimed, ah, it's him. Chapter 27, Dragon Lord's Secret Letter. After leaving the Lu family shrine, Yi Chen followed Tang Fengwolf and got into an SUV. You must give me an explanation. I have clearly rejected you from joining Dragon Soul. Don't think that if you pull the Dragon Lord as a shield, I'll join the Dragon Soul. I, Yi Chen, cannot be forced to join a force that I don't want to join. Not even the state apparatus can force me. Tang Fengwolf opened his mouth in shock. Not waiting for him to speak, Yi Chen directly pulled open the car door and got out. General Yi, stay back. Tang Fengwolf hurriedly chased after him. General Yi listened to my explanation. Yi Chen stopped and looked at him coldly. Tang Fengwolf said gruffly, General Yi, this is a serious matter. Let's get in the car and talk. The two returned to the SUV and closed the door. General Yi, I really didn't report this matter to the Dragon Lord, and you have to believe me. With my position I'm also not qualified to contact the Dragon Lord at all. This letter of appointment was sent to me directly by the Dragon Soul. Tang Fengwolf said. Moreover, besides this letter of appointment, there is also a letter. On top of that, the Dragon Lord has a message to bring to you, saying that you will definitely accept this letter of appointment after reading it. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Tang Fengwolf immediately took out a letter from his briefcase and handed it to Yi Chen. Take it upon yourself to pull open the door and get out of the car with the driver. Leave Yi Chen a private space. Yi Chen opened the envelope to take a look, and a stream of strong and powerful fonts came into his eyes. Yi Chen, I know you have many doubts, but you'd better not track down your parents again. This is not only my intention, but also the intention of your parents before they left. Yi Chen was stunned. What did his parents mean? Keep looking down. This matter is not only about the safety of your parents, but also about the national fortune of the entire Dragon Kingdom. This letter of appointment should have been sent to the Yi family 5 years ago, and you are the only person in the Dragon Kingdom to be ordained a Major General at the age of 18. Although, this letter of appointment is 5 years late, you should not be in a hurry to reject it. This is also your father's intention. He once said, if you spend your life doing nothing, then be an ordinary person, and I'll guarantee you a lifetime of honor and prosperity. If you choose to practice martial arts, you can join the Dragon Soul to serve your country, just like your father. I've watched every move you've made. I don't know what you've been through these past 5 years, but you're strong enough in martial arts to join Dragon Soul. Don't mind the low rank. Major General is just your starting point, definitely not your end. I'll watch you. At the end of the pen, the Dragon Lord's name was signed. There was also a seal, identical to the signature of the Dragon Soul warrant. Yi Chen was even more puzzled in his heart, as if a mist was blocking his eyes. It's actually my dad's intention? What exactly does my dad want? Leaving me a chaotic tripod and letting me join the Dragon Soul. Are you really asking me to serve my country? Think for a moment. Yi Chen decided that it was better to find his parents first. At least, one could tell from the Dragon Lord's letter that the parents should not be dead. Maybe hidden away for some special reason. Unable to see him. Maybe trapped somewhere. No matter what, Yi Chen must find them. Don Fontaine Wolf. General Yi. Tang Fengwolf returned to the SUV. How have you considered it? Yi Chen nodded. I accept this letter of appointment. Excellent. General Yi. Let's go to the subterranean dragon camp now. The generals are waiting to see you. Tang Fengwolf was excited. Judging from Yi Chen's amazing martial arts strength, Subterranean Dragon was about to add another fierce general. And Yi Chen is only in his early 20s this year. The future is unlimited. Yi Chen, however, shook his head. Let's talk about meeting the generals later. I'm only joining the Dragon Soul. I didn't say I was going to take up a position in the army. Send me back to the country first. Mu Xueqing and the girls were probably still worried. Okay. Tang Fengwolf nodded helplessly and sent Yichen back to the countryside of Jiangnan City. You guys can go now. Don't bother me if there's nothing else. Yichen got out of the car and dropped a sentence towards the courtyard of Mu Xueqing's house. The driver couldn't help but spit out. What the hell? Receiving the rank of Major General and still acting like you don't want to. Captain. This kid is also too capable of pretending. If it wasn't for the fact that his father is Ye Ling the war god, he's nothing. Tugging like 2,500. The Dragon Lord is probably giving him a Major General edict for the sake of the god of war. You shut up. Tang Fengwolf chortled. The Dragon Lord's decision is something you and I can also doubt? You're really getting undisciplined. 30 kilometers of weighted cross-country when we get back to the camp. Yichen. It's great that you're okay. Mu Xueqing had just seen Yichen return. Excitedly, he rushed forward and wrapped him in a deadly embrace. Scared me to death. What are so many people doing here looking for you? Actually even sent out a helicopter. Yichen casually explained. Oh, they're all my father's men from back then. I was thrilled to learn that I was back, so I came to see me. And this is just after I renewed my old acquaintance. Really? Mu Xueqing's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of hesitation. It never felt quite right. Yichen laughed. What else? Are they coming to arrest me? So many people came to arrest me with loaded guns and I came back in one piece. Am I Superman? Alright, you two stop hugging. Come on in. Everyone is watching. Xiaozueju reminded a sentence. It was then that Mu Xueqing realized that the surrounding neighbors had all walked out. Standing at a distance, he curiously surveyed Yichen. Yukari, this is your boyfriend, right? A big tall man of 5 feet 8 inches and so handsome. Xueqing, you are so lucky. Yukari, we've watched you grow up. Why don't you introduce us? Mu Xueqing stomped her foot in shame. Oops, just an ordinary friend. Pulling Yichen's hand, he quickly rushed into the courtyard. Behind them also rang the gossiping voices of the neighbors. Sueju, when can we have your family's wedding wine? The young couple is in good love. Not to mention having wedding wine, the big grandchildren are going to hold on to them, right? Listen to the words behind you. Mu Xueqing's cheeks instantly reddened into apples as she looked up at Yichen. Hey, don't get me wrong. We country people just like to talk nonsense like this. No. Yichen nodded. Mu Xueqing added. I made it clear to my mom this afternoon that we are just ordinary friends. No. Yichen still nodded his head, his expression not fluctuating in any way. When Mu Xueqing saw this, she instead lost her head a bit. Maybe he really doesn't mean anything to himself. All afternoon, Mu Xueqing was persuading Xiaozueju to go live with her in the city. Xiaozueju refused to agree, saying that she must guard this small courtyard, lest Mu Xueqing's father return and fail to find the mother and daughter. Mu Xueqing could only stay helplessly, preparing to return to Zhonghai tomorrow. After dinner, Xiaozueju made the bed early and pulled Yichen into a room. Yichen, the conditions in the countryside are not good. This turned out to be Xueqing's room. You guys make do and sleep here tonight. The covers are freshly changed by me. Yichen froze. This was to let him sleep at night. With Mu Xueqing? Chapter 28, Mu Xueqing. Yichen, you're not even as good as a beast. Mom! Mu Xueqing rushed in like a whirlwind, her eyes wide. What are you talking about? Didn't I tell you about my relationship with Yichen this afternoon? Looking at Yichen again. Yichen, I really explained to my mom. We are not that kind of relationship. Yichen nodded. I know. Xiaozueju swept a glance at her daughter and said without a good mood. Mom is not blind. And mom also came from a little girl. You all live together. Don't I know your relationship? Besides, mom's not that traditional. Back in the day, your father and I, we had you first before we got our license. I understand your young people's thinking. Nowadays there are a lot of premarital cohabitation. Don't aggravate our family, Yichen. Xiaozueju said it all. What's all this about? Mu Xueqing was going crazy. Alright, wash up. Xiaozueju stopped listening to her daughter's explanation. Young people don't mess around too late. Go to bed early. He flashed a smile at Yichen and left, taking the door of the room with him. The atmosphere in the room was eerie. I don't know how long it's been. Yichen, I'm going to take a shower first. You, Mu Xueqing just opened her mouth. Yichen directly pulled over a chair and sat down. It's fine. I'll just make do for one night. Mu Xueqing hesitated and walked towards the restroom. Yichen, on the other hand, took out Xiaozueju's elixir and thoughtfully swallowed it in one gulp. When I was in the 18 layers of hell, I studied the martial arts mastery of countless sects. Shaolin, Wudong, Ame, Huashan, Kunlun. With these 2 pills, it should be enough for me to condense my internal energy and step onto the path of a martial artist. Yichen thought. The elixir melted quickly. A force flowed rapidly through the body, instantly rushing into the limbs and bones. Not very strong. It's also enough to open the dantian. Half an hour later, Mu Xueqing came back from the shower and changed into a wombat pajama. Seeing Yi Chen still sitting on the chair, she was a bit intolerant. Yi Chen, why don't we make do together tonight? You go take a bath first, and I'll share my bed with you in half. But you're not allowed to do anything to me. Yi Chen didn't reply. Mu Xueqing was a bit annoyed. Is this girl not attractive at all? Idiot. Woody. Nerd. Mu Xueqing spat out a few words before jumping straight onto the bed. Through the gap in the quilt, he secretly surveyed Yi Chen. This guy wouldn't jump up in the middle of the night, would he? What if he jumps up in the middle of the night? Do I give him? Mu Xueqing, what are you thinking in your head? It didn't take long. Mu Xueqing fell into a deep sleep. 12 o'clock in the morning. Dragon capital. Deep within the Yi family, Yi Hongye faced a bush. What did you say? The assassination failed? 3 sect masters actually couldn't kill that kid? How is that possible? Deep in the trees, a man loomed. That's just the way it is. All 3 are dead, and I've asked a few of the parties present, and it was indeed Yi Chen himself. Yi Hongye, your information was wrong, causing me to lose 3 ace assassins. The man was a little disgruntled. Yi Hongye said angrily, is it my fault? Who would have thought that this little disappeared for 5 years and actually came back with a martial arts strength that is almost demonic? In these 5 years, where exactly has he gone? Could it really be that Yi Lingyun left him something? The man shook his head. You'll have to ask him then. I'm just an assassin. You pay me. I kill for you. By the way, one more piece of free news for you. Jiangnan's Lu Fengyun died on his 80th birthday, and it was this Yi Chen who killed him. Furthermore, Tang Fengwolf of the Subterranean Dragon was personally present to announce that the Dragon Lord has ordained Yi Chen as a Subterranean Dragon Major General. What? Yi Hongye was completely dumbfounded, his face full of shock. Yi Chen killed Lu Fengyun? The man smiled. So, I think the assassination mission ends here. Yi Hongye was furious. If you took my money, you must kill this little man. The man said indifferently. He's a major general now. If we kill him, we'll be hunted down by the dragon soul. What do you mean? Gotta add money. At 3 in the morning, Yi Chen opened his eyes. It's done. When I was in the 18 layers of hell, I didn't study martial arts much. Martial realms are categorized into martial artist, martial master, grand martial artist, sect master, grand sect master, earth realm, and heaven realm. There are a total of 9 levels in each realm. I just opened my dantian, so I should be a martial artist first heavenly level right now. A martial arts cultivator can break through the shackles by taking pills and turning the power of the pills into internal force. As long as I have enough pills, I will be able to advance quickly. The chaotic cauldron I left behind will allow me to have a large amount of medicinal herbs. As for alchemy, I can try it myself. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. He suddenly realized the existence of the chaos cauldron was simply a bug. Martial artists needed a large amount of medicinal herbs, which were alchemized and taken to enhance their realm. As long as he possessed the chaotic cauldron, weeds could be turned into medicinal herbs for hundreds of years by him. Wouldn't he be able to raise his realm infinitely? Mom and Dad, could it be that you disappeared because of this tripod? Yi Chen thought. Cluck cluck cluck. A chicken crowed from outside the house. Dawn. After breakfast, Mu Xueqing bid farewell to her mother and returned to Zhonghai with Yi Chen. On the way, Yi Chen sent a message to Tang Fengwolf, asking him to send 2 people to secretly watch Xiaozueju, lest the Lu family retaliate. Yi Chen, is this young lady that unattractive? On the way, Mu Xueqing couldn't help but ask. Yi Chen was puzzled. Ha? Playing dumb? Ha? Mu Xueqing's eyes were full of rage. This young lady was prepared for you to be a beast last night, but I didn't expect you to be even worse than a beast. Put. Yi Chen's eyes widened and he almost sprayed a mouthful of old blood. Are women so open-minded nowadays? Mu Xueqing also realized that she had said the wrong thing, and her pretty face instantly reddened. Humph. Idiot. Stupid. Wouldn't. Ignore you. Yi Chen was just about to open his mouth. Dash. The cell phone rang and the answer button was pressed. Lin Longhai's voice came. Young Yi, there's news about your parents. Where? Yi Chen's voice was trembling due to his excitement. Lin Longhai pondered for a moment. Yi Xiao, it's not convenient to say on the phone. I came to see you? Yi Chen said. I'm on the highway. Tell me your location and I'll come directly to you. Yes. Lin Longhai named a location and ended the call. Yukari, go to the Garden of Nations. The Garden of Nations? Yes. Mu Xueqing saw that Yi Chen's face was grave and staring straight ahead, and without asking any more questions, she accelerated with 1 foot of the gas pedal. An hour later, on the outskirts of Zhonghai, the Garden of Nations. Wait for me. The car had just stopped. Yi Chen gave an explanation and directly jumped out of the car, rushing to the entrance of the worldwide garden. Lin Longhai had already waited for a long time, directly welcoming Yi Chen into one of the luxurious private rooms of the worldwide garden and closing the door. Uncle Lin, where exactly are my parents? Yi Chen couldn't wait. Lin Longhai spoke seriously. The latest news from the island side came back. Young Yi, your parents did go to the island 5 years ago. They were seen going into the Celestial Palace and never coming out. Chapter 29, News of Parents. The Celestial Palace? Yi Chen's eye sank. The Tenno Palace, as the name suggests, is the palace of the emperor of the island? How do parents go to a place like that? Yi Xiao, look. Lin Longhai handed over a set of photographs of tourists. These are the photographs taken by tourists outside the Heavenly Palace that day. Certain angles captured your parents in them. Yi Chen looked over one by one. Sure enough, every photo has a different owner. There were elderly couples, young couples, and separate men and women. The only difference was that the background of their photos was circled by Lin Longhai with a red pen. In the circle are Yi Chen's parents. Who is this man? Yi Chen realized that there was a third person besides his parents. Judging from the back, it should be a young woman. We don't know for now, but judging from the photos of the scene, we're guessing she's the one who brought your parents into the Heavenly Palace. Your parents have not been heard from since they entered the Celestial Palace. But don't you worry, maybe leave in some other way. We just don't know. This is where your parents were last seen. Yi Chen's gaze fluctuated. What the hell are parents doing at the Imperial Palace? In any case, one has to make the trip. Uncle Lin, help me buy the fastest airplane ticket. I want to go to the island. Lin Longhai shook his head. Young Yi, the Heavenly Palace is not open to the public. Unless you are in a position of authority, you may apply for access to the tour. Yi Chen sneered. Who said I was going to go in and visit? Lin Longhai was startled. You. Yi Xiao, do you want to forcefully break into the Heavenly Palace? Yi Chen said. Where I, Yi Chen, want to go. No one can stop me. Never. Lin Longhai hurriedly stopped it. The Imperial Palace is a spiritual symbol of the island. Not only are there countless martial arts experts, it's guarded by self-defense forces and even has an anti-aircraft missile system. Yi Chen said. My mind is made up. This. Lin Longhai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He knew that he couldn't stop Yi Chen. Even if he didn't buy Yi Chen a plane ticket, Yi Chen could still buy it himself. He couldn't watch Yi Chen get killed. Could he? Thinking for a moment, Xiao Yi. I'll look at it this way. The woman in this picture may know where your parents went, and I've got people looking for her. There just happens to be a cruise ship that's passing through Shanghai tonight, heading from Hong Kong Island to the island. We will arrive at the island in a day and a night, and I will accompany you on this cruise ship to the island. You give me 1 day. If we can't find the woman in the photo, we'll think of another way? Yi Chen considered for a few seconds. Good. Lin Longhai let out a sigh of relief. A day and a night could still persuade Yi Chen again. He was really afraid that Yi Chen would get hot-headed and force his way into the Heavenly Palace. That's really no different than getting killed. Young Yi, stay for lunch. The worldwide garden are all top Chinese chefs in the country, Lin Longhai said. And his words changed. Moreover, my daughter is here today. She's 2 years younger than you and still in college. All young people making friends together? Yi Chen was stunned. Or he didn't know Lin Longhai's meaning. Uncle Lin, I haven't found my parents yet, so I'm not considering personal problems for now. Okay. Lin Longhai looked deeply at Yi Chen. It's always fine for young people to get to know each other, right? Okay. Yi Chen didn't refuse. Lin Longhai hurriedly took out his phone and called his daughter. After about 5 minutes, a delicately dressed girl with long legs, holding an Apple phone in her hand and constantly chatting, walked in, looking like a clear-eyed college student. Fei, Yi Xiao is here. Still playing with your cell phone? Lin Longhai was furious. Fei Lin nudged her mouth and put down her cell phone with great reluctance. Hello, my name is Fei Lin. Hello, my name is Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded casually. Lin Fei frowned, a little irritated. She is also the flower of the department in the school, and the people chasing her are lined up from the entrance of the school to the airport, and she has never seen any man treating her in this way. Humph, trying to escape. Ha, I've seen this kind of play a lot. Fei Lin was secretly amused. No chat. Yi Chen directly got up. Uncle Lin, this person is also recognized. My friend is still waiting for me. I'll leave first. Without waiting for Lin Fei to react, he directly crossed over her and walked out of the box. Throughout the entire process, even from the corner of his eye, he didn't even look at Fei Lin for a moment. What makes him tick? Yi Xiao, I'll see you off. Lin Longhai chased him out. After a few minutes, Lin Longhai ran back to the box and stomped his feet in anger. Fei, I've instructed you to put on a better attitude. It's not even if you're late. Why are you treating Yishao with this kind of face? Dad. Lin Fei threw herself into the sofa with an impatient face. Oops. I know this Yi Chen. You've told me many times. His father is Yi Lingyun, formerly a war god in the Dragon Soul Special Forces. But it's been 5 years since the Yi family was wiped out, and 5 years since his parents disappeared. Why are you still flattering him like this? Did you forget you promised my mom you wouldn't let me do anything I didn't want to? I just don't want to be with this Yi Chen, can't I? Taking a step back. Which person I know in my circle is not better than this Yi Chen? Humph. Lin Longhai's chest rose and fell violently with anger, and he let out a cold laugh. What if I tell you that he is a Dragon Soul Major General, and you still think that there's someone around you who's better than him? Dad, what did you say? Lin Fei froze. Major General? How can that be? He's only in his 20s, right? 2 years older than me is 23. A 23-year-old Major General? How can that be? In that pair of disdainful eyes, a thick flash of horror finally flashed through. Although Fei Lin was capricious, she wasn't stupid. A 23-year-old Major General. The Dragon Kingdom establishment has never had one before. Lin Longhai sneered. How is it impossible? Just a short while ago, the Dragon Lord personally ordered the edict. The Dragon Lord, personally, ordered. Fei Lin opened her mouth, completely frozen in place. By the time she came back to her senses, Lin Longhai had already disappeared. Ghosting. Pulling out her cell phone, she sent a message to her group of girlfriends. Do you guys think there's anyone out there right now who's been made a Major General at 23? A 23-year-old Major General? Ha 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 ha. Fei, you're sleepy. You think you're watching a domineering military man fall in love with me? 23 years old? It'd be nice to be a squad leader. What era is it? You think it's Hua Zhaodong? Sealing the wolves. If a ko can go, I can go? Ha 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 ha. Fei, you are sick and need to be cured. Look at the replies from your girlfriends. Lin Fei's beautiful eyes flashed with determination. It must be my dad who lied to me. It must be a fake in order to make me regret it. At the entrance of the Universal Garden, Mu Xueqing had been waiting for 20 minutes. Why hasn't Yi Chen come out yet? Seeing as he's in such a hurry, could it be that there's news of his parents? Mu Xueqing guessed. Suddenly, a discordant voice rang out. Yo, isn't this Mu Xueqing? Why are you still driving a broken BYD? What a mess. Who are you waiting for? You don't drive a drop shop, do you? Chapter 30, Fool. Don't I know you like me? Mu Xueqing frowned and looked towards the source of the piercing sound. A man and woman walk out of the gates of the Garden of Nations. The man is dressed in a handmade suit and a Rolex watch, and he looks like a successful man. Just a little older. I guess 50. The woman is flamboyant, with a high fork in her skirt. Yao Lingling, same classmate in college. During the graduation exam, Yao Lingling wanted to copy Mu Xueqing's paper. Mu Xueqing didn't agree, and Yao Lingling didn't graduate with a failing grade. Then she didn't repeat her studies and went straight out into society. I didn't expect to fall for the big bucks. Ling Ling, who is this? The middle-aged man stared at Mu Xueqing, his eyes glowing. Mu Xueqing had delicate features, a cool temperament, and a pair of sexy, yet full and rounded long legs. Compared to a demonic like Yao Lingling, it was simply too much of a step up. Yao Lingling said, my university classmate. People are proud of it. Zhenghai University Finance Department. The first results of the big school flower. The schoolgirl. The middle-aged man unconsciously licked his tongue. Yao Lingling didn't feel quite right and hurriedly pulled him. Hubby, I suddenly remembered that Hermes has a bag on the shelves. Let's go buy it. Wait. The middle-aged man shook his head as he pushed Yao Lingling away and walked over. I just heard Lingling say that your name is Mu Xueqing, right? Good name. Be my girlfriend and I'll give you $300,000 a month. How's that? Ah. Yao Lingling was anxious. Hubby, what are you doing? She's only 100,000 a month. What makes Mu Xueqing worth $300,000? Sir, please respect yourself. Mu Xueqing's voice was icy cold. $400,000. Mu Xueqing was indifferent. $500,000. $600,000. $800,000. The man kept raising the price. Mu Xueqing was indifferent. The more this happened, the more the man's competitive spirit was stimulated. Every woman has a price. And all those first-tier stars old me can smash their legs open with money. I'll give you $1 million. And all you have to do is stay with me for 3 days. Mu Xueqing was just about to refuse. A faint voice rang out. If I were you, apologize right now and get the hell out. Who are you? Dare to make me? Shen Yongxiao. Apologize. I think you're tired of living. Aren't you? The middle-aged man turned around. Yi Chen. When Mu Xueqing saw Yi Chen walk out, she excitedly ran over and took his arm. Don't worry. I'm here. Yi Chen patted the hand that held his arm. This scene made Shen Yongxiao eat as hard as a fly. The corners of Shin Yongxiao's eyes twitched. A Thai part-time student. How dare you learn how to save a beauty from a hero? Believe it or not, one word from me will make it impossible for you to mix in Zhonghai. Go back to your hometown in the countryside. Bang! Yi Chen kicked over and Shin Yongxiao's mouth directly exploded, spitting out a dozen teeth in one breath. He lay on the ground wailing in pain. Ah! My mouth, ah! Don't you dare hit me. If you dare to talk with your mouth full of again, I'll make sure that you'll never be able to speak again. Yi Chen's voice was icy cold, and it landed in Shin Yongxiao's ears like billions of stern ghosts were howling. You! Scared! He shut his mouth and forgot even about the pain. Yi Chen pulled Mu Xueqing into the car and left directly with a kick of the gas. Mu Xueqing sat in the co-pilot and was a bit worried. Yi Chen, is that man alright? You care about him? Yi Chen laughed and teased. You really don't want to work hard to make $1 million a month? Mu Xueqing rolled her eyes and pointed her finger at Yi Chen's forehead. Why do I care about him? I care about you. You didn't kick lightly, and someone's teeth fell out. I know a little bit about the law. The highest hospital can recognize a lost tooth as a serious injury. What if he sues you? Besides, can't this young lady be taken for $1 million a month? Yi Chen's gaze flickered. Then how much do you want? At least 100 million. Mu Xueqing grunted twice. Yi Chen hemmed and hawed. Okay, then it's 100 million, said a bank card shoved over. It's the same one that Wang Hernian gave him, with $100 million in it. Mu Xueqing froze. What are you doing? Yi Chen smiled badly. Didn't you promise me? $100 million. Let's start with a month's worth. And for that month you'll do my laundry, cook, serve tea, and pour water. Warming the bed by the way. Mu Xueqing cursed angrily. Get lost. At night, after Mu Xueqing fell asleep, Yi Chen entered the room to take a look. Just as she was talking in her sleep, Yi Chen, disappeared these 5 years. Where the hell have you been? Not allowed to lie to this lady. Otherwise, I'll punish you for washing, cooking, serving tea and pouring water for me. And, also warm my bed. Yes, warm the bed. Warm the bed. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of tenderness. When he was in the 18 layers of hell, he looked at the young world through a yin and yang mirror. Would have liked to find the parents. Unfortunately, it was not found. Instead, he saw Mu Xueqing going crazy, searching for himself in the Yi family's pile of over 100 dead people. See also Mu Xueqing's 5 years of frantically inquiring about his whereabouts. Compared to Lung Qingxiu's betrayal, Mu Xueqing's had always buried her feelings in her heart. Sure enough, one can only know who's best for them if they've died once. Fool, don't I know you like me yet? When I have enough power to subvert everything, I'll tell you where I've been these past 5 years. Yi Chen's eyes revealed a touch of determination. Turn around. Go downstairs. A Maybach 680 has been waiting for a long time. Yi Xiao. Lin Longhai stepped out of the car. The ship has arrived. Yi Chen glanced back at the upstairs location. During the time I'm gone, I won't allow a single hair of damage to her. Lin Longhai froze, then nodded solemnly. Don't worry, Xiao Yi. I'll secretly send people to protect and ensure that no one can harm Miss Mu. The car left quickly. An hour later, 3 Mercedes-Benz commercial vehicles pulled up under the apartment building. Shin Yongxiao walked out of the car with a bandage wrapped around his face. Sure this is the place? A man with a steel pipe nodded. Sure, we checked the surveillance all the way. The kid and the woman went back to this apartment and haven't come out since. Shin Yongxiao cursed angrily. Grass. I can't believe they're all living together. It's a pity that such a beautiful woman is not a chick, but that's okay. Those legs are enough to keep the old man entertained for a month. The men get killed. Make it look like they jumped off the building, and the women are taken straight away. Yes, a dozen or so people acted separately, taking advantage of the darkness to cut all the surveillance routes and pry open the door of the building towards Mu Xueqing's apartment. Chapter 31 Beauty and the Killer? Shin Yongxiao's men just climbed up to the second floor. 2 men with icy gazes blocked the way of a dozen people. Big brother, someone. The hitman looked back. Shin Yongxiao squeezed to the front of the crowd. Get out of the way. It has nothing to do with you. One of the men suddenly kicked out and landed on Shin Yongxiao's face. The freshly stitched wound exploded instantly. Damn, you guys dared to hit me? I am Shin Yongxiao. A word just came out. Shin Yongxiao then winced, his eyes behind the bandage flashing with a thick flash of panic, because he saw that the dozen or so thugs he brought with him all had their necks crushed. Don't kill me. A few minutes later, outside the building broke into a group of people, each carrying a sack into the Mercedes-Benz commercial car driven by Shin Yongxiao. Disappeared into the dark night. It was as if this never happened. 12 o'clock in the morning. Long due. Inside some office. Young master is going to the island? A woman with a wonderful figure and eyes as beautiful as jewels stood up in surprise, because it was so intense. The pair of buxom things on her chest trembled violently. On the other end of the phone, a woman was stopped outside the borderline of the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, when Junior Brother is in the Dragon Country, we can guarantee his safety. If he goes to the island country, that's not necessarily the case. You send someone. Forget it, Xiao Jiao. You go in person. Junior Brother's safety is not allowed to go wrong at all. I can't enter the Dragon Kingdom, but I can casually go to the Island Kingdom. Starting tomorrow, my Wolf Kingdom's army will enter the island's waters for military drills, and will leave again when Little Master safely leaves the island. If the island nation dares to make a move against Little Master, it will sink. The Empress spoke forcefully. Outer Banks Harbor. On the deck of a cruise ship, Lin Longhais remembered. Hey, okay, I know. Hang up. Young Yi. An hour ago, a man named Shin Yongxiao went to Ms. Mu's apartment, and the man has disappeared forever. Yi Chen nodded. At that moment, one of his men came over and whispered a few words into Lin Longhai's ear. Waving his hand, he dismissed his men and walked over to Yi Chen. Young Yi, the cruise ship will enter the open sea soon, and there is an underground casino in the cruise ship. Would you be interested in playing a few games with me? Don't worry, you don't have to pay a penny. The loss is on me. You take the win. Yi Chen glanced at him. Uncle Lin, you're the director of martial arts in Zhonghai, and you're still playing with this? Lin Longhai rubbed his hands together. Ordinary people can't avoid alcohol and sex in this life. Even for martial arts cultivators, power, fame, money, status, and beauty, there's always one thing they like, right? I like to play a few games when I'm not doing anything. A little gambling is good for the soul. Yi Chen shook his head. Uncle Lin, you're only at the Zhongshe realm now. Don't you want to make an impact on the great Zhongshe, Grand Master? Lin Longhai's eyes darkened for a moment as he smiled awkwardly. I was injured early in my life. I'm afraid I won't be able to reach the great master in this life. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped Lin Longhai's wrist. Lin Longhai was shocked. The martial artist's reaction subconsciously wanted to resist, but gave up as soon as he thought it was Yi Chen. Allow him to hold the wrists inches off the ruler. Uncle Lin, there is still salvation in your case. I'll treat you later and just prescribe 2 more pairs of medicines. Yi Chen said. Lin Longhai froze. The mind was a little taken aback. Yi Chen had disappeared for 5 years and brought back an astounding martial arts strength that was already enough to shock him. Could he also be a healer? Even if I know medical skills, one of my 2 chakras has already been broken. I've searched all over the country for famous doctors and couldn't do anything. Even the medicine god Valley in the northwest went to beg for help. Could it be that Yi Xiao's medical skills are even more powerful than the medicine god Valley? Probably comforting. Lin Longhai secretly shook his head and didn't break down Yi Chen's good intentions. Alright, you're really not going? I'm not going. You go. Okay, here's the room card. If you're tired you can just go to your room and rest. After Lin Longhai left, Yi Chen lit a cigarette. Taking advantage of the dark night, he looked in the direction of the island. Mom and Dad, are you guys still on the island? I have a lot of questions I want to ask you guys. Why did you leave without saying goodbye 5 years ago? What exactly is the Chaos Tripod? What about the unicorn blood? Are you guys in trouble, or is there a reason you have to? Thoughts are thick. Hey, this is a public place, and it's rude for you to smoke in public, isn't it? A girl a dozen meters away stared at Yi Chen with wide eyes and some anger. Zishuan, there's not much on deck, and it's not like it's bothering us. A young girl next to him shook her head. With big eyes and watery skin, goose egg face, generous temperament. Much better than those plastic surgery monsters in the entertainment circle. The pair of bold things on her chest was even more proud. She smiled lightly at Yi Chen. This gentleman, I'm sorry, my best friend is not in a good mood tonight. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't count on it. Took a drag on his cigarette and headed toward the bow of the deck. What an attitude! Jiang Zishuan was very angry and walked towards Super Yi Chen with her arms crossed. Today this girl will make you put out your cigarette. Zishuan. BFF quickly went after them. Yi Chen just walked out a dozen meters. Jiang Zishuan stopped in front of her with her arms crossed. Hey, this girl's words you did not. One sentence remains. Jiang Zishuan's beautiful eyes contracted for a moment, because she saw that one of Yi Chen's palms greeted towards her. It's enough that you have no qualities, but you want to hit people? Jiang Zishuan was confused. Yi Chen's palm landed on her shoulder. Jiang Zishuan only felt a sharp pain and subconsciously crouched down. Whoosh dash. Something almost scratched against her scalp. Looking up, Yi Chen was actually holding a sharp knife in his hand. Jiang Zishuan was so scared that she sat on her butt on the ground and almost cried. If it wasn't for Yi Chen's slap, the knife would have definitely pierced through her head. Zishuan. The best friend rushed over and was just about to comfort Jiang Zishuan. Yi Chen's icy voice rang out. Who are you people? At some point, 7 or 8 men in black nightclothes came around. The BFF froze. What era is this? And wearing a black nightshirt. Are you making a movie? Subconsciously, he looked around to see if there were any cameras. After all, there are a lot of spoof bloggers nowadays who like to frighten beautiful passersby. Kill your people. One of the men in black let out a low gulp. In 3 steps, he rushed to Ye Chen's body, and a long knife in his hand swept across the room. Ye Chen casually clasped this person's wrist and folded it with force. Bones break and come out through flesh and blood. The long knife in the black-clothed man's hand even turned back towards his neck. Pust. Heads on the ground. The smell of blood permeated the entire deck. Ah! Jiang Zixuan and her best friend Shen Yuchu were completely stunned. As the duo gazed in horror, Ye Chen sprinted out like the wind. The man closest to him flew out, his body hitting the deck hard and landing heavily on one foot. Ka-ching! Broken ribs. The blood in his mouth was even gushing out like a spring. Who sent you? Want to know? Go to hell. Bang! Stomp on this person's chest. Turning in an instant, he casually snapped the neck of a charging assassin. Hold it high. The death-like voice sounded again. Who sent you? A Dark Temple assassin never betrays his employer. The man knew that he was bound to die, and laughed madly. Ha ha, have the guts to kill. Ka-chow. A crunch. Dry. Ye Chen casually discarded the body as if it were trash and looked at the remaining 3. What organization is the Dark Palace again? And who is the employer he is talking about? A flash of panic flashed across the eyes of the remaining 5 Dark Palace slayers. The 3 who died were all at the Grand Master realm. One move kills. Even the cigarette in his mouth didn't go out. Is this kid a Heaven Realm martial artist? Don't think so much. Kill him and we'll each get $200 million. An old voice rang out. When the remaining 5 heard this number, their eyes instantly reddened, and together they came towards Ye Chen in a siege. Chapter 32, The Ghostly Man. Instead of retreating, Ye Chen took a step forward to take the initiative to meet up and slammed his fist out. Bang! The Dark Palace assassin who rushed at the front didn't even have the chance to scream. His head exploded on the spot and his headless body fell straight down. A man on the side sneaks up on him. Ye Chen snapped his backhand, directly penetrating this person's chest, through his back, holding a bright red heart in his hand. A 5-finger clasp. The heart explodes. Holy crap! The remaining 3 people were scared out of their wits and sucked in a breath of cold air. They had seen countless dead people, but they had never seen such a miserable death. Is this kid the devil? The moment the remaining 3 people completely lost their fighting spirit, their legs were soft with fear. Go. Like mad, he rushed to the side of the deck and plunged headlong into the sea. Ye Chen looked amused. Want to leave? Is it possible? One step over the deck rail and a leap. Jiang Zixuan and her best friend's gazes were horrified to the extreme. If not for the 5 corpses on the deck, and the smell of blood so thick that it made people sick, the 2 even thought they were dreaming. Young Chu, what kind of person is he? Someone spent over $1 billion to kill him? Is his life so valuable? Jiang Zixuan was so scared that she kept shivering, trying to get up. Legs are weak, couldn't stand up at all. Shen Yuchu shook her head in horror. Zixuan, don't be so capricious in the future. Yi Xiao. The commotion on the deck drew the attention of the rest of the cruise ship, and Lin Longhai brought his men to quickly rush over and blockade the surrounding area. 5 corpses, none of them intact, dying a miserable death. Where is Yi Xiao? I ask you, where is the youth on the deck just now? Lin Longhai's eyes were red, almost hissing out. The 2 could not withstand the wrath of a martial arts patriarch. Warily, he replied, these people said they were some kind of assassins from the Dark Palace, and the Yi Xiao in your mouth chased them and jumped into the sea? What? The Dark Temple. Lin Longhai's mind went blank. He rushed to the edge of the deck like a madman, hissing and roaring, tell the organizer to stop the ship. If anything happens to Yi Xiao, I want all of you to pay for it. Yes. Soon the cruise ship stopped. The entire deck was blocked by Lin Longhai's men. Lifeboats were even lowered to keep searching on the surface. Enough past half an hour. Lin Longhai's face more and more white. Finished. All finished. This is half an hour. Should not drown. Just then, a mournful scream came from the water. In the midst of countless shocked gazes, a black-clothed man flew up from underwater. It hit the deck hard as if it had been thrown up. Don't. Next. The second one. The third one. Lin Longhai's men quickly stepped forward and brought the 3 under control. The towel was pulled down, and each man's eyes were tinged with intense fear. In the next second, an indifferent voice came out. Are you all assassins of the Dark Palace? Lin Longhai, Jiang Zixuan, and Shen Yuchu looked towards the edge of the deck. A palm appeared, clasped on the edge of the deck, and leapt up. The moment they saw Ye Chen, the 3 assassins from the Dark Hall cowed out frantically in fear. My name is LV Bicheng, the 167th assassin of the Dark Palace. I'm 59 years old this year. At the 7th level of Grand Master. I'm from Southwest Province. I bought a house in Shanghai and Hong Kong Island. My old mother is 81 years old this year. I also have a wife, 6 mistresses who gave me 4 sons and 5 daughters. I studied in the countryside of Southwest Province in elementary school. I dropped out of junior high school to learn martial arts and joined the Dark Palace. My real name is Lu Wei. Flower name Knight 7. Dark Temple 163 killer. 52 years old this year. The 8th level of the Grand Master. I have lost both my parents since I was a child, and grew up in an orphanage. When I don't take on missions on weekdays, I'm just an ordinary old man, living my life in a small second-tier city. My wife and children are just ordinary people. My name is Jo Song, a native of the Southeast Asian country of Malaysia. Dark Palace killer number 169. This year is 49 years old. The 5th level of the Grand Master. I used to be a fisherman, and then I followed someone to practice Muay Thai. My talent is not bad, because I killed someone, so I joined the Dark Palace to seek refuge. I earned money and went to casinos and windy places to squander it. Alone. The 3 men kowtowed as they spoke. The head hit the deck with a thud. I'm afraid to stop even if I'm drenched in blood. Lin Longhai froze. Are these 3 really assassins from the Dark Temple? You know, the assassins of the Dark Temple are not even afraid of death. And even if they fail, they can still protect their employer's secrets. What exactly did Ye Chen use? It actually made the assassins of the Dark Palace fear to such an extent. This was simply telling Ye Chen all about his bottom. Can't help it. Lin Longhai's gaze towards Ye Chen completely changed. In these 5 years, what exactly has Ye Xiao experienced? What other means does he have that I don't know about? And how did he know that Ye Chen was in the 18 layers of hell? Even evil spirits are afraid of him. Ye Chen's voice was calm. Who hired you to kill me? The 3 shook their heads in horror. My lord, we really don't know. The Dark Temple assassins only take on missions. There's no way to actively contact their superiors, unless they're the legendary shadow assassins who are qualified to know who their employers are. Shadow killer? Ye Chen frowned. Lu Bicheng hurriedly nodded his head. Yes, my lord. Shadow assassins are ranked at least into the top 100 in the Dark Palace. Assassins of this rank take on top assassination missions. Either the president of a small country, the CEO of a top consortium, or a martial arts cultivator above the earth realm. Ye Chen looked at the 3. It seems they really don't know. I know. You can all go to hell. Upon these words, Lu Bicheng, Lu Wei, and Jo Song kowtowed in gratitude. Thank you, my lord. The 3 of them held their heads and twisted them hard. Click. 3 sounds in quick succession. The 3 Dark Temple assassins actually broke their own necks and killed themselves. This time, Lin Longhai was truly stunned. My god. The Dark Palace assassin actually killed himself after leaking the news? Why didn't he kill himself just now? Etc. Lin Longhai suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Could it be that these 3 people were so fearful just now because wanting to die was a luxury? What they've been through. Looking up at Ye Chen, this director of the Shanghai Martial Arts Bureau couldn't help but have a flash of intense awe in his eyes. Shen Yuchu and Jiang Zixuan stared with wide eyes. This scene could not be forgotten for the rest of their lives. This night, Ye Chen's face was seared dead in the depths of the duo's memories. Meanwhile, 50 nautical miles away, a dinghy floated in the dark sea, with all the lights turned off so as not to be seen. Put. Suddenly, a figure jumped onto the dinghy from the water and cursed angrily. Asterisk. What kind of monster is this guy? Grass. 8 Grandmasters joined forces and actually couldn't kill him. Is it really just one punch a Grandmaster? Damn. This guy can't be a Heaven Realm martial artist, right? He was the only survivor of the operation. It was also the only one hiding in the shadows and not making a move. If he strikes out on his own, it will be absolutely vicious. Pull out your cell phone. A call dialed out. Yi Hongye, your ING information is wrong. This kid is definitely not an ordinary person. What other secrets does he have on him? I lost too much money on this one. You have to raise it. Grass. The bodies on the deck were taken away, and only a faint odor of blood remained after the water was washed away. Xiao Yi, what should we do with these 2 female college students? Lin Longhai sank his face. This is the high seas. If you don't want to leak the news, no one will know if you dispose of it. Don't kill us. Jiang Zixuan cried in fear. Shin Yochu's beautiful eyes were also filled with panic. Ye Chen shook his head. Release it. Yes. Lin Longhai nodded his head and stepped forward with a threatening sentence. Remember, I've already checked your information. If you dare to leak out what happened tonight, I guarantee you'll regret it. The 2 left in a state of disarray. At that moment, Lin Longhai's cell phone vibrated. A text message was sent over, and when he opened it, he was surprised. Yi Xiao, the woman who went to the Heavenly Palace with your parents has been found. Chapter 33. Kill my fiancé. Who is she? Ye Chen looked over. Lin Longhai clicked on the file within the text message. Her name is Nobuta Sakurako. She is 22 years old. the daughter of the Nobuta family, graduated from Waseda University, and possesses the royal bloodline of the island nation. From the information, this woman seems to have serious mental problems. Oh, Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Lin Longhai handed Yi Chen his cell phone. The upper circles of the island wind up saying that this woman is a madman. 7:30 in the morning. Mu Xueqing had just woken up and realized that Yi Chen was nowhere to be found. A bank card sat on the coffee table in the living room. This card Mu Xueqing recognized. Wang Henian gave it to Yi Chen, and there was $100 million in it. A note was pressed under the card. I went out to do something. I'll be back soon. Seeing as you're studying finance, $100 million in the card will give you start-up capital. Do not miss. Yi Chen. What the hell? Disappearing? Don't think I'll forgive you if you give me $100 million. Ha? Mu Xueqing was a bit angry and threw the bank card aside. After a while, Mu Xueqing was a bit out of breath and couldn't help but worry. Could he have gone to his parents without saying goodbye? And leave me the card specifically in case he needs a lot of money when he comes back? Hesitate again and again. Mu Xueqing silently gritted her teeth. Forget it, this young lady will help you one more time. After silently pulling out his cell phone, hey boss, I want to quit. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Island. At the end of a busy street in Kyoto. A neighborhood of classical architecture is filled with high-rise buildings. This is the only street that is surrounded by cherry blossom trees and is patrolled by police cars every 30 minutes. Even private cars passing by are carefully scrutinized, prohibited from beeping their horns, and pass slowly with their throttles lowered. The other side of the street. Inside a black business car, Lin Longhai pointed to the end of the cherry blossom street. Young Yi, this is the Shinoda family. They have been passed down from the Edo period to the present day. Empresses who have produced several emperors, and many samurai are kept in the courtyard. According to the news from my hall, there might be a heaven realm martial artist sitting in the town. Sakurako Nobuta is crazy, and with the big wedding coming up, I'm afraid it's hard to see her since Nobuta Shishio won't let her go out. Yi Chen directly pushed open the car door and walked in the direction of the Shinoda family. Lin Longhai hurriedly followed him out of the car. Xiao Yi, what are you doing? Yi Chen didn't even return his head. Wait for me here. Lin Longhai was simply too late to stop him, and could only watch as Yi Chen disappeared at the end of the street. Inside the Shinoda family, a woman in a kimono set fire to the clothes of her subordinates and applauded frantically. Run! Ha 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 ha! You guys run! If you don't run, you'll be burned to death. Miss, don't do this. Ah! The underlings jumped into the pond in fear and swam quickly towards the other side. What a bunch of idiots! You can't be burned. Sakurako Shinoda smiled. Running to the nearby coffee table, he picked up a pot of green plum wine and poured it into his stomach. A blush rose to her delicate face under the effect of the alcohol. Suddenly, Nobuta Sakurako realized there was an extra man in front of her. Ha? Who are you? Yi Chen, who couldn't understand Japanese, raised his hand and clasped Nobuta Sakurako's neck. A photo was placed in front of her eyes. Is the woman in the photo you? Feet off the ground. A choking sensation came. Nobuta Sakurako instantly sobered up. A flash of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Speaking in fluent Mandarin, you're from the Dragon Kingdom? Am I asking you? Or are you asking me? Yi Chen closed his 5 fingers. That feeling of suffocation intensified. Nobuta Sakurako's face turned white. Legend has it that people can communicate with ghosts and gods when they are suffocating and near death. Is this what death feels like? No one in the family dares to make a move on me. Kill me. Please kill me. Nobuta Sakurako growled lowly in excitement. Yi Chen frowned. You're not even afraid of death? Sure is crazy. 5 fingers loosened. Sakurako Shinoda fell to the ground and coughed violently twice. Raising his head, he gave Yi Chen a somewhat grudging look, as if asking why he didn't kill himself. I'm going to ask you again. Have you seen the man in this picture? Did you take them into the emperor's palace? Did they end up meeting the emperor of the island? Where did they go after this? Yi Chen's ice-cold voice rang out one after another. Nobuta Sakurako slowly stood up and grabbed her flask and drank again. Who are you? What is their relationship to you? Why should I tell you where they are? Yi Chen didn't bother with nonsense. With a lift of his hand, 13 silver needles appeared in his palm. You may not be afraid of death, but you must realize that it is the world that has something worse than death. Nobuta Sakurako shook her head. I'm not even afraid of death, but I'm still afraid of this? Yi Chen sneered and decisively shot out silver needles. Poof, poof, poof. 13 silver needles disappeared into Shinoda Sakurako's body. Ah! Nobuta Sakurako's eyes flashed with horror. In front of her eyes, the scene of the 18 layers of hell actually appeared, and all of a sudden she fell into a hallucination, with countless evil spirits thus lunging towards her, madly gnawing at her flesh and blood, combined with the pain from the silver needles. It stimulated Shinoda Sakurako's nerves like crazy. Last night when dealing with the Dark Palace killers, Yi Chen was using this tactic. The Dark Temple assassin was so scared that he confessed everything. Sakurako Nobuta was just a woman and couldn't handle it. Evil spirits. So many evil spirits. Is this hell? Please kill me. Nobuta Sakurako was paralyzed with fear. My lord, please kill me. I said. I'll tell you everything. Yi Chen closed his 5 fingers. The silver needle flew back into his palm and the illusion disappeared. Nobuta Sakurako slumped to the ground. My lord, the 2 people in the photo are a married couple. And they did indeed enter the Emperor's palace and meet with the Emperor-sama. Yi Chen's gaze sank slightly. Sure enough. What happened afterward? Yi Chen asked. Nobuta Sakurako raised her head daintily with a look of I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen next. I left that day after I brought them into the Celestial Palace. But I can lead you to sneak into the Heavenly Palace. Yi Chen frowned. How did you know I was going to the Heavenly Palace? Nobuta Sakurako smiled sweetly. My lord, I've been learning the skill of reading people since I was a child with my father. I can tell from one of your looks that you want to enter the Heavenly Palace. That middle-aged man and woman are your parents, right? Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped Nobuta Sakurako's throat. You know too much. Ahem. Sir, there are many experts in the Emperor's palace. Unlike the Nobuta family, it will be difficult for you to sneak in. Nobuta Sakurako almost choked. If I lead the way, I promise you can meet the Emperor-sama directly. Casually tossing the woman aside, Yi Chen's gaze sunk slightly. Why are you helping me? I want to make a deal with you. Oh, tell me about it. Nobuta Sakurako's face showed a touch of gloom. Killed my fiancé, Tojo Runpei. Chapter 34 Yi Xiao. You are trying to stab the sky of the island country. Yi Chen frowned. You want to kill your own fiancé? I don't have feelings for him. This is just a marriage to solidify the family's position. Nobuta Sakurako shook her head, a smirk flashing in her beautiful eyes. If you help me kill him, I'll take you to see the Emperor-sama. Deal. Yi Chen nodded. He likes to bar hop, and right now he's probably at the Love Bar near Ginza, where he's had a private room for years. 10 minutes later. Bureau Lin. Young Yi is back. The henchman who was keeping a lookout shouted. Lin Longhai hurriedly rushed out of the business car and greeted him with 3 steps. Yi Xiao. You have seen Nobuta Sakurako? Aha. Yi Chen nodded and got into the commercial vehicle. Let's go. To Ginza Mansion. An hour later, outside another busy neighborhood. Young Yi, what are you doing in Ginza Mansion? Lin Longhai was full of doubts. Yi Chen looked outside, and the sign of Love Bar was conspicuous. Wait for me. The figure moved a few times and disappeared from view. Love Bar. Box 888. A group of island youths were singing high songs, alcohol with some banned pills, and shaking their heads wildly. There were also a few youths, pulling drunken student girls and running towards the restroom of the box, soon making indescribable noises. Suddenly, bang! There was a loud bang and the door to the box was kicked in. The sudden movement caused everyone in the box to look over in surprise. Yi Chen looked around. Who is Tojo Runpei? The Dragon Nation? The crowd froze, hearing Yi Chen's accent at once, and a few island youths copied their bottles towards Yi Chen's back. I am. What are you? An island man with a pale face and deep eye sockets stood up. Yi Chen spat out. The one who killed you. One step landed in front of Tojo Renpei's heel, and his 5 fingers landed on his canopy, tearing it with force. Pust. Tojo Renpei's neck broke on the spot. The other islanders in the box let out horrified screams, all squatting on the ground in fear, and a few islanders with beer bottles who wanted to sneak attack Yi Chen from behind, even more scared to pee on the spot. Yi Chen ignored the crowd, casually picking up a jacket from the couch. He wrapped Tojo Renpei's head and disappeared. A few minutes later, Yi Chen returned to the commercial vehicle. Let's go. Back to the Shinoda family. Yi Xiao. What is this? Lin Longhai looked strangely at the jacket-wrapped object in Yi Chen's hand. A faint odor of blood came from it. Yi Chen replied. Tojo Renpei's head. Who? Prince Tojo's eldest son. Tojo Renpei? Lin Longhai almost jumped up in shock. Yi Xiao. You are trying to break the sky of the island country. Did you really kill Tojo Renpei? Shinoda Sakurako exclaimed in shock. Her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She looked around the head several times and finally compared it carefully with her cell phone photos. Still not believing her eyes. Tick-tock. At that moment, the phone rang with several news tweets. Tap on it. Prince Tojo's son has been assassinated by unknown men. Heads disappearing. Dead bodies. Is it club retaliation? Or a family fight? The island's internet is abuzz. Nobuta Sakurako finally believed that Yi Chen had really killed Tojo Renpei. Looking deeply at Yi Chen, his breathing became rapid and incomparable. This is a lively Kyoto. What exactly are you, my lord? Love Bar. It was awfully quiet in box 888. Everyone in the box was under control, one by one, kneeling on the floor in fear, each one almost pissing themselves. On the couch in front of him sat an inchman with a chilling gaze, his eyes dead set on the headless body on the floor. The corners of his eyes were even more twitching. Are you saying that a young man from the Dragon Kingdom swaggered into this box and removed my son's head between lifting his hands, and then waltzed off again? My son died that easy? Takuya Tojo darkened his face. Hey! The youth who had just copied the wine bottle and tried to sneak attack Ichen replied in horror. Kill! Takuya Tojo's tone was unperturbed. A samurai drew the katana at his waist and cut off the youth's head with a single stroke, blood spurting as the body fell to the ground. At this moment, the entire box was plunged into a deathly silence. All the island youth's brains went blank. Dead covered their mouths to prevent themselves from crying out. Their faces suffocated green and purple, lying on the ground like a quail trembling. You say? Is that so? Takuya Tojo pointed at a girl. That girl was so scared that she kept shaking her head, her eyes full of fear. No, that's not it. That Dragon Nation man didn't use a sword. He used his hand. One hand twisted off Prince Rinping's head. By hand? Takuya Tojo froze. Looked to the wound on Tojo Runpei's neck. An elderly islander walked over and crouched down to check it over. Turning back to Takuya Tojo. Prince Sama. The wound is a laceration. Prince Rinpei's head was ripped off by someone hard, and the whole process should have been extremely painful. If this person, with one hand, was able to tear Prince Inpyeong's head off, he is definitely at the Grandmaster level or above. Baka. Tojo Takuya's face was hard to see. A martial artist from the Dragon Kingdom? What the hell are they? Box 888 is at the end of the walk. There was no surveillance inside the box, and the surveillance outside the hallway was cancelled. So there's no way to know who's coming to the box. Plus the lights were dim when Yichen was killing people. In their panic, these people didn't even see Yichen's face clearly. Haven't you checked the other surveillance cameras yet? I'll give you 5 more minutes. If you can't find anyone suspicious, you'll all be buried with my son. Lord Prince. There's a clue. A henchman approached carrying the general manager of Love Bar. This manager was already paralyzed with fear, his pants wet, holding the laptop in his hands and pointing at the screen inside. Lord Prince, we checked all the surveillance within an hour. This should be the one. He entered the bar less than 5 minutes ago and left, and wrapped something in his shirt before he left. The bar manager pointed to the security footage. Takuya Tojo stared dead at the computer screen. Wrapped under that baseball jersey jacket was a round object that now definitely looked like his son's head. Suddenly, wait, cut the screen back. Back up. Ha! The bar manager froze and did as he was told. Stop. Takuya Tojo gave a low gulp, and the bar manager pressed the pause button, which captured the side of Yichen's face right on the screen. The angular, blurry eyes held a touch of ice that was not human. It's him? Yichen. Dongjia Takuya stared wide-eyed. Dongjia Yuji, Dongjia Musashi all died in the hands of a young man named Yichen in the Dragon Kingdom. This person's photo is still placed on his desk now. 5 years ago, this kid should have been dead. He was gutted and died. Takuya Tojo was at Lung's house at the time, personally taking Yichen's kidney back to the island. Tojo Takuya never dreamed that this kid actually didn't die. And it's coming to the island? What the hell is going on here? Someone who should have died 5 years ago is actually alive? Takuya Tojo felt a cloudy wind blowing behind him. Next. Not good. Lord Tenno. Takuya Tojo reacted, quickly rushing out of the love bar. He couldn't even care about his son's corpse and headed towards the Heavenly Palace. Chapter 35, Killing the Heavenly Palace. Outside the Tianung Palace, countless tourists take pictures of the city. A commercial vehicle was parked on the side of the road, and Lin Longhai stared in disbelief that Yichen had actually brought Shinoda Sakurako out. Young Yi, do you really want to enter the Heavenly Palace? Lin Longhai repeatedly persuaded. The Heavenly Palace is the palace of the island emperor. There are countless experts inside. There are also self-defense guards, and their bullets are made of special alloys that can penetrate a martial artist's astral aura. There were once Heaven Realm martial arts cultivators who broke into the Heavenly Palace at night, and in the end, they were all beaten to a sieve. There's absolutely no need for you to take any chances. Yichen shook his head. My mind is made up. Getting out of the car and Nobuta Sakurako, the two of them, walked towards the gates of the Tenno Palace. Lin Longhai looked at Yichen's back and his gaze sank. Lu Zhang, Huang Liwen, Qin Suwu, subordinate. You guys immediately arrange for me to have people in the neighborhood. And once there's any movement inside the Heavenly Emperor Palace, create a disturbance outside to cover also less. Yes. Zhou Tao. By Jin Ming. Wan Sanshi. Subordinate. The three of you immediately prepare 3 evacuation routes. I don't want to encounter any obstruction on the way. Once Yi Shao comes out of the Heavenly Palace, I want him to leave safely within 5 minutes. Yes. Wang Xiao. Xia Shun. Lu Fang. Subordinate. The three of you go and prepare the airplane, the speedboat, as well as the tickets for the international flights and the forged identities. If Ye Xiao needs to flee the island urgently, even if it takes your lives, you must cover his departure. Yes. Watch the 9 heartthrob henchmen leave. Lin Longhai couldn't help but light a cigarette, looking in the direction of the heavenly palace. Yi Chen, there's only so much I can do. Next, good luck. Under Shinoda Sakurako's leadership, Yi Chen easily entered the heavenly palace. There were guards checking them along the way, but they were quickly released upon seeing Sakurako Nobuta. As he continued to go deeper and deeper, Yi Chen was surprised to find that the defense of the heavenly palace was just too tight. There were no loopholes at all, and there's surveillance everywhere. In addition to dark sentries in the shadows, there were watchtowers, turrets, and loaded self-defense guards. If he forced his way into the heavenly palace, the island emperor could definitely leave before he broke in front of him. Seeing Yi Chen's gloomy face, Nobuta Sakurako smiled. Yi Jun, have you seen the defense power of our island country? An average Grand Master would be killed if he broke through the gates of the heavenly palace. Above the earth realm, you can break through the second layer of defense. Above the heaven realm, one might be able to break through the third layer of defense. But before the Emperor Sama's final palace, he will definitely fall under the self-defense force. Over the past few years, martial arts cultivators at the 3rd level of the heaven realm, the 5th level of the heaven realm, the 8th level of the heaven realm, and even the 9th level of the heaven realm have all visited this place. Without exception, all of them were beaten to a sieve. Sakurako Nobuta looked proud. Yi Chen crossed his arms and said, "You know quite a lot about martial arts cultivators?" Nobuta Sakurako smiled sweetly. The Nobuta family is a martial arts family, and I can't practice martial arts as a daughter. For the realm of a martial artist, it has long rolled off the tongue. His beautiful eyes flickered as he swept a glance at Yi Chen. "I wonder what realm Yi Jun is in," Yi Chen said indifferently. "I've just started. The 1st level of a martial artist." "No way." Nobuta Sakurako shook her head, not believing it at all. "My Nobuta family's defenses are no match for the heavenly palace though. But it's impossible for anyone below a Grand Master to break into the deepest part and find me. You broke into the Shinoda family twice without being detected, and took me away unnoticed. So you're at least at the 7th or 8th level of the Earth realm? Even the heavenly realm? This woman is crazy but has a high IQ. If it was an ordinary martial arts cultivator, it would indeed be similar to what she had guessed. But was Yi Chen not an ordinary person? Although he had just stepped onto the path of martial arts, he possessed an incorruptible body of adamantine. There were countless feats in martial arts in his mind that could not be defined by the rank of an ordinary martial artist at all. Yi Chen smiled without saying anything. The two quickly passed through the last layer of guard posts, and ahead of them was a huge square, with an ancient imitation Tang Dynasty palace standing in the center of the square. Dozens of steps, tall and imposing. A group of 3,000 heavily armed self-defense forces patrolled around the palace. Near the gate of the palace, there were even hundreds of warriors guarding it. "Yi Jun, His Majesty the Emperor is in the palace, so I think we should stop here?" Sakurako Shinoda had a smile on her pretty face. The reason why she was willing to bring Yi Chen to the heavenly palace was because she was certain that Yi Chen would know what to do. Unexpected, Yi Chen revealed a smile. "Thanks." With his hands behind his back, he walked in the direction of the celestial palace. "Yi Jun, you're crazy." Nobuta Sakurako's smile froze and her flowery face lost its color. At the same time, the 3,000 self-defense force soldiers near the heavenly palace also noticed Yi Chen walking with his arms folded. Such a big square. Not a single figure. It's hard not to notice. "What man? Stop. Stand still or we'll shoot." "Shoot." Da. Bullets poured in like rain. Yi Chen didn't even have the intention to dodge. Still walking with his hands behind his back. "Ugh, why come to die?" Sakurako Shinoda sighed and turned her head away. Couldn't bear to see the bloodshed. "What? How is that possible? What are you?" Suddenly, the shocked voices of the self-defense forces rang in his ears, and the sound of bullets pouring out continued unabated. Sakurako Shinoda was all set to leave when she couldn't help but look back, completely dumbfounded. There was a gasp of surprise, and his legs almost went weak with fear. See only, Yi Chen stood with his arms folded, walking through the rain of gunfire, letting the bullets fall on him as if they were hitting a steel plate. His clothes had long been pierced into 1,000 holes while his body made a sound of gold and iron clashing. Ding, 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 ding. Bullets fell like beans at their feet. How is it possible? This is a special alloy bullet that can penetrate the protective astral aura of a martial artist at the 9th level of the heaven realm. And he was able to block it with his flesh and blood? Nobuta Sakurako opened her little mouth. Am I dreaming? Under her horrified gaze, Yi Chen rushed into the self-defense force. The screams rang out. Yi Chen punched a soldier. Heads, chests, and limbs exploded. Bloody, brutal, killing. In an instant, all 3,000 self-defense forces were violently killed, and blood flowed in rivers outside the Tenno Palace. The island martial artists guarding the entrance to the Heavenly Palace were sweating like a pig, and they were waiting with their katanas drawn. Ye Chen directly ignored them and looked at the palace gate with his hands in the air. With a long whistle, "Island Emperor, come out and answer." My god. Nobuta Sakurako was so scared that she sat on her butt on the ground. Her chest rose and fell violently, and her pretty face became even more red. How dare he? Him? Sakurako Shinoda's mind buzzed. There was even an electrifying sensation coming from his body. Thoroughly overwhelmed by the aura of the man in front of her. Ye Chen, I can't believe you actually dared to come here. An old islander walked out slowly, unkempt and bearded, with his long hair tied casually at the back of his head. Sword Saint, Tokugawa Hideyoshi. Nobuta Sakurako's eyes widened as she instantly recognized the person in front of her. There's a portrait of him in the house. Legend has it that didn't he die half a century ago? He was 150 years old then, and he's still alive? Nobuta Sakurako's body trembled. Wouldn't he be 200 years old now? Ye Chen said indifferently. You know me? Tokugawa Hideyoshi smiled and nodded. 5 days ago, the night you killed the 3 members of the Lung family, your information appeared on His Majesty's desk. As His Majesty's personal guard, how could I not know you? Ye Chen nodded his head. Good. Have your emperor come see me? I have a few questions I want to ask him. Dare to ignore the majesty of the emperor. Seek death. Hideyoshi Tokugawa stomped his feet so hard that the tiles exploded underneath him. A powerful chi erupted. Some of the surrounding island warriors were sent flying out of the room by the shock, spitting out mouthfuls of blood and dying violently. Slaying God // Hideyoshi Tokugawa swooped in, drawing a warlike katana from his belt. Zira. One voice. Dozens of meters of blade chi erupted, actually condensing into a shadow exactly like the katana in his hand, chopping at Ye Chen's head. Rumble dash. There was an earth-shattering roar, like a thunderbolt exploding the long sky. Wherever the blade chi crushed, it destroyed everything. Bang, 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 bang. All the floor tiles exploded, sending up a cloud of smoke and dust that flooded everything. Yejuan. Dead? Sakurako Shinoda's petite body trembled. Chapter 36, The Emperor? 1 foot in the air. What's that noise? Outside the Heavenly Palace. Countless ordinary tourists looked towards the direction of the Heavenly Palace in surprise. Is it thundering? No. It seems like something has happened inside the Celestial Palace. Just now I vaguely heard the sound of bullets. No way? Someone broke into the Heavenly Palace? Countless tourists were filled with astonishment. Oh no! Something happened to Yi Xiao. Lin Longhai changed color and immediately pulled out his cell phone. Are they all ready? Be ready to receive at any time. Meanwhile, Takuya Tojo arrived late, bringing a large number of soldiers to guard the outside of the Emperor's palace, block off all roads around the area, and no one is allowed to leave, including tourists visiting. Wait until I'm sure His Majesty the Emperor is safe. Takuya Tojo dropped a sentence and quickly headed deeper into the Heavenly Palace. A large number of soldiers came up. Yu Chu, what's going on here? Looking at the loaded island soldiers, Jiang Zixuan's face turned white with fear. She felt that she was too unlucky. It was not easy to come to the island for a trip once, and it was even if she encountered a murderous maniac on the ship, but she came to punch the clock outside the Heavenly Palace and actually encountered trouble again. Shin Yuchu was more calm and comforted a sentence. Don't worry, we're ordinary tourists. We'll be fine. Shinoda Sakurako stared dead ahead and waited until the roiling smoke cleared. Ah! An exclamation of surprise, his voice trembling. See only. Yi Chen was still standing in the same place, 2 fingers holding Tokugawa Hidehoshi's katana, and the floor tiles behind him were smashed into pieces by the blade energy, leaving a tens of meters long gully. How? Shinoda Sakurako was almost stunned. Her eyes were red, her hands were clenched together in death. She didn't even feel her nails sinking deep into her flesh and blood. Tokugawa Hideyoshi's pupils contracted hard, sucking in a breath of cold air. Hiss. Are you a human or a ghost? Yi Chen smiled. Guess? 2 fingers hard. When? The sound of a crunch. The samurai sword snapped in 2 on the spot. Tokugawa Hideyoshi changed color. Worthy of being an island sword saint, immediately reacted by pulling out another spare sword on his waist and chopped towards Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen clamped his hands on the broken katana and raised his hand to sweep it across the room. Put! Tokugawa Hideyoshi's body trembled, keeping the swinging of his sword frozen in place. It wasn't until Yi Chen walked past him that he covered his neck in shock. A line of blood appeared. Fresh blood came out from his fingers, and with a bang, the head fell to the ground. Island Kensei. Tokugawa Hideyoshi, death. Oh my god. Killed the sword saint Tokugawa Hideyoshi in one move? Decapitated his head? Nobuta Sakurako fell to her knees as the feeling of electricity surging through her intensified. Completely conquered by Yi Chen. Da. Yi Chen stepped on the steps of the heavenly palace, his voice sounding like the whisper of death. Protect His Majesty the Emperor. Kill. Hundreds of samurai rushed over, katanas falling madly from their hands. Yi Chen walked as if he was idly walking, and when he reached the palace gates, blood was already flowing under his feet. Bang! Kicked open the palace doors. Inside, there had long been a panic, and hundreds of island ministers looked at Yi Chen in horror, constantly backing away. The emperor of the island sat on high, surrounded by hundreds of samurai, sweating like a pig, looking at this death-like youth in horror. It's horrible. The sword saint all died under this man. How else can we fight? Yi Chen walked into the palace with his hands behind his back and looked towards the one on the throne of the emperor. A cold voice rang out. First question. 5 years ago my parents came to the heavenly palace. Where are they now? The island emperor is a middle-aged man with an 8-pointed beard. To be questioned like this by a dragon nation in front of hundreds of island executives. If he answers, where is the majesty of the emperor? Emperor Zhaoping Rinji's gaze was low. Yi Chen, do you know what you're doing? As long as a letter of condemnation from me is sent to the Dragon Kingdom, the Dragon Kingdom will definitely deal with you in order to not create an international dispute. The words fell. Hoo. An overcast wind whistled by. Then, an extremely bloody smell came. The crowd was horrified to see a bloody path appear among the samurai surrounding the emperor's throne. The bodies of the warriors on this bloody path all turned into pieces and died, like being run over mercilessly by a truck. This truck is none other than Yi Chen. Look again to Akira Rinji. See only. Yi Chen stood on the table in front of the emperor's throne, looking down condescendingly at the island's supreme ruler, one hand clasping his neck. When I ask a question, I don't like to ask it twice. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Yi Chen, how dare you? Don't let go of His Majesty yet. Yi Chen, are you crazy? You dare to do this to His Majesty? Zhaoping Rinji was furious. Yi Chen, I'm going to contact the Dragon Country officials. If the Dragon Country officials don't kill you, they can't quell my island nation's anger. You are provoking a war between two countries. One sentence remains to be said. Ka chow. A crunch. Ah. Akira Rinji let out a pig-killing scream as his entire body slumped onto the table. Yi Chen had one foot on his head, the other foot stomped on one of his arms. Blood ran down the legs of the table. Your Majesty. The great hall was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were red and they cried out in grief. Don't hurt His Majesty. Yi Chen exerted a slight force on the soles of his feet. I'll give you one last chance. Otherwise, the head will explode. I said. Akihira Ninji heart fear incomparable. Death in front of what the Emperor's Majesty. All thrown to the back of the mind. All the condescension and self-confidence instantly collapsed. He simply didn't expect the person in front of him to be so murderous and decisive. Not afraid of causing a war between the two countries. Even the life of himself, the Emperor, was as good as an ant in his eyes. It's true that your parents came to the heavenly palace 5 years ago, but they didn't come to see me at all. Rather, they were the other two offerings living in the heavenly palace. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. You didn't lie to me? Akira Rinji shook his head in horror. Your Excellency Yi Chen, I swear on the name of the Emperor, there is absolutely no deception. Those two people are both practicing ancient martial arts. Their origins are mysterious and they possess ghost-like means. I was in kidney failure and could die at any time. And they were the ones who told me that as long as I found someone with unicorn blood for a kidney transplant, they could save my life. What is an ancient martial artist? Yi Chen frowned. Zhaoping Rinji was confused. Your Excellency Yi Chen, your martial arts strength crushes the sword saint of the heavenly realm, and you actually don't know about ancient martial artists? Nonsense. If I knew, why would I need to ask you? Yi Chen shook his head. Zhaoping Rinji endured the excruciating pain and explained. The martial arts cultivated by martial arts practitioners are categorized into ancient martial arts and modern martial arts. Ancient martial arts are powerful and more difficult to cultivate. Modern martial arts are improved versions by later generations, more suitable for modern martial artists to cultivate. Moreover, ancient martial arts techniques are basically controlled in the hands of some hidden families, and there are many hidden families in the Dragon Kingdom. You really don't know? Yi Chen was thoughtful. One day 5 years ago, after your parents came to the heavenly palace, those two ancient martial artists left with them in secret. And then later, I had people search the world for the person with the unicorn blood. It just didn't occur to me that it just so happens that you are the one who carries the blood of the unicorn, which is really a heavenly coincidence. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Is this really a coincidence? He had a feeling in the back of his mind that it might have something to do with those two ancient martial artists. They knew they were carrying unicorn blood, and deliberately drew Akira Renji's gaze to him. In any case, 5 years ago killed himself and gutted his own organs. It's not to be confused with Akira Renji. Do you know where they took my parents? Where they went? And where did those two old men come from? I really don't know. Xiaoping Renji shook his head helplessly. I just know that one of them is called Elder Yuan. One is called Jiang Lao. These two are incredibly strong. If the two were to strike, it would be more than enough to exterminate the entire island nation. How dare I ask anything else? Ye Chen smiled coldly. Got it. Now you're worthless. Killing intent coalesced. You're going to kill me. Akira Renji's eyes contracted hard. He tried to escape like a madman, but he was unable to move as Ye Chen stomped on his head to death. Ye Chen, you lunatic! A roar rang out as Takuya Tojo rushed into the main hall with his men. I order you to release His Majesty the Emperor at once, or I guarantee that you will not only die here today, the island will also pour out its entire nation. And anyone in the Dragon Kingdom who has anything to do with you will die without a burial place. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've mobilized Kyoto's 100,000 strong self-defense force to surround the Heavenly Palace. Fighter jets have blocked off the entire sky. Cannons have been aimed at this palace. And the top 20 people on the island nation sect master list have all rushed this way. I guarantee that Ye Chen will die without a burial place today. Rumble dash. The roar of fighter jets was indeed heard from outside the Great Hall. It was only then that Akira Renji's eyes filled with blood. Tojo Takuya, are you trying to save me? Or are you trying to get me killed? Don't remove your men yet. Takuya Tojo grinned. Don't worry, Your Majesty. This madman definitely wouldn't dare to kill you. Even if this madman kills you, this king will definitely avenge you. The wolf's ambition is clear. You. Xiaoping Renji's face was ashen. He looked up at Ye Chen and yelled lowly. Takuya Tojo just wants me dead. Ye Chen, don't be used by him. Ye Chen, if you don't dare to kill anyone, then release His Majesty. Then kowtow obediently and beg for forgiveness, and I'll leave your body intact. Takuya Tojo smiled playfully. Keep stimulating. Ye Chen shook his head. You're overthinking it. No one can use me. You would have been a dead man in my eyes. Having said that, lift your foot and stomp. Bang! Akira Renji's head exploded. Little master, don't! A woman dressed in a martial artist's power suit rushed into the grand hall with people, her perfect S-curve showing. When she saw Xiaoping Renji being trampled to death by Ye Chen, her pupils contracted for a moment and she decisively droned. Immediately spread the news out that it was I, Ling Hongyan, who personally killed the island emperor. If I hear that junior brother killed the island emperor, all of you will be buried with him. Chapter 37 Ninth Senior Sister. Ling Hongyan, unfortunately, I'm still one step too late. What are you all waiting for? Why don't you get the message out? Ling Hongyan thundered and droned at a few of her men. A few people then reacted and immediately contacted their men's intelligence network. Ha ha ha, let's go. Takuya Tojo laughed up at the sky and turned around to leave straight away. The other island ministers, the moment they saw Akihira Renji killed, all wiped away their tears. The emperor is dead, so it's time for us to go. I'm afraid the island is going to be shaken. The forces are reshuffling, and the next emperor is likely to be Prince Tojo. Get out of here. The island's about to change. Without a single tear, these ministers left quickly. Ling Hongyan walked over and glanced at Xiaoping Renji's corpse, her gaze falling on Ye Chen. Junior brother, I can't imagine that our first meeting is actually in a place like this. I'm your ninth senior sister. Ling Hongyan, you don't have to worry about anything here. Isn't it just the death of a mere island emperor? Anything? Senior sister carries it. Ling Hongyan was about 5 feet 7 inches and was tightly strung out in a black power suit, the end of a pair of long legs. It's the water snake waist that countless women envy. And then on top of that were the proud breasts, combined with long legs and a water snake waist. The perfect S-curve of a woman will be revealed, especially that face. It gave off a valiant feeling. Ye Chen was surprised. You're my senior sister? Ling Hongyan blinked her big eyes. What else? Doesn't it look like it? Quickly let senior sister give you a hug. Ling Hongyan wrapped Ye Chen in her arms. Ye Chen's face fell into a softness. It is full and resilient. Ninth senior sister. Wait. Ye Chen took his face out. The pair of proud things on Ling Hongyan's chest almost suffocated him. Ahem. Ninth sister. Why are you here? Are you an islander? Ling Hongyan reached out and knocked Ye Chen's head. What are you talking about? Ninth senior sister is of pure Chinese bloodline. How could she be an islander? At this time, a woman dressed as a woman from the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Bureau approached. Bureau. With a look from Ling Hongyan, the woman directly changed her words. My lord, the news has already been passed out. 30 minutes tops. The entire Dragon Kingdom will know that you killed the island emperor. Good. Ling Hongyan nodded her head and looked at Ye Chen with a smile. Junior brother, This place is not suitable to stay for a long time. Let's leave first. Yi Chen frowned. Ninth senior sister. It was clearly me who killed the island emperor. Why are you taking the blame for me? He knew that this incident would definitely affect the relationship between the Dragon Kingdom and the island. If you don't get it right, the two countries will go to war over it. Yi Chen was naturally unafraid. The 10 kings of hell were all his masters, and he wasn't afraid of the rules of the world at all. Anyone who dares to stop him will be sent down to see the 10 masters. Ling Hongyan's beautiful eyes flashed as she smiled and explained. Junior brother, don't worry, my special status will be fine. Instead, you have to track down your parents. If this matter spreads, what will the Dragon Kingdom officials do to you? It's not conducive to your search for your parents' whereabouts. This, Yi Chen was a bit hesitant. It never felt quite right. Well, it's decided. Ling Hongyan pulled Yi Chen's hand with a serious face. Can senior sister still harm you? Seeing that Ling Hongyan was so insistent, Yi Chen did not say anything more. Come on, let's leave first. Ling Hongyan smiled faintly as the two of them walked towards the outside of the Heavenly Palace. It was then that Yi Chen realized that there were many Dragon Kingdom people guarding along the way, wearing uniform clothing with a special coiled dragon totem embroidered on their chests. At the scene of Lu Fingyun's 80th birthday banquet, 2 Wudao Bureau offerings had the same totem on their clothes. Lin Longhai's men had a similar pattern on their chests. Yi Chen asked, Ninth senior sister, are you from the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Bureau? Ling Hongyan laughed lightly. Of course, I'm from the Martial Arts Directorate and I have an office in Dragon Capital. Don't worry. If something goes wrong, senior sister will cover you. The two of them strutted out of the Celestial Palace. Why is he here too? Among the group of detained tourists, Zhang Zixuan stared at Yi Chen, who had walked out from the Heavenly Palace, with wide eyes. Xin Yuchu was full of surprise. Could it be that what happened inside the Celestial Palace is related to him? Just now a lot of island bigwigs hurriedly left the Heavenly Palace. Many are some newspapers, news only to see the island dignitaries. In the end, what happened? The two looked at each other. Lin Longhai also found Yi Chen, not caring about anything else. He led a quick rush over. Young Yi, you finally come out. What happened inside? Lin Longhai had just opened his mouth when he noticed Ling Hongyan on the side. When he saw the badge on Ling Hongyan's chest, his pupils contracted fiercely for a moment. Total. Ling Hongyan gave a look. Lin Longhai immediately understood that Ling Hongyan didn't want to reveal her identity. You're from the General Administration, right? Ling Hongyan said indifferently. Lin Longhai, I know you, the director of the Zhenghai Martial Arts Bureau. Now I have something I need you to do. Lin Longhai didn't dare to be slow. You command. From now on, take my little master brother back to China on a cruise ship. You guys go slow on the way. Stay in the open sea for at least a week, and then return to Zhenghai after a week. I guarantee that what happened on the island today will have no effect on you guys. Ling Hongyan said. What exactly happened in the Heavenly Emperor Palace? Lin Longhai asked casually. Ling Hongyan shrugged her shoulders and faintly said, I killed the island emperor. What? Lin Longhai was stunned at first. The next second, jumping up in shock. Asterisk 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 you killed. Hiss. At this point, dash. Ling Hongyan's cell phone rang. She glanced at it and her face became grave. Alright, Lin Longhai, you take little master first. Wait until Yi Chen and Lin Longhai left. Ling Hongyan got into a black sedan and went straight to the airport, boarding a plane from the Martial Arts Directorate. Meanwhile, the entire Dragon Capital International Airport was under martial law. The military showed up in person to blockade the entire international airport. Countless tourists were cordoned off in the security area, looking out at the airstrip with shocked faces. What the hell happened? I can't believe the airport is under martial law. When the president of M visited the Dragon Kingdom, he didn't even have this kind of treatment. 2 hours later, Ling Hongyan's plane landed, and just as the cabin door opened, a group of old men dressed in ancient clothes had already been waiting outside for a long time. Ling Hongyan, you have too much guts. As the director of the Dragon Kingdom's Martial Arts Directorate, you actually dared to kill the island emperor. Do you realize what you have done? The impact this matter has caused internationally is too bad. Several old men took turns to rage. Ling Hongyan slowly stepped off the airplane. One person does what one person does. To kill is to kill. You. A few old men were so angry that they almost fainted, their chests heaving violently. Good. What a good one-man job. The Council of Elders has decided to strip you of your status as the Chief Director of Martial Arts of the Dragon Kingdom. Secondly, in order to calm international public opinion, in 3 days you will be sent to the International Military Tribunal for questioning. I hope you're good and take it away. A few old men gave an order. 2 men from the General Directorate of Martial Arts stepped forward, locked Ling Hongyan's hands and feet, and stuffed them into a black commercial vehicle. yanking away. Chapter 38, Daughter. Xiao Bu Xue. The news of Xiaoping Rinji's death spread throughout the upper circles of the Dragon Kingdom after Ling Hongyan was taken away. The circle of dignitaries and provincial richest people are talking about it everywhere. The island emperor is dead? Killed by the chief director of the Dragon Kingdom martial arts? What's going on? Who is so bold and crazy? How dare you kill the island emperor? That's the highest symbol of power in the island nation. I heard it's still a woman. She was taken away as soon as she stepped off the plane. The island side must have exerted pressure. This woman's end must be tragic. The upper circles of Longdu, Shanghai, and Hong Kong Island were talking about it everywhere. For the average person, it's a different version to hear. Emperor Akihara Rinji died at the age of 46 after a violent death due to an illness, which was unsuccessfully resuscitated by medical personnel for 6 hours. Shanghai City, inside a Starbucks cafe. Sister Xueqing, look at this. The island emperor is sick and dying. A girl around 20, holding her coffee and swiping her cell phone, suddenly exclaimed. Mu Xueqing, who was beside him, froze for a moment and then closed the laptop, rubbing those already slightly haggard eyes. For 2 whole days and nights, she worked on starting a financial company for Yi Chen. Zoe, didn't I tell you to find out where it would be better to rent your new company? Why do you read this kind of news as much as you can? Mu Xueqing picked up her coffee and took a sip. The girl's name is Wen Xiaro, a junior student at the Shanghai University of Finance. Mu Xueqing interned at the company she worked for before she resigned. After getting Yi Chen's $100 million, he immediately resigned and dragged Wen Xiaro to help. This girl is so playful that she either swipes a certain tone or plays a certain blog or read book. Wen Xiaro smiled sweetly. Sister Xueqing, I'm not taking a break to relax. Mu Xueqing laughed and scolded. I see you've been brushing a certain tone for a few hours. If this continues, I'm sure I won't stamp your internship certificate. Don't Yukari-san, I'm begging you. Wen Xiaro pounced over and hugged Mu Xueqing's arm and shook it. At this point, a stylishly dressed woman in red with sunglasses and an aura sat nearby holding a little girl. A pretty face, snow-white skin, and especially that innate nobility. It puts a self-confessed urbanite girl in the neighborhood to shame. Mommy, can I have another ice cream? The little girl blinked her big innocent eyes. The woman in red scowled. One is enough. No, Choran. Mu Xueqing stood up. Xiao Churan heard someone call out to him and turned around to look over. Unable to help but froze. Xueqing, why are you here? Mu Xueqing quickly walked over. I stayed in Shanghai to work once I graduated. So of course I'm here. On the contrary, it's you. Why are you here? Eyes averted. Falling on the little girl. Wow, this is your daughter. So cute. Xiao Churan smiled and nodded. Wen Xiaro also ran over. Sister Xueqing, who are this big and little beauty? Mu Xueqing smiled and introduced. This is my college roommate, Xiao Churan Xiao Big Beauty. She is the school beauty of the chemistry department of Shanghai University. You're not so bad. The flower of the finance department. The people chasing you are lined up from your department to the front door of the school. Seeing her college classmate, Xiao Churan was obviously in a great mood. The two men caught up on old times and half an hour passed by. The more I think back to my youthful years in college, the more I talk about it. But how come you dropped out after only 1 year of school? Everyone said it was a shame at the time. The other 2 roommates often talk about you, and some of your suitors keep coming to ask us for news about you. Mu Xueqing asked about the doubts in her heart. Xiao Churan frowned slightly and fell silent. Mu Xueqing hesitated for a moment and continued. At that time, there were rumors in the school that I heard you were pregnant. So it seems to be true. What the hell is going on here? When did you secretly have a boyfriend? Someone also said they saw you at a fertility hospital in M. They said you went for IVF? Xiao Churan shook her head. I don't have a boyfriend. Mu Xueqing covered her mouth and couldn't believe her ears. You don't have a boyfriend? She Miso stood up. You really went for an IVF? Why? Choran, you're so young and in college. Why are you suddenly going for IVF? With your looks and intelligence, any husband you find will be a social elite and happy for life. Ugh. Xiao Churan sighed, seemingly unwilling to say more. This matter is very complicated. Xueqing, I hope you'll help me keep it a secret. Don't tell anyone about this, okay? Mu Xueqing's expression shifted, sweeping a glance at Xiao Churan's daughter. He froze for a long time before asking, what's her name? Xiao Buxi. Xiao Bu Xie? Okay, I know. I'll rot this matter in my stomach. Mu Xueqing nodded her head gravely. Thanks. Xiao Churan breathed a sigh of relief and changed the topic with a smile. By the way, I'm not going to leave this time when I go back to Shanghai. Before that, I was studying chemistry at the University of Central China Sea in order to move towards medical aesthetics. I'm going to create a medical beauty company. And this time, I'm going to live for me. Mu Xueqing laughed. Looks like we've thought of a place. I'm also going to create a financial company. Xiao Charan was stunned. Then he stretched out a hand. Then let's make progress together. Mu Xueqing raised her hand and shook it up. Progress together. High seas, on a cruise ship returning home. Lin Longhai made a cup of tea and sent it to Yi Chen. Young Yi, have you asked for news about your parents? Your parents went to the Celestial Palace. They really went to meet the island emperor? Yi Chen shook his head. No, they met with two ancient martial artists. Ancient martial artists? Lin Longhai was shocked. What's wrong? Yi Chen was a bit strange. Lin Longhai glanced at Yi Chen in surprise. Young Yi, decades ago there were still some ancient martial artists walking around in the society. After all these years of development, the technological techniques are spread all over the world. Ancient martial artists have rarely appeared. And some ancient martial families have even moved away from their ancestral homes where they've lived for hundreds of years, most of them migrating towards the depths of the Kunlun Mountains. There are still a few ancient martial arts clans in the Dragon Kingdom, but they rarely interact with people. And even the officials and the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Bureau can't do anything about them. But it's nice that they don't cause any trouble, and they don't make any fuss, and they're fine with each other. If your parents go off with the ancient warriors, things will be difficult. Yi Chen's face was grave. At least, my parents are still alive. This is good news. The people who took my parents, one is called Yuan Lao and the other is called Jian Lao. As for the name, I don't know it yet. Uncle Lin, you help to find out and let me know anytime you have news. Lin Longhai nodded his head gruffly. Okay, Yi Xiao. Yi Chen shook his head. Uncle Lin, it's better for you not to call me Yi Xiao, and call me by my name Yi Chen from now on. This, although Lin Longhai was a bit hesitant, a flash of relief flashed in the depths of his eyes. Good, Yi Chen. Suddenly, tick-tock dash. Lin Longhai's cell phone received a text message, and when he opened it, his face couldn't help but change drastically. Yi Chen didn't feel quite right. Uncle Lin, what's wrong? Chapter 39. Who dares to touch my granddaughter-in-law of Xiaojinghua? Lin Longhai looked deeply at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, something has happened to the chief director of the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts. She's been stripped of her status as chief director and will be court-martialed in 3 days. And it's very likely that a guardian will personally pronounce the sentence. The chief director is in a bad way this time. Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. What does your chief director's accident have to do with me? This, Lin Longhai wanted to speak. Yi Chen, you really don't know that your senior sister, Ling Hongyan, is the chief director of martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom? She's on trial, mostly because of that whole island emperor thing, and will probably end up being executed. What did you say? Yi Chen stood up directly. The cloudy winds roared behind them, rolling up monstrous killing intent. Go to Dragon Capital immediately. Quick! Yi Chen's eyes were red, and a black smoke was rising behind him. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Lin Longhai was startled. This kid isn't going off the deep end, is he? Uncle Lin, I killed the island emperor. Yi Chen roared lowly. My senior sister is taking the blame for me. What? Lin Longhai's eyes widened. I can't believe it. The island emperor was actually Yi Chen was killed. Yi Chen. You. Yi Chen's heart raced. Uncle Lin, quickly. I'm going to the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Directorate. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Reach the entrance of the General Directorate of Budo. Yi Chen rushed straight over. The two middle-aged men guarding the doorway shouted lowly. Who is it? Stand still. The Martial Arts Directorate is off duty. Come back tomorrow if you have anything to do. Yi Chen's eyes filled with blood. I want to see your top leader. The two middle-aged men froze. Spinning around, he smiled playfully. Young man, do you know what this place is? And supreme in charge. Get out before we get angry. Yi Chen saw that it wouldn't work. Walking directly towards the main gate of the Martial Arts Directorate, the faces of the two middle-aged men sank. Dare to forcefully break into the General Administration of Martial Arts? Looking for death. Are you? The two of them struck out at the same time, their 5 fingers clawing and snapping towards Yi Chen's shoulders. Get out! Yi Chen took a step forward, and his shoulder ruthlessly impacted on the chest of the duo. Bang! Both of them were at the 6th level of the Zhongshe realm, but they actually could not block Yi Chen's blow, and their sternums exploded on the spot. Flying out like a dead dog, he fell on the steps of the main entrance of the General Martial Arts Department. Dozens of figures quickly rushed out. Upon seeing the two middle-aged men lying on the steps and wailing, his face changed drastically. An old man in a Chinese mountain suit was not angry. Kid, what are you? How dare you make trouble in the General Martial Arts Bureau? Lin Long ran over with a sea full of shock. Yi Chen, you are too impulsive. How can you do it here? Lin Longhai? As the director of the Central Sea Martial Arts Bureau, why are you here as well? The old man in the mid-mountain outfit recognized Lin Longhai, and so on. Yi Chen? His eyes turned and landed on Yi Chen in surprise. You are Yi Chen? Yi Chen looked at him. You know me? The old man in the middle mountain suit had a playful look in his eyes. Who doesn't know you in Longdu after making a fuss over the Yi family a few days ago? Yi Chen shook his head. I don't care who you are, if you know me or not. Now, immediately, right now, have the highest head of the General Directorate of Martial Arts come and see me. This statement was made. Ha ha ha, who does this kid think he is? Want to meet the highest head of our directorate? Is he crazy or am I? Behind the old man in the middle mountain suit, dozens of people from the General Administration of Martial Arts were full of smiles. The tone was teasing. Lin Longhai changed color. Yi Chen, don't be reckless. This is Elder Wu Bailei Wu, one of the 3 deputy directors of the Martial Arts Directorate. Yi Chen didn't give face at all. What deputy director? Words don't count at all. I want to see the top man, not some deputy. Dead silence. Deadly silence. The dozens of people watching from the General Administration of Martial Arts originally had smiles on their faces. The smiles were all frozen at the moment, looking at Yi Chen in horror like he was looking at a ghost. Lin Longhai simply did not expect that Yi Chen would not even give face to Wu Bailei. He quickly looked at Wu Bailei. Elder Wu. Yi Chen. Shut up. Wu Bailei's old face rose to a pig's liver color. Since he had been promoted to deputy director of the Martial Arts Directorate, no one had ever dared to humiliate him like this. It's downright humiliating. Yi Chen, you're too arrogant. What kind of place do you think the General Administration of Martial Arts is? Originally, I gave you 3 points of face on the basis that you are a bloodline of the Yi family. Now it seems that even if you are the grandson of Elder Yi, I still have to teach you a lesson today. Let you know what it means to know that the sky is the limit. Wu Bailei shouted angrily and took a step towards Yi Chen. Bang! Where it landed, the floor tiles exploded inch by inch. The dragon claw hand was even snapping towards Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen didn't have the slightest intention of dodging, and directly blasted out with a punch. The two forces collided together and waves of air exploded. Wu Bailei was actually shaken backward. It took more than a dozen steps backward, and only stopped when it reached the steps at the main entrance of the General Martial Arts Department. This kid, how could it be? The crowd of the General Administration of Martial Arts was shocked. Lin Longhai also looked deeply at Yi Chen. Wu Bailei is at the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm. Could it be that Yi Chen's strength is far above the 3rd level of the Heaven Realm? Wu Bailei's tiger's mouth went numb, and he looked at Yi Chen in shock and anger. Just about to speak, Yi Chen's voice rang out. For the sake of my senior sister, I'll spare you once. If you dare to strike at me again, you will be killed without pardon. Ignoring Wu Bailei, he walked towards the main gate of the Martial Arts Directorate. Wu Bailei almost died of anger alive, his old face instantly becoming twisted. A milquetoast brat. And to ing tell him that there's no mercy for killing? Yi Chen, you're ing looking for death. Wu Bailei hissed at Yi Chen's back, so angry that his voice trembled. Drawing a soft sword at his waist, he tore through the air. Towards Yi Chen's head he chopped. Yi Chen, be careful, Lin Longhai exclaimed. Just at the moment when the soft sword was about to chop at Yi Chen's head, Yi Chen turned back in an extremely bizarre stance, casually grabbing Wu Bailei's soft sword. His other hand blasted out with a punch. Put! Wu Bailei's head exploded like a watermelon. The body fell straight down. Self-inflicted. Deputy Director Yu is dead. The entrance to the Martial Arts Directorate was shaken as everyone quickly retreated back to the Martial Arts Directorate. Lin Longhai walked up with a pale face and looked at Wu Bailei's corpse. It's over. Yi Chen, you're in big trouble. Yi Chen didn't reply and lifted his feet towards the inside of the General Martial Arts Directorate. The news of Wu Bailei's death flew out. Xiao family. Xiao Jingwo was teasing the birds and playing with the dogs. An underling ran over sweating. Master, something big has happened. What's the matter? Panic. This old military god who had retired down had a calm face, and his face did not change color when Tarzan crashed in front of him. Yi Chen has come to Longdu. Just now he wanted to force his way into the General Directorate of Martial Arts. Wu Bailei tried to stop him and was punched in the head. The people from the Martial Arts Directorate had all gone home from work, and now they're rushing back immediately. He Sanjie and He Zhuxi rushed over there. I'm afraid that if Auntie is up against the two, she'll be in deep trouble. What? Xiao Jingwo was shocked. Worthy of being a veteran military god who had fought many battles, he immediately regained his composure. In the depths of his pale eyes, a touch of gravity even flashed. Go to the General Administration of Martial Arts first. I'll see who dares to touch my Xiao Jingwo's granddaughter-in-law. Dropping the birdcage, he quickly left. Almost simultaneously, inside the highest office of the Dragon Kingdom, a middle-aged man in his early 40s wearing a handmade suit with gold-rimmed glasses walked over. Dragon Lord, something has happened over at the Martial Arts General Bureau. Ye Chen wanted to see the highest head of the General Directorate of Martial Arts. Wu Bai Lai blocked him, and Ye Chen directly killed Wu Bai Lai. Chapter 40, Sweeping. Kill through the General Administration of Martial Arts. The Dragon Lord put down the teacup in his hand. A flash of surprise was evident in his unruffled eyes. What does Ye Chen want? Didn't he go to the island? Coming back so soon? Analyzing the news coming back from the scene, Ling Hongyan seems to be Ye Chen's senior sister. Ye Chen's forced entry into the Martial Arts Directorate is presumably due to the fact that Ling Hongyan is going to be court-martialed. The man with the gold glasses explained. The Dragon Lord's brows furrowed. Get up slowly. Walking over to the window, he glanced out at the rippling water. There was a long silence. Only then did he quietly spit out a sentence. Xiao Dang. I remember 10 years ago, Ling Hongyan had a strange illness, almost to the point of death. Right? Yes. Dragon Lord. Xiao Dang nodded his head and added. Ling's family took Ling Hongyan with them and supposedly went to the Kunlun Mountains to seek medical treatment. He came back a few years later, and it didn't take long for him to become the chief martial arts director. Speaking of which, Xiao Dang seemed to guess what the Dragon Lord meant and said in surprise. Dragon Lord, could it be that you mean that Ye Chen went to the Kunlun Mountains during the 5 years he was missing? The Dragon Lord's eyes were heavy. It's not that there isn't this possibility. Now is not the time to consider this. Little Dang, you immediately go to the General Martial Arts Bureau. No matter what, we can't let things continue to get out of hand. Yes, Dang left quickly. At this moment, the General Directorate of Martial Arts. Inside the largest hall, it was ancient and built exactly according to the ancient system. What was shocking to the eye was that more than 100 people from the General Directorate of Martial Arts were lying on the ground and wailing. The arms and legs were twisted to a horrific degree. For every minute that passes, I will step on and break a person's arms and legs until your highest person in charge shows up. Ye Chen's voice was icy cold. Sitting in one of the highest eunuch chairs, Lin Longhai was terrified. Ye Chen, isn't this not good? Broken bones are the most taboo for martial arts cultivators. You broke their arms and legs. What about the path of martial arts cultivation in the future? Ye Chen's eyes were ice cold. If it wasn't for the face of senior sister, it wouldn't be my arms and legs that I'd stop on. It'd be my head. A cold killing intent erupted. It almost condensed into materialization. Icy cold and bone-chilling. Lin Longhai couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, it was as if the Ye Chen in front of him was not a person, but a god of death from hell. A middle-aged man roared low. Ye Chen, you are looking for. Ah, the word death had not yet been uttered. A scream of agony. Both feet were trampled off on the spot. Holding back the second half of his sentence, he fainted on the spot. Ye Chen, you are simply too arrogant. This is the Dragon Country Martial Arts Directorate, not your acre of land in the countryside. Daring to strike here, you simply don't know how to die. Two old men rushed into the great hall with their men. A jaded old man. A horse-faced old man. The elegant old man twitched a long knife to chop out. The icy coldness of the blade she actually produced a condensation effect when it met the air, and a white tiger could be vaguely seen swooping down. Ouch! Wherever the white tiger passes. Bang! 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 All the expensive furniture all exploded, turning into powder and bursting apart. Ye Chen dodged sideways, and the sandalwood eunuch chair underneath him exploded under the blade energy. The ground was even chopped out with a 10-meter-long slash. Ye Chen was just about to strike. The second blade chi arrived. Lin Longhai shouted. Ye Chen, be careful. This is Elder He Sans Ho He, one of the 7 elders of the General Administration of Martial Arts, 8th level of the Heaven Realm. If he were to let him chop out the third blade, no one below the 9th level of the Heaven Realm would be able to catch it. Ye Chen's figure flickered and dodged the second blade. Lin Longhai. You? Very good. Hisanjie's eyes were gloomy. It was about to chop out a third blade at the same time. Ye Chen didn't know when, but actually ghostly rushed in front of him, lifting his hand towards Hisancho's smash. Comparing physical strength with Lao Fu? I'm afraid you don't know that Lao Fu was practicing his sword in the waterfall. Looking for death. Hisanso let out a low gulp, confident beyond measure. He slammed his fist into Ye Chen's fist. The two collided together. Ah! Hisanjia screamed miserably as his 5 fingers exploded. The left arm even made a click sound and broke on the spot. Bones come out through flesh and blood. The second punch came and landed on Hisanjia's chest. Hisanjia looked like he had been hit by a truck as a mouthful of blood spurted out and flew backwards. Elder He, are you alright? The horse-faced old man who came along with him took a step out in shock and caught Hisanjia, who flew out backwards. Quickly take this healing pill. Don't leave internal injuries. Hisanso took the elixir handed to him in one gulp and stared at Ye Chen with a deadly stare. Be careful. This brat's moves have no rules. I don't know what sect he's from. He fights with all his brute strength, regardless of what sect. I'll take the sun first. A horse-faced old man's eyes sank. Taking the lead, he rushed out, his internal energy exploding, and his white cranes lit up his wings. The horse-faced old man's figure was incredibly dexterous. Yi Chen's speed was completely unable to keep up. In just a dozen rounds, a dozen kicks to the chest, back, and stomach, Yi Chen was a little depressed. Although Master has bestowed me with a Vajra unbreakable body, I don't have much internal strength after all. I've never been able to keep up with my speed. When I meet this kind of speed-type martial artist, I can only be passively beaten. Lin Longhai saw Yi Chen take a beating. He completely went out on a limb. Yi Chen, he's Crane Bamboo Creek Crane Elder, 8th level of the Heaven Realm. A hand of white cranes with bright wings is extremely fast, but the attack power is somewhat inferior to a normal Heaven Realm 8th layer. As long as you can resist his attacks, you can counterattack. He Zhishi said angrily. Lin Longhai, who exactly are you with? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Yeah, he was still inexperienced in combat and couldn't compare to an old geezer like Lin Longhai. As he Zhishi kicked at him, Yi Chen took the cost of the blow hard. A 5-finger clasp, grabbed the calf of Tsurujuki. No good. He Zhishi changed color and tried to draw back. Unable to do anything about Yi Chen's incredible strength, he actually directly swung him up and ruthlessly smashed him towards the ground. Clang! A loud bang. Hijushi felt like his internal organs were going to explode, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in pain. Immediately after, ka-ching! With a muffled sound, one of Hijushi's thighs was crushed by Yi Chen's foot. Old man's feet. Hijushi screamed miserably and completely lost the battle. Those people from the General Directorate of Martial Arts who had broken their arms and legs and were lying on the ground were stunned. Elder He, 8th level of the Heaven Realm. Elder Crane, 8th level of the Heaven Realm. One is known for his attack, the other for his speed. Both of them actually lost to Yi Chen? Is this kid 30 years old? When did Dragon Kingdom produce such a martial arts genius? At this moment, a majestic voice came from outside the room. Whoever dares to touch Yi Chen, ask me, Xiao Jinghua. If I'll answer first. The crowd looked toward the door of the Great Hall. Xiao Jinghua walked with a dragon's stride and looked at the room full of people, except for Yi Chen and Lin Longhai who were all lying on the ground, unable to help but freeze. What's the situation? The corners of the mouth of the Martial Arts Directorate twitched. What situation can't you see? I go to. Xiao Jinghua reacted at once, his pale eyes revealing shock. Yi Chen, did you defeat all these people? Elder He. Poof. Elder Crane. Xiao Jinghua almost laughed out loud. Cough cough cough. You guys were also defeated by Yi Chen? He Sandao and He Zhushi were almost exasperated. Xiao Jinghua, are you here to see us laugh? Xiao Jinghua had a smile at the corner of his mouth as he looked deeply at Yi Chen. Actually, I'm here to save the day. But now it seems that I'm not needed to save the day here. So let's just take it as a joke. You. The two men spat out a mouthful of blood as the fire raged. Where is my senior sister Ling Hongyan now? Yi Chen asked in a cold voice. He Sandao stiffly gritted his teeth. I don't know. What about you? He Zhushi looked at Yi Chen angrily. I don't know either. The two didn't believe that Yi Chen really dared to do anything to them. Yi Chen let out an oh-so-quiet sound. 2 consecutive stomps down. Ka-chow, ka-chow. One of the thighs of He Sanso and He Zhushi was stomped on. Dry. White bones mixed with blood and flesh sticking to the floor. Completely wasted. The duo let out painful sounds. Yi Chen, are you crazy? You dare to waste our legs. Grass. Yi Chen's voice was cold. Do you think I'm joking? I'll give you one last chance. Where is my senior sister Ling Hongyan? Otherwise. The words fell, raising his foot on the duo's heads, ready for their brains to explode. Yi Chen, don't kill them. Xiao Jinghua was startled, not expecting Yi Chen to be so decisive. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Lin Longhai's heart trembled. It almost jumped out. The rest of the General Directorate of Martial Arts was so scared that they almost fainted. Was Yi Chen trying to kill the two old men? He Sanso and He Zhushi trembled. In his heart, he had already greeted Yi Chen's ancestors once, but he could not ignore the icy killing intent above his head. Crazy person. This Yi Chen was definitely crazy. The two had a hunch. If not answered, this kid will absolutely stomp on their heads. The Guardian. She was taken by the Guardian. The two hissed out almost simultaneously, slumping to the ground as if deflated. P.S. Brothers, pink tender new book. Need to take care of. There are free small gifts to send. Urge more point a little bit. Thanks. Chapter 41, Yi Chen? Just kill it at will. Guardian? Yi Chen frowned. Where are they? The two shook their heads in disbelief. Looking for death. Ha! A flash of hostility flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Push hard on your feet. He Sandao and He Zhushi trembled in fear. We really don't know. Xiao Jinghua stepped forward to stop it. Yi Chen, they really don't know the whereabouts of the Guardians. Yi Chen stopped and looked at him. Elder Xiao, what do you mean? Xiao Jingguo's face was serious. Yi Chen, the guardians exist independently of the Dragon Kingdom, not part of any department or under anyone's jurisdiction. Their whereabouts cannot be found even by the Dragon Lord, not to mention these two. They really don't know. Yi Chen's eyes were gloomy. Doesn't anyone know where the guardian is? He Sandao suddenly spoke. Yi Chen, 3 days later, Ling Hongyan will stand trial at Mount Tai. If you want to save her, you can just go to Mount Tai in 3 days. It's useless for you to come to the General Directorate of Martial Arts. It's not like we disposed of Ling Hongyan. Yi Chen let go of his foot. In 3 days? Tarzan. Thanks. Dropping a sentence, he walked towards the outside of the General Martial Arts Directorate. Lin Longhai didn't dare to stay for a moment and hurriedly followed. Xiao Jinghua also turned to leave. Yi Chen, you wait for me. This matter we are not finished. Ah, my leg. Yi Chen walked out of the General Martial Arts Bureau with his front foot. Xiao Jinghua caught up. Yi Chen, could it be that you're really prepared to go to Taishan in 3 days? Yi Chen nodded. Senior sister took the blame for me. There's no way I'm going to watch her die. Take the blame for you? What do you mean? Wait, do you? Xiao Jinghua reacted at once. Think of a terrible truth. Yi Chen spoke out of turn. Not bad. The Island Emperor. I killed him. Hiss. Xiao Jinghua even if he had already guessed. Hearing Yi Chen admitted himself, he still couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Raising his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder, he slapped it fiercely. Good boy. You dare to kill the Heavenly Emperor. There's the style of the old man back then. You've killed the Emperor too? It doesn't matter. It's just a description. Xiao Jingguo's old face reddened with some embarrassment. He quickly changed the topic. Yi Chen, in this matter today, you're still too impulsive. You wasted over 100 people at the General Martial Arts Bureau. Even He Sanjie and He Zhuxi. These two can be ranked in the top 150 on the Dragon Kingdom's patriarch list. Not to mention the fact that the family forces behind those 100 or so people are even more complicated. Have you thought about how you should react when they come after you? Facing Xiao Jingguo's question, Yi Chen had only one word, kill. Kill? Xiao Jinghua frowned. Yi Chen, are you serious? Yi Chen asked a rhetorical question. Elder Xiao, what do you think? Xiao Jinghua completely froze in place. He didn't even notice when Yi Chen left. There is vigor, worthy of being the granddaughter-in-law that I, Xiao Jinghua, have recognized. Also, 3 days from now on Taishan Mountain, I'll help you. Xiao Jinghua stood with his arms folded, his eyes deep as he muttered to himself. I just don't know if I, a retired old military god, can still shake the Guardian's majesty. On the outskirts of Dragon Capital, deep underground, in front of an extremely open stone room, there was actually a rushing underground dark river whistling past. Underneath the Dragon Capital, there are a total of 9 dragon veins. This dark river is one of them. A waxen-faced old man sat cross-legged by the dark river, and as the rushing water approached him, it was actually blocked and slowed down by a powerful force. Teacher, something happened in the General Martial Arts Bureau. A kid named Yi Chen, a middle-aged man approached. The matter of the General Directorate of Martial Arts was explained. The old man's eyes didn't even open. Yi Chen? What kind of cat or dog comes to report to us? The court-martial in 3 days will be held as usual, and Ling Hongyan will be directly declared dead. On the spot. Yi Chen? If he dares to come and cause trouble, just kill him at will. Clanging. It doesn't allow for any rebuttal in the slightest. All self-confidence stems from strength that crushes everything. Dragon State. Inside the Supreme Office. Dragon Lord. I'm back. The Dragon Lord was a bit surprised. Back so soon? How is the situation in the General Administration of Martial Arts? Xiao Deng gasped twice, looking like he had run all the way here. Yi Chen wasted more than 100 people from the General Directorate of Martial Arts, as well as He Sanjio and He Zhuxi with one leg. He already knows that the Guardian will try Ling Hongyan at Mount Tai 3 days later. Old military god Xiao also rushed over, but unfortunately didn't help much. Yi Chen went back to Zhonghai after leaving the Martial Arts General Bureau. In one breath, the Dragon Lord's gaze flickered. If I remember correctly, He Sanjie and He Zhuxi are both at the 8th level of the Heaven Realm, right? Yi Chen actually wasted them? Has the strength broken through the Heaven Realm? It's possible. Xiao Deng nodded and continued. Dragon Lord, these 5 years that Yi Chen disappeared, it can't be true that he went to the Kunlun Mountains, right? But whether he went there or not, in just 5 years, Yi Chen is definitely no match for the Guardian. 3 days later if he dares to force his way into the Taishan Judgment Court, I'm afraid he'll be in deep trouble. The Dragon Lord pondered for a moment. In 3 days, you'll go to Taishan. You don't have to care about Ling Hongyan's affairs. If Yi Chen shows up, save his life from the Guardian's men no matter what. Back in Zhonghai, Yi Chen asked Lin Longhai to send him back to Mu Xueqing's apartment downstairs. Sending Lin Longhai away. Yi Chen went straight upstairs. Just as the spare key opened the door, a girl stepped out of the bathroom next to the living room. The towel was wrapped around him, and it looked like he had just gotten out of the shower. The girl exclaimed in shock at the sight of a strange man. "Ah, who are you? I'm nervous." "Forget about pulling the towel on your body. The moment it's about to slip off." Yi Chen closed the door at the speed of light and took an arrow step forward. Standing in front of the girl, a hand went towards her chest. "What are you doing?" A large hand pressed into the chest position, holding down the slipping bath towel. Only then did the girl not go naked, and in shock Yi Chen's voice rang out. "What are you still standing there for? Take the bath towel. You've got 3 minutes to get changed before you tell me who you are and why you're here." "The owner of this house. And where has he gone?" The girl was just about to retort, just in time to meet Yi Chen's emotionless eyes. Couldn't help but shiver a little, goosebumps rising on his milk-like skin. Obediently, he nodded, grabbed the towel and turned his head to rush into the room. 2 minutes later, the girl put on her clothes and walked out, looking at Yi Chen sitting in the sofa. You are Big Brother Yi Chen, right? You know me?" Yi Chen was a bit surprised. The girl nodded. "Sure enough, it's Big Brother Yi." "Hello Big Brother Yi, my name is Wen Xiao. It's a student from Zhanghai University of Finance. Sister Xueqing let me stay here. She said that if you come back, Big Brother Yi, she'll immediately take you to Dragon Lake Villa." Half an hour later, Long Lake Villa, outside a 3-story villa. Yi Chen was a bit strange. Could it be that Mu Xueqing bought a villa after taking 100 million? Doesn't matter. It's nice to get a bigger house. When Xiao went up and rang the doorbell. Villa first floor. Mu Xueqing was cooking dinner in the kitchen. Xiao Charan was playing along. Shaw doesn't regret watching cartoons in the living room, being handy and knowing how to cook. Whoever marries you in the future will really have smoke coming out of their ancestors' graves. Xiao Charan smiled. "By the way, that boyfriend of yours, what does he do? Anyway? I can't believe you guys are even living together." Xiao Charan's appearance is uninviting and her temperament is superb. Actually very nosy inside. Mu Xueqing smiled mysteriously. "What's the rush? I'll introduce you to him when he comes back." Ding dong dash. The doorbell rang. "I'll get it." Mu Xueqing put down the work in her hand and went forward to open the villa door. When Xiao playfully jumped in, "Sister Xueqing, your boyfriend is back. Wow, he's really handsome. So cold. No wonder you love him so much." Xiao Charan walked up with a smile. "Speak of the devil and he's here." Looking toward the villa's front door. Next, Yi Chen walked through the gate of the villa, and the moment Xiao Charan saw him, her eyes contracted fiercely. The smile froze and her pretty face instantly went white. Chapter 42, $200 million. What's the harm in giving him a game? Yi Chen. Mu Xueqing hurriedly walked up and pulled Yi Chen's hand. "Hey, next time you can't leave without saying goodbye." "Yes." Yi Chen nodded with a smile. "Back just in time. I have something to tell you. Eat first. By the way, I'm sharing this villa with a friend now, so I don't have to squeeze into an apartment anymore. Let me introduce you." Look at the intimate demeanor of the two. The 10 fingers under Xiao Charan's sleeves were clenched together in death. Fingernails sink into flesh and blood without even feeling it. "Choran." Mu Xueqing pulled Yi Chen and came to Xiao Charan. "Charan, you don't look too good. Are you not feeling well?" Yi Chen was surprised. "Xiao Charan?" This time, it was Mu Xueqing's turn to be surprised. "Yi Chen, you guys know each other?" Yi Chen nodded. "Well, high school classmates." Ahem. Xiao Charan's face was suffocated red. He coughed violently twice, and his body collapsed with a softness. Yi Chen took an arrow step forward and hugged Xiao Charan and placed her on the sofa. Fingers pressed at her pulse. "Wow, Sister Xueqing, your boyfriend can also practice medicine?" When Xiao marveled. A moment later, Yi Chen withdrew his hand. Mu Xueqing anxiously asked, "Yi Chen, how is she?" Yi Chen shook his head. An urgent fire attacked his heart, and all of a sudden, his qi and blood went to his head, so almost fainted. "No big deal." Mu Xueqing nodded. "It's probably because it's been too hot lately." Xiao Rou, turn on the air conditioner. Yes, Win went to turn on the air conditioner. Yi Chen's words turned. But what? Mu Xueqing brought a towel and wiped the sweat from Xiao Charan's forehead. Yi Chen swept a glance at Xiao Charan and then at her daughter. "Xiao Buren, if you have any questions, just say so." Xiao Charan's voice was somewhat cold. Yi Chen said, "Your body is very strange. It should be the aftereffects left behind after giving birth. However, judging from your pulse, you seem to be a virgin and should have never had a man." Looking deeply at Xiao Charan, "Or rather, you haven't had sex. So where did this daughter come from?" "You." Xiao Charan was momentarily speechless. Where did this guy learn to be a healer? He can tell that? Mu Xueqing froze for a moment and grabbed Yi Chen's ear. "Yi Chen, what are you babbling about? I'm so not bull asterisk 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 ting. The corners of Yi Chen's mouth twitched as he let Mu Xueqing tug at his ears. That's what it says in the medical books I've read. So maybe it's because I'm not a good learner. 5 years in hell and he's read a lot of medical books. It's all in the soul. After all, this was also the first time that he had performed his medical skills on Xiao Churan. To Mu Xueqing's surprise, Xiao Churan looked straight at Yi Chen. I do have the problem of fainting easily. Can you treat it? Yi Chen pondered for a moment. There's nothing wrong with it. Cast a silver needle. Combined with a few pairs of herbs, it can be cured. Okay, you try. Xiao Churan nodded and closed his eyes. Yi Chen lifted his wrist and took out a few silver needles like magic. It didn't enter Xiao Churan's several acupoints. In just a few minutes, Xiao Churan's chi did recover. People can sit up too. Seeing that the person was fine, Yi Chen wrote down a prescription and said, she's fine. Xueqing, I'm going out. Come back in a few days. Mu Xueqing was puzzled. You just came back and you're leaving? Don't worry. It's right here in Zhonghai. Yi Chen smiled faintly, reassuring Mu Xueqing. He came back this time to report his safety to Mu Xueqing. Yi Chen knew that his martial arts strength was far from adequate. Today, against the duo of He Sanzhou and He Zhuxi, he actually couldn't manage to kill them in seconds. For 3 days, he was going to raise his martial realm. Okay. Yi Chen turned around and walked towards the outside of the villa. As if she thought of something, Mu Xueqing shouted at Yi Chen's back. Hey, Yi Chen, the two of us will open our company in 3 days. 10 o'clock in the morning. Don't you forget to come and cut the ribbon. Yi Chen froze. In 3 days? What a coincidence. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. A voice rang out in the darkness. Really? Why are you so busy? Mu Xueqing muttered. Xiao Churan closed her eyes. Her heart was full of mixed feelings. Yi Chen walked out of the Dragon Lake Villa, and with a flip of his wrist, a business card flew out from within the chaos space. Dial out the number on it. Hey, there's a favor I want to ask you. Hang up. In less than 10 minutes, a Maybach S680 stopped at the entrance of the Longhu Villa. Wang Henian and Xin Xiong excitedly got off the car. Major General Yi, how are you? Please get on the car and talk. Holy, who is this young man, living in Longhu Villa? Maybach S680 personally come to pick up. Which family's male son? In the envious eyes of passers-by, Yi Chen sat in the boss chair in the back row, yanking away. Xin Xiong sat in the co-pilot and observed Yi Chen through the center rearview mirror. Seeing this youth again, the wave of shock in her heart could not be calmed for a long time. Yi Lingyun, the son of great military god Yi, suddenly returned after 5 years of disappearance. Kill Elder Master Lu and retreat in one piece after threatening the king of Jiangnan. The Dragon Lord personally ordained the Dragon Soul Major General. What other secrets does he have on him? Xin Xiong thought curiously. Wang Henian, who was sitting together in the back row, asked in a gruff voice, Major General Yi, is everything you said on the phone just now true? You need an alchemy room? Could it be that you are still a Dan master? 5 years in hell. And Yi Chen hadn't learned much about alchemy. Yes? Of course. Wang Henian nodded his head affirmatively. Just take me. Yi Chen pulled over a notepad in the car and wrote down hundreds of herbs in one breath. And the herbs on this, the more you prepare the better. Send them all to the alchemy room. Also, don't call me Major General Yi in the future. Just call me by my name or Mr. Yi closed his eyes and stopped talking. An hour later, on the outskirts of Zhonghai City, outside a steel-making factory, the temperature skyrocketed as we entered a bomb shelter that actually had something else inside. Wang Henian had long been sweating profusely. Xin Xiong wore a thin dress, and the delicate body under the long skirt had already been hidden. Yi Chen was the only one who cleared himself without wind, as if he was not affected in the slightest. Mr. Yi, this is the alchemy room. Wang Henian pointed ahead, to a reddish stone chamber. These stones, they were all brought out from the inside of the volcano by the elevated frame, borrowed fire from a nearby steel mill and buried a fire escape leading under the stone chamber. There's absolutely no problem refining pills below the 5th grade here. That's when the herb delivery arrived. Yi Chen looked at a large cart of herbs and had them sent into the alchemy room. Don't disturb me for 3 days. Having said that, dive headfirst into the alchemy room and close the door. Xin Xiong's gaze was strange. Elder Wang, is it possible that this Major General Yi really wants to make pills? What a joke. Those martial arts clans can easily invest billions of dollars in the cost of cultivating an alchemist. You casually have to train for more than 10 years. And I've never seen a Dan master under 50 years old. Those herbs he just asked for are worth more than $200 million. And there aren't many people other than you in China and the sea who can get them together in an hour. These herbs, aren't they a waste of money? Xin Xiong felt pity. Wang Henian's eyes flashed. It's only $200 million. What's the harm in giving it to him for fun? As long as I can make friends with Mr. Yi, let alone 200 million. I'm willing to do it for 2 billion. Said. TikTok dash. A text message came from Wang Henian's cell phone. Open a look. The body a stagger. Almost fell to the ground, finished. I'm afraid that the 200 million really have to hit the water. What's wrong? Xin Xiang wondered. Wang Henian's old face went white as he stared dead at the text message in his phone. Mr. Yi made a scene at the General Martial Arts Department in Longdu 3 hours ago. It seems to have injured a lot of people. This is offending the people of the General Administration of Martial Arts to death. Wang Henian had long since said people pay attention to Yi Chen's news. It's just a shame that his connections aren't strong enough. There was no way to know the exact details, only that Yi Chen had made a scene at the General Martial Arts Department without knowing that he had killed anyone. What? Offended the Martial Arts Directorate. Xin Xiong opened her mouth in fear. This is a behemoth. After entering the alchemy room, with a thought, Yi Chen's chaotic cauldron appeared in his hand. He took out the herbs prepared by Wang Henian and 2 30-year-old herbs were thrown into the tripod. Next, a 500-year-old herb appeared in front of him. Sure enough, Yi Chen was delighted in his heart. The herbs were processed quickly and put into a simple and ancient Dan tripod that had long been prepared in the alchemy room. Press a switch under the cooktop. Buzz dash. A blazing flame erupted out, enveloping the entire Dan cauldron. The temperature in the entire alchemy room steeply skyrocketed. Yi Chen was careful and controlled the fire. I don't know how long it took to turn off the flame and open the Dan ding. A strong medicinal scent came to the surface. It's done. He wasn't afraid of being hot, and grabbed a red pill from within the Dante's cauldron. There are 3 lines on the elixir. If other Dan masters saw it, they would definitely die of shock alive. The first time he concocted an elixir, he actually concocted a 3rd-grade elixir. This was too heaven-defying. Yi Chen swallowed it in one gulp. The elixir melted and disappeared into the dantian all at once. The medicine rushed into the limbs and bones. Boom dash. Martial artist. 2nd level. Martial artist. 3rd level. Martial artist. 4th level. An elixir that actually directly rushed to the 4th level of martial artists. Deep in the dantian, there was even a powerful internal force coalescing, combined with the Vajra unbreakable body. Yi Chen felt that he could kill a martial artist at the 9th level of the heaven realm with a single punch. If I reach the sovereign realm, or even the grand sovereign realm, what kind of combat power will I have? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Again. PS, likes, hypes, comments, 5 stars, all kinds of requests please. Chapter 43, the trial begins. Yi Chen doesn't dare to come? Mount Tai, the 5 mountains, ancient place for emperors to seal their temples. Early in the morning, tourists who came to climb Mount Tai were surprised to find the whole of Tarzan was surrounded by troops and armed police blocked all roads. What's going on? Is some big shot coming to climb Mount Tai? Ordinary tourists thrill. You don't know yet, do you? The mountain has been closed and cleared of tourists since 3 days ago. Definitely not a simple character. The tourists murmured. Look, here comes the car. A Rolls-Royce Phantom led the way, followed by Porsche 918s, Lamborghinis, Bugattis, Maybachs and other top-of-the-line luxury cars coming in a line. Holy, is this someone's car show? The tourists were dumbfounded. Never seen so many luxury cars in my life, one after the other. Dazzling. Suddenly, a tourist exclaimed, look, that car. The crowd looked away. Isn't it just a broken A8? It's nothing compared to the ones in front of it. The speaker sneered. Look at the license plate. The crowd looks on. The pupils contracted hard. Jiangye 00001. My God. King Gongnam. People's mouths completely closed. King Jiangnan's car traveled to the foot of Mount Tai. Getting out of the car, he froze. So many people? A henchman next to him sneered. My lord. I can only say that this Yi Chen kid has offended too many people. Even the gambling king of Macau Island. He offended. When word got out, everyone came to see him laugh. The henchman pointed in a direction. Here, the daughter of the king of gamblers is here in person. Not far away, the daughter of king of gamblers Zhou Yunfa, Angela Zhou walked down from a Rolls-Royce Phantom, with big sunglasses, surrounded by a group of bodyguards. He headed towards the cable car that went up the mountain. 3 days. Yi Chen's incident of causing havoc in the Dragon Country's martial arts directorate had long spread throughout the upper circles. It spread abroad. On the other side, a dozen or so wolf countrymen were wrapped up tightly. Both men and women. The men are tall and the women are incredibly hot. The man from the wolf kingdom in the lead said in a deep voice. The Empress has said that if Ling Hongyan is sentenced to death, save her at all costs, even if we die here. Yes. The group of wolf countrymen let out a low gulp. Nor take the cable car and climb quickly towards the top of Mount Tai. At the same time, a crowd of whites, blacks, and people of Southeast Asian descent approached. Leading the way was an old white man speaking fluent English. Grand Princess Aisha said that as long as you guys put up a fight, each of you will get $100 million. If you succeed in saving Ling Hongyan, you will be rewarded $1 billion. And all of you will be given green cards from the country of M. And all your sins will be wiped out. All spending under the Ross Consortium's properties in this life is free. The group was like chicken blood. We will accomplish the mission. Following the group of wolf countrymen, they went straight to the top of Mount Tai. King Jiangnan's gaze was grave as he looked at the direction the two groups of people had left. The fishy red Earl of the Wolf Kingdom, MS, Ava, and the drunkard Muhammad. Underground Dark Gang Killer number 69, Desperate Poisoner. 57th place, Jack the Clown. 45th place, Black Widow. In 31st place, Gokun, the god of Muay Thai. Back then, he faked a Muay Thai match and killed King Tai with one punch. Wanted all over the world, with a reward of $500 million. And he dares to show his face? The men next to him had long been frightened. My lord, why are these horrible characters here as well? King Jiangnan grinned. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? It seems that this chief martial arts director of ours is no ordinary person. Nah. Go, up the hill. A command. King Jiangnan got into a helicopter and headed towards the top of the mountain. It was 6 o'clock in the morning when we reached the summit. The sun rises in the east. The top of Mount Tai has long been crowded. Ye Hongye came early in the morning with a cloak and sat in a corner. This kid really dares to come? You won't hoodwink me. Did he really? All by himself? Kill 8 of your Dark Palace's Grand Master 9th level assassins? Not far behind. A man with a black ducktail hat and black mask lowered his voice. Do I have to lie to you? Even I would have died on the boat if he hadn't realized I was there. Look for yourself. He Sandao and he Zhuxi are both at the 8th level of the Heaven Realm. And both had their legs wasted by this kid. Yi Hongye looked in the direction the man was pointing. He Sanso and he Zhuxi sat on the trial bench of the Martial Arts General Bureau. The thighs of the two men had been amputated after being stepped into powder by Yi Chen. This little man, as long as he dares to come today, I will definitely make him pay. He Sandao gritted his teeth. Next to the bench, Lu Chuanxiong and the Lu family members, with white cloths on their heads. A few days ago, Yi Chen crushed the neck of Lu Chuanxiong's father at Elder Lu's 80th birthday, to make him die a horrible death. Knowing that Yi Chen was likely to pick the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom today, Lu Chuanxiong immediately summoned the Lu family. It came at 3 o'clock in the morning. He held Elder Lu's effigy in his arms. Dad, you watch well in heaven. Bless Yi Chen, who must have come to challenge the guardian and died tragically under the guardian's hands. Tang Fenwolf was anxious like an ant on a hot pan. It's almost 8 o'clock. Why isn't Yi Chen coming? No, he better not come. That's the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. Unless it threatens the security of the country, the guardian will never make a move. Ling Hongyan killed the island emperor and has seriously threatened national security. That's why the guardian stepped in. Don't come. Don't ever come. Tang Fenwolf clenched his fists. Xiao Xinghua had long since arrived at the scene. The old military god did not move like a mountain. What's your hurry? Where's a bit of your father? Much less your grandfather's steadiness. Tang Fenwolf shook his head. Old military god, you're definitely not in a hurry. Time passes by. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun was high in the sky. A middle-aged man quickly ran and knelt at the feet of King Jiangnan. My lord, we've found out about Yi Chen. King Jiangnan said indifferently. Speak. Yi Chen had been missing for 3 days, and he had finally pried for news of him. The middle-aged man said. 3 days ago, Yi Chen and Zhanghai's Wang Henian left Longhu Villa and went to a bomb shelter in the suburbs. This air raid shelter was transformed into an alchemy room. After Yi Chen entered the alchemy room 3 days ago, it hasn't come out until now. The king of Jiangnan was a bit puzzled. What was Yi Chen doing in the alchemy room? Probe and report again. Yes, the middle-aged man left quickly. In the meantime, on the outskirts of Zhanghai, outside the alchemy room of the air defense shelter, Lin Longhai anxiously circled straight in place. Yi Chen, what the hell are you doing? Is it really refining pills? Today is already the 3rd day. If you don't come out, Ling Hongyan will really die. Shen Qiong, who was standing by, had long been used to it. Last night, she was still a bit surprised when she met Lin Longhai, the director of martial arts in Zhanghai. When Lin Longhai kept looking at his watch for a full night, Shen Qiong was thoroughly used to it. 9 o'clock. Bang! With a muffled sound, the door to the alchemy room opened with a bang. A youth slowly stepped out. How come it feels like he's a bit different? Shen Qiong wondered. Wang Henian looked disappointed as Yi Chen's hand was empty. Sure enough, no potion was made. Lin Longhai excitedly stepped forward and pulled Yi Chen's wrist. Yi Chen, you finally came out. Today is already the 3rd day. Go, quickly follow me to Mount Tai. Yi Chen said indifferently. Uncle Lin, take it easy. What time is it now? Lin Longhai glanced at his watch. 9 o'clock sharp. There's no rush. Let's take a trip to the city first. Good. Let's go right now. Lin Longhai nodded repeatedly and suddenly responded. Where to? The city? Top of Tarzan. That middle-aged man once again came to the Jiangnan king, knelt down on one knee, and said a few words. An old man spoke. Jiangnan king, let's share any news together. We're all in the same circle, and we've come here today for the same purpose. So why cover up? The Jiangnan king looked over and smiled slightly. So it's Elder Chen, Chen Fengnian, from the Chen family in Jinling, a prestigious family. Sweeping a glance at his men. Since it's Elder Chen who's giving the word, you can tell everyone what you've poked around. Yes. The middle-aged man nodded. Latest news. An hour ago, Yi Chen left from an alchemy room in the suburbs of Zhonghai City. He didn't come to Taishan, but went within the city of Zhonghai. What? Swish dash. Zhou Anqi, Yi Hongye, Lu Chuanxiong, He San Diao and He Zhuxi, Xiao Zhenghua and Tang Fengwolf, all eyes, at the same time, looked over. Yi Chen didn't come to Taishan? Instead, they went within the city of Zhonghai? Zhou Anqi took out her cell phone and dialed King of Gamblers Zhou Yunfa's number. Dad, he doesn't dare to come. I thought he wasn't afraid of the sky or the earth. Zhou Yunfa on the other end of the phone was surprised. How come? That night, father and daughter on the phone. On the other side, Yi Hongye's eyes sank slightly. Unfortunately, this kid saved another life. Dad, Lu Chuanxiong hissed in disappointment. He San Dao and He Zhuxi's faces were gloomy to the extreme. Little let you pick up a dog life. Let you live on for a few days first. Sooner or later, I'll let you die without a burial place. Tang Fenwolf let out a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not coming. It's good that it's not coming. Ugh. Xiao Zhenghua let out a long sigh, somewhat disappointed. After all, I can't resist the pressure of the 3 words guardian. Chapter 44, Ninth Senior Sister. Ling Hongyan, death penalty. The car was parked in the center of town, under an office building. Yi Chen, what did you bring me here for? Lin Longhai looked puzzled. Yi Chen didn't explain and got out of the car and went straight upstairs. Yi Chen, you're finally here. Everyone is waiting for you. Mu Xueqing saw Yi Chen appear. Smiling, he stepped forward and pulled him into the company. Lin Longhai realized that today was actually the opening of Mu Xueqing's new company. The meaning of the word Mu Chen Group was obvious. The only downside is that the company is very small. Other than Mu Xueqing, Xiao Charan, and Wen Xioro, only the staff of the flower store was present. Chairman, please cut the ribbon. Mu Xueqing handed Yi Chen a pair of scissors. Chairman of the board? Oh, Yi Chen took the scissors, just about to cut the ribbon. I told you, why did you suddenly quit your job? Mu Xueqing, so it's because you've been adopted by a white boy. A woman stepped on high heels and walked out of the elevator with a few girlfriends. Yi Chen frowned. Who is it? You invited them? Mu Xueqing shook her head. I didn't invite her. Her name is Zhao Baowan. She's my former company colleague. Can't beat me in business. Steals my market research materials, takes credit from her boss and says she owns them. I purposely put last year's information on the flash drive, and I ended up moving a stone. She's fired. Zhao Baowan laughed coldly. Mu Xueqing, today new grudges and old scores will be settled together. You can't run your company properly with my mother around. Sisters, the flower basket is delivered. A command. The group of girlfriends sends the basket of flowers in their hands. There are banners attached to it. Bad luck is high. Open for business. Close for business. Scatter the family's wealth. 3 girlfriends stepped forward. Zhao Baowan smiled. There's one more. The family is broken. You guys. Mu Xueqing was trembling with anger. Yi Chen's voice was ice cold. You guys are looking for death, aren't you? A monstrous killing intent surged out as he took a step in front of Zhao Baojuan's body. Zhao Baowan shivered in fear. What are you doing? Yi Chen kicked Zhao Baojuan's legs and screamed miserably on the spot, his legs twisting in an extremely terrifying arc. He snapped Zhao Baojuan's neck again and pulled open the security door next to him. Throw it down like garbage. The screams of Zhao Baowan came from the hallway. Baowan. The 3 girlfriends were white with fear. It was simply unthinkable that Yi Chen's methods were so cruel. Yi Chen turned around and came to the 3 men, directly stepping on their thighs. All of them were picked up and thrown into the side safe passage. Xiao Charan's eyes widened in shock. Mu Xueqing swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yi Chen, are they all right? People from other companies on the same floor all looked over in horror. Lin Longhai stepped forward. Don't worry, Miss Mu. Leave these people to me. I won't let Yi Chen get into trouble. A phone call. A group of henchmen downstairs immediately rushed up and turned to walk into a nearby secure passageway. After recutting the ribbon, Yi Chen glanced at the wall clock. Xueqing, I should go. Ha? You're leaving again? Mu Xueqing froze. By the time she came back to her senses, Yi Chen had already gotten into the elevator and disappeared. What's this guy up to? Is he that busy? After going downstairs, Yi Chen directly sat in the driver's side of the Mercedes. Lin Longhai sat in the co-pilot. He was the one who drove before. Yi Chen, where are you going? Tarzan. 1 foot on the gas. 12 noon. The top of Mount Tai. Coming. Coming. Someone in the restless crowd shouted. The crowd looked in the direction this person was pointing and became excited. 2 helicopter gunships, coming from a distance. Below one of them, a steel cage hung. And the person inside was none other than Ling Hongyan. 2 helicopter gunships flew over Tarzan. The helicopter hanging Ling Hongyan slowly dropped down and left after placing the cage on a 10-meter diameter martial arts platform. The other one, still hovering 100 meters in the air. Is the Guardian in there? It's 12 o'clock. It's judgment time. Why hasn't the Guardian come down yet? The crowd is wondering. The cabin door of the helicopter gunship opened and a silhouette took a step out. Actually jumped from 100 meters in the air. The whole place was abuzz. Everyone stood up in shock. In the limelight, an old man smashed onto the martial arts stage. Bang! The loud sound of a loud bang. Everyone's heart followed with a hard tremble. Ah! Zhou exclaimed in shock and covered her small mouth in death. Hiss! Hisanjie and Hijushi sucked in a breath of cool air. 100 meters in the air is equivalent to more than 30 floors. Even if the two were in their heyday, jumping from this height would surely kill them. This. Tang Fenwolf stood up in shock, and didn't say a second word in half a day. The king of Jiangnan appeared to be sitting steadily, but his hands were gripping the armrests of the chair with a death grip, squeezing and creaking. This jump at 100 meters is so shocking. Xiaojing's gaze was grave. Wan Kunlun's strength is even more terrifying compared to 10 years ago. Yi Chen might be right not to come. The other rich and powerful people were even too shocked to sit down. In an inconspicuous corner, Xiao Deng pulled out his cell phone with a reddened face. Dragon Lord. Yi Chen didn't come. The Guardian has arrived. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line and a quiet sigh. Okay, I know. Hang up. The Dragon Lord walked to the window, staring out at the rippling water. Yi Chen, if you dare to face Guardian Wan Kunlun head on, I have 10,000 ways to let you live and still think highly of you. Pity. Wan Kunlun looked to be in his early 60s, but his actual age was over 150 years old. Silence. The voice was not loud, but it reached everyone's ears. One moment. The whole of Tarzan was quiet. Wan Kunlun carried his hands behind his back. The hour of noon has arrived. The trial now begins. Ling Hongyan, you assassinated the island emperor, causing relations between the two countries to deteriorate, seriously jeopardizing Dragon Country's position in the international arena. And since you are in a position of power, as the chief director of martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom, you should not have done such a thing that would jeopardize the nation. It has been decided by several guardians that you will be deprived of your martial rights for life. Strip you of your position as director of the Dragon Kingdom martial arts. You are sentenced to death for several crimes. Do you know your guilt? The voice was like thunder, spreading across the entire top of Mount Tai. Everyone held their breath. Not a breath of air. The majesty of the Guardian. No one dares to offend. Ling Hongyan calmly nodded her head. I plead guilty. Wan Kunlun said indifferently. Execution. 2 executioners stepped forward and opened the cage, preparing to behead Ling Hongyan. Prepare to strike. A wolf country man and the old white man ordered almost simultaneously, just as the 2 sets of foreigners were about to strike. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 Tarzan stones flew over and knocked the 2 executioners out, killing them violently on the spot. What is a guardian? My Yi Chen's senior sister. No one can judge. Who's talking? The crowd was shocked. Yi Chen. Lu Chuanxiong stood up excitedly. It's Yi Chen coming. Yi Chen killed his dad, Lu Fengyun, and he recognized the voice when it turned to ashes. What? Yi Chen? Where? Countless people stood up and looked towards the source of the sound. See only. One had a face like a knife, sharply defined. A young man with dry, crushed hair walks up to the top of Tarzan, and all eyes are on him. He actually dared to come? The moment she saw Yi Chen, Zhou was filled with shock. Yi Hongye sank his face. He's still here. This damn little. Hisanzhou and Hijushi clenched their fists and stared at Yi Chen in death. Tang Fenwolf was thrilled beyond words. Old military god. You guessed wrong. This kid, Yi Chen, is heavy-handed and righteous. Xiaojing's gaze fell on Yi Chen, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Spinning around, he shook his head and looked deeply at Wan Kunlun. A flash of intense scorn flashed through his eyes. Yi Chen shouldn't have come. The other rich bigwigs who saw Yi Chen for the first time were filled with curiosity. Is this Yi Chen? Yi Lingyun, Yi War God's son? So young, so bold, to actually dare to stop the Guardian's judgment. Countless people were watching. Yi Chen walked to Ling Hongyan's side, and with a snap of his 5 fingers, he shattered the shackles on her body. What are you doing here, junior brother? You go. Ling Hongyan was in tears. Yi Chen shook his head. Ninth senior sister, as long as I'm around, no one can kill you. Wan Kunlun's eyes were indifferent, as if he was looking at a dead man. You are Yi Chen? Do you know that Ling Hongyan has been sentenced to death by me? Do you know what crime you have committed by preventing the execution? Yi Chen laughed coldly. What are you? What qualifications can you have to judge my senior sister? I killed the island emperor. I personally stomped on his head. You go to try an innocent man and can't even do basic fact-checking. Are you guardians blind? Or just brain dead? What? The island emperor was actually killed by Yi Chen? This is simply great news. The top of Mount Tai was instantly silent. Everyone's heart nearly exploded in shock. Even the Jiangnan king stood up with a mischievous sound. What? He killed the island emperor? How is that possible? How dare he? Wan Kunlun looked at him as if he were a dead man. Guardians must not be insulted, and insulting them will result in death. Yi Chen, you are sentenced, like your senior sister Ling Hongyan, to death. Chapter 45, Guardian? Kill. Sentence me to death? What are you? I'll sentence you to death first. Yi Chen let out a low gulp and wrapped his arms around Ling Hongyan's small waist. With a gentle push, a force carried her out and she landed steadily beside Lin Longhai. Lin Longhai, take care of my ninth senior sister. As the words fell, Yi Chen stomped his feet and sped towards Wan Kunlun. A punch is thrown. Incredibly strong. Everyone was confused. Guardian Wan Kunlun didn't even make a move. But Yi Chen actually dared to take the initiative to make a move against the Guardian? How dare you turn the tables and condemn the Guardians to death? Crazy. This maniac. This was a common thought in everyone's mind. Wan Kunlun's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Today, I will let you know what happens when you provoke the Guardians. Against the incoming Yi Chen, he punched out the sound barrier. Wan Kunlun, don't kill Yi Chen. Xiao Jinghua stood up excitedly. Xiao Deng rushed out of the crowd in shock and came to the martial arts stage. The crowd was shocked. This person was the Dragon Lord's personal man. Why was he here? Wan Kunlun naturally noticed Xiao Deng and didn't give him a chance to speak at all. Yi Chen, you go to hell. Step up to the plate. The fists of the two touched. Just when everyone thought Yi Chen would be punched to pieces, the fists of the two clashed. Wan Kunlun felt as if his fist had smashed into a steel plate, and a sharp pain shot through his right arm. Then, click, broken. The entire person's body, moreover, retreated 7 or 8 steps towards the back. How can that be? Wan Kunlun's pale eyes shrank and looked at Yi Chen in horror. What strength are you? Not only Wan Kunlun, but the others at the top of Mount Tai were also petrified on the spot. What did they see? Yi Chen repelled Wan Kunlun with one punch? Moreover, that right hand of Wan Kunlun hung down limply, taking on the shape of a Z. Is this broken? The crowd was too late to be shocked as Yi Chen took a step to chase after them. 5 fingers snapped towards Wan Kunlun's neck. The scene, completely enraging Wan Kunlun. Yi Chen, you seek death. The tiger whistled and the dragon roared. A terrifying burst of internal energy erupted from Wan Kunlun's body, and the surface of his intact left hand carried a layer of transparent white mist. The internal energy is released externally. Yi Chen saw Wan Kunlun's left hand coming and immediately grabbed his arm. Folded hard. Click. With a sound, Wan Kunlun's left hand broke on the spot, and the sharp pain caused Wan Kunlun to completely wake up, looking at the youth in front of him in horror. What the hell are you? The voice was trembling. Underneath the martial arts stage, it was completely plunged into deathly silence. Not a single person dared to speak, not a breath of air, including Xiao Jinghua, Jiangnan King and the others. They all stood up in shock and looked at what was happening on the martial arts stage in shock. Yi Chen was ruthless and didn't say much. Kneel down. What did you say? Wan Kunlun's eyes widened as a blazing fire of rage burned in the depths of his eyes. I said, make you get on your knees. Yi Chen growled, taking a step forward. He raised his foot and kicked hard at Wan Kunlun's knee socket. An irresistible force came upon him, and Wan Kunlun's knees went limp, flopping down on the martial arts stage. Come on, you tell everyone, my senior sister, Ling Hongyan, isn't that? And the sentence, death, word for word. Throwback. It was like a blow of a heavy hammer that hit everyone's heart hard. The Jiangnan king was stiff, his fists clenched together in death. The blood in his body felt like it was burning. His old face was red, and his eyes were almost moist. There was a time when he was this spirited on the battlefield. Suppress everything. Then later, because of some special reasons, he could only condescend to live in Jiangnan to be a king of Jiangnan. Yi Chen had forced the guardian to kneel at the top of Mount Tai today, completely igniting the hot blood within him. Give birth to a son. When it is so, Xiao Jingwo was equally thrilled. The retired old military god's hands trembled slightly as he kept chanting under his breath. Yi Chen, ha ha ha. Yi Lingyun, your son, is better than you, not to mention Zhou Anqi, Lu Chuanxiong and the others, who had long been petrified. Yi Hongye's eyes jumped. The man from the dark hall behind him stared at the figure on the martial arts stage in death, his eyes almost dripping blood. Yi Hongye, did you see that? I told you that you didn't figure out this kid's strength. This kid even dared to abolish the Guardians. How can a few Grand Masters in the district kill him? Yi Hongye swallowed a mouthful of saliva. I couldn't say a word in shock. Wan Kunlun dropped to his knees, one hand pressing down on his shoulder. His face was ashen as death as he raised his head. Yi Chen, do you know what you're doing? You actually dared to take a shot at the Guardian. This is a capital offense. I'm not afraid to tell you that I'm the weakest of the 12 Guardians of the Dragon Kingdom. Take a step back and say that the news that came out at the time was that Ling Hongyan had killed the island emperor. According to the rules, Ling Hongyan would have to die, even if they are crushed to their knees. Wan Kunlun still erupted with an extremely strong aura. It was a pity that a fierce tiger couldn't shake the power of a giant dragon. Yi Chen said, rules are only binding ordinary people. Why should I, Yi Chen, abide by the rules you set? Not to mention that my senior sister didn't kill the island emperor. Even if my senior sister did kill the island emperor, so what? The Guardians are not qualified to judge my sister either. All the more reason to condemn her to death. Wan Kunlun froze. But, what about the pressure from the island? Yi Chen spoke out of turn. Then just destroy the island nation. What you Guardians dare not do, I, Yi Chen, will do. I, Yi Chen, will exterminate those whom you Guardians dare not exterminate. Under this universal sky, there is no one I, Yi Chen, dare not kill. Wan Kunlun's face was filled with shock. Yi Chen, you're looking for death. Yi Chen shook his head. No, it's you who are looking for death. Raising his hand, he slapped his palm down. Wan Kunlun's head exploded like a watermelon. Whoever still dares to judge my senior sister, just try. Yi Chen's voice was like thunder that spread across the entire top of Mount Tai. Everyone stood frozen in place, terrified. He looked at the corpse of Wan Kunlun on the martial arts stage. By the time he reacted, Yi Chen had long since left with Ling Hongyan on his back. Yes, the Jiangnan king secretly let out a low growl and clenched his fists so tightly that his bones creaked. Ignoring the rules. Kill everything. Rules? Just the ones that bind ordinary people. Rules are bull asterisk when there's enough power to crush everything. Today, Yi Chen's behavior had completely convinced him. Sensei. A middle-aged man quickly rushed onto the martial arts stage, hugging Wan Kunlun's body in grief. Yi Chen, you deserve to die. Xiao Jingwa's eyes contracted, looking at Wan Kunlun's dead body. It felt like a dream. This kid, this time he really stabbed the sky. Xiao Deng had followed the Dragon Lord and had seen countless great scenes. At this moment, Xiao Deng's pupils were also constantly contracting, and it took a long time before he came back to his senses. Taking out his cell phone, he trembled and dialed out a call. Hey, Dragon Lord, something big has happened. Chapter 46, Jiangnan King, see Mr. Yi. What? Yi Chen killed Wan Kunlun? In the highest office of the Dragon Kingdom. A middle-aged man stood frozen in place. Even if he was the highest positioned person in the Dragon Kingdom, he couldn't help but freeze for a third of a second before he spat out a sentence in a dignified manner. Alright, I know. Hang up. Boom. Thunder rumbled outside the window and a violent storm swarmed in. The lake in view was so choppy that it was impossible to calm it. On the way down the mountain, Yi Chen's internal energy was constantly being fed into Ling Hongyan's body. In 3 days' time, Yi Chen had successfully entered the martial grandmaster realm from the first level of martial artist. If the people in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world knew about it, they would die of shock alive. 3 short days, martial artist first level to martial grandmaster. 1 step to heaven. After 3 days in jail, Ling Hongyan leaned on Yi Chen's back and fell into a deep sleep. Lin Longhai, who was on the side, chattered. Asterisk. Ah, Yi Chen, you actually killed a guardian. My god, what kind of monster are you? Guardians the strongest few in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world, right? Yi Chen, where the hell have you been these 5 years? Who is your master? This is too fierce. Yi Chen, does your master still accept disciples? My Lin Longhai's talent is not bad, so let's accept them together? Yi Chen. Lin Longhai's mouth didn't stop along the way. All the way to the foot of Tarzan, the two were ready to get in the car and leave. Suddenly, a group of people surrounded it. Lin Longhai's face changed slightly. Jiangnan King? What are you doing? The Jiangnan King brought 300 armored soldiers to surround the three of them. Yi Chen, in a circle. Yi Chen's face was calm. He had just killed a guardian and didn't think that the Jiangnan king would dare to make a move against him. Sure enough, King Jiangnan gave a low shout, turned backward. The 300 armorers, at the same time, turned backward, their backs to Yi Chen and the others. Next, Jiangnan king took a step forward and knelt down on one knee. Jiangnan king, see Mr. Yi. Lin Longhai almost jumped up in shock. This is the king of Gangnam, a feudal official who enters the court without bowing down. By all rights, besides the lord of the Dragon Kingdom, no one could ever command the king of Jiangnan again, much less make him kneel. The moment the Jiangnan king actually knelt down at Yi Chen's feet, and by the looks of it, it was still a heartfelt kneeling. Yi Chen said, "What do you mean by that?" The Jiangnan king raised his head, his blood boiling, his eyes red. "Mr. Yi, your performance just now has completely convinced me. I would like to fall at your feet. If you are willing, you will be the underground dark king of this Jiangnan province in the future. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Whatever you want to do, even if you embrace the army and make yourself king, I will lay down my life for you without saying a word." This, Lin Longhai's eyes jumped in fear. How dare you say such things? It seemed like the Jiangnan king was determined to follow Yi Chen. Yi Chen's gaze flickered, and in the end, he faintly spat out, "Get up. Since you submitted to me, then do one thing for me now." "You say?" The Jiangnan king did not get up, but instead, nodded his head gravely. "Help me find 2 ancient martial artists, one called Old Jiang and one called Old Yuan. As long as there is any news of these 2, notify me immediately. My number, you should be able to call it." Jiangnan king froze. He thought that Yi Chen was going to ask him to do something big, but it turned out that he was just looking for someone. Yes, under the eyes of the king of Jiangnan, Yi Chen carried Ling Hongyan on his back and directly got into his car and left. What happened at the top of Taishan Mountain was like a tsunami sweeping through the entire Dragon Kingdom. What? The Dragon Kingdom guardian, Wan Kunlun, was killed by Yi Chen. News flash. The entire upper circle of the Dragon Kingdom was dead silent. Island. After the death of Akihira Renji, the throne of the emperor remained vacant. Takuya Tojo killed for 3 days and 3 nights, slaughtering all of Renji Akira's lineage and eliminating all opposition within the island. In 2 days, he would be crowned in front of the entire nation as the new generation of the emperor. When the news from Taishan came back, Takuya Tojo's entire body froze in place. "What did you say?" Yi Chen killed Wan Kunlun, one of the 12 guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, taking Ling Hongyan away in a dignified manner at the top of Mount Tai? The whole time, no one dared to stop? How could he? How dare he? Takuya Tojo was petrified on the spot. I don't know how long it took, but his face became extremely ugly, and he rushed out in a puff of smoke. Coming to an ancient temple, he rushed straight in. "My lord, something's wrong." The temple is dedicated to a shrine with a grim-faced statue of an evil god. A blurry blood shadow appeared. "What happened?" According to this seat's projections, all of your enemies should have been put to death in the past few days. The last few voices of opposition disappeared into thin air. In 2 days at most, you'll be crowned king. What are you still worried about? It's not a domestic problem. Takuya Tojo shook his head. The things that happened in Taishan were carefully told. The blood shadow was silent for a while, then smiled coldly. "What are you afraid of? Last time, this seat hadn't yet recovered, and Dongjang Musashi summoned me from thousands of miles away in the Dragon Kingdom, which is why I was crushed by that Yi Chen. Last time, you used him to kill Akira Renji and get the throne of the emperor. Just sit tight. If he dares to come to the island again, I'll kill him for you." Takuya Tojo excitedly knelt on the ground. "Yes, thank you, evil god Sama." The blood shadow dissipated. Only a voice echoed from the temple. "This throne still needs power. Get me 100 more virgin women. Blood. This seat needs blood. You guys have a real problem in this country. Virgin women are getting fewer and fewer." The foot of the Kunlun Mountains, thousands of miles of ice, goosefeather snow fell in the air, and the howling wind neutralized a thatched hut. If anyone were here, they would be surprised to find the snow falling over the thatched roof and immediately melting when it was still about a foot from the roof, turned into snow water flowing to the sides. There wasn't a single piece of snow within a 10-meter radius of the thatched hut. A middle-aged man was carrying a coffin on his back, crying out as he walked towards the thatched hut. "Flutter, kneel on the ground." This person was none other than Wan Kunlun's disciple, Hong Xiaofeng at the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. On top of that, Deng actually came along for the ride. "Wan Kunlun is dead?" A surprised voice rang out from inside the thatched hut. "Who did this?" Hong Xiaofeng's eyes were red. "Yi Chen, it's that Yi Chen." In one breath, he quickly explained what had happened at the top of Mount Tai. Finally, he spat out a sentence. "Seniors, please come out to behead this son and avenge my teacher." A hush fell over the thatched hut. It was only a moment later that a puzzled voice rang out. Yi Chen? Yi Lingyun and that woman's son? Missing for 5 years. And 5 years ago he was a high school student with no hands. After 5 years, it actually possesses the strength to kill a guardian? A moment of silence. The only sound was the whistling of the snow. After a short silence, another voice rang out from within the thatched hut. Xiao Deng, the one who sent you? Xiao Deng nodded. Seniors, the Dragon Lord would like to ask you all if anyone has entered inside in the last 5 years? The man inside the thatched hut replied. No one went in and no one came out. Deng froze, then nodded gruffly. No one had entered the Kunlun ruins in the past 5 years. Could it be that Yi Chen hadn't gone there in the 5 years since he disappeared? Since this was the case, where exactly did this amazing martial arts power of his come from? Second thing, Dragon Lord wants the matter at the top of Taishan Mountain to end there. Xiao Deng was not humble. The man inside the thatched hut was a bit surprised. Oh, the Dragon Lord wants to protect Yi Chen? What? Hong Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with blood as he stared at Xiao Deng dead in the face. Secretary Deng, is this really what the Dragon Lord meant? Chapter 47 Death. Just the beginning. Xiao Deng didn't answer. Instead he looked at the thatched cottage. The Dragon Lord said that all seniors can read this letter before making a decision. Open the briefcase. Pull out a firewax-sealed envelope. An unstoppable force struck. The envelope in Xiao Deng's hand actually flew into the thatched hut out of thin air. Xiao Deng's eyes contracted for a moment. Spacing out? Hiss. This. There was a flurry of excitement in the thatched hut, and several different voices rang out almost simultaneously. Is the Dragon Lord serious? Didn't lie to us, did you? Secretary Dunn. Are you sure? Deng nodded seriously. Okay, good. We'll leave this matter alone for now. However, if this brat dares to do something similar again, kill without pardon. Good. I will report to the Dragon Lord truthfully. Xiao Deng breathed a sigh of relief. He swept a glance at Hong Xiaofeng and turned to leave. Elder, my master he. What? You want us to break faith with the Dragon Lord? Don't dare. Hong Xiaofeng was overwhelmed with grief and anger, but there was nothing he could do. While bawling, he carried Wan Kunlun's coffin away. Zhanghai, Lin family villa. Lin Longhai said, Yi Chen, you and Miss Ling should stay here for now. The villa is constantly patrolled 24 hours a day, and if there is a situation outside it will be alerted immediately. Yi Chen nodded, putting Ling Hongyan, who was still unconscious, in the sofa in the living room. Raising his hand on Ling Hongyan's wrist, his face changed slightly. Zira, rip off the prison uniform on Ling Hongyan, revealing a power suit underneath. 7 blood-soaked wounds on the perfect S-shaped petite body were shocking. Hiss. 7-inch ding. Lin Longhai sucked in a breath of cool air. My god, are the people from the General Administration of Martial Arts so vicious? It actually utilized the 7-inch ding. This is a fatal injury to a martial artist. Only when dealing with the most sinful and extremely dangerous martial artists will you use the 7-inch ding. This, Miss Ling will be a wreck even if she doesn't die. Yi Chen didn't say a word. His face was grim to the core, a monstrous rage burning in his chest. Underneath Ling Hongyan's 7 wounds, there was a steel nail that penetrated deep into the flesh. Each steel spike corresponds to an acupuncture point, blocking the Ren and Duda veins, plus a large point in the limbs. The last steel needle, moreover, was stuck into the dantian, leave her completely crippled. I should have slaughtered the entire martial arts directorate. Yi Chen's shoulders shook with laughter. His face was even colder than ever. Don't worry, senior sister. You won't be reduced to a cripple, nor will you die. Yi Chen raised his hand. Several silver needles appeared out of thin air in his palm. It didn't enter Ling Hongyan's body, temporarily blocking the meridians. Raising his hand, he made a point on Ling Hongyan's body. Lin Longhai was shocked. Yi Chen, don't move. Once the 7-inch ding is activated, unless it is removed at the same time, removing it hastily will kill you. But a scene that shocked Lin Longhai appeared. Yi Chen's palm landed on Ling Hongyan's dantian. Put. 7 steel nails, more than 10 centimeters long, flew out of the flesh and blood, held up by a stream of true qi. It was suspended in mid-air, each steel needle, dripping with blood. Yi Chen pulled out 2 pills and fed them to Ling Hongyan. Turning around, he walked towards the outside of the villa. Uncle Lin, let's go. Lin Longhai hurriedly followed. Yi Chen, where are we going? At the Shanghai International Airport, a special plane from the Martial Arts Directorate was ready to take off. He Sanzho and He Zhuxi were sitting in the sofa. The look of shock on his pale face still hadn't disappeared. He Sanzho gritted his teeth. What has this Yi Chen experienced in the past 5 years? He actually killed Wan Kunlun alive on the top of Taishan Mountain and saved Ling Hongyan that. He Zhuxi laughed coldly. So what if you saved them? Ling Hongyan has been hit by the 7-inch ding. Even if she is rescued, she won't live for a few months. But what kind of monster is this kid? Hisanje's brows were knitted together in death, holding a stack of information in his hand. It was the information on Ye Chen that people had been allowed to collect over these days. The first 18 years were nothing special. A dude at best. 5 years ago, the Ye family in Shanghai was destroyed. Everyone thought that Ye Chen was dead, but they didn't expect him to return 5 years later with a terrifying martial arts strength. The battle at Taishan was even more shocking to the entire Dragon Kingdom. He Zhushi coldly spat out. It couldn't be because of Yi Lingyun, right? Could it be that Ye Chen's parents left him some supreme martial arts skill? The duo frowned. Look, someone's on the airport runway. The crowd in the international airport's terminal looked over in surprise. See only. A figure came sweeping down the airport runway at a rapid pace. A roiling gale rolled up behind him. He rushed to the front of the General Martial Arts Bureau's airplane and took one step. As if springs had been installed under his feet, he took off hundreds of meters into the air and ruthlessly smashed into the nose of the special plane of the Martial Arts Directorate. Clang! A loud bang. The General Directorate of Martial Arts airplane was actually forced to stop. The nose sank into the ground and the whole plane buckled. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is this a movie? Travelers in the terminal were stunned. Inside the cabin, He Sanso and He Zhushi almost flew out of the airplane, growling angrily. Grass! How do you losers fly an airplane? Crash? Bang! 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 What's that noise? He Sanso and He Zhushi froze. In the head. The two men raised their heads in unison and looked toward the top of their heads. Couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The steel nacelle, a few centimeters thick, showed the imprint of one fist after another as the thuds landed. Clunk! An explosion. A horrible hole appeared in the top of the cabin. A youth stood there, death-like eyes looking down. Ye Chen. He Sandao and He Zhushi were so scared that their hearts almost exploded. They couldn't care less. Rushed to the safe passage and tried to pull open the hatch to escape. Whoosh! Something broke through the air and nailed itself to the handle of the escape hatch. Fixing his eyes, he actually saw 7 steel needles. This is. He Sanjie and He Zhushi were so scared that they pissed themselves. Wasn't this object inside Ling Hongyan's body? It was the two of them who personally punched it in. What's going on here? Ye Chen, listen to our explanation. He Sandao and He Zhushi were so scared that they didn't even have the courage to resist. All you can do is beg for mercy. Ye Chen took a step forward and clasped He Sancho's neck, slammed him down hard on the ground. A foot stomped on He Sanjiao's ankle. Ka-chow, ka-chow, ka-chow. Kick after kick fell. Dozens of seconds later, He Sandao had long since lost his human form. Every inch of his bones crushed alive by Ye Chen, turned into a piece of mush, clinging to the ground. Don't! Ye Chen, I beg you. Hes Huxi flung himself to his knees. Ye Chen grinned. Don't be anxious. Death, it's only just begun. An even more horrible torment awaits you when you go to hell. Don't. Not. Outside the cabin. The security officer looked at the airplane in front of him in horror. The fuselage shuddered along with every thump the plane made, and screams of misery rang out from inside at the same time. Half an hour later, in the conference room of the General Administration of Martial Arts, hundreds of high-level executives were gathered. You say this is Elder Ho and an Elder Crane? The crowd looked at the photo in shock. Misery. It's really too bad. He Sanso and He Zhushi, completely unrecognizable in human form. The flesh and blood were completely crushed, leaving only a tattered human skin lying on the ground. The entire cabin was covered in blood. A chill ran through the crowd. This Ye Chen is too much. To actually abuse a patriarch of the General Administration of Martial Arts like this. This matter isn't over. Let's go. Let's go see the Dragon Lord together. I don't believe it. The Dragon Lord can still harbor him. No one in the entire Dragon Kingdom can cure this son. Chapter 48 Ye Chen's answer. On the viaduct outside the airport, Lin Longhai sat in his car. Witness everything, especially when he saw Ye Chen forcing the airplane that was about to take off to stop with a single kick. He was even more shocked. A silhouette came from the distance, coming to the viaduct and leaping up in one step. Get in the back of the car. Drive. Go to Ye's old house. Lin Longhai gulped down a mouthful of saliva. Ye Chen, you've offended the Martial Arts Bureau to death by doing this. Don't you really have any worries at all? Let me remind you, the Martial Arts Bureau's definitely not as simple as you think. What do you do if they come after you? Ye Chen smiled. If I don't kill them, the Martial Arts Bureau won't come after me? This. Lin Longhai froze. Indeed. Ye Chen killed Wan Kunlun. He also wasted one of He Sandao's and He Zhushi's legs. There was no way this could go away. Uncle Lin, don't you understand? If others are evil, you must be more evil than others. If others are tough, you have to be tougher than others. If someone else hurts your family and friends, you destroy his entire clan. Kill until these people are so emboldened that they are scared less when they hear your name. Then it will truly be no trouble at all. Yi Chen shook his head. The 18th floor of hell. What evil has Yi Chen not seen before? The top evil spirits could only submit obediently at his feet. How dare the Budokai come after him? Come one. Kill one. Come 100. Kill 100. Kill until no one dared to mess with him. Kill until there was no one in the Woodall Bureau, and he would be safe. Half an hour later, Yi Chen returned to the Yi family's old mansion. This place was seized after the Yi family was wiped out 5 years ago. Uncovering the yellowed seal, Yi Chen walked into the Yi family courtyard, looking at the yard full of dead grass, and the lawn discolored in blackened blood. Uncle Lin, please find some people to clean up this place and fix it up some more. Lin Longhai nodded silently. Good. Just out of the door, a black sedan came rushing in and stopped in front of Ye's house with 1 foot of brakes. A man with gold-rimmed glasses came down from above. The moment he saw this person, Lin Longhai's eyes almost burst out in shock. You are the one beside the one above the dragon. Once, Lin Longhai went to Longdu to attend a banquet of the General Administration of Martial Arts. The Dragon Lord was present for 5 minutes that night. Lin Longhai had glanced at it from afar and remembered this one standing beside the Dragon Lord. Director Lin. Hello, my name is Deng Lei. You can just call me Xiao Deng. Deng Lei extended a hand. Very polite. Lin Longhai hurriedly held it with both hands. This is the Dragon Lord's man. The Dragon Lord called him Xiao Deng. No problem. Calling him Xiao Deng? Aren't you looking for death? Secretary Deng. Don't discount me. I wonder what you're here for. Lin Longhai's posture was low. Tong Lei smiled. Dragon Lord has a few words for me to bring to General Yi. Good, good. Lin Longhai was so shocked that he couldn't breathe, and he nodded his head in a hurry. Taking Deng Lei into the Yi family's old mansion, he saw Yi Chen in the courtyard. Deng Lei introduced himself and said where he came from. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. The last secret letter from the Dragon Lord. Yi Chen thought it was a favor from his father, not realizing that this one was still paying attention to him. On second thought, he had made quite a commotion at the top of Taishan Mountain this time, and it was normal for the Dragon Lord to be concerned. Yi Chen said, "What's the matter?" The corner of Deng Lei's mouth twitched as he gave Yi Chen a deep look. Young Yi, you are really too impulsive. You killed Wan Kunlun at the peak of Taishan Mountain. This matter has completely offended the other guardians. It was not easy for the Dragon Lord to get the rest of the guardians to rest their anger. I was just about to return to the Dragon capital to resume my duties. Who knew that you killed He Sanjie and He Zhuxi again? And this incident made those old guys from the General Administration of Martial Arts completely furious. Half an hour ago, they stormed into the top office and negotiated with the Dragon Lord for an hour. I turned around from my way back to Longdu and rushed back to Zhonghai. Lin Longhai was shocked. The highest one in the Dragon Kingdom was actually secretly helping Yi Chen? You're not on the wrong side of the boat. Yi Chen shook his head. Dragon Lord has taken the trouble. But I, Yi Chen, do not need him to mind my own affairs. Deng Lei frowned. Young Yi, you have offended the Guardians, and the entire martial arts directorate of the Dragon Kingdom. Do you know what that means? The slightest misstep, and all will be lost, dead or buried. But, Yi Chen looked at Deng Lei. But what? Deng Lei smiled faintly. However, there is still a chance for things to turn around. The Martial Arts Directorate has 3 requirements. First, you join the Martial Arts Directorate and follow its orders from now on. Second, share the martial arts techniques practiced, and their martial arts skills. Third, tell us exactly where you went, what you did, and who you saw during the 5 years you were missing. Of these 3, you need to choose any 2 and this matter will be over. Listen to these 3 requests. Yi Chen was filled with amusement. Faintly, he spat out, I choose number 4. Number 4? Deng Lei froze. Yi Chen nodded. Kill everyone in the General Administration of Martial Arts. Trample their heads under my Yi Chen's feet. This, Deng Lei's eyes widened. Even he was frightened and took a few steps back, sensing a monstrous killing intent from Yi Chen's body. Lin Longhai was directly confused, completely freaked out, sweating like a pig. He almost sat on his ass. My little ancestor this is someone beside the Dragon Lord. Are you really not afraid of offending someone by talking to him like this? Until Deng Lei left in a hurry. Only then did Lin Longhai react. Yi Chen, are you serious? Yi Chen was just about to reply. Dash. That's when a call came in. Just pressing the answer button. Mu Xueqing's anxious voice immediately came from the phone. Yi Chen, something big has happened. Yi Chen's heart thumped. Xueqing, take it easy. What's wrong? Did someone come to the company to cause trouble? It's okay, I'll be right over. Not me. Mu Xueqing shook her head. It's Bu Shui. Charen's daughter Bu Shui is missing. In the afternoon, Charen went to pick up his daughter from kindergarten. only to be told that she had been picked up long ago. Right now, Charon is going crazy. Yi Chen, you must help Charon. She's already a single mom, and Unrepentant will kill her if she loses it. Yes, Yi Chen comforted a sentence. Don't be anxious. Where are you? I'll come over right away. Rushing to the kindergarten Mu Xueqing had mentioned, the police had already arrived and were taking statements. Xiao Charon squatted in the corner of the kindergarten gate, her hands clasping her knees. Tears cried over her makeup, and she had a disoriented look on her face. When Xiao comforted from the side, when Mu Xueqing saw Yi Chen appear, she immediately walked over to him. We've checked the surveillance, and Unrepentant ran out of the gate by himself, finally disappeared into an alley with no surveillance, and a few of us have searched the neighborhood. There's no sign of the child at all, and it would be terrible to run into traffickers. Yi Chen swept a glance at Xiao Charon, walked up to him and crouched down. Come with me. Xiao Charon raised his head, his eyes dull. Oh, is gone. Can't find it. Can't find it anymore. Come with me if you don't want your daughter to disappear completely. Yi Chen grabbed Xiao Charon's wrist, letting Mu Xueqing lead the way to the alley without surveillance. The ground was littered with leaves, and there were a few old residential buildings next to it, with garbage cans sitting randomly on the side of the road. Hands out. Yi Chen let out a light gulp. Xiao Charon stretched out her hand numbly, and an extra silver needle appeared in Yi Chen's palm. Put. Stabbing into Xiao Charon's fingertips, blood dripped out. Yi Chen touched a handful of Xiao Charon's blood and drew a blood-colored rune on her palm. Bloodline gathering. Ghosts and gods come toward. On my command, the gates of hell open. Hoo hoo hoo. A cloudy breeze blew through the alley and the temperature dropped several degrees steeply. Mu Xueqing and Xiao couldn't help but shiver. In the unseen view of the two men, the ground cracked open a gap, from which an extremely hideous and ugly ghost crawled out, kneeling at Yi Chen's feet. Young prefect, you're looking for me. Chapter 49 Unrepentant. Really is Yi Chen's daughter. Yi Chen looked down at it. Lead the way in front and find this person's daughter. Yes. The ghost jumped onto Xiao Charon's shoulders in one step. Stretching out his hands, he covered Xiao Charon's eyes. Mu Xueqing and Xiao couldn't see this. The two only saw that Xiao Charon's eyes became wooden. The blood from his fingertips fell to the ground, pooled together, and headed in one direction. Go! Yi Chen let out a light gulp. Xiao Charon lifted his feet and walked out, stepping out of the alley and stopping outside a KFC on a commercial street a kilometer away. Xiao Fukuan, the person you're looking for is inside. The ghost finished speaking and his figure dissipated. Unrepentant. Over there. Mu Xueqing pointed to a seat by the window in KFC. A charming middle-aged young woman sat at the table with Xiao Buxue, who was holding fries in his left hand and nibbling on chicken wings in his right. No regrets. Mom? Xiao Charon's body trembled and quickly ran towards KFC. Mom? Yi Chen and Mu Xueqing froze and looked at each other. When Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. So it was a misunderstanding. This aunt is Sister Charon's mom. So she's Sister Unrepentant's grandmother? The three were just about to walk into KFC. Lin Longhai made a call in. Yi Chen, Miss Ling has woken up. Yi Chen's heart moved slightly. Shui Chang, since it's a misunderstanding, you guys will accompany Xiao Charon first. I have a few things to do, so I'll go ahead. Dropping this, he casually stopped a cab and quickly left. Mu Xueqing was a bit helpless and followed Xiao into KFC. Xiao Charon held Xiao Buxue in his arms. Buxue, why are you running around? Scared me to death. Next time don't run around. Got it? Xiao Buxi smiled. Mom, Grandma said to take me to eat KFC. You eat too. Humph. The charming young woman on the opposite side snorted coldly. You know you're scared? You can't even take care of your own daughter. I went to Longdu to look for you, and my family said that you don't do anything as a $1,000 young lady, and came to Shanghai to open some kind of biological company. Your mom controls hundreds of billions of dollars of stock on Wall Street, and how many rich politicians begged me to help manage their money? A little bit coming out of your fingertips at random will be enough to make you too rich and famous for the rest of your lives. Mother Xiao had a cold smile on her face. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking? You want Bu Xia and Yi Chen to recognize each other? Let me warn you. There's heavenly trouble in this kid. Sooner or later it's hard to escape death. You'd better die. I'll stay in Shanghai for a while, and when I'm done with everything I have in hand, you and Unrepentant will come back to M country with me. Get up and leave quickly. Not giving Xiao Charon a chance to object at all. Mu Xueqing and Xiao stayed where they were, wide-eyed. When Xiao covered her small mouth, Unrepentant's sister, is the daughter of Big Brother Yi? Mu Xueqing could hardly believe it, scuffling back several steps with a shocked face. Charon, what the hell is going on? Unrepentant is your and Yi Chen's daughter? How can that be? She couldn't take it all in. The man you love has a daughter with your best friend? What's this all about? It's too bloody. Xiao Charan bit her red lips and looked at Mu Xueqing with an apologetic face. Xueqing, I'm sorry, it's crowded here. Let's go to a quiet place and I'll tell you everything. Yes. Mu Xueqing nodded with a complex expression. Xiao's mother left the KFC and turned into an alley. Frowning, he looked at the message in the mail. Grand Princess Aisha asked me to come to Shanghai and cooperate with her little master at all times. Just one sentence. Can anyone understand what is really wanted? Who on earth is her little master? And who is qualified to be Grand Princess Aisha's little master? 10 minutes later. A box in a tea restaurant. Xiao Charan closed the doors and windows, and his helpless voice rang out. 5 years ago, I was still a freshman in the chemistry department of Shanghai University. At that time, I was in a dormitory with you, and everything was originally quite good. However, Yi Chen's parents suddenly disappeared, and over 100 members of the Yi family were exterminated. Yi Chen is also nowhere to be found, alive or dead. Mu Xueqing nodded her head. She was still searching for Yi Chen like crazy for a long time at that time. 5 whole years and never gave up. Yi Chen's parents have benefited our Shao family. My grandfather is unwilling to see the Yi family become extinct. So after finding the sperm that the Yi family had left frozen in the hospital for Yi Chen to prevent and treat the disease, I traveled far to a hospital in M to do in vitro. That's what makes it unrepentant. Mu Xueqing froze. I can't believe this is the result. And are you volunteering? Xiao Charan bit her red lips. Of course not. What woman would want to waste her great youth? But as you know, being the daughter of a big family doesn't give you any choice at all. Mu Xueqing's eyes became gentle and somewhat sympathized with Xiao Charan. She was forced to do the same. The same poor woman. Xiao Charan shook her head. Xueqing, I'm sorry. I'm the one who disturbed your relationship with Yi Chen. I'm leaving right now, taking Unrepentant and my mom to M. No. Mu Xueqing stood up. This matter is too cruel to Yi Chen. Does he know he has a daughter? No. Xiao Charan looked pleading. Please, don't tell Yi Chen. I don't want him to know. Seeing Xiao Charan get emotional, Mu Xueqing quickly pacified her. Okay, Charan. I won't tell him. Deng Lei returned to Dragon Capital and truthfully reported Yi Chen's answer. The Dragon Lord reacted greatly after hearing this. Yi Chen really said that? Deng Lei nodded. Yi Chen's original words were, kill everyone in the General Directorate of Martial Arts. Trample their heads under my Yi Chen's feet. The Dragon Lord was silent. There was no talk for a long time. Deng Lei also didn't dare to disturb. I don't know how long it took before the Dragon Lord spat out a sentence quietly. In these 5 years, how much aggression has this brat suffered to have this kind of reaction today? Deng Lei spoke. Parents missing. Life and death unknown. A family of over 100 people was slaughtered in one night. It's normal to have a somewhat warped personality after being out on the streets for 5 years on your own. Hearing Deng Lei's words, the Dragon Lord's eyes flashed with a touch of pain and pity. It's bitter for him. As the highest-ranking person in the Dragon Kingdom, one should not have such feelings, with the exception of Yi Chen. That's just it. Have someone go and pacify the He and Crane families. I'm making a trip to the Martial Arts General Bureau in person. Let's end this matter here. Deng Lei was startled. Dragon Lord, I'm afraid those people from the Martial Arts General Bureau don't agree. And, what do you say on the Guardian side? It was agreed that you didn't care about the martial arts world. And now, The Dragon Lord turned his head and looked at Deng Lei indifferently. My own child is aggrieved. And I, the elder, can't protect him for a bit? I'm still standing idly by at this time. Let's just forget about this Dragon Lord of mine and let the General Directorate of Martial Arts do it? Even you can tell me what to do? The voice was calm though. An invisible majesty hit his face, pressuring Deng Lei to gasp for air, lowering his head in fear, as if he was facing a huge dragon above the 9 heavens. Don't dare! Deng Lei lowered his head in horror. The mind had long been flooded with waves of shock. Chapter 50 A Word of Advice. Back at the Yi family's old mansion, Ling Hongyan had already woken up. Sister! Yi Chen quickly walked up. Ling Hongyan changed into a loose pajamas. A pair of magnificent things in front of her chest could not be wrapped at all, and sat on her but beside Yi Chen. Senior, why did you bring me here? Preparing to hide your elder sister in a golden house. Ha! Stretching out a finger, he picked Yi Chen's chin. Yi Chen smoothly grabbed his wrist. Elder sister. Stop it. I'll take your pulse. After a check, his face fluctuated. The internal injuries are no problem, but the damaged meridians are difficult to recover for a while. Ling Hongyan smiled faintly and took Yi Chen's arm. Don't always think about healing me. We can do something more interesting? Beautiful eyes blinking. A fragrant breeze hit my face, especially the chest, pressing down on Yi Chen's shoulders. If it was an ordinary man, he would have already sprayed his nose blood. Yi Chen shook his head decisively. No, don't worry, elder sister. I will definitely be able to heal you. Getting up, he headed towards the house. You Ling Hongyan froze for a moment, and then, with a snort, she laughed. Pfft. Ha 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 ha. Little kid who doesn't know anything. Yi Chen returned to his bedroom. Lin Longhai had already had someone clean the room. The furnishings are exactly the same as they were 5 years ago, except for a few details. Yi Chen sat at his desk with one thought. The chaotic tripod appeared in front of her. Ninth senior sister's meridians are broken. Only the legendary Black Jade Severing Cream can help her recover. I have the prescription for the Black Jade Sequel Cream. Only the main thing missing is a 500-year-old ginseng from the Changbai Mountain. Yi Chen decided. Using the Chaos Tripod. Synthesize a 500-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Another thought. Hundreds of herbs appeared in his hands. Last time, Wang Henian had prepared herbs worth $200 million for him, and he hadn't used them all yet. Yi Chen threw the herbs into the Chaos Cauldron. Hundreds of syntheses down the line. Yi Chen's face was dark. 500 years of He Shou Wu. 500-year-old Tiger Bomb. 500-year-old Coxcomb. 500-year-old Green Dragon Root. Even the 800-year-old Blood Ginseng. All combined out of one plant. Actually, there is number 500-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain? Could it be that all the things synthesized by this Chaos Tripod are random? The words landed. A voice resounded in Yi Chen's mind. Master, judging by the Chaos Cauldron's current spiritual power. Yes, the Chaos Tripod? You can still answer my questions? Yi Chen was surprised. The chaotic tripod's voice was emotionless. Of course, from the moment I recognize my master, I can answer any questions my master has. Why didn't you say so earlier? The master didn't ask. Grass. Master curses well. Yi Chen, isn't this one a bit silly? Could the Chaos Tripod be the product of aliens? The voice that answered him was an artificial intelligence? Forget it. Artificial intelligence, as we all know, is the equivalent of artificial retardation. After thinking for a moment, Yi Chen pulled out his cell phone, dial a phone number to call out. Half an hour later, Wang Henian's Maybach parked at the gate of the Yi family. Yi Chen had already waited for a long time, and directly sat in. Mr. Yi, isn't this the Yi family's old mansion? Why are you here? Wang Henian in the back row was surprised. Yi Chen swept him a glance. This is my home. What's so strange about me being here? Wang Henian smiled awkwardly. Didn't dare to mention the tragic murder of the Yi family 5 years ago. Over 100 people are dead in their homes. If Wang Henian came back, he would never dare to live in such a place. Mr. Yi, you just said on the phone that you need a 500-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. I really can't get my hands on it, but there's someone who probably has it in his hands. Wang Henian was smart enough to directly change the topic. Who? The underground queen of Zhonghai, Su Jiaxue. Yi Chen didn't ask any more questions and directly said, take me to see her. Wang Henian was a bit embarrassed. Mr. Yi, it's very difficult for ordinary people to see Su Jiaxue. Even if it's me, people don't give a damn if I don't have a knocker. Yi Chen frowned. What do you need as a knocker? Wang Henian explained. Su Jiaxue controls the entire underground auction in Zhonghai. If you have something of interest to martial artists, things like medicinal herbs, techniques, martial arts, pills, and the like, for example, should be fine. Yi Chen didn't say a word. With a lift of his hand, a large handful of pills appeared in his hand. Wang Henian stood up in shock, hit his head hard on the starry roof of the Maybach 680, and sat down again on his butt. The eyes could no longer move, deadly staring at the handful of pills in Yi Chen's hand. 3 dandelions, 3rd grade elixir. This is a ING 3rd grade elixir. 1, 2, 3, 16. 16 whole 16 3rd grade pills. According to the current market price, a 3rd grade elixir is worth at least $300 million or more apiece. This handful of elixirs is worth close to $5 billion. Wang Henian swallowed hard. The old face was red. His whole body is worth just about $10 billion. Also add various properties, stores and other real estate. Yi Chen casually grabbed half of his assets. How could Wang Henian not be surprised? Mr. Yi, where did you get these pills? Wang Henian kept swallowing his saliva. Yi Chen said casually, 3 days ago, didn't I use your alchemy room? It was practiced at that time. What? Wang Henian stood up again with a rubbing sound, and his head once again hit the starry roof of the Maybach 680 hard. 3 days, refining a dozen 3rd grade pills. Mr. Yi, you're going to heaven. Half an hour later, Wang Henian took 10 pills into a private estate in the suburbs. The other 6 were taken by Yi Chen as a reward for him. Less than 2 minutes. A group of ladies in Jiangnan-style cheongsams came out of the manor and respectfully invited Yi Chen into a secret passage. After walking for about 10 minutes, he entered an incredibly luxurious underground box. Da. Just waited 3 minutes for a woman in a handmade cheongsam with a water snake waist. In high heels. A woman in flesh-colored stockings and perfectly proportioned long legs walked in. This gentleman, still wearing his mask? It's also true that the person who took out 10 third-grade pills in one breath would not be wearing a mask. The moment you walk out of my place, you're going to be disemboweled and chopped up. Cluck cluck cluck. Su Xiaoshui possessed a pair of pure eyes and perfectly proportioned features. That face is even more seductive. And in ancient times it was definitely the scourge of the country and the people. Wearing a mask was suggested by Wang Henian, to avoid trouble. Yi Chen was straightforward. I want a 500-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Su Xiaoshui sat down in the sofa, legs folded in a cheongsam, flashing a flash of white under the skirt. Fine. Use your 10 third-grade pills in exchange. Wang Henian stood up in shock. Boss Su, you're asking for too much. Su Xiaoshui smiled without saying anything. Yi Chen, however, nodded directly. Deal. Even Su Xiaoshui froze for a moment. 10 third-grade pills were worth at least over $3 billion. A 500-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain would not be worth more than $300 million. 10 times the difference. She herself felt that she had asked for a lion's share of the money. But she didn't expect the person in front of her to actually agree. Somebody, bring it here. Su Xiaoshui gave Yi Chen a deep look. The words fell. A lady held up a brocade box with both hands, and opened it to see that it was a 500-year-old ginseng from Changbai Mountain. Yi Chen casually took it and got up. Thanks. Su Xiaoshui had never seen this kind of guest before and couldn't help but speak. This gentleman, you still sound very young. I have to warn you, not everyone does business with integrity like I do. When you go out, you have to be careful not to expose your wealth, or you may die without knowing how. Yi Chen didn't look back and walked out of the box directly. I'll give you a piece of advice too. Don't buy Mickey Mouse underwear. It doesn't go with your cheongsam stockings. You. Su Xiaoshui's pretty face instantly reddened with annoyance. This guy really saw it? Next. Put. Giggle. What a funny guy. Someone. Within a day. I want all information on this person. Chapter 51 First Kiss. Of course Yi Chen didn't know that Su Xiaoshui was privately investigating him. It doesn't matter if you know. Mr. Yi, if there's anything like this in the future, please be sure to call out to me. Wang Henian left in excitement after dropping a sentence. Yi Chen held a Dan tripod, which he had just borrowed from Wang Henian, and went straight back to his room. Finish processing the herbs. After entering the patriarchal realm, there was no need for an alchemy room at all, and one could alchemize pills by turning their internal energy into flames that burned. Hands were placed under the Dan Ding. Internal energy condensed. Flames burned and converged under the Dan Ding. It's done. An hour later, Yi Chen opened his eyes. Collect the fire and open the tripod. One and done. 10 red amber-like pills were lying quietly inside the Dan cauldron. 4 Dan lines. 4th grade elixir. This black jade severing cream isn't that difficult. Yi Chen shook his head. If anyone else had heard it, they would have died of shock alive. Nima. A 4th grade elixir. A height that many elixir masters could not reach in their entire lives. Putting away the black jade severing pill, Yi Chen found Ling Hongyan. Junior brother, back so soon? Could it be that you found a way to save me? Ling Hongyan smiled sweetly. Or do you miss senior sister? It was meant to be a joke. Yi Chen, however, nodded seriously. Yes, senior sister. The black jade severing pill has arrived. Your meridians, they can be restored. Ha? Ling Hongyan was completely dumbfounded and opened her small mouth in shock, completely unable to close it. Little senior brother. You aren't kidding, right? Yi Chen raised his hand and a black jade severing pill appeared in his palm. 4 Dan lines, a 4th grade elixir. Ling Hongyan sucked in a breath of cool air. Yi Chen said, Senior sister, sit down. I will renew your meridians. Good. Ling Hongyan's voice trembled. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't excited. Sitting down on his knees as Yi Chen requested, taking the elixir that Yi Chen handed over, he swallowed it in one gulp. Yi Chen came behind Ling Hongyan and several silver needles fell. A pair of large, powerful hands were constantly lightly nudging Ling Hongyan's body. A loud crackling sound came from Ling Hongyan's forehead as a layer of sweat surged out. Bite the bullet. Repairing the meridians hurts a lot. As Yi Chen's final blow fell, the moment Ling Hongyan's meridians connected all over her body, the realm that had not been broken through for a long time actually showed vague signs of loosening. Unexpected joy. Little master. Thank you. Mua. Ling Hongyan turned around. Before Yi Chen could react, he wrapped his arms around his neck. A hard kiss on his face. Yi Chen was shocked. 9th senior sister. Why are you the same as 10th senior sister? A man and a woman are not related. Not to mention that we are of the same clan. Aisha? Ling Hongyan reacted with a light hum. This guy actually got there first? Junior brother, Did she take your first kiss? No. Then I'll take it. Ling Hongyan let out a bad smile and directly kissed on Yi Chen's lips. Yi Chen's eyes widened. His heartbeat accelerated, and his blood boiled. Junior brother, my heartbeat is also a bit fast. So help me take a look. Ling Hongyan grabbed Yi Chen's hand and headed towards her chest. Yi Chen was taken aback and pushed Ling Hongyan away. Senior sister, you rest well. I have to go beforehand. Fleeing in distress. Put. Ha 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 ha. Ling Hongyan laughed with a floral twig. Even a guardian can be easily decapitated. But he's actually a blank sheet of paper when it comes to matters of men and women. After leaving Ling Hongyan's room, Yi Chen was unable to calm down for a long time. When facing Mu Xueqing, he was able to maintain his composure, treat the other person as a peer and respond easily. But when faced with the spirited and fiery ninth senior sister, one really can't hold back. There are also 9 black jade severing pills. Yi Chen thought. Pull out your cell phone and make a call out. The phone rings and no one answers. What's Uncle Lin doing? In Yi Chen's heart, a flash of ominous foreboding flashed through. 5 minutes ago, the office of the Central Sea Martial Arts Bureau. Bang! The door to the office was kicked in. A middle-aged man strutted in, and Lin Longhai's face sank. Xia Qidong. Without my orders, who let you in? Xia Qidong smiled playfully. Lin Longhai, you have a big official authority. While I'm in a good mood, Lin Longhai, I order you to get the hell out now. Unbridled. Xia Qidong, you're looking for death, aren't you? Lin Longhai burst into a rage. Leaping out in one step, he raised his hand and attacked towards Xia Qidong. Xia Qidong was not at all accustomed to it, and his 5 fingers clasped Lin Longhai's wrist. A kick to the gut. Lin Longhai flew out and ruthlessly smashed into the desk, which instantly exploded. A mouthful of blood spurted out. You, Grandmaster? When did you become a Grandmaster? Just an hour ago. Xia Qidong smiled playfully. Lin Longhai's eyes were cold. Xia Qidong, even if you become a Grandmaster, so what? I'm the director of the Central Sea Martial Arts Bureau. You've committed a capital offense by breaking into my office and striking out at me. Xia Qidong came over, face to face with Lin Longhai, less than 10 centimeters. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. Director of the Middle Sea Martial Arts? Sorry, you're not anymore. What do you mean? Lin Longhai's pupils contracted for a moment. Next, an old voice rang out from outside the office. Because from this moment on, Xia Qidong is the director of the Zhonghai Martial Arts. Lin Longhai, you are stripped of all positions in the Martial Arts Bureau. From now on, you are no longer a member of the Martial Arts Bureau. Look up. An older man walked into the office. The General Directorate of Martial Arts was embroidered on the chest. Elder Yu. Lin Longhai's face was ashen. This man he recognized. Wu Peng. From the Martial Arts Directorate. Serving in Longdu. Xia Qidong stretched out his hand and slapped Lin Longhai's face in an extremely humiliating manner. Surprised? Surprised? Lin Longhai, you also have today? What do you say you tin Yi Chen that little for? He's offended the Martial Arts Directorate and the Guardians. What good can come of it? You won't even know how you'll die when the time comes. Lin Longhai suddenly bellowed. No insulting Yi Chen. Xia Qidong was startled. Take several steps back in one breath. The fight just now had long since filled the office doorway with people. In plain sight. He himself was a Grandmaster, but he was actually scared back by a mere Grandmaster in Lin Longhai's district? It's so humiliating. Lin Longhai, you're looking for death, aren't you? Xia Qidong's expression was hideous as he rushed forward with one step and ruthlessly stepped on Lin Longhai's thigh. Ah! Lin Longhai screamed miserably. Xia Qidong was still not relieved, and the soles of his feet moved viciously. Half an hour later, Lin Longhai was thrown out of the General Martial Arts Bureau like a dead dog. Half an hour later, Yi Chen's cell phone rang, and the caller ID was none other than Lin Longhai. What's Uncle Lin up to? It took half an hour to call back. Yi Chen muttered. Press the answer button. Before he could say anything, a young girl's voice came from across the room. Yi Chen. You're the Yi Chen who was in the Garden of Nations last time, right? Who are you? Yi Chen was puzzled. This is Uncle Lin's cell phone. Why is it in your hands? The girl on the other side was crying with a sobbing voice. I'm Lin Fei. Lin Longhai is my father. Yi Chen. Please save my father. He is dying. I really have no choice. No hospital in the whole of Zhonghai is willing to admit my dad. And all those friends my dad knew before aren't answering my calls anymore. Please, I'm on my knees for you. Chapter 52. Yi Chen, never take revenge overnight. Flutter. A bang. There was also the sound of kowtowing on the phone. Yi Chen recalled the Fei Lin he had met that day in the Garden of Nations. A very haughty girl. It's impossible to kneel unless you're forced to. Where is Uncle Lin? At my house. Okay, don't be in a hurry. I'll be right over. Yi Chen hung up the phone and hurriedly went out to stop a cab. The cabbie stopped with a kick of the brakes. Where to? Master. Get off. What? The cabbie froze. Clang. With a loud bang. The door of the car was ripped apart on the spot and fell hard to the ground. Cab drivers are crying in fear. I have an old man and a young man. Don't kill me. Ye Chen moved him out of the car. Wait for me here. The car, I'll accompany you behind. 1 foot on the gas. Straight to the Lin family villa. When Ye Chen arrived at the Lin family villa, the subordinates ran towards the outside with various artworks and expensive furniture in their hands, giving the impression of a tree falling from a sinking ship. What happened to the Lin family? Ye Chen quickly arrived at the Lin family hall. See only. Lin Longhai was lying on the ground, his arms and legs broken, all twisted in an extremely terrifying arc. Bones pierced through flesh and blood flowed almost all over the Lin family's living room. Lin Fei's face turned pale and she almost went limp, holding gauze and hemostatic medicine in his hand. He was covered in Lin Longhai's blood. When she saw Ye Chen walk in, she tried to stand up, but her feet went limp and she fell to the ground again, tears breaking the bank as she crawled towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen, save my father. I'm begging you to save my dad. It was my fault at the Worldwide Garden before. I shouldn't have treated you that way. I'll die if you let me as long as you save my dad. I can't live without my dad. Bang, bang, bang. Head smashed on the ground. Ye Chen stopped her from continuing to kowtow and took a step to Lin Longhai's side. 13 silver needles appeared in his hands and stabbed into Lin Longhai's body. If not for the fact that Lin Longhai was a martial arts master, he wouldn't be able to last 30 minutes with this injury. What the hell is going on here? Who dares to do this to Uncle Lin? Ye Chen's eyes were cold. Lin Fei trembled and shook her head. I don't know. I really don't know. Someone called me about half an hour ago and told me that my dad was injured at the Budokai. When I rushed to the Budokai, my dad he was just like this, left like a dog at the gate of the Budokai. Ye Chen's eyes sank. It's the Budokai again. Fei, don't worry. Uncle Lin won't die. Lin Fei was like grabbing a life-saving straw, grabbing Ye Chen's arm with a death grip. Ye Chen, really? Is what you said true? Aha. Ye Chen nodded. But you'd better let go of me. Don't delay my rescue. Good, good. Fei Lin nodded desperately. Keep backing up to the front door of the villa's living room and watch from a distance. Ye Chen took out a black jade severing pill and fed it to Lin Longhai. Again, he put his bones back into place, casually crushing the solid wooden chair to go along with the bandages to hold the broken bones in place. Wait until this is done. Lin Longhai has become a mummy. Finally, he opened his eyes. Cough cough. Ye Chen, why are you here? Dad. Lin Fei rushed up excitedly, but didn't dare to touch Lin Longhai. Ye Chen's voice was ice cold. Uncle Lin, who hurt you? Lin Longhai's eyes flickered a bit. Ye Chen, forget it. I'm fine. Okay. Ye Chen nodded. Fei, you just stay here. Don't move, Uncle Lin. I'll go to the Martial Arts Bureau. Turning, he headed toward the villa gates. Ye Chen, what are you doing? Lin Longhai was extremely weak. Ye Chen didn't return his head. Uncle Lin, you're considered one of the few relatives I have left. I don't have many relatives left. Ye Chen, once swore that those who hurt my family and friends would have their bones thwarted, their ashes raised, and their clans exterminated. Moreover, Ye Chen, never take revenge overnight. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night. Middle Sea Martial Arts Bureau. It was a brightly lit and lively place. Xia Qidong had just taken over as the martial arts director, and immediately threw a big banquet, inviting all of his friends and family as long as they knew him. The entire martial arts bureau was filled with congratulations. Xia Qidong had just finished collecting congratulatory gifts and pulled Wu Ping to a corner. Elder Wu, thank you indeed. Here is a little bit of small meaning. No honor, but also just a district of 10 small goals. Yupin grabbed the bank card. $1 billion. Enough to keep him dashing around for a while. The corners of his mouth grinned. You know your stuff. I'll put in a good word for you when I get back to Dragon Capital. Thank you, Elder Wu. There are still activities in the evening. I found a few female college students from Zhonghai University. Xia Qidong smiled lewdly. Suddenly, bang! The door to the Martial Arts Bureau was kicked open, and all the guests turned around in unison. Who is it? Dare to make trouble here? Looking for death? Someone shouted angrily. In plain sight, a young man walked in slowly. The moment they saw this person, everyone just felt their hearts inexplicably contract for a moment. It was as if death had come. Ye Chen. Xia Qidong was so scared that his scalp went numb. Wu Peng's heart also thumped as he shook his head. Don't worry. Several adults from the Martial Arts General Bureau have already conferred with the Dragon Lord today. Ye Chen has been restrained. He doesn't dare to mess around. Xia Qidong let out a sigh of relief. That's good. Ye Chen's voice rang out. I'll give you 1 minute. Those who are afraid of death go first. Nearly a third of the guests, seeing that things were not right. In a flash, he ran out of the door of the Bureau. The rest of the guests, after a few seconds of hesitation, chose to sit down. The moment Ye Chen turned around and closed the door of the martial arts bureau, whoosh dash, charging into the crowd like a bullet. The screams rang out. Dozens of people's bodies exploded on the spot, and blood flowed in rivers. Hiss. God. Xia Qidong sucked in a breath of cool air as his pupils contracted crazily. Wu Peng was also shocked and confused. What is this situation? Didn't we have a deal with Ye Chen? The duo watched Ye Chen finish killing hundreds of people in an almost stupefied manner. It's a whole lot of hundreds of people. All dead. Blood stained the entire Zhanghai Martial Arts Bureau. You too. Who injured Lin Longhai? A death-like voice rang out, waking the two up. Xia Qidong was so scared that he knelt on the ground. Ye Chen, I was wrong. Please. Wu Peng let out a low cry. Ye Chen, you dare to. A silhouette sped up, and Yu Peng didn't even finish a sentence. Xia Qidong flew out like a cannonball, his flesh and blood sinking deep into the concrete wall behind him, bones all over his body, inch by inch broken. The whole person dead can't be dead anymore. Hiss, hiss, hiss dash. Wu Peng sucked in 3 mouthfuls of cool air, his scalp numb with fear. Ye Chen, you're not afraid of offending the Wudao Bureau again and again like this, aren't you? I killed the Budokai. Ye Chen directly interrupted. At the same time, raising his hand towards Yu Peng's stomach, a sharp pain came. Wu Peng was horrified to see that Ye Chen's hand actually did not enter his stomach, grabbing out a pair of rolling kidneys. A pinch. A man can live for 30 minutes without his kidneys. You're in the Earth realm. You should be able to hold out for 2 hours. If someone above the 9th level of the Heaven realm makes a move, maybe you still have a chance to hold out until the kidney transplant. Go back and tell the Martial Arts Directorate, Zhanghai, no need for the Wudao Bureau. From now on, Zhanghai is my Ye Chen's territory. Anyone from the Martial Arts Bureau who steps into Zhanghai will be killed without pardon. Yu Pen's mental defenses crumbled. Is this guy the devil? No, I don't want to die. Wu Peng rushed out of the General Martial Arts Bureau like crazy and rushed to the airport covered in blood, toward the Dragon Capital. Dragon Capital, inside an office of the Martial Arts Directorate, a dozen old men sank their faces. It seems that the Dragon Lord is determined to protect Ye Chen. What do we do? Are we going to tear our faces off? Someone shook his head. Of course not. He's the Dragon Lord after all. Tearing his face off won't do us any good. An old man slammed the table. Could it be that Ye Chen is still allowed to live freely? The others glanced at the old man who was tapping the table. As long as he doesn't team us up in Zhanghai, this matter will be tolerated first. After all, the Guardians haven't even spoken. So what can we do? Hate. This little. The old man gritted his teeth. Suddenly, bang! A loud bang. Wu Peng rushed into the conference room covered in blood, screaming in horror. Lord! Save me quickly. 2 hours ago, Ye Chen slaughtered the entire Zhanghai Martial Arts Bureau, and my kidneys were also scooped out by him. What did you say? Miso! 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 A dozen people stood up in shock and roared wildly. Grass! Is this kid crazy? He really slaughtered the Central Sea Martial Arts Bureau? Chapter 53, Zhanghai Ye Family. Back, 2 hours ago. Ye family's old mansion. Who? Come out. Ling Hongyan drank low and stared icily at the door of the room. Squeak. 2 men pushed the door and walked in. Rouge, you've done a great job, causing so much trouble for the family that you even dared to offend the Guardians? After Ye Chen left the Shanghai Martial Arts Bureau, he returned to the Lin family villa. Ye Chen, you're back. Lin Fei was at the entrance of the villa, pacing back and forth anxiously. Ye Chen nodded. How is Uncle Lin doing? Lin Fei gratefully said. My dad doesn't seem to have any major problems. It's just that he's worried about your safety, so he asked me to wait at the door for you to come back. Ye Chen directly entered the villa hall. Lin Longhai was still lying on the ground when he saw Ye Chen return. Ye Chen, you didn't go to the Shanghai Martial Arts Bureau, did you? Ye Chen said indifferently. Go on. Lin Longhai was shocked. You killed Xia Qidong and Wu Lao? Ye Chen shook his head. That's good. That's good. Lin Longhai was visibly relieved. He was worried that Ye Chen would kill again at the drop of a hat, which would really offend the entire Martial Arts Bureau completely. Unexpected. Ye Chen spat out. I slaughtered the entire Central Sea Martial Arts Bureau. What did you say? Lin Longhai's brain went blank. Fei Lin was so scared that she covered her small mouth in death. Ye Chen slaughtered the entire Zhanghai Martial Arts Bureau? There were at least hundreds of people in the Middle Sea Martial Arts Bureau, so how could this be possible? But looking at Ye Chen's expression, it didn't look like he was joking. Lin Longhai knew that Ye Chen could really do something like this. It's over. Completely. Ye Chen, behind the Martial Arts Bureau is far from as simple as you think. Behind Xueqing is the Jinling Xia family, one of the several major ancient martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom. Not to mention that behind the Wudao Bureau, there are still Dragon Kingdom guardians standing. If you kill people indiscriminately like this, the Dragon Lord won't be able to protect you. Yi Chen shook his head to comfort his sentence. Uncle Lin, don't be afraid. It's fine. Pull out a cell phone. Hey, Jiangnan King, go wait for me at the Yi family's old mansion. Lin Longhai anxiously reminded. Yi Chen, you're thinking too much. Even the Jiangnan King can't fight against the ancient martial families and guardians. Fei, immediately buy the fastest ticket out of the country. No matter what country it is, as long as we can leave the Dragon Kingdom, you and Yi Chen will go together. Fei Lin froze. Ha, Dad, what about you? Lin Longhai shook his head with difficulty. At this time, leave me alone. Fei, do me a favor. Yi Chen's ears were calloused. Well. Yi Chen pulled a piece of debris from the curtain and handed it to Lin Fei. Gag your father. Ha! Fei Lin froze. Fei, quickly book a flight ticket and leave the Dragon Kingdom with Yi Chen. Cough. Lin Longhai coughed out a mouthful of blood due to his excitement. Yi Chen said, Fei, do you want to watch Uncle Lin die? Fei Lin was startled. Hurriedly stuffed Lin Longhai's mouth. Yi Chen walked to the front door of the villa and casually removed an iron door. Lin Fei froze. So much strength? Is it still a human being? He placed Lin Longhai on the iron gate, carried him to the cab, and drove all the way to the Yi family's old mansion. The Jiangnan King came in a hurry and only brought 2 accompanying guards. Upon seeing Yi Chen, he respectfully walked up. Mr. Yi, you're here. Are you really the king of Jiangnan? Fei Lin sweated. She had seen the video of the Jiangnan King on the internet and instantly recognized the person in front of her as the Jiangnan King himself. The youth he had once looked down upon was actually treated with such respect by the Jiangnan King? Heavens, what exactly is his identity? Is it really just Yi Lingyun's son? The mind had long been flooded with waves of shock. Yi Chen ignored Fei Lin's shock. There are things I want you to do. First, use your power to find out who all the martial arts bureau has in Zhanghai. Kill them. Jiangnan King was startled. Mr. Yi, what do you mean? Yi Chen spat out. From now on, there can only be one power in the Middle Sea martial arts world. That would be my Zhanghai Yi family. I'm going to tell them that the Central Sea Yi family is back. The words fell. The Jiangnan King's eyes erupted a shocking color. Great. It seems like Mr. Yi has accepted my suggestion to make himself king. Mr. Yi is so young and possesses this kind of strength. As long as I work a little harder now, I'll be able to get the credit from the dragon in the future. In the future, the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts world will have a place for me. Jiangnan King, I'll do it immediately. The Jiangnan King turned around and left. Wait. Yi Chen's voice rang out. The Jiangnan King turned back in confusion. Mr. Yi, what else do you command? Yi Chen asked. What martial realm are you in? King Jiangnan smiled somewhat awkwardly. I cultivated martial arts at the age of 5. 68 this year. And now I'm at the second level of the heaven realm. The second layer of the heaven realm? It's too low. Yi Chen shook his head. Take out 50 pills with your hand. Pass it straight through. This. 3rd grade elixir. Hiss. The Jiangnan King's eyes glazed over as his mind went blank. Even he couldn't possibly take out 50 3rd grade elixirs at once. Mr. Yi, what does this mean? Do you want me to help sell it? The Jiangnan King gave Yi Chen a deep look. In addition to what I've explained, raise your realm in the fastest time possible. Take these 50 pills first, and ask for more if you don't have enough. Yi Chen's tone was calm. It fell on the ears of the king of Jiangnan, but it's like making a shocking wave. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Jiangnan King couldn't help but burst out and gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Mr. Yi, you, what did you say? These 50 pills are all for me alone? Not enough. Not enough to ask you for it? Do you want it? Yi Chen frowned. You call yourself the king of Gangnam? That's too long-winded. The Jiangnan King nodded his head repeatedly as if he was dreaming, holding the 53rd grade pills in his arms. The waves of shock in his mind just didn't stop. Oh my god. My goodness. I didn't choose the wrong person. 53rd grade pills right out of the gate? What other unknown tricks does Mr. Yi have? One more thing. You say. Yi Chen pointed to the cab on the side. Contact this cab driver. Don't make things difficult for people. Buy him a new car and pay him another $300,000. The Jiangnan King replied respectfully and quickly left with his 2 guards. Lin Longhai on the side has long been dumbfounded. Yi Chen, just now those pills are really 3rd grade pills? Where did they come from? I refined it myself. Yi Chen replied casually, carrying the door panel. He headed inside the Yi family's old mansion. Lin Longhai lay on the door panel and muttered. Yi Chen, where the hell have you been these 5 years since you disappeared? I am getting to see through you. Go back in time 2 hours. Dragon Capital, Martial Arts Directorate, inside the conference room. So Ye Chen really said that? Zhonghai is his territory? In the future, if anyone from the Martial Arts Bureau dares to take a step into the Middle Sea, they will be killed without pardon? A dozen or so old men from the General Administration of Martial Arts looked at each other in disbelief. Wu Peng nodded his head while spitting out blood. Yes, all the elders quickly saved me. My kidneys were dug out by that little Ye Chen, and I need your true chi to renew my life. He's got such big dog guts. A patriarch slammed the table fiercely. Wu Peng nodded repeatedly. Yes, that little is indeed a dog's guts. Elder Xia, please step in and save me. Elder Xia was just about to open his mouth. Another green-clothed old man's voice was gloomy. This son, actually ignoring the rules set by the Martial Arts Bureau. There's no need for him to live. To actually dare to destroy my martial arts branch, one should die by 1,000 cuts. This is provoking the majesty of our Martial Arts Directorate. 2 more old men nodded. Wu Peng was on the verge of tears. Elder Chen, Elder Li, Elder Qin, that little certainly deserved to die, but you should have saved me first. I'm dying. Take it easy. The 3 old men shook their heads at the same time, with a look of unhurriedness. This attitude completely enraged Wu Peng. Chao Nima. Wu Peng cursed. I desperately came back to report. Can't you save me? You have to be there for half a day. I curse you all. All of you will be abused by Ye Chen. Grass. The words fell. Yupen fell to the ground and died. Eyes round. Next, a man hurriedly rushed into the conference room. My lords, something big has happened. Half an hour ago, all the strongholds of the Martial Arts Directorate in Zhonghai were all wiped out by a mysterious force. The entire conference room. A dead silence. Only a ghostly voice rang out. This kid. For real. Chapter 54 Ancient Martial Families Gather. 9th Senior Sister? Ye Chen settled down Lin Longhai and wanted to check on Ling Hongyan's injuries. Pushing the door. The room was empty. Only one letter remained lying on the desk. Opening it, he said, Junior brother, I have something to do first. Don't miss it. Looking at the beautiful handwriting, Ye Chen frowned slightly. You're leaving in such a hurry? You didn't even have time to say hello? All night long. Ye Chen took a dozen pills and his strength entered the 5th level of the sovereign realm. Early the next morning, Mu Xueqing's call came in. Ye Chen, what are you busy with all day long? Last time I found Unrepentant. You disappeared in a puff of smoke. Where are you now? Ye Chen smiled. I'm at the Ye family's old mansion. What are you doing at the old mansion? Any news about your parents? Mu Xueqing asked with concern. Ye Chen shook his head. Nope. Came over to reminisce. Mu Xueqing's eyes revealed a touch of gentleness. Alright, when I'm done with the company, I'll go with you to stay at the Ye family's old mansion so that you won't be lonely alone. But today, you must attend. Ye Chen's heart warmed. Attendance? What is it? Mu Xueqing rolled her eyes. Chairman Yi, you don't care about Mu Chen Group at all? The group has just been established. Don't you need a little networking? There's a charity fundraising party tonight, and there are many dignitaries and socialites in Zhonghai who will reach it. Let's go show our faces together. Maybe we can even pull in some investment. Ye Chen said indifferently. We don't need to flatter them, do we? Mu Xueqing hummed lightly. Don't be so high and mighty. It's always right to know more people when doing business. I'll send you the address later. Okay. Ye Chen agreed. Just ended the call. Jiangnan Wang's call came in. Mr. Yi, everything you arranged has been completed. The Martial Arts Directorate has a total of 19 strongholds in Zhonghai. 107 individuals, all of which have been eradicated. The cab driver, too, has been compensated. Yes. Ye Chen nodded. King Jiangnan hesitated. There is one more thing. Say, tonight at 7 o'clock, there is an auction, ostensibly a charity dinner, at the estate of the underground queen of Zhonghai. Jiangnan Wang listened to a pause, lowering his voice. Actually, there are ancient martial arts families coming to participate. The Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang that you asked me to inquire about last time. My subordinate has not inquired about them for the time being. With all the ancient martial arts families gathered, tonight might be the night. At that moment, a text message was received on his cell phone. It was the address of the party sent by Mu Xueqing, the very same underground manor that he had visited with Wang Henian last time. It's also where the ancient martial arts families are gathering tonight. Such a coincidence? Ye Chen's heart fluttered as he said, Jiangnan King, just go over and wait for me. I'll go over myself. Yes. Ye Chen arrived at the Dragon Lake Villa area and pressed the doorbell. The gate opens. Xiao Charan was wearing a white evening gown with a pair of Chanel high heels. Under the dignified and elegant temperament, the body is even more perfect. Swan neck, crossed shoulders, below the collarbone was a pair of proud bosoms, every inch of it, almost flawless. Ye Chen, you're here. Xueqing, changing clothes. Xiao Charan's face was a little unnatural. Yes. Yi Chen pushed open the door and took a step into the villa hall. Soon, Mu Xueqing appeared. A decent wraparound fishtail dress. The perfect S-curve is shown. In some places, it was bigger than Xiao Charan who had given birth. What are you waiting for? Go get changed. Mu Xueqing threw over a few shopping bags. Bought for you. Armani full set. Hugu endorsed it. A few minutes later, the moment Yi Chen changed into his suit and walked out, the eyes of Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan lit up at the same time. Hoo-hoo! Mu Xueqing even directly walked over and took Yi Chen's arm. Little Chenzi, I didn't expect you to be so material. In the future, you will wear a suit every day, and you will be able to kill both men and women. If you're famous, Armani should endorse you. Watching the duo's intimate movements, Xiao Charan's heart wasn't in the right place. 6 o'clock in the evening, when Xiaoro stayed in the villa to bring Xiao Buxue, Yi Chen, Mu Xueqing, and Xiao Charan went straight to the outskirts of Shanghai. Enter the venue. Countless handsome men and women gathered together, all with wine in hand, exchanging contact information. Some of the dudes spotted Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan with eyes like wolves sweeping over their prey. However, when they saw Yi Chen beside the duo, the fire went out at once. That aura emanating from Yi Chen's body made people feel dangerous and didn't dare to approach. Why are they all dudes? Aren't there some decent businessmen? Mu Xueqing swept the scene with some disappointment. Xiao Charan shook his head. The charity gala is just a front. The person who is really doing the trick should be on the inside. Alas, it's a pity that there's no way to get tickets for the infield. Mu Xueqing was a bit depressed. The three of them found a booth and sat down. Drop. A text message was sent over. Mr. Yi, I see you. The inner auction is about to start. Yi Chen got up. I'm going to the restroom. Quickly enter an aisle. A man wearing a mask walked over, and through his figure and aura, Yi Chen instantly recognized that it was none other than the Jiangnan king. Mr. Yi, there's a rule for entering the infield. Everyone must wear a mask. First, protect the buyer's information. Second, to prevent recognizing it later and seeking revenge outside, hand over a mask. Yi Chen thought for a moment. No, I have. With a lift of his wrist, a ghostly mask appeared in his palm. It was exactly what Wang Henian gave him the last time he was here. Hiss. Mr. Yi, you have spatial treasures in your hands? The Jiangnan king opened his mouth and his eyes widened to the extreme. Yi Chen frowned. What kind of spatial treasure? King Jiangnan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Legend has it that spatial treasures are extremely rare, and only some ancient martial arts families have them. It's usually a ring, trigger, necklace, or something like that, with a square meter or two of space inside. Although the space treasures can't hold much, their value is frighteningly high. I heard earlier that there was a space ring in Hong Kong Island that fetched a sky-high price of $3 billion. Yi Chen was a bit amused. $3 billion for a 1 or 2 square meter space? His chaos cauldron, as of now, had at least several 100,000 square meters of space. It's no problem to fit a house. Yi Chen was thinking. An extremely violent young man's voice rang out. Get out of the way. Good dogs don't get in the way. The two frowned, only to see a man in an expensive suit and a tiger mask walking towards the duo. Behind them were 2 old men in green with terrifying auras. Their auras exposed and not hidden in the slightest. Hiss. The 8th level of the Heaven Realm. The Jiangnan king sucked in a breath of cool air. 2 Heaven Realm 8th level guards. This youth was bound to be from an ancient martial arts family. And it's the core of the core. Subconsciously, take a few steps back and get out of the way. Lao Zi said. A good dog does not block the road. Uing. The young man stopped and looked at Yi Chen icily. A sentence not yet finished. Yi Chen struck out directly. Click. With a snap, the neck breaks. The young man lay on the ground, his tiger mask falling in half. An extremely young face was revealed, eyes wide and pupils filled with horror. He couldn't believe in his wildest dreams that he was just pinched to death. Jiangnan Wang's voice trembled. Ancient martial arts Chu family. Shu Tenji. Mr. Yi, this time you really got into big trouble. Chapter 55. Yi Chen, I killed. What's wrong? Young master. The 2 green-clothed old men were shocked and darted towards Yi Chen. Within the narrow passageway, the wind gusted wildly, rushing to Yi Chen's body. His expression under the mask was almost distorted. Kid, you really deserve to die. Chu Tianqi is dead. If the 2 were not protected well, they would definitely be tortured even more by the Chu family. Yi Chen shook his head. Care so much about your young master? Go down and accompany him. Grab the 2 before they struck. The hands came to the top of the 2's heads, deftly, and the 5 fingers snapped downward. The 2 men's skyscrapers instantly exploded. Blood mixed with brain matter gushed out. Yi Chen didn't look back. The moment they turned around, the 2 men fell to the ground and died. Inside an antique office, Su Xiaoxue sat in front of the table, her legs folded, and underneath the cheongsam was a perfect S-curve. A copy of the list for tonight's auction was in his hand, deliberating carefully. Miss, something big has happened. An old man broke in. What's wrong? Su Xiaoxue frowned. Uncle Tian had been with her for more than 10 years and had never been so presumptuous. Uncle Tian's eyes were heavy. 5 minutes ago, someone found 3 bodies in the aisle outside. One of them is Chu Tianqi of the Chu family. The other 2 are the Chu family's envoys, at the 8th level of the heaven realm. Su Xiaoxue's pretty face changed color. What did you say? Chu Tianqi died in our place. Uncle Tian nodded heavily. Yes. Su Xiaoxue could no longer sit still. Who did this? The Chu family has been passed down for 800 years and is a genuine ancient martial arts family. It has survived 3 dynasties. The son of the Chu family, Chu Tianxiong, Dragon Soul Special Forces, Commander-in-Chief of the Tenglong Division. Second son, Chu Tianlun, Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Directorate, Jinling Branch Chief. Third son, Chu Tianren, the General President of the China Sea Chamber of Commerce. Master Chu's 3 sons. One is based in the military world, one in the martial arts world, and one in the business world. The first and second sons are over 100 years old and still unmarried. Only when Chu Tianran was 30 years old, his outside adopted lover gave him a son. Elder Chu named him Tianqi. One could imagine Chu Tianji's position in the ancient martial Chu family. Even if Chu Tianji was injured by a single hair, the Chu family would be in an earthquake. Not to mention, Chu Tianxi died directly. Who the hell did this? Uncle Tian shook his head. Miss, we don't have surveillance in the infield, and the guests are wearing masks, so no one can see them. Su Xiaoxue's pretty face changed for a while. Now we can only truthfully inform the Chu family. Other matters are out of our hands. Chu's group office. Chu Tianren was dealing with papers when a call came in. What did you say? My son is dead. No way. Who dares? Chu Tianren almost roared out these words. After getting an affirmative answer from the other side, Chu Tianren fell into a chair and dialed a number. Second brother, Tenji, was killed. Enter the auction house. Just 10 minutes after sitting down, a large group of bodyguards appeared, guarding the entrances and exits of the venue. Jiangnan King secretly screamed, Mr. Yi, they probably found Chu Tianji's body. Yi Chen on the side, indifferent, replying to Mu Xueqing's text message asking where he was going. King Jiangnan frowned. Mr. Yi, you just killed Chu Tianji, even though no one saw it. But once the Chu family traces it, sooner or later there will be traces. How can you still sit comfortably? Yi Chen put away his cell phone. Sweeping around, the people from the ancient martial family haven't arrived yet. Don't rush. After a few moments, people are arriving one by one almost. Everyone is wearing masks and no one knows anyone. 7 o'clock sharp. Su Xiaoxue appeared in a cheongsam and walked up to the auction stage. Gentlemen, because a little thing happened just now, the auction will be suspended first. Auction suspended? Su Xiaoxue, what do you take our ancient martial arts family for? There was an uproar down there. Su Xiaoxue didn't say anything and silently retreated to the side. Next, 2 middle-aged men without masks walked in, followed by a large group of people. The General President of the Zhonghai Chamber of Commerce, Chu Tianrun, Jinling Martial Arts Director, Chu Tianlan. How did they get here? Everyone froze, feeling that the atmosphere wasn't quite right. Chu Tianrun's eyes glowed red and his face was extremely ugly as he walked onto the auction stage. Gentlemen, I apologize for disturbing tonight's auction, but half an hour ago, my son Chu Tianqi was killed. The murderer is among you people. Boom! The whole room shook. The eyes under each mask were all wide, thinking they had heard wrong. Chu Tianqi is dead? Chu Tianlan carried his hands behind his back, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Please prove your travels within an hour to help my Chu family find the murderer. Of course, if someone reports it, the Chu family won't reveal your identity, and the person who reported it is henceforth an eternal ally of my Chu family. The two stood on a high platform. Pay attention to the reactions of those below, hoping to find some clues. King Jiangnan lowered his voice. Fortunately, they have no evidence. As long as we don't admit it, no one knows. One sentence remains. Yi Chen directly got up. Don't waste your time. Chu Tianji, I killed him. The moment the words landed, swish dash, throughout the auction site, everyone's eyes all fell on Yi Chen. Surprise, astonished, can't believe it. How is he? Su Xiaoxue's little heart trembled. She recognized the mask on Yi Chen's face, and it was the same person who had sold her 10 third-grade pills last time. Mr. Yi, how do you? The Jiangnan king was shocked. Chu Tianran gritted his teeth in death. Kid, is it really you? With a look from Chu Tianlan, the men he brought with him stepped forward and surrounded Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded. It's me. Chu Tianrun looked like a knife. His eyes filled with endless rage. Why did you kill my son? Yi Chen said indifferently. He offended me and killed him casually. I go to. The pupils of those present contracted for a moment. What was meant by arrogance? Now that's real arrogance. The Chu family's only sapling. For offending you? Kill it at will. Chu Tianrun was going crazy with anger and let out a roar. Second brother. What are you waiting for? Take it down. Dead or alive? Chu Tianlan gave an order. The men he brought with him rushed forward. Being an ancient martial arts family, they were not ordinary martial arts cultivators. The dozen or so people that Chu Tianlan brought with him alone were all above the 6th level of the Heaven Realm. Chu Tianlan himself was even beyond the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. Reached the 100 Rex Realm. 5th level. A dozen or so Heaven Realm martial artists struck out at the same time, and the entire auction venue instantly flew into the air, turning the nearby tables and chairs into pieces. Kid, you're really too arrogant. You dare to touch the Chu family's people? Kneel down and die. A dry palm came from Yi Chen's side. It slammed down hard towards his shoulder. Yi Chen didn't even look at this person. Raise your hand and slap it. Puff. The old man who struck out fell to his knees on the spot. His knees exploded, and his tendons burst and died. How? The other's eyes bugged out. Cold sweat broke out. You killed the 6th level of the Heaven Realm with one palm? It's horrible. What are you waiting for? Make a move. Yi Chen shook his head and actually took the initiative. Rushing into those dozen or so Heaven Realm old men. One punch at a time. Burst. Burst. Bok. Bok. A dozen punches down. A dozen or so Heaven Realm elders were blown up on the spot. He died a violent death and was killed on the spot. What in the world are you? You? Chu Tianrun trembled as he pointed at Yi Chen. Chapter 56, Tunlong War God? Kneel down. Who are you? Dare to kill someone from my Chu family like this? Aren't you afraid of being endlessly hunted down by my Chu family? Chu Tianlan's eyes were heavy, and his eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Yi Chen. Su Zhashui's delicate body trembled and stiffened in place. Looking at Yi Chen in shock, what exactly is he? Did he come out from the Kunlun Mountains? The people from the other ancient martial arts clans present had their jaws dropped one by one, greatly shaken. Even they couldn't kill a Heaven Realm 6th level martial artist with one punch. Ah, really want to know who I am? Ha? Yi Chen nodded indifferently, unmasked casually, revealing an extremely young face. It's you, Yi Chen. The scene completely exploded into a frenzy. Chu Tianrun froze. Chu Tianlan was dumbfounded. How could they not recognize Yi Chen? 2 days ago, Yi Chen killed the Dragon Kingdom's guardian, Wan Kunlun, at the top of Mount Tai, shocking the nation. Mr. Yi, you. The Jiangnan king simply didn't expect that Yi Chen would actually take the initiative to expose his identity? It's actually him. Su Zhashui's beautiful eyes contracted and her mind went blank. In a dead silence, Yi Chen looked at Chu Tianlan. You're from the Dragon Country Martial Arts Bureau? Chu Tianlan's old face was indifferent. So what if it is? I am the director of Jinling Martial Arts. Yi Chen smiled. Then you can go to hell. Everyone was confused. Only the king of Jiangnan opened his mouth. Yi Chen had said that anyone from the Wudao Bureau who took a step into the Middle Sea would be killed without pardon. Master, you're playing for real. Ah, you still want to kill me? Chu Tianlan was directly exasperated and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen, do you think that Wan Kunlun, as a guardian, is the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts? Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Dragon Kingdom martial arts world. Wan Kunlun is also just a dog for the other guardians. And the ancient martial family is an existence you can never afford to mess with. Kill. A bellowing cry. Chu Tianlan was like a fierce tiger, instantly arriving in front of Yi Chen's body and smashing his fist towards his heart. Bang! Yi Chen's fist greeted it, and Chu Tianlan only felt a sharp pain, and his 5 fingers even made a click sound. The whole man took a dozen steps back. Yi Chen stood still, indifferent, looked down. How? All 5 of Chu Tianlan's fingers burst, bones exposed, blood dripping. Ergo, Chu Tianrun was startled. He was unable to practice martial arts since he was a child, but he knew the realm of ancient martial artists. Qi condensation realm. The internal energy in the Dantian was vaporized, representing successful Qi condensation and power far beyond the 9th level of the Heaven Realm. 100 Rex realm, representing all 4 limbs. The strength of the hands and feet is more terrifying than a jackhammer, and one hand can lift a heavy truck. The 5 visceral realms. The 5 viscera and 6 internal organs echoed each other, like the 5 elements, and the power in the body was unceasing. The realm of the imperial gods. Ancient martial artists' lifelong pursuit, flying through the air as if they were earth immortals in the world. Second brother Chu Tianlan. 100 Rex realm level 5. With limbs comparable to steel, lifting heavy trucks with his bare hands is no problem. The power of one punch is at least over 20 tons. What kind of concept is that? An elephant can be killed alive. At this moment, one of second brother Chu Tianlan's hands had actually been blown up by Ye Chen? Could it be that this kid's realm is above the 100 Rex realm? Su Xiaoshui opened her small mouth. He was still an ordinary person 5 years ago, right? Killing Wan Kunlu was already shocking enough. To actually defeat Chu Tianlan. I'll go. Mister. Ye can fight ancient martial artists now? King Jiangnan clenched his fists in death. Kid, you think you can kill me just like that? Ha ha ha, you're thinking too simply. Chu Tianlan was briefly shocked and laughed again. Ye Chen shook his head. No, killing you is really simple. One step swept out. Seek death. Chu Tianlan mobilized his entire body's qi, and a layer of white mist visible to the naked eye rushed out from the surface of his body. A sideways kick came towards Ye Chen's chest. Ye Chen casually clasped Chu Tianlan's calf and slammed his fist down. Ah! Chu Tianlan screamed miserably, his thighs directly bursting apart as he fell miserably to the ground. Ye Chen attacked with a kick that landed on Chu Tianlan's chest. There was a click, and the ribs burst. Put, little you dare to do this to me? Chu Tianlan spat out a mouthful of blood, no longer able to control his image, roaring like a mad dog. Noisy! Ye Chen shook his head. A kick to the mouth of Chu Tianlan. It hurt so much that he completely lost the fight. Ye Chen landed kick after kick. Simple, dry, violent. In the crowd's horrified gazes, Chu Tianlan had long since lost his human form, with only his last breath left. Who dares to hurt my brother? A roar came. The crowd turned around as a man in battle armor with a face full of rage rushed in. Chu Tianxiong. The eyes of the crowd contracted. A large group of Dragon Soul Special Forces, Tanglong Division warriors rushed in. Seeing Chu Tianlan lying like a dead dog at Ye Chen's feet, Chu Tianxiong roared furiously in anger. Ye Chen, you stop it. If you dare to touch my second brother one more time, I'll make sure you. Bang! A foot falls. Chu Tianlan's head exploded on the spot. Looking back at the man in battle armor. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Say it again? This maniac. Everyone at the scene lowered their heads in horror, including Su Xiaoshui. There was only one thought in his mind. Ye Chen was a madman. You. Chu Tianxiong almost spat out blood in anger. Good. Ye Chen, even if the Dragon Lord personally ordains you as a Dragon Soul Major General, I, Chu Tianxiong, will kill you today. So you do it? Ye Chen stood with his arms crossed and looked at Chu Tianxiong with a smile. You. Chu Tianxiong was momentarily speechless and really didn't dare to make a move. His strength was only at the 7th level of the 100 Rex realm. Even if he personally made a move, there was absolutely no way to abuse his second brother Chu Tianlan. Ye Chen did it. It was enough to prove that Ye Chen's strength was far above his. Make a move and you'll die for sure. What? Don't dare to make a move. Ha? Ye Chen laughed. Then what are you pretending to do? Killing me? A bellowing voice, kneel down for me. Deafening. At the same time, a terrifying killing intent rolled out like a tsunami. Puff dash. Chu Tianxiang's legs went soft and he really knelt down. At this moment, what majesty, face, backbone, and power disappeared without a trace. There's only one thought. Get on your knees. The moment. The entire auction venue was plunged into a deathly silence. God of War, Tang Long's group of soldiers, shocked, looked at this scene. All the people from the ancient martial arts clans were petrified in place. Horrified. Crazy. This maniac. My God. Su Xiaoshui took a few steps back and leaned against the wall. Her stocking-clad legs were trembling constantly, and she could barely stand. Big brother. Chu Tianren shed tears of humiliation. Chu Tianxiong knelt. The backbone of the Chu family. Broken. Asterisk. Fierce. Too fierce. The Jiangnan king lowered his head, his blood almost boiling. A sentence that roars the Tinglong war god to his knees? A feat that no one has ever done before or since. If this matter spreads out, who else in the entire Dragon Kingdom would dare to offend Mr. Ye's Majesty? In the dead silence, Ye Chen's voice rang out. One question. Amongst you, is there anyone who knows old Zheng or old Yuan? Lift your hands. 8 black jade severing pills were grasped in his palm. This Dan, 4th grade, can repair a martial artist's meridian damage. Just answer my questions, and these 8 4th grade pills will all be yours. Chapter 57. 1 Dan. $10 billion. A 4th grade elixir? Reparable tendon damage? Countless eyes fell on Ye Chen's body, staring dead on, completely unable to move away. Chu Tianqi is dead? Not important. Chu Tianlan is dead? It doesn't matter. Chu Tianxiong kneeling? Even less important. These 8 pills that could repair a martial artist's damaged tendons and veins were the ones that were priceless. For martial artists, sinews are everything. When the tendons and veins are damaged, the path of martial arts is basically ruined. These 8 pills could actually repair a martial artist's damage? Su Jiaxue had an illusion that once these 8 pills appeared in the auction, martial artists all over the country, nay, all over the world would flock to them and use all their stature to scramble for them. No, it's not an illusion. Rather, it is bound to happen. Yi Chen. Oh no, Mr. Yi, I'll take these 8 pills from the Northwest Qin family. What do you think about 1 billion apiece? A man excitedly stepped forward. By the sound of his voice, he should be a middle-aged man. $1 billion? The Northwest Qin family is too naive. An old man sneered. Mr. Yi, I, the Southeast Lin family, am willing to offer 30 billion. 30 billion. The crowd's eyes popped in shock. 8 pills. That's a lot for a listed company. Su Jiaxue raised her head in shock, too stunned to speak. If these 8 pills were sold for $30 billion, it would simply be higher than the total of the biggest auction of her life. The Lin family's old man's eyes were on fire, and in his heart, he thought, don't say it's 30 billion. Even if it's 50 billion, the family head will definitely agree. This Dan, which can repair damaged meridians, is too valuable. The foundation of an ancient martial arts clan is the top martial arts experts in the clan. Once the sinews are damaged, the person is wasted. Abolishing a martial arts expert is too great a blow to an ancient martial arts family. The existence of these 8 pills is equivalent to renewing the life of an ancient martial arts family 8 times. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, there were once ancient martial arts families. The legacy was cut off because the top martial arts masters broke off their generations. 8 pills to renew your life 8 times. Idan, 10 billion is not too much. Mr. Yi, sell it to my Lin family? If the Lin family can afford $30 billion, so can my Qin family. Saying it like my Xia family can't afford it? The 3 ancient martial arts families took the initiative to remove their masks. It was stated that all that was needed was a card number, and the money was called immediately. In good faith, Yi Chen shook his head. I'm not interested in money. I just want to know the news of Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang both. If not, forget it. The bounty is valid for a long time. You can contact me anytime you have news of these 2. Dropping that, he turned and walked away. Since there was no news of Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang, there was no need to stay here. He was not interested in the next auction. Throughout the entire process, there was no more glancing at Shu Tianxiong, the Tunlong war god who was kneeling on the side, directly ignored. Come outside to the venue. Alright, go down. No need to follow. Yi Chen waved his hand. Yes. The Jiangnan king quickly retreated and disappeared into the darkness of the night. With Yi Chen's martial arts strength, he naturally didn't need his protection. What took you so long to get back? It takes so long to go to the toilet. You're not really constipated, are you? Mu Xueqing complained a little when she saw Yi Chen walking over. Yi Chen smiled. It's been a bit of a bad stomach lately. His eyes turned and landed on Xiao Churan. What happened to her? Xiao Churan sat in the card table, holding a bottle of foreign wine in his hand and pouring it in one gulp. A whole bottle of foreign wine. It's almost at the bottom. Mu Xueqing sighed. Alas, she just received a call that her family cut off her funds and seemed to force her to return to Longdu. I got a couple more texts after that. What they were about I don't know. Churan seemed upset and smashed the latest Apple phone, then went to the bartender and asked for a bottle of foreign wine and drank it straight up. Having said that, Mu Xueqing pulled out a latest model Apple phone from her bag. The screen blew up. She helped Xiao Churan put it away, ready to return it to her when she sobered up. By this time, Xiao Churan was already drunk. Leaning in the sofa of the card seat, a strand of hair was draped over her pretty face in a loose manner, and her eyes were somewhat dull as she looked at Yi Chen. A faint despair filled his eyes as if they were hidden. It gives a broken aesthetic. Yi Chen suggested. She's drunk. Let's go back. Mu Xueqing looked around and felt a bit embarrassed. Yi Chen, will you help carry Churan? The 3 left on the front foot. Not noticing that in the other card seat, a youth with a face full of wine-colored breath picked up a wine glass and took a sip, his eyes flashing with a touch of greed. Young Han, it's been checked out. Here's the duo's card. A middle-aged man bowed 90 degrees and handed over 2 business cards in his hand. That drunken girl is called Xiao Churan. She just answered a phone call. It seems like some kind of financial chain broke. The other one is called Mu Xueqing, a countryside household in Jiangnan City, and she still owes a student loan in her name. Just recently resigned from the company, founded a what's-her-name Mu Chun group, and pulled in $100 million of investment. Han Xiao hugged the woman in his arms. He came here to hunt for sex. I didn't expect to directly encounter the 2 best of the best, Mu Xueqing and Xiao Churan. It's too low-end to just go up and strike up a conversation and then use tactics like money. Han Xiao didn't even bother to use it. He enjoys the hunt, since he already knew the identity of the 2. In a week at the most, these 2 women would definitely become playthings in his crotch. Back at the Long Lake Villa, Yi Chen carried Xiao Charan on his back and arrived at her room, and was just about to throw her onto the bed. Vomit. Xiao Charan directly spat all over Yi Chen. I'll get a towel. Mu Xueqing rushed out in a hurry. Yi Chen slowly put down Xiao Charan. The woman's face was flushed, and because she had given birth to a child, it was two very different flavors from Mu Xueqing. Do not marry. I do not want to marry. Yi Chen, I do not want to marry. Listening to Xiao Charan's drunken words, Yi Chen's face was a bit strange. Daddy, what's wrong with mommy? A crisp voice sounded behind her. Yi Chen looked back. Xiao Buxi stared at the doorway of the room with big gem-like eyes, looking at Yi Chen dumbfounded. Yi Chen smiled. Little sister, I'm not your father. Really? But you look like my dad. Xiao Buxi's tender face carried a great deal of doubt. Mom showed her a picture of her dad, and it clearly looked exactly like the uncle in front of her. Why won't dad admit it? Mu Xueqing walked in with a towel. Alright Yi Chen, you wipe first. I'll take it from here. Why don't you go ahead and take a shower and sleep here tonight? Hands were placed on Yi Chen's back, pushing him out of the room. Entering the restroom and drying the vomit from his body, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hello? Who? Yi Chen washed his hands while pressing the speakerphone button of his cell phone and put it aside. A surprised voice came from the opposite side. Mr. Yi, it was hard to find your phone number. It's really great to be able to contact you. Su Shizu? Yi Chen heard the voice. What is it that you want from me? Su Shui directly said. Mr. Yi, what you just said at the auction site, does it still count? I know about Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang. Chapter 58 Parents' Whereabouts. Blood clothes sect. 15 minutes later. Mu Xueqing helped Xiao Charan dry her body and searched the entire villa without finding Yi Chen's figure. Where's the man? Ran off again? What a busybody. Mu Xueqing grunted twice. I had thought that I would give you a little benefit tonight. Looks like you're not blessed. Glancing at the condom in his handbag, he closed the zipper. On the bund, inside a seaside cafe. You're here, Mr. Yi. The coffee here is not bad. Seeing Yi Chen walking towards him, Su Shui wiped the curve of her arched buttocks with both hands, straightened her cheongsam, and slowly rose to greet her. On top of that, the waves are so loud here at night that even if they were bugged, they wouldn't be able to eavesdrop on our conversation. Her beautiful eyes twinkled. What would you like to drink? The scene at the auction venue just now still shook her little heart. Yi Chen said, whatever, caramel macchiato it is then. Meaning sweet mark. Su Shui smiled. While observing Yi Chen's expression, he took out his cell phone and ordered at the same time. Unfortunately, Yi Chen was indifferent. Speak up. Where are Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang? Su Shui put down her phone. Mr. Yi, I don't know their whereabouts. Yi Chen frowned. You lied to me? Buzz dash. A cold murderous intent swept through the cafe as the electric lights flickered on and off. Su Shui's pretty face turned white all of a sudden, as if she was being strangled. Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. How could I dare to lie to you? I've only heard of these two. Oh, what's going on? Yi Chen's killing intent converged. Su Shui hurriedly explained. During one auction, I heard a few guests discussing the duo of Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang. At the same time, the words blood clothes sect were vaguely heard. The blood clothes? Yi Chen's brows were, for all intents and purposes, knitted together. Could it be that Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang are from the blood clothes sect? Su Shui hesitated for a moment. I really don't know. I can't talk nonsense. Okay, I got it. Yi Chen nodded and casually pulled out 3 black jade severing pills and placed them on the table. If the information is useful, I will give you the remaining 5 at once. Su Shui's beautiful eyes contracted for a moment. 3 black jade severing pills were worth at least $30 billion at the auction. Yi Chen just gave it to her? What she was thinking was that giving Yi Chen the information for free and paying for the 2 black jade severing pills was already the best outcome. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen gave it to her directly. It's a 4th grade elixir. It's not candy. Mr. Yi, the coffee is ready? Won't you take a sip? Su Shui stood up excitedly. The waitress carried the coffee and brushed past Yi Chen. Suddenly, a cold aura flickered under the coffee tray, and the waitress took advantage of Su Shui's moment of disorientation, and a sharp knife pushed straight towards her neck. The viper-like breath struck. Su Shui's petite body stiffened, her beautiful eyes staring dead on at the incoming sharp knife. It's over. Am I going to die here? Just as Su Shui's mind flashed through this idea, a large, strong hand landed on her waist, and her body was pulled over by a force that slammed into an upright chest. Subconsciously calling out. Immediately afterward came a piercing scream, and the waitress wailed miserably as her arm with the knife snapped off. Miss! A group of people rushed in from outside the cafe, take control of several waitresses and the owner of the store. A body search. Everyone was armed and had pistols on them. Su Xiaoshui was stunned until a voice rang in her ears. Next time you're this careless, you won't be so lucky. Looking at Yi Chen's departing back, Su Xiaoshui's face sank to the bottom. She had improvised and bagged the entire cafe, not realizing that she had been hit anyway. Bring it on! The men closed the door of the cafe, drew the curtains, and escorted the owner and several waitresses over. Kneel on the ground. The arms and legs are all broken. Su Xiaoshui's face was grim. Who sent you here? The shopkeeper grinned. If you want to kill, just kill. Don't talk nonsense. Su Xiaoshui picked up the dagger on the ground and stabbed the female shopkeeper's heart. I know even if you don't say it, the entire Su family, except for Su Qian the one. Who else wants to kill me? Su Xiaoshui's pretty face carried a scowl that didn't match her temperament. I'm hiding in the middle of the sea, and she still wants to fight me? In that case, let's burn the jade. The dagger twisted viciously. You. The shopkeeper's eyes held a touch of shock. How can such a beautiful woman be so ruthless when it comes to killing people? Su Xiaoshui let go of the dagger and glanced at the blood-stained stockings. Zira. A hand ripped open in public and dried the blood in his hand with a stocking. All obliterated. This cafe, made to accidentally catch fire and burn down. Yes. A few of his men replied and respectfully watched this underground queen of Zhonghai leave. Yi Chen did not go back to the Dragon Lake Villa, and went directly back to the Yi family's old mansion. Just as I entered, I felt someone watching in the darkness. Who? Get out! A bellowing cry. Yi Chen directly rushed over and knocked his palm towards the wigwam in the courtyard. Bang! The loud sound of the wigwam exploded, revealing the horrified eyes of a woman inside. Was this man the owner of the yard? Is surprisingly so terrifying. If this palm had landed on her just now, she might have been reduced to pieces on the spot. Don't kill me. I came here to hide from my enemies. The woman's voice was weak, and she ran out of the wigwam in a hurry. Yi Chen swept a glance. The woman looked to be in her early 20s, her pretty face white in the moonlight. The nose was delicate, and the one beautiful eye was tinged with horror. Yi Chen's voice was unsympathetic. 3 seconds. Get out immediately. Gollum. I'll be gone in a minute. The woman gulped and headed out toward the courtyard. At the same time, a voice rang out from outside the gate. The nearby courtyards have already been searched. Just this place is missing. This little actually dared to betray the sect master, causing us to chase after her for so long. Today we must skin her and torture her to death alive. Another voice laughed evilly. Brother Wu. This little posture is not bad. What a shame to torture them to death straight away. Let's have enough fun before we kill them. Good idea. The two men spoke. Push open the door of Ye's house. The woman's heart trembled in fear and she subconsciously hid behind Yi Chen. There's help? The gazes of the two middle-aged men sank, like a venomous snake. He stared at Yi Chen. Kid, you'd better mind your own business. This matter has nothing to do with you. Don't think about any heroes saving beauty. This kind of drama won't appear here. Yi Chen stepped aside. Make yourselves at home. He doesn't bother with other people's business, much less interested in heroically saving the day. Count on it. The two men froze. With a sardonic smile, he stepped forward and clasped the woman's shoulders. No! The woman's voice was horrified, and she looked at Yi Chen pleadingly. Yi Chen was indifferent, like an emotionless stone. The woman was in utter despair, just as she was about to be taken away. One of the men turned around and gave Yi Chen a teasing smile. Kid, count on you to be sensible. Today, this master is in a good mood, so I won't kill you. Otherwise, with the way my blood cloth sect acts, I wouldn't mind having one more body in this yard. The moment the two of them were about to step out of the Yi clan's gate, a surprised voice sounded behind them. You're from the blood clothes sect? So what if it is? The moment the two turned back, they only felt a silhouette flash in front of them. Bang! Bang! A sharp pain shot through the duo's chest, and their ribs exploded on the spot. Flying backwards like a dead dog, he ruthlessly smashed into the steps of the Yi family's front door. Blood spurted out of his mouth like a spring. Ah! The captured woman dropped to the ground in shock and covered her small mouth in death. Shocked, he looked at Yi Chen. P.S. Brothers, ask for a rush. Free small gifts. Think good. The book is worth rating. Please give a 5-star positive feedback. Thank you. Chapter 59. Yi Chen Shu family killed for sure. The Dragon Lord could not even save him. You dare to injure my blood-clothed sex people? Do you believe it or not? A man covered his chest before he could finish his sentence. Yi Chen directly dropped his foot and stomped on this person's head. Hiss. The other man was completely confused. The words of the threat were stuck in his throat, and he couldn't get them out. The injured woman stiffened in place and looked at Yi Chen in shock. They had never seen such a killjoy. Yi Chen looked at the two. One question. The one who answers it can live. Your blood-clothes sect. Is there an Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang? The injured woman immediately snaps. Yes. Yi Chen's gaze fell on the other man, and he kicked a stone. directly piercing through the man's head. First question. Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan. Who are the Bloodclothes sect? They are the clan's grand protectors, second only to the patriarch. Second question. Where is the Bloodcloth sect? The woman shook her head in horror. I don't know. I really don't know. I only know that the clan is established underground. It should be within an abandoned ancient tomb. Every time before you enter the clan, you take a kind of ecstasy. Wake up in 3 days. People are already at headquarters. Yi Chen frowned. 3 days in a coma? There's so much scope for a stroll around the world. The woman was afraid that Yi Chen would kill someone, and immediately spoke out another clue. This, gentleman, half a year ago when I was at the Bloodclothes sect headquarters, I happened to overhear Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan conversing, saying something about half a year from now, the day of the birthday of the head of the Li family on Hong Kong Island. They're going to the Li family to retrieve an item. Yi Chen's heart fluttered. This is a heavenly clue. With a raised hand, several shot into the woman. What have you done to me? The Bloodclothes sect woman was shocked. Yi Chen laughed coldly. If I want to kill you, I don't even need to go through so much trouble. Those 3 silver needles just now temporarily connected the broken tendons in your body. Without these 3 silver needles, you won't live for 24 hours. Now, you won't be in any danger of losing your life for 7 days. The Bloodclothes sect woman was inwardly shocked. His own injuries were, indeed, much better. Could it be that those 3 silver needles really had this kind of power? The 2 men who grabbed her were both at the 5th level of the heaven realm. He was actually killed by the man in front of him in a single move. So young, amazing medical skills, and even more terrifying martial power. The woman's eyes widened. You're Yi Chen? Yi Chen said. You know me? The woman opened her little mouth. Oh my god. It's really you. Dare to make an enemy of the Martial Arts Bureau and kill the Dragon Capital Martial Arts Directorate. At the top of Mount Tai. Strike down the guardian Wan Kunlun. Who doesn't know you in the entire Dragon Kingdom martial arts world? Yi Chen was indifferent. The woman's eyes were on fire. Mr. Yi, what do you want me to do? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. How did you know I needed your help? The woman smiled confidently. You were perfectly capable of killing me just now. Yet you gave me 7 days. It must be that I am still of use to you? Yi Chen nodded his head. Since he was a smart person, there would be no need for him to waste his words. Check all the whereabouts of Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan for me, including the location of the Bloodclothes sect. Come see me in 7 days. With or without results. Yes. The woman turned away without a word. Yi Chen pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Half an hour later, Zhang Nanking appeared in the Yi family's courtyard. Master, you're looking for me. Seeing the 2 bodies in the yard was a shock. This is the Bloodclothes sect. Yi Chen spoke about what had just happened. The Bloodclothes sect? Zhang Nanking was full of doubts. Never heard of it before. Master, I'll have someone check Master Li's birthday first. A phone call is made and soon results are sent back. Zhang Nanking opened the mail and frowned. Master, Elder Li's 90th birthday is tomorrow. Yi Chen directly turned around and walked towards his room. Prepare my airplane for early tomorrow morning. Yes, the king of Jiangnan replied with a cry, glancing at the 2 bodies on the floor. Wash it. A few of his own soldiers rushed over. Half an hour later, there was no longer a single bloodstain on the steps. Jinling, Chu family hall. Wastes. It's all crap. Watching their loved ones being beaten to death alive. And actually not even daring to fart. You're still a dragon soul war god? You're just a piece of trash. I heard that you even kneeled down for that little? Chu Tianxiong. The face of the ancient martial family has been disgraced by you. An old man grabbed a barbed cane and smacked it hard. The old man was none other than the Chu family's old man, Chu Zhengde. The hall was dead silent. The Chu family's crowd didn't dare to take a breath. Chu Tianxiong and Chu Tianrun were kneeling on the ground, and in front of them were the corpses of Chu Tianlan and Chu Tianqi. Behind the 2, they had long been bloodied. Dad, if it wasn't for the fact that you competed with someone back then and broke your tendons, why would I need to go to Dragon Soul to become some kind of war god? Chu Tianxiong reddened his eyes. Chu Zhengde roared. So it's still the old man's fault? Chu Tianxiong gritted his teeth. I wouldn't dare. But the son wasn't wrong. If Dad's strength is still there, the Chu family will still be at the top. There's no need to look at anyone's face at all. What Dragon Soul? What Martial Arts Bureau? My Chu family doesn't give a damn. It's not that I'm afraid of dying at all that I'm kneeling down. It's that I'm afraid that if I die, the Chu family will truly be ruined. It's all because of Dad. Your martial arts strength is ruined. Chu Zhengde almost died of anger. It's your dare? I let you dare not. Pop. Pop. Snap. Chu Tianxiong didn't move a muscle, letting the rattan cane whip madly. Elder Chu, please calm down. The Chu family crowd turned around as a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses walked in. Chu Zhengde dropped the cane in his hand. Secretary Xiao Dang. What are you doing here? Deng Lei smiled. Elder Chu, this is Dragon Soul's latest appointment letter. First, Chu Tianxiong is immediately promoted to Dragon Soul Marshal with the rank of General. Secondly, any young man from the Chu family who practices martial arts can be exempted from recruitment and directly enter the Dragon Soul Special Forces for service. Third, establish a special economic zone in Zhonghai, with Chu Tianren as the head of the zone. Every time Deng Lei uttered a condition, it made Chu Jingda's face look 3 times uglier. The last word landed. Chu Jingda had already guessed what the Dragon Lord meant and still asked out. Deng Lei, what does the Dragon Lord mean? Deng Lei wore a smile on his face. What the Dragon Lord means is that a person can't come back from the dead. Dragon Lord can make amends in Yi Chen's place, and the Chu family should stop making things difficult for Yi Chen. Compensation? Chu Jingda laughed in anger. Ha 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 ha. Is this a compensation in exchange for the lives of my son and grandson? Are the 2 lives of my Chu family so worthless? In exchange for a marshal? A Sar governor? Deng Lei's brows furrowed. Elder Chu, you really don't want to think about it? Get out. Chu Jingda let out a low roar. A tiger's roar and a dragon's roar. Go back and tell the people behind you that I, Chu Jingda, reign over the martial arts world. The Dragon Kingdom. It hasn't been established yet. The emperor of the last dynasty had to respect my Chu family. What is a mere Dragon Lord? Go back and tell the Dragon Lord that Yi Chen, my Chu family will kill him. I told you, the Dragon Lord couldn't even save him. Chapter 60, The Richest Man in the Dragon Kingdom. Li Half City. You. Deng Lei was shocked. At the same time, 2 old men walked jointly. Yo, Secretary Tang is also here. Last time when we parted in the Kunlun Mountains, it seems the Dragon Lord didn't keep his promise. It's you guys? Deng Lei's face turned white. The Chu family had actually invited the real Dragon Kingdom guardian here. Dad, Chu Tianxiong and Chu Tianren were startled. Their gazes filled with surprise. Chu Jingda ignored his 2 sons and greeted the 2 old men as they sat down before waving his hand. Bring it up. A woman in a cheongsam, covered in blood, was brought up. There was also a middle-aged man on the side with coal eyes, carrying a tray in his hands. It was the 3 black jade severing pills. Su Jiaxue? Dad, why did you bring this underground queen of Zhonghai here? Chu Tianren was a bit surprised. Queen of the Middle Sea Underground? Chu Jingda sneered. Decades ago, when the Qing Gang and Hong men reigned supreme on the Bund, they came to pay tribute to Lao Fu once a month. Now, taking down a district underground queen has shocked you all like this? The eyes were cold, locked on Suzumi. Tell me, what did you guys talk about at the coffee shop an hour ago? Su Jiaxue had blood on her face and a bruise on the corner of her mouth. She had just left the coffee shop when all her men were killed. The 3 pills were robbed and she was brought directly to this place. Elder Chu, don't waste your efforts. As a businessman, the most important thing is to keep secrets. Su Jiaxue smiled. Chu Jingda nodded with a cold smile. Whether you say it or not, it doesn't matter anymore. With these 3 pills, it's enough. Bring them down. The middle-aged man left the elixir and took Su Jiaxue away. Swish. The gazes of the crowd all fell on these 3 pills. Chu Jingda turned back and faced the 2 guardians. Both of you. This Dan is called Black Jade Severing Dan, and the formula has long been lost for hundreds of years. I didn't expect this kid Yi Chen to actually possess this Dan, and by the looks of this Dan, I'm afraid it was only recently refined. On this kid's body, there must be a formula for this Dan. The 2 guardians were not angry and frowned. This thing can't be fake, can it? It was not easy for the 2 of us to make the trip down from the Kunlun Mountains. If this thing is fake, then your Chu family will have to pay a different price. Naturally. Chu Jingda nodded, grabbed a black jade severing pill, and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, an extremely powerful force spread out in the dantian. Oh, whoa whoa. Chu Jingda hissed as the medicinal power rushed into his limbs. An extremely mysterious force actually flew to repair his damaged meridians. A moment later, Chu Jingda raised his hand and blasted out with a fist, and a white chi energy came out through his body. Bang! 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 There was a loud bang. Everyone turned their heads to look. All stunned. 9 whole walls, all pierced through. The wall left a hole a meter in diameter. Dad, you've regained your strength. Chu Tianxiong trembled with excitement. The 2 guardians stood up excitedly and glanced at each other, both seeing a hint of shock in the other's eyes. It seems that this elixir is real. Where did this kid come from? Yilingyun was locked up in that place and tortured for 5 whole years. If he knew, he would have said it long ago. This Dan formula. I'm afraid. The old man with the goatee was startled. That woman? Mostly. The companion nodded gruffly, staring at the chain of holes in the wall and spat out. If we catch this kid, we're bound to find out everything. It's getting more and more interesting. I can't wait to find out where this kid has been for the 5 years he's been missing. Deng Lei's face changed drastically when he heard this. Xueqing regained his strength and the two guardians went down to the Kunlun Mountains. This is a heavenly matter and the Dragon Lord must be notified immediately. Turn around and walk away. The goatee-bearded old man took a step out and blocked in front of Deng Lei. Little Deng, where are you going? Deng Lei squeezed out a smile. Elder Jiang, Elder Yuan, I still have a few things to do, so I'll leave first. Go, the goatee-bearded old man grinned. It won't be too late for you to leave when we catch that kid. Now, stay here. 8 o'clock in the morning. Zhonghai International Airport. King Zhongnan frowned. Mr. Yi, are you really not going to take my private jet? Yi Chen shook his head. My current goal is too big. It's too flashy to go in your airplane. The blood-clothes sex people who took my parents might have been secretly watching me. So as not to spook anyone, I'll just take a regular airliner. You stay in Zhonghai and cover for me. Protect Xueqing and the others. Lin Longhai is recuperating in the Yi family's old mansion. Don't let anything happen to his father and daughter. Okay. King Gongnam passed over a fake ID and an airplane ticket. Everything is true except for the personal information. Witnessed Yi Chen getting on the airplane. After sitting in the first-class cabin, Yi Chen looked out the window of the plane. Dad, Mom, are you guys in the blood-clothes sect? In any case, my son will have news of you soon. Thoughts? Ah, an exclamation of surprise. Why? It's him again. What's wrong with you, ma'am? The stewardess approached with a smile. Yi Chen frowned and looked towards the source of the sound. Two familiar faces came into view. Jiang Zixuan and her best friend Xin Yuchu. Previously, on the cruise ship to the island, these two witnessed Yi Chen's murderous methods, which was simply a nightmare for them. We don't sit here anymore. Change us to a normal seat, okay? Jiang Zixuan almost cried in fear. Xin Yuchu wasn't that scared. A pair of beautiful eyes surreptitiously surveyed Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't care and directly closed his eyes. Soon, the flight attendant helped change seats and an eager couple made their way to first class, excited to take a picture of the card. 2 hours later, Yi Chen arrived at Hong Kong Island, directly shouted for a cab, and went straight to the Li family. Li Half-City had just finished his interview and returned to his office at the top of Pingshan Mountain. After decades of crawling around, Li Half-City was already the richest man in the entire Dragon Kingdom. As the name suggests, half the city, half the town. The Li family's wealth could buy half of Hong Kong Island City. This is the best location in Pingshan. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows in front of the desk overlook the entire Hong Kong Island. Who are you? Li Half-City froze. There was actually one more person in the office whose security was comparable to the White House of the M country. Judging from the back, it was a youth, standing with his arms folded in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows that belonged to him. He overlooked the entire Hong Kong Island like an emperor. Already 90 years old, Li Hanqing took half a step back and reached for the door handle. An icy voice rang out. If I were you, I wouldn't move. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that something bad will happen. Li Half-City stopped. Since the other party had come here unnoticed, they were by no means ordinary people. How much do you want, little brother? Fill it in yourself. Just don't hurt me. Li Half-City pulled out a check, signed it directly, and stamped it with his personal seal. Money that can be earned. Life, only one. Yi Chen turned back. I'm not interested in money. It's you? The moment he saw Yi Chen's face clearly, Half-City Li was surprised. You know me? Mr. Yi, although I'm a businessman, far away from Hong Kong Island, I don't know much about what's going on in Zhonghai. Li Half-City completely put down his heart. But that battle at the top of Taishan Mountain has long been rumored in Chinese circles. Not to mention me. Thousands of kilometers of overseas Chinese remember your face. Said. He also pulled out his cell phone. Sure enough, the video forums on the extranet are full of pictures of him. Yi Chen's eyes flashed. It seemed that the news in the country was controlled by the special department. Abroad, on the contrary, the word spreads faster. Li Half-City brewed a cup of tea and sent it to Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, go ahead. What are you looking for me for? If my Li family needs to invest, I'll prioritize it. Yi Chen didn't bother to pick up the teacup. What is your relationship with the blood-clothes sect? Li Half-City's wrist trembled. Snap! The teacup fell to the floor and shattered. Yi Chen knew that he had come to the right place. Chapter 61 Ding Soul Revival. Swish! In a flash, Li Half-City's old face went white. This richest man in the Dragon Kingdom looked at Yi Chen with horror. You are from the blood-clothes sect? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Why was Half-Down Li so afraid of the blood-clothes sect? Is there something else going on here? I'm not. Hearing these 3 words, Li Half-City breathed a long sigh of relief. And the hale and hearty 90-year-old looked like he had aged 10 years at once. The body trembled and his feet almost went limp. Yi Chen raised his hand and a wave of internal energy struck. Only then did Li Half-City not fall to the ground. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Trembling, He walked over to the desk and held on, only barely standing. Dare I ask, Mr. Yi is not from the blood-clothed sect. Why do you know about this power? Yi Chen smiled broadly. Are you asking me? Or am I asking you? Li Half-City changed color, and a layer of fine sweat welled up on his forehead. It was only then that he remembered that the youth in front of him was the terrifying existence that had killed the Dragon Kingdom Guardian alive in public at the top of Mount Tai. Ahem. Mr. Yi, it's the old man who spoke too much. Cut the crap. What is your relationship with the blood-clothed sect? Yi Chen walked over to Half-City Li's wine cabinet and casually opened a bottle of wine worth $1 million. Li Half-City froze in place. His eyes looked as if he was stuck in memories. That was 30 years ago. At that time, I was still only the top wealthy businessman in Hong Kong Island, and there was still a long way to go before being the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. By that time my body was failing and I didn't see how long I would live. Just as I was on the verge of death, suddenly a man claiming to be from the blood-clothed sect paid a visit to the Li family, stating that he could let me live to be 100 years old. Speaking of which, Li Half-City's eyes lit up. That man is a great healer. Not only did he save me, but he also gave me a prescription to recuperate. Sure enough, I gradually got better, and the blood-clothed sect people left, stating that they would come back to visit again in 30 years when I had my 90th birthday. Yi Chen came to a realization. That's why you thought I was from the blood-clothed sect? Yes. Li Half-City nodded. Yi Chen suddenly smiled. That blood-clothed sect people said they came to find you to retrieve an item. What is it? Stuff? Li Half-City's face was expressionless, revealing some doubts. This I don't know. We have to wait for the blood-clothed sect people to come and ask them. However, the flash of surprise in the depths of his eyes was discovered by Yi Chen. Yi Chen's eyes flickered and he was silent for a few seconds. Don't worry. I'm not interested in your Li family's secrets. However, I'm going to stay at the scene of your birthday banquet and wait until the blood-clothed sect people show up. Yes. Li Half-City nodded and picked up the landline on the desktop. A call dialed out. A few minutes later, a youthful and pretty woman with 3 parts arrogance and 7 parts wealth between her eyebrows knocked on the door. Grandpa. He is? Li Jussen's eyes were puzzled. Li Half-City explained. This is a distant relative of our family, representing the family to congratulate me on my 90th birthday. You take him to the site of the birthday banquet, treat him well, and don't neglect him. Okay. Li Jussen led Yi Chen out of the office. The moment the door closed, Li Half-City pressed a remote control and a steel plate fell down where the gate had been. He turned to the wine cooler from earlier and moved one of the bottles of wine. Boom! A bang! Behind the wine cooler, a dark passageway was actually revealed. Li Half-City hesitated for a few seconds and took a step into it. The front foot had just left the office when a voice suddenly sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Master, it is necessary for me to remind you that just now, that Li Half-City did not tell the truth. Yi Chen was startled. Chaos Cauldron? You can sense the outside world? Aren't you an AI? The Chaos Tripod replied. Master, I'm not some artificial intelligence, but the Tripod Soul. The Tripod Soul? Yi Chen was puzzled. The Chaotic Tripod explained. Everything has a spirit. A blade of grass, a grain of sand, a stone all have spirituality. Only, they can sense the outside world, but they can't communicate with it. And the subordinate has been psychic, born with a soul. It is the Tripod Soul. After my master entered the sovereign realm, I absorbed a portion of my master's power. So I awakened. Yi Chen was somewhat shocked. His eyes sank. Ding Soul, what else can you do besides sensing the outside world? The Chaotic Tripod replied. Master, everything within 100-meter radius is under the shroud of my divine soul. In other words, similar to radar in your world, nothing is hidden. There's a secret passageway inside Halftown Li's office. My subordinate tried exploring with my divine soul, but unfortunately, this passageway is very deep, and I couldn't explore it after 100 meters. Yi Chen stroked his chin. This Li family, indeed, hid some unknown secrets. Suddenly, hey, stop! A shrill voice rang in his ears. Li Jussen stopped at the corner of the corridor and looked at Yi Chen with a haughty expression. You keep walking with your head down. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Yi Chen smiled. Oh, what was I thinking? Just now, he had been communicating with the Chaotic Tripod. Li Jussen snorted coldly. I don't care what you think, and I don't care what distant relative of Grandpa's you are. There have been too many of your kind over the years. My grandfather fled the famine when he was young and did run from the interior to Hong Kong Island. But decades have passed, and I don't see you guys coming to him. Instead, the Li family has gotten rich, and there are more poor relatives than one. I'll give you a warning. Get out of here after the birthday banquet and don't even think about Ka Chow. A forceful hand grabbed Li Jussen's delicate neck and her body slammed into the hallway aisle. Feet off the ground. An aura of death struck. The heels kicked haphazardly. I for one don't like to be mocked. Understand? Li Jusun's eyes were horrified and she nodded her head in a hurry. Yi Chen let go of his hand and tossed Li Jusun aside as if she was throwing garbage. Shut thee up and take me to the banquet site. One more word of nonsense and I'll kill you. Who the hell is this guy? How dare he make a move on me? Is he really a relative of Grandpa? Li Jusun was filled with horror. When Li Jusun brought Yi Chen, she appeared at the banquet site. The Grand Princess of the Li family has come out. All eyes converged. Click, click, click. The flashbulbs won't stop shooting. Countless rich people, big shots, celebrities, and young models came up to say hello. Only two men froze in place, wide-eyed and shocked, looking at the youth behind Li Jusun. It's him. Yang Hu gulped. I go. How did this killing god come? Wang Dafu opened his mouth. The two men looked at each other. A week ago. Oh Island. Venice Casino. Yi Chen killed Ye Feng, the eldest young man of the Yi family in Longdu, in public, and even a mysterious phone call came in, threatening the king of gamblers, Zhou Yun, to release the people. The king of gamblers also had the crowd sign a non-disclosure agreement after this event was over. The energy behind this person is frighteningly large. Mr. Yi, please take a seat this way. Li Jusun opened her mouth. The guests present didn't feel quite right, and their gazes fell on Yi Chen, a casual outfit and sneakers, or domestic throwbacks. The whole body is worth no more than $500. Who is this? Why is the Grand Princess so polite to him, wearing such a shabby, but also called what Mr. Yi? Won't be some kind of Jianghu cheater, right? The crowd murmured. A dude's voice rang out from the front door of the living room. Jiasun, who is he? How dare he need your personal company? Young Master Yang. The guests in the room turned around and recognized the man at once. Young Chun Wang, son of Hong Kong Governor Yang Sai-ching. Looking at Yang Junhong, who was dressed in a tuxedo with a gentlemanly flavor, Li Jusun had an idea in her mind. Yi Chen had just treated her like this. She had to get her revenge. And so, Li Jusun smiled sweetly. He's my boyfriend. Chapter 62 Blood Dragon Sword. After saying that, she even moved a few points closer towards Yi Chen and took her arm. Yang Junhong's face was immediately gloomy. Who in the entire Hong Kong island didn't know that he was chasing after Li Jusun? What's the situation? The whole room was in an uproar. The Grand Princess of the Li family has a boyfriend? A poor boy? At this time, the Li family's Grand Princess brought her boyfriend out. Could it be a signal released by the Li family's old man? The governor of Hong Kong, Yang Xueqing, has proposed several times in public that young Yang and Ms. Li be engaged in marriage, all of which were rejected by Elder Li on the grounds that Miss Li was too young. What can this kid do? Does he look like a poor man? Could it be that Ms. Li is used to eating mountain delicacies and wants to try countryside dishes? Amidst the heated murmurs of the crowd, Yi Chen turned back icily. You want to kill someone with a knife? The sound was muffled by the murmurs of the crowd. Only Li Jusun heard it. She revealed a provocative smile. Mr. Yi? Yes it is. I just don't know if this knife of yours dares to kill? As you wish. Yi Chen reached out and wrapped an arm around Li Jusun's small waist. Ah! Li Jusun exclaimed as an electrifying sensation came over her. She had never had a boyfriend and her waist had never been touched by another man. What's more, I didn't expect Yi Chen to actually dare to be so bold. Ah, nice. She's my girlfriend. The whole room was in an uproar. What's the situation? Could it be that the person who called that night was elderly? Wang Dafu and Yang Hu looked at each other. Kid, I think you're looking for death. Yang Junhong's face was furious as he slammed his fist towards Yi Chen's nose. Yi Chen sat in the sofa and didn't even move. A kick to Yang Junhong's stomach and he flew straight out, knocking over a few tables and spilling drinks and cake all over. Woefully inadequate. The accompanying henchman quickly stepped forward and helped the wretched Yang Junhong up. Off. Yang Junhong's eyes filled with blood, and as he pushed his men away, he pulled out a golden revolver from the pocket of his tuxedo. Nima. I'll kill you. Bang, 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 bang. Pull the trigger like crazy. Nitrous. 6 bullets flew towards Yi Chen. Yang Junhong had a sardonic smile on his face. If nothing else, it'll be able to sieve him. A shocking scene emerged. The entire 6 bullets, as if blocked by an invisible wall of air, were suspended in the air 1 meter away from Yi Chen. The entire audience of guests stared as if they were statues. How can that be? Yang Junhong's smile froze and he shivered in fear. Yi Chen smiled. You still really want to kill me? With a wave of his hand, 6 bullets flew towards Yang Junhong. Don't! Yang Junhong was so scared that he threw away the golden revolver and turned to run for his life. The moment he turned to run for his life, all of the 6 bullets of the poof were not in the back of his head, and 6 horrible holes appeared in his face. Flop! A bang! collapsed and died. Young is dead. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Get outta here. Don't get into trouble. Jesus. Who the hell is this kid? Full of guests. Scared and frantic to flee. A smoke rushed out of the Li family hall. Young Master Yang. Li Jiasun trembled in shock. This is the son of Hong Kong Governor Yang Xueqing. How dare Ye Chen kill him? Ye Chen still wrapped his arms around her small waist, and even slapped her on the butt. What should I do? Play off. You. Li Jiasun's delicate body trembled. Yang Xueqing had just finished his morning's work and was sitting in the Hong Kong governor's special car, heading straight for the Li family. A phone call came in. Yang Xueqing almost jumped up in shock. What did you say? My son died in the Li family? No way. What the is going on here? Fuck. Give me the SDU at the same time. Everyone surround the Li family. From now on, not a single ant can leave the Li family for a single step. A group of tourists at the foot of Mt. Ping looked at the sky in shock. Dozens of helicopter gunships rumbled in. There are also a large number of bomb-proof and armored vehicles on the ground heading towards Pingshan. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's going on? What's with all the SDUs out there? Blast drills? The crowd froze in shock. And some of the rich men who ran down the mountain were all stopped by the SDU. Meanwhile, a hidden corner at the foot of Pingshan. Two old men in black robes who didn't look like they lived in the city were full of doubts. Where did so many modern soldiers come from? Are they coming at us? Not quite. Half City Li knows the strength of the two of us and doesn't dare to mess around. Let's go. It's none of our business. It's been 30 years and that thing should be about done. The two of them swept in silhouettes, actually heading towards the Li family villa at the top of the mountain among the steep mountains. It didn't take long. The two of them came inside Li Half City's office and pressed the organ. A dark passageway came into view. The two smiled at each other and entered the passageway directly. After about 10 minutes of walking, the sky opened up in front of us. It's actually a cave the size of a soccer field. In the center of the cave, a blue light flickered around an altar with a diameter of more than 10 meters. If professionals were here, they would be shocked to find that a huge formation had actually been built at the foot of Mount Ping, the whole of Hong Kong Island. All the chi converges underneath Pingshan. The Li family occupies the top of Ping Mountain and becomes the richest in the Dragon Kingdom by converging the Dragon Vein's chi with the help of a formation. Elder Jiang. Elder Yuan. You're here. Li Half City had been waiting for a long time. Jiang Lao smiled. Half City Li, after not seeing you for 30 years, you've aged a lot. Li Half City let out a bitter smile. After all, I am immortal, and I can live for 90 years already thanks to the two of you. It's already a luxury to make it past your 100th birthday. Elder Yuan snorted coldly. Alright, I know what you mean. Take it. Casually throwing over an elixir. The blood spirit pill can at least renew your life for 10 years. As for 10 years later, it depends on whether you are obedient or not. Li Half City gripped it to death, trembling with excitement. Thank you two seniors. Elder Yuan nodded, his pale eyes turning. It landed on top of the altar formation. A blood-red sword was suspended in the air, and the power of the nearby dragon veins converged here, which had been harboring the sword for 30 years. They are here today to take away the sword. A faint sound of a dragon's roar actually resounded in his ears as he approached the sword. Great! The blood dragon sword has been raised. Yuan Lao was excited. What man? Get out! Elder Jiang suddenly bellowed. Drawing a long black knife at his waist, he stared intently down the stairs. Da-da-da-da. A footstep sounded. The trio's gazes coalesced, only to see a young man walking with his hands behind his back in the dim light. Are you Elder Jiang? Elder Yuan? The duo turned back, their eyes extremely cold. Li Half City, you still found helpers. Ha, elders, I didn't call this person here. Li Half City shook his head in a hurry. Oh, Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan frowned. Kid, who are you? Yi Chen directly ignored this question and said, 5 years ago, did you guys meet my parents at the island Heavenly Palace? Where are my parents now? Are they in the Blood-Clothed sect? Chapter 63, Land of the Dragon Vein. Blood Dragon Sword Great Achievement. What's your parents? What island Heavenly Palace? Yuan Lao frowned. Elder Jiang shook his head coldly. Whatever he says. The Blood Dragon Sword is my Bloodcloth sect's key to unlocking that place, and a bargaining chip for the Bloodcloth sect's rise to power. If he sees the Blood Dragon Sword, he must die. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. Not speaking? I have a way to make you guys talk. Kill. The two of them swept in at the same time, like a running cheetah. Their speed was astonishingly fast. In an instant, it landed in front of Yi Chen's body. Kid, you may have some strength, but before the 7th level of my 100 Rex realm, it's like dirt. Zhang Lao's face was hideous. The black sword in his hand chopped at Yi Chen's head. He vaguely saw the tragic situation where Yi Chen had his head cut off by his sword. Yi Chen took a step forward, Iron Mountain leaning. Zhang Lao felt a sharp pain in his chest. Click. His ribs broke on the spot, and his entire body flew out dozens of meters backwards as if he had been hit by a speeding train, smashing on top of the formation altar. The precious sword in his hand fell aside with a dang sound. Protector Jiang. Yuan Lao's eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. Both of them were at the 7th level of the 100 Rex realm, and their body strength was frighteningly large. This kid actually managed to knock Elder Jiang out and break his ribs? What are you? Yi Chen took a step in front of Yuan Lao and kicked towards his dantian. Yuan Lao didn't even have a chance to make a move. A sharp pain came. The dantian exploded. Straight up wasted. Ah! Little you dare to do this to me? Old me is the Blood-Clothed sect's Grand Protector. The Blood-Clothed sect won't let you go. Yuan Lao curled up in pain, his whole body spasming. The dantian burst. The internal energy rushed into the limbs, frantically scrambling around. Pain. It hurts. This. Li Half City was completely dumbfounded, staring blankly at all of this. These were the two great protectors of the Bloodcloth sect, ancient martial arts practitioners, and they actually couldn't even block a single move by Yi Chen? It's too much. Yi Chen came like a god of death. I'll ask again, where did you get my parents? The two men were utterly terrified. This kid's strength was too terrifying, and there was no longer the arrogance that he had just had. My lord, we really don't know what you mean when you ask. What island? What heavenly palace? We don't know. The two men begged for mercy. Yi Chen sneered. I think you guys are not going to shed a tear until you see the coffin. Raising his hand, a dozen silver needles flew out, and they respectively disappeared into the two of them. The two of them fell into a hallucination all of a sudden, as if they were falling from an endless height, with a mountain of swords and fire below them. It's like falling into hell. Next, the scenery changed and the pair fell into a boiling hot frying pan. It's hot. No, it's burning me. Ghost. The ghost is coming. Don't. The two people's eyes were horrified, frantically begging for mercy. Is this place hell? I don't know. I really don't know anything about the island. The heavenly palace. My lord. Have you mistaken someone? It's too painful. My lord, please kill me. Bang. 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 Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang cowed out frantically, heads exploding. Seeing the two begging for forgiveness in this manner, Li Half City was so frightened that he was drenched in cold sweat. Heavens! What kind of tactic is this? Yi Chen's brows knitted together, and the Chaos Tripod's voice sounded at the same time. Master, judging from the fluctuations in their divine souls, these two aren't lying. Yi Chen nodded. He naturally knew that. No one can hold on to secrecy under the pain of 13 stitches in a ghostly door. In other words, these two are not Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan at all. Or maybe the two are just unlucky enough to have the same last name. The Elder Chang and Elder Yuan of the island's heavenly palace or someone else. A wave of power struck him as he raised his hand. Silver needles flew out from the two of them, suspended in midair. Frightening Yuan and Jiang Lao constantly backed up. Don't come over. You don't come over. Yi Chen said. If you don't want to enjoy the feeling of going to hell once more, be honest. What exactly do you want us to account for? My lord? Both were on the verge of tears. What are your names? Yuan Jinwu. Jiang Guangming. Yi Chen stroked his chin. The surname is correct. Yuan Jinwu and Jiang Guangming looked at each other, wanting to cry. Is their surname still wrong? Yi Chen asked again. 5 years ago, you really didn't go to the island? Didn't take away a middle-aged couple from the heavenly palace? Yuan Jinwu hurriedly explained. My lord, we've been operating within the Dragon Kingdom for the past 5 years or less. Especially when you said that 5 years ago, our Blood-Clothed sect was in the middle of a huge campaign and didn't even take a step away from the main altar. Jiang Guangming even stretched out a hand. My lord, I swear by the heart of the martial arts, if I had been to the island 5 years ago, no, 10 years, any day within 10 years, I, Jiang Guangming, will surely die a miserable death under the heart demon and will never be able to transcend my life. A martial artist swears by the heart of the martial arts. Extremely serious. A little carelessness can really be fulfilled. It really doesn't seem to be you guys. Yi Chen's expression was a bit strange, actually recognizing the wrong person. The words changed, pointing at the altar formation. Then what's going on here? If I'm not mistaken, this is a formation, right? This. The two men's faces changed drastically. Li Half City's expression also became a bit unnatural. Seeing the trio in this performance, Yi Chen's 5 fingers clasped together, and the silver needle trembled. My lord, I say. The two never want to suffer through the feeling of going to hell just once more and blurt it all out. Pingshan is the best of the dragon vein on Hong Kong Island. The Blood-Clothed sect and the Li family joined forces, with one contributing to the other, establishing a spirit-gathering formation here. The dragon veins and chi of the entire Hong Kong Island all converge here. And in addition to harboring the Li family, it is also raising a blood dragon sword, The chi of tens of millions of people on Hong Kong Island had been absorbed by this sword, so it was no wonder that the economy of Hong Kong Island had declined over the years, being overtaken by the mainland. Everything, because of this sword. It was also because of this formation that the Li family became the richest in the Dragon Kingdom for 30 years. Yi Chen heard everything and looked at Li Half-City with a cold smile. Family Master Li, you're quite ruthless. Ha! Li Half-City's old face turned white. Mr. Yi, the luck of this Hong Kong Island. Even if I don't use it, it will fall on someone else's head. I'm just bringing it together. I'm not doing anything harmful. Suddenly, ow ho! A dragon's roar sounded, echoing throughout the cave, and the altar formation vibrated along with it. The suspended blood dragon sword actually blossomed into a blood shadow, transforming into a 12-meter-long blood dragon hovering in the sky above the cave. Blood dragon sword. It's done! Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang were overwhelmed with excitement. The chaotic tripod reminded. Master, this sword has been born with spirituality. Take it. Yi Chen's heart stirred. With a direct step, he leaped out and jumped onto the formation altar. Grabbing the blood dragon sword, a huge force came back, and the blood dragon's shadow in the air, even more so, swooped and smashed down towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen stabbed out with his sword and collided with the blood dragon. Two forces, deadlocked. While it lasts, Yuan Jinwu and Jiang Guangming glanced at each other, and a flash of resentment flashed through the eyes of both parties. Little you dare to ruin our good things, and dare to torture us like this? Go to hell! A sharp awl appeared in both of their hands at the same time. With one step, he rushed up to the altar and stabbed at Yi Chen's waist. Li Half-City exclaimed, Mr. Yi, be careful. Chapter 64, Mu Xueqing, danger. Ha 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 ha, little die. Give me death. What kind of trash dares to go against me? Do you know what kind of existence the blood-clothed sect is? The awls in the duo's hands stabbed at Yi Chen's waist, madly venting the anger and humiliation in his heart. Suddenly, the two didn't feel quite right. After the awl just pierced through Yi Chen's clothes, it seemed to pierce on a steel plate. Couldn't get a step forward. Zira. The duo raised their hands and clawed, scratching Yi Chen's clothes to pieces, revealing the perfect muscular lines of his back. The awl pierced Yi Chen's skin unharmed. The duo's faces instantly turned white. At that moment, Yi Chen let out a low roar. Break it for me. With a tremor of the blood dragon sword in his hand, the blood dragon silhouette wailed and directly dissipated into a blood mist, which was lost into the blood dragon sword. As Yuan Jinwu and Jiang Guangming looked on in horror, Yi Chen slowly turned back. A deathly smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You too. Well done, Your Honor. The two men were so scared that their legs went limp and they knelt on the ground on the spot. Spare your life. Yi Chen's killing intent skyrocketed in his heart, and he was just about to make his move. The blood dragon sword actively buzzed. A stream of blood light coalesced and turned into two lines of blood that didn't enter the two of them. Surprised, the blood lines skyrocketed, instantly transforming into a dozen or so vein-like existences that connected the blood dragon sword to the duo's heads. Crazy, greedy absorption of Yuan Jinwu and Jiang Guangming's blood. Shasta. The two turned into a dry corpse and rolled down the altar. What kind of power is this? Li Half-City sucked in a mouthful of cool air and watched this in horror. Half-City Li, give me an explanation. Yi Chen's voice faintly sounded, holding the blood dragon sword as if he was a god of death as he slowly walked down the altar. Li Half-City's years of sophistication, wisdom, and steadiness all collapsed at this moment, and in the face of this death-like man, he could only choose to submit. Poof. Kneeling on the ground, he lowered his head in horror. Mr. Yi, I beg you to spare my life. From now on, though Li family is willing to submit to Mr. Ye's feet, whatever you say, the old man will do. The 90-year-old richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. His voice was trembling. If those people in the outside world saw it, they would be scared alive. This is an existence that will make Hong Kong Island tremble 3 times when it stomps its foot. Remember your words today. If you dare to go against them, the entire Li family will be like this altar. Li Half-City didn't dare to raise his head. Only a dragon's roar was heard in his ears. Then there was a loud clunk. When he lifted his head again, the altar that had gathered the Li family's decades of qi had blown up, sending smoke and dust in all directions. Yi Chen had long since disappeared. Mr. Yi. Li Half-City climbed to his feet and stumbled after him. Shanghai, Riverside 1. Inside a luxury box. Well, the contract has been signed. As agreed in the contract, I'll invest $500 million in MS. Mu's company, Miss Zhao's company. I'll also put in $500 million. A youth raised his wine glass and looked at the two people across the dining table with a smile on his face. It was the youngest member of the Han family, Han Shaoshan, who was at the charity gala that night. Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan looked at each other and similarly raised their glasses. Then thank you. Young Han, we promise that the company will definitely not lose money, and we will definitely give Xiao Han a satisfactory financial report at the end of the year. It took 2 people to hand out a few business cards. It's really good luck that people are actually investing in it. Good point. It doesn't matter if we lose money. Han Xiaoshan smiled. Ha, the two were a bit strange. It's okay, drink. Han Xiaoshan took a mouthful. Halfway through the meal, Han Xiaochen kept toasting the 2 of them, and Mu Xueqing directly drank herself into a daze. Only Xiao Charan was left, still holding on bitterly. She herself was a member of the Xiao family in Longdu, and her ability to drink was far more powerful than Mu Xueqing. A few drinks in and a little groggy too. Miss Mu was already drunk. Mr. Xiao, shall we continue? Han Xiaochen smiled. Xiao Charan shook her head. Han Xiao, we can't drink anymore. We're already drunk. Yukari, let's go. With that, he assisted Mu Xueqing and walked towards the outside of the box. She already felt something was wrong. Han Xiaochen directly came over and reached out to hold Xiao Charan's small waist. Mr. Xiao, if you're drunk, go to the private room next to you to rest. What are you doing? Xiao Charan was so agitated that he directly slapped up. Young Han, please respect yourself. Self-esteem? Han Xiaochen covered his face. His eyes lowered. Moms really think that lousy invested $1 billion is for you to do business? As long as you guys are good and stay with me today, I'll consider that slap just now as nothing. Otherwise, I'm going to be a bully today. Xiao Charan's face changed drastically. Assisting Mu Xueqing, he rushed towards the outside of the box. Stop them. Han Xiaoshan gave an order. Several thugs rushed in from outside the box, stopping the 2 and blocking the door to the box. Don't be afraid. I'll be very gentle. Women who have been favored by this young man can't leave me in the end. And the same goes for you all. Han Xiaochen took a sip of red wine, tossed the goblet aside, and casually unbuckled his Hermes belt. Suddenly, bang! The bang! A few of the fighters who were blocking the door to the box flew out and smashed into the wall, fainting on the spot. Han Xiaochen changed color. Who are you people? How dare you? An inchman stepped forward and landed a hand slash. Han Xiaochen fainted straight away. The inch-headed man turned back and looked at Xiao Charan and the drunken Mu Xueqing. Miss Xiao, are you guys alright? Xiao Charan was stunned. I'm fine. You guys are? The inch-haired man replied. We have been ordered by the Jiangnan king to secretly protect the safety of the 2 of you. The king of Jiangnan? Xiao Charan froze. How did the king of Jiangnan come to protect himself? Could it be related to Yi Chen? Ms. Xiao, Ms. Mu is already drunk. Let's go first. The car is right outside. The inch-headed man suggested. Yes. Xiao Charan supported Mu Xueqing and was just about to leave the luxury box. 2 cold ons shot in. Before Xiao Charan could see what was going on. Poof, poof. The inchman and his companion. Their necks split in a bloody line. The blood went out, and he fell straight down. Dead. Ah! Xiao Charan exclaimed in shock, instantly sobering up. Next, 2 men dressed in ancient martial arts rushed into the box and swept a glance at the duo. Mu Xueqing is here. That kid Yi Chen has been staying with this woman since he disappeared 5 years ago, even going so far as to completely offend the Jiangnan Lu family for her. Take her away and don't be afraid that Yi Chen won't come. The other man swept a glance at Xiao Charan. What about her? Take her away together? The companion's eyes widened. Are you crazy? She's from the Xiao family in Longdu. We're only dealing with Yi Chen. It's not like we're going to be enemies with the Xiao family. The 2 came in front of Xiao Charan. What are you doing? The 2 men indifferently spat out a sentence. Ms. Xiao, this matter has nothing to do with you. You'll be fine after a nap. The hand knife fell and Xiao Charan fainted. The 2 men took out a sack, put Mu Xueqing in it, and quickly left through the fire escape. 10 or so minutes later, Xiao Charan woke up, realizing that Mu Xueqing wasn't around. She frantically took out her cell phone. Yi Chen. Something's wrong, Yi Chen. Xueqing has been captured. Chapter 65, The Unbreakable Body of Vidra. Li Half-City followed Yi Chen and just walked out of the office with his front foot. The sound of a helicopter came from his ears. Li Half-City was startled and rushed to the floor-to-ceiling window to take a look. The Li family was actually surrounded by loaded SDUs, with Falcon helicopters circling and snipers on the roof. Rows and rows of blast shields, neatly organized. SDU. What's going on? Li Half-City was startled. The square at the gate. All the rich men who fled were forced back by the SDU. Each one blanched, had their cell phones confiscated, and stood meekly by. Yang Shicheng, what are you doing? Using the flying tigers against my Li family? Li Half-City walked out with Yi Chen. Yang Shicheng's face was gloomy, almost gritting his teeth. Elder Li, this matter has nothing to do with you. My son was killed in the Li family. His eyes sank and landed on Yi Chen. Is this the kid who made the move? Recognized Yi Chen in a flash. Boy, it really is you. Last time in the Austrian island casino, this Hong Kong governor spared your life. I can't imagine that you actually dared to come to Hong Kong Island to kill my son. You simply deserve to die. Mr. Yi, you. Li Half City was confused. Li Jiasun, who was stopped in the crowd, nodded. Yes, Grandpa. Mr. Yi killed Yang Xiao. Li Half City was a bit dizzy. This was trouble. Yi Chen said indifferently. Not bad. It was me who killed your son. How? Hiss. The rich and famous of Hong Kong Island sucked in a breath of cold air. This kid has too much guts. You killed the governor's son and you ask how? Ma. Yang, who swallowed a mouthful of saliva. This god of killers is also too fierce. 3,000 flying tigers are all there. In case Yang Xueqing gets angry, he will still be beaten into a sieve. Wang Dafu was in a cold sweat. Ha ha ha. Yang Xueqing laughed in anger and roared like a beast. Flying tigers, take this man down for me. If he dares to resist, kill without pardon. Yes. Dozens of SDU members came towards Yi Chen with loaded guns. Tick-tock dash. Suddenly, Yi Chen's cell phone vibrated frantically. He pulled out his cell phone and saw a dozen text messages and hundreds of missed calls. Just now in the underground cave, there was no signal at all. They were all from Xiao Charan and Jiangnan Wang. Clicking on the text message, Yi Chen, why don't you answer the phone? Something happened. Xueqing was captured by 2 martial artists. It seems like they are rushing towards you. Yi Chen, where are you? Yi Chen, reply when you see the text message. Yi Chen, I've already called the police. The authorities are still investigating. Yi Chen. It could be seen that Xiao Charan was anxious. Clicking on a few other text messages, they were all from Jiangnan Wang. Mr. Yi, an hour ago, Miss Mu was taken away by unknown people. Mr. Yi, I've personally followed you there. Damn. A monstrous killing intent erupted in Yi Chen's heart, and he directly made a phone call. Yang Xueqing laughed. Kid, calling for help at this time? It's already too late. Take it down for me. The SDU had already arrived in front of Yi Chen. Handcuffs heading towards him. Get out. Yi Chen roared as a wave of air swept out. Dozens of flying tigers flew out backwards, bleeding to death from their 7 orifices. The rich bigwigs present froze in fear. Holy. Wang Dafu shivered in fear. A sonic attack? Lion's roar kung fu? Yang, whose mouth on the side couldn't close. Li Jiasun's petite body trembled as she looked at Yi Chen in horror. Yang Xueqing directly yelled low. Fire. Fire for me. The sniper rifles on the roof. The machine gunners on the airplane. And the SDU behind the blast shield fired directly. And the bullets fell on Yi Chen's body like a raging wind in rain. Da-da-da-da. In an instant, it rolled up in a cloud of smoke and dust. Yi Chen's location was directly covered in smoke. A full 3 minutes passed before the SDU ran out of bullets before stopping. Dead? The rich bigwigs present kept gulping. Definitely dead. Even an Iron Man will be beaten into mush. Yang Hu and Wang Dafu looked at each other and shook their heads. Mr. Yi, Li Half City stumbled, being held up by the SDU men. At this point, the area covered in smoke, came a shocking roar. Jiangnan King, how do you do your job? Who the hell is it? What? Everyone was startled. Swish, swish, swish. All the tycoons and bigwigs, the guests present, the 3,000 flying tigers, Li Half City, Yang Xueqing, Li Jiasun and others all froze and looked at the cloud of smoke in shock. Who dash? A gust of wind blew and the smoke cleared. See only. Yi Chen remained standing in the same place. Tens of thousands of bullets fell at his feet and piled up. Not dead? Everyone froze, jaw-dropping, breath-stopping in terror, mind blank. Mr. Yi, Li Half City was thrilled. Yang Xueqing was so scared that he rubbed and kept retreating, hitting the blast shield. Are you a human or a ghost? Yi Chen didn't answer and roared into his cell phone. Chu family? What an ancient martial Chu family. This family, there's no need for it to exist. And you, all of you, die. Yi Chen's eyes turned and swept over the crowd that had just fired the shots. Whoosh, charging into the crowd, like a fierce tiger charging into a rabbit pack. The sounds of tearing, screaming, and begging for mercy resounded continuously. In just a few minutes, all 3,000 SDUs died violently. Even the sniper on the roof was chased up by Yi Chen and stomped on his head. Finally, Yi Chen walked towards Yang Xueqing. And you, damn it, Mr. Yi Xiao. Yang Xueqing was shivering in fear and kept backing up. I'm the governor of Hong Kong. You can't kill. Ka Chow. With 5 fingers, Yang Xueqing's neck exploded on the spot. He killed the governor. All the rich and powerful people present lost their voices in fear. Li Jiasun trembled, finally realizing how dangerous it was for her to taunt Yi Chen earlier. This guy even dared to kill the governor of Hong Kong. What's she worth? Yi Chen's eyes turned red as he looked up at the helicopter in the air and stomped his foot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The crowd gasped in horror. See only. Like Superman. Yi Chen leapt 100 meters high and landed on the side of a helicopter gunship, grabbing the hatch with one hand and tearing it open with a clang. You. The machine gunners and pilots in the plane were sweating in fear. Is this still human? Yi Chen's death-like voice rang out. How far is the range of this airplane? What's the speed per hour? The driver warbles. Range 2,500 kilometers. Speed 600. Go to Jinling. De Dongshan. Chu family. Ha! The driver froze. Yi Chen grabbed the machine gunner and threw him straight down from 100 meters in the air. Go to Jinling. Dadong Mountain. Ancient martial arts Chu family. The plane turned around and went away. Ward Fark. A couple of blonde whites in that crowd of rich bigots whispered, quickly sending out the video that had just been shot. The Dragon Kingdom has discovered a psychic with amazing bloodline power. His name is Yi Chen. Chapter 66, Ancient Unicorn. Jinling, on top of Dadong Mountain. Chu family hall. Chu Tianxiang walked over. Just now. His men came to report that Mu Xueqing has been brought back and locked up in the family dungeon. Dad, this woman is important to Yi Chen. She should be able to be used as a bargaining chip. Xu Jingda's damaged tendons and veins had completely recovered. 5 Viscera Realm. 4th level. He sat on the eunuch chair, unmoving like a mountain. A woman is still unable to threaten Yi Chen. This is just a signal to tell Yi Chen that the Chu family is not something to be messed with. The real trouble is the dragon lord behind this brat, and that Jiangnan king. Dad, what do you mean? Chu Tianxiang frowned. Humph. Xu Jingda sneered. Yi Chen is just a small character. Why do you think he dared to kill the guardian? Why did you dare to kill your second brother and your nephew? Behind all of this is the Dragon Lord backing us up. We, the ancient martial arts clans, are not subject to discipline, occupying the mountains, sitting on the ground and drawing taxes, and those few in the dragon capital have been looking at us with displeasure for a long time. Xu Zhengde shook his head. Chu Tianxiang was shocked. Dad, you mean, the dragon capital side wants to destroy my Chu family? Xu Zhengde's pale eyes narrowed. No. It's all the ancient martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom. Times have changed. People, they can't tolerate us anymore. The Chu family is just the first. If we let him make it, the other ancient martial arts families will be next. Yi Chen, just a pawn. Hiss. Chu Tianxiang sucked in a breath of cool air, thinking of a terrifying fact. Rumble. Suddenly, there was a sound of a propeller overhead. Chu Tianxiang frowned. The sound of a helicopter? Damn. Who is so bold? Helicopters dare to fly over my Chu family. Next. Bang. With a loud bang, the dome of the hall where the Chu family had been established for 1,000 years exploded, and a silhouette descended from the sky with shattered bricks and tiles. Everyone fixed their eyes. Yi Chen, it's you. Everyone in the Chu family was confused. It was simply unexpected that Yi Chen had come so quickly. And, single-handedly, alone? Or did it strike through the dome of the Chu clan's Millennium Hall and fall from the sky? Just now the airplane propeller was hovering. Did this kid jump from the plane? It's too much. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse, and his eyes were thick with killing intent. Where is Mu Xueqing? If a single hair of sweat is missing from her, I want your entire Chu family to be buried with her. Xu Zhengde laughed. Still too young to venture into the Chu family for a woman? Yi Chen, Mu Xueqing is dead. I used her life as a blood sacrifice for my son and grandson. You, him, mom, looking for, die. Yi Chen was completely furious. A monstrous blood aura erupted from his body. What was even more shocking was that on the surface of Yi Chen's body, a layer of bloodlight actually surged out, condensing into the silhouette of an ancient qilin. Ouch! The qilin let out a low roar as Yi Chen rushed to Xu Zhengde's body and blasted out a fist. Kid, you're nothing. Old me has regained the strength of the 4th layer of the 5 Viscera realm. Killing you is like killing a chicken. Xu Zhengde snorted coldly. I'll send you on your way, so that you and that woman can be a couple of dead souls. Underground. Raising his hand, he threw a punch. The moment their fists made contact, Xu Zhengde's hand was like tofu dregs, all blown up, turned into a mist of blood. Bang! 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 Yi Chen was like a madman, abolishing Xu Zhengde's limbs, and finally stomping on his dantian, causing this old man of the Chu family, who had just regained his strength, to let out a scream like a dead dog. Dad! Chu Tianxiang was stunned. The other executives in the Chu family's hall were all dumbfounded. Didn't the old man just regain his strength? How come he couldn't even block a single blow from Yi Chen? What's going on? A voice came from the doorway to the hall. Chu Tianxiang turned around and saw that it was the 2 guardians from the Kunlun Mountains. The 2 heard the commotion and immediately rushed over, not expecting to see this amazing scene. Elder Jiang. Elder Yuan. This man is Yi Chen. He's crazy. Quickly save my father. Chu Tianxian looked like he was grabbing a life-saving straw. Yi Chen? Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan were startled and looked up. Only the surface of a youth's body was seen enveloping a blood-red ancient Qilin silhouette. Kirin blood. Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan looked delighted. Yi Chen turned around with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Elder Jiang? Elder Yuan? Elder Jiang frowned. Kid, you know old man? Yi Chen's voice was hoarse. 5 years ago, the island Heavenly Palace. You were the ones who took my parents away? Jiang Lao suddenly realized and grinned. If you don't say it, I almost forgot. That pair of dogs and men were indeed taken away by the old men. You are the little bastard born from that pair of dogs and men. I can't believe you actually have Qilin blood as well. It's really a no-brainer to get it. Humiliating my parents. Looking for death. Yi Chen was furious. It swooped down like a meteor. Elder Zhang's eyes were cold. What is it? How dare you provoke old man's majesty? Kneel down for me. The 5 fingers snapped together and smashed down hard against the incoming Yi Chen's shoulder. Clang! With a loud bang, the floor tiles under Yi Chen's feet exploded. Yi Chen, however, acted as if he was a nobody, and did not move at all. No matter how hard Jiang Lao tried. How is it possible that you? Elder Jiang was shocked. Yi Chen's eyes carried a monstrous chill. Where are my parents? Speak! Grabbing Jiang Lao's arm, he slammed his fist hard on it. Ah! Jiang Lao let out a mournful scream as his arm exploded on the spot, splattering bone crumbs and blood and flesh. Elder Jiang! Yuan Lao exclaimed. Little bastard! You dared to waste one of Lao Fu's arms. You deserve to die. Old Jiang was so angry that he almost spat out blood, and his left hand violently flung out. A dozen flying daggers flew out of his sleeves, heading straight for Yi Chen's neck and heart position. Yi Chen didn't even mean to dodge. Dang! 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 Letting these flying daggers fall on the heart and neck with a metallic sound. The flying daggers all fell to the ground with a dang sound. Elder John's heart followed with a hard shudder. Swords and guns. This kid is actually invulnerable to knives and guns. Zira. Yi Chen took a step forward and grabbed Jiang Lao's left hand that was releasing the concealed weapon and ripped it off hard. Ah! Jiang Lao struggled frantically in pain, but his neck was clasped by a cold and merciless hand. A choking sensation struck. The guardian of the Dragon Kingdom was actually defenseless, as if he were a dead dog. Hiss! Elder Jiang. I'm sorry. I'll go first. I will definitely avenge you. Yuan Lao was also scared silly, dropping a sentence and turning around to run. Ow ho! A dragon roar sounded. Between Yi Chen's raised hand, the blood dragon sword flew out from the chaos space and headed towards Elder Yuan's back. Pust! Ah! 2 voices, simultaneously. Yuan Lao looked like a dead dog as he was nailed to the ground by the blood dragon sword, his blood absorbing along the sword. To the horror of the crowd, Yuan is aging into a dry corpse. The entire Chu family hall was dead silent. The hundreds of people in the Chu clan's hall couldn't stop trembling as they stared at the blood-red sword that greedily absorbed blood and was bizarre to the extreme. Dad! Chu Tianxian's lips trembled as he looked toward Chu Jingde, this Tenglong battle god. The flash of fear in the depths of his eyes could not be concealed at all. Ahem! Chu Jingde coughed while blood continued to gush out of his mouth. His pale eyes filled with shock. He suddenly felt that it was a mistake for the Chu family to provoke Yi Chen. This son dares to ignore the rules, ignore the laws, ignore everything. It wasn't because the Dragon Lord backed him up at all, much less because of the King of Gangnam. Rather, it was because of his own earth-shattering, 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 earth-shattering strength. In the midst of countless terrified gazes, Yi Chen let out a death-like voice. 5 years ago, the island nation, the heavenly palace, my parents, where did they go? Chapter 67 The Book of Life and Death. Come out. Jiang Lao looked at the youth in front of him in horror. His pupils were filled with fear, and more than anything else, he was puzzled. In just 5 years, where did Yi Chen get this heaven-defying strength from? Did this kid enter the Kunlun ruins? That's impossible. They had been guarding the entrance to the Kunlun ruins, and no one had gone in at all. Yi Chen, you can't kill me. I'm a guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. I have a great power behind me and many others. Besides me there are 6 other top guardians, all of them above me and Elder Yuan in strength. Elder Jiang was sweating coldly, because of fear. The excruciating pain of his arms tearing apart was something he'd forgotten. Only the voice trembled. If you kill me, you must. That's not the answer I wanted. Yi Chen directly interrupted. 5 fingers grabbed in the air, and the blood dragon sword fell into his hands. A piece of skin and flesh fell to the ground as the sword chopped out at Jiang Lao's ankle. In ancient times, there was a move to punish a prisoner called lynching. The executioner will cut the flesh and blood from the condemned man's body one by one, and until the last piece of flesh and blood has been cut off, the condemned man must never die. Chang Lao. Yi Chen grinned, a devilish smile on his face. You only have one last chance now. You better finish everything before I cut the last piece of your flesh and blood. Zira! Zilla! Zilla! The blood dragon sword kept slashing and zapping. One of Jiang Lao's feet was left with only white bones. Ah! Don't do this. I'll talk. Jiang Lao was scared out of his wits. Lingering. He had used it countless times on his enemies. The only thing I didn't think of was that I would actually have to suffer a lingering death today as well. 5 years ago, we did take your parents from the island's celestial palace. It was our vanity to get the secret on your mother. Yi Chen's eyes sank. What secrets are on my mother? Jiang Lao frantically shook his head. We have not asked the secret. However, your father Yi Lingyun himself is a Yi family outcast, but a waste. Ah, your father had a marriage contract with a young lady from another ancient martial arts family, but your father refused and offended that ancient martial arts family for it. The Yi family abandoned their pawns to protect their commander and expelled your father from the Yi family. Who knew that Yi Lingyun joined the Dragon Soul and met your mother in another operation? Ever since meeting your mother, Yi Lingyun's strength has skyrocketed, and in just a few short years he has reigned over the entire martial arts world. Strength, all the way straight to our guardians who have been practicing for hundreds of years. Yi Chen's face was ice cold. So, you think that on my parents, there is something that will allow you to rapidly increase your strength? Yes. Elder Zhang's voice trembled with horror. Yi Chen, it's our greed. We set up a lot of plans and originally wanted to directly take down your parents. However, the strength of these two is simply too strong. We are no match for them. Then later, your mother got pregnant and gave birth to you. After that, we realized that when your mother was pregnant, she couldn't exert 1/10 of her strength. Unfortunately, she's pretty much recovered, so we've been hibernating. It wasn't until one day, 5 years ago, when news of another pregnancy came from your mother. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us. Yi Chen's body trembled. A monstrous rage welled up in his heart. No wonder my parents left in a hurry 5 years ago. It turns out that the mother is pregnant again, in order to protect herself, and even more so, the child in her womb. That's why it was left without saying goodbye. Damn you guys! Yi Chen took out a silver needle and stabbed it into Jiang Lao's body. The hallucinations and severe pain brought about by the silver needles, coupled with the lingering agony, caused Jiang Lao to tremble madly, and his entire body spasmed. Yi Chen, don't! Please kill me, please! I don't want to take it anymore. It's so painful. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse. And then, Jiang Lao trembled. Later, your parents compromised and left with us, but on the way back to the Dragon Kingdom, your mother left your father behind and ran off alone. What did you say? Yi Chen froze. Jiang Lao nodded his head in horror. It's true. Yi Chen, everything I said is true. It was your mother, alone and fleeing for her life, who abandoned your father. Yi Chen's face shifted. He would never believe that his mother would run away alone. It had to be because of the child in her womb, or some other hidden agenda. What about my father? Below Jiang Lao's chest, he was already completely white, and piece after piece of well-proportioned flesh and blood fell to the ground. Even through the white ribs, one could see Jiang Lao's internal organs pulsating. He was taken away by Wan Tianming. The Wan family is also an ancient martial arts family, more than 100 times more powerful than the Chu family, and it has connections with the people of the Kunlun ruins. Your father should be imprisoned by the Wan family, trying to torture out your mother's secret. Yi Chen had an urge to kill someone. From the moment the Wan family captured his father, the entire clan was doomed. Yi Chen asked one last question. Where is the Wan family? I don't know. Ka Chao. Yi Chen crushed Jiang Lao's ribs with a palm and clasped his beating heart. No? Ah. Yi Chen, I really don't know. I've really finished everything. Please. Jiang Lao's face was so horrified that it twisted. 20 years ago, Wan Tianming was at the royal god realm, and the realm now is only more terrifying. The Wan clan is very mysterious. Apart from Wan Tianming, even the other guardians don't know about it at all. No matter how Yi Chen tortured, Jiang Lao was completely unaware of Wan's location. It seems he really doesn't know. Bang! Yi Chen threw a punch and Jiang Lao's head exploded. Turning back, he looked at the Chu family's crowd. It's your turn. Chu Tianxiong froze in fear. He wanted to run. Instead, his legs felt like they were filled with lead, and just after taking a step, his entire body fell to the ground. The might of the man in front of him was nothing short of demonic. The rest of the Chu family was similar. They couldn't move their legs at all. All of them were scared soft. Can only eyes filled with blood? Cursing at Chu Tianxiong. Chu Tianxiong, what the hell have you offended a person? Chu Tianxiong, you deserve to die. Mr. Yi Xiao, we are innocent. Yeah, we have nothing to do with Chu Tianxiong. We immediately detached from the Chu family. The other senior members of the Chu family, kneeling on the ground, crawled over like dead dogs. Ye Chen kicked all the Chu clan executives who crawled over to him to death. See the scene. The old man of the Chu family, who had already been reduced to a human swine, let out a mournful scream. Ha ha ha. Ye Chen, you win today. However, my Chu family hasn't lost either. My ancient martial Chu family, with descendants all over the globe. You won't be able to kill them all. They will hide in the shadows for 10, 20, or 100 years, all for the sake of the Chu family's revenge. Sooner or later, you and your loved ones will all be wiped out by the Chu family. Chu Xingde spat out a mouthful of blood. Eyes frantic, he looked at the death-like young man in front of him. Yes? Ye Chen suddenly laughed. Laughing shoulders shook, and his expression became incredibly cold and grim for a moment. The Chu family's people are all over the world? Book of Life and Death. Come out. Ye Chen let out a low roar. Chapter 68, 3 clans? If you have the guts to destroy my 9 clans. As soon as the words fell, the air fluctuated. The void cracked open and a white bamboo tube-like object flew out from it. The Book of Life and Death. Like an ancient bamboo book. The only difference was that each bamboo slip was actually made of white bone. Ye Chen clasped his 5 fingers and held the Book of Life and Death. An aura of death enveloped the entire Chu family hall. With a wave of Ye Chen's hand, the Book of Life and Death unfolded, and the souls of everyone in the Chu family trembled. Chu Xingde, I'm going to exterminate all 3 clans of your Chu family today. Are you convinced? Chu Xingde laughed madly. Ha 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 ha. What are the 3 clans? Ye Chen, what's the harm if you just destroy my 9 clans? He didn't believe in it at all. What with the Book of Life and Death? It was all a lie. Everything is an illusion. As you wish. Ye Chen nodded. In my name, within the Chu family's 9 clans, all bloodlines, all of them will be exterminated. Buzz dash. The Book of Life and Death trembled and blossomed with an extremely bizarre power. In the next second, everyone in the Chu family hall realized with horror that a bloodline condensed with fresh blood flew out from their own bodies and did not enter the Book of Life and Death in Ye Chen's hand. Shasta. The Book of Life and Death made of white bones became fishy red as it absorbed blood. Everyone in the Chu family trembled, seeing their respective loved ones. Abroad, at an Ivy League college, a young man is giving an academic presentation at a podium. Suddenly, the youth stiffened and fell straight down. Only in the hall of the Chu family, the youth's parents saw that a stern ghost crawled out of hell and directly grabbed out the youth's soul and tore it alive. Don't, son, this is my son. Another person saw that a multinational corporation conference room, the souls of their own children are being taken by evil spirits, a scene not visible to the ordinary people in the conference room. Call a doctor. The 2 major shareholders are having heart attacks. The conference room was in a panic. Dragon Soul Special Forces, Tunlong Branch, several members of the team, who were training, suddenly collapsed and died. What's the situation? Several of the Dragon Soul coaches were dumbfounded. The medic came up and tested them all for cardiac arrest. They couldn't see it at all. A gate to hell cracked open in the distance. The 7 evil spirits pulled the souls of several people towards the depths of hell. Son, don't! Chu Xingde, you old undead. Look what you've offended. A middle-aged couple was in a rage as they hissed at Chu Xingde, could only watch the scene from thousands of miles away. All over the world. All over the Chu family, without exception. As long as they possessed the bloodline of the Chu family, all of them had their souls taken away by the evil spirits. At the headquarters of the China Sea Chamber of Commerce, Chu Tianrun was working. Suddenly, a gash cracked open in front of the desk. An evil spirit stuck its head out. Come with me. What are you? Chu Tianrun's eyes contracted hard. The evil spirit threw out a chain and put it around Chu Tianrun's neck, tearing it with a force. Chu Xingde's eyes widened as he watched a transparent soul, leaving Chu Tianrun's body, shedding off towards the depths of hell. Miserably, he cried out for his father's help. Chu Tianxiang scared crazy kowtow. I do not want to die. Mr. Yi, Mu Xueqing is not dead. She is in the Chu family dungeon. The evil spirit pounced and directly took away Chu Tianxiang's soul. What the hell are you? Chu Xingde was so scared that his body spasmed, looking at Ye Chen in horror. The 5 years of disappearance. Where exactly did you go? Ye Chen spat out 2 words. Hell. At the same time, the Jiangnan kings led a siege at the foot of Didong Mountain. The eyes of a group of ancient martial artists from the Chu family in front of them were ice cold. How dare you? Jiangnan king, dare to come to the Chu family to cause trouble? Do you believe that my family's old master only needs to move his finger? And you won't be able to do your job as the Jiangnan king. Humph. King Jiangnan sneered. Hand over Ms. Mu, or my King Jiangnan's artillery will directly obliterate Great Eastern Mountain. Don't you dare. The Chu family's crowd gave a low shout. Next, everyone's bodies shuddered and their eyes snapped open. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of people fell straight down like cut wheat. What's the situation? Someone shot? Jiangnan king was dumbfounded. A henchman quickly stepped forward, checked, and gulped. This, king, all dead. Seems to be. All sudden heart attack. Chu family dungeon. Clang. With a loud bang, the steel cell door was kicked open. A figure quickly rushed in. Mr. Yi Chen, why are you here? Two voices rang out in unison. Yi Chen swept a glance. It was actually the duo of Su Xiaoshui and Deng Lei, and directly ignored them. It was because he had discovered Mu Xueqing, huddled in a cell. One step forward, both hands hold the basalt iron cell door. Click 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 click. A sound of twisted steel came, and the basalt iron fence that was thick and thin as an adult's arm was actually twisted directly by Yi Chen. My god! Su Xiaoshui covered her small mouth in death. Deng Lei stiffened and kept sucking in cool air. Yi Chen took a step into it. Xueqing. Su Xiaoshui quickly spoke. Mr. Yi, this young lady, she is fine, but she seems to have drunk too much. After being thrown in by the Chu family, he's been huffing and puffing. Yi Chen checked once and made sure that Mu Xueqing was fine. Relief. Carrying her on his back, he walked towards the outside of the dungeon. Deng Lei exclaimed in shock. Mr. Yi, why have you come to the Chu family? What's the situation outside? Is Chu Lao willing to release him? Have you finished your negotiations? Did the two guardians, did they do anything to you? Yi Chen icily spat out a sentence. The Chu family has been completely destroyed. Elder Jiang and Elder Yuan were also killed by me. The moment he stepped out of the dungeon, a sword chi attacked him. Clunk, clunk. With two loud bangs, the cage holding the duo exploded. Deng Lei froze in place. The Chu family was overthrown? It can't be right. He couldn't care less about Su Xiaoshui and rushed out of the dungeon. Along the way, all of the Chu family members were lying on the ground. Deng Lei went up to check and all of them died violently, and not a single wound on his body. Creepy. It's so weird. What the hell is going on here? Deng Lei rushed into the Chu family hall in shock, and was completely stunned by the scene before him. At the entrance, a dry body lies on the ground. The body was twisted, as if it had suffered great pain before death. Elder Yuan. Deng Lei instantly recognized this person's clothes, and it was none other than Guardian Yuan Lao. Too late to be shocked. Toward the hall. See only. Chu Zhengde has been dead for a long time. His limbs exploded, his chest exploded, and he stared wide-eyed, his old face filled with horror. Death is not an option. Not far away, a corpse whose head had exploded, leaving almost nothing but a white bone, was nailed to the wall of the Chu family. At the feet of the white bones, a piece of flesh and blood was very neat. Vomit. Even if Deng Lei had seen countless big scenes, he directly vomited at this moment. An extremely scary thing went through his mind. Ling Qi is actually Ling Qi. This dress is. Hiss. Deng Lei sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Oh my god. Zhang Lao was lynched alive. By Yi Chen? The Chu family was annihilated, and the two guardians died tragically. Dragon Kingdom is about to change the sky. Dragon Lord. Dragon Lord. Deng Lei staggered out, fell several times, got up like crazy, and headed outside the Chu family. Chapter 69, Chu family extinguished. Guardian dies. World surprised. Deng Lei left and rushed to the Dragon Lord's office as fast as he could. What did you say? The Dragon Lord stood up in shock, a pair of wise eyes that had experienced countless storms without being moved. At this moment, however, there was a flash of shock that could not be concealed. The Great Eastern Mountain ancient martial Chu family, completely destroyed? Guardians Jiang Sanshan and Yuan Sihai died tragically without even leaving a whole body? Did Ji Chen really do it? Deng Lei sweated like a pig. His lips were shivering. Dragon Lord. Subordinate. Subordinate, although I didn't see it. Gulp. But everyone in the entire Chu family is dead. And the two guardians, Jiang and Yuan, are also dead in extremely miserable conditions. Yi Chen. Oh no. Gulu. Yi Major General personally admitted that Jiang and Yuan, the two guardians, were killed by him. He kept gulping. You can imagine how much this incident shook the secretary. How come? The Dragon Lord's face was grave, his hands behind his back. Inside the office, pacing back and forth, the sound of anxious footsteps signaled the uneasiness in the heart of the man in the highest position in the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, dash. The red line phone on his desk rang and the Dragon Lord quickly answered. Speak. After listening to the news on the phone, the Dragon Lord's eyes contracted even more fiercely for a moment, and then he nodded his head with a grave face. All right, I know. Dragon Lord. What's wrong? Hanging up the phone, Deng Lei subconsciously asked. The Dragon Lord sat back in his chair. His face had never looked so grave. Latest news. All over the world. From the Dragon Soul, the Middle Sea, the country of M, and the countries of Europe, as long as they are related to the Chu family by blood. Within an hour, There were no wounds on the body or any signs of poisoning. All of them died suddenly and violently. The coroner could only determine that they died of cardiac arrest. My God. Deng Lei was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground. The ancient martial Chu family. This time it was really completely destroyed. 1,000-year-old ancient martial arts family. How on earth did he do that? The Dragon Lord's eyes flashed with a flash of intense shock, contemplating for a few seconds. No, I'm going to make a trip to Shanghai myself. Dragon capital, Ye family. Dad, something's wrong. Ye Hongya rushed all the way to the deepest part of the Ye family, and he didn't dare to stop even though he fell on his nose and face on the way. What happened? Ye Zhenbei held a volume of military books in his hand and slowly put it down. Ye Hongya sweated like a pig, his face reddening. 2 hours ago, the Great Eastern Mountain ancient martial Chu family was completely destroyed. It is rumored that Jiang and Yuan, the two guardians, also died at the scene. All of this, it's likely that Yi Chen did it. What did you say? Ye Zhenbei snapped in shock, and the book of arms fell to the ground. Ye Hongye will know the news, carefully said once. Trembling voice opened. Dad, this little will not kill the Yi family, right? Ye Zhenbei, who was as sophisticated as he was, sighed. It won't happen. If he really had this kind of strength, he would have already destroyed you that day at Fenger's funeral. Dad, what do you mean if he really has this kind of strength? Could it be that the destruction of the Chu family was not Yi Chen's doing? Yi Hongye's eyes widened. What do you think? Ye Zhenbei looked at this son. Anything is good. It's just too stupid to react half a beat slower to everything. Hiss. You mean the one above? The dragon. Yi Hongye sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Shoo. Ye Zhenbei made a silent gesture. Besides him, who else could it be? More than 10 years ago, I took Fenger to see Yi Chen, and although he had a resolute character, he was not a good seedling. Otherwise, I would definitely bring him back to the Yi family to cultivate him. Although he disappeared for 5 whole years, how could his power alone be able to decimate the two guardians, Jiang and Yuan? Not to mention the overthrow of the entire ancient martial Chu family, which was driven by another pair of hands behind the scenes. Yi Hongye sweated like a pig. Dad, is the Dragon Lord really going to make a move? The Chu family has been destroyed. What's next are the other families? The ancient martial arts families? Ye Zhenbei's eyes flickered as he shook his head and did not answer the question. Instead, he spat out. It's time to change the pattern that the Dragon Kingdom has maintained for 1,000 years. There are some people who have suffered me for a long time. Dragon capital, Shao family. Someone really saw Yi Chen leaving from the Chu family? Xiao Jingguo was filled with disbelief as he listened to the news that came back. The ancient martial Chu family, actually completely destroyed. Even the two guardians, who died tragically at home. The news is so shocking. So much so that Xiao Jingguo couldn't believe it when he heard it. Yes, master. Someone saw Yi Xiao holding a girl named Mu Xueqing and calmly getting into Jiangnan King's car to leave. The middle-aged man replied. Xiao Jingguo waved his hand, and only then did the middle-aged man retreat. On the side, a charming young woman frowned. Dad, you don't really believe Yi Chen has this ability, do you? This kid has only been missing for a mere 5 years. Where does he have the power to subvert an ancient martial arts family? Let's see. This kid is 80% being used as a gun. The young woman was none other than Xiao Churen's mother whom Yi Chen had met in Shanghai. Xiao Xueme. Xiao Jingguo's old face was grave. How could I not think the same way? Who do you think is using him? Xiao Xueme sneered. He. Besides the Dragon Lord, there can still be. Speaking of which, Xiao Xueme suddenly stopped and her body trembled. Oh no. If Yi Chen is really being used by the Dragon Lord, then Churen is in danger. No. I'm going to make another trip to Shanghai and bring back Churen. It wasn't just the Yi and Xiao families. The other two major families in Longdu, the Wang family and the depths of the Gu family, were similarly shaken. This brat Yi Chen, did he really do this? I guess there's someone else behind it. He can't do this alone. It's a signal to us. Various strangers have been coming in and out since about an hour ago. The ancient martial arts families, the Southeast Lin family, the Northwest Qin family, and the Southwest Xia family, were shaken, with the Great Eastern Mountain Chu family all but destroyed. It's time for the spearhead of the long sword to be pointed at us. Thousands of years of Chu family, destroyed in a single day. This is not something that a mere Yi Chen can do. I'm afraid that the person behind this is the Dragon Lord. So what do? We mustn't sit around and wait for death. I heard that Yi Chen has an elixir called the Black Jade Severing Pill in his hands, which can restore a martial artist's damaged tendons and veins. This item may be a turnaround for us to save ourselves. Of course Yi Chen didn't know that the reactions of the major families and martial arts circles in the Dragon Kingdom were so great. However, he didn't care. Back at Longhu One villa, Mu Xueqing was still in a coma. The ninny's drinking was so bad that she had slept for hours and still showed no signs of sobriety. Jiangnan Wang, Spread the news. Anyone who has information about the ancient martial arts family Wan clan, or Wan Tianming, all of them can come to me in exchange for 100 black jade severing pills. Yi Chen dropped these words and carried Mu Xueqing towards the villa. The Jiangnan king froze in place in shock. A black jade severing pill is worth $10 billion. 100 black jade severing pills. Wouldn't they be worth over $1 trillion? Geez. The Jiangnan king swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Yi Chen's departing back in horror. Dragon Kingdom. Somewhere in an ancient land. It was the ancient martial arts vanguard family ancestral ground. A hunchbacked old man quickly walked into a study and knelt on one knee. Family master. Zhang Xingshan and Yuan Sihai died tragically in the Chu family. The Chu family is no more. The person sitting at the desk. It was the one who took Yi Chen's father. Wan Tianming. Chapter 70, Shao Charan, Yi Chen. You didn't do that kind of thing? Swish dash. Wan Tianming raised his head. He had a head full of white hair. Yet his appearance was like that of a middle-aged man in his early 30s. A pair of hawk-like eyes carried a strong sense of oppression. What did you say? The Chu family is no more? Yes. The hunchbacked old man took the Chu family's situation and explained it. Yi Chen? Oh, just a pawn. The Dragon Lord is the real person behind the scenes. Wan Tianming didn't put Yi Chen in his eyes at all. 5 years ago, after he captured Yi Lingyun, he had secretly investigated Yi Chen long ago, determined that the man is a loser, an uneducated dude only. In just 5 years, there was absolutely no way that this waste could possess the strength to subvert the Chu family and decapitate 2/5 Viscera Realm Level 8 Guardians. One more thing. Say, the hunchbacked old man reported. Half an hour ago, someone in the Shanghai martial arts world spread the news that Yi Chen offered a reward of 100 black jade severing pills. Anyone who knows the whereabouts of the Wan clan, or you can go forward and collect it. Reward me? This little bastard dares to reverse the Big Dipper. Wan Tianming's palm fell, and the Wan Wali desk in front of him, which was worth tens of millions of dollars, turned into pieces. A few moments later, Wan Tianming's anger faded. How is Yi Lingyun's situation? The hunchbacked old man smiled. Still locked up in the dungeon, but he still won't talk. You go tell him that his son has recently been used as a gun by the Dragon Lord. If he wants his son to die, then continue to keep secrets for others. Wan Tianming smiled. Creak. The villa door was pushed open. Yukari. Shao Charan stood up from the sofa in shock and tiredly rushed to Yi Chen. Yi Chen, is she alright? What exactly happened? Yi Chen shook his head. Don't worry. Xueqing is fine. It's just a misunderstanding. She drank too much and hasn't woken up since she was taken away. Just a misunderstanding? Shao Charan froze. How could she not believe this explanation? 2 of Jiangnan King's men had their throats slit by a sudden appearance. Shao Charan called the police later, attracting a group of people from the relevant departments to investigate. And then a phone call. Those people actually all withdrew. Shao Charan wasn't stupid. There must be a problem. Yi Chen. Just about to open my mouth. Yi Chen shook his head. Alright, don't ask. I don't want Xueqing to add to my worries. Is it okay if you just pretend she was drunk and then nothing happened? Looking at Yi Chen's eyes, Shao Charan's heart wasn't in a good mood and a wave of jealousy surged through her heart. Yi Chen, is she that important to you? Yi Chen froze. She's the woman I've wanted to protect all my life. Shao Charan stayed where he was. I don't know how much time had passed, but it had long been a blur before my eyes. I don't know if it's jealousy. Still heartbroken. Obviously she was the one who gave birth to Yi Chen's daughter. By the time she reacted, Yi Chen had already carried Mu Xueqing into her room. Shao Charan, come help me. Shao Charan wiped away her tears and walked into the room with red eyes. What is it? You just cried? Yi Chen was puzzled. I'm not worried about Xueqing. Now I think of those who took her, and there's still a pang of fear, so I can't help but cry. Shao Charan looked a bit unnatural and quickly changed the topic. What do you want me to help you with? Yi Chen pointed at Mu Xueqing on the bed. Xueqing drank wine and sweated a lot. Men and women, please help her take a bath. Ha? Shao Charan froze and stared with wide eyes. Aren't you guys boyfriend and girlfriend? Helping her take a bath isn't that big of a deal. Don't. You guys do that kind of stuff yet? Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Stop it. Our relationship is ice clear. Okay. Put. Shao Charan snorted out a laugh. So, it turns out that you guys haven't had anything happen yet. Not. Shao Charan, what exactly are you losing your mind about? People originally had nothing to do with you. I don't know why. Shao Charan's mood was suddenly great. Okay, then get out. I'll make sure she's cleaned up. Thanks. Yi Chen turned around and walked out of the room. Half an hour later, Shao Charan moved his shoulders and walked out. I'm exhausted. I haven't served an adult in a bath since I was a kid. Take that. Yi Chen handed over a few sheets of paper. What is it? Shao Charan looked down and actually wrote the names of a whole side full of Chinese herbs. Yi Chen said with a straight face, These are some of my improved Dan formulas. I heard from the Jiangnan king that you were almost bullied when you went to the banquet. Your beauty company just opened. Don't rush to pull investment. Believe me when I tell you. Have your people study these recipes? They should work wonders in terms of beauty. Yes? Thank you then. Xiao Churan was skeptical and collected Yi Chen's Dan formula. Suddenly, dum 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 dum. A knock sounded on the door and Yi Chen's eyes moved slightly. I'll open it. The villa door opened. Major General Yi. That one is here. Please meet him. Deng Lei stood in the doorway and made way. On the road outside the villa was parked a black sedan with an explosion-proof body. Extremely bulky. The window descends, revealing a country face. Dragon Lord. It must not be. In case there are snipers. The guard in the car changed color. Yi Chen nodded his head silently and walked towards the explosion-proof sedan. Xiao Churan also saw Deng Lei and felt that this person looked familiar, as if he had met him somewhere. Walked over to the cottage window and looked towards the outside. This is. Xiao Churan's beautiful eyes contracted fiercely. A pretty face. Instantly scared white. Slightly open small mouth. My god that one how to come? Looking for Yi Chen? After Yi Chen got into the car started and headed out of the villa area. Yi Chen, you really are too impulsive. In that battle at the top of Mount Tai, you've already killed Wan Kunlun. Offending the general administration of martial arts has caused a great deal of trouble. This time, I don't know what means you used to actually exterminate the entire Chu family. The two guardians, Jiang and Yuan, both died at your hands. Do you realize what you're doing? The Dragon Lord's brows knitted together and his tone was grave. Yi Chen swept a glance at him and smiled. I'm doing the people a favor. What did you say? The Dragon Lord froze. On the way here, he had considered countless answers from Yi Chen, but only this one had not occurred to him. Yi Chen laughed. What's the point of living for this kind of woe-is-me existence? Everyone Yi Chen, have killed is someone who deserves to be killed. Just like that Chu Tianqi. If he was just an average dude, I would have just slapped him to death. Chu Tianxi, who attended the first elementary school in Jinling, was 6 years old when he put drugs into a classmate's water cup, killing him. 14. Basketball court confrontation. Broke classmate's arm and leg. In college, there were nasty incidents of princess selection on campus. Once breaking right into a girl's dormitory and defiling 4 freshmen in one night. These are the ones that the king of Jiangnan has found out. And there are others that have not been found out? You wouldn't be unaware of how much evil the rest of the Chu family has done. Would you? You think I exterminated my clan just because of one Mu Xueqing? A 1,000-year-old family? How many ordinary people's blood and tears have piled them up? None of them are innocent. Yi Chen finished in one breath. Facing Yi Chen's question, the Dragon Lord froze completely. But what about the Guardians? They guarded the Dragon Kingdom after all. You, Guardians? Ha ha ha, the Guardians. Yi Chen laughed. If these are arresting people randomly for their own selfish interests, the thing that kills random people is the guardian of a nation. Then what Yi Chen, want to do is to kill this group of people. Send them all to hell. Chapter 71. A life not in control. As for you, I want to thank you for really helping me out with some of my troubles. If you're here to persuade me, I'm sorry, but I'm a man who doesn't listen to persuasion. I know exactly what I'm going to do on my own, and no one is going to stop me. The Wan family, the Martial Arts Bureau, the ancient martial families, including all those who have harmed my parents, I will erase them all. Having said that, Yi Chen didn't wait for the Dragon Lord to speak and directly pushed open the car door. The car was traveling at 90 kilometers an hour, but Yi Chen jumped down in one step. Bang! Close the car door with your hand. Yi Chen. The Dragon Lord was startled and saw through the rearview mirror. Yi Chen had steadily stood on the curb and called a cab to leave. Dragon Lord. Looking at General Ye's attitude. I'm afraid he's going to fight those people to the end. Tang Lei had a worried look on his face. The Dragon Lord's old face was cloudy and uncertain. Thinking for a long time. Alas. With a long sigh. There's nothing else to do. He's doing this and I can only support it. This kid's character is even more stubborn than his father's. Instead, it's more like his murderous mother. His power alone is ultimately too small. How about this? Give him the dragon soul. Deng Lei was shocked. Dragon Lord, giving him the dragon soul? What do you mean? The Dragon Lord smiled. Dan Lei, subordinate. Deng Lei hurriedly knelt down on one knee. It's a good thing the sedan is roomy enough not to be a handful. Pass the order down. Appoint Yi Chen as the Dragon Soul Grand Marshal. Command the Tinglong Division, the Subterranean Dragon Division, and all members of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. The Dragon Lord spoke in a shocking manner. Deng Lei was stunned. Oh my god. Less than 30 years old Marshal? He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Dragon Lord. Since the establishment of the Dragon Kingdom, There has never been a marshal who was less than 30 years old. Not only that, but the whole world has never heard of any country that has a marshal under the age of 30. Moreover, those forces are saying that you are the one manipulating Ye Chen. With this edict of yours, won't you be confirming their speculations? The Dragon Lord smiled proudly. So what if they guessed it? The moment. It was only then that Deng Lei finally realized that the person in front of him was not just an amiable-looking old man. More than that, he is an emperor who holds the power of life and death, the most powerful in the Dragon Kingdom. After a long time, only then did Deng Lei react and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. But Dragon Lord, Ye Chen doesn't like to be bound, even if you edict him. I'm afraid, he won't take it either. In the Dragon Lord's wise eyes, a smirk flashed. This kid values affection and more righteousness. Tell him that his father once left behind an army of Yi family members. Right in the dragon soul. Hi! Deng Lei's eyes lit up. Long Lake Villa. The knock on the door sounded again. Xiao Charan opened the door. Mom, what brings you here? Xiao Xuemei thundered in. Come with me. You can't remain in Zhanghai. Even if you continue to stay in Zhanghai, you definitely can't stay by Ye Chen's side anymore. Xiao Charan frowned. Mom, where did you take the wrong medicine again? Humph. Xiao Xuemei snorted coldly. Don't think that you can fall in love with this kid over time and make him end up falling in love with you. This kid has offended a lot of people. He's dead. 3 hours ago. The Great Eastern Mountain ancient martial Chu family. All destroyed. 2 guardians are dead. Although everyone knows that it was all a secret maneuver by the highest one in the Dragon Kingdom. In reality the obvious shield is that Ye Chen. Ye Chen is being used as a knife. After listening to Xiao Xuemei's words, Xiao Charan couldn't close his mouth in shock. The beautiful eyes were round, and her mouth could almost fit into an egg. Ye Chen destroyed the ancient martial Chu family? And killed 2 Dragon Kingdom guardians? Geez, Xiao Charan came from a family, so he naturally knew what an ancient martial arts family meant. Mom, is this true? Ye Chen is really that powerful? Xiao Charan was a little surprised. Xiao Xuemei rolled her white eyes to the sky. Awesome my ass. This kid is being used and still doesn't know it. Reaching out, he grabbed Xiao Xuemei's wrist. You must leave with me today. Unrepentant is already waiting for you at the airport. Let's go back to Longdu together. Away from this place of wrongdoing. No. Xiao Charan kept backing up. There was no way she could leave. Not going? Humph. Take the lady back. Yes. 2 men walked in outside the villa, a martial artist's aura striking them. Xiao Charan rushed to the coffee table in the living room and picked up a fruit knife. Against his neck. Mom, if you take one more step forward, I'll kill myself. Miss, don't. The 2 men changed color. Xiao Xuemei snorted coldly. I know you. You don't dare to kill yourself at all. Leave her alone and get her out of here. Zira. Xiao Charan was very decisive. The fruit knife slashed at his wrist, and blood flowed. Ah. Xiao Xuemei was startled and her face instantly turned white. Charan, what are you doing? Stop it all. Xiao Charan's fruit knife was back against her neck as tears slid down her face. Mom, I beg you to stop controlling my life. I'm a human being, a flesh and blood, a living human being. 5 years ago, you forced me to bear a child for Ye Chen, and I promised you. 5 years later, you forced me to leave Ye Chen again. What do you want from me? I don't want to be under your thumb anymore. I want my own life. If you push me any further, I'll die for you. Go, you guys, go. A pair of beautiful eyes were all bloodshot. Well. Xiao Xuemei finally got scared and kept backing up. Don't do anything stupid. I'll go. The moment she exited the villa, Xiao Xuemei walked back. What are you doing? Xiao Charan was very wary. Xiao Xuemei took a deep breath. I'll give you 1 more month. If nothing has changed in your situation, the company doesn't have any improvement either. You will leave with me. Otherwise, even if I take away your corpse, it's still better than letting you die by Ye Chen's side. Having said that, turn around and leave. Xiao Charan stumbled and fell into the sofa, letting the blood gush out. Glancing at the prescription on the coffee table, she knew that this was her last chance. Are you okay? Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. I just saw your mom. If you need help, just ask. Only then did Xiao Charan realize that Ye Chen had appeared at the front door of the villa at an unknown time. I'm fine. Xiao Charan hurriedly hid the fruit knife. Ye Chen swept a glance and realized that Xiao Charan's wrist was bleeding. Taking a step forward, he grabbed her hand and a thick, warm feeling came over him. Xiao Charan was like a wounded deer, subconsciously trying to draw back her hand. Don't move. It's hurting the blood vessels. If it continues like this you'll bleed out and go into shock. Ye Chen gently shouted. Xiao Charan froze, allowing this man to grab her hand and carefully bandage it. She looked a little dumbfounded. Subconsciously, he reached out his right hand and went to stroke Ye Chen's side face. What are you doing? Ye Chen was puzzled. No. Xiao Churan's pretty face reddened all of a sudden, and her heart was like a deer in headlights. Yi Chen nodded. Right. The prescription I gave you just now. There is one on it that can get rid of scars. You can figure a little and apply it to your wrists and it won't leave a scar. Tick-tock dash. At this time, the cell phone in Yi Chen's pocket rang. Just after answering, an urgent voice came. Yi Chen, help. Chapter 72, The Yi Family Army. Uncle Lin, what's wrong with you? Yi Chen was taken aback. Yi family's old mansion, already guarded by Jiangnan King's men. Did something happen? Not me. Lin Longhai hurriedly shook his head and shouted in grief. It's Fei. Her roommate just called and said that she was blocked by Han Xiaochen. Yi Chen, it's me who's useless. I am an invalid. If anything happens to my daughter again, I won't live. Bang, bang, bang. On the other end of the phone, there was also the sound of heads banging. An ice-cold killing machine blossomed from Yi Chen's body, causing Xiao Churan to shudder. She had an intuition that Yi Chen at this moment wanted to kill someone. Uncle Lin, where is Fei? Central C University. She said she went to class in the past 2 days. Yi Chen hung up the phone. Xiao Churan, borrow your car for a while. Yes. Xiao Churan didn't hesitate to pull out the car keys, and Yi Chen grabbed them before rushing out of the villa. The sound of an overloaded engine came from outside the house, and it went away in a cloud of dust. Zhonghai University, under a teaching building. Many students gathered and watched as several social workers surrounded Fei Lin. What are you doing? Get out of the way. I want to go back to my dorm. These people were full of evil smiles. Eyes glanced over her chest, the end of her short skirt, her small waist, her ass, and other private parts. Sis, don't be afraid. As long as you promise to have fun with young Han, we won't do anything to you. A few people were roguelike and didn't make a move, just stopping Fei Lin in her tracks. On the only way back, Han Xiaochen's mouth was tinged with playfulness as he smiled very revealingly. Lin Fei, I've wanted to grass you up for a long time. I had a few moments of patience with you before when your father was the director of martial arts in Zhonghai. Now your father is a loser. A total loser. If you come with me today, stay with me tonight, and when I'm tired of playing with you, you can get out. If you dare to resist, when I'm done playing with you, I'll let them you together tonight. Such revealing words. I can't believe I'm not hiding it in the slightest. One could imagine how arrogant Han Xiaochun was on a regular basis. This guy is disgusting too. Who is he? So arrogant. Is there no king's law in Zhonghai? No one can rule him? Some of the freshmen gritted their teeth and trembled with anger. Someone sighed. The Han family has a history of over 100 years and is known as one of the 5 tigers of Zhonghai. The Han family's old man. Several of his daughters married into the Longdu family. Who would dare to touch Han Xiaochen? Everyone opened their mouths, unable to say a word. The gaze that looked at Fei Lin revealed a touch of sympathy. A few social workers had fiery eyes and smiled happily. I told you, there's soup to be had by following Han Xiao, right? Ha 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 ha. A Mercedes sedan sped by and the crowd moved out of the way in shock. The Mercedes moved towards Han Xiaochen and crashed madly into him. Bang! A muffled sound. Next, Han Xiaochen let out a heartbreaking scream. Ah, my leg! The crowd looked over and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Han Xiaochen was crushed under the front wheels of the Mercedes-Benz. His legs were twisted and deformed, and he looked completely ruined. A youth got out of the cab. Yi Chen. Lin Fei was like seeing a lifesaver. Rushing over, he grabbed Yi Chen's arm in a death grip, his body constantly trembling. It's a sign of great shock. Get him! Han Xiaochen let out a mournful roar. Seeing this, the few social workers directly pulled out daggers from their pockets and lunged towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen swept his foot across the room, deforming the legs of several people, lying on the ground screaming in agony. Stop! Right at this moment, a few leader-like people rushed out, shouting with an angry face, Who are you? How dare you? Dare to drive a car and hurt someone in the school? Your life is ruined. And who are you? Yi Chen's voice was ice cold. The man with the big back hair and Mediterranean Sea was exasperated and laughed. Who am I? I'm Tian Bingkuan, the director of instruction of Zhonghai University. You drove your car into a school, hit Han Xiao, a graduate student at my school, and you ask me who I am? Don't worry, young Han, I'll definitely stand up for you. Several other leaders, too, pulled out their cell phones. Calls were made to security personnel, and others called ambulances. In less than 30 short seconds, dozens of security personnel armed with blast shields appeared. The students around them dispersed, only daring to retreat to watch from a distance. Yi Chen laughed. Is this how you guys are leaders? Fei Lin was bullied by social workers and you turned a blind eye. I just showed up less than a minute ago and you guys popped up right away. Can that be the same? Tian Bingkuan sneered. Classmates are fooling around. Do you need to get on the bandwagon? Besides, With our school leaders watching from afar. What could go wrong? Kid, you are dead. I Han Shaochen pillow you will die a miserable death. My legs if the waste. I will waste you your whole family. Han Shaochen lay under the wheel, still threatening fiercely. Tian Bingquan nodded. Don't worry, Han. I promise to give you a fair outcome. The word fairness, it actually came out of this mouth. It's just ridiculous. What are you all waiting for? Get all the electric batons ready for me. I don't believe how much this kid can fight. Tian Bingquan ordered. Take this criminal down for me and send him to prison. The group of security officers rushed up. Just then, a mere director of instruction is actually saying that Long Shuai is a criminal? A bellowing voice came from behind everyone. Who gave you the guts? The crowd turned back, only to see a man in a military uniform with a country face dragons forward and kneels on one knee. Tang Fengwolf, see Marshal Long. Behind Tang Fengwolf, a dozen or so people wearing the shoulder insignia of a major colonel similarly knelt down on one knee. See the Dragon Marshal. Dragon Marshal? The college students around the room were wide-eyed and jaw-dropped. Tian Bingquan shook his head with a sneer. Where did you find these mass actors? You guys think this is a movie? Next, hundreds of heavily armed, loaded soldiers rushed up and surrounded Tian Bingquan and the school security personnel, controlling them one by one. Everyone then reacted to the fact that this was not a movie. This, Tian Bingquan and a group of leaders, scared white. Han Shaochen was also confused. Tang Fenwolf thundered. All those related to this matter, take them all away. The Dragon Soul players came up and pressed. Tian Bingquan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After all, he is a school leader, and there are people behind him. How dare you? This is Zhenghai University. How dare you mess around? Do you believe that I will call? Right away. Pulling out his cell phone, he was about to make a call. Tang Fenwolf sneered. You can call. I'll arrest the one you call. Keep catching you with no one in position behind you, and I'll see how many people dare to back you up. Han Shaochen under the wheels roared. I'm a member of the Han family. How dare you arrest me? I want to talk to home. Tang Fenwolf looked down at him and sneered. Who do you want to talk to? Is it Han Yuan? Or Han Zhonghu? Or the Long Du Wan family? Or the Gu family? I'm telling you, even if the heads of these great clans are here, you, Han Shaochen, are dead today. Take them all away. Anyone who resists will be executed on the spot. Ironclad tactics. Thunder and lightning. Han Shaochen was so scared that he forgot about the sharp pain coming from his legs. Tian Bingquan completely froze, and the cell phone in his hand snapped to the ground and fell to pieces. He finally realized that he was in a big mess and had messed with someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Ha ha ha. Who says no one can cure it? It's not sanctioned? Dragon handsome. Handsome. A few boys clenched their fists, their blood boiling with excitement, their eyes staring at Yi Chen with death. By the time everyone was taken away, Fei Lin was also sent back safely. It was only then that Tang Fengwolf walked up to Yi Chen's body. Dragon Marshal. It's all settled. Yi Chen frowned. Why did you call me Dragon Marshal? Tang Fenwolf directly stood upright and gave a military salute. The Dragon Lord has ordered that from now on you command the two divisions of Dragon Soul Tinglong and Subterranean Dragon. Take the position of Dragon Marshal with immediate effect. Yi Chen frowned. Is my meaning not obvious enough? I have no interest in your positions. Tang Fengwolf seemed to have known that Yi Chen would react this way. He revealed a confident smile. Long Shuai, what if I tell you that your father once left behind a Yi family army? Chapter 73, Reboot. Yi family army? Hearing those three words, Yi Chen's blood inexplicably boiled. His breathing also became rapid, and he couldn't help but ask after him. Tang Fengwolf, what the hell is going on here? Tang Fengwolf's eyes flashed with a touch of triumph. Dragon Marshal, Yi War God has served in Dragon Soul for more than 10 years. A group of brothers accompanied him in life and death, founding their own Yi family army. Are you, sure you don't want to check it out? Yi Chen's face was grave. A national force with a nickname that dares to be called the Yi family army. You can imagine the importance of this troop to my father. Yes, Yi Chen agreed without hesitation. I'll go with you to Dragon Soul headquarters. Great. Tang Fenwolf clenched his fists in excitement. Dragon Marshal, we're leaving. Alright, you shouldn't call me Dragon Marshal either. For people to hear it, they'll think it's the kind of crooked-lipped Dragon King from the skit. Yi Chen made a request. Tang Fengwolf nodded. No problem. I'll call you General Yi from now on. The duo left Zhenghai University and headed straight for the Dragon Soul headquarters. 3 hours later, the Dragon Soul headquarters arrived. Holding the Dragon Lord's warrant in his hand, Tang Fengwolf traveled unhindered all the way to the depths of the Dragon Soul headquarters. Where's the Yi family army? Why haven't we seen it? Yi Chen frowned. Tang Fenwolf had a strange expression on his face. Wanting to say something, Yi Chen's face sank. You tricked me? Tang Fengwolf shook his head with a bitter smile. General Yi, How dare I fool you? You'd better ask Shen Guofeng about this matter. He's the one who took over the Yi family army after Yi war god left. Yi Chen directly ordered. Summon Chen Guofeng, Dragon Soul headquarters, inside an office. Hearing the report from his men, Chen Guofeng stood up in surprise. Martial Dragon? Where did the Dragon Marshal come from? The henchman explained. It seems that the Dragon Lord personally decreed it, and the letter of appointment was sent directly to Tang Fenwolf. Tang Fenwolf made a trip to Shanghai and picked up Long Shui straight back. He seems to be Yi Lingyun's son. The first thing he did when he returned to Dragon Soul was to meet the Yi family army. Yi Chen? Chen Guofeng's eyes widened. Spin. A playful sneer tickled at the end. Putting down the secret letter in her hand. Just now, my sister even wrote to me, saying that Yi Chen is a puppet supported by the Dragon Lord. I didn't expect this kid to be placed in the Dragon Soul so quickly. Is the Dragon Lord trying to bail him out? Oh, let's go. A brat. I'd like to see how much he can do. The lighter lights the secret letter and throws it in the trash, toward the outside of the office. When Chen Guofeng arrived at the conference room, a group of Dragon Soul executives had all arrived at the scene. Yi Chen was sitting at the first place, and Tang Fenwolf had already finished reading out the Dragon Lord's appointment letter. See the Dragon Marshal. When Chen Guofeng walked in, all the Dragon Soul generals let out a low roar in unison. Yi Chen's eyes sank and landed on Chen Guofeng, who walked in. Where's the Yi family army? Brush dash. Countless gazes fell on Chen Guofeng. Chen Guofeng arched his hand. I'm sorry, Yi Chen. That what's his name Yi family army? Those people are just too old. The old, the weak, the sick and the disabled have everything they need. Dragon Soul is a special force, not an orphanage. They're old. Of course they're repatriating back home. Yi Chen only had one sentence. I order you to recall them. Reactivate the Yi family army number. The corners of Chen Guofeng's mouth twitched a bit. A lazy, hangdog look. Still embarrassed. Yi Chen. No way. The Yi family army's number has been sealed. It's not something you can restart just because you want to. It needs to be restarted by the Dragon Lord. Yi Chen didn't even bother to listen. With a direct wave of his hand, drag them down and decapitate them. The words landed. The whole place is dead silent. Everyone's confused? Decapitation? Chen Guofeng was also confused, staring at Yi Chen with wide eyes, extremely gloomy. Yi Chen, are you kidding? What have I done wrong? You dare to decapitate me? Tang Fenwolf was also startled. Long Shui. This. Yes. Marshal Long. Chen Guofeng didn't do anything wrong. Did he? The moment you open your mouth it's decapitation. It's not in order. Long Shui. Think twice. Almost all of the Dragon Soul executives, all of them opened their mouths to persuade. Chen Guofeng smiled. Yi Chen, without a reason, how are you going to kill me? Yi Chen nodded. You want reasons? I'll fulfill you. First, I am the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Soul. It is disrespectful for you to open your mouth and call me by my real name. Chen Guofeng's face was grim. At most, this will cure me of disrespect. The crime is not to death. Yi Chen smiled. Good. I always convince people with virtue. As I am the Supreme Commander of the Dragon Soul, my first order in office will be to restore the Yi family army's number. And you say, no? His eyes turned and landed on Tang Fenwolf. Tang Fenwolf ignored the Supreme Commander's military order. According to the rules, how will he be dealt with? Dragon Soul's military orders. Tang Fenwolf had long memorized them. Spit out 3 words. Chop. Stand. Decision. Yi Chen's voice was chilling. What are you waiting for? A few generals immediately stepped forward and dragged Chen Guofeng down, as he struggled and roared like a madman. Yi Chen, you dare to kill me? You are finished. My brother-in-law is the 9,000 years old. He won't let you go. Foxconn, an assembly line. Old Khan, your call. The supervisor shouted. On the assembly line, a middle-aged man with a broken arm, mute in his eyes, walking to the telephone. A voice came from the opposite side. Commander Long restarted the Yi family army's number. Return quickly. Old Kong froze. Excited hands and feet are trembling. Even more wide-eyed. You. What did you say? Marshal Long restarted the Yi family army's number. Return quickly. Yes. Old Kong used almost all his strength to let out a hiss. Kong Dingyou is always on standby and will return when called. The sound was like a tsunami that spread throughout the assembly line. Everyone froze and looked over in shock. The mute old man had long since burst into tears. Almost at the same time, a city in the south, a delivery point. The phone rang. The courier uncle picked up the landline phone. Hey, what's up? Okay, I got it. The courier uncle blew everyone out and pulled down the roll-up door as soon as he could. Hey, we haven't gotten our delivery yet. Another neighborhood. Outside the security booth, a scar-faced man leaned against the wall and lit a cigarette. A few charming young women came over every day to deliver food and drinks. Brother Wang, Are you coming to my house tonight? I'll cook for you. Brother Wang, the drain in my house is clogged. I need your help. Scarface revealed a bad smile. I'm not feeling well today. Another day. Another day? A few young women brightened up. Yeah. Pouncing over with a fragrant breeze. Suddenly, Scarface's cell phone rang and pressed the answer button. Hello? Who is it? Marshal Long restarted the Ye family army's number. Return quickly. What? Okay, I got it. Scarface pushed away the rushing young women and disappeared without looking back. Hundreds of kilometers away in a city, a delivery boy similarly leaves his electric bike behind, stops a taxi and heads straight for the nearest airport. Dragon Soul headquarters. Above the schoolyard, all the top brass of the Dragon Soul are present. Chen Guofeng was tied up, kneeling on the ground. The ground was a water stain, and he was directly scared to pee. Yi Chen, you really dared to kill me? Grass, grass, grass ah. My brother-in-law is 9,000 years old. Do you know what 9,000 years old is? How dare you kill me? How dare you ah. Chen Guofeng's face turned white as he roared wildly like a mad dog. Yi Chen sat on the high platform and indifferently spat out. Chop. The executioner stepped forward and raised the butcher's knife. The moment it's about to fall. At the end of the schoolyard, a dignified voice rang out. By order of the 9,000 years, stay under the sword. Chapter 74, 9,000 years. The executioner froze. Everyone couldn't help but look back as well. And their pupils couldn't help but contract a bit. Secretary Zhang. See only. A middle-aged man walked in stride, holding a red-headed document. Yi Chen, the 9,000 years has an order. Chen Guofeng is acquitted. Still not releasing him? Chen Guofeng stood up excitedly and let out a loud, unrestrained laugh. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen, I told you, you can't kill me. Whoosh. Yi Chen took one step and landed beside Chen Guofeng. Casually grabbing the large knife in the executioner's hand, he kicked Chen Guofeng in the knee socket. Puff. Chen Guofeng's legs exploded, kneeling on the spot. You, put. A knife cuts down. Chen Guofeng's head hits the ground cleanly. Hiss. Everyone in the room sucked in a breath of cool air in shock, and Tang Fenwolf's eyes almost burst out. Yi Chen, have you eaten the guts of a bear? You dare to disobey the order of the 9,000 years? Secretary Zhang was trembling with anger. Yi Chen swept a glance at him. And who are you? Secretary Zhang laughed in anger. Ha ha ha, who am I? I'm the personal secretary of the 9,000 years, and you actually don't know who I am? Yi Chen stared at him. This is the Dragon Soul headquarters. How did you get in? Where is your oracle? Secretary Zhang was as arrogant and domineering as ever. I come when I want to. Who dares to stop me? So, you don't have an oracle? Yi Chen smiled mysteriously. What do you want? Secretary Zhang changed color as a bad feeling hit him. Yi Chen's voice sank. No one is allowed to trespass the Dragon Soul headquarters without an oracle. Violators will be killed without pardon. The big knife in his hand was thrown out. Secretary Zhang didn't know martial arts and couldn't dodge at all. Put. The large knife directly pierced through Secretary Zhang's chest, taking him flying out and nailing him alive to the wall dozens of meters away. Dragon Capital. Inside a conference room. There's a meeting going on. 9,000 years old. Something big has happened. A female secretary rushed in a blur. The meeting stopped and everyone looked over in surprise. This kind of high-level meeting, unless it was a matter of great importance, it was simply impossible to barge in like this. A middle-aged man, firmly seated at the head of the table. 9,000 years old. Fu Guosheng. Power. Status. Second only to the Dragon Lord. Fu Guosheng composed himself. What is it? The female secretary's voice trembled. Chen Guofeng wasn't saved and was chopped by Yi Chen himself. Fu Guosheng frowned. Secretary Zhang didn't make it? Not. The female secretary shook her head. Secretary Zhang arrived in time and announced your order. However, Yi Chen still beheaded Chen Guofeng in public and killed Secretary Zhang. Bang! Fu Guosheng's palm fell, and the table in the conference room was split in pieces. Is Yi Chen crazy? Even Secretary Zhang dared to kill him. The conference room was in shock, and the pupils contracted wildly. Crazy. This is absolutely nuts. Fu Guosheng calmed down, scanned the crowd, and suddenly, laughed. Ha 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 ha. After half a day, it turns out that it's coming at me. Dragon Lord, you can bring me down with a madman? 9,000 years old. Do you want us to make a move and get this madman killed first? Inside the conference room, the crowd frowned. Fu Guosheng smiled teasingly. No need. That punk Yi Lingyun, who was my enemy back then, wasn't he still wasted by me playing? His son. What can he be? Taking a step back, the Martial Arts Bureau, the ancient martial clan, and the Wan clan won't let this little madman go. They have plotted in secret. This kind of idiot who only kills people won't live for 3 days. General Yi, The veterans of the Ye family army are all inside. Tang Fengwolf led Yi Chen to a conference room. You can go in. I'll leave you to it. Yi Chen nodded and walked in. Brush. More than 100 pairs of eyes fell on Yi Chen's body at once. Doubt. Excitement. Astonished. Surprise. Various eyes flashed at these people, who wore factory overalls, takeout clothes, security guards' clothes, and courier clothes. After receiving the recall order, it was simply too late to change it. You're all yes? The moment he saw these people, Yi Chen's eyes reddened. Yi Chen, you're Yi Chen, right? These people, at once, recognized Yi Chen. No blood, but better than blood. One by one, they gathered around like elders. Ha ha ha, this kid looks a lot like Yi War God. No, it's clearly more like Big Sister Sue. Yi Chen, good boy. All grown up? Nice. That's really nice. I heard that you've become the supreme commander of Dragon Soul? Ha ha ha, really? You've given your old man a long face. Ooh-hoo, the boy's grown up, too. More than 10 years have passed, haven't they? A bunch of big men, not beaten down by life. The moment they saw Yi Chen, they actually all cried. Yi Chen's eyes glowed red. Uncles, my father has disappeared and was most likely taken away by the Wan family, an ancient martial arts family. I summoned you back this time to find my father. I hope, uncles, to help me. The words landed. The scene was quiet for a moment. The crowd was in disbelief. Yi Chen was a little disappointed. Uncles, are you unwilling? If not, I won't force myself. I will pay for your lives and give you security in your old age. Kong Dania shook his head. Yi Chen, it's not that we're unwilling, but we can't do it anymore. What? Yi Chen was puzzled. Kong Dania stretched out a broken hand. Yi Chen, after the Yi War God left the Dragon Soul, our Yi family army was retained though. However, most of them were sent out by Qin Gufeng to be some dangerous characters. More than 1,000 men of the Yi family army, dead and maimed. It's not that people don't want to help you. It's that we've become crippled and can't do it. More than 100 iron-blooded men, all with their heads bowed, clenching his fists and unclenching them helplessly. It's not that they don't want to, but can't do it anymore. An incomparably confident voice rang out. What if I can help you guys regain your strength and even surpass the peak you once had? Zhanghai, Xiao Churan's medical beauty company, inside the lab. Mr. Xiao, it's great. We've succeeded. An experimenter exclaimed excitedly. Xiao Churan jolted awake from the recliner on the side, dragging serious dark circles under his eyes over. Are you sure it really worked? For 3 whole days, Xiao Churan spent time in the lab, barely closed my eyes, and when I was tired, I dealt with it in the recliner. Yes, Mr. Xiao. Several experimenters nodded excitedly. These remedies, they're simply amazing. We followed the drug ratios above, and the first remedy, it can actually revitalize and rejuvenate cells. Clinical trials have shown that it can rejuvenate human cells. If used on the face, it can keep a woman looking 20, or even 18, all the time. The second remedy can activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis. And if a person has scars on their body, they can do so without leaving scars. Also, the recovery time is extremely short, almost half an hour. Quickly, let me try. Xiao Churan immediately undid the bandage on his wrist. Have the ointment brought over. The lab technician took the ointment and applied it to Xiao Churan. Within 10 seconds or so, a strange itchy, weird sensation hit. After half an hour, the ointment gradually solidified. Xiao Churan moved his wrist and the solidified ointment came off. The wound on his wrist healed and the scar had long since disappeared without a trace, leaving only a newborn, delicate skin. It's actually true. Xiao Churan was stunned. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream from the other side. Who are you? The crowd looked over and couldn't help but stare as a brand new face actually appeared in the lab. The woman spoke in surprise and excitement. Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. My husband dislikes me for getting old and has found a mistress outside. So, in a moment of weakness, I took the ointment that can rejuvenate. You're Zhou Yuan? Xiao Churan's eyes widened. Zhou Yuan, in her early 40s, was the backbone of a domestic medical beauty company that she had scooped up at a high price. It's me. At this moment, Zhou Yuan clearly looked like she was in her mid-20s. The skin is blown out and gorgeous. My God. Xiao Churan opened her small mouth, completely unable to close it. The formula that Yi Chen had written to her was actually so heaven-defying. Having all of this, she could really control her life. And all of this was Yi Chen casually writing out the 2 Dan formulas. Yi Chen, who the hell are you? Chapter 75. How is this possible? My damaged tendons have actually recovered. Oh my God. I have my power back? Yi Chen, how the hell did you do that? Inside the conference room, there was a gasp of surprise. Just a moment ago, Ye Chen made a move and actually cured all of the internal injuries that had been on these 100 or so people for more than 10 years. Each one of them is alive and well, with inexhaustible power in their bodies. Ye Chen's face was a little pale as he treated more than 100 people in a row. His spirit was highly concentrated. It took too much of his strength. Uncles, this is just the beginning. Although your injuries have recovered, your strength is generally around that of a Grand Martial Master. Your realm is still too low. Hear this. Everyone bowed their heads. It would be strange for someone who hadn't practiced martial arts for a few years, or even a dozen years, not to have a low realm. Ye Chen, we'll work hard. Some stuttering voices rang out, clearly undermined. Ye Chen smiled. Uncles, that's not what I meant. What I mean is, I want you all to break through to the sovereign realm within a month. Everyone looked at Ye Chen in shock, wide-eyed, couldn't believe my ears. A month? Grand Martial Artist to Grandmaster Realm? Just kidding. Kong Daniel smiled bitterly. Ye Chen, don't tease us. Ye Chen smiled and shook his head. Uncle Kong, if you were given this item, would you be sure of breaking through to the sovereign realm? With a lift of his hand, a handful of pills magically appeared in his hand. This is 3 danlines. This is a third-grade elixir. Kong Daniel was shocked. A third-grade elixir was worth at least tens of millions of dollars. Ye Chen's handful of pills were at least 20 to 30. Kong Daniel nodded his head gruffly. With these pills, one for each person whose strength is around the 9th level of Grand Martial Master, they should have a chance to break through to the sovereign realm. Ye Chen shook his head. Uncle Kong, I think you've misunderstood. It's not one for each person. The faces of the crowd darkened for a moment. Come to think of it, an elixir worth more than $10 million apiece. How could they, the cripples, be qualified to eat it? There were lowered heads. Ye Chen's voice rang out. It's for everyone. And it's unlimited. It's enough. What? The entire Ye family army snapped their heads up and looked at Ye Chen in shock. Ye Chen, are you telling the truth? Didn't lie to us, did you? Each of these people's eyes were on fire and they were going crazy. Grass. A third-grade elixir worth $10 million. Unlimited? And ing manage enough? Who wouldn't be crazy? Ye Chen nodded. Of course it's true. Now I have to ask you guys. In a month's time, will you be able to enter the sovereign realm? Ye Chen, we're just fighting for our lives to enter the sovereign realm. The crowd nodded. Kong Daniel said angrily. Damn. A bunch of no good things. And they're still called Ye Chen? Call the Dragon Marshal. Yes, Dragon Marshal. When Ye Chen walked out of the conference room, Tang Feng Wolf's face was a bit gloomy. Ye Chen felt something was wrong and asked out. What's wrong? Tang Feng Wolf gritted his teeth. Han Xiao Chen was taken away, and the other party is holding a release order from the Dragon Capital side, stamped with the seal of the Dragon Capital Military Region. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's too much. How dare you snatch someone from our dragon soul? Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. Where are the people? Tang Fenwolf said. Already returned to Zhonghai, treating his leg injury at Zhonghai First Hospital. Ye Chen bellowed. All of the Ye family army, listen to the order. Yes. More than 100 Ye family troops rushed out from the conference room and formed a parade in 3 seconds. All Ye family troops, please instruct. Ye Chen directly ordered. Set off for Zhonghai and bring back Han Xiaochen. Anyone who dares to stand in the way will be killed without pardon. The first hospital of the Middle Sea. Han Xiaochen was lying on the ICU bed, and several attending physicians, looking at the film that had just been taken, kept shaking their heads. A comminuted fracture. That's bad. Elder Han, please forgive us for not being able to do anything. I'm afraid young Han will have to spend the rest of his life in a wheelchair. No, no, no. Han Xiaochen roared like mad, almost jumping up from the hospital bed. I don't want to become crippled. Dad, Grandpa, you guys go get the best orthopedic surgeon in the world. My leg. I want my leg. Ye Chen, it's all because of that Ye Chen. I'm going to kill him. Several doctors rushed forward and held down the mad Han Xiaochen. Sammy, a plump young woman took Han Xiaochen's hand. Wang Yuehong, daughter of the Wang family in Longdu, mother of Han Xiaochen. Seeing her son suffer, Wang Yuehong's eyes turned red and she turned back angrily. Han Yuan, what kind of father are you? Your son had his legs ruined, and he actually didn't dare to let out a single fart. The other side is the new Dragon Marshal. Han Yuan's face sank like water. Wang Yuehong spilled the beans and didn't listen at all. So what if it's Dragon Marshal? A worldly family of iron. A Dragon Marshal of running water. If I let my Wang family take action, this kid won't live for 3 days. Thanks to me marrying into the Han family, I've been unlucky for 8 lifetimes. You, the Han family, are all cowards, cowards through and through. You. Han Yuan was furious. You crazy woman. Behind him stands the Dragon Lord. Wang Yuehong roared. What's the point of having the Dragon Lord hollowed out long ago? It's your Han family's spine that's broken. Enough! The old man sitting in the ward gave a low gulp. Only then did Wang Yuehong shrink her neck, not daring to say anything else. Han Zhonghu's voice was ice cold. Yuehong, it's fine for you couples to quarrel. Don't talk about Dragon Lord behind his back. If word gets out, not to mention the Han family, even the Wang family will be in big trouble. Wang Yuehong was shocked. She was impulsive, not stupid, quickly changing his words. Dad, Sam's son is also your grandson. Is this the way to see him become crippled? Isn't it just playing with a few women? It's a big deal to lose money. Yi Chen ruined Sam's legs. He's ruined for life. The corners of Han Zhonghu's eyes twitched. Don't worry, this matter definitely won't end like this. I will definitely make this kid pay. At that moment, a noisy commotion came from outside the ward. Who are you people? The entire floor has been chartered by the Han family. Han Yuan was already angry and roared. Grass! I told you to keep quiet. What are you guys doing? Pull open the ICU door and rush out. Next, bang! With a loud bang, Han Yuan flew out like a dead dog, smashed open the ICU ward door, and fell to the ground. Zhen Chan, Han Zhonghu was taken aback. A group of middle-aged, well-trained men covered in fury rushed in, and at a glance, they saw Han Xiaochen on the hospital bed. Kong Dingyou ordered, take them away. Han Zhonghu became furious. Who are you people? How dare you come here to rob me? Han Zhonghu? Snap! Kong Dingyou slapped Han Zhonghu over. What do you, Han Zhonghu, count as the person that Marshal Long ordered to be arrested? How dare you stand in the way? Sammy! Wang Yuehong deadlocked in front of the hospital bed. Who among you dares to arrest my son? I am the Long Du Wang family. Snap dash! Kong Dingyou slapped her and she shut up directly, falling to the ground not daring to say a word. He could only watch as Han Xiaochen was taken away. Dad! Mom! Grandpa! Help me! Help me! Han Xiaochen's voice echoed in the hallway and disappeared. Han Zhonghu let out a low roar of grief and indignation. Strange shame! Strange shame! Prepare my plane, I'm going to Dragon Capital. At the same time, Yi Chen received a call from Xiao Charing. Yi Chen, come back and take a look. Since you left, Yukari has slept for 3 days and 3 nights and hasn't woken up yet. Chapter 76, Killing Yi Chen in the Dark. It was already 3 hours later when Yi Chen returned to Longhu Villa. Yi Chen, you're finally back. Xiao Charan walked up with a haggard face. Yi Chen came to Mu Xueqing's room. She was still huffing and puffing. What's going on? Why hasn't Xueqing woken up yet? I don't know. I went to the company's lab 3 days ago after I got your prescription. The cell phone was also dead and turned off. Charged and turned on before I received a message from Ro. So I rushed over. When Xiaoro had a worried look on her face. I've already notified the doctor and came to the house to have a look. The doctor said that Sister Xueqing was just drunk and prescribed sobering pills and left. But it's been 3 days. Is it really okay? Yi Chen frowned and looked at Mu Xueqing who was still sleeping, just about to take a pulse. A woman's voice came out behind her. Yukari, Auntie Xia, what brings you here? Yi Chen turned around and saw that it was none other than Mu Xueqing's mother, Xia Tsueju. When Xiaoro said, I'm the one who informed Auntie, Xia Tsueju's face was extremely grave. Quickly walking over to his daughter's bed, he extremely skillfully stretched out 3 fingers and landed on Mu Xueqing's wrist. Yi Chen's heart moved slightly. Xia Tsueju knew medical skills? A few seconds later. Phew. Xia Tsueju was obviously relieved and stared at Mu Xueqing's face with her eyes flickering. In the end, as if she had made some sort of determination, she rushed at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, Xueqing, she's fine. I know that you know how to heal, but you shouldn't have any treatment for her right now. I'm going away for a bit, and within 24 hours tops, Yukari will wake up. Without waiting for Yi Chen to reply, he rushed out with a heavy heart. You guys go rest too. I'll keep watch here. Yi Chen proposed. Xiao Charan looked deeply at Yi Chen and exited the room with Xiaoro. She hadn't closed her eyes much in 3 days and nights, and she really couldn't stay up. After the two left, Yi Chen stepped forward and checked Mu Xueqing's pulse. The pulse is strong and there are no physical problems. The only thing that won't wake up. What the hell is going on? Yi Chen was puzzled. Suddenly, a voice resounded in his mind. Master, Miss Mu is a trapped divine soul. You didn't use your divine soul to probe, so naturally you couldn't find out the problem. Yi Chen was startled. The divine soul is trapped? Chaos Cauldron. What's going on? The chaotic tripod said. A single thought from someone with a powerful divine soul can make an ordinary person enter an illusion. Even, it can seal the divine souls of ordinary people. Forever. Miss Mu's divine soul is obviously being sealed by a special means. I have a divine refining technique here. Master will know if you try practicing it. Having said that, in Yi Chen's mind, a merit law with more than 1,000 words appeared. He sat down on his knees and practiced according to the above. By the time he opened his eyes again, it was dark outside and there were no lights on in the room. In the darkness of the night, Yi Chen's eyes flashed out a light. God refining technique. First layer, done. Everything within a 10-meter radius is actually all under the shroud of my divine soul. No detail escapes my eyes. Is this divine soul outreach? Yi Chen was a little excited. The eyes sank. It fell on Mu Xueqing. Sure enough, on the surface of her body, there was a layer of blue light that ordinary people couldn't see, blocking her body. That's what's keeping her from waking up. The Chaos Tripod's voice sounded again. Master, do you see it? Yi Chen nodded. See, Master, be careful. Someone is coming, very many, and is approaching this villa. The Chaos Tripod's voice sank. Outside the Long Lake Villa, under the night, dozens of figures flew in rapidly. In an instant, the entire villa was surrounded. The entire villa area has been cleared out. All the surveillance has been disconnected. We won't leave traces no matter what we do now. An old man in ancient clothes spoke. Next to him, a middle-aged man frowned. Is this kid really only around the Qi condensation realm? The Chu clan and the two guardians, Yuan and Jiang, all died at the hands of this son in plain sight. The old man in ancient clothes snorted coldly. It's all fake. What are you afraid of? There must be someone from the Dragon Lord involved behind the scenes. Otherwise it would be impossible for this kid to decapitate Elder Yuan and Elder Jiang even after 50 years of cultivation. Today, we have only one purpose. To capture this son alive. Force him to hand over the formula of the Black Jade Severing Pill. And whether his parents left anything behind. Dozens of people had cold eyes, watching every move of the villa with death. About 5 minutes passed. Who's going in first to check it out? This. Everyone froze, none of them daring to make the first move. Suddenly, with a creak, the door to the villa was opened from the inside. A young man slowly walked out and swept the surrounding area, a cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. So many people have come? All here to kill me? I have quite a big face. Brush. Everyone's gazes sank as they locked onto Yi Chen. In the air, there was tension. Suddenly, someone spoke. Feel that? The internal power fluctuation of a Grandmaster? Grandmaster? Ha ha ha. This kid is actually just a district grandmaster. Sure enough, it's the Dragon Lord's people who are secretly striking. And this kid is a shield. Thanks to the fact that we pay so much attention to it. The tension instantly dissipated. Everyone laughed and there was joy in the air. The old man in ancient clothes relaxed his guard and looked at Yi Chen indifferently. Yi Chen, you're nothing but a puppet. We won't make things difficult for you. As long as you hand over the formula of the Black Jade Severing Pill and then come with us. I'll guarantee that you'll be safe and sound. Yi Chen shook his head. I don't even know you guys. If you want me to go with you, you have to tell me who you are, right? Dozens of people looked at each other. A playful smile surfaced at the corner of each mouth. Next, a middle-aged man stepped forward. The 19th Chief Director of the Martial Arts Bureau, Du Ruhan, ancient martial artist, 100 Rex Realm, level 5. Behind, another man, close behind, the 20th Chief Director of the Martial Arts Bureau, Wang Xiaolin, ancient martial artist, 100 Rex Realm, 6th level, ancient martial arts family, Southeast Lin family, Lin Hu, 5 Viscera Realm, 6th level, ancient martial arts family, Northwest Qin family, Qin Weilong, 5 Viscera Realm, 7th level, ancient martial arts family, Southwest Xia family, Xia Jinqiu, 6th level of the 5 Viscera Realm, 9,000 years sitting second provider, Li Jianchen, 5 Viscera Realm, 8th level, dozens of people, all of them reporting themselves, the Martial Arts Directorate, the ancient martial arts clan, and the 9,000-year-olds. The lowest in strength was also in the Qi condensation realm. The old man in ancient clothes grinned. Wan Tian Dome, ancient martial Wan clan, 5 Viscera Realm, 9th level. Yi Chen sighed helplessly. So I've offended so many people, and so many experts have come. Looks like I can't do it without tying my hands. Having said that, holding out his hands with a look of resignation, Du Ruhan, go bring this brat here. Wan Tianxiang frowned, always feeling that something wasn't quite right. Yes, Elder Wan. Du Ruhan grinned, pulling a chain from his waist. He walked over to Yi Chen's body. Kid, count on your sense. The moment his hands clasped Yi Chen's wrists, he was about to lock him in a hold. Yi Chen revealed a wry smile. Wow, you really dare to do it. Ha! Backhandedly, he clasped Du Ruhan's hands and yanked hard. Zira! Blood came out. Ah! Du Ruhan let out a pig-killing scream? His arms directly separated from his body. The pain was worse than death. Chapter 77, Go to hell and talk to my master. You're squealing like a pig killer. It's awful. Yi Chen spat out a sentence like death. Taking a step to catch up, he clasped Du Ruhan's neck. A hard push. Ka-ching! The voice came to an abrupt halt. This 19th chief director of the martial arts Dao Bureau, in existence at the 5th level of the 100 Rex realm, was actually pinched alive by Yi Chen's neck. Everyone's faces changed drastically, rubbing back in fear and looking at this death-like youth in horror. Where the hell is this Grandmaster realm? To crush the 5th level of the 100 Rex realm with his bare hands, it's at least the 5 Viscera realm. What realm are you in? Wang Xiaolan's voice was trembling. Yi Chen locked onto Wang Xiaolan. You enjoy talking? With a stomp of his foot, he came across like a cannonball. It's like a death wish. Wang Xiaolan was scared out of his wits and yelled lowly. Stop him. Several martial arts bureaus Qi condensation realm rushed up and intercepted towards Yi Chen. Bang! 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 Yi Chen punched one by one, and several people's chests burst open, their hearts exploding alive and dying. Waste! They're all losers. Wang Xiaolan's eyes filled with blood. He roared low in anger. All the strength in his body coalesced in his fist, and he blasted out a fist towards the charging Yi Chen. I'm sorry, but you're trash too. The words landed. Wang Xiaolan screamed miserably, and his arm that was throwing punches was actually directly exploded by Yi Chen, turning into a blood mist. Hiss! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. A punch that turns flesh and blood into a bloody mist? How much power does that take? The moment everyone lost their concentration, Yi Chen had already crushed Wang Xiaolan's neck. The 20th Chief Director of the Martial Arts Bureau, Wang Xiaolan, 100 Rex Realm, 6th level, dead. The rest of the martial arts cultivators present to witness this were sweating like pigs. There's something wrong with this kid's strength. It exceeds our predictions by a lot. But even so what? No matter how heaven-defying he is alone, he won't be able to kill all of us at the same time. As long as we all strike together, even if we are injured, we won't be killed immediately, and the others will be able to take advantage of the opportunity to strike and seriously injure him. Once this brat is injured, he will surely die. Lin Hu let out a low roar. The gazes of the others sank as they ferociously locked onto Yi Chen. Kill! The moment dozens of people rushed over at the same time and surrounded Yi Chen. Yi Chen struck out. It's like a killing machine. Bang! Zira! Put! It took only one round for nearly a third of them to die violently. Heads exploded, arms were ripped off, and hearts were punched through. Extremely miserable. Hiss! The others were so scared that they kept retreating, looking at the blood-soaked Yi Chen in horror. This was too damn scary. Just now, were you the one who said you wanted to surround me? Yi Chen's eyes turned and locked onto Lin Hu. Lin Hu had a jolt as Yi Chen had rushed towards him. Lin Hu bellowed, "What are you waiting for? Strike together!" The others then reacted and came towards Lin Hu for cover. Kid, go to hell! Qin Weilong attacked from the side, and Yi Chen didn't even look at the man as he kicked him. Without the slightest impact, he landed in front of Lin Hu. Put! 5 fingers penetrated the chest, bringing out a beating heart and crushing it. The whole thing, dry as a bone. You are the devil. Lin Hu stared wide-eyed and fell straight down. Dead. Run. Run. Xia Jinqiu, the ancient martial arts expert at the 6th level of the 5 Viscera realm, was so scared that he lost his soul and ran towards the distance like a madman. Yi Chen kicked a slate and landed on Xia Jinqiu's head. Half of his head exploded on the spot. What kind of monster are you? The others who were involved in the siege saw the scene and were so scared that their legs went weak. Yi Chen smiled. I am Yi Chen ah. 5 years in your mouths is the missing little punk. Little bastard ah. You. These people are so scared they're on the verge of crying. That's a loser? There's no such thing as a punk in the world. Yi Chen sneered. Send you on your way. The figure flashed a few times, and the remaining 7 or 8 people all died violently. Gollum. Gollum. Li Jianduan frantically gulped. His sweat soaked his long shirt. The youth in front of him was simply a god of death. That's when death turned back. Li Jianshan's forehead. Sweat could not be suppressed from gushing out, and spoke in a trembling voice, Yi Chen, have something to say properly. To hell with my master and the others. Li Jianduan looked like he was frozen in place in fear, looking at Yi Chen step by step in horror. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters, suddenly, ha ha ha, Yi Chen, you're dead. Li Jianshan laughed excitedly, swiftly pulling out the long sword at his waist and auguring the dragon out of the water. With his fast sword, he could be in the top 3 of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world, within 3 meters, faster than a bullet. Giggle dash. The long sword was wrapped in a layer of white airwaves, and the sword broke the sound barrier, towards Yi Chen's heart. With this sword, an iron plate of 3 centimeters thickness would have to be penetrated, and unless the opposite side was a body of steel, it would surely be pierced through the heart and die. When the sound of the longsword landed where Yi Chen's heart was and broke. Is it really steel? How is that possible? Li Jianshan's pupils contracted crazily, petrified with fright, truly feeling endless fear. Yi Chen raised his hand and effortlessly crushed Li Jianshan's neck. Next, like death turning back, that kind of aura made Wan Tianxiong not even have the courage to make a move. The voice of this ancient martial artist who was over 100 years old was trembling. Yi Chen. You. Me. On your knees. Two short words made Wan Tianxiong feel that the youth in front of him was like he was above the 9 heavens, overlooking everything. Puff. Wan Tianxiong was so scared that he directly knelt on the ground, his body unable to stop trembling. The smell of blood filled the air, mixed with Yi Chen's voice ringing out. You're from the ancient martial Wan clan. What kind of person is Wan Tianming to you? Wan Tianxiong trembled and replied, Wan Tianming is my elder brother, half-father. My mother herself is a housemaid of the Wan family. Where is the ancient martial vanguard? No, I can't say. Wan Tianxiong raised his head, his eyes even more terrifying than just now. It was as if the location of the Wan family was a taboo-like existence. No? Yi Chen didn't bother with nonsense and snapped his 5 fingers. 13 silver needles directly disappeared into Wan Tianxiong's body. Ah! Wan Tiandong frantically rolled on the ground, not even saying the words to beg for mercy. Suddenly, spit out a mouthful of black blood and died. Dead? Yi Chen kicked Wan Tiandong's jaw. A broken tooth actually hides poison inside. Damn it! It was so hard to capture a member of the Wan family, but he actually took poison and died. Yi Chen's face was ugly. A moment later, he pulled out his cell phone. Hey, Jiangnan Wang, come to Dragon Lake Villa. In less than 15 minutes, Jiangnan Wang arrived at Longhu Villa. When he saw the corpses on the ground and the costumes on these people, this Jiangnan king was directly stunned. Master, what are these people? Yi Chen casually pointed at a few corpses. That one said his name was something like Du Rohan, and this one is something like Wang Xiaolin. This one says he's Li Jianshan from the side of the 9,000 years. Asterisk. Du Ruhan? The 19th Chief Director of the Martial Arts Bureau. Du Ruhan? This is the Dragon Kingdom Dark Ranking. A terrifying existence ranked in the top 200. King Jiangnan jumped straight up. Chapter 78 Ninth Senior Sister. Getting married? Lin Hu. From an ancient martial arts family. 179th in the underground dark ranking. Qin Weilong. From the ancient martial family. 160th in the underground dark ranking. Xia Jinxiu. From the ancient martial family. 174th on the underground dark ranking. Hiss. Li Jianshan? That's an envoy beside the 9,000 years old Fu Guoshang. And legend has it that he's within 100th place on the underground dark ranking. There's also this. Tian Ah. Top 10 of the underground dark ranking. Wan Tianming's younger brother Wan Tianxiong. A terrifying existence in the top 50 of the dark ranking. Every sentence uttered by the king of Jiangnan. The body just shuddered. When he said the last sentence, his face turned white and his mind buzzed. Master, you killed all these people? Yi Chen nodded casually. Not bad. Hiss dash. Jiangnan King was thrilled beyond words. An old face turned from white to red, his eyes bloodshot. Master, I'm afraid your strength can be ranked in the top 30 of the Dragon Kingdom. Inside, the excitement has long been screaming. Ha ha ha, good. I, Jiangnan King, didn't follow the wrong person. Yi Chen is still so young to have this kind of strength. Once he grows up, his future stage will definitely be more than just the entire Dragon Kingdom, or even that place. Was thinking. Yi Chen suddenly spoke. Jiangnan King, have your men clean this place up. In the meantime, cut off their heads and send them to the forces behind them. What? The Jiangnan King froze, his eyes wide. Send their heads back? Late night, 2 a.m. At the main entrance of the General Administration of Martial Arts, several men swept in sharply, dropped a couple boxes and left quickly. Asterisk. Who is it? What kind of thing dares to be thrown at the entrance of the General Martial Arts Bureau? Are you crazy? A few men on watch cursed. Sleepily, he walked over to the box and opened it. Ah. A few men were so scared that they instantly lost their drowsiness. What was placed inside the box was actually a bloody human head. Wait, this is the head of the 2 old chiefs. At the same time, outside the residence of 9,000 years old Fu Guoshang, a figure swept in sharply, dropping a box and disappearing. The concierge picked up the box and opened it, pissing himself on the spot and heading deeper into the courtyard like a madman. Fu Guoshang had just fallen asleep not long ago and was dreaming beautifully. Bang, bang, bang. A sharp knock sounded on the door. Fu Guoshang was a bit angry. It's hard to sleep. Xiao Wang, didn't I say long ago that nothing should bother me? What can't be said tomorrow morning? 9,000 years old. Something big has happened. An old man's voice rang out from outside the house. Not his secretary Wang. Elder Tu? Fu Guoshang was startled. Elder Tu was his chief grand provider, an existence in the top 10 of the Dragon Kingdom's dark ranking. and would not normally show his face. Elder 2. What is it? Fu Guosheng put on a tiger skin and opened the door to his room. Elder 2 walked in with a bloody wooden box and a gloomy face. Li Jianchen. Dead. What? In this instant, shock, surprise, amazement, and shock flashed across Fu Guosheng's old face, and his voice was hoarse as he let out a low roar. Impossible. According to the agreement, tonight, the General Administration of Martial Arts and several ancient martial arts clans will come together to kill that Yi Chen. Did something go wrong halfway? With Elder Li's strength, can anyone kill him? Elder 2 spat out. Could it be Yi Chen? There is no such thing. Fu Guosheng shook his head decisively. This little is just a pawn of the Dragon Lord, used as a bargaining chip against me. Even though he's been missing for 5 years, he's still Yi Lingyun's son. Yi Lingyun was able to rise to power, and it wasn't because of that woman? Their son has been a waste for 18 years and was almost killed 5 years ago. This little waste can kill Li Jianchen even if he disappears and comes back after 5 years? Idiot. Fu Guosheng shook his head affirmatively. Go ask the Martial Arts Bureau and a few ancient martial arts families. Ask them if they killed Yi Chen. Elder 2 was just about to turn around. An old butler came over sweating. 9,000 years old. Something big has happened. The Martial Arts Bureau, the ancient martial arts Lin family, the ancient martial arts Qin family, and the ancient martial arts Xia family just called. A mysterious man rushed to their door and dropped a wooden box. Inside the box are the heads of those who acted tonight. The air almost froze. Fu Guosheng's eyes widened and his mouth opened slightly. On one side, Elder 2's brows were knitted together in death as he looked down at Li Jianchen's human head in his arms. The image is frozen in place. 2 hours ago, the Jiangnan King's men had just finished cleaning up a field of corpses, and the blood had been washed clean with fresh water, taking people away with them. Who? Yi Chen's divine soul fluctuated. There are people peeking in the shadows. Not good. It's been discovered. A man in black was so scared that his face turned white. Anyone who saw Yi Chen take a breath and kill dozens of ancient martial artists would be scared like this. The speed of the man in black was fast, rushing out of the Dragon Lake Villa area in the blink of an eye. After crossing several streets in one breath, the man in black finally stopped in an alley and exhaled. Damn, this kid's perception is also too terrifying. I have the turtle breath technique, and I can't believe I was even sensed by him. Looking back, a flash of fear flashed in his eyes. Luckily, I didn't let him catch up, otherwise A silhouette suddenly appeared in front of him and kicked the black-clothed man in the chest. He flew straight backwards as if he had been hit by a truck, smashing over a trash can hard. Climbing to his feet, he spat out another mouthful of blood and flopped to one knee. You, the black-clad man's eyes were horrified. Look at the death-like man in front of you. Where did this kid come from? Yi Chen's voice was ice-cold. Who are you? Why are you spying on me? Speak, or die. No. The black-clothed man's pupils contracted a bit in fear, and he hurriedly pulled off his scarf, revealing the face of a middle-aged man. My name is Ling Zhong, from the Ling family of Kunlun Mountain. My lady is your senior sister. Ling Hongyan, 9th senior sister? Yi Chen's countenance eased and he threw over an elixir. This elixir can cure your internal injuries. Ling Zhong took a look and his eyes flashed with surprise. A healing medicine with 3 dam lines, even in the Kunlun Mountains. It was still a luxury. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Ling Zhong swallowed it in one gulp. Only then did Yi Chen speak. What did my senior sister ask you to do here? How is her situation now? Ling Zhong's eyes rolled twice. Young Yi, it's like this. Your senior sister asked me to protect you. If you're in any kind of trouble, feel free to help you out. I didn't realize that Yi Xiao's strength is so terrifying that he doesn't need my protection at all. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. You're lying. Whoosh. Before Ling Zhong could see what was going on, he felt a ghost-like figure flash by, and his legs directly left the ground. A choking sensation hit her as her neck was clasped by an irresistible hand. Yi Xiao. You. What are you doing? Ling Zhong panicked. Seeing with his own eyes that Yi Chen had slaughtered dozens of dark-ranking experts in one breath, how could he not panic? Yi Chen's voice was cold. Speak. Who the hell are you? Ling Zhong was almost scared alive, and said in horror, Yi Xiao, I really am a member of the Ling family, but I really wasn't sent by your 9th senior sister. It was the second young lady who asked me to come. She wanted to see who the man was who made the third young lady rather die than marry. Yi Chen slammed Ling Zhong against the wall. The impact caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood once again. 7 meat and potatoes to help the wall to climb up. Ears once again ringing death-like voice, rather die than marry? What's going on? Who are you forcing my 9th senior sister to marry? Chapter 79, Someone from Kunlun Ruins. The moment the voice rang out, Ling Zhong only felt that an aura of death enveloped him. If he didn't answer truthfully, he would die without a burial place just like those ancient martial artists just now. Even, this kid will send his head to the Ling family. Ling Zhong knelt on the ground and shouted in horror. Xia family, Kunlun Mountain Xia family. Third Miss was originally married to the Xia family's third youngest, Xia Mo Yang, since childhood, but 10 years ago, the young lady came down with a strange illness, almost to the point of near death. The Xia family was worried that the third young miss would die of illness, so they directly brought people to the door to withdraw from the marriage. Later, the young miss suddenly got better and was sent to the Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Bureau to be trained, and eventually became the chief martial arts director. Originally, this matter passed like this, but a few days ago after the incident in Taishan, the picture of the third young lady was transmitted back to the Xia family. Ling Zhong said. He had been paying attention to Yi Chen's change in expression. Pity. Yi Chen's face was as cold as death, and he couldn't see anything. Ling Zhong could only continue to explain. Xia Mo Yang knows that third miss is still alive, and the third miss in the photo is simply stunning. So, that's why it's rehashing the year's engagement. Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Hasn't the marriage contract been broken? Ling Zhong swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Mr. Yi, actually, there is another reason. Say, Xia Mo Yang was injured 3 years ago. His legs were directly wasted. Even if he is a member of the Xia family, no one's family is willing to push their daughter into the fire pit. Ling Zhong said. Grass. In Yi Chen's heart, an invisible rage erupted. So, you made my ninth senior sister marry a cripple? Ling Zhong was so scared that he cowed out frantically. Mr. Yi, this wasn't my idea. Bang, 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 bang. Keep knocking until your head is bloody. Finally, Yi Chen continued to ask, when will the wedding start? Ling Hong trembled and glanced at his watch. It was past 12 o'clock in the morning. It's agreed that at 5 in the morning, the Xia family will pick up the third miss from the Ling family. At 12 o'clock in the afternoon, arrive at the summer home for the wedding. The Xia family, at this time of the day, I guess it's time to leave. That fast? Yi Chen's face sank. It was absolutely impossible for him to watch his ninth senior sister jump into the fire pit and marry a cripple. At the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, a woman came to the entrance of a valley at night. What kind of people? The Xia family's important land. Those who trespass will die. A cold shout. 2 figures rushed out, weapons in their hands against the woman's throat position. If Yi Chen was here, he would definitely recognize that this woman was none other than Mu Xueqing's mother. Xia Cuiju. Xia Cuiju sneered. What? Want to kill me? Then kill me. Missy. The pupils of the 2 figures shrank and immediately put away their weapons. How did you come back? Take me to Xia Baodong. Xia Cuiju directly ignored the 2 men and walked towards the valley. The 2 followed in a hurry. 10 or so minutes later, Xia Cuiju entered an ancient mansion, extremely opulent, like an ancient royal residence. Late autumn, what are you doing back here? A middle-aged man walked into the living room and glanced at Xia Cuiju, who was sitting on a chair, somewhat agitated. Xia Evening Autumn is dead. My name is now Xia Cuiju. There was no doubt about the voice of chartreuse. Xia Baodong frowned. Cuiju? You don't want the name your father gave you. Why would you change a rural woman's name? Xia Cuiju looked mocking. What? Looking down on me? No. Xia Baodong had some guilt on his face. Okay, Cuiju. That's not what I meant. Xia Cuiju shook her head. Don't talk nonsense. If it wasn't for my daughter's accident, I would have never returned to the Xia family in my life. Yukari is already in a situation. She's already got a boyfriend and I don't want her to be like me. Xia Baodong was shocked. You've decided? Aha. Xia Cuiju nodded her head. Losing 60 years of your life at once. Are you sure? At 11 o'clock in the morning, the Xia family was simply more lively than New Year's Eve. The Xia family had been based at the foot of the Kunlun Mountains since the Qin and Han dynasties, and with a history of more than 2,000 years, it had a frighteningly deep heritage. Xia Mo Yang was sitting in a wheelchair, dressed in a festive suit. On his face was an uncontrollable smile. Dad, as long as I marry Ling Hongyan, these legs of mine will be saved. Xia Baodong frowned. Mo Yang, your master's words, are they really believable? Xia Mo Yang smiled. Dad, my master comes from the top sect of Kunlun ruins. If even he can't do anything about it, then these legs of mine are really ruined. Master said that if I want these legs to be cured, I must use the blood of someone I love and love dearly. I couldn't use mom and dad's blood, could I? So, had to take a wife. Ling Hongyan's parents died early. The Ling family's old man pampered her right, but 2 years ago she went straight into a coma. Otherwise, how could those guardians dare to judge Ling Hongyan's? Xiao Baodong was silent for a few seconds. The face struggled a bit. For with Ling Hongyan, it was a bit cruel though, but for the sake of my son's future, it had to be done. The big deal was that after Ling Hongyan was crippled, the Xia family would feed her well and let her live a long life. And, Master said that he would come to my wedding today. Really? Elder Yu is coming. Xia Baodong was excited beyond words. Wu Lao was a person inside the Kunlun ruins. On this kind of occasion, once Elder Wu appeared, the status of the Xia family would definitely skyrocket by more than one level. Say maybe, it would directly leap and become the #1 ancient martial arts family in the Dragon Kingdom. In the midst of Xia Baodong's flushed face, the voices of various guests congratulating him came to his ears. The crowd of the ancient martial arts Lin family has arrived, delivering a 500-year-old ginseng in 10 second-grade pills. Elder Zhou and Elder Li of the General Administration of Martial Arts have arrived to deliver 5 third-grade pills and 1 medium-grade martial art on behalf of the General Administration of Martial Arts. The emissary of the 9,000 years has arrived. On behalf of the 9,000 years, he delivers half of Wu Mu's last book and 10,000 Tales of Gold. The Lord of the East Asian Horse Kingdom has arrived to deliver 10 night pearls, 3,000 sea pearls, and 1,000-year-old red coral. The King of the Northwest has arrived to deliver 3,000 yaks, 10,000 sheep, 10,000 taels of gold. Prince Lo of the Philippines has arrived to deliver a piece of African oil field. I'll be damned. There's an oil field delivery. The guests were shocked and somewhat dumbfounded. Long Du Xiao family, Xiao Zhenggui arrives. Dragon capital Yi family, Yi Zhenbei has arrived. The two of them, Xiao Zhenggui and Yi Zhenbei, arrived almost at the same time, and the two of them glanced at each other and snorted coldly. Yi Hongye sank his face. Dad, this old thing is getting more and more arrogant. Yi Zhenbei swept a glance at his son. Less talk, more work. No longer paying attention to his son, he had just walked into the hall of the Xia family. An extremely excited voice sounded behind him. Kunlun Ruins. Elder Wu. Wu has arrived. Kunlun Ruins? Everyone's heart fluttered at the same time. The crowd of the ancient martial arts Lin family, Elder Li, Elder Zhou, and the emissary of the 9,000 years from the General Administration of Martial Arts, Lord of the Kingdom of East Asian Horse, King of the Northwest, and Prince of the Filipinos Lo. There was also Xiao Zhenggui, Yi Zhenbei, Yi Hongye, and everyone else who turned back almost simultaneously, looking toward the entrance to the hall. See only, an old man with a waxy face, a 3-inch beard, and eyes like those of a falcon walked up. Chapter 80, Junior Brother. Next life, goodbye, Master. Xia Mo Yang was excited and drove his wheelchair quickly. Even if his legs were disabled, he had to leave his wheelchair and kneel down to meet his salute. Apprentice Xia Mo Yang. See Master, be excused, Elder Wu faintly said. With a casual drag, an invisible force lifted Xia Mo Yang. Throughout the entire process, there was no touching Xia Mo Yang for a moment, allowing him to sit back in his wheelchair unharmed. The crowd was shocked. What a terrifying means. What a pure control of power. Xia Baodong had an excited face. Elder Wu, please take your seat. You can come to our Xia family today. It's simply the Xia family's splendor. In fact, you don't need to come in person. It's not easy to come out from the Kunlun ruins. Let someone bring a message on it. He specifically emphasized the words Kunlun ruins. It was to let people know that the Xia family, from this moment on, had the Kunlun ruins to rely on. Sure enough, everyone's heart fluttered. From today onwards, I'm afraid that the Xia family is going to become the #1 ancient martial arts family in the Dragon Kingdom, rivaling the Wan family, right? Elder Wu didn't dismantle Xia Baodong's thoughts and walked directly to the end of the hall. Sitting in the seat belonging to the head of the Xia family, Xia Baodong froze, and did not dare to say much, but could only sit next to him. In a dead silence, Elder Yu's voice rang out. Where is the bride? Xia Mo Yang respectfully replied. The bride arrived a long time ago. There's still an hour to go. As soon as the auspicious time arrives, worship at once. Elder Wu was a bit displeased. What? Master came to witness your marriage, and you still want Master to wait for an hour? This. Xia Mo Yang was a little stiff, with a clench of his teeth. Good. Now pay your respects at once. Men, bring out the bride. In full view of everyone, Ling Hongyan, who was dressed in a grand outfit, was led out. Under the red cover, Ling Hongyan had long been in tears, biting her red lips in death. Pity. Her acupoints were sealed and she was unable to make any movements. You can only be held up and left to your own devices. Begin, Elder Wu faintly said. The Xia family didn't dare to be slow, and everything was ready. An old man from the Xia family shouted at the top of his voice. One bow to heaven and earth. Xia Mo Yang bowed down in the direction of heaven and earth, but Ling Hongyan did not move a muscle. Like a log, standing still, the crowd froze. Ling Hongyan, what are you doing? My master personally witnessed the marriage, and you're still not worshipping heaven and earth? Xia Mo Yang almost roared out. I'll give you another chance. The old man of the Xia family shouted again. One bow to heaven and earth. Xia Mo Yang worshipped. Ling Hongyan still didn't move a bit. Come on man. Xia Emoyang let out a low growl. If she doesn't worship, you guys help her. Two strong old moms walked out and rolled up their sleeves. MS. Ling, don't make things difficult for us. Stepping forward, he pressed down on Ling Hongyan's shoulders. The two old moms used all their strength, but Ling Hongyan still straightened her body. You! Xia Emoyang almost spat out blood in anger. His eyes were bloodshot. Apprentice, this daughter-in-law of yours? She doesn't seem to be very obedient, does she? It's better to let master help you. Elder Wu grinned. A bow to heaven and earth. Xia Emoyang bowed to heaven and earth. To his surprise, Ling Hongyan actually did bend her body slightly. Just within her spine, there was a clicking sound, as if a force was pressing her to bend over. The crowd was shocked. Looking to Elder Yu, Elder Wu seemed to smile, and an internal force erupted from his two fingers that had almost materialized. It turned into a transparent thread. It didn't enter Ling Hongyan's body. Second bow to the benefactor. The two men turned around. Worship toward Elder Yu. Click here for. A sound of twisting vertebrae came, and the crowd realized that Ling Hongyan's back had long been drenched in blood. 3 worships to the high church. Click, 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 click. Ling Hongyan's petite body constantly trembled, and the ground under her feet had long since been covered in blood. Husband and wife worship each other. The last voice fell. Click, click, click. There was another loud bang, and Ling Hongyan didn't bend her body no matter what. Hang on for dear life. Elder Wu's eyes narrowed and he sneered. Bones are still quite hard? Give the old man worship. A hard push. Ka-ching. A crunch. Ah. Ling Hongyan screamed miserably, her spine breaking directly. At the same time, an angry hiss came from outside the Xia clan's gate. 9th senior sister. A figure rushed into the hall of the Xia family, and as soon as he took Ling Hongyan into his arms, he directly lifted the red head, revealing an incomparably pale and pretty face. What brings you here? Junior brother. A flash of surprise flashed through Ling Hongyan's beautiful eyes. Yi Chen. The crowd of the ancient martial arts Lin family was shocked and their faces changed wildly. What's this kid doing here? Elder Li and Elder Zhou of the martial arts directorate stared in disbelief. Is he crazy? Dare to disrupt the Xia family wedding scene? The messenger of the 9,000 years was confused. He's Yi Chen? The one that killed the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom at the top of Tarzan? I heard he went to Hong Kong Island a few days ago and killed Governor Yang Shurqing. No, the Lord of the East Asian Ma Kingdom and Prince Luo of the Kingdom of the Philippines looked at each other. Yi Chen? The Northwest King's eyes flickered as they swept over Yi Chen. What are you doing here? Xiao Jinghua let out a low gulp. Yi Chen, don't leave yet. Stop it. Yi Zhenbei was a bit surprised, looking at his blood-related grandson. This brat came to die? Yi Hongyan's eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Yi Chen ignored the voices of the crowd and deadlocked his arms around Ling Hongyan. Ling Hongyan couldn't stand up at all. Her spine was completely broken, and she was softly and bonelessly paralyzed in Yi Chen's arms. Junior brother, I'm dying. Cough. Master said that the heavenly Tao reincarnates, and everyone can only be resurrected once. I'm really dead if I die this time anymore. See you in the next life. Ling Hongyan's voice was small. She was so weak that only Yi Chen could hear her. 9th senior sister. You'll be fine. I promise. Yi Chen's eyes were fishy red and he almost gritted his back teeth. Xia Emoyang roared. Who the are you? Little bastard? Dare to touch my female. Bang! Yi Chen kicked out, and Xia Emoyang flew out with his wheelchair and smashed into the wall. It clanked and blew right up. There are no bones left. Son. Xia Baodong's mind almost collapsed. His only son actually died just like that. The room shook, and all the guests stared in shock as if they had seen a ghost. Xia Muyang died just like that? Kill him for me. Xia Baodong let out a low roar as dozens of figures rushed out from all directions, each of them above the strength of a grand master, towards Yi Chen. He killed. Get out. Yi Chen bellowed, lifting his foot and sweeping it out in an indiscriminate attack. Poof, poof, poof. Dozens of Xia family martial artists flew out like dead dogs, and the weaker ones died on the spot with their chests bursting open. The stronger ones could not even block Yi Chen's angry blow, and lay on the ground spitting black blood, looking like they would not survive. The guests present were startled and backed away in fear. Yi Chen quickly placed Ling Hongyan on the ground, and 13 silver needles appeared and fell towards Ling Hongyan's body. At the same time, a dozen or so pills with 4 danlines were fed towards Ling Hongyan's mouth like no money. Ghost Gate 13 needles. It's actually the Ghost Gate 13 stitches. Kid, this needle has been lost for a long time. How did you get it? Quickly hand him over to the old man, and I will spare you the crime of killing my disciple. Elder Wu jumped up in excitement. Even just now, when Yi Chen killed Xia Emoyang, he didn't have any reaction. Now, I can't believe the reaction was so great. One could imagine how strong the shock of Ghost Sec 13 targeting him was. Yi Chen's eyes were fishy red as he stared deathly at Wu Lao. You deserve to die as well. Injuring my ninth senior sister. I will destroy your entire family. Chapter 81, Extermination of the Entire Clan. Destroy my entire family? Ha ha ha, I'll show you what it means to have a high heaven. Elder Wu was extremely confident. Next, already rising from the eunuch chair, he took a ghost-like step and appeared in front of Yi Chen. Raising his palm, he pressed down towards Yi Chen's shoulder. Kneel down and talk to the old man first. This palm, at least, had a force of 10,000 pounds. Not to mention Yi Chen, even an elephant must kneel. Bang! This palm landed steadily on Yi Chen's shoulder. But Yi Chen stood still, not moving at all. What? Elder Wu was startled and looked up at Yi Chen in shock. He met a pair of extremely cold eyes, which seemed as if they didn't belong to human beings, but rather the god of death from hell. You, die. A punch is thrown. Like a kite with broken strings, Wu Lao flew out backwards, spraying a dozen mouthfuls of blood continuously in the air. Clang! With a bang, it smashed against the wall of the Xia family's hall, covered in blood. Miserable. The moment, the entire Xia family hall was plunged into deathly silence. Everyone stared as if they had seen a ghost, so frightened that their hearts almost stopped beating. Yi Chen Ing actually managed to defeat someone from Kunlun Market? Dad, how is this possible? Yi Hongye was so scared that he kept shivering. He paid off the Dark Palace assassins to hunt down Yi Chen. What if he found out? Yi Zhenbei's old face was grave. At this moment he actually had some regrets. If the old man had been a little softer in his attitude back then, this kid would still be a Yi family descendant now, right? Nice one. Xiao Jinghua's eyes flashed with an excited light. You didn't bet on the wrong thing yourself. Under the crowd's horrified gazes, Yi Chen walked towards Elder Wu. Kid, what are you going to do? If you dare to touch me again, your entire family will be miserable. Anyone who is acquainted with you, your friends and family, will suffer the wrath of the Kunlun Ruins Wu family. Elder Wu threatened. Yi Chen was indifferent, still coming toward him. You. Elder Wu looked at Yi Chen with a look of utter fear. The body couldn't help but tremble. As a member of the Wu family, who would dare to take a shot at him, not to mention injuring him, or even killing him? For the first time in his life, Ulan was scared. For the first time he was afraid. For the first time my scalp went numb and I got goosebumps. In addition to the Kunlun ruins, the Dragon Kingdom actually has such a terrifying existence. It's simply heaven-defying. Kid, I've changed my mind. As long as you stop, I will immediately accept you as a disciple. From now on, I'll use all my power to train you. How about it? Elder Wu hurriedly changed his words. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to your master, you will be my Wu family's spokesperson in the Dragon Kingdom from now on. This statement was made. Everyone in the room couldn't stay calm. Elder Wu, are you serious? The crowd of the ancient martial arts Lin family, as well as Elder Li and Elder Zhou from the General Administration of Martial Arts, and the emissary of the 9,000 years were all agitated. Yi Chen, what are you still standing there for? Don't agree yet. Yi Hongye roared lowly, his face flushed with an incomparable redness. As long as you nod your head yes, your killing of my son will be forgotten. And I promise to let you return to the Longdu Yi family. Even Yi Zhenbei spat out. Yi Chen, you can think about it. Xiao Jinghua swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sweat gushed from his forehead. All at once. Kunlun Ruins Wu family. What a behemoth. He was really worried that Yi Chen had agreed. Everyone held their breath, and the only sound in their ears was Yi Chen's clattering footsteps. Are you done? Yi Chen walked up to Elder Wu. Looking down at him, Elder Wu tried his best to remain calm and looked up, revealing a fawning smile. Yi Chen? Your name is Yi Chen? Chen represents dragon. My disciple is worthy of being a dragon among men. For the master. Yi Chen suddenly struck out, crushing Elder Wu's neck with one hand. The voice came to an abrupt halt. Elder Wu stared with wide eyes, unable to believe to his death that he had been pinched to death by Yi Chen just like that. No hesitation and dry. Elder Wu. Xia Baodong sat on his butt on the ground, disoriented, his entire body frozen like a stone. The other guests present, were so scared that their pupils contracted fiercely for a moment. Quickly go. This is a big deal. No one can withstand the wrath of the families of Kunlun Ruins. Yi Chen, you crazy person. You will never want to return to the Yi family in the future. Yi Hongye jumped up in fear. Dad, go, let's go. Don't be implicated by this madman. The other guests, too, turned away. Stop. The moment Yi Chen's voice rang out, everyone stopped and really didn't dare to move another step. The ancient martial arts Lin family, the ancient martial arts Qin family, and the martial arts bureau. The 9,000-year-olds last night you sent people to kill me. What? You want to leave now and pretend that nothing has happened? Yi Chen said in a cold voice. Elderly from the General Administration of Martial Arts walked out of the crowd. Yi Chen, what do you want? What do I want? Yi Chen smiled coldly and instantly appeared in front of Elderly, slamming his fist out fiercely. Elderly's chest exploded with a bang, hitting the wall like a dead dog. His body completely twisted in dead. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air. How could they not expect Yi Chen to suddenly kill someone? Yi Chen, are you going to be immortalized with my General Administration of Martial Arts? Zhou Lao shouted with trembling body. Immortality? Yi Chen turned his gaze and appeared in front of old man Zhou like a ghost. Zhou Lao changed color and fiercely shouted. His entire body's internal force surged madly, striking out towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen kicked out, and Zhou Lao's legs exploded as he fell to the ground like a dead dog. I'll make you immortal. The second foot falls. Zhou Lao's head exploded like a watermelon. Touchy-feely. You, the ancient martial arts Lin family, the Qin family, and the 9,000 years emissary were so frightened that they rubbed back, with nothing but endless terror and shock in their eyes. This kid is really nuts. Murderous maniacs. Yi Chen, if you have a request you say it. If you kill people like this, how do we know your request? A middle-aged man from the Lin family collapsed in fear. He didn't want to die. He really didn't. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. The crowd was overjoyed. No matter what Yi Chen requested, they would definitely fulfill it. Have the head of your ancient martial family personally kneel in front of me, Yi Chen, and kowtow and thank yourself for your sins. And then, dissolve your ancient martial arts family. This statement was made. The entire hall plunged into a deathly silence. Dissolve the ancient martial arts family? Everyone was confused. Ancient martial arts families have been passed down for thousands of years, and the family is huge. How could it be disbanded? A wave of anger surged in the middle-aged man of the Lin family's heart. Yi Chen grinned. Then I'll just have to kill your entire clan and make you go to the 18 layers of hell just like the ancient martial Chu family. All the people of your bloodline. The ancient martial arts Chu family? The voices of the crowd trembled. Yi Chen, you don't bully people too much. Yi Chen laughed happily. Deceiving people too much? Did you guys just realize that? Lao, son, just, is, too, deception, people, too much. If you don't kill all of you, do you think that old me is good to be messed with? Just form a random team and come to kill me? Just want to hurt the people I care about? I am going to make you all realize that today, those who wish to kill me, Yi Chen, will exterminate the entire clan. 5 years ago, those who touched my Yi family would have their entire clan exterminated. 5 years ago, those who touched my parents, the entire clan will be exterminated. From now on, anyone who touches a hair on the head of my family or friends will exterminate the entire clan. I'm going to kill until any of your forces that see someone related to me immediately fall to their knees in fear and kowtow. Backing away. Chapter 82, Wrong. All wrong. Yi Chen's voice was like a judgment from the depths of hell. The guests who were present had long since fallen to their knees in fear, unable to stop trembling. Whoosh. Search. Whoosh. Silver needles flew out and did not enter the ancient martial arts Lin family, Qin family, 9,000 years emissary, and the others. What have you done to us? These people were so scared that they screamed madly and tore the clothes from their bodies in one breath. Frantically, he clawed at his chest for fear of some fatal wound. Don't worry, it's just a silver needle. You won't die for a while. You guys go back and inform the people behind you of my Yi Chen's attitude. Scram. A chortle. The ancient martial arts Lin family, the Qin family, and the 9,000 years emissary were scared like dead dogs as they rolled and crawled towards the outside of the Xia family's hall. The others, however, did not dare to move a muscle. Even breathing stopped, afraid that taking in the wrong breath of air would anger this killing god. Xia family master, your Xia family also sent someone to kill me, right? Yi Chen's eyes sank and landed on Xia Baodong. Now, actually forcing my senior sister to marry your trashy son? My Yi Chen scales, you touched them directly twice. Xia Baodong directly knelt on the ground, crawling towards Yi Chen like a dead dog. Lord Yi, please be magnanimous. All of my Xia family is willing to become your slave. And in the future, the ancient martial Xia family will take you as their honor. Bang, bang, bang. This ancient martial family's lord kowtowed frantically. It's not necessary. The almost cold voice made the last trace of fluke in Xia Baodong's heart vanish. He raised his head with a pale face and spoke in a disoriented manner. My lord, I know I'll do as I'm told. Turning back fiercely, he hissed, all of the Xia family, listen to the order. All of the direct lineage executives, men, women, and children, all of them will kill themselves. The others are hereby disbanded, and from now on, there will be no more ancient martial Xia family in the Dragon Kingdom. Family master, I don't want to die. Master, are you crazy? Can't we fight this kid? I don't believe that the entire Xia family combined is no match for this son. Some people roared low with eyes wide open. Xiao Baodong laughed miserably. He was well aware of Elder Wu's strength. Even Elder Wu had been killed by Yi Chen in a single move. Everyone in the Xia family combined could not possibly be Yi Chen's opponent. Since you're not willing to do it, I'll send you on your way. Xiao Baodong's eyes were red. Amidst the horrified gazes of the guests, Xiao Baodong killed the Xia family group, and with his strength at the peak of the 9th level of the 5th Viscera realm, none of the Xia family executives were his opponent. Today was Xia Mo Yang's wedding day, and all the top brass were present. Half an hour later, all of the senior members of the Xia family were killed by Xiao Baodong himself. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Baodong was covered in the blood of his clansmen, like a bloody man, looking at Yi Chen in despair. My lord, is dead, all dead. Your anger, has it subsided? The rest of my Xia family, will they be allowed to live? You're a smart man. Disband the Xia family. This matter, it ends here. Yi Chen picked up Ling Hongyan, turned around, and walked towards the outside of the Xia family hall. Thank you, my lord. Xiao Baodong cowed out a few times, and at the last one, his head hit the ground hard. Bang! The sound of the brain exploded. Up to this point, the pupils of the guests who stayed at the scene dilated, so scared that their hearts almost stopped beating, and they looked at the direction Yi Chen left in horror. Pass the order down. In the future, anyone from the Bailey family who sees Mr. Yi, show me respect, and whoever dares to disobey him will be killed without amnesty. Pass the order down. In the future, when the Jiang family sees Mr. Yi, greet him on your knees. Pass the word down to the Song family. Countless dignified guests, horrified, pulled out their cell phones and gave the family a death order. Listening to the constant sound of voices all around, the Lord of the East Asian Horse Kingdom, the Northwest King, and Prince Luo of the Kingdom of the Philippines, they stood petrified in their places. Dad, Yi Chen, this brat, is crazy. He is utterly crazy. Yi Hongye shivered. Subconsciously, he twitched a cigarette and tried to light it. The lighter burned up to his lips several times before he could light the cigarette. Yi Zhenbei looked at the corpses all over the ground, his old face incomparably grave. Madness indeed. This kind of disregard for the rules, disregard for the law, and disregard for everything to kill indiscriminately will never be allowed. The martial arts world has managed to establish an order with great difficulty, and everyone is abiding by it. It's not Yi Chen alone who has the final say. Not to mention, he killed the Kunlun ruins, eyebrows knit together in death. With a long sigh, Yi Chen, Yi Chen, you're finally on the same desperate path as your father. Yi Zhenbei suddenly felt grateful that this kid had fortunately severed his relationship with the Longdu Yi family. Otherwise, the Yi family would have to follow suit. Meanwhile, deep within the Xia family, an old slave, lost in thought, walked into a secret room. Here, a blood-colored tablet was enshrined, and on top of the tablet, a blood light shrouded it. An old crone in her early 80s, kneeling on the ground, was none other than Xia Cuiju. Miss, you go. Xia family, finished. Xia Cuiju turned back in shock, a pale voice coming out of her throat. What did you say? The Xia family is finished? The old slave let out a bitter smile. A god of killing killed the Xia family, and the family had personally killed a group of the family's top brass in order to preserve the Xia family's bloodline. 20 years ago, miss, you had already separated from the Xia family, so naturally you are not considered a member of the Xia family. You go? The Xia family is disbanding. The Xia family is disbanding? Good. Ha 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 ha. Xia Cuiju laughed crazily. You stupid people, actually using the blood of your closest relatives to offer up an evil devil. It's long overdue for heaven's wrath. The Xia family's destruction is the cycle of heaven. Good. Serves you right. Ha 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 ha. The old slave let out a bitter smile and walked over to the bloody tablet. Taking out a dagger, he cut his own throat and fell straight down. Dragon capital, Fu family. A limousine stopped at the Fu family's gate, and in the next second, a middle-aged man rushed down, screaming in terror. 9,000 years old. Something's wrong. Deep inside the Fu family, inside an office, Fu Guoshang was talking to Elder Tu, in the middle of a conversation. Suddenly, the middle-aged man rushed in woefully, kneeling on the ground and wailing. 9,000 years old. Something big has happened. Gua Hao, how come you're back so soon? Didn't I ask you to go to the Xia family on my behalf, to attend the wedding? Fu Guoshang frowned. The middle-aged man looked like he had lost his mind. His eyes were filled with panic. 9,000 years old. The Xia family is gone. What do you mean? Fu Guoshang frowned. The middle-aged man's voice trembled. Yi Chen, it's that madman Yi Chen. He killed the Xia family. Even Elder Wu who came from the Kunlun ruins was killed by him. The things that happened in the Xia family were told one by one. Having said that, how? Fu Guosheng stood up in shock. Elder 2, who was on the side, was also filled with incredulity. Kunlun Ruins? Elder Wu? Killed by Yi Chen? Kunlun Ruins' martial arts system is directly one level higher than the Dragon Kingdom. This is simply unbelievable. The middle-aged man's face was white. Like seeing a ghost, Yi Chen also said, "Those who wish to kill me, Yi Chen, will exterminate the entire clan. 5 years ago, those who touched my Yi family would have their entire clan exterminated. 5 years ago, those who touched my parents, the entire clan will be exterminated. From now on, anyone who touches a hair on the head of my family or friends will exterminate the entire clan." He concluded by saying, he will kill until any power that sees someone related to him immediately kneels and kowtows and retreats. He also said that he would make you kneel at his feet and kowtow and apologize. He seeks death. Fu Guosheng let out a low growl and clapped his hands. Ah! The middle-aged man suddenly screamed miserably. His body exploded with a bang. And Tu Lao took a step to block in front of Fu Guosheng. A wave of internal force coalescing into a shield of astral energy, blocking the exploding blood. Wait for Fu Guosheng to react. The entire office, long ago, was drenched in blood. The blood was sickening. Fu Guosheng slapped his hand on the desk, gritting his teeth in death. His voice trembling, "Yi Chen, no way. This kid has exceeded our expectations. He actually managed to decapitate even someone from Kunlun Ruins? Wrong. We guessed wrong. Ancient martial arts Chu family may not be the Dragon Lord's people killed. The two guardians, Jiang and Yuan, might have been killed by the sun." Fu Guosheng's face changed, pacing back and forth in the office. Now only by joining hands with the Wan family, maybe we can get this little one killed. Chapter 83 Yilingyun appears. Killing begins. Wan clan. In a secluded and damp dungeon underground, a silhouette came from far away and approached a cell. Looking at the man imprisoned inside, "You and that demoness. What exactly did you leave behind for Yi Chen? An hour ago, this kid actually killed someone from the Kunlun Ruins, and, with his own strength, he made the ancient martial Xia clan disband on the spot." In the corner of the cell, a man sat facing the wall. Hearing Wan Tianming's words, he finally turned back. In his cloudy eyes, a flash of surprise flashed. "Sha Nur." Wan Tianming snorted coldly. "Ever since that demoness abandoned you and fled alone, you've suffered all the torture of my Wan family, and you haven't said a word. I thought you were completely dumb, beggar-like man in a cell." It was Yi Chen's father, Yilingyun. After not speaking for 5 whole years, Yilingyun's voice was hoarse. "Wan Tianming, how is my son?" Wan Tianming sneered. "Your son is living well. Very well, better than anyone else, but he offended a lot of people trying to find you guys. Say, you and that demoness, what exactly did you leave for him? It actually made him grow from a waste to this kind of existence today in just 5 years. Yilingyun froze for a moment. A flash of surprise flashed across his face, and then, he laughed mockingly. "Ha ha 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 ha, Wan Tianming, just guess. You won't be able to guess in your lifetime. Seek death." Wan Tianming raised his hand and reached into the bars of the cell, pinching Yilingyun's neck. 5 fingers contracted. A choking sensation came. Yilingyun, however, was not the least bit afraid. "Ha ha ha, Wan Tianming, you're scared. You are afraid that if my son kills the Wan family, the Wan family will not be able to escape the destiny of destruction. Wan Tianming, you will die a miserable death under my son. You, looking for, die." Wan Tianming's forehead veins rippled, and he really wanted to directly pinch Yilingyun to death. After his face shifted for a while, he didn't do it after all and threw him right out. He smashed into the wall of the cell, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fainted. Wan Tianming turned around and walked out of the cell, keenly sensing that there was someone in the shadows. "What person? Come out. Immediately go on alert. It's me." A faint voice rang in his ears. Wan Tianming's face was delighted. "Teacher, how did you come out from the Kunlun Ruins?" A man stepped out of the shadows with his arms folded, half of his face under the candlelight, bright and uncertain. "How's the situation? Did he say?" Wan Tianming shook his head with a grave expression on his face. "No, this wasted dog would rather die than give in. He endured all of the Wan clan's tortures, and his dantian was wasted. The meridians are also wasted, and he has been poisoned hundreds of times over the past 5 years, and on the verge of death he won't even open his mouth to say a word. If it wasn't for the sake of discovering the secret you want to know, teacher, my disciple would have already chopped up this piece of trash and fed it to the dogs." The old man's face was expressionless. "Continue the torture. That secret is very important to me, and until he speaks, he absolutely cannot be allowed to die." "Yes," Wan Tianming replied with a cry. The words turned. "By the way, teacher, Did you have something to do when you left Kunlun ruins this time? Can the apprentice help? The old man said. Master needs Qilin blood. After Yi Chen left the Xia family home, a helicopter gunship had been waiting for a long time. General Yi. When Tang Fengwolf saw Yi Chen come out, he immediately stepped forward. When he saw Ling Hongyan covered in blood, he was shocked. Ling girl, this is it? Yi Chen's eyes were red. Her spine is broken. Go, return to Dragon Soul as fast as you can. Tang Fengwolf didn't dare to slow down and immediately let the people take off. Along the way, Yi Chen used the Ghost Gate 13 needles to preserve Ling Hongyan's meridians before taking the Black Jade severing pill for her. Upon arriving at the Dragon Soul headquarters, Ling Hongyan had already awakened. Yi Chen let out a sigh of relief. Ninth senior sister. Don't worry, you're already fine. Just a few days of recuperation and you should be able to get out of bed and walk. Tang Fengwolf and a few Dragon Soul team members were a bit confused. A broken spine is no different than an invalid in this life. It's impossible to recover. Could it be that General Yi is comforting Miss Ling? Ling Hongyan pulled Yi Chen's hand. Junior brother, won't the Xia family come after you? She had been in a coma and hadn't realized that the Xia family had been destroyed. Yi Chen said, the Xia family has been disbanded. And all the top brass, all of them were killed by Xia Baodong himself. What? Ling Hongyan froze. Tang Fengwolf, who was on the side, was even more shocked. General Yi. It couldn't be you, could it? Yi Chen nodded. It's me. Hiss. Tang Fengwolf and the other Dragon Soul team members sucked in a breath of cool air. Tudelo oh 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 oh. At this time, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. A call came in from Xiao Charan. Yi Chen, Xueqing woke up. I had the doctor check. She's physically fine. Just a little malnourished from sleeping too long. Okay, got it. Take care of her for me. Yi Chen explained 2 sentences and hung up. Looking towards Ling Hongyan, he revealed a smile. Ninth senior sister. You can recuperate in Dragon Soul first. I still have some things to do. Good. Ling Hongyan nodded her head. Junior brother had returned from hell. And she knew what Yi Chen was going to do. Nothing needed to be said. Yi Chen turned to walk the room. Tang Fengwolf followed. Yi Chen stopped his steps. Ancient martial arts Qing family. Ancient martial arts Lin family. Which one is closer to the Dragon Soul? Tang Fengwolf swallowed a mouthful of saliva. General Yi. What are you doing? Answer me. Yi Chen looked at him. That look, cold and unfeeling. An aura of solemnity and death came upon him. Although it wasn't directed at Tang Fengwolf, it caused him to stifle a cold shiver. The ancient martial arts Lin family, 1900 kilometers away from here. The helicopter gunships will be able to arrive in just over an hour. Ancient martial Qin clan, 500 kilometers from here. 2 hours will get us there. Let's go. Go to the Guwu Lin family first. Yi Chen took large strides and directly boarded the helicopter gunship. Direct orders for people to take off. In the Lin family, a few middle-aged men who had just returned from the Xia family were kneeling on the ground. All of the Lin family's top brass. All of them opened their mouths in shock. The ancient martial arts Xia family, actually destroyed just like that? Lin Yuan, are you telling the truth? An old man leaned on his crutches, his voice hoarse and low. Lin Yuan's face was filled with bitter smiles. Grandfather 7. It's true. Everything was seen by Yi Chen with his own eyes. He made the head of our ancient martial family kneel at his feet and kowtow to his mistakes. Then, disband the ancient martial family, or else exterminate our entire clan. The words were like igniting dynamite. Seek death. This little really doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Thinking of destroying our Lin family, and make our family head kneel? He deserves it. Countless Lin family executives were furious with righteous indignation. Next, clang. A loud bang. A few of the Lin family's beaters crashed through the door of the Lin family's council hall and slammed hard into the ground, dying violently on the spot. Listening to you guys, it seems like you're not ready to disband the Lin family? The Lin family turned back. Only a young man stood with his hands on his head and slowly walked into the Lin family hall. Yi Chen. He's Yi Chen. Lin Yuan exclaimed in horror. Chapter 84, Go to the Dragon Capital and kill the 9,000 years. Yi Chen? You're Yi Chen? So young. Looks like he's in his early 20s. Did he really exterminate the Chu and Xia families? Why am I so unbelieving? Lin Yuan. Are you kidding? Other than Lin Yuan, the others had not seen Yi Chen's methods in the Xia clan. Even when the news came back, it still wasn't very believable. When he saw Yi Chen appear, topping a face in his early 20s and boyish, his heart was even more disdainful. Seventh Uncle Gong stepped forward with his cane in his hand. Silence. The crowd quieted down. The seventh uncle was satisfied with the crowd's reaction before his gaze fell on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you came to the Lin family. Yi Chen directly interrupted. In a word, is the Lin family disbanded? You really want us to disband the Lin family? The Lin family was dumbfounded. Crazy. Absolutely nuts. The seventh uncle smiled. Yi Chen, let's sit down and take our time. Noisy. Yi Chen threw a punch and blood burst out. The seventh uncle's head exploded on the spot. The body fell straight down. Ah, killed someone. A group of women in the hall of the Lin family let out terrified screams. Uncle 7. A few middle-aged men stared with wide eyes, their faces filled with rage as they roared low. Yi Chen, you dare to kill our seventh uncle? You're crazy. Yi Chen laughed. I've given you guys a chance. Do you really think I'm joking? Disband or perish. Raising his hand in the air, the blood dragon sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. Ah, don't, Dad, Grandpa, honey, I don't want to die. Within the halls of the Lin family, there were screams coming from one after another. Half an hour later, Yi Chen lit a cigarette and walked out of the Lin family. General Yi, Tang Fengwolf and the others were stunned. At this moment, Yi Chen's body was covered in blood, and even a battle-hardened dragon soul warrior had a feeling of nausea. It's too bloody. Yi Chen didn't talk nonsense. Go to the ancient martial Qin family. Northwest, Qin family, ancient mansion gates, towering over the Lus Plateau. On the outside, nothing looks different, but there is something inside. In this yellow land, the Qin family is no different from the Earth Emperor, even if someone at the level of governor takes office. In the first place, they also come to the Qin family to kneel. The moment. Inside the Qin family ancestral hall, the senior management gathered, and the eyes of all of them were serious and incomparable. It's only because half an hour ago, news came back from the Guwu Xia family. Yi Chen really killed an ancient martial artist from Kunlun ruins? Xia Baodong was pressurized to kill all the senior members of the Xia family? At the same time, disbanding the Xia family? How is this possible? You're joking. According to you, isn't this Yi Chen invincible? The Qin family members in the ancestral hall all laughed again after a flash of shock flashed across their faces. There was only one old man with his eyebrows knitted together in death. The old man of the Qin family, Qin Xiaotian. 50 years ago, Qin Xiaotian was already in the 5 Viscera realm, 9th level. Unfortunately, half a century has passed and there is still no breakthrough. Qin Xiaotian said in a deep voice. Qin Hu, is everything you said true? He is nearly 200 years old and still hale and hearty. Tigers and dragons roar between openings. Qin Hu knelt on the ground, his face pale. Master, how dare I joke? That Yi Chen really is like the god of death, killing without blinking an eye. That elder Wu from the Kunlun ruins, who was at least at the royal divine realm, was all powerfully killed by Yi Chen. If the Qin family is not disbanded, it will definitely not end well. Bang! 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 Qin Hu cowed out frantically. Seeing him scared like this, the Qin family members all laughed. Ha 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 ha. Qin Hu, you're too timid. Do you know what the concept of the royal god realm is? The old man has been stuck at the 9th level of the 5 Viscera realm for decades. If the old master can enter the royal god realm, my Qin family will be able to compete with the Wan family. Yi Chen killed the royal god realm with one punch? You really dare to say that? Doesn't this mean that Yi Chen is even more terrifying than that one Tianming? You think he's the Grim Reaper who crawled out of hell? Ha 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 ha. Another round of laughter. Listening to the jeers of the crowd, Qin Hu's eyes turned red as he hissed helplessly. Stop laughing. All of you. If you keep laughing, you won't even know how you'll die. Yi Chen, he really is a madman. He wasn't kidding when he said that he would exterminate the entire clan. Master, please, dissolve the Qin family. Bang! 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 Keep kowtowing like crazy. Qin Xiaotian's old face fluctuated. He knew Qin Hu, not the kind of person who was greedy and afraid of death. He must have seen Yi Chen's terrifying methods to be scared like this. But, ask him to disband a 300-year-old ancient martial arts family? Never. Qin Hu, get up. Even if this Yi Chen has 3 heads and 6 arms, the words of disbanding the Qin family should be stopped. Qin Xiaotian's words had just landed. From the roof of the shrine, an icy voice came, waiting for you guys to discuss for so long for nothing. It seems that you guys won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. What man? The crowd was startled and looked up towards the roof of the shrine. A figure stepped through the roof of the shrine. A foot, stepping on top of Qin Xiaotian's head. Qin Xiaotian's head exploded. His knees bent, and with a thud, his body knelt on the ground, dead as dead can be. Gramps, the eyes of a group of Qin family executives nearly burst in fear. Qin Hu's pupils contracted sharply and laughed like a madman. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, he is Yi Chen, that crazy killing god. In Qin Hu's horrified gaze, the entire shrine instantly transformed into a Shura hell. By the time the last one was blown up by Yi Chen's punch, taking a step to Qin Hu's front, he raised his hand and grabbed, crushing Qin Hu's neck. Turning around, he walked out of the Qin family. Dry. Seeing Yi Chen walk out, General Yi, Qin family, shouldn't have been overthrown as well, right? Tang Feng Wolf's legs went soft. The screams inside were heard clearly by several people. Yi Chen didn't answer, but took off his blood-stained top. One step into the helicopter. Let's go. To Dragon Capital. What do you want? Tang Feng Wolf swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Yi Chen's voice was icy cold. Killed in 9,000 years. He was never the type of character who waited for his enemies to come to him. Now that we know who the enemy is, what are you waiting for? Straight to the door. Strangled in the cradle. Dragon Capital. Fu family. Bang! The Celadon porcelain teacup in Fu Guoxing's hand fell to the ground. What did you say? The ancient martial arts Lin family is gone? An old man was sweating profusely as he knelt on the ground. Yes, 9,000 years. I'll follow your request and go contact the Lin family to discuss a way to deal with Yi Chen together. Who knows? Just when I arrived at the Lin family, I saw corpses all over the floor. All the Lin family executives, more than 300 of them, all died horribly. The old man's eyes were horrified, gulping down a mouthful of saliva. I asked the eyes left behind, and the Dragon Soul's combat planes have stopped near the Lin family. Before I came back, it had already gone in the direction of the Qin family. I've already sent people to the Qin family to investigate. Next, a man in a suit rushed in and knelt on one knee. 9,000 years old. All the top brass of the Northwest Qin family. Half an hour ago, Yi Chen decapitated all of them at the Qin family ancestral hall. Yi Chen is traveling in the Dragon Soul's combat plane, coming towards Dragon Capital. Londo? What is he doing in Longdu? Fu Guoxiang stood up in shock. Couldn't sit still any longer, pacing back and forth in the room. Eventually, his eyes sank and landed on Elder 2 next to him. Elder 2, if Yi Chen comes to Dragon Capital, will you be able to stop him? Elder 2's face was grave as he shook his head. I know Elder Wu. My strength, it's only slightly stronger than his by a small realm. If Yi Chen really kills Elder Wu in seconds, then I'm no match for him. The world was quiet for a moment. Fu Guoxiang stood still, his mouth slightly open. I don't know how long it's been. Fu Guoxiang looked like a deflated leather ball, sitting back in his chair. Go. Leave the Dragon Kingdom and go to the Golden Triangle. Chapter 85 Golden Triangle. Eight-Faced Buddha. En route to the Dragon Capital. A phone call came in, and Tang Fenwolf immediately answered it. Hey, what's up? The satellite phone connects to the Dragon Soul headquarters, and any military information is delivered at the first opportunity. General Tang, an airplane just took off from Longdu, ignoring our radar warnings and heading all the way towards the south. The person on the other end of the phone reported. Tang Fenwolf said in a cold voice, this kind of small matter, and you come to report it? As a rule, send fighters to intercept this plane and land it at the nearest airport. Whoever it is, bring them back to Dragon Soul first for investigation. Just about to hang up. But, Tang Fenwolf felt out of place. But what? But it's a 9,000-year-old airplane. The words fell. The entire cabin was dead silent. At the corner of Yi Chen's mouth, a touch of playfulness surfaced. It seems that this 9,000 years old has already gotten the news and is ready to run for his life. Pass on my order to follow him and come back anytime with a report of whereabouts. The correspondent froze. General Tang. Who is this? This is the Dragon Marshal. Don't follow orders. Tang Fenwolf gave a low shout. The correspondent was trembling with excitement. It was actually ordered by the Dragon Marshal himself. Yes. The phone hung up. 9,000 years old on an airplane. 9,000 years old. Has left the Dragon Kingdom airspace. A henchman came forward to report. Fu Guoxing's hanging heart finally landed. Opening a glass of champagne, he took a light sip. Yi Chen, this lunatic. It's fortunate that old me went one step ahead. Otherwise, if we really let him kill over, old me would really be too passive. This little dragon country has been many years since a person who ignores everything like this has appeared. Elder 2 sat on the side and asked, 9,000 years, where are we going now? Go to the Golden Triangle. I have a friend there. Fu Guoxiang put down his wine glass. I'll put pressure on the country first, and when I get this kid killed, I'll go back. An hour later, the Golden Triangle, here it is. The plane landed on a makeshift airfield, surrounded by men dressed as mercenaries. A cursory scan showed that there were at least tens of thousands of people, anti-aircraft guns, armored vehicles, mortars, a full-armed brigade. Ha ha ha, my good friend, welcome to the Golden Triangle. What wind blew you? A big shot. Over here? A Chinese middle-aged man appeared. A faux official American uniform with 5 general stars on the shoulders and gold Chelsea on the feet. Beside him, followed by a dozen or so martial artists with unfathomable auras. Elder 2's eyes were heavy, and the strength of a few of them was actually not below him. Who the hell is this guy? Fu Guoxiang smiled faintly. Old friend, long time no see. I recently ran into a bit of trouble and came over to hide for a while. This is Elder 2. A friend of mine for many years. Elder 2. This is Master Buddha, known as Eight-Faced Buddha. Elder 2 was shocked. The biggest lord of the Golden Triangle. Eight-Faced Buddha? Eight-Faced Buddha lit a cigar. I'm no lord. Just more men, more money, and more fierce weapons. Actually, I'm a businessman. Come on, follow me back to the camp. It's still dozens of kilometers from the camp, and all the planes can't get into it. Otherwise, it will all be shot down by my anti-aircraft guns. He looked deeply at Elder 2. Last month, there was some kind of Imperial God Realm ancient martial artist who tried to assassinate me, but it turned out that he hadn't even penetrated 10 kilometers into my territory. Just got locked on by a dozen rounds of flak and blasted right into the ground. Royal God Realm. Elder 2 sucked in a breath of cool air, his back dripping with cold sweat. Eight-Faced Buddha went forward, held Fu Guoxing's hand and patted his shoulder. The road is a bit difficult to walk, but don't worry, you came here to receive the highest treatment. You're here on vacation like you're home. Several people got into the car and headed deeper into the Golden Triangle. The Golden Triangle? Yi Chen was thoughtful. Tang Fenwolf's face was ugly, and he couldn't help but say angrily, Fu Guoxing actually went to the Golden Triangle. As a high-ranking member of the Dragon Kingdom, he actually did such a thing. If this matter gets out, it will tarnish Dragon Country's image in the international arena. That place, it's full of mercenaries, specialized criminals who break the law, especially that eight-faced Buddha, embracing the army, and once sent 3,000 Marines, to not chew him down. Since then, no one dares to go to the Golden Triangle. After all was said and done, Tang Fenwolf looked at Yi Chen. Marshal Long, if Fu Guoxing has gone to the Golden Triangle, we'd better go back. Yi Chen shook his head. No, we're going to the Golden Triangle too. What? Tang Fenwolf changed color. An hour later, Dragon Soul's plane landed a kilometer away from the edge of the Golden Triangle. Tang Fenwolf solemnly reminded, Yi Chen, I'm not talking to you as a Dragon Soul general right now. I am now speaking to you as Yi Lingyun, your father's friend. The Golden Triangle is definitely a dragon's den. I hope you don't get carried away. Yi Chen stepped off the airplane. Uncle Don, thanks for the heads up, but as terrifying as the Golden Triangle is it as terrifying as the 18 layers of hell? What? Tang Fenwolf froze in place and opened his mouth. By the time he reacted, Yi Chen had already disappeared into the rainforest. Crap! Tang Fenwolf was so scared that his face turned white, and made a call back. Miss Ling, Yi Chen has stormed into the Golden Triangle all by himself. Ling Hongyan, who was far away from the Dragon Soul recuperating from her injuries, heard the news and similarly lost her color. Hurriedly hang up the phone. A phone call dialed out. 8th senior sister, junior brother has entered the Golden Triangle, the northern border of the Dragon Kingdom. The Wolf Kingdom Empress' majestic face changed drastically. The Golden Triangle? That's the territory of the eight-faced Buddha. Last month, the M country sent an Imperial God Realm to assassinate him, and they all died under the cannonballs. Not good. Junior brother is in danger. Gather the Black Bear Corps for me and rush to the Golden Triangle as fast as possible. A kilometer of safe zone that Yi Chen flew through. A group of mercenaries, up ahead, were smoking cigarettes and talking with smiles. That Dragon Country college girl that I tricked last time is really nice and moist. You'll try it tonight? Ha ha ha. These stupid women, delusional enough to go abroad and make a lot of money, come over only to help us scam during the day and serve us at night. At this point, a silhouette sped up. What man? Stop. I'll shoot. Da-da-da-da. The bullets poured in, and when they landed on this person, they actually bounced off as if they were hitting steel. You are. Ka Chow. Yi Chen slammed his fist, and the head of the man who had fired the gun exploded, splattering blood. Seeing this scene, the other mercenaries were stunned as Yi Chen swept straight across and killed the crowd. Thousands of mercenaries died violently on the spot. The deepest part of the Golden Triangle, outside a luxurious manor house. Fu Guoxing's ass just got hot. A white man, with a stony face, rushed in, wanting to speak. Eight-faced Buddha said lightly in English, "It's okay, we're all friends, go ahead. What's up?" Only then did the white man speak in English. A young man from the Dragon Kingdom broke through our first line of defense, and all 397 people on the line were killed by him. 9,000 years old. What is this foreign devil saying? Elder 2 inquired in a low voice. Fu Guoxing's face was grave. Yi Chen is here. Chapter 86, Yi Chen, dead. What? Elder 2 couldn't believe it. Is this kid crazy? Daring to break into the Golden Triangle? This is a place that is taboo even for martial artists. As powerful as ancient martial arts were, they were no match for modern hot weapons. Ancient martial arts families were extremely high in the Cold War era. Even emperors give them 3 thin slices of face. Since the Industrial Revolution and the arrival of hot weapons on the stage of history, ancient martial arts have been greatly inferior. A martial arts master is no longer powerful enough to stop a bullet from a pistol. Where's the sniper rifle? Where are the grenades? What about mortars? What about howitzers? What about nukes? This was why, while the ancient martial artists of the Kunlun ruins were incredibly powerful, they didn't dare to go too far against the superpowers out there. Really pissed off. A nuke goes over. Screw the Kunlun ruins. All beings are equal. Eight-faced Buddha sneered. Oh, those mercenaries. They were given to him to kill. As long as he dares to go deeper, I guarantee that the second line of defense will absolutely tear him apart. Turn on the battlefield monitor and project it to the big screen in my villa. Yes, a beautiful secretary answered with a cry. Press a button. The floor in the hall cracked open and a large 3-star electronic screen slowly rose. On weekdays, whenever there was a battle in the Golden Triangle, the eight-faced Buddha could control the battle from dozens of miles away. The scene shifts. Surveillance probes saw from afar that Ye Chen was moving fast in the rainforest. The corner of the eight-faced Buddha's mouth hooked up a cold smile. This is a minefield. In 30 seconds tops, this kid will blow up into a piece of. Bang! There was a loud bang. The location where Ye Chen had just walked through rolled up into a sky of smoke. What did I just say about coming? Eight-faced Buddha laughed. Ha ha ha, stupid. Back in the day, 3,000 Marines from M died here. More than 2,000 of them. This, Fu Guosheng was a bit dazed, staring dead at the screen. Did Ye Chen just die? Elder Tu also frowned. A terrifying existence that could overthrow the Chu family, Xia family, and Qin family died so easily in the Golden Triangle? It can't be. When the smoke cleared, Ye Chen walked out intact. Only the clothes are tattered. It didn't blow up? Eight-faced Buddha frowned. It doesn't matter. There are tens of thousands of armor-piercing mines here. Armored cars can blow up. The words just fell. Bang! There was another loud bang. The corner of the eight-faced Buddha's mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. This time, you're not going to die? A full dozen seconds passed before the smoke cleared and a youth stepped out from it. This, eight-faced Buddha, Fu Guosheng, and old man Tu froze. Next, bang, 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 bang. A dozen or so armor-piercing mines exploded in one breath, and Ye Chen all looked like he was fine, directly crossing the minefield. How can that be? Completely stunned, the eight-faced Buddha bellowed. Get me on the armored car. Rumble. Deep in the pristine jungle, 6 armored vehicles rolled by. Target sighted. Fire. Bang. 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 6 armored bullets, fired at the same time. It exploded underneath Ye Chen's feet, and all the trees around him all burned up, turning into a scorched earth. Guys, wrap it up. A white pilot chewed gum and laughed playfully over the radio. Even if Caesar the devil came, I'd beat him into ketchup. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, a panicked voice came from a nearby teammate. John, watch out. He's on top of you. Bang. There was a loud bang from overhead. What? John looked up in shock. Next, clang. A loud bang. The steel plate on the head of the armored car exploded, revealing an extremely cold face. A foot fell and John's head exploded on the spot. After resolving one armored car, Ye Chen took a step and landed on top of another armored car. And with a clang, the roof exploded. 2 short minutes. All 6 armored vehicles were violently pierced by Ye Chen, who stomped on the driver's head. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The eight-faced Buddha's eyes were red and he couldn't sit still for some time. A month ago, that martial artist of the royal god realm, who destroyed 4 armored vehicles while severely injured, turned to run for his life and was smashed alive when he fell into a minefield on his way to escape. Ye Chen traveled straight through the minefield. He actually scrapped 6 of his armored cars in one breath. Is this still human? Fu Guosheng. What the is going on here? Eight-faced Buddha shouted angrily. Fu Guosheng shook his head gruffly. This is the reason why I left the Dragon Kingdom. Within a few days, this kid destroyed the ancient martial Chu family, ancient martial Xia family, ancient martial Lin family, and ancient martial Qin family. What? The eight-faced Buddha was stunned. He naturally knew what it meant to be an ancient martial arts family in the Dragon Kingdom. Why didn't you say so? The eight-faced Buddha was a little two-seated. Fu Guosheng shook his head with a bitter smile. Master Buddha, I'd like to talk about it, but you've been bragging about your army, so how would I have time to talk about it? You. Eight-faced Buddha's face was gloomy. His pupils fluctuated fiercely, and then, he laughed. Ha 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 ha. Elder brother Fu, I'll kill this brat for you, and you'll give me $50 billion after it's done. Deal. Fu Guosheng smiled. I knew you had a solution. Ha ha ha. You saw through me. The eight-faced Buddha slowly sat back on the couch, Taking out his walkie-talkie, he pressed a button. Let the Falcon helicopter take the initiative, and use the latest armor-piercing bullets researched by the labs of the M country, which are specially designed to deal with ancient martial artists. 1 million bullets, all of them in 10 minutes. I just don't believe it. This kid is really made of iron. 3 minutes later, 30 Falcon helicopters took off from the airport. It came to the sky above the jungle where Ye Chen was. Look up. Da-day-day-day-day. Countless silver-colored warheads, falling madly. Seek death. Ye Chen stomped his feet and actually leaped 100 meters high, directly jumping onto a Falcon helicopter. The blood dragon sword appeared in his hand and slashed out. Clang! With a loud bang, the Falcon helicopter was actually broken in two by his sword and fell from high altitude. Ye Chen used his strength to stomp and landed on the second Falcon helicopter. The same old trick. 2 short minutes. 30 Falcon helicopters, all down. That's okay? Elder Tu's jaw dropped. Fu Guosheng stared blankly at this, his mind going blank. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? The 8-faced Buddha was completely dumbfounded, leaping 100 meters into the air and using every helicopter as a springboard. Is this guy still human? In a dead silence, the beautiful secretary's voice trembled as she reminded, Master Buddha, that guy is less than 20 kilometers away from your place. 8-faced Buddha's eyes filled with blood as he glanced back at the dozen or so ancient martial artists behind him. Kill him and I'll give each of you $1 billion. The dozen people looked at each other and nodded silently, watching several people leave. Fu Guosheng reminded, Master Buddha, judging from this madman's current behavior, these dozen people may not be his match. We need to plan ahead, and if that's not possible, let's pull out. 8-faced Buddha's eyes were red, and he glared viciously at Fu Guosheng. Fu Guosheng, I've been operating in the Golden Triangle for over 10 years. It's impossible for me to just walk away. Walk over to the console. Press a switch. A black box, slowly rising, revealing a remote control inside. Meanwhile, outside the villa, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, a launch pad slowly rose. A black torpedo-like shell slowly rose. The moment he saw this object, Fu Guosheng's pupils contracted crazily. He couldn't sit still any longer and almost jumped up shouting, a nuclear bomb. 8-faced Buddha, you actually have a nuclear bomb. The nuke was small, the size of a thermos bucket, but it's a ING nuclear bomb, equalizer for all beings. No matter what ancient martial artist you are, the head of a country, even if it's a god, all of them will turn into flying dust under a nuclear bomb. I paid $10 billion to buy it from an arms dealer in M. Once it detonates, bang, everything within a 5-kilometer radius is reduced to rubble. 8-faced Buddha grinned. I only need those 13 people to stop Ye Chen for 10 minutes. Nuke it, and it'll blow up. Turn back. Eyes bloodshot. He stared at Fu Guosheng. All this spending, it's on your head. Gotta add money. Fu Guosheng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. 8-faced Buddha, you're the one who's crazy. At the same time, a heart that was hanging in the air finally fell to the ground. Ye Chen, dead. Chapter 87, Detonating the Nuclear Bomb. Wolf Kingdom Empress arrives. After blowing up 30 Falcon helicopters, Ye Chen had just walked out a few kilometers. With a slight twitch of his ears, the Chaos Tripod transmitted, Master, someone is coming. There are 13 of them, and they've entered the range of 100 meters. Ye Chen was slightly surprised. He did not feel that there was anyone nearby. But, however, there was a killing intent, if any, that enveloped the entire jungle. Next, Ye Chen's eyes lit up, and everything within a 100-meter radius actually appeared in his mind in an extremely crude manner. Even if Ye Chen closed his eyes, a blade of grass nearby. The wind blew. Take it all in. What's going on? It's like I have radar in front of my eyes. Ye Chen was startled. The chaotic tripod's tone was without fluctuation. Master, your god refining technique, it has reached the first layer. So, as long as it's within the coverage of my divine soul, everything will appear in your eyes. Ye Chen staggered. So strong? Isn't it just like radar? You could say that, Chaos Tripod said. At the same time, there were already 5 figures that sneaked into the range within 100 meters of him. A white man, creeping forward on the ground, like a viper, his body rubbed against the ground, making a rustling sound. There was also a black man with his back against a large tree, almost blending in with it. A woman, extremely sensitive, ghostly jumping between the trees. An old Hmong man. 13? 8 people at the 9th level of the 5 Viscera realm, 2 people at the 1st level of the Imperial God realm, 2 people at the 2nd level, and 1 person at the 3rd level. The corner of Ye Chen's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. This Golden Triangle's ancient martial power is actually stronger than the Dragon Kingdom's ancient martial families. Even more so, viper-like men, quickly approaching, about 10 meters away from Ye Chen. He actually didn't move at all, quietly lying on the ground. He ambushed Yi Chen on the path he must take. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. Just as Yi Chen was about to take his final step, the viper-like man suddenly struck out, a poison-hardened scimitar in his hand chopping at Yi Chen's legs. Unexpectedly, the foot that Yi Chen stepped out with actually kicked out viciously. A muffled sound. The viper-like man screamed miserably and his head exploded on the spot. Rattlesnake. The hearts of the other ambushed martial artists shuddered fiercely. How did this kid discover Rattlesnake? Rattlesnake is ranked 199th in the world's dark list. The king of assassins. His sneaking technique is inferior to even the ninjas of the East. Is it all just a coincidence? The crowd held its breath, waiting quietly. Passing an oak tree, Yi Chen suddenly threw a punch. An oak tree in front of him exploded. The black man hidden under the tree screamed and exploded into a mist of blood. Next, he kicked a rock off the ground and flew like a bullet to the top of the tree. Bang! The crunching sound of a white woman's body falling, her brain exploding in death. Fark! He spotted us a long time ago. The old Miaojiang man roared. Strike together, kill. The remaining 10 figures rushed out, killing Yi Chen from all directions. The old man from Miaojiang was the fastest. Landing in front of Yi Chen, he slammed his fist into Yi Chen's head. Boy, go to hell. A grimace. With his strength at the 3rd level of the Royal Divine Realm and his horizontal training, he was not afraid of anyone in close combat. A 5-centimeter steel plate can be punched through by him, not to mention Yi Chen's head. This kid's head. It can't be harder than a steel plate. I wonder when this kid's head explodes, the old man of Miaojiang thought, when suddenly a sharp pain shot through his arm. Ah! See only. Yi Chen had gripped his arm, and an unstoppable force exploded. The Miaojiang elder's wrist, directly twisted into a twist, was directly wasted. What the hell are you? The word monster hadn't even been uttered. Yi Chen flung it violently. The old man from Miaojiang flew out and slammed into a charging white man, and the two instantly exploded like watermelons. Hiss! The remaining few ancient martial artists stared at Yi Chen in death. The eyes were full of horror. Is this ING human? The old man from Miaojiang was ranked 153rd in the world's dark list. He was actually exploded alive by Yi Chen as a sandbag. A thick wave of panic spread through the hearts of the others. Run! A mere $1 billion. What the are you playing at? Whoosh! 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 Mobilizing his entire body, he fled in all directions. Yi Chen was about to chase after him. Woo-hoo-hoo dash! There was an air raid siren overhead. Everyone subconsciously looked up. A black torpedo-like shell fell from the sky. Everyone's pupils contracted hard for a moment to see the biochemical markings on top of the bomb. It's over. No need to run. In the meantime, on the outskirts of the Golden Triangle, dozens of wolf states descended from the sky and landed directly within the pristine jungle. One with long burgundy hair and fair, delicate skin. The woman from the wolf country with the crown on her head jumped out of the plane. Ekaterina III, Empress of the Wolf Kingdom. Tang Fenwolf's pupils contracted for a moment. At the same time, horrified, he watched the regiment of more than 3,000 men pressing in behind Ekaterina III. Nearly 2 meters tall, an aura of solemnity hit his face. Black Bear Corps. The warriors of the Dragon Soul changed color and all gathered together. Tang Fenwolf stepped forward against the pressure. Wolf Kingdom Empress. We are the Dragon Soul Special Forces of the Dragon Kingdom. What are you doing? Ekaterina III walked in. A pressure of an Empress, causing Tang Fenwolf to be extremely pressurized. Where is my little brother? Junior? It's Yi Chen. Ekaterina drank. Yi Chen. He is your junior brother? Everyone in Dragon Soul was confused. At this point, rumble dash. An extremely terrifying heat wave swept over like a tsunami. The entire tropical rainforest, instantly flying sand, like a tornado crossing. Protect the Empress. 3,000 Black Bear Corps rushed forward and formed a wall of people. Everyone looked up and their pupils contracted hard. My God! A mushroom cloud rose high above the end of the horizon. The heat wave swept in like a tsunami. And even though it was dozens of kilometers away, the terrifying temperature could still be felt. Nukes! Tang Fenwolf stiffened. The other members of the Dragon Soul, even more so, were all jaw-dropped and petrified in place. Junior! Ekaterina III's voice was distorted, trembling and lowly roaring. Quickly! Go and take a look. If my little master dies, I want the entire Golden Triangle turned into hell on earth. 3,000 men of the Black Bear Corps rushed out like beasts. Chapter 88, Out of Hell. Meanwhile, the deepest part of the Golden Triangle, Fu Guosheng, 8-faced Buddha, and Tu Lao stood in the villa, and the bulletproof glass floor-to-ceiling windows rumbled and trembled more than once. The three men's pupils reflected the mushroom cloud a dozen kilometers away. This is the most beautiful piece of art in the world. The 8-faced Buddha's old face flushed and looked at Fu Guosheng with a smile on his face. 9,000 years old. Now you know what the golden triangle is? Even if God comes, I'll kill you. Elder 2 blushed and breathed heavily. Modern weaponry. It's really scary. Let alone a Yi Chen. Even if it was 100, 1,000, 10,000 Yi Chen. Under a nuclear bomb, it would only turn into flying ash. Fu Guoxiang was dumbfounded. Ha 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 ha. Master Buddha, you're truly a godly man. After I return to Dragon Kingdom, I'll transfer $100 billion from the Swiss bank to you. Suddenly, a low, beastly roar came from the beast. What is it? All three turned back at the same time. More than 3,000 figures, darting over, surrounded the entire manor. The Black Bear Regiment of the Wolf Kingdom. The eight-faced Buddha changed color. Fu Guoxiang was startled. Black Bear Corps? Isn't this the Wolf Kingdom Empress's own soldiers? Why are they here? That Wolf Empress she. The words landed. More than 3,000 Black Bear Corps made a path. And a woman with long burgundy hair and wearing the Wolf Kingdom Empress crown on her head walked in. Surrounded by the Black Bear Corps. Empress of the Wolf Kingdom. Ekaterina III. The eight-faced Buddha's jaw dropped. He was called the King of the Golden Triangle and was like an emperor here. But it was impossible for him to be an enemy of the Wolf Kingdom, the great power of the world. And he didn't dare to offend the Wolf Kingdom's Empress. Eight-faced Buddha's eyelids jumped, and he hurriedly squeezed out a smile. Your Majesty the Empress, what brings you here? Just now I had a little incident here, but it was definitely not directed at you. Fu Guoxiang followed and spoke. Your Majesty the Empress, I am Fu Guoxiang, the 9,000 years of the Dragon Kingdom. Have you forgotten? Last March, I once visited you in the Wolf Kingdom. The moment they met Ekaterina III, the duo humbled themselves to the bone. The Wolf Kingdom Empress' face was gloomy, and her beautiful eyes were bloodshot. Where is my little master brother? Junior? Eight-faced Buddha and Fu Guoxiang looked at each other and couldn't help but ask. Your youngest brother is? The Wolf Kingdom Empress spat out a name, Yi Chen. What? Yi Chen is your junior brother. The eight-faced Buddha was scared to death. Fu Guoxiang opened his mouth, unable to utter a single word. His heart had long been flooded with shocking waves. The Wolf Kingdom Empress is Yi Chen's senior sister? How is this possible? What virtue and ability does that brat have? How could he be related to the Wolf Kingdom Empress? Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? Fu Guoxiang's insides hissed. The Wolf Kingdom Empress ordered. Lone Wolf, go and make him talk until he does. Yes, sir. A man from the Wolf Kingdom walked towards the eight-faced Buddha with a bloodthirsty aura. Stretching out his bushel-like palm, he landed on the eight-faced Buddha's shoulder and pinched it hard. Eight-faced Buddha's shoulder clicked and directly exploded, dripping with blood. I said, Yi Chen is dead. That nuclear bomb just now, it was thrown to him. The eight-faced Buddha directly invoked the, what did you say? My youngest brother is dead? The Wolf Kingdom Empress was trembling. A monstrous coldness erupted from his body, and his eyes were filled with blood. You actually dared to use a nuclear bomb on my junior brother? Someone come, kill everyone here for me. Human animals, not one of them will be left behind. Kill, Tang Foam Wolf and the others, who had just appeared, similarly heard the news of Yi Chen's death. All stay put, the mind can't take it. 3,000 Black Bear regiments rushed out, and the mercenaries of the eight-faced Buddha were no match at all. Almost all of them fell. There were also dozens of people from the Black Bear Corps, coming towards Fu Guoxiang. Fu Guoxiang was in a cold sweat. Elder 2, save me. Tu Lao clenched his teeth and blocked in front of Fu Guoxiang. Dozens of Black Bear Corps had a cold light in their eyes and surrounded up towards Tu Lao, and only after a few rounds, Tu Lao was beaten and spat out blood. Backing up sharply, he clasped Fu Guoxiang's shoulder. Go! The figure jumped and headed towards the distance. The rest of the Black Bear Corps had no intention of pursuing them at all. Instead, he stared icily at the Elder 2 duo. Elder 2 wondered in his heart, what's going on? Why aren't these people chasing after them? Next, he'll know what's going on. A bloodthirsty voice came from the jungle ahead. No one who the Empress wants to leave behind can leave. Ow ho! A beastly hiss. In the darkness, a pair of bloodthirsty eyes were revealed. Fishy red, sprinting like a truck. All the trees exploded wherever they passed. The moment he saw this object, Elder 2 froze in shock. Mutant werewolf. This thing actually does exist. The mutant werewolf was 3 meters tall and looked like a wolverine as it rushed in front of Tu Lao and raised its hand towards his neck. Get out! Elder 2 let out a low roar as a dry palm slapped out. It landed on the mutant Ronin's stomach. Bang! A muffled, unmoved sound. How? Tu Lao sweating like a pig. This strike even granite will explode and fall on the body of flesh and blood. This guy is actually fine? This guy's body, is it made of iron? The moment the thought flashed through his mind, the mutant Ronin's wolf claws lunged and landed on Tu Lao's arm. Zira! Elder 2's arm was instantly drenched in blood, the muscles and blood vessels flipping open to reveal the white bones inside. At the same time, a fist blasted out, ruthlessly smashing into Tu Lao's chest, and with a click, his ribs broke. It flew out like a dead dog, dragging a line of blood over 10 meters on the ground. Don't kill me. Fu Guosheng was scared like a quail. Where was the appearance of the 9,000 years old? The mutant werewolf stepped forward. The smell of blood on his body almost smoked Fu Guosheng to the point of fainting, and the wolf's claws clasped Fu Guosheng's shoulders, penetrating straight through. Ah! Fu Guosheng screamed miserably, feet off the ground. The mutant werewolf walked up to the dying elder too, grabbed one of his legs, and dragged his blood-soaked body towards the Wolf Kingdom Empress. Take it away in blood sacrifice to my little master's spirit in heaven. The Wolf Kingdom Empress eyes glowed red. Turn around and come to the place where the nuclear bomb exploded. Ahead. The flames are still burning. Eight-faced Buddha, Fu Guosheng, and Tu Lao were crushed to their knees. The Wolf Kingdom Empress closed her eyes. Chop! 3 men from the Black Bear Corps came with butcher knives in their hands. Fu Guosheng barked like a mad dog and struggled desperately. Ekaterina III, you can't kill me. I am the 9,000 years old of the Dragon Kingdom. I hold great power in my hands. If you kill me, the Dragon Kingdom won't let you go. The Wolf Kingdom and the Dragon Kingdom are allies. You can't kill me. You wouldn't dare to kill me either. If the Dragon Kingdom knows that I died here, it will definitely not spare your Wolf Kingdom. Fu Guosheng hissed like a mad dog. He also looked at Tang Fengwolf and the others. Tang Fengwolf, you're from Dragon Soul. Are you watching me get killed by the Wolf Kingdom? Tang Fengwolf, you bastard. Quickly save me, ah. Grass. You quickly save me, ah. Tang Fengwolf's face was icy cold. The rest of the Dragon Soul, likewise, was indifferent. Just as the 3 were about to be beheaded. Stay under the knife. A death-like voice that sounded like it was coming from hell. Who's talking? Everyone in the room was startled. Couldn't help but raise his head and look in the direction of the nuclear explosion. Only to see, at the end of the horizon, the endless flames were still burning, and could not be extinguished at all for a moment. Sound. It seems to be coming from the sea of fire. Could it be a hallucination? Why does it sound so much like Yi Chen's voice? Tang Fengwolf immediately shook his head just as this thought arose in his head. Illusion. Definitely a hallucination. Right at this moment, Tu Lao, who was kneeling on the ground, horrifiedly stretched out that bloodied finger to point ahead. This, Yi Chen. What Yi Chen? Fu Guosheng subconsciously raised his head. Oh look, the hairs of the sweat stood on end, and his eyes went wide. The heart stopped beating for almost an instant, and he was almost scared alive. A man covered in fire, like the hero of the movie Evil Dead, stepped out of the roiling fire. What's going on? Eight-faced Buddha opened his mouth in shock. This kid isn't dead? The Wolf Kingdom Empress stared with wide eyes and trembled. Junior brother. Asterisk. Yi Chen? It's really Yi Chen. Tang Fengwolf's scalp tingled as he continuously sucked in cool air. Dozens of Dragon Soul generals, as well as more than 3,000 Black Bear Legionnaires, all froze in place. One looks like a statue. Shocked, he looked ahead. See only, a man covered in red, like a red-hot branding iron, stepped out of the flames. Every hair is on fire, clothes all over his body, long since turned to ashes. Yi Chen, really Yi Chen, how come you're still alive? Fu Guosheng's mentality all collapsed, spitting wildly, like a mad dog yelling low, impossible, absolutely impossible. Nuclear bombs can't even kill you? What kind of monster are you? Chapter 89, 8th Senior Sister, Junior Brother, do me a favor. At this moment, the entire Golden Triangle fell silent. Only Fu Guosheng's roar echoed through the air. Walking out of a nuclear explosion, burning all over and still not dying. Is this guy the devil? Everyone stared at Yi Chen, almost suffocated by the pressure. At the same time, Yi Chen locked onto Fu Guosheng. 3 questions. First, why do you want to kill me? Second, do you know the whereabouts of my parents? Third, where is Wan Tianming? Where is the Wan family? Fu Guosheng was freezing cold and shivering constantly. What a 9,000-year-old status. What a townie. What means? This moment all turned into nothing. His guts were scared out of his wits, kowtowing while saying, Yi Chen, I won't dare anymore. If I had known that you weren't human at all, how would I have dared to make an enemy of you? I'll answer your first question now. You disregarded the rules of the game set by our great family and killed indiscriminately, making us uneasy. Your existence is just like a time bomb, so you must die or you will threaten our interests. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth hooked into a cold smile. He returned from hell to ignore all the rules. Whatever's in the way, uniformly obliterated. With 10 masters of Hades behind him, what does he have to fear? Second question. Your mother I don't know. Your father, since 5 years ago, has been in the Wan family's dungeon. Hear this. Yi Chen's face, gloomy to the extreme. So, my father has been in the Wan family dungeon. Suffering inhuman torture? Fu Guosheng shook his head in horror. This I don't know. However, I'm afraid Wan Tianming will use torture on him if he wants to know your mother's secret. Yi Chen's voice was ice cold. Continue. Third question. Where is Wan Tianming? Where is the Wan family? Fu Guosheng shook his head. Yi Chen, I really don't know about this. The Wan family is extremely mysterious. I've known Wan Tianming for decades, and I've only met him a few times. This guy was extremely careful and didn't reveal the exact location of the Wan family to the public at all. Yi Chen keenly perceived the information contained in these words. So, you know the approximate location? Fu Guosheng nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, northwest. Qindu. Fu Guosheng named a place. It should be near Qindu. Other than that, I really don't know. Qindu. After the Qin dynasty destroyed the Six Kingdoms, it established its capital here, right at the foot of Mount Li. There's a good chance that Vanguard is nearby. Yi Chen, I've said everything I know. Spare. The plea for mercy was not finished. Yi Chen raised his hand and landed a palm. 9,000-year-old Fu Guosheng's head exploded on the spot. His voice ended abruptly, and his body remained in a kneeling position. Mr. Yi, all of this is what Fu Guosheng told me to do. I beg Mr. Yi to give me a chance. I'm willing to be an ox and serve as a horse. From now on, I'll always submit to Mr. Yi. Eight-faced Buddha sweated and his voice trembled as he begged for mercy. Yi Chen indifferently spat out a word, chop. The Black Star Corps of the Wolf Kingdom, which only obeyed orders with Ekaterina III the Great, heard Yi Chen's death-like voice at this moment, but could not help but raise their butcher knives. Hands up. Knives down. The heads of Eight-faced Buddha and Old Man Tu fell to the ground, their eyes wide with death. Junior brother. First time meeting. The Wolf Kingdom Empress then reacted and smiled at Yi Chen. I'm your 8th senior sister. Look down. Put. Little senior. You're well capitalized. The others reacted as well, and Yi Chen walked out of the nuclear explosion. His clothes turned to ashes. Since we were all men, we didn't think it was weird. But, the Empress of the Wolf Kingdom is a woman. Yi Chen reacted furiously, his old face reddening. Brother, borrow your coat for a while. One grabbed the side. A Black Bear Legionnaire's military coat and draped it over his body. Hello, 8th senior sister. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. His own 8th senior sister was actually the Empress of the Wolf Kingdom. 9th sister is the Chief Director of Martial Arts of the Dragon Kingdom. 10th sister, the Grand Princess of the Rose Consortium. It seems that Master's acceptance of disciples isn't haphazard. I wonder what the other few senior sisters, what are their identities? Yi Chen thought in his heart. The Wolf Kingdom Empress couldn't get enough of it, and swept a glance from a certain part of Yi Chen. Junior brother, let's borrow a step to talk. Yes. Watching Yi Chen and the Wolf Kingdom Empress walk into the Eight-faced Buddha's estate. 3,000 Black Bear Corps blockade the perimeter. Tang Fen Wolf bellowed lowly. All hands on deck. Yes. Dozens of Dragon Soul generals immediately formed a queue. Tang Fen Wolf shouted lowly. Pass on my orders about what you have seen and heard today. Not a single word. Not even from your parents. Not from your wives. Take your secrets to your coffins for me. Whoever dares to leak out a single word, don't blame me, Tang Fen Wolf, for turning the other cheek. One man couldn't help but ask. General Tang. What if it's the Dragon Lord who asks? Tang Fen Wolf's eyes were ice cold, including the Dragon Lord. Hiss. The hearts of the Dragon Soul generals were shocked. Inside the room, the Wolf Kingdom Empress drew the curtains. Taking the initiative, he pulled Yi Chen and sat in the sofa. A pair of blue eyes twinkled like jewels with a smile. I thought everything in hell was a dream of mine. It wasn't until my master sent me a dream that I realized everything was actually real. Master explained that junior brother can contact me if he needs anything. The Wolf Kingdom's 1.8 million troops are at your disposal. Even if you want to be the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, I can help you. Don't. Yi Chen was startled, and hastily reached out, covering the Wolf Kingdom Empress's flaming red lips. Ha? What? Are you scared? The Empress of the Wolf Kingdom smiled. Exhale. The heat wave fell on Yi Chen's hand, causing him to be parched. Junior brother, if you're hot, just take off your clothes. The Wolf Kingdom Empress laughed softly, a green jade hand reaching out, grabbing towards the military coat on Yi Chen. Yi Chen was shocked and hastily backed away. In the Wolf Kingdom Empress's beautiful eyes, a flash of cunning flashed. Junior brother, where are you going? A claw of jade fingers. Army coats were pulled right off. Yi Chen slipped and rushed into the next suite. The door to the room closed with a bang. Open the door. Junior brother, what are you doing? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Cluck cluck cluck. The Empress of the Wolf Kingdom laughed and banged on the door of the room. A few moments later, squeak, the door opened. Yi Chen found a set of eight-faced Buddha's casual clothes to change into, which fit him about the same size. You The Wolf Kingdom Empress glared at Yi Chen with some grudges. Unintelligible. I'm teasing you. However, I do have another trouble that I would like to ask for junior brother's help. Yi Chen nodded seriously. 8th senior sister. You say. The Wolf Kingdom Empress smiled like a flower as she took Yi Chen's hand. Our Wolf Kingdom men. They are all too vulgar. There isn't one that I can see that I want the youngest master to. She paused. A finger. Picking up Yi Chen's chin. Help me have a child. In the future. Inherit the throne of the Wolf Kingdom. Chapter 90. The effect of the unicorn blood. Yi Chen was frightened and backed away, gulping down a mouthful of saliva. 8th senior sister. Don't joke around. The Wolf Kingdom Empress was flamboyant and smiled as she walked up. Junior brother. I'm not joking. 8th senior sister is serious. Just obey senior sister. Yi Chen would rather die than obey. Back up in a hurry. The Wolf Kingdom Empress was full of bad jokes and licked her red lips. Junior brother. It's useless for you to resist. Just about to make the next move. Tick-tock dash. The satellite phone in her pocket rang, and the flirtatious color on the Wolf Country Empress's face disappeared, replaced by an extremely grave expression. The moment. She was no longer Yi Chen's 8th senior sister, but had resumed her identity as Yekaterina III. Hey, it's me. What's up? The Wolf Kingdom Empress voice was majestic, speaking in the official language of the Wolf Kingdom. A gruff voice came over the phone. Your Majesty, Prince Philip has entered the palace. Good. I got it. The Empress of the Wolf Kingdom hangs up the phone. The light of his eyes turned and landed on Yi Chen. Junior brother, my uncle has brought people from my family and broken into the palace. There may be a change in the Wolf Kingdom. I'll go first. Yes. Yi Chen nodded. The Wolf Kingdom Empress took a step forward and wrapped Yi Chen in her arms, kissing him hard on the face a few times. Another hand grabbed at one of the man's spots and squeezed hard. Turn around and leave. Yi Chen stiffened in place, the corner of his mouth twitching. Was he being molested? Worthy of a woman from the Wolf Country. This folk are too tough. Yi Chen walked out of the manor, and the Black Bear Legion of the Wolf Kingdom had already withdrawn. Tang Feng Wolf walked up. General Yi, what do we do? The 9,000 years old is dead. He had a special status. How are we going to account for it when we return home? Yi Chen pondered for a moment. The matter of the 9,000 years. For the time being, it only needs to be reported to the Dragon Lord alone. As for the rest, you don't have to care. You just go back to Dragon Soul. Ha! Tang Feng Wolf froze. General Yi, from what you're saying, you're not going to return to Dragon Soul? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom's Qin capital. Since I already know the exact location of the Wan family, I must make a trip myself. Better yet, I'll find the entrance to the Wan clan before Wan Tianming reacts. Otherwise, I'll lose more than I gain if they move my dad or hurt him. Yes, Tang Fenwolf did not persuade. With Yi Chen's current ghostly strength, no matter what he did, he just needed to go for it. Nukes don't scare him. The rules and laws of the world don't govern him anymore. Vanguard. Wan Tianming walked over and bowed his hand. Teacher, it's been checked out. Back then, this old man, Xiao Xinghua, really did keep his hand in the game. His granddaughter, Xiao Charan, thought the semen that Yi Chen left behind in the hospital and traveled to M for an artificial pregnancy. 10 months later, a daughter was born. Xiao Buxi, exactly 4 years old this year. Long due. Blue sky kindergarten class in progress. Having said that, Wan Tianming handed over a picture. It was none other than 4-year-old Xiao Buxue. The old man's eyes narrowed. Not bad, carrying the bloodline of that demoness from the Su family. It should be Qilin blood. Wan Tianming frowned. Teacher, this Qilin blood is good. The apprentice has been studying it for a while. Though, this blood seems to have just an inherent advantage in organ transplants. It can ignore blood type and match successfully with anyone. Xiao Buxi's age is still too young. Even if she carries Qilin blood, her organs are useless to adults, right? Do we really have to raise her for more than 10 years and wait for her to reach adulthood? The old man shook his head. Tianming, Qilin blood is nothing. The bone marrow of a person with unicorn blood, once transplanted, can not only allow a crippled person to stand up, but it can also change a martial artist's physique. Once the transplantation is successful, the martial artist's Runwu and Dudu veins will be opened instantly. Moreover, the younger the better. If Xiao Buxi was just born, her bone marrow would be the best tonic for martial artists. But at 4 years old, that's about right. What? Transplanting the bone marrow of someone with unicorn blood can open up the Rinju chakra? The moment. Wan Tianming's eyes widened. The body is stiff. Breathing became rapid. Gasping for air. An old face turned red. What do you mean, teacher? In the family behind me, there is a male son who has been injured and needs the bone marrow of Qilin blood to recover. The old man's 5 fingers clenched, and Xiao Bushua's picture instantly turned into pieces. With a casual hand, the wind blows away the pieces of the photo. Tian Ming, bring the girl back. Dragon Capital, 2nd Ring Road. At the entrance of Blue Sky Kindergarten, a black commercial car sped up and stopped in front of the kindergarten with a kick of the brakes. 2 masked men rushed straight to the gate. The security guard at the entrance was obviously a martial artist as well, immediately reacting and quickly pulling the iron door shut. One of the masked men stepped forward and snapped 5 fingers around the gap in the iron door. Clang! With a loud bang, the steel cast iron door actually twisted instantly. The 2 guards were startled. The masked man had rushed in and crushed the duo's necks as he did so. Straight in. In less than a minute, holding Xiao Buxi ran out, drilled into the black commercial car and took off. Half an hour later, Xiao Xinghua and Xiao Xueme arrived at the kindergarten. The scene has been brought under control by the authorities. All the teachers and the director were taken in for questioning. Walking up to the entrance of the kindergarten, the bodies of the 2 guards lay on the ground, covered with white cloth. Elder Xiao, you're here. A head of the department in question came up, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. Xiao Xueme chopped her head and cursed angrily. What are you doing? This is the 2nd ring of Dragon Capital. Who can snatch someone from here in broad daylight? If you don't get my granddaughter back in half an hour, I'll have you all laid off. Xiao Xueme was furious. Xiao Zhenguo was not angry. Who is so bold? Dare to touch my Xiao family's people? The man in charge was sweating like a pig. This is the Dragon Kingdom's generation of military gods. He has made great achievements for his country. Any random protege is his boss's boss. Who can withstand the wrath of Xiao Zhenguo? Elder Xiao, we're really doing our best to investigate. The business car was robbed by them, owned by a company executive, and the body was found in the suburbs. The owner's background has been checked and there's nothing wrong with him. He's a victim too. Said. The chief pulled out his tablet again. After this group took their victim, they drove the car to the suburbs and just dropped it. The surveillance in the neighborhood. All cut. The gang was prepared. Xiao Jingguo's face kept changing as he listened. He's a veteran who's been through thick and thin. All of a sudden it felt like something wasn't right about this. What the hell do these people want? If they're coming for my Xiao family, they should have called by now. Unless, he's not coming for the Xiao family, but for Unrepentant. Wait. Xiao Jingguo reacted violently and sucked in a breath of cool air. No good. They're coming for the Qilin blood. Xiao Xueme was shocked. What? Qilin blood? If that's really the case, then Unrepentant is in danger. Dad, what do we do? Xiao Xueme was so anxious that she stomped her feet. The granddaughters are so cute across the generations in Unrepentant. Xiao Jingguo's forehead veins rippled and his face was extremely grave. Pass the order down. Everyone in the Xiao family use all their power to look for me. If you can't find it yet. Thinking for a moment, he finally pulled out his cell phone. Unrepentant's father has a right to know. Press a number that was last saved. Yi Chen, my old man has to tell you something. Chapter 91, 100 Ghosts Daywalking. The moment. Yi Chen was on his way to Qingdu, ready to find the address of the Wan family. A call came in from Xiao Jingguo. Yi Chen, I have to tell you something. Listening to Xiao Jingguo's tone, it was extremely solemn. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Elder Xiao, you said. Xiao Jingguo took a deep breath. Yi Chen, you and Charan have a daughter. What did you say? The moment Yi Chen heard this news, he felt his brain buzz and explode in disbelief. He has a daughter with Xiao Charan? What an international joke. 5 years ago, although Yi Chen was extremely playful, however, his parents were so strict in their discipline that he didn't touch any girls at all, and was still a big, innocent boy. Not to mention with Xiao Charan, there is a daughter? That's absolutely impossible. Elder Xiao, you're not kidding, right? Yi Chen felt that Xiao Jingguo was teasing him. Xiao Jingguo's tone still remained grave. Yi Chen, I'm almost 100 years old. How many more days can I live? Do I need to call you out of the blue and play this joke on you? Hear this. Yi Chen had to pay attention. Elder Xiao, what the hell is going on? Xiao Jingguo explained. 5 years ago your Yi family was wiped out overnight with a full family. Your whereabouts are also unknown, and we suspect that you are dead. In order to leave a descendant for the Yi family, so I had Charan go abroad and do artificial insemination. Crap. Yi Chen's body stiffened. The whole thing was in a daze. Xiao Jingguo's voice continued. As for your seed, you're smart enough to guess it, right? Yi Chen reacted at once. When I was 16, my parents said to prevent diseases, left my seed in the hospital freezer. So, Elder Xiao, you're playing for real. The moment. In Yi Chen's heart, he was angry again, surprised again, and amazed. There was also a hint of overwhelm. How can one be a good father when a daughter suddenly appears? A full 5 minutes passed. It was only then that Yi Chen's voice sounded again. Elder Xiao, Why are you telling me at this time? Xiao Xinghua smiled bitterly. Yi Chen, originally, I was planning to hide this from you for the rest of my life. After all, this matter did not go through your consent, and it was a private decision made by the old man. Our Xiao family, we definitely have the ability to raise Unrepentant to adulthood. But, Xiao Xinghua's tone became more and more grave. An hour ago, Bu Xie was taken away from a kindergarten in Longdu. The other party is a martial artist with extremely cruel methods, beheading 2 retired King of Soldiers security guards, disappeared completely after traveling in a robbed business car. Without realizing it, Yi Chen's face was already extremely cold. The heart is even burning a biting killing intent. The other party is an enemy of the Xiao family? Xiao Xinghua said. If it's an enemy of the Xiao family, then everything is fine. They don't have to deal with Unrepentant. Afraid that the other side is rushing towards Unrepentant. What do you mean? Yi Chen's body stiffened. Xiao Xinghua's voice was incomparably grave. Yi Chen, you probably don't know the effects of qilin blood. The organs of a person with unicorn blood can be transplanted to anyone with no rejection. If these people are rushing towards unrepentance, it's definitely because of the qilin blood. How could Yi Chen not know the effects of qilin blood? 5 years ago, he was gutted alive in the operating room of his fiancée Leng Qingxiu's house. Tragic death in a mass grave. If he hadn't been lucky enough to have his soul enter the 18 layers of hell and be accepted as a disciple by the 10 kings of Yama, he wouldn't have had a chance to take revenge in his life. Nowadays, it's amazing that your own daughter has to suffer the same treatment. Asterisk. Yi Chen slapped out a palm in extreme anger. A big tree beside him, which was hugged by 5 people, fell down with a bang. General Yi, what happened to you? Tang Fengwolf and the others ran over from a distance. Just now, Yi Chen took a call, so he ran under this big tree alone and answered the call. The moment, Yi Chen's eyes were fishy red, and his eyes were even colder like the god of death, causing all the Dragon Soul members to stifle a cold shiver. What the hell happened? Let's go back to Dragon Capital. Yi Chen ordered the plane to be driven to the fastest possible speed, and under the extreme speed, it finally returned to Dragon Capital in 2 hours. Xiao Xinghua had been waiting in the suburbs for a long time. Upon arrival at the scene, Yi Chen leapt down and smashed down hard on the ground at a height of 100 meters. The ground exploded, sinking down half a meter deep, and even more so, with Yi Chen as the center. Spider web-like cracks spread out in all directions. Yi Chen. Xiao Xinghua quickly walked up. Xiao Xueme grimaced. Very unattractive. Dad, what's the point of calling him here? He's a rash man who just knows how to kill people. What can he do to help? Chilliness surged in Yi Chen's eyes. Elder Xiao, is this the place? Yes. Xiao Xinghua nodded his head, and the two of them simultaneously ignored Xiao Xueme as they walked towards the black business car on the side. It's the same car that the people who took Unrepentant drove it here and then abandoned it. Surveillance has been cut all around. All the clues have been cut off. I have asked all the forces of the Xiao family to investigate, and there are no results yet. Xiao Xinghua shook his head helplessly. Yi Chen's voice was hoarse. I need something that I don't regret carrying around, preferably within 3 days of unrepentant contact. Xiao Xinghua was puzzled. Yi Chen, what do you want this for? Ever? Yi Chen let out a low roar. Xiao Xinghua was startled. Xiao Xueme hurriedly took out a milk bottle from her Hermes handbag. This is Unrepentant's milk bottle. It was even eaten this morning. Yi Chen held it in the air. A force struck her, and the milk bottle in her hand flew up out of nowhere and fell into Yi Chen's hands. Hayaki Nichiju, come out of there. Yi Chen bellowed. Hoo. In an instant, the entire suburb was filled with a furious cloudy wind, carrying an extremely gloomy and cold aura blowing head-on. What had been a blazing sun was, in an instant, cloudy, like going into the night all at once. What's going on? Why is it suddenly dark? A total solar eclipse? Didn't hear it on the news. All around the staff of the relevant departments who came to inspect, one by one, they were surprised to scan around, and some people even took out their cell phones and wanted to shoot a video to post to friend circle. The moment everyone turned on their cameras, above the screen, there were actually shadows that kept swaying, as if affected by a magnetic field. What's this? Everyone looked at the cell phone shot. I looked up ahead, but there was nothing. Weird. Could it be that the cell phone was affected by the magnetic field during the total solar eclipse? Everyone had a strange look on their faces. Suddenly, a girl who liked to read psychic novels on weekdays and wore glasses said, "Those black shadows. They can't be ghosts, can they?" The words came out. There was dead silence in the room. Everyone was jolted with a cold shiver as a chill went from the soles of their feet straight to the sky. Under the cell phone's shooting mode, countless black shadows gathered at Yi Chen's feet, worshipping. Chapter 92, The God of Killers is coming. What is Yi Chen doing? Xiao Xinghua's back was chilled. He felt as if there were thousands of eyes all around him, but he couldn't see anything. Yi Chen, who was on the side, directly lifted the milk bottle up. Find the owner of this object. Yes, Shoufu Kuan. Hu. All the knights took a deep breath, took the flavor from the bottle, and recorded it. Tens of thousands of severe ghosts, rushing out in all directions. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed and returned to normal. A ray of sunlight shines down. Xiao Xinghua looked at Yi Chen with a grave expression, only to see that he was sitting in a black commercial vehicle, waiting quietly. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Don't worry, I've already sent my men to look for news of Unrepentant. Men? Where are the men? Xiao Xinghua was shocked and sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Could it really be? At this point, a cloudy wind blew, and Yi Chen's face shifted a few times, as if there was something which was talking to him. Walking directly out of the commercial vehicle, he headed towards the Dragon Soul's airplane. Elder Xiao, before the sun goes down, I will find Unrepentant. Straight onto the plane, ordering the Dragon Soul's men to take off. Dragon Marshal, where to? To Chengdu. Yi Chen's eye sank. Just now, a Ghost King came back to report that he found Xiao Bushue's aura. After she was taken on the plane, she made her way west, eventually stopping next to a university city in Chengdu, Northwestern University, just in time for the start of the school year. The food court next door to the back door of the school was filled with handsome men and women, all frantically exuding hormones under the afterglow of summer. Miss, add a WeChat? Boss, I want a stinky tofu. Number 32, your cassoulet is ready. Noisy voices came from the food court. Jiang Zixuan and Xin Yuchu came along. The two of them were wearing small hot pants, with fruit salvage in their hands, a pair of snow-white legs showing. Many of the boys looked over, their eyes blossoming. Some brave people took the initiative to go forward, asking for Xin Yuchu's WeChat. Miss, add a WeChat? After all, Xin Yuchu was a bit prettier. Jiang Zixuan frowned. You asked for my girlfriend's WeChat in front of me? What do you mean? Digger? Your girlfriend? The boy froze, wide-eyed. Jiang Zixuan smiled coldly. What era is this? Can't the same sex fall in love? You're thinking too dirty. Sorry. The boy's face flushed and he lumbered away. The other boys in the neighborhood saw this and sighed darkly. It's a shame that two such beautiful women are. Zixuan, if you talk nonsense like that, aren't you afraid that no one will dare to chase you in the future? Xin Yuchu was somewhat helpless. Jiang Zixuan snorted lightly and rolled her eyes widely. What are you afraid of? These guys whose hairs haven't even grown. They're not my favorite at all. Besides, I'm not even ready to fall in love in college. I'm into that chubby, needy older guy. How about you? What's your type? My gorgeous girl? Me? Xin Yuchu froze for a moment and frowned. In all her years, she hadn't seemed to be attracted to any boy. Peers are too childish, bigger than her and too greasy. Just thinking, Xin Yuchu's mind inexplicably flashed a figure. Actually was that day on the high seas cruise ship, on the tourist plane to Hong Kong Island encountered Yi Chen. That's when it happened. Before Xin Yuchu's eyes, Yi Chen's figure actually did appear. His expression was incredibly cold as he walked towards his side. Oh my god, is this an illusion? How can I see him here? Could it be that he is also a student of Northwest University? Xin Yuchu rubbed her eyes in excitement. Young Chu, what are you looking at? Jiang Zixuan ate her fruit loaf and couldn't help it, looking towards the direction of Xin Yuchu's vision. Oh look! Ah! Scared! His legs went limp and the fruit rake in his hand fell to the ground. Why is this killing god here? Young Chu, it can't be that I'm mistaken, right? Jiang Zixuan was on the verge of tears, and at this moment, Yi Chen took one step at a time, walking towards the duo. Scared Jiang Zixuan, hiding behind Xin Yuchu. Dead grasp her arm. Finished. Oh. That night we saw him kill people. I told you how I met him last time when I was traveling to Hong Kong Island. He must have followed us. This guy is here to silence us. Think I, Jiang Zixuan, am beautiful and generous. Haven't yet had a sensational love affair with Uncle Ah. Am I going to die? Jiang Zixuan chattered on. Yi Chen walked right up to the duo. You came to us at. Xin Yuchu just opened his mouth. Yi Chen didn't even look at her, directly crossing over the duo and disappearing at the end of the food street. Oh, don't kill me. Alright, people have already left, not rushing to make us come. Xin Yuchu hit Jiang Zixuan's hand. Ha! Only then did Jiang Zixuan dare to reveal her little head and look around. Sure enough, Yi Chen had long since disappeared without a trace. Less than 100 meters from the food court, on the top floor of a rental house, a group of middle-aged men sat and smoked cigarettes in silence. Suddenly, I can't take it anymore. A man flicked his cigarette and shouted angrily, I'm going to catch two prey to let off some steam. One of these college students is more tender than the other. It's so gripping to just watch it slip out of sight. Just about to pull open the door to the rental house, a scar-faced man, taking a step forward, blocked the door, snapped the wrist of the smoking man. It is forbidden to leave this place until the mission is completed. If you go out and get caught and spoil Mr. Wan's big event, I'll make you suffer. Scarface's voice was cold. The smoking man bristled. We did it clean. All surveillance along the route was destroyed. Even if the Shao family has their hands full, there's no way they can find us before 12 o'clock at night. Dude, just let me reach for the door to the room. Scarface pulled an axe from his arms and hacked at the smoking man's hand. Startled, the smoking man withdrew his hand sharply and said angrily, "Are you crazy?" Scarface sneered. "If you touch the gate one more time, I'll make sure I chop off your hand." You! The smoking man was about to have a fit, only to hear a loud clang. The door of the rental house was kicked open, and the steel doorplate slammed fiercely on Scarface's body, shaking him directly out and smashing him against the wall of the rental house. The steel door panels are completely warped. Scarface spat out a mouthful of black blood, mixed with internal organs. Straight up violent death. What are you? The 7 or 8 people in the room stood up in shock. Deadpan stared at the youth who appeared at the front door of the rental house. Yi Chen took a step into the rented house, captured my daughter, and now you're asking me who I am? 2 hands grabbed forward and clasped the necks of the 2 martial artists. Give it a squeeze. It exploded with a click. The bodies were thrown out and landed on the other 2 martial artists, and the bodies of the 4 instantly exploded and disintegrated. Holy crap, the remaining 3 were almost scared alive. 2 of them reacted quickly and rushed towards the window of the rental house, ready to break it and run for their lives. Yi Chen stomped his foot and the floor tiles of the rental house exploded. A kick of 2 broken ceramic tiles and whoosh, whoosh, 2 sounds, penetrating the heads of the fleeing duo, nailing them alive to the walls on either side of the window. Chapter 93, Super Dad? The smoking man was so scared that he fell to his knees. Spare your life, my lord. Spare your life. Bang bang bang. Kneeling frantically. Is this kid still human? It's worse than the devil. Yi Chen walked to a room door, pushed it open, and glanced towards the inside. Shao Buxi was lying on the bed. His breathing was well proportioned, and it looked like he was asleep. The smoking man hurriedly explained, "My lord, she is fine. She was just fed sleeping pills by us and fell asleep." Yi Chen closed the door to his room and silently exited. His face lowered. Sleeping pills? Taking a step forward, he directly grabbed the smoking man's arm. Zira! A bloody arm that fell straight to the ground. Ah! The smoking man let out a pig-killing scream. What the is this? Ripping off an arm with your hand is worse than the 10 great tortures of ancient times. Speak! Who ordered you to take my daughter? Yi Chen's voice was extremely cold. The smoking man had long since been scared out of his wits and, mixed with the smell of blood from the rental house and a foul stench. Ah! I say! Wan family, it was Wan Tianming of the Wan family who made me do it. The smoking man lay on the ground in pain. The man in front of him was just too scary. Just like the devil. Yi Chen sank his face. Sure enough, Wan Tianming. Since you've already captured my daughter, why don't you just give it to Wan Tianming? What are you waiting for here? The smoking man's eyes were horrified as he explained in a loud voice. We can't get into the Wan family now. Yi Chen was puzzled. Can't get in? What do you mean? The smoking man trembled. The entrance to the Wan clan is extremely special. It only appears for that 5 minutes or so at certain times, on the full moon of each month. Once the time passes, you have to wait until next month. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. You're lying to me? The smoking man shook his head frantically. No, my lord, I really didn't. Where is the entrance? Near the old auditorium at Northwestern University. Yi Chen frowned. Seeing the reaction of the smoking man, he should not dare to tell a lie. Could it be that the entrance to the Wan family really only appears for 5 minutes every month? No wonder no one knew the exact location of the Wan family for so many years. Even if you know the exact location, you can't get in until you wait for the full moon. What's this about? Yi Chen stroked his chin. The chaotic cauldron's voice rang out, solving Yi Chen's confusion. Master, there should be a formation shrouded underneath the location this person is talking about. Formation? Yi Chen's eyes flickered twice. Similar to the Hong Kong Island Li family's formation? The Chaos Tripod replied. My subordinate was not present at the scene and cannot speculate. But tonight is the full moon. Just go and wait. Yi Chen pulled out his cell phone and opened the calendar to take a look. Sure enough, tonight happens to be the 15th day of the lunar calendar, the night of the full moon. Yi Chen made a call, and in less than 5 minutes, the Dragon Soul members guarding the neighborhood arrived. Tang Fengwolf led people, walked into the rental house to take a look, was stunned by the limbs and broken arms all over the ground. An order was given. Clean this place up and take it alive. A group of Dragon Soul players stepped forward. Tang Fengwolf's eyes sank as he looked toward the last door and knocked. "Come in." Yi Chen's voice came from inside. Tang Fengwolf pushed the door in, only to see Yi Chen sitting on the edge of the bed, looking down at the sleeping Xiao Buxi. Xiao Buxi's long eyelashes fluttered slightly, and his breathing was very even. The small hand grabbed two of Yi Chen's fingers with a sense of security. Tang Fengwolf had never seen on Yi Chen's face such a kind smile. If it wasn't for the fact that he had seen it with his own eyes, Yi Chen's terrifying strength, his death-like killing determination, and the smell of blood coming from outside the house, he even thought that the man in front of him was a professional milkman. "General Yi, is she alright?" Yi Chen shook his head. "Those people fed her an overdose of sleeping pills, and I've already stepped in to dissolve the excess. 2 or 3 more hours tops and she'll wake up." Tang Fengwolf nodded. Yi Chen picked Xiao Buxi up and handed her to Tang Fengwolf. "You send her to Xiao Charan. I still have some processing to do. If all goes well, I'll be back first thing in the morning." Tang Fengwolf froze. "General Yi, what else do you want?" "I found the entrance to the vanguard." Yi Chen didn't hide it. Tang Fengwolf was taken aback. "General Yi, you're going to break into the Wan family alone?" Wan can't. The Wan family is different from other ancient martial arts families. He is truly backed by the forces of the Kunlun ruins. Moreover, no one has ever entered the Wan clan in over 2,000 years. Yi Chen shook his head. "Uncle Tang, there's no need to say much. My father is most likely being held at the Vanguard House, and we'll all know exactly what's going on by nightfall." Seeing this scene, Tang Fengwolf knew that no amount of persuasion would help. "You take care of everything." Taking the Dragon Soul's people with him, he quickly left. Yi Chen directly entered Northwest University and came near the old auditorium. Northwestern University is nearly 100 years old and the old auditorium is very run down. By all rights, there shouldn't be many people on weekdays. Today, on the other hand, happened to be the start of the school year, and the neighborhood of the old auditorium was full of students, cleaning up and setting up the scene. There were also many people who brought in spotlights, stereos and other equipment. It looks like there will be a welcome party here in the evening. The party shouldn't be able to do 12. Yi Chen shook his head, walked into the small forest next to him, and climbed up a large sky-high tree. At 7 or 8 o'clock the program was heard in the old auditorium. Immediately after, one after another, small couples walked into the grove and both hugged and nibbled. Some of the boys were not honest with their hands and reached into their clothes, causing real screams from the girls. "Ah, there's someone." "Nonsense. Where is anyone? Even if there is someone, you can't see them." "I want." Some of the boys who went overboard even tried to do things here. Yi Chen was somewhat speechless. The entrance to the Wan family is about to appear, and these people are still here putting on a good show? With a single command, he directly summoned a few stern ghosts. Hoo. A gloomy wind blew in the grove, accompanied by the mournful cries of a stern ghost. Ghosts. Some of the boys were so scared they went limp on the spot, dropped their girlfriends and turned to run. "You asshole." Yi Chen shook his head in amusement. "This little prank. I wonder how many more pairs will be broken up." Suddenly, tick-tock dash. The ringtone of Yi Chen's cell phone rang in the silent grove. He pulled out his cell phone and hit the answer button. Before he could open his mouth, a man's grave and majestic voice came from the opposite side. "Yi Chen, you're still in Chengdu, right? I already know about the matter. You just destroyed the 3 major ancient martial arts clans yesterday, and chased Fu Guosheng to the Golden Triangle early in the morning. The 8-faced Buddha actually detonated a nuclear bomb? These few things combined, I've been busy all day." The person who spoke was none other than the Dragon Lord. It looked like Tang Fengwolf had gone back to make a report. Yi Chen nodded. "What did you want to say when you called this number over?" Chapter 94, One Family Entrance. The Dragon Lord was silent for a few seconds. "Yi Chen, I know that my orders are completely useless to you right now, but I still have to remind you that the Wan family, and the Chu family, Lin family, Xia family, and Qin family that you exterminated, are completely different. Behind him is the power of the Kunlun ruins. For the time being, the Wan family is a dragon's den. Even if you do destroy the Wan clan, how will you cope when the forces behind the Kunlun ruins strike?" Yi Chen's face was cold and very insistent. "My father is probably in the Wan family dungeon, let alone a Wan clan. Even if it's the Kunlun ruins as you call it, I'll still break through. Just hang up and turn off the phone." Hey. Doodle. The sound of a disconnect came from the landline, and the Dragon Lord put the phone down helplessly. Yi Chen just had a thought that the cell phone was included in the chaos space. "Let go of me. You guys, let go of me." A girl's struggling voice rang out. Yi Chen's brows furrowed as he looked over with a gaze. In the darkness of the night, 2 girls racked a familiar figure. Shen Yuchu. Her pretty face was red, her eyes lax and disoriented, almost defenseless. He was taken deep into the grove by the two senior sisters. A young man stood and handed out a bunch of red bills in his hand. How come it's only this much? A girl lit a cigarette, a little disgruntled. Why only 10,000? The youth frowned. Isn't 10,000 enough? The girl roughly grabbed Shinyochu's chin. Look carefully. This is the very best goods. School flower level. You won't find another one in all of Western University. If it wasn't for the fact that school just started today and people were unsuspecting, how could we have successfully drugged them? You don't want to forget it. Let's go. The two girls pretended to take Shinyochu away. The youth immediately turned pale, stopped them, put on a smile, and nicely added another 10,000. Only then were the two satisfied, leaving Shinyochu on the side, on the picnic mat that had been laid out long ago. Have fun. Let's go. Turn around and walk out of the grove. The youth was thrilled beyond belief. This was the prey he had found at the orientation party, and it had been hard for him to get someone to get it over here. It's going to be a fun night. Yi Chen frowned, glancing at the time. It's 11:55. Can this guy be done in 5 minutes? In the meantime, Shinyochu's eyes were mesmerized, and the drug had taken effect. The youth pulled out a few blue pills and swallowed them in one gulp. Baby, I'm coming. The moment he pounced, a strong wind blew, and the youth only felt himself being hit by a truck, clicking and crunching, screaming miserably as he flew out. Bang! The sound slammed hard into a large tree, spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. What are you? You? Get out! Yi Chen let out a low gulp. The grove was overcast with angry winds and ghostly cries. Behind Yi Chen, the figures of several stern ghosts even surfaced. Ah! The youth was so scared that he rolled and crawled, spitting blood while rushing out of the grove in the direction of the auditorium. Yi Chen was just about to turn around and look at Shinyochu's situation. Moment! A hot petite body, directly wrapped around his body, red lips flying up to kiss. Yi Chen raised his hand and pushed Shinyochu away, only to see, her eyes were mesmerized, her mouth was dry, and her beautiful eyes carried a hint of intense lust. It's you? Is it really you? Why is it you? Is it just my eyes? I'm so hot. The drug kicked in. Yi Chen's eyes were clear, without the slightest hint of evil thoughts. With a snap of his 5 fingers, several silver needles appeared in his palm. It didn't enter Shinyochu's body. A shiver ran through her body, and a wave of warmth rushed through her body. Subconsciously, she let go of Yi Chen and landed on the picnic mat. Who are you? Don't kill me. Don't. Ah! At this time, a miserable scream came from the direction of the old auditorium in the distance. Yi Chen frowned and swept a glance at Shinyochu. Turning to the night ghost at the side, he droned, "Protect her." With one step, he rushed in the direction of the old auditorium. See only, a thick layer of fog had long since surrounded the old auditorium. Yi Chen didn't hesitate and plunged headlong into it. The surrounding scenery changed abruptly, and an ancient door actually appeared, with 2 old men guarding the entrance. One of them, a withered old man, was holding the neck of the youth who had just escaped in his hand. The throat had exploded, eyes bulging out, a look of horror lingering on his face. Another one? Every year when school starts, there are always a few accidentally breaking in. The withered old man casually threw away the corpse of the youth, his icy gaze locking onto Yi Chen. With one step, he landed in front of Yi Chen like a ghost. Grinning, he revealed a mouthful of pitch yellow teeth. Kid, blame your own bad luck for breaking into the entrance of the Wan clan. Whoever knows about this place must die. The dry corpse-like palm grabbed at Yi Chen's neck. Yi Chen stood still, not moving a muscle. In the withered old man's opinion, Yi Chen was completely stunned. Just when he thought that he could strangle Yi Chen with a claw, his wrist was held by Yi Chen in a death grip, and no matter how hard the withered old man tried, he actually couldn't shake it by half. Wan Hui, what are you up to? The gray-clothed old man behind him was puzzled. Next, Zilla dash. Bang! 2 voices, almost simultaneously. The withered old man flew out like a dead dog and ruthlessly smashed on the steps in front of the Wan family. Chest depression. An arm disappears. Straight up dead. Hiss. The gray-clothed old man sucked in a breath of cool air. Looking back, that hand was actually held in Yi Chen's hand, and was torn off by this kid's hard work. You what? The gray-clothed old man roared angrily, before a single human word could be uttered. Yi Chen's hand, not knowing when, had already clasped his neck. Quick! It's too fast! In the gray-clothed old man's terrified gaze, Yi Chen closed his 5 fingers together. A mass of mush, mixed with marrow and bone scraps, squeezed through his fingers. The gray-clothed old man's head fell to the ground, with a thick residue of panic until his death. Vanguard depths. With a smile on his face, Wan Tianming stood behind an old man and squeezed his shoulder. Master, it's already 12 o'clock. In another 10 minutes or so at most, the unicorn blood should be delivered. Master, are you leaving tonight? Isn't it too urgent? The old man closed his eyes. The corner of his mouth hooked up in a smile. I know what you want to say. Over these decades, you've done a lot of dirty work for the old man. Kirin blood. You take the first credit. Take that. Raise your hand and shake it. Between the old man's fingers, an ancient ring flashed for a moment. In the next second, 2 blood-red pills appeared in the old man's hands. For dandelions, the medicinal power was incomparably pure, separated by a distance of more than a meter. Wan Tianming could feel the aura in these 2 pills that made his blood boil. These are 2 leopard blood pills. However, these are not the leopards of your world, but the magical beasts in the Kunlun ruins. If nothing goes wrong, within a month, you should be able to enter the 9th level of the Imperial God realm. As long as the unicorn blood is brought back to the family, I guarantee that within a year, I will let you enter the innate realm. The old man finished in one breath. Master. Thank you, Master. Wan Tianming was trembling with excitement. Holding the elixir in both hands, he raised it above his head. Bang! 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 9 kowtows in one breath. Well, get up. The old man smiled faintly. Wan Tianming had just gotten up when an underling rushed in woefully outside the hall. Family Master. Something big has happened. The 2 elders, Wan Hui and Wan Tang, were killed at the family gate. A figure broke in and went in the direction of the heavenly prison. Chapter 95. Father. Yi Lingyun. One more. What did you say? Wan Tianming's old face instantly turned iron blue as he angrily roared in a low voice. What about the Qilin blood? Did you bring it back? The underling shook his head in bewilderment. Didn't see them. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Wan Tianming was extremely angry and slapped the subordinate with a palm, smashing into the wall of the hall and exploding. Looking back, Master's face was already extremely gloomy. A flash of anger flickered in his eyes. Tianming, is this your promise that you'll definitely bring back the Qilin blood for your master? Humph. You can't even keep an eye on your own home and get broken into. How do you do your job? The old man snorted coldly, his face full of disappointment. Wan Tianming gritted his teeth in death, placing the elixir on a side table. Don't worry, teacher. I'll go and bring back the intruder's head right now. If, tonight, the unicorn blood isn't brought back, I'll make a trip myself and bring her back to you. Turned and stormed out of the hall. With a roar, all those above the royal god realm come out. The surrounding ones rushed out a dozen figures at once, gathering towards Wan Tianming in a hurry. Wan Tianming's voice was low. All follow me. Go to the heavenly prison. Any trespassers encountered on the way, no need for nonsense. Just blast them. In the meantime, Yi Chen had long ago grabbed a few people from the Wan family and forced out the location of the heavenly prison, heading straight for it. If he went directly to Wan Tianming, he was worried that in case of a fight, the others would use his father as blackmail. It was better to make sure my father was safe first. Following the words of the man from the Wan clan, Yi Chen came to a cold and gloomy place. Ahead, it was a dark underground cave that had been converted into a dungeon by the Vanguard family. At the entrance, 2 old men of the 9th level of the 5 Viscera realm were on guard. Yi Chen took out the blood dragon sword and a cold aura slashed through. What man? The moment the 2 old men reacted. Poof. 2 sounds. Frantically, he covered his neck, and his pupils contracted viciously. Finger cracks of fresh blood beow out. Head tilted. The head rolled down to the ground. Yi Chen quickly entered the heavenly prison. Only one person could pass through the entrance and the interior was dark. The chaotic tripod's voice rang out. Master, there are a total of 24 people in the shadows. Yi Chen closed his eyes. Under the chaotic cauldron's divine idea, everything was invisible. Yi Chen took a step into it and slashed out a sword at a wall. Zira! A cloud of blood erupted from the stone wall, and the person hiding behind it died violently on the spot. Yi Chen's speed was fast, and after killing 7 or 8 people in a row, someone finally raised an alarm. The other martial artists inside surrounded them from all sides. A ham-clothed old man's voice was low and carried a thick chill. Good boy. Actually daring to break into the Wan family's heavenly prison? Old me thinks you're tired of living. Take him down for me. Just leave him breathing. A dozen figures, rushing up together. Kill. Yi Chen bellowed. The blood dragon sword in his hand chopped out and was actually vaguely accompanied by the sound of a dragon's roar. A few people at the 2nd or 3rd level of the royal divine realm were actually unable to block the power of a sword in the slightest. The moment he touched the blood dragon sword, his body exploded and turned into blood mist. What was even more terrifying was that the blood mist was actually absorbed by the blood dragon sword. Beneath the dimly lit dungeon, it bloomed with a blood-red light, like a lightsaber in a sci-fi movie. The only difference is that this light is a blood light. Who the hell are you? The ham-clothed old man subconsciously stepped back. There were a dozen of them, and half of them actually died in one breath. Who can't panic? Yi Chen? Yi Chen? The son of that trash Yi Lingyun? The hemp-clothed old man reacted and subconsciously blurted out, "Insult my father. Seek death." Ye Chen let out a low, tornado-like cry and killed with the blood dragon sword in hand. "Stop him." The old man in sackcloth almost broke his voice. Several people clenched their teeth and held their weapons to resist up. When there was a crunching sound. The weapons forged from shin iron were actually chopped off by the blood dragon sword. A few people froze. Blood misty swept across the room. 5 heads, neatly flying out. Holy! The hemp-clothed old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and turned around to run. Ye Chen chased after him and chopped down with his sword. The hemp-clothed old man was terrified beyond belief, and with his hands in a frenzy, he pulled out an ancient black and gold sword to fend it off. When the sound of a crunch, the black and gold ancient sword snapped in two from the center. Starting from the old man in sackcloth's brow, a line of blood ran from his nose, mouth, chin, neck, all the way to his chest, stomach, put. The whole thing exploded into 2 halves. Hiss! Chen Lao! The few people in the back who were preparing a sneak attack were scared out of their wits, rushing towards the outside of the heavenly prison. Ye Chen didn't bother chasing after him and turned around towards the depths of the heavenly prison. The escaping few had just rushed out of the heavenly prison when Wan Tianming arrived with a dozen or so strong men and pinched the neck of one of the escaping men. An icy voice rang out, "What are you running for?" But someone broke into the heavenly prison? Where's Elder Chen? Head of house. The person who escaped raised his head. His eyes were fishy red, and he answered with a trembling voice, "Dead. All dead. Chen Lao was chopped by that kid called Yi Chen with a sword." Yi Chen? Damn it. It's really this little bastard. Wan Tianming's eyes narrowed. Mr. Chen, who was at the 5th level of the royal god realm, was actually cleaved by Yi Chen with a single sword. Rules of the Wan clan. Those who run away from the battle, die. A 5-finger clasp. The neck of the man in his hand exploded. Wan Tianming directly ordered, "All escapees, kill without pardon." Yes. Behind them, a group of Wan clan experts let out a low cry in unison and rushed into the fleeing crowd, bloodying and decapitating them. Looking at the 7 or 8 corpses on the ground, Wan Tianming sank his face. Go in with me and leave Yi Chen's life in the Wan family completely today. The moment. Yi Chen had already entered the deepest part of the heavenly prison. The chaos tripod's voice came from his mind. "Master, turn left ahead. There's a cell 100 meters away. It's most likely your father." Yi Chen's heart trembled. Pick up the pace. Rush to that cell. A pudgy, dirty, fishy-smelling man sits in the middle of a prison cell. Dad. Yi Chen's eyes were red and he instantly recognized the man in front of him as his father. Yi Lingyun, Tatsu-chan? What are you doing here? Yi Lingyun was shocked and immediately reacted. Quickly go. This is the Wan family heavenly prison. How dare you come here? Go. You'll be in danger if Wan Tianming finds you. Go. Even in a prison cell. What Yi Lingyun was worried about was still Yi Chen's safety. Dad, if Wan Tianming dares to come, I'll kill his entire family. Yi Chen let out a low roar. 1 step forward. He rushed forward and snapped at the prison bars. Click 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 click. A metallic twisting sound rang out. An unbelievable scene appeared. The 10,000-year-old basalt iron fence was actually broken directly by Yi Chen. The cuts were hideously twisted. Hiss. Tatsuer, you. Yi Lingyun sucked in a breath of cool air. As a martial artist, how could one not realize how much power this required? Dad. Yi Chen's eyes were red, and he rushed in to hug Yi Lingyun with a touch. The heart stuttered. Dad, where is your hand? Yi Lingyun's right arm position was empty. Yi Lingyun revealed a smile. It's fine. It's just been cut down. Yi Chen trembled with anger and let out a roar. Grass. A cold laugh came from behind him. What a father-son love. Little bastard. Don't roar in impotent rage here. Chapter 96. Who is harder? 2 more. You came to the Wan family today to deliver heads. Originally, I was thinking that I would go and take your life when I was done with the business at hand. I didn't realize that I didn't look for trouble with you, but you came to Lao Fu first, and you even ruined old me's good deed. Little bastard. Today, I will chop you up and make you into meatballs and feed you. Your punk father. 1 bite at a time. Looking back, an old man with a white beard and hair, but with a face like that of a middle-aged man, with a dozen or so people, he appeared in view. Wan Tianming. Yi Chen had seen Wan Tianming for the first time, but he recognized the man at once. Wan Tianming's smile was hideous. It's the old man. You little bastard. Why are your eyes so red? Excited to see your crippled father so? Ha 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 ha. But then again, your crippled father has hard bones. Yi Chen was completely furious. Wan Tianming, you will die today. The father was imprisoned for 5 years and had one of his hands chopped off. Not to mention, what inhuman torture. Cold eyes, locking onto Wan Tianming, charged directly towards him. Wan Tianming faintly spat out. Take it down. A dozen or so old men of the Wan family at the royal god realm surrounded and attacked, the swords in their hands chopping at Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored the crowd and had only one goal, Wan Tianming. When the dozen or so old men rushed in front of Yi Chen, the weapons in their hands were raised high in the air, chopping at Yi Chen's head, neck, heart, and other vital locations, and he didn't have the slightest intention of dodging. Let the crowd attack. Tatsuer, dodge. Yi Lingyun roared lowly. Wan Tianming froze. A touch of playfulness surfaced on his old face, and he couldn't help but laugh. Ha 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 ha, little bastard. You have a ing brain problem, don't you? Dang. When? There was a metallic clanging sound. Wan Tianming's smile froze. Wide-eyed. Couldn't believe what I was seeing in front of me. A dozen or so weapons, chopping at Yi Chen's body. And it's the head, neck, heart, and other deadly locations. It's the same as chopping on a body of steel. It doesn't cut in at all. How is it possible that you? Wan Tianming's eyes widened. Yi Chen swept out with his sword. Ow ho! The blood dragon sword actually erupted with a dragon's roar. The two old men at the 5th level of the royal god realm had their bodies directly broken in two, struggling a few times to die in agony. The others sucked in a breath of cold air and stepped back in shock. Wan Tianming, suffer death. Yi Chen hissed. He directly swooped down towards Wan Tianming, and the blood dragon sword in his hand, with monstrous fury, chopped down with a sword. Little, you dare to challenge the majesty of the 9th level of the royal god realm? Seek death. Wan Tianming was shocked and furious. The arm was raised towards the blood dragon sword to resist it. In his sleeve, he hid an iron crutch forged from 10,000-year-old metaphysical iron, trying to block the sword. When, poof, two voices, almost simultaneously, a sharp pain that drilled through his heart came, and Wan Tianming let out a terrified scream. The iron crutch breaks. The arm was even more unable to block the sword's fury and turned into a bloody mist. Ah, my hand! Wan Tianming looked like he had seen a ghost, and no longer had the arrogant face he had just had. He backed up in horror and turned to run. Stop this little! There was a scream from behind him. Wan Tianming was sweating like a pig, and his heart was flooded with even more monstrous waves. What the hell is going on here? How could this little have this kind of strength? And that sword? What exactly is its quality? It can actually cut through 10,000 years of cold iron. Grass! Who can tell me? Wan Tianming roared angrily in his heart as he fled for his life. What was even more terrifying was that Yi Chen's voice also came from behind. Don't run away, Wan Tianming. Today is the day you die. Everyone in the Wan clan will be buried with you. Wan Tianming never felt that. The heavenly prison of the vanguard behind it was so claustrophobic. Pitch black. Like hell. Finally, there was a glimmer of light up ahead. The gate of the heavenly prison arrived. And the moment Wan Tianming was about to take a step to rush out of the heavenly prison, an extremely violent aura fell behind him. Ka chow! A sharp pain that tore through my heart. Wan Tianming flew out, completely losing consciousness in the lower half of his body. His spine, broken by Yi Chen's kick, fell to the ground like a dead dog. Keep running! Yi Chen's voice was incomparably cold, like a death wish. Wan Tianming's voice trembled, and his lips were shivering. What in the world are you? You? Yi Chen smiled. I'm Yi Chen. Wan Tianming shook his head frantically. Impossible. You absolutely cannot be Yi Chen. 5 years ago, I personally investigated you, and you're nothing but a complete waste. Moreover, you haven't practiced martial arts at all. How could you have this kind of strength in just 5 years? If Yi Chen practiced martial arts 5 years ago, Wan Tianming had long ago decimated the roots. It was because Yi Chen had not practiced martial arts. Having already reached adulthood at the age of 18, it was already too late to start practicing martial arts even from the age of 18. Together with the Dragon Lord's force protection, he did not make a move. Yi Chen had a cold smile on his lips as he took one step at a time. Wan Tianming was lying on the ground like a dead dog, constantly crawling towards the entrance of the heavenly prison. You don't come over, apprentice, you're too much of a waste. Suddenly, a faint voice rang out from the entrance of the heavenly prison, with a heavy dose of disappointment. Master! As if grabbing a life-saving straw, Wan Tianming rushed towards the gate of the heavenly prison like a mad dog and roared furiously. Master! Save me! Save me quickly! This little bastard is practically a devil. His body, it can resist the attack of a sword. Devil? An old man appeared at the entrance of the heavenly prison. A withered body with a waxy face, like a zombie. Is that so? Lift your hand. A dagger appeared in his hand and chopped towards his neck. When? The sound of a crunch. The dagger broke. Master! You! Wan Tianming opened his mouth in shock. The withered old man shook his head with a cold smile. Idiot! This is a body refining technique, an advanced martial art only found in the Kunlun ruins. A short-sighted punk like you. Of course you haven't seen it. The words fell. The turbid gaze turned and landed on Yi Chen's body. Kid, I order you. Now cut yourself. The old man will leave you with a whole body. Otherwise, if the old man does it himself, the old man guarantees that you will regret letting your parents be born. The withered old man smiled teasingly. Yi Chen spat out. I'll give you a chance too. Now kneel down immediately and kowtow to yourself. Otherwise, I'll crack every inch of your bones, inch by inch, so you'll be begging for death. Seek death. The withered old man took one step and rushed out, carrying a fishy wind with him. One breath and stood a meter away from Yi Chen. Raising his hand, he slammed his fist into Yi Chen's mouth. I want to see if your mouth is really this hard. Aha! One sentence remains. The withered old man let out a terrified scream. See only. Yi Chen raised his hand and blocked his punch. Backhanded clasped fist. With his other hand, he ruthlessly landed on the withered old man's arm, smashing out a dozen punches in one breath. With each punch, a sound of bones exploding was made. Ka-chow. Click. Click. Yi Chen shouted angrily. What the hell are you pretending? An arm. Every inch of bone burst. Little bastard. You really deserve to die. The withered old man almost fainted in pain, his old face twisting. All the power in his body, all of it, erupted into a punch that smashed into Yi Chen's heart position. Clunk! There was an earth-shattering roar, and the entire heavenly prison trembled with it. Chapter 97, I'm sorry. Unrepentant is indeed our daughter. 3 more. Yi Chen, however, grinned as if he was an alright person. Didn't eat? You. The withered old man's scalp tingled and his teeth chattered. What kind of monster are you? I'm your father. Yi Chen slapped the withered to the ground. A foot stomped on the withered old man's ankle, crushing it viciously. Click, click. A sound of cracking bones came. I told you, I'll crack every inch of bone in your body, inch by inch, and make you beg for your life. Ka-chow. Click, click. Yi Chen took a breath and stepped on hundreds of feet. Pretend? Keep pretending? The Kunlun ruins are marvelous? Extremely frenzied, extremely bloody, extremely cruel. The withered old man was no longer humanoid, with bones broken all over his body. With only a head left, he looked at the death-like youth in front of him in horror. Yi Chen, I'm a member of the Duan family of Kunlun Market. You can't kill me. Yi Chen looked down at him like a god of death. In this world, there is no one I, Yi Chen, cannot kill. You have 2 choices now. First, answer my question. Secondly, I have hundreds of ways to torture you that are more painful than breaking bones all over your body. The withered old man's body trembled madly. Is the youth in front of me an evil spirit that crawls out of hell? I said. Yi Chen nodded. Clever. The first question, is that you want to capture my daughter? The withered old man hurriedly replied. Yes, I'm from the Kunlun Ruins Duan family. My young master's tendons and veins are broken and he's been reduced to an invalid. It takes the marrow of the unicorn's blood to save a life. Yi Chen's eyes chilled. Second question, where is my mother? The withered old man shook his head. I don't know. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. I really don't know. The withered old man's face went white with fear, and he didn't look like he was lying. In that case, it's useless for you to live. Yi Chen stomped down. Bang! The withered old man's brain exploded and his body was kicked aside by Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I was wrong. Wan Tianming was scared mad, dragging his crippled body and kowtowing frantically. His master is an innate martial artist. Surprisingly, none of them were Yi Chen's opponents and were trampled to death with a single foot. All the defenses in Wan Tianming's heart completely collapsed. Tatsuya. At this moment, Yi Lingyun's voice came. Yi Chen looked back, and his father's eyes carried a touch of excitement, a touch of shock, and a strong touch of relief. Dad. Yi Chen quickly stepped forward and held Yi Lingyun. Didn't I tell you to wait for me? Yi Lingyun shook his head. The sounds of fighting outside stopped. I was worried that something had happened to you, so I came out to take a look. Now it seems that my father's fears were unwarranted. Yi Chen said. Dad. You should take a rest first. Not until I ask where my mom is. Yi Lingyun's expression was a bit unnatural, as if he had some hard feelings. Hesitate for a few seconds. Looking into Yi Chen's eyes. Chen there's no need to ask. They don't know where your mom went. Yi Chen froze. What? Wan Tianming nodded frantically. Right. Your father is right. Yi Chen. Oh no. Lord Yi. I really don't know the whereabouts of your mother. I took your father to get news of your mother, even to lure her out. As a result, for 5 whole years, our one family has not found a single clue. Yi Chen frowned. Dad, is everything he said true? Yi Lingyun sighed and gave Yi Chen a deep look. Chen I know it might be hard for you to accept, but I have to tell you, back then it was jeopardy, and it was your mom who left me alone. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. A mother leaving her father alone? How is this possible? He remembers his parents as being extremely loving. Definitely not the kind of couple that flies apart in the face of great adversity. How could a mother leave without her father? Dad, is it possible that mother is experiencing some difficulties? Yi Chen asked. Yi Lingyun nodded his head. Over these 5 years, I have also carefully considered that there is indeed such a possibility, but we won't know that until we find your mother. By the way, Tatsuya, your mom and I left you something. In my hand. Yi Chen was just about to take out the chaotic cauldron with a single thought. Wait. Yi Lingyun shook his head and looked deeply at Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming's eyes flashed. Could it be the thing he had wanted to obtain day and night for 5 years? It has to be. The treasure left behind by that demoness. Thinking of this, a flash of greed flashed through the depths of Wan Tianming's eyes. Chen let's get out of here first. Yi Lingyun said. Yes. Yi Chen nodded his head, supporting his father with one hand while dragging one of Wan Tianming's legs with the other. Like dragging a dead dog, he walked towards the entrance of the Wan family. Head of house, what's going on? Who are you? Little? Quickly let go of the family head. Along the way, many people from the Wan clan rushed out. Seeing how miserable Wan Tianming was, they all cursed. Some of the martial artists even struck out towards Yi Chen. After Yi Chen killed dozens of people in one breath, these people were finally honest and followed behind in horror. All the way to the entrance of the Wan clan, the fog surged and shrouded everything. The power of the array fluctuated, and it was already past 12 midnight. Vanguard can only come out now. If you want to come in, you have to wait for the next full moon when the formation opens. Yi Chen smiled. Dad, you go out and wait for me first. I still have some things to take care of. Yes. Yi Lingyun did not ask more questions and turned around to walk into the thick fog. Yi Chen turned back, the smile on his face disappearing. In its place, there was a thick chill. Book of Life and Death. Come out. 5 minutes later, Yi Chen walked out of a thick fog. Yi Lingyun asked, Chen where are the people from the Wan family? Yi Chen could see his worry. Dad, don't worry. From now on, there will be no more ancient martial Wan family in the world. Yi Lingyun's body trembled a little, eyes a little red. How much he had suffered in the Wan family over the past 5 years. A stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. The two of them were ready to leave, but Yi Chen's face, however, was a little strange, and the image of Shin Yuchu in the grove surfaced in his mind. Tatsu, what's wrong? It's okay, Dad. Let's go. At dawn, Yi Chen took Yi Lingyun and returned to the old Yi family residence in Zhonghai. After 5 years of torture, Yi Lingyun fell into a deep sleep. Yi Chen looked at Yi Lingyun's empty right hand, and his eyes grew colder and colder. Half an hour later, he called for Jiang Nanwang to come over and personally guard the Yi family's old mansion. He himself drove Jiang Nanwang's car to Longhu Villa. Ding dong dash. Press the doorbell. In the living room, Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan, both of them, almost simultaneously jumped up from the sofa. I'll get it. The duo was fast and rushed to the front door in one breath. Open the door to the villa. Yi Chen was standing at the entrance of the villa, and the three of them looked at each other, not knowing what to do. I don't know how long the stalemate lasted, but Xiao Charan lowered her head and took the lead to speak. Yi Chen, I'm sorry. My grandfather has already called me and said that you know everything. I'm sorry. Unrepentant is indeed our daughter. P.S. About Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan, we have any comments? You can enthusiastically leave a message. There is a need for supporting characters. You can also leave a message in the book review area. Maybe the protagonist of A Move to Kill. Don't mind turning into a mist of blood. You can leave a message. Oh, Chapter 98 Mother. From the Kunlun ruins. Yi Chen was mentally prepared though. At the moment, still not knowing how to speak. Who will Xiao Buxi follow after having a daughter for no apparent reason? Where will Xiao Charan go from here? Will Xiao Charan marry in the future? If he were to marry someone, Yi Chen would definitely not agree. Although the two did not have sex, they could not get rid of his womanhood. Even if he was with Xiao Charan, what about Mu Xueqing? Yi Chen raised his head and looked at Mu Xueqing. Mu Xueqing's eyes carried a touch of fatigue, and it was obvious that she hadn't slept all night last night. Yi Chen, what are you waiting for? Come on in. Come in if you have anything to say. Mu Xueqing stepped forward and pulled him into the villa. Closing the door, only 3 people were left in the hall, and the atmosphere was a bit stiff. Mu Xueqing took a deep breath and was the first to speak. Yi Chen, we already discussed this last night. It is a fact that Unrepentant is your daughter. For Hatsurin, it's not her fault. She's a girl who just started her freshman year of college and she's being dragged into artificial insemination. What can she do? Can she rebel against her family? Unrepentant is even more pathetic. Being born with emotionless parents. If you dare to disown this daughter, I won't spare you. Mu Xueqing gritted her teeth, revealing her small tiger teeth. Yi Chen saw it at a glance. She's bluffing, even. There was some panic in the beautiful eyes. What if Yi Chen doesn't agree? Yes. Yi Chen's face slowed down. Xiao Charan was visibly relieved. Mu Xueqing's expression was a bit complicated. Then she smiled. That's fine. The next thing is Charan's problem. How is she going to marry after she gives you children? So you must be responsible for her too. Yi Chen was a bit shocked and opened his mouth. What? What? You don't want to be responsible? Mu Xueqing frowned. Yi Chen said, what does this have to do with me? How is it okay? She can have a daughter all by herself? Mu Xueqing had a stern face. Yi Chen swept a glance at Xiao Charan, who had her head lowered, unable to see any change in her expression. What about you? Yi Chen looked at Mu Xueqing again. Me? Mu Xueqing laughed coldly. You are of course also responsible. Don't think I don't remember anything. You were the one who scrubbed my body that time in the apartment. I've been seen by you. What? Do you want to eat it all up and deny it? Mu Xueqing forced her way over. Both hands pressed on Yi Chen's shoulders. The pair of magnificent things on her chest almost pressed on Yi Chen's nose. Oppressive. Cough. Wouldn't dare. He was truly afraid that Mu Xueqing would make a sudden move and directly smother him. Humph. That's more like it. Mu Xueqing let go of Yi Chen, dryly. With one sentence. The matter was finalized. From now on, you're responsible not only for Bu Xia, but also for Charan, and even more so for me. Big deal. From now on, 1, 3, 5 belongs to me, 2, 4, 6 belongs to Charan. Sunday, to give you a break. Yi Chen was completely dumbfounded. What? The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. That's what you've been talking about all night? His eyes turned and landed on Xiao Charan. Xiao Charan's pretty face was flushed red, and when she looked up at Yi Chen, she was like a deer in headlights. I haven't slept all night, and there's another conference in the afternoon, so I'm going back to catch up on my sleep. In one fluid motion, he rushed back to his room and snapped the door shut. Mu Xueqing snapped her fingers. Okay, it's so happily decided. Yi Chen said, you haven't asked my opinion yet. Mu Xueqing looked down on him condescendingly. Like a domineering queen, what other opinions do you want to have? Two big beauties, willing to follow you without fighting. You're still not happy about it? If you dare to resist, this girl won't spare you. Well, this girl is tired too. Go back and rest. Having said that, leaving Yi Chen with a backstory, she twisted her plump hips and walked back to her room. The moment you close the door, Mu Xueqing revealed a mysterious smile. Little leaf, come here. Sayaka? That's what it's called. Come on. Mu Xueqing's voice was a little crispy. Yi Chen could only get up and came to Mu Xueqing's room. Unexpectedly, Mu Xueqing directly shot out and wrapped her arms around his waist, her red lips directly kissing up. It was a full 3 minutes before her pretty face flushed red as she let go of Yi Chen and handed him something. I'll give you a little bit of welfare first during the day, and the rest at night. I don't want to have a baby just yet. You have to wear. The pretty face turned red, slammed the door to the room. Yi Chen looked down and actually held a condom in his hand. 7 o'clock in the morning. Deng Lei anxiously rushed into the Dragon Lord's office. Dragon Lord. News. Over the years, all the people that the Wan family has secretly arranged all over the Dragon Kingdom have all died of heart attacks for no apparent reason. The Dragon Lord slowly put down the document in his hand. With a grave face, he stood up. It seems that this kid has really succeeded. This hard bone of the Wan family has been gnawed down by him. Dragon Lord. Destroying 5 ancient martial arts clans in one breath. The situation in the Dragon Kingdom is going to change drastically. Deng Lei's face was gloomy. The Dragon Lord nodded. The pattern of ancient martial arts families has lasted for over 1,000 years. A big change may not be a bad thing. As long as the Dragon Kingdom can carry on, its strength can be taken to another level. Northwestern University. Xin Yuchu woke up violently and ran back to the dormitory in one breath. And Zhang Zixuan had already burst into tears. Young Chu, you're finally back. Ooh, I thought you'd been killed by that demon. Ooh, I was about to call the police. You scared me to death, you know that? Where have you been you? Xin Yuchu was sweating profusely, her lips a little white. I met that demon. Ha? Jiang Zixuan shivered, her voice trembling. Really? He didn't kill you? Nope. Xin Yuchu shook her head. I seem to have been drugged last night. Someone is trying to plot against me. In a daze, the demon seemed to come out and save me. Jiang Zixuan was a bit confused. That demon saved you? He didn't come to pick flowers, did he? Come on, let me see if you're okay. Said. Jiang Zixuan stepped forward, her hands and feet inspecting Xin Yuchu's body for a while. Oops. There. Xin Yuchu pulled her back. Even though I've never done that. But if I'm being what? Can I not know? Jiang Zixuan frowned. So you're saying that he didn't do anything but save you? Aha. Xin Yuchu nodded. Jiang Zixuan was full of doubts. Could it be that this demon has gone from good to evil and turned into a Jianghu warrior? After leaving the Dragon Lake Villa, Yi Chen returned directly to the Yi family's old mansion. After waiting for about 3 hours, Yi Lingyun woke up. Chen phew, I thought it was a dream. Yi Lingyun opened his eyes, realizing that he was indeed lying in the Yi family's old mansion. His own bed back then. Exhale a cloudy breath. Yi Chen stepped forward and fed Yi Lingyun the long-simmered soup. Dad, no one will be able to hurt you anymore. Your body I checked. It's weak, but none of it is fatal. It just needs some time to recuperate. Yi Lingyun smiled in relief and finished the soup in one gulp. Only then did Yi Chen ask, Dad, what's the situation with my mom? Last night at the Vanguard house, you obviously withheld information. Yi Lingyun pulled Yi Chen's hand. Chen there are no outsiders here. I'll tell you the truth. Your mom is from the Kunlun ruins. Chapter 99, Shao Charan, you're the one who gave me the bottom line. Yi Chen had long guessed some of this, really knew the answer and was slightly stunned. Dad, what exactly is the Kunlun ruins a place? Yi Lingyun shook his head. I haven't been there either, but I heard Xiao Yun say that it was extremely treacherous. Su Xiao Yun, Yi Chen's mother's name. There are no laws of modern society there at all. There is only the law of the jungle where the strongest is honored. You're strong. You can do whatever you want. You're weak and live worse than a dog. Your mom comes from the Kunlun Ruin Su family, a family that isn't top-notch, but isn't weak either. Yi Chen frowned, somewhat puzzled. Dad, since mom is from Kunlun ruins, why is our Yi family still suffering from this misfortune? By all accounts, a random martial artist from the Kunlun ruins is strong enough to crush the top families of the Dragon Kingdom. Unless the ancient martial arts family, any martial artist in Kunlun ruins was no different from a god in front of an ordinary clan. If the mother came from the Kunlun ruins Su family, the Yi family wouldn't be so miserable, right? You only know one thing, not the other. Yi Lingyun sighed and shook his head. All of the world's major powers are backed by forces within the Kunlun ruins. Which one of the Dragon Kingdom, M Kingdom, or Wolf Kingdom doesn't have the Kunlun ruins at its back? Yi Chen was shocked. The Dragon Kingdom is also controlled by the Kunlun ruins? Yi Lingyun nodded his head gruffly. The ancient martial arts family of the Dragon Kingdom is backed by the Kunlun ruins. There's also the guardian of the Dragon Kingdom, who is also connected to the Kunlun ruins. Speaking of which, Yi Lingyun paused for a moment, his gaze somewhat strange as he looked deeply at Yi Chen. You exterminated the Wan clan, and sooner or later the people of the Kunlun ruins will know about it. Chen you'd better leave the Dragon Kingdom immediately and go incognito for a while. Come back when the wind blows over. If the people of Kunlun ruins can't find you, they'll give up and won't waste too much time. The big deal is to support another ancient martial arts family. In one breath, consider Yi Chen's backward path. Yi Chen smiled. Dad, I've destroyed more than just one ancient martial wannabe family. The ancient martial Qin family, the ancient martial Xiao family, the ancient martial Lin family, and the ancient martial Chu family have all been destroyed by me. Moreover, I also killed a guardian surnamed Yuan and a guardian surnamed Jiang. What? Hearing this, Yi Lingyun's eyes widened in shock. Yi Chen annihilated 4 ancient martial arts clans, and killed Yuan and Chang, the 2 guardians? How is this possible? This instant, Yi Lingyun's face kept changing. His heart was even more shocking waves. Excitedly asked out, Chen but your mother left behind. Dad, it's that tripod exactly. Yi Chen nodded his head before finishing his sentence. Yi Lingyun shot out and covered Yi Chen's mouth, bellowing at the door of the room. Who? Get out here. An excited voice came from outside the house. Big brother Yi, is that you back? Lin Longhai pushed open the door. Brother Yi, it's really you. He was covered in bandages and was assisted by Lin Fei as he walked in. Yi Lingyun was a bit surprised. Brother Lin? How did you become like this? Ha 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 ha. It's all minor injuries. There's no more major problems. Lin Longhai smiled happily and came in to sit beside Yi Lingyun as the 2 big men had some catching up. Said the man, reminiscing about the years back then. The 2 droned on and on for 2 hours at a stretch. Yi Lingyun's state was obviously much better. Yi Chen had a bit of a headache from listening. How could he be interested in listening to 2 men's years? Walk out of the room and light a cigarette. Lin Fei followed her out. Brother Yi, thank you for what happened at school last time. Yi Chen glanced at her. A pair of beautiful legs pen. Simply leg model level. Big watery eyes. Red lips are tantalizing. Skin so delicate you could pinch it. Hands up. Yi Chen took a drag on his cigarette and casually extinguished it. Fei Lin spat out her little tongue. Big brother Yi, it's all over the school that you're the Dragon Soul's Dragon Marshal. After that incident, all the senior leadership, starting with the principal, all changed. Several professors who committed academic fraud have had their titles jacked because of this. The new principal and director, they're taking extra special care of me, too, and they've granted me a break from school for a while, so I can go back to classes whenever I'm in a good mood. Ye Chen just casually mentioned it. I didn't expect the Dragon Souls people to be so forceful. Come to think of it, the highest level of special forces in the Dragon Kingdom. It's not easy to fix a university? Hands up. No. You were so handsome that day. Lin Fei took Yi Chen's arm, and even shook it, her chest, pressing on Yi Chen's arm. Although it wasn't as full as Mu Xueqing's, it was very erect. It's good to be young. Big brother Yi. Why don't you stay home for lunch? I'll cook it myself. Yi Chen thought about it. The father's side of the question is not yet finished. Just wanted to say yes. At this time, Mu Xueqing sent over a message. Yi Chen, I'm awake. Go to the company first. If you're not busy this afternoon, go to Charon's company and attend a launch with her. That product of hers is very powerful. I'm worried about offending a lot of people, so I guess there will be some trouble. So you go and help hold up the fort. If you behave well, my sister will reward you tonight. Just read the message. Almost simultaneously, Xiao Charon's call came in. Yi Chen, let's eat together at noon. Yi Chen thought for a moment and agreed. Good. I'll send you the address. Pulling his hand out of Fei Lin's arms. It's hard not to touch it twice and it's flexible. Fei, I have something else to do, so I'll go first. Brother Yi, you're not eating? Next time for sure. Watching Yi Chen's back disappear, Lin Fei was a little lost. Humph. You wait for me. I'll take you down sooner or later. He exited the Yi family's old mansion and drove into Jiang Nanwang's red Ferrari, parked directly under Xiao Charon's company. She had actually been waiting for a long time. Yi Chen was a bit surprised. Been waiting for a long time, haven't you? Xiao Charon smiled sweetly, sexy and generous. Seeing that Yi Chen had really come, he was obviously very happy. It's not that long, let's go up. The two were just about to go up when a voice came from behind them. Mr. Xiao, I've been asking you out for 2 days, and I didn't even get in the door of your company. We're all in the medical profession. There's no need to turn people away like that, is there? The two looked back. Several Mercedes business cars, parked downstairs in the company. A young man in a suit, around 27 or 28, got out of the car after tightening his tie. I've brought the contract. I've already had someone consign it to you. As long as you sign it, $1 billion will immediately hit your account. The youth was rich and generous. $1 billion at the drop of a hat. Yi Chen didn't move and swept a glance at Xiao Charon. Who is he? Xiao Charon frowned and quickly explained. Li Jaehyun. From Goryeo country. The 2 prescriptions you gave me. I'll make it into a medical product. A small pilot with great results. Once this launch is released today, my company will instantly become the most powerful medical beauty company in the world. Let alone $1 billion. I won't sell for $10 billion. Yi Chen smiled. So confident? Xiao Charon looked at Yi Chen seriously and said solemnly. It's you who gave me the backbone. The beautiful eyes turned and became extremely stern. Like a business queen, please go back. Mr. Li, the formula. I'm not selling it. Yi Chen, let's go. Having said that, pulling Yi Chen's hand, he walked towards the company's front door. Li Jaehyun's face sank and he made a wink. A group of bodyguards in black suits behind them immediately rushed forward and surrounded the two. Mr. Xiao, I advise you to better think about it. Bang, 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 bang. Yi Chen directly shot out, 1 foot at a time, and all of these black-suited bodyguards flew out like dead dogs, arms and legs twisted, completely motionless, life and death unknown. Li Jaehyun stepped back in fear. Who are you? How dare you hit someone like that? Yi Chen turned back and took a step to Li Jaehyun's body. Frightened, his eyes contracted madly. I am a person of the Li family of the Goryeo kingdom. You dare to move. The word I hadn't even been uttered. Yi Chen threw a direct punch and Li Jaehyun flew out. There was a loud clang, denting the door of the Mercedes commercial car. Alive or dead? Wow. Xiao Charon froze in place in shock, wide-eyed. Her small mouth opened slightly. Yi Chen directly pulled out his cell phone. Tang Feng Wolf, I'll tell you an address. Bring Dragon Soul's people over to wash the ground. Chapter 100 Dragon Soul Wash. 20 minutes later, more than a dozen military vehicles rushed to the scene, and Tang Fenwolf personally came down from them. Get out of the way. All of you. A loud shout made all the onlookers get out of the way. What are you doing? These people are injured. Don't move. Be careful of secondary injuries. Someone called the police and some paramedics were on the scene long ago. Tang Fenwolf snorted coldly. Dragon Soul catches spies and is still afraid of causing secondary damage? Take these Goliaths. All of them. A female doctor, directly enraged. Stop the Dragon Soul's team members. Dragon Soul? What happened to Dragon Soul? Even if they are criminals, don't they have human rights? You arrest people indiscriminately. Believe it or not, I'll report you. She also took out her cell phone. Shooting video. I'm warning you, if I post the video on the internet, you won't be able to eat it. The female doctor had a godly look on her face. Don't hold me back from saving my international friends. These are Goliaths. She thought that as long as she held up her cell phone, Tang Fenwolf would be afraid. After all, the internet is just too powerful. Unexpected. Tang Fenwolf laughed outright. Sorry, Dragon Soul Law Enforcement. You don't have the right to shoot. I now suspect that you are a spy for the Goliath state. Confiscate the cell phone and take it with you. A command. Several Dragon Soul warriors stepped forward and snatched the female doctor's cell phone. She shouted as if she was spilling. How dare you? I'm a doctor at Zhenghai No. 1 hospital, and my husband works as a secretary in the office of a Zhenghai hand. How dare you do this to me? You're finished. Tang Fenwolf sneered. Is that so? Little Li. In. A Dragon Soul warrior stepped forward. Tang Fenwolf said. You immediately make a trip to Wang Jinshui's office and bring this woman's husband back to Dragon Soul for interrogation. At the same time, have Wang Jinshui cooperate with your investigation. I suspect that the couple are spies for the Goliath state. The onlookers were amazed. Wang Jinshui. What a name for a handful of people in Zhenghai City. This man actually had the qualifications, directly from Wang Jinshui's office, to take people away. It also asked Wang Jinshui to cooperate with the investigation. This is no joke. I'm wrong, General, I'm wrong. I just look at them as people from the Goliath country. I worship foreigners. The female doctor was so scared that her legs were soft. Finally, I know that I can't afford to meet someone I can't afford to mess with. Begging for mercy in a heartbeat. It's just a shame. Tang Fenwolf didn't give her a chance at all. Rack up the people lying on the ground and take them all away, including Li Jaehyun. Thunder and lightning come and go. Inside the office, in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, Xiao Charan looked at all of this in shock and turned back, her pretty face carrying a touch of intense astonishment. All of those Goryeo Nation hitmen of Li Zaixian. You killed them all? Yi Chen shook his head. You're releasing a new product today. How can I kill someone downstairs in your company? They were crippled at best, completely reduced to a vegetable for the rest of their lives. Not dead. Xiao Charan looked deeply at Yi Chen. What's the difference between that and dying? Hungry? I'll make you a bowl of noodles. Okay. Yi Chen wasn't picky either. Behind the office, there is a suite, kitchen, bathroom, bedroom, everything you need to rest here when you're tired. 10 minutes later, a large bowl of Yangchun noodles was brought to Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen ate very well. Xiao Charan sat across from him, her hands propped up on her chin, staring with big watery eyes, her pretty face slightly reddened as she looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen was puzzled. You don't eat it yourself? Xiao Charan smiled. Pasta is high in carbon water. I don't eat lunch in order to stay in shape. Yi Chen casually said. It doesn't have to be like this. It's important to eat healthy. Besides, you're in pretty good shape. Huh? Yeah? Xiao Charan's beautiful eyes lit up and her tone was even a bit excited. Yi Chen ate his noodles and nodded. Yeah, and you look quite like Zhao Liang, with a round face and big eyes. There's still a little baby fat, and the flesh is quite cute. Xiao Charan snorted. Really? You like girls with flesh? Huh? It's better than being skinny as a ribs, right? Yi Chen nodded. By the way, you look pretty when you smile. Stop being cold and smile more from now on. Okay, listen to you. Xiao Charan's pretty face was flushed. The beautiful president actually looked obedient. If people outside saw this, they would not be shocked to death. One bowl of noodles finished. Xiao Charan collected the dishes and returned to the kitchen to wash them. Another cup of tea was made for Yi Chen. You take a rest here. I'll go see how the preparations for the launch are going. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. Just 10 or so minutes had passed when Tang Fenwolf sent a text message. General Yi, there may be island spies mixing into the launch site. Yi Chen frowned. Just put away the cell phone. Xiao Charan's face was solemn as he hurried back. Yi Chen asked. What's wrong? Is there a problem with the launch? Xiao Charan shook his head. There are a lot of reporters outside. The world's top medical magazine The Lancet sent a special reporter. M's Natural Science magazine also sent a columnist. There are also journalists from the island countries, the Goliath countries, all the major European countries, and all the major countries in Southeast Asia. It's just a launch of a beauty product. I didn't expect so many international journalists to come after a small-scale experiment. She was breathing heavily. His voice was a little shaky and his face was flushed. The buttons of the shirt also unlocked a heat, revealing the neck mouth of a Snow White. Yi Chen could see that Xiao Charan was nervous. It's fine. Don't you want to become the top medical beauty company in the world? This is the kind of scene you're going to see a lot of in the future. Xiao Charan flinched a bit, but I'm not ready now. Yi Chen smiled and held her wrist. Xiao Charan subconsciously wanted to retract her hand when she saw Yi Chen's affirmative look. Let her hold it. A strand of true qi was injected into Xiao Charan's body. Her blood quieted and her heartbeat returned to normal values. Go, I'm coming with you. Just introduce yourself, and if there are any emergencies, leave them to me. Yes. Xiao Charan was inexplicably relieved. The duo left the office and made their way to the launch site. It's been crowded for a long time. Thousands of journalists from various countries have been waiting for a long time. Seeing Xiao Charan and Yi Chen appear, cameras and video cameras were pointed and flashes were flashing. Yi Chen patted her shoulder. Don't worry, I'll cover you from behind. Aha! Xiao Charan took a deep breath. Step up to the release desk, revealing the confident smile of the beautiful president. Gentlemen, welcome to Shangshur Beauty Company, the release site of the two products, the Face Locking Cream and the Scar Removal King. After clinical practice, Scar Removal King can quickly remove scars from the human body and leave the skin as delicate as a newborn baby. The Face Locking Cream even unlocks human genes, locking the user's face, at the current age. And, our company next has another enhanced version of the Locking Face Cream, which can allow all women, men, to directly restore their face value to 18 years old. Our products, ready to be used in Dragon, Europe. The words were not finished. Suddenly, a female reporter laughs. All eyes in the room flicked to land on her. The female reporter playfully shook her head. Sorry, I just couldn't hold it in because it was really funny. Mr. Xiao, a medical beauty company that was established less than a month ago, just to develop such a powerful elixir. Could it be that this company of yours with less than 30 people is researching immortal medicines? Chapter 101 tonight. For your benefit. This statement was made. There was a great deal of laughter. Xiao Charan didn't move. This reporter friend, who are you? The female reporter had a haughty look on her face. I'm a reporter from the Island Emperor newspaper. My name is Sakurako Chimoto, Xiao Charan said. For your query, we at Shangshur Meiyan have already done clinical experiments. The report has been posted on our official website and you can check it anytime. Chikamoto Sakurako snorted. Where's the authority in your Dragon Kingdom's research report? Unless you publish the formula and let all the major companies in the world study it together. It's reports like these that make authoritative statements. No way. Xiao Charan's pretty face sank. Sakurako Chikamoto, clearly here to pick a fight. Mr. Xiao, you're vain, aren't you? The corner of Chimoto Sakurako's mouth hooked up a cold smile. Your formula does not dare to publish. Then there must be a problem. Experts from the Lancet and Natural Sciences were there. And you hid it, refusing to release even a single formula from the district. Therefore, I have reason to conclude that Mr. Xiao your company is falsely publicizing. One sentence finished with a wink. Yes, false advertising. She is false advertising. A few grandparents rushed out of the crowd and held up banners. My grandson was burned and enrolled in a clinical trial, only to have his scar not heal at all and his wound rot. Have pity on this grandson of mine. Whoops, disfigured later. An older woman at the head of the group, short-shaved hair and glasses, let out a yelp of fat compressing his vocal cords. Harsh and unpleasant. Click, click, click. Countless cameras and camcorders were aimed at a few people, frantically taking pictures. Seeing someone taking pictures, the big mom screamed even harder. Shangshur Meiyan, unscrupulous businessman, clinical forgery, deceiving consumers. Other Moncler outlet online followed the shout. The short-haired, spectacled older woman in the lead had a smug look on her face. In his heart, he secretly laughed. Hey, this time $200 came to hand. Isn't it just making trouble? I'm good at it. Once I cry, twice, 3 times, I haven't hung myself yet. You guys are bull ******* ting me. Xiao Charan's face turned blue with anger. You're not even clinical patients. I've never seen you. Centurion, unscrupulous business, clinical forgery, deceiving consumers. Unfortunately, her voice was too low. It was completely overshadowed by this rowdy group of grandparents. No matter how much she argued, it didn't help at all. Yi Chen frowned and walked up to the stage, patting Xiao Charan's shoulder. And who are you? When Sakurako Chimoto saw Yi Chen, she pressed her hands together. Those Moncler jackets outlet. Suddenly quiet. Be ready to continue crying at any time. Yi Chen swept a glance at Chimoto Sakurako. This person is an island spy, specializing in coming to the Dragon Kingdom to wreak havoc. Men, take them away. After Tang Fenwolf captured Li Jaehyun and others, it's been waiting for a long time. Taking the people from Dragon Soul with him, he rushed straight into the launch site. Hold back Sakurako Chikamoto, and the group of grandparents. This time, the group of Moncler jackets outlet finally panicked. The short-haired spectacled older woman. Moreover, cursed, you all. Snap dash. The dragon soul warrior slapped her across the face, knocking her teeth out. The short-haired spectacled older woman went completely out. Looking at the icy coldness of the dragon soul warrior's eyes, he was completely scared like a quail, not waiting for the torture. Directly recanted. Ooh, don't hit me Is this woman? She gave me $200 to come here and make a scene. Chikamoto Sakurako's pretty face sank. Damn it. This group of losers, they're not good enough to accomplish anything. But, the face remained undaunted, showing a smile. Even if I invited them, so what? This is at best a normal business war. What? You Dragon Kingdom want to arrest me for this? I'm an islander, a reporter from the Emperor newspaper. So many international reporters are here watching. Aren't you afraid of discrediting the Dragon Kingdom? A high and mighty, no one in sight look on his face. She had eaten up Ye Chen. Ye Chen shook his head. How can my men catching an island spy be considered discrediting the Dragon Kingdom? You, what gives you the right to say that about me without proof? Sakurako Chikamoto panicked. Ye Chen smiled. Right away. Tang Fenwolf gave a look. Search me. A few Dragon Soul members stepped forward, rummaging through the handbag Sakurako Chikamoto had with her. They were all press cards, passports, and proof of identity from the island's embassy. Sakurako Chikamoto sneered. Oh, there isn't one, is there? When we get back, I'm going to make all of you apologize. Zira. The Dragon Soul warrior tore through the handbag with such force that an island officer's license fell out. Tang Fenwolf picked it up and looked at it. Island 76 intelligence. Rank, Major. Height, 168. Weight, 49 kilograms. Specialties, disguise, false witness, fighting, assassination, firearms. Tang Fenwolf held up his officer's license for the world's journalists to take pictures. This reporter identified Major Excellency. Please explain? To be a journalist, do you need to learn assassination and firearms? You seek death. Sakurako Chikamoto completely stopped pretending when she saw the exposure. With a touch at his waist, a dagger was drawn and stabbed at Tang Fenwolf's neck. Tang Fenwolf lands a leg kick. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, Sakurako Chimoto's sternum burst, falling to the ground like a dead dog. A group of people from Dragon Soul rushed up and took them all away. Don't Oh, I'm wrong. I have to go back to bring my grandchildren Don't arrest me, cried the short-haired spectacled older woman, paralyzed and dragged away. Next, the release process went well. Xiao Charan even got a few reporters on the spot to use the face-locking cream. The effect was remarkable and caused a sensation. Gentlemen, the product will be released in a matter of days. Now accepting pre-orders. Hooray! After returning to the office, Xiao Charan kicked off her high heels. Throw yourself into the big couch, a pair of stockinged legs, and place them on the coffee table, laying around lazily. From Ye Chen's angle, he could see the full little inner lining. Xiao Charan smiled. Ye Chen, you're just too good. How do you know that Sakurako Chikamoto is a spy? Ha. That group of reporters tried to make a little move, but their faces went white when Sakurako Chimoto was taken away. Ye Chen laughed. Congratulations, big president laugh. Xiao Charan sat back down and resumed his serious expression. Which is not true. Without your formula, there is still today's help. I don't have that chance, and I'll be even more of a wreck today. Tell me, how can I thank you? Eyes drawn, she realized that she was, truly, completely smitten with this cold and powerful man. Drop. A text message came through. Xiao Charan opened it and found that it was from Mu Xueqing. Charan, are things done yet? I'm off work. Quickly send Ye Chen home. This girl, so impatient to wait. Xiao Charan nuzzled. Get up and change into your sneakers. What are you waiting for? Go. Ye Chen was puzzled. Where to? Xiao Charan smiled mysteriously. Didn't Xueqing tell you? I'll give you benefits tonight. She bullied herself forward, her chest pressed against Ye Chen's chest. It's fine if you don't want to go. I'll tell her directly. Tonight you stay in my place. There's a bed inside. Chapter 102 Soul Search. Half an hour later, Xiao Charan left Ye Chen at Dragon Lake Villa. I'm going to pick up my daughter from school, and I'll stay at the company at night. I won't be back. Ye Chen, let's see how you do. A kick of gas and a big grin. The corners of Ye Chen's mouth twitched. At that moment, the sound of a door opening came from behind. Mu Xueqing poked her little head out, looked around, and pulled Ye Chen's arm as she tugged into the villa. Bang! But closed the door with a bang. Pulling Ye Chen, he ran all the way back to his room. The curtains in the house were drawn and there were no lights on. Mu Xueqing was breathing rapidly. Her pretty face was flushed, and the pair of magnificent things in front of her chest was undulating up and down. Ye Chen laughed. You're nervous? Mu Xueqing glared at him. Nonsense. People first. Time it. Cannot be nervous? Yi Chen was helpless. That can't be like being a thief, right? Mu Xueqing said angrily. You're the one being a thief. I'm going to take a bath first. Doesn't that wash together? Yi Chen rubbed the back of his head. Oops. Who's washing with you? Mu Xueqing spat. Covering his face, he rushed into the bathroom, and within moments came the sound of washing water. Yi Chen was also a bit nervous. After all, it's his first time, and it's also Mu Xueqing's first time. Do you want to learn it yourself first? Pull out your cell phone. Prepare to enter a URL. Suddenly, a phone call came in. Hey, Yi Chen, your dad is missing. Yi Chen returned to the Yi family's old mansion as fast as he could. King Jiangnan, Lin Longhai, and Lin Fei were all there. In the courtyard, 2 of the Jiangnan king's men were kneeling on the ground, while the other 2 were holding whips and frantically beating them. Back, a bloody mess. What's going on? Yi Chen appeared. Jiangnan king was so scared that he knelt down on one knee, sweating like a pig. Mr. Yi, it's all my fault. 2 hours ago, your father said he was going to pay his respects to the dead servants of the Yi family. I wasn't here to keep watch myself, and 2 of my men, not daring to disobey, took your father to the cemetery. As a result, one didn't look away and your father disappeared. Yi Chen's face was grim. How do you guys do your jobs? Jiangnan king, I asked you to personally guard the Yi family. You didn't take it seriously, did you? The Jiangnan king knelt on the ground, trembling. This was an existence that had exterminated several ancient martial arts clans, and when he stomped his foot, the martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom would be shaken. Mr. Yi, it's my fault. Raised his hand and slapped himself a couple times. The group of Jiangnan king's men were stunned and jaw-dropped. Enough. Yi Chen let out a low gulp. Have you found any trace of my father? At this time, a phone call came in, and Jiangnan Wang answered it in a hurry. A few words later, a sigh of relief. Okay, I got it. Raising his head, his eyes were still full of blood, but his expression was obviously quite relaxed. Mr. Yi, we found your father's whereabouts. He took the other way, sneaking out of the cemetery, stopped a cab on the side of the road, went straight to the airport, and bought a ticket to Lando. Yi Chen's brows knitted together. What is my father doing in Longdu, Northwestern University? 7 p.m. Yu Chu, what are we doing here? It's eerie and scary. Let's just go back. 2 silhouettes came from the distance. It was Xin Yuchu and Jiang Zixuan. Xin Yuchu said, I want to verify that the person I met last night is him or not. Jiang Zixuan shook her head. This is the school's old auditorium. It's eerie. There have been rumors circulating that there are ghosts in the neighborhood. And last night, after 12 o'clock, someone heard a constant stream of screams from this side of the old auditorium. It sounded like it was saying something about you being the devil, ghost, or something like that. Shin Yochu's face was firm. If you're afraid, you can go back first. I'm going to find out. Shaking off her best friend's hand, she headed in the direction of the old auditorium. Yu Chu, wait for me. Jiang Zixuan clenched her teeth and hurriedly followed. The duo searched around the old auditorium, inside and out. With no luck. Young Chu, we'd better go first, Jiang Zixuan proposed. Wait, someone's coming. Shin Yuchu pulled her best friend and hid aside. In the eyes of the 2 of them, 2 old men, dressed in ancient clothes, came from the distance. Jiang Zixuan stared with wide eyes. What kind of outfit is this? Are they filming a drama? Don't talk, watch. Shin Yuchu shook his head. Under the watchful eyes of the 2 old men came to a location. One of them sank his face. This is the entrance to the Wan clan, isn't it? Duan Kong. This punk, coming out for a full day. He actually didn't even bring back the Qilin blood, and he even made his soul lamp go out. Could it be that this loser got hurt out there? The 2 were named Duan Kuan and Duan Tai, from the Kunlun Market Duan family. A dozen hours ago, the soul light that Duan Khan left in the Duan family suddenly went out. There are only 3 possibilities for a martial artist's soul lamp to go out. First, take the initiative to sever the connection with the soul lamp. Second, being seriously injured. His own blood chi could not support the connection with the soul lamp. Third, death. Duan Tai shook his head. It's hard to say. Let's enter the Wan clan first and take a look. With a lift of his hand, the storage ring at the tip of his finger flashed. An ancient 8 trigrams formation disc appeared in the palm of his hand. Pressing a few times on it, he took out a few more spirit stones and placed them on top of the array disc. Drive me. A low drink. The air in front of them let out a loud rumble and cracked open, and the 2 of them took a step into it and disappeared. Shin Yochu's eyes widened in shock. Zixuan, did you see that? Jiang Zixuan opened her mouth and her jaw almost dropped to the ground. My God, Behind this old auditorium, there's actually another heaven. Go on, check it out. Shin Yuchu got up. Don't want it. Under the light of the cell phone, Jiang Zixuan's pretty face went white. Yuchu, those two old men just now, at a glance, they are not the ones to be messed with. I'll go myself if you don't go. Shin Yuchu rushed over. Standing in the position of the two old men, the whole man stiffened in place, wide-eyed, like seeing the most incredible image in the world. The air in front of them actually cracked open. Dozens of meters away, it was actually another world. Ancient buildings with green bricks and ink tiles. Everyone in the Wan family is dead. How can it be? This is Wan Tianming. Hiss. The head of the Wan family. Duan Kong. This is Duan Kong. Died with his meridians bursting all over his body. And his head was even crushed by a foot. There's actually someone in the secular world who dares to kill my Kunlun ruins. A low, angry roar came from within the ancient building ahead. Shin Yuchu didn't feel quite right and turned around to leave. Whoosh dash. A figure swept in sharply, taking a step in front of her. Where are you going? Shin Yuchu looked up. The old man's face was waxy and his eyes were cloudy, as if he was a zombie. Shin Yuchu shuddered in fear. Young Chu, run! Jiang Zixuan rushed over from behind, a wooden stick in her hand, and ruthlessly smashed it on the back of the old man's head. Bang! The wooden stick breaks. The old man turned back icily, looking for death. With a casual slap out, Jiang Zixuan's entire body flew out backwards and fell into the nearby flower bushes, completely silent. Zixuan! Shin Yuchu let out a cry of alarm and tried to rush out. The old man raised his hand and snapped it, grabbing Shin Yuchu's neck as a blood haze blossomed in his eyes. Divine thoughts rushed into Shin Yuchu's mind. Shin Yuchu covered his head and screamed miserably. Chapter 103. Who dares to touch my father? In front of Shin Yuchu's eyes, images of last night actually surfaced. Two schoolgirls took her into the grove and left her on a picnic mat. A youth was ready to misbehave with her. Yi Chen appeared, after kicking the misbehaving youth toward the direction of the old auditorium. What did you see when you searched your soul? The old man casually dropped Shin Yuchu and told his companions about the images he saw from the soul search. What? A youth who looks less than 25 years old has entered the Wan clan? Duan Tai's face was filled with incredulity. Could it be that everyone in the Wan family, as well as Duan Tai, was killed by this kid? Duan Koan sneered. Whether it's true or not, let's leave this kid alone first. Gongzi's condition is serious. Let's find the Qilin blood and bring it back first. Dragon capital, Ye family. A joyous celebration. Today happened to be the day of the Yi family's old man Yi Zhenbei's 100th birthday. Starting in the morning, the Yi family held a big birthday banquet, and the guests continued to stream in until the evening. Outside, the streets are filled with luxury cars. The roads were blocked off and used as temporary parking lots, and it looked like they were ready for an all-night celebration. At this time, a man with ordinary clothes and a somewhat crooked walk came to the Yi family's front door. It didn't fit in with the suits and bejeweled guests around it. Who's this? It stinks to high heaven. Why are you here dressed like a beggar? Some of the female guests, covering their noses. Give him a bowl of noodles and tell him to get lost. Don't stand here. Today is the old master's 100th birthday. Don't affect his mood. A butler walked out. Next, the two houseboys stepped forward, ready to evict the man. Who dares to touch me? The beggar let out an angry cry. The powerful aura scared the two houseguests so much that they fell to the ground on their asses. Looking up at the beggar, his eyes contracted fiercely for a moment. Butler Zhou. This is the third master. What? Third master? Butler Zhou's face changed drastically as he rushed forward to take a look. The eyes contracted hard. The person in front of him was none other than Yi Zhenbei's third son, Yi Lingyun. Third master, why are you back? Third master? The third oldest member of the Yi family? Lingyun war god. Yi Lingyun. I go. He broke away from the Yi family 30 years ago, joined the Dragon Soul to make a war record to seal the god, and then went to live in Shanghai. Didn't he disappear 5 years ago? How come he's back? There was heated debate all around. Yi Lingyun ignored the comments around him. Take me to see the old master. Housekeeper Zhou didn't dare to slack off. Turning around, he pushed a way through. Third master, please. Along the way into the Yi family, more and more people noticed this person who was dressed out of place. Yi Lingyun. It's him. How did he get back? Countless people's faces changed drastically. Go check it out. Something big is going to happen. Countless guests moved at the sound of the news, following Yi Lingyun and heading towards the depths of the Yi family. Yi Hongya's eyes flashed with a flash of intense anger when he was informed by his subordinates that Yi Lingyun had returned. How dare this come back? The teacup in his hand fell hard on the floor, leaving the guests who were doing the chaperoning. He rushed straight out. Two middle-aged men were left, staring at each other. Mr. Wang, What's going on here? An islander was filled with doubt. Wang Xiaoyang's eyes flashed. Mr. Tojo, the Ye family had an outcast back then. After breaking away from the family and doing something, everyone thought he was dead, but I didn't think he'd come back. Tojo Ryusuk shook his head. Isn't it just an outcast? Just come back. Worth Ye Hongye's attention? Wang Xiaoyang swept him a glance. What if this outcast gave birth to a son named Yi Chen? What did you say? Yi Chen. Tojo Ryosuke stood up in shock. He is the son of Takuya Tojo. His father was about to succeed to the throne of the emperor. He was clear about everything that had happened within the heavenly palace half a month ago. Yi Chen. This is someone who even dared to kill the emperor. Yi Hongye rushed out as fast as he could, and the moment he saw Yi Lingyun, he directly roared. Yi Lingyun, you still dare to come back? How did you have the face to come back after the Yi family was victimized by you? Yi Lingyun fatally said. Yi Hongye, it has nothing to do with you. I want to see the old man and get back what's mine. Hear this. The guests around them whispered. Take back what's his. Could it be that Yi Lingyun came back this time to vie for the position of the Yi family's lord? It can't be. I've heard that the Yi family's old master is preparing to step down as the family head after he turns 100 years old. Yi Lingyun's sudden return at this time has an intriguing attitude. Listening to the guests talk, Yi Hongye's face was pitch black. Yi Lingyun, 25 years ago, you had already severed your relationship with the Yi family for the sake of that demoness. Half a month ago, that good son of yours even forced the old man to kneel. You have the face to come back? Yi Lingyun was shocked. What? Chener forced the old man to kneel? Yi Hongye's eyes were red. Do I have to lie to you? That son of yours? Good. Very good. Yi Lingyun's face shifted for a while. What Chener did, I'll personally apologize to the old man later. Where is the old man? I want to see him. You dream. Yi Hongye gave an order. Take him down. Break both legs and throw him out. A group of fighters around them directly pounced towards Yi Lingyun. Yi Lingyun made a move to resist, but unfortunately, he didn't move for 5 years. The tendons and veins were wasted, and although he was cured by Yi Chen, he still had not completely recovered. Plus with only one arm, he was quickly pinned to the ground. Ha 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 ha. Yi Lingyun, turns out you even broke a hand? Retribution. Yi Hongye laughed in surprise as a scowl flashed across his old face. You broke one of your hands anyway, so I'll give you another hand. Break Yi Lingyun's arms and legs and throw him out like a dead dog. Just about to do it. I'll see who dares to touch my father. A growl sounded outside the gate. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 2 stone lions at the gate of the Yi family flew in like meteors. Put! The group of fighters who were pressing down on Yi Lingyun had their bodies split apart on the spot, with blood and mist flying around. Yi Chen! The crowd looked back. He only saw Yi Chen's face grim as he brought the Jiangnan king along at a fast pace. Wherever they passed, all the major tycoons and dignitaries in Dragon Capital lowered their heads in horror. It's this kid that exterminated 4 ancient martial arts clans. Legend has it that the 9,000 years old was so frightened by him that he fled the Golden Triangle, but he still could not escape death. Is it true or not? The crowd thought in horror. Yi Chen had already walked into the Yi family's hall and picked up Yi Lingyun. Dad, you're coming to the Longdu Yi family. Why didn't you tell me? Why don't I just bring you here? Are you okay? I'm fine. Yi Lingyun shook his head. Yi Chen sneered. It's good that you're fine, but some people are going to be in trouble. Whoosh dash. The figure flashed and landed in front of Yi Hongye like a viper. What are you doing? Yi Hongye stepped back in fear. Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped Yi Hongye's neck. His face icy cold. You're the one who wanted to waste my father's arms and legs? I'll waste you first. Like a dead dog. Yi Hongye was thrown to the ground. Don't you dare. Ah! Yi Hongye's pupils contracted crazily before he could finish a sentence. Ka chow. Ka chow. Ka chow. Ka chow. Yi Chen stomped down with 4 consecutive feet. Yi Hongye's arms and legs exploded on the spot, directly turning into human swine. Hiss! My God! The guests' presence sucked in a breath of cool air, their hearts trembling with fear. Didn't expect Yi Chen to be dry at all. Yi Zhenbei walked out just in time to see this scene, and roared with blackness before his eyes. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Chapter 104 9 Revolutions Heavenly Emperor Technique. Wang Xiaoyang and Tojo Ryosuke came out a few seconds after Yi Zhenbei. When they saw this scene, they all froze. Yi Hongye was miserable and incomparable, lying on the ground and constantly screaming. Blood gushed out wildly from the blasted limbs, shocking to the eyes. Yi Chen's foot crushed a few times on Yi Hongye's limbs. Dad, look at their family still being so condescending. It was obviously Yi Hongye who wanted to break your limbs. I'm just using the same method he used to deal with you to deal with him. You see? Yi Zhenbei got angry. Yi Lingyun's eyebrows jumped. Tatsuer, too fierce. Yi Zhenbei gritted his teeth. Yi Chen. Hongye. A hiss of pain came from behind him. A gorgeously dressed, Charming young woman rushed over and plopped down at Yi Hongya's side. Oh my god. Your hands and feet are all wasted. Yi Chen, you have a cruel heart. He's your second uncle no matter what. How could you lay your hands on him? The young woman's eyes were red. Yi Chen asked a rhetorical question. Why don't you ask your husband? My father is his own brother. How could he do it? You. The young woman pointed at Yi Chen, unable to say a word. Yi Jinbei shouted angrily. Yi Lingyun, today is my 100th birthday. What exactly do you mean by bringing Yi Chen here to waste my son? Yi Lingyun's expression was grave as he glanced at Yi Chen. He already knew what happened to the Yi family in Zhonghai 5 years after his disappearance. Over 100 people, all killed. Yi Chen has been missing for 5 years. The Yi family of Longdu did not ask a single question. At the Yi family's old mansion, Yi Chen was frighteningly calm as he said these words. However, Yi Lingyun sensed that Yi Chen was completely heartbroken towards the Longdu Yi family. Later Yi Chen explains that he left Zhonghai for 5 years and came back having learned an amazing skill. Yi Lingyun knew with his feet how difficult these 5 years had been for Yi Chen. When he was a child, he was bullied and humiliated in the Yi family in Longdu, just because his mother was a maid and he was born of a concubine. Bringing Su Xiaoyun home for the first time subjected her to all sorts of blank stares. In a fit of rage, Yi Lingyun directly broke away from the family. Today, no matter what Yi Chen chose, Yi Lingyun would always support it. He took a deep breath. Dad, I wish you a long and happy life. This is also the last time I call you Dad. Shenner's meaning is my Yi Lingyun's meaning. Good. Yes. Yi Jinbei's face turned white with anger. Yi Lingyun, you've got it made. It's because I was blind back then and looked at the wrong person. Shouldn't I have handed over the position of the Yi family's head to you? Yi Lingyun had yet to answer. Yi Chen laughed. A mere dragon capital Yi family. What is it? Even if you, Yi Jinbei, kneel down right now and beg my father to become the head of the Longdu Yi family. Your Yi family is not qualified. The whole place is dead silent. All the guests, staring in shock. This kid is too arrogant. A middle-aged man opened his mouth. Arrogant? I don't think so. Someone sneered. Yi Chen is now the supreme commander of the Dragon Soul, destroying 4 ancient martial families in a row. Even the 9,000 years might have died in his hands. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, who else can suppress him? Once the dragon rises to the 9 heavens, it's enough to be equal to the Dragon Lord. The man's words landed. The whole place is dead silent. The gazes of countless clans fell on Yi Chen's body, wondering if there was a girl of the right age at home who would be best to marry Yi Chen. Even if Yi Jinbei was angry again, his heart couldn't help but produce a touch of regret. If the old man hadn't been biased in the first place, cared more about Lingyun, and asked Yi Chen more questions, wouldn't it have been a different outcome? Dad, what do you want to do in the Longdu Yi family? Yi Chen asked. Only then did Yi Lingyun react. Taking Yi Chen with him, he headed directly towards the depths of the Yi family. Come to the back garden, under a luohan pine worth tens of millions of dollars. Back in the day, your mom buried a chest here, and I came to take this away. Yi Chen had one thought. The blood dragon sword appeared in the palm of his hand. Yi Lingyun was shocked. Chen you have a storage spell on you? Yi Chen nodded. Dad, the tripod you and mom left behind. Shoo. Yi Lingyun shook his head and swept a wary glance around. This object, do not mention it again. Even if it's just you and me, father and son, definitely don't say it again. Yi Chen was strange though, and there was no further discussion. Stabbing his sword into the ground in the position designated by his father, like slicing tofu, he dug out a mound about a meter deep. A black box, lying still. That's it. Yi Lingyun was excited and lifted the box. The duo returned to the hall. Yi Hongya had already disappeared, leaving a trail of blood. It looks like it should have been taken to the hospital. From now on, the Central Sea Yi family and the Dragon Capital Yi family no longer have any relationship. Elder Yi, farewell. Yi Lingyun dropped a sentence and quickly left with Yi Chen. The two had just left with their front feet, and the Yi family hall was all of a sudden violently discussing. This Longdu Yi family, it's going to be over. Finished? No way? Someone's eyes widened. Longdu Yi family, a family of several hundred years. How did it suddenly become abolished? The person who spoke shook his head. Yi Lingyun and Yi Chen have completely separated from the Yi family. You saw their attitude just now. Yi Hongya has become an invalid, and he is completely wasted even if he can save a life. Yi Jinbei is already 100 years old. How many more years can he live? The Yi family has no male offspring. When he dies, the Longdu Yi family will fall into a sinking ship, and the centuries-old family will be gone. In the future, there will only be the Zhanghai Yi family, who will still recognize the Longdu Yi family. This person has finished explaining. The entire Yi family hall was plunged into a dead silence. The scene was extremely awkward. After a few moments, Some of the dignitaries' eyes flickered a few times and silently turned around to leave. After a few minutes, the originally crowded and bustling hall, only 20 to 30 people remain, all relatives of the Ye family. Congratulations, Mr. Wang. Tojo Ryosuke arched his hand in congratulations. Wang Xiaoyan wore a smile on his face. Where would I have any joy? Tojo Ryosuke, in front of the crowd, didn't hide it in the slightest. There are only 4 great families in Dragon Capital: Shao, Yi, Wang, and Gu. Once the Yi family falls, couldn't the Wang family find an opportunity to swallow the Yi family's power? Ha 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 ha. Wang Xiaoyang laughed out loud. That's exactly what I want. The others in the hall froze. Saying this in front of Yi Jinbei? It's also too arrogant. Wang Xiaoyang, how dare you? Yi Jinbei's eyes widened in anger as he pointed at him. The old man is still alive. Not dead? How long will you live? Yi Lao? How about? I wish you a long life. Wang Xiaoyang grinned. Today, Yi Jinbei is exactly 100 years old. You, put. Yi Jinbei spat out a mouthful of blood and fell straight down. Master, Elder Yi. The Yi family's crowd rushed forward. Ha 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 ha. Wang Xiaoyan laughed up at the sky and went out the door. Back on the plane, father and son, looking at the black box in front of them, forged from basalt iron. I can't believe it's still a combination lock. Yi Lingyun entered Yi Chen's birthday and with a click, the box opened. Inside lay 2 items, a black token with an ancient shape and no discernible material, a vellum, antique tinged book. Dad, what's this? Yi Lingyun's gaze was grave. Chen this is the technique of the family behind your mom. 9 Revolutions Heavenly Emperor Technique. Chapter 105, Let Go of My Daughter or Die. 9 Revolutions Heavenly Emperor Technique? Yi Chen was startled. What a bossy name. Yi Lingyun looked grave, as if he was reminiscing. Back then, your mom, after coming out of the Kunlun ruins, wanted to live her life like an ordinary person. So, after we had you, I retired from Dragon Soul. We came to Shanghai, ready to just live out our lives. This gongfu your mom is ready to take to the grave. The first time I brought her back to the Yi family in Longdu, I buried her in the backyard, but as a result, too many things happened back there, and I never had the chance to retrieve her. Your mom said that if we live out our ordinary lives, then we should forget about this. Speaking of which, Yi Lingyun paused for a moment, clenching his back teeth. If those people won't let her be an ordinary person, then they will give you this technique to cultivate. Yi Chen received the 9 turns Dragon Emperor technique and flipped it open to read a few times, greatly shaken, especially the last layer. Successful cultivation could actually destroy stars with the snap of a finger. So powerful? Really? Yi Chen froze and looked at Yi Lingyun. Dad, have you practiced? Yi Lingyun shook his head. I can't. This item must be cultivated by someone with Qilin blood. Yi Chen pondered, putting away the 9 turns Heavenly Emperor technique and preparing to study it later. Dad, what is this again? His eyes sank and landed on the ancient token in the chest. Your mom left this to me. Yi Lingyun looked a little flustered. As soon as he grabbed the token, he stuffed it into his arms, as if he was afraid that Yi Chen would see it. 10 o'clock at night. Downstairs in Xiao Churan's company, 2 old men walked slowly, holding a compass in their hands, the pointer spinning continuously. Eventually, point to Xiao Churan's company building. This is it. Duan Kuan raised his head. Go! A low drink. The 2 actually rose up into the air, jumping 7 or 8 stories in one leap, their dry palms clasping onto the walls of the building. Leap. A few times later, a loud clang crashed through the floor-to-ceiling window of Xiao Churan's office. Who? Xiao Churan was wearing her pajamas with a fairy tale book in her hand, and was lulling Xiao Buxue to sleep. She was very alert when she heard movement in the office outside. Put down the fairy tale book. Grabbing a fruit knife, he stared nervously at the door to the room. Bang! The gate exploded with a loud bang, sending wood shavings flying. The 2 old men barged right in, ignoring Xiao Churan, their gazes locking onto Xiao Buxi on the bed. Qilin blood. Found it. Great. The 2 were thrilled beyond belief. The compass in his hand blossomed with a blood-colored light. Duan Kuan took a step forward and directly picked up Xiao Buxue. Let go of my daughter. Xiao Churan droned, rushing up with a fruit knife in hand. A knife stabbed at Duan Kuan's back, and with a crunching sound, the fruit knife snapped in 2. Buzz dash. An airwave erupted and Xiao Churan flew out backwards, hitting the wall, puffing out a mouthful of blood. Mom! Xiao Buxi cried out. Let's go. This woman is hopeless. Duan Tai swept a glance at Xiao Churan. The chest of her nightgown was drenched in blood, and she crawled over to him still weakly. Let go of my daughter. Duan Kuan didn't bother to look at her more than once and turned around. The 2 walked to the office. Wait. Duan Tai suddenly opened his mouth, his eyes staring dead at the office table. Exactly 1 photo of the ensemble. Today Yi Chen attended the conference. Was Xiao Churan's staff photographed a photo of the two on stage? Xiao Churan felt good. Let people promise to come out. Framed in the frame. It's him. Duan Kuan's eyes narrowed. Icy coldness flickers as he turns around and stares indifferently at Xiao Churan. This kid is your man? Now. Immediately call and contact him and tell him to come here. You. Dream. Give me back my daughter. Blood continued to spill from the corners of Xiao Churan's mouth as he climbed out of the room. A shocking trail of blood trailed across the floor. No fight? Duan Kuan smiled coldly. Lifting his hand, he threw Xiao Buxi out of the broken floor-to-ceiling window. With the height of dozens of floors, Xiao Buxi would definitely fall into mush once he landed on the ground. No regrets. No! Xiao Churan screamed in a heartbreaking manner. Whoosh dash! Duan Kuan took a step forward and jumped down from the landing window. A few seconds later, carrying Xiao Buxi, who had fainted from fear, in his hand, he came over with a smile. Scared? If you don't call him again, I'll make sure it's for real this time. Raise your hand and reach out the landing. Xiao Buxi was airborne at a height of dozens of floors. Don't. I'm typing. Yi Chen had just gotten off the plane and was ready to send Yi Lingyun back. Tick-tock dash. Suddenly, the cell phone rang and the answer button was pressed. From the opposite side came Xiao Churan's crumbling cries. Yi Chen, I'm sorry. Oh who? Save our daughter. Unrepentant. Someone wants to kill Unrepentant. What? Yi Chen's brain instantly filled with blood as he let out a roar. Where is it? Rumble dash. A monstrous aura erupted from his body, distorting the air around him. It shook Yi Lingyun and Jiang Nanwang, who were beside him, directly back a dozen steps. Okay, I'll be right there. Yi Chen hung up the phone and rushed straight to the Rolls-Royce that picked him up. Clunk! There was a loud bang as the driver's door ripped open, pulling the driver out of the car, getting in and rushing out with a kick of the gas. Asterisk. Outside the airport, a group of tourists who had come to catch a flight were stunned. A Rolls-Royce can still drive like this? A Rolls-Royce broke through the airport's guardrail, made an almost 90-degree turn, and sprinted onto the expressway heading straight for the city. Half an hour's drive. Yi Chen drove to Xiao Churan's company downstairs in 10 minutes. Look up. There were glass slivers all over the floor. Asterisk. His face sank as he leapt up in the same fashion, snapping at the cement of the wall. What's that noise? Duan Kuan and Duan Tai frowned as they heard the voices downstairs. It seems to be down there. Duan Tai walked to the blasted floor-to-ceiling window and looked towards the downstairs, where Yi Chen happened to arrive. A fist slammed straight out. Bang! Duan Tai flew out backwards, hitting the wall of the office like a dead dog, his body embedded in it. Blood kept spurting out of his throat, and it looked like he wasn't going to make it. Duan Kuan's scalp went numb in shock. Looking towards the floor-to-ceiling window, he saw a youth with glowing red eyes and a thick murderous aura. Let go of my daughter, or else, die. Duan Kuan grabbed Xiao Buxi's hair and retreated sharply to Xiao Churan's body, stepping on her back. Little you stand still. If you dare to take another step forward, I will kill your woman. Xiao Churan trembled and shouted. Yi Chen, save people. Quickly save people. Shut up. Duan Kuan let out a low roar. Raising his foot, he stomped on one of Xiao Churan's thighs, preparing to directly stomp it out. Ow ho! Duan Kuan only heard a dragon's roar ring out as a bloody mane shot out. The right leg that he himself stepped on towards Xiao Churan, with a sharp pain, was actually chopped off by that blood on. Ah! My leg! Duan Kuan exclaimed in horror. In the nick of time, Yi Chen took an arrow step forward and clasped Duan Kuan's hand that was grabbing Xiao Buxi's hair. A fist slammed down. Ka-chow! The blood mist exploded. Duan Kuan's arm, which was directly separated from his body, and his 5 fingers were still deadlocked on Xiao Buxi's hair. Yi Chen slammed out another punch, landing on top of Duan Kuan's dantian. The dantian directly exploded, and Duan Kuan flew out like a dead dog, set on the wall of the office, sunken in, like a human-shaped pendant. Yi Chen checked Xiao Buxi and was only stunned out of his mind. Not a big deal. Putting it aside, he held Xiao Churan's wrist and examined it once. The organs are shattered. 7 or 8 ribs were broken, all of them piercing deep into the internal organs. Certain death. Chapter 106, Kunlun Ruins. Duan family. Asterisk. Yi Chen cursed angrily and took out 13 silver needles and stabbed them into Xiao Churan's body. Shasta. Xiao Churan's bleeding stopped. Mental state is much better too. A flash of blood appeared on his pale face. Duan Kuan spat out blood while screaming in horror. Ghost Gate 13 needles. You actually know the Ghost Gate 13 stitches that can bring life to the dead and flesh to the bones. Duan Kuan, are you sure? Is this really the Ghost Gate 13 needles? Duan Tai opened his mouth in shock and blood gushed out. The ghost hand sex mastery that was lost for 1,000 years has actually resurfaced. Yi Chen was just about ready to strike. Continuing to treat Xiao Charan, Duan Kuan and Duan Tai stared wide-eyed, deadly staring at Yi Chen's every move. Shouldn't look. Don't look. Yi Chen grabbed a handful of wood shavings from the door of the room and threw them out as concealed weapons. Ah, my eyes. The two screamed in agony. The eyeballs were struck by flying wood shavings, and directly exploded. Scream one more time and I'll make sure you'll never be able to make a sound. A death-like voice rang out. The two were so frightened that their voices screeched to a halt, deadly clenched teeth, not even daring to hum. This young man from the Dragon Kingdom was a complete and utter god of death. Yi Chen looked at Xiao Charan. Don't be afraid. I stabilized your injuries with silver needles. And now there are still a few broken ribs that pierced your internal organs. But it's okay. I'll help you put your ribs back in place. And I have a way to heal the internal injuries. Xiao Charan took a deep breath. Come on. I believe in you. Yi Chen raised his hand and unbuttoned Xiao Charan's pajamas. Inside was a lace-style set that had been stained red with blood. Yi Chen slowly unraveled. Duong. Breaking free and bouncing. Xiao Charan's pretty face, all of a sudden, reddened to the roots of her ears. Yi Chen stretched out his 5 fingers and pressed them on Xiao Charan's chest. Well, Xiao Charan shuddered a little. The body felt like an electric current was surging through it. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. I'm fine. Xiao Charan gritted her teeth, breathing heavily, her body trembling slightly. Okay, bear with me. Yi Chen injected his inner strength. Clip a rib and ease it back into place. After repeating this 6 times, the 3 ribs that were broken on the left and right were all attached. Although it was a rescue, the pair of things in front of his chest was rubbed by Yi Chen. Yi Chen pulled out 2 pills and fed Xiao Charan to take them, and a warm current blossomed in his body. Xiao Charan, who was dying a moment ago, could actually stand up. In the first instance, he took Xiao Buxi into his arms. Yi Chen looked at the mother-daughter duo. Don't worry, your injuries are no longer a big problem. Just rest for a few days. You go to your room and rest. I have some things to ask these two. Good. Xiao Charan nodded obediently and carried her daughter back to her room. Yi Chen walked to the wall of the office, snapped the necks of the 2 men, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window like he was carrying a dead dog. With their hands out the window, the 2 of them hung in the air, the sound of the wind whistling in his ears. This is 100 meters up in the air. As soon as I let go, you'll all fall to mush immediately. Now, only one of you 2 can live. Whoever answers my question first, lives. Yi Chen icily spat out. The other one. Bang. No. Duan Kuan was so scared that he trembled madly. My lord. I said. Duan Tai cursed. Duan Kuan. It's all your fault for wanting to stay behind. Or else we would have already brought the Qilin blood back. Grass. It's all your fault. Yi Chen directly asked. You guys are from Kunlun Market? Yes my lord. Yes. The 2 replied almost simultaneously. Yi Chen smiled. Sorry. You're 0.1 second slow. 5 fingers are loose. Duan Kuan only felt his body lose weight as dozens of floors fell. A few seconds later, there was a bang crunch in Duan Tai's ears. It was the sound of bones hitting concrete. Ah, Lord, spare my life. I said. I told you everything. Duan Tai was almost scared silly. What the hell is this kid now? It's scary. Snap. Yi Chen casually threw his hand and Duan Tai landed on the floor of the office. He was so scared that he shat and pissed and fell on the ground like a dead dog. Oh. Thank you, my lord. Yi Chen pulled over a chair, sat down and lit a cigarette. Say it, who are you? Why did you arrest my daughter? Duan Tai's voice trembled. My lord, I'm from the Kunlun Market Duan family, a sideline of the Duan family. There's not much real power in his hands, so he can only do some dirty work. My young master has a strange disease, and the people from the Divine Doctor sect said that only Qilin blood can save my young master. Originally, Duan Kong came to find Kirin blood. That is, Wan Tianming's master. That trash has been killed by you, my lord. A day ago, Duan Kang's soul lamp went out, so the 2 of us came out to see what was going on and bring back the Qilin blood on the way. After we arrived at the Wan family, we captured a female college student to search her soul and discovered your presence. My lord, a college girl? Is it Xing Yuchu? How is that female college student doing? Yi Chen frowned. Duan Tai trembled as he replied. She's been soul searched by Duan Kuan, so I guess she'll turn into a little cutie. There's another one, out of his depth, probably crippled if not dead. Yi Chen casually let out an O, respecting the fate of others. He had already saved Xing Yuchu once. If it was in her destiny, she deserved it. A hero who saves the day? It doesn't exist. Yi Chen continued to ask, is Kunlun Ruins big? Duan Tai froze for a moment. This villain also does not know. How big is the Kunlun Ruins specifically? However, As far as I know there are at least hundreds of forces, and my Duan family is only a third-rate force in the Kunlun ruins. Yi Chen thought for a moment. With a deep voice, he asked, do you know that in Kunlun ruins, there is a Su family? Su's family? Duan Tai thought for a moment. There are more than a dozen families surnamed Su. Yi Chen finished the last puff of his cigarette and pinched it out with his fingers. His attempts to ask about his mother's family seemed hopeless. One last question. How did you find the unicorn blood? Duan Tai trembled his hands and pulled out a blown-up compass from his chest. It was a magic weapon that had just blocked Yi Chen's fatal punch. Otherwise, he had just burst his sternum and died. My lord, this compass was given to the Duan family by a senior of the Divine Healer sect, and as long as you inject your true essence into it, it will point in the direction of the Qilin blood. Yi Chen took a look at it. The compass had blown up and looked like it was no longer effective. This item, does the Duan family still have it? No more. The Divine Doctor sect only gave one. Duan Tai answered honestly. Yi Chen nodded. Okay, I'm done asking. Duan Tai knelt on the ground and frantically kowtowed a few times. Thank you, Lord, for sparing my life. Turning, he ran toward the outside of the office. Next, an icy voice sounded from behind. Wait, did I say I'd let you go? Duan Tai stiffened in place and was on the verge of crying. My lord, you said that the person who answers the question can live. Yi Chen grinned. I said I could live. I didn't say how long I could live. Did I? Grass. You lied to me. Chapter 107, The 5 Weaknesses of the Celestial Beings. Bang! Yi Chen kicked out and Duan Tai flew out of the landing window like a dead dog. It fell to pieces with a thud a few seconds later. The two of them, Jiang Nanwang and Yi Lingyun, arrived downstairs at the company just in time to look at the corpses of the two. Go! Fly up and bust open the office door. It was a mess inside, with floor-to-ceiling windows blown out. There was blood everywhere. The walls, in particular, were shockingly deep with 2 human-sized craters. Yi Chen walked out of the room. Tatsur, master, are you alright? The two asked almost simultaneously. Yi Chen shook his head. I'm fine. King Jiangnan, you send someone to clean up this place. Yes. The Jiangnan king replied and immediately turned around and went out to make arrangements. Yi Lingyun glanced at the room. Chen how is Miss Xiao's situation? On the way here, I already heard from the Jiangnan king that the Xiao family really left you a daughter? Yi Chen nodded. Dad. Yes. Ha 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 ha. Yi Lingyun couldn't help but laugh. I can't believe I've actually become a grandfather. Chen if the Xiao family can do this and leave a descendant for my Yi family, you can't bully other girls. Dad. Don't worry. I'm here. Yi Chen laughed. Alright, then I'll go back first. I'll leave this place to you. Yi Lingyun didn't talk nonsense. Believing that Yi Chen could handle this place, he turned around and left. Yi Chen returned to his room. Xiao Charan had already dried the blood on his body and was holding the sleeping Xiao Buxue, shrinking under the covers. Looking at Yi Chen in the doorway, her beautiful eyes were still a little stunned. Don't worry, I'll be here all tonight. There will be no danger. So sleep in peace. Yi Chen revealed a smile. Half an hour later, Jiang Nanwang returned with his men. Reinstall a door to the bedroom. Not only is it fireproof and insulated, it's also explosion-proof. And I don't know where this guy got it. Once the gate was in place, there was a sound of cleaning and construction outside. Just after 12 o'clock, there was finally no movement outside the house. Xiao Charan twisted a few times, and Yi Chen's voice came from her ears. What? Can't sleep? Well, in the darkness, Xiao Charan nodded and gathered her courage. Yi Chen, can you come to the bed? After saying these words, Xiao Charan felt her breath stop, heart pounding wildly. What if Yi Chen refuses? Wouldn't that be embarrassing? Unexpected. Yi Chen replied with a yes. Walking over to the bed, he lifted the quilt and lay on his side next to Xiao Charan, wrapping her in his arms. Alright, sleep. Feeling Yi Chen's strong chest, Xiao Charan was flattered. Biting her red lips, she shrank towards Yi Chen's arms. Xiao Buxi, who was in his arms. A feeling of safety came over me. The trio under the quilt took on the shape of a CCC. I don't know how long it took, but Xiao Charan fell into a deep sleep, never having slept so sweetly before. Dragon capital Yi family. Cough cough cough. Poof. Yi Zhenbei coughed violently twice and spat out a mouthful of blood. Lying helplessly on the bed, his eyes looking at the ceiling, he laughed out loud with a desolate expression. Ha 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 ha. Retribution. It's all retribution. Hold me back then. Was I really wrong? Shouldn't I really have driven Yi Lingyun away? How could a concubine's waist give birth to such a demonic-like son? Good heavens, was I, Yi Zhenbei, really wrong? Rumble dash. There was a clap of thunder outside the house. A heavy rain came as expected. Put. Yi Zhenbei once again sprayed out a mouthful of blood and completely fainted. Master. A group of women gathered around the bed. crying in low voices. At the same time, deep within the Kunlun ruins, the Duan family, in front of an ancient shrine, Duan Jintong's face was grave. Duan Kong, 3rd level of the innate realm, soul lamp out. Duan Tai, 4th level of the innate realm, soul lamp out. Duan Koan, 5th level of the innate realm, soul lamp out. A mere dragon kingdom actually caused my Duan family to lose 3 experts? Just what kind of force is so bold to be so arrogant? Duan Jintong's face was gloomy. There was a time when the Kunlun ruins were to the outside world a godlike being, a random messenger. Countless people kneeled to greet them. Who dared to disobey? Unexpectedly, the Duan family sent out 3 experts in one breath, and all of them fell in one day. A few moments later, a gray-robed old man walked over and said in a low voice, "Family master, you're looking for me." Duan Jintong said, "Elder Han, my Duan family has been serving you for 60 years. It's time for you to repay your kindness. Bring back the heads of the killers of Duan Kong, Duan Tai, and Duan Koan, along with the Qilin blood." Early the next morning, Yi Chen woke up with Xiao Bushue sleeping across the bed. Xiao Charan wrapped her arms around Yi Chen's arms. A pair of long legs clamped onto one of Yi Chen's thighs, and her movements were very ambiguous. "Choran!" Yi Chen shouted. Xiao Charan opened her eyes and saw that she was pinning Yi Chen. Her pretty face flushed and she quickly let go. "Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I fell asleep and didn't realize." Yi Chen shook his head. "It's fine. You've gotten much better. I didn't say hello to Yukari when I left Longhu Villa last night either." Xiao Charan immediately responded and nodded repeatedly. "Good, then you go quickly. We had agreed that last night. Last night you belonged to her, and I didn't realize that a phone call from me had brought you here." She still didn't know that Yi Chen had made a trip to Dragon Capital. Yi Chen didn't explain, dropping a sentence, "Okay, feel free to contact me by phone if anything happens. I'll have Jiangnan King's men guard the downstairs of the company. If any martial artists come to cause trouble, you guys hide first." "Good." Xiao Charan watched Yi Chen leave, her gaze somewhat lost. The office outside has been restored by Jiangnan King's people. It's not at all obvious that there was a bloody battle last night. Downstairs is also fully restored, with white-collar workers coming and going from work. The moment Yi Chen walked out of the building, a robust man stepped forward. "Mr. Yi, I'm the driver that the king arranged for you." Yi Chen swept a glance at the Rolls-Royce next to him, pulled open the door and sat in. "Go to Dragon Lake Villa." "Yes." The man drove right away. Yi Chen thought for a moment and dialed Mu Xueqing's cell phone. "Hello, the number you have dialed is turned off." "Shut down?" Yi Chen frowned slightly. Could it be that Mu Xueqing was angry because he left without saying goodbye? Without thinking much, he directly came to the Dragon Lake Villa. The door to the villa was open and actually unlocked. What's going on? Yi Chen didn't feel quite right and rushed straight into the villa. There was no shadow of Mu Xueqing at all. Yi Chen made a call to Mu Xueqing's company, and when Xiaoro answered the call, Yi Chen made some inquiries, and Mu Xueqing didn't go to the company. Yi Chen immediately took out his cell phone and dialed Jiangnan King's number. "Hey, Jiangnan King, do your people have Xueqing?" "Mr. Yi, it's my negligence. I was going to tell you last night." Jiangnan Wang slapped his head. "Around 11 o'clock last night, Ms. Mu drove and left the villa directly. It seems to be heading straight to Jiangnan City. After our people followed up, we found out that it was Ms. Mu's mother who was sick, and it seemed to be a bit serious. Sent to the hospital overnight. You went into Ms. Zhao's room at that time, so I didn't dare to disturb. In the meantime, the first hospital in Gangnam City, Xiaozueju lying on the hospital bed, shaped like a withered, like a dry corpse. After just half a month of absence, my mother was actually sick to such an extent." Squeak! The ward door was pushed open. Mu Xueqing awoke with a start and hurriedly stood up. "Doctor, have the test results come out?" The doctor in the white coat shook his head inside. "Miss Mu, all of your mother's 5 organs and 6 bowels have dried up, very much like the legendary 5 failures of the heavenly beings. This case, which is extremely rare, is, as of now, hopeless. You'd better prepare for the aftermath." Chapter 108 At my command, the gates of hell open. No way. How could my mom get this? Mu Xueqing couldn't accept it. She took the doctor's hand. "Dr. Who, please save my mom." Hu Haikuan sighed. "Ms. Mu, I've really tried my best, but your mom has one last thing of value." Mu Xueqing asked. "What do you mean?" Hu Haikuan pulled open the door of the ward, and from outside walked in an old man and 2 young men and women. There were also 7 middle-aged men who looked to be the bodyguards of these 3. "Guard the door to the ward." 3 people come in, straight to Xiaozueju's hospital bed, holding her wrist for a while to check, excitedly almost jumped up. "Actually really is the 5 failures of celestial beings." "Great," the accompanying girl asked. Elder Mo. Is it true? 1,000 times over. Elder Mo nodded. The girl who accompanied them was excited. That's really great. Mu Xueqing was extremely angry. Who are you people? My mom has this weird disease and you're actually saying yes. Elder Mo made a wink. The youth, who was on the sidelines, stepped forward at once. Hold out a bank card. There's 1,000,000 RMB in here. Your mom. We'll take it. Mu Xueqing said angrily. What do you mean? The youth was full of arrogance. My name is Bai Ginglin. This is Elder Mo. And this is my senior sister Zhang Kursen. We're from the Northwest Pill God Valley. The 5 failures of celestial beings are extremely rare, and out of 100 million people, there may not be anyone who can get this disease. We'll take her body back and we can use it as a research subject. Isn't it nice that your mom is dead anyway, and she'll get $1 million in exchange for creating value for her children when she dies? Mu Xueqing's voice trembled with anger. Get out. All of you. Zhang Kursen clasped her hands on her chest with a playful face. Yo, senior brother. She probably doesn't think the money is enough. Alas. What a world. What people? Bai Jinglin nodded seriously. Okay, turn around. I'll give you another $500,000 on your card. Directly put the bank card and shoved it towards Mu Xueqing. I don't want your money. All of you get out. Mu Xueqing pointed at the ward door. Don't get yourself in trouble. We'll take this body. Bai Jinglin's voice sank. I think you're the ones who got yourselves into trouble, right? Yi Chen was all chilled and stood at the entrance of the ward. Yi Chen. Mu Xueqing's eyes glowed red. Yi Chen looked at her with heartache. Why didn't you inform me if something happened? Walking into the ward, the 2 men reached out their hands and grabbed towards Yi Chen's shoulders. Get out! Yi Chen backhanded a slap, and the 2 men flew out of the corridor like dead dogs a dozen meters away. Elder Mo frowned. Bai Jinglin and Zhang Kursen looked at each other. These few henchmen were all at the Zhongshu level. Is this kid an ancient martial artist? Kid, how dare you? We're from the Pill God Valley. Bai Jinglin's voice was cold. Yi Chen turned around and kicked out. Bang! Bai Jinglin flew backwards and crashed into the wall of the ward. His chest was sunken. He rolled his eyes, and he spat out blood frantically. Senior white brother. Zhang Kursen lost her color, pointing at Yi Chen's nose. He roared. Kid, you have a lot of guts. Do you know who he is? Bai Jinglin is the Pill God Valley, the youngest son of the White Valley Master. Noisy. Yi Chen slapped him across the face. Snap dash. Zhang Kursen's cheeks exploded, spitting out a dozen bloody teeth in one breath. He looked at Yi Chen in horror, too scared to say more than a single word. Old Mo was trembling with anger. Kid, you have big guts. Dare to hit someone from my Pill God Valley? Are you prepared to make enemies of all the martial artists in the world? Yi Chen laughed. One more word of nonsense from you and I'll destroy even your Pill God Valley. You. Moreo was stunned. What a big mouth. You want to destroy the Medicine God Valley? This kid looks like an ancient martial artist. Doesn't he know what Pill God Valley means? Within the Dragon Kingdom, the status of the Medicine God Valley was absolutely supreme. Any martial artist needs pills, and more than half of the pills in the Dragon Kingdom come from the Medicine God Valley. Ah, how dare you say such a thing? What would I, Yi Chen, not dare to do? Yi Chen? Wait. Suddenly, Elder Mo shivered. Yi Chen? What's this kid's name? His name is Yi Chen. My god, it couldn't be the Yi Chen of the Zhanghayi family, the one who disappeared for 5 years and came back in less than a month to exterminate the ancient martial Chu family, the ancient martial Xia family, the ancient martial Qin family, and the ancient martial Lin family. Could it? You. Cold sweat dripped from Mo Lao's back. Moment. The old face went white. Hands and feet are shivering. Yi Chen? Zhang Kursen was filled with rage. Elder Mo. Why are you still singing? What the hell, Yi Chen? Do we still need to be afraid of him in Pill God Valley? Mo Lao jumped up and backhanded Zhang Kursen with a slap, knocking out another dozen or so teeth. Shut up. Shut the up. Yi Chen? He's Yi Chen. Haven't you heard that name? In the last few days, the entire Dragon Kingdom has been filled with his awesome reputation. Yi Chen? That's him. Zhang Kursen also reacted, thinking of that terrifying killing god who exterminated 4 ancient martial arts families, directly scared to death, covering his little mouth. His feet were scared soft, and he fell on his butt on the ground. Elder Mo directly knelt down. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, it's because we had the eyes to recognize Tai. Yi Chen's voice was cold. Break your own arms and get out. Yes. Elder Mo's body trembled. A fist slammed into his arm, and there was a crunching sound as the bones in his arm broke. The other hand, smashed against the hospital wall, clicked, broken. Having someone carry the severely injured Bai Jinglin, he rushed out of the ward in a sorry state and disappeared. Mu Xueqing was filled with surprise. Yi Chen, why are they so afraid of you? Yi Chen shook his head. I'll explain it to you later. I'll take a look at Auntie's condition first. Come to the hospital bed. Look down. Xiaocuiju was dry, like a dehydrated dry corpse. Her eye sockets were deep set. Her face was waxy, and her hands and feet were green and purple. The 5 failures of heaven and man. Yi Chen was startled. When he was in the 18 layers of hell, he watched Ghost Valley's medical skills and had seen this kind of terminal illness, which was extremely rare. Under Mu Xueqing's surprised gaze, Yi Chen raised his hand and grabbed it. Like magic, 13 silver needles appeared in his hand, stabbing into Xiaocuiju's body. Even the 13 needles of the ghost gate could only hang a life for it, and could not cure it. The moment, Xiaocuiju's soul, still remaining within the body. If it wasn't for the fact that a month ago, Yi Chen had modified the Book of Life and Death to add longevity to Xiaocuiju, Xiaocuiju would have died long ago. If you want to save someone, you can only turn to a friend. Yi Chen turned back and looked at Mu Xueqing. Xueqing, I don't like to be disturbed when I'm performing my medical skills to save people. You go wait for me outside the ward. Yes. Mu Xueqing trusted Yi Chen unconditionally. Last time in the hospital, it was also Yi Chen who had stepped in to save her mom. Sending Mu Xueqing away, Yi Chen casually unlocked the door of the ward. Yi Chen took a step forward, bit through his own fingertip, and raised his hand to pinch. On my command, the gates of hell open. In my name, summon, Anigyomo, come out. The words landed. Hoo. Over the entire hospital, the sky was instantly cloudy with lightning and thunder, as if a thunderstorm was coming. What's going on? Why is it suddenly so heavy within? It's over at the first hospital of Jiangnan City. Could it be that a knight has been born? Near Jiangnan City, some feng shui masters with very deep Taoist skills raised their heads in shock and looked over towards the hospital. Meanwhile, inside the ward, the gates of hell cracked open. An old man with white hair, wearing a Taoist robe, 8 trigram shoes, a gourd hanging from his waist, and holding a walking stick slowly walked out. 90-degree bow. Anigyomo, see young prefect. Chapter 109, I want Yi Chen's head. Oni-I-chan, the person on the bed is my woman's mother, and she is now in her 5th year of celestial decay. Yi Chen pointed at Xiaocuiju on the hospital bed, sweeping a glance at the nearby Ghost Valley. 5 years ago, when I first met you in hell, you told me about the 5 failures of heavenly beings, and yet you didn't teach me how to save it. And I remember you said at the time that you could be summoned for help if you came across it. Ghost Valley Z smiled. Young prefect, back then, the old man did have some reservations. Today, since I've come across it, then I will pass on to you the cure for the 5 failures of the celestials. The 5 failures of heaven and man are divided into heavenly failure, earthly failure, human failure, blood failure, and life failure. There is no cure for the decline of the heavens and the earth, and there is nothing I can do about it. This woman, it is neither human failure nor life failure, but blood failure. Yi Chen looked at him. Blood failure? How so? Ghost Valley said. Her chi and blood dried up, causing her 5 organs to follow suit. Old man, she should have been under a blood spell, being sucked dry of her essence blood from 10,000 miles away. A blood spell? Yi Bei frowned once. How is it treated? Anigyomo smiled faintly. It's simple. Use the blood of a close relative and enter it into her body. However, this may waste half of the life for the person who has the blood transfusion. Yi Chen sank his face. There is no other way? For example, can Qilin blood? Kirin blood? Ghost Valley was startled and nodded his head in a hurry. Qilin blood is known as one of the 10 divine bloods of the ancient times, so of course it's possible. That'll do. Without further ado, Yi Chen cut his palm and blood dripped into Xiaocuiju's mouth. A few minutes later, Xiaocuiju's face regained its blood color. The original dry body, actually gradually full, no longer shaped like a dry corpse. Suddenly, Xiaocuiju opened her eyes and sat up from the hospital bed. Above his head, a mist of blood coalesced. Good boy. How dare you spoil this seat's good deed? This woman sacrificed herself voluntarily. It has nothing to do with you. If you're sensible, mind your own business or this seat will let you die without a burial place. Yi Chen could see, at a glance, the origin of this blood mist. You're the one who put a blood spell on Auntie Xia? I'll take care of this idle business. Then you can go to hell. Xiaocuiju suddenly stormed up, zombie-like, and rushed towards Yi Chen. What is it? Yi Chen threw a punch. The massive blood mist above Xiaocuiju's head instantly exploded and dissipated. Xiaocuiju fell down limply, and Yi Chen raised his hand to catch her and put her back on the hospital bed. Deep within the Kunlun ruins, inside a blood-red chamber, the walls all around were smeared with blood. Damn! Who the hell is this little? How dare you spoil the old man's good deed? Damn it! Damn! Damn! A skeleton-like old man opened his eyes filled with fury. Yi Chen, how come it's you? Xia Zueju opened her eyes. The moment she saw Yi Chen, she was surprised. Yi Chen stood with his arms folded. Auntie Xia, what exactly have you been through? Why? Would you be someone's sacrifice? Hearing the word sacrifice, Xia Zueju's body trembled. The gaze that looked at Yi Chen was somewhat shocked and very complicated. Yi Chen, it seems like you're no ordinary person either. You actually managed to save me. Auntie, what's going on here? Yi Chen frowned. Xia Zueju took a deep breath. This is the destiny of the Xia family for the last 1,000 years. The reason why the ancient martial Xia family exists is that there is a force called the Soul Temple behind it. The men of the Xia family are fine, as long as a woman with Xia family blood, once she marries her husband, is bound to have a short life. Yi Chen was stunned. What do you mean? Xia Zueju smiled helplessly and bitterly. This is a deal between the ancestors of the Xia family and the Hall of Souls. The blood of our Xia family women is cursed by the Hall of Souls. Any man who combines with us, once he has an offspring, will be killed by the offspring draining his essence and blood. Xueqing's father, too. Yi Chen froze. Didn't you say Mu Xueqing's father was missing? Really? Wouldn't he be dead already? So uncle he. Yes. Xia Zueju nodded. It's been 20 years since he died. Yi Chen was silent. Xia Zueju hurriedly said, Yi Chen, don't worry. This curse of the Xia family is very special. As long as someone is willing to sacrifice herself, her next generation will not be cursed. Yi Chen was stunned. So, auntie, you sacrificed yourself in order to fulfill Xueqing and I? Yes. Xia Zueju nodded her head. Suddenly, as if she thought of something, she hurriedly said, Yi Chen, my sacrifice failed, and the curse is still there. You'll lose your life if you do that less with Yukari now, if you do it too much. Zhanghai, Yi family's old mansion. When Yi Lingyun returned, he locked himself into his study. On the desk, there was an ancient token. It was the same token that was in the black box dug out of the courtyard of the Yi family in Longdu last night. Xiaoyun, Yi Lingyun whispered to himself, clenching his teeth a bit. His eyes also gradually turned red. You once said that you would never go back to that place for the rest of your life. Bury this token in the ground and forget about it there forever. But why did you leave alone? Do you really think that by leaving us father and son behind, you are protecting us? Yi Lingyun clenched his fists, slammed it down hard on the table a couple times. Bang! Bang! Skin exploded and blood dripped. 5 whole years and not a word from you. Good thing. Shenner's strength is amazing now, far surpassing mine. But, he destroyed a few ancient martial arts clans. I remember you once said that these ancient martial arts clans were nothing at all. They were just the spokespersons of the Kunlun ruins. It's only been 3 days. The people of Kunlun ruins haven't reacted yet. And once they do, Yi Lingyun's eyes stared, like making some kind of determination. After picking up a pen and paper and writing a letter, he resolutely grabbed the token on the table. Carrying a long packed bag, he walked out of the study. Northwest, Medicine King Valley. Valley Master, I'm sorry, it's my fault. I'm sorry, it's my fault. Mo Lao knelt on the ground, his head knocking frantically. Bang, bang, bang. His forehead had long been a bloody mess, and he still didn't dare to stop. Dad, it hurts. I'm in pain. I don't want to die. Ooh, help me. Bai Jinglin was lying on the ground, constantly struggling. The more he struggled, the more blood gushed from his mouth, from his wounds. Linner, your internal organs are completely ruptured, and it is already hopeless. An old man was full of grief, and one hand clasped the neck of Bai Jinglin. Dad sends you on your way, so that you can suffer a little less pain. Don't, Dad. I don't want to die. Oh, but it hurts so bad. Oh, help me, Dad. Bai Jinglin struggled frantically. Don't want to die. He really doesn't want to die. Ka chow. Neck blast. Stop struggling. The entire Pilgod Valley Hall was dead silent. Linner. Linner. The White Valley Lord was going crazy, tearing his heart out and roaring. Yi Chen. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen. Pass down the order to convene the Pill King Assembly. Whoever can accomplish the task, my Medicine King Valley's 1,000-year treasure trove, with all the pills inside, will be at his disposal. I only have one request. I want the head of the Dragon Soul Supreme Commander, that punk from the Yi family in Zhanghai 5 years ago. Yi Chen. Chapter 110, Unexplained. Young Prefect, her body is still very weak right now. If she wants to fully recover, she still needs a 1,000-year-old Tianshan Snow Lotus. Otherwise you will need to feed her unicorn blood every 3 days. After finishing his speech, Ghost Valley returned to hell. The dark clouds over the first hospital of Jiangnan City followed and dissipated, exposing the 3-volt sun. Yi Chen helped Xia Zueju and walked out of the operating room. Mu Xueqing was completely thrilled to see her mother recover and no longer look like a dry corpse. Mom, you're fine. Yi Chen, Are you really a divine doctor? Yi Chen smiled. Auntie's illness. It just so happens that I've heard about it. Mu Xueqing wanted to ask again. Xia Tsueju quickly relieved herself. Xueqing, Mom is very tired and wants to take a rest. Haven't you always wanted to pick me up and take me to Shanghai? This time, I'll listen to you and go with you. Yes. Mu Xueqing quickly did the discharge formalities, took her mother, and returned to the Dragon Lake Villa in Shanghai. Mom, you're staying in my room, which has an ensuite bathroom. Mu Xueqing arranged for Xia Tsueju's room. Yi Chen went directly to the second floor and took out the chaos cauldron. Synthesize herbs on the fly. In one breath, with the ordinary herbs in his hand, he combined 7 or 8 herbs of 1,000 years of age. Only there was no Tianshan snow lotus. What a Thai tripod. Yi Chen spat. Why is it like a lottery? It can't be for my penguin, can it? The chaos cauldron said. Master, your divine soul power is not enough. So the things synthesized by the chaos cauldron are random. Yi Chen asked. What strength do I need to be able to synthesize what I need as I go along? The chaotic tripod replied. Master, cultivate the God refining technique to the 3rd layer. That's all. God refining technique. 3rd layer? Yi Chen frowned. In his current situation, the God refining technique was only at the 1st layer. You can perceive everything within a 10-meter radius. The 3rd level. I don't know how long it will take yet. After a few more tries, it still didn't combine the Tianshan snow lotus. Yi Chen completely gave up. After thinking about it, he pulled out a cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, this is Yi Chen. Ah, Mr. Yi, it's you. Su Joshua's voice is tingling, as if stretched. You how have empty. To me call electricity phone up? Yi Chen directly said. Don't flirt. I want a 1,000-year-old Tianshan snow lotus. Ahem. Su Joshua dryly coughed twice and said in a sly manner. Mr. Yi, you really don't understand. Is there? No, I'm hanging up. Yi Chen shook his head, ready to hang up at any moment. Hey, don't. Su Joshua was a bit anxious. Yi Chen had a hard time contacting her once, so how could he let go of this opportunity? You give me 5 minutes and I'll check it out right away. I'll contact you in 5 minutes. With or without news. Yes. Yi Chen hung up the phone. At that moment, an army green jeep parked outside the villa. A woman came down from the car, about 5'7" in tall, wearing leather boots. The belt cuts the tiny waist in perfect curves. The woman pressed the doorbell and Mu Xueqing opened the villa's gate. Who are you looking for? The woman said. I'm looking for the dragon marshal. We don't have any dragon marshals here. Mu Xueqing just shook her head. Yi Chen's voice sounded behind him. She's looking for me. Ha? Mu Xueqing froze. When did Yi Chen become some kind of dragon marshal? Seeing the doubt in Mu Xueqing's eyes, he revealed a smile. Wait for me. I'll be right back. Yes. Mu Xueqing nodded. Only Xia Tsueju, who was sitting in the villa hall sofa, flashed her eyes twice. Long Shui. Yi Chen. Could he be that Yi Chen? How can that be? On Xia Tsueju's face, a flash of shock flashed. The ancient martial arts Xia family. Was it Yi Chen who destroyed it? After walking out of the villa, Yi Chen swept a glance at the woman. Who are you? What is it that you are looking for me for? Didn't I explain to Tang Fenwolf that if there's anything to contact me by phone, don't show up in front of my eyes if there's nothing going on? With a serious face, the woman gave a military salute. Long Shui. My name is Su Manchun. It was decided by several leaders after a study that I should be your personal secretary. Yi Chen shook his head. I don't need any personal secretary. Just let Tang Fenwolf contact me if something happens. Su Manchun explained. Marshal Long, General Tang has gone on a mission. Recently, the area around Changbai Mountain in the north is not very peaceful. The Goryeo and the islanders, they seem to be making things happen over there. And General Tang has gone over to sit in on them. Yi Chen swept Su Manchun a glance. Alright, got it. You can go. Turned around, ready to go back to the villa. Su Manchun's long legs took a step forward and blocked Yi Chen. Dragon Marshal, you'd better come back to Dragon Soul with me. Lately, you haven't been very safe. What do you mean? Yi Chen frowned and quietly looked at Su Manchun, waiting for her answer. Su Manchun's voice sank. 2 hours ago, Pill God Valley suddenly announced to the public that it was holding a Pill King conference. What's it got to do with me? It's not like I'm participating. Yi Chen shook his head. Su Manchun's voice sank. What if I tell Marshal Long that the prize for this Pill King conference is Marshal Long's head? This statement was made. Boom dash. Yi Chen's body erupted with a shocking fury, startling Su Manchun to rub back 7 or 8 steps. Breathing heavily, he looked at Yi Chen in shock. You're saying that Pill God Valley is using my head as a prize for the Pill King conference? Yes. Su Manchun swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The pretty face went white and lowered her head. Didn't dare to hide it at all. Yes, This is the meaning of Pill God Valley's old master Bai. As long as your head is brought back, the Pill God Valley's 1,000-year treasure trove will be at your disposal. This is a once-in-a-century super conference. Martial artists from the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even those from abroad, will all hear about it. The Dragon Lords and the others are worried that you will be in danger. So they asked you to return to the Dragon Soul to take shelter. At this time, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. He pressed the answer button, and Su Zheshui's voice was grave. Mr. Yi, I've asked my friends all over the country, and it's been nearly 30 years since a 1,000-year-old Tianshan Snow Lotus has appeared on the market. This item, I'm afraid, is only found in one place. Yi Chen spat out 2 words. Where? Northwest. Medicine God Valley. Su Zheshui paused and couldn't help but remind again. Mr. Yi, 2 hours ago, Pill God Valley was going to open the Pill King Conference. Old Veil Master Bai has spoken of a prize, and that prize is none other than your head on a collar. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen laughed. He didn't go looking for trouble from the Pill God Valley. How dare the other side put a bounty on his head? It seemed that there was no need for this Medicine God Valley to exist. Su Zheshui, do you know where the Medicine God Valley is? I know. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Su Zheshui's body trembled with excitement, gripping the armrests of the eunuch chair with a death grip, almost unable to stand. Yi Chen said, in 10 minutes, come find me at Dragon Lake Villa. What do you want? Destroy the Pill God Valley. Hang up. Ah! Su Zheshui let out a cry of shock as her body fell to the ground in a paralyzed state. 2 delicate long legs spread out. Sam Messi, if not no one in the office, I'm afraid it would have been naked. Oh my god. Exterminating the Medicine God Valley. Yi is Mr. Yi serious? Gulp. Gulp. Su Zheshui didn't care if she was naked. Gulping frantically. This is simply too crazy. Mr. Yi, I'm willing to accompany you in your madness once, even if it's worth dying. Somebody, get me a helicopter. Chapter 111 Daughter. You found a treasure. Yi Chen returned to the villa. The mother-daughter duo, Mu Xueqing, didn't know what the conversation had been about and looked at him with a stunned expression. Yi Chen, you. Yi Chen was the first to speak. Xueqing, I have to leave for a while. Whatever you want to ask, I'll tell you all about it when I get back. Mu Xueqing's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt, but she still nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Yi Chen turned around and left. Mu Xueqing turned around and looked at her mother. Mom, is what you said true? Yi Chen is really the top group of martial arts cultivators in the Dragon Kingdom? He's so powerful that even the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom is afraid of him? Just now, Xia Cuiju told Mu Xueqing everything she had surmised, including the rumor that Yi Chen had annihilated the 4 ancient martial arts families. However, Xia Cuiju did not say that she was a member of the ancient martial arts Xia family, and she had long since separated from the family. Yi Chen also only exterminated the Xia family's senior management, demobilized the Xia family, and saved her life. She had no hatred towards Yi Chen. Yes, daughter, you've sort of picked up a treasure. Xia Cuiju smiled. Mu Xueqing, however, was a bit puzzled. Everything could only wait until Yi Chen returned. Xia Cuiju asked out another sentence. By the way Xueqing, you and Yi Chen, did you do that? What is it? Mu Xueqing was puzzled. Xia Cuiju looked at her. It's between male and female friends. Most of them will do that thing. If you've done it, try to refrain from getting it in the future. Okay? The curse of the Xia family, it hasn't gone away yet. She was worried that it would affect Yi Chen's lifespan, but in Mu Xueqing's ears, it was a different matter. Mom! She covered her face shyly. What are you talking about? I'm not talking to you anymore. In a huff, he ran back to his new room. Yi Chen had just walked out of the Dragon Lake Villa area. A helicopter fell from the sky. Su Zheshui didn't wait for the helicopter to stop. Still about 2 meters from the ground, pulled open the hatch and jumped down. She didn't even have time to change into her cheongsam, and the hem of her skirt was so long that it made her nearly fall. What a hindrance! Su Zheshui let out a low gulp, grabbed the skirt of the cheongsam and ripped it right off at the waist. The cheongsam turned into a wraparound skirt, revealing a pair of long, white, wobbly legs. Holy, who is this woman? Jumping out of a helicopter and ripping off the cheongsam directly. So pretty, but so tough-tempered. The passers-by were all stunned when they saw this scene. When Su Zheshui saw Yi Chen, she rushed all the way over, breathing heavily, her pretty face red. Mr. Yi, I'm here. Exactly 9.5 minutes. I'm not late. Su Zheshui, it's you. Su Manchun, who was on the side, stared wide-eyed and was filled with rage. You were the one who provoked Long Shui to go to the Pill God Valley? Marshal Long, this woman's words cannot be trusted. She's poisonous. Su Zhashue sneered. Yo, cousin, the way you put it, I can't poison Mr. Yi even if I'm poisonous. Yi Chen frowned. These two women, they're actually family? He didn't bother to ask more. Go, okay, we'll take a helicopter straight to the airport. Then take a plane to Chengdu, then a 2-hour drive. You can make it to Pilgod Valley before nightfall. The two went straight to the helicopter and hovered away. Dragon Marshal. Su Manchun was anxious and got into her jeep. What are you waiting for? Take me to the airport immediately. At the same time, she pulled out her cell phone and dialed the Dragon Lord's office. Hey, Dragon Lord. Yi Chen has gone to the Pilgod Valley. The helicopter arrived at the Zhonghai International Airport and changed to Su Zhashue's private jet, straight to the capital of Qin. On the airplane, Yi Chen closed his eyes and rested his mind. Try to cultivate the refining spirit technique as soon as you reach the third layer. One would be able to control the chaos cauldron and synthesize the herbs one needed. When practicing the refining god technique, suddenly, in Yi Chen's mind, several golden characters appeared. Take a closer look. It was actually the words from the 9 turns heavenly emperor technique left behind by his mother, Su Xiaoyun. Yi Chen subconsciously recited it silently. The progress of the refining god technique has actually increased. Yi Chen was delighted in his heart. Could it be that the 9 revolutions heavenly emperor technique can increase the speed of the god refining technique? Try practicing both feats together. The divine refining technique, which had originally been inching forward, actually progressed at a rapid pace. The 9 revolutions heavenly emperor technique still has this kind of effect? Yi Chen was excited. Meanwhile, Su Zhashue had already changed into a Cheongsam and twisted her water snake waist to come. Mr. Yi, are you resting? Yi Chen didn't reply. Mr. Yi, there's still more than an hour left. Why don't I accompany you to relieve your boredom? Su Zhashue sat beside Yi Chen, taking his arm. Half of his body was almost leaning on him. The pair of soft objects on his chest pressed Yi Chen's arm. Mr. Yi, open your eyes and look at me. Boom dash. On Yi Chen's body, a powerful force erupted. With him as the center of the circle, all the furniture lifted out. The cabin was a mess. Su Zhashue even turned upside down and fell head over heels. Mr. Yi, you don't have to do this to me even if you like me. Outside the Medicine God Valley. Please, healers, please save my friend. Xin Yuchu kept begging the people who passed by. On a stretcher to the side, Jiang Zixuan was covered in bandages. Coma. That night, Jiang Zixuan used a wooden stick to sneak attack Duan Kuan in order to save Xin Yuchu, and was injured by her true qi. The tendons and bones in his body are broken. The city hospital has already examined it. There is no medicine at all. It can't live for 3 days. Xin Yuchu inquired. Finally knew that there is a Medicine God Valley near the Qin capital, and finally brought Jiang Zixuan to the outside of the Medicine God Valley after a lot of hard work. It was only when she arrived that she realized that there were too many people coming to the Medicine God's Valley to seek treatment. Xin Yuchu didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Medicine God Valley. After waiting for a day and a night, Xin Yuchu did not drink a mouthful of water and did not eat a mouthful of food. Originally she was desperate. Suddenly, a lot of people came to the entrance of the Pilgod Valley, strangely dressed. Most of them were actually healers, and foreign faces. Please, save my friend. Off. A middle-aged woman pushed away and Xin Yuchu tumbled out. It's the 176th already, and all of them have failed. Zixuan, I'm sorry, it's me who's useless. It's me who has harmed you. Oh. Xin Yuchu completely broke down and sat on the ground and cried. Yi Chen and Su Zhashue arrived outside the Pilgod Valley just in time to see this scene. Her again? Yi Chen frowned slightly. It's the 4th time I've met this girl. The one next to her, covered in bandages and dying, would be her best friend. Snakes. What big snakes? Su Zhashue exclaimed in shock. There was also a stir around the Pilgod Valley as everyone stepped back and made way, only to see a giant python more than 10 meters long, twisting and coming with black scales and a body as thick as a water bucket. On the top of the python's head, there was a bump of about 10 centimeters. This is the manifestation of a transformed augur. Beside the giant python, there was also an old man, 1 person and 1 snake heading towards the entrance of the Pilgod Valley. Old man spirit snake. Why is he here too? The eyes of many in the crowd were startled. Under the attention of all the people, elder spirit snake's black python stopped as it passed by the bandage-covered Jiang Zixuan. Spitting out snake letters, the fishy red snake eyes landed on Jiang Zixuan. Lock onto the prey. What are you doing? Get away. Xin Yuchu's voice trembled. The fishy wind hit his face. Even though he was terrified beyond belief, he still opened his arms and blocked in front of Jiang Zixuan. The crowd froze, looking deeply at Xin Yuchu. Courage is commendable. Even he himself did not dare to stand in front of the bloody mouth of this giant python. Old man Spirit Snake's voice was cold. Little girl, get out of the way if you don't want to die. This spirit snake of mine loves to eat corpses, and your friend is already half dead. Let my spirit snake eat her, and she won't have died a worthless death. No way. Shinyochu's pretty face turned white, and she was dead set on protecting Jiang Zixuan. Get away. You get away. Hisses dash. The black python spat its sex and was very grumpy. Old man Spirit Snake sneered. Since you seek death, let's eat them together. Eat them. The words landed. The black python opened its bloody mouth and devoured towards the duo. One bite down. I can't believe I bit the air. About half a meter away from the duo. What's going on? Old man Spirit Snake frowned. Too immobile prey. And your own spirit snake actually bites empty? Don't you have any accuracy at all? Just as he was about to open his mouth to berate Spirit Snake, a cry of alarm came from his ears. My God! What is this kid doing? The Spirit Snake elder looked back, and one of the hands of a youth actually clasped the black python's tail, pulling it to death. Keep it from moving forward. Next, the youth threw himself violently, and the black python flew out and ruthlessly smashed into the ground. Clang! With a bang, flesh and blood exploded. Chapter 112, Your acting skills, too bad. The more than 10-meter-long giant python was actually bursting with blood and flesh by each end's fall. Hiss! Outside the Medicine God Valley, the rich and powerful people who had come to seek medical treatment sucked in a breath of cold air. Su Zhashui, who was beside her, was even more creeped out, and the smell of the python's blood came from her, making her nauseous. Little you dare to kill my spirit snake. Old man Spirit Snake was so angry that he almost fainted. His pair of pale eyes filled with blood and stared at Yi Chen with extreme fury. This is what he's been cultivating for over a decade, eating countless corpses to cultivate it to this day. It was actually dropped alive by Yi Chen. Little you go to death too and pay for my spirit snake's life. Old man Spirit Snake rushed over. The snake staff in his hand smashed ferociously into Yi Chen's head. Once smashed, the brain is bound to explode. Yi Chen stood still, indifferent. Is this kid scared silly? Why isn't he reacting? Humph. Elder Spirit Snake is a terrifying existence of the innate realm. This kid is scared silly. Someone sneered. Deep within Shinyochu's beautiful eyes, a flash of throbbing flashed through, quickly subsiding. Who dash? The snake staff came over Yi Chen's head and was about to fall the instant it did. Yi Chen kicked out, and Old Man Spirit Snake flew out like a dead dog. The body explodes in the air and dies. How is this possible? The outside of the Pill God Valley was abuzz. Elder Spirit Snake was actually killed by the youth in front of him in a single move? Many martial artists in the crowd looked at Yi Chen in horror, their hearts almost exploding in fear. A middle-aged man's voice trembled as he shouted, Yi Chen, he's Yi Chen, Yi Chen, it's him? Is this kid crazy? The prize for the Pill King conference is his head on his collar, and not only did this kid not hide, it also ran to Pill God Valley? Is this the god of killing? Countless jaws dropped. One stood frozen in place as if petrified. The entrance to the Medicine God Valley. A few disciples guarding the entrance of the valley saw this and ran back into the Pill God Valley to report all this. Help me. Please help my friend. Shinyochu was like grabbing a life-saving straw and rushed to Yi Chen's front. Yi Chen swept a glance at her, and then swept a glance at Jiang Zixuan, who was covered in bandages. Don't act. You're acting. It's terrible. Having said that, no longer bothering with Shinyochu, he headed straight for the entrance of the Pill God Valley. Stop. This is the Medicine God Valley. A few disciples at the mouth of the valley chortled. Take another step forward and die. Even if Yi Chen had just killed Old Man Spirit Snake, they weren't afraid in the slightest. Could it be that this kid still dared to break into the Pill God Valley? No sooner had this thought surfaced in their minds than the men lost consciousness completely, because Yi Chen backhanded a slap out and rolled up a strong wind. Several disciples of the Pill God Valley flew out and smashed into the rocks, their brains exploding. Oh my God. Mr. Yi, he really dares to break into the Medicine God Valley. This is the holy land of the world's pill sects. How did he dare? Su Zhashui, who was following behind, was so scared that her legs went soft, her breathing was rapid, and her pair of beautiful eyes were incomparably fiery. Mr. Yi, wait for me. Follow in a hurry. Outside the Pill God Valley, there was an uproar and a complete boil. Yi Chen actually came to break into the Pill God Valley. Something big has happened. This son has already exterminated the 4 major ancient martial arts families. Is Pill God Valley the 5th power? He wants to destroy the Medicine God Valley? Dream on. You know, this is the #1 pill sect in the world, and there are many top martial artists from all over the world here today. Yi Chen will surely die if he dares to sow his wild oats in the Pill God Valley. People were talking about it intensely. Suddenly, there was a clicking sound from behind. Yu Chu, why doesn't this kid fall for it? Are we showing any signs of weakness? The crowd was shocked. Looking back, Jiang Zixuan, who was covered in bandages, actually stood up. That clicking sound just now was her bones moving. Her twisted arms and legs, her broken bones, were actually slowly coming back into place. Within a few seconds, Jiang Zixuan, who was originally seriously injured and on the verge of death, actually acted like a person who was fine, live and let live. Shin Yuchu wiped the tear tracks on her face, and the blood in her beautiful eyes was swept away. Where is the look of not so long ago, begging for help? No. Shin Yuchu frowned slightly. Jiang Zixuan spat. Then what's wrong with this kid? Too hard to handle. It stands to reason that he should have taken a liking to you and me the first time we were on the cruise ship. Then again, he should have accosted us later on the plane to Hong Kong Island, and then Northwestern University. Didn't he save you once in the Grove? He doesn't even believe in fate here. Forced to do it, we've all gone for the jugular. And this guy actually sees death. Holy! Jiang Zixuan waved her small fists. Extremely depressing. For whole times we designed to meet 4 times. Every time. It's so coincidental. There's no trace of it. Shin Yuchu's beautiful eyes were puzzled. Jiang Zixuan said angrily, perhaps, this guy is just born with an iron heart. 2 beautiful women this big, and he doesn't even save them. Oops. No good. He's gone into the Pill God Valley. There are many innate realms in there. He can save us from death. We can't watch him die. If he dies, Sister Xuanji will be angry. The 2 of them took a step forward with a speed comparable to a meteor. Charge into the valley of the medicine god. I'll be damned. These 2 girls are no ordinary people. Fortunately, the old man did not have a spermatozoa today. See the color, or else he would be dead. A fat head and ears of the rich man patted his chest. He has long been looking at Shin Yuchu, ready to go up to hook up it. The duo had just left on the front foot. Several armed helicopters bearing the markings of the dragon soul descended from the sky. Su Man-chun, in full military uniform, jumped down. In the crowd, 2-inch-headed youths immediately rushed out. Report, Marshal Long has gone in. What? Su Man-chun changed color and gave an order. Go, follow me in to protect Marshal Long. A few non-commissioned officers behind him looked at each other. Major Su, this is Medicine God Valley, a military restricted area. Those who are forbidden to enter without military orders. Su Man-chun bellowed, come with me. If anything goes wrong, I'll take care of it. She rushed into the Pill God Valley with her front foot, and a voice immediately sounded behind her. Hey, family head, Yi Chen has come to the Pill God Valley. Hey, my lord, that killing god is in the Pill God Valley. A dozen people have pulled out their cell phones. Long do. Wang family. Wang Xiaoyang answered the phone and was filled with surprise. That kid actually dared to go to the Pill God Valley? This is a place 10 times more terrifying than an ancient martial arts family. Is he crazy? Quickly follow him inside and report as soon as there is any news. Mr. Wang, Yi Chen really broke into the Medicine God Valley? Tojo Ryosuke, who was on the sidelines, froze. How terrifying is the Medicine God Valley? When the island country invaded the Dragon Kingdom, more than 100,000 modernized troops, planes and cannons, all failed to attack the Medicine God Valley. Instead, 70,000 to 80,000 people died. In the end, a withdrawal had to be ordered. Wang Xiaoyang's shoulders shook violently as he laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, isn't this kid looking for death himself? Originally, we had long ago joined forces with several ancient martial arts clans, and the Dragon Kingdom martial arts world was about to be devoured by us. Unfortunately, Yi Chen came out of nowhere and disrupted our plans. As long as he dies in Pill God Valley, our plan can continue. Chapter 113, Yi Chen, I'll find connections and arrange for you to be cast into a good berth. Tojo Ryosuke frowned, his heart a little unsettled. Just one Medicine God Valley isn't enough insurance. In that case, I'll send a few more upper ninjas over there. Mr. Wang also contribute a hand in giving this kid a ride? The killing intent in the room gradually coalesced. Yes, Wang Xiaoyang grinned. Take out a cell phone, and a voice changer, and press it to your throat. A pale voice came out. Hey, send me 30 Dark Palace elites to Pill God Valley to kill Yi Chen. Hang up. Tojo Ryosuke's face was shaken as he sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss. Mr. Wang, you really surprised me. I can't imagine that the Dark Palace, the #1 assassin organization in the Dragon Kingdom, is actually controlled by the Wang family. Pill God Valley Great Hall. A few disciples rushed in a panic, only to find that the hall had already been overcrowded. There were thousands of martial artists and divine doctors who came from all over the world. What is it? Speak. Bai Zhengde wore a loose Taoist robe and held a duster, dressed as a Taoist. As he swept a glance at these disciples, a disciple spoke. Valley Master, Yi Chen has broken in. Yi Chen? How did he rush to Pill God Valley? Isn't this kid afraid to die? Hearing Yi Chen's name, the hall was abuzz. The prize for this Pill King conference was Yi Chen's head, and he actually dared to break into the Pill God Valley? That's no way to die. Bai Zhengde swept a glance at the people present, his eyes twitching. This brat. He simply didn't put my Pill God Valley in his eyes. Where did he go? The Pill God Valley's disciple reported. It's estimated that we've reached the poisonous worm road. There was only one way to enter the Medicine God Valley. Along the way, there were all sorts of organs, hidden weapons, formations, poisonous insects, and miasma. There was also a valley guardian to keep watch, so ordinary people couldn't even break in. Decades ago, an archipelago of islanders with modern weapons broke into the Valley of the Medicine God. As a result, he was killed by poisonous insects and miasma, and fled in a sorry state, never daring to step into the Medicine God Valley again. Bai Zhengde said, "Shut everything down and let Yi Chen in." Shortly after entering the Pill God Valley, the duo entered a damp path. All kinds of poisonous insects and snakes gathered around. Yi Chen just faintly said, "Stay close to me." Su Zhashui was so frightened that she followed behind Yi Chen, her chest almost pressed against his back. Surprised, he found that these poisonous insects didn't even dare to come within 3 meters of Yi Chen. Suddenly, those poisonous insects and snakes, as if they had received an order, all dispersed. Su Zhashui was surprised. Why did all these poisonous insects run away? Go! Yi Chen didn't bother to think too much and headed deeper into the Pill God Valley. Along the way, all sorts of organs and formations, all closed. Even the valley guards who were guarding the main road were all staring coldly at Yi Chen, with no intention of making a move. Looks like someone welcomed me. Yi Chen smiled and took large strides. 10 minutes or so later, the valley path opened up ahead. A square, the size of a soccer field, appeared in front of us. At the end of the plaza, a magnificent hall towered. There are 99 steps below the main hall, connecting the plaza to the main hall. The steps were filled with people, Chinese faces, Hmong faces, Southeast Asian faces, white and black people. A familiar face, standing at the back of the crowd, daughter of the king of gamblers, Angela Chow. It's really him. Zhou Anqi was a little excited. The king of gamblers donates more than $1 billion a year to the Medicine God Valley just to get the life-renewing elixir. Otherwise, with the king of gamblers being nearly 100 years old, how could he still be alive and kicking? He even gave Angela Chow a younger brother last month. She had come to the Pill King conference to make a fuss, but she hadn't expected to meet Yi Chen. Mr. Yi. Next to her, Li Jiasen also arrived, her wide-eyed beauty shocked. Bai Zhengde stood at the end of the steps, looking down. "You are Yi Chen?" "It's me." Yi Chen stood with his arms folded, looking straight at Bai Zhengde at the end of the steps. "You're the one who convened the Pill King's conference to use my head as a prize?" "Yi Chen, you're quite well informed." Bai Zhengde laughed coldly, his eyes carrying an icy chill. "You killed my son, and you still dare to break into the Pill God Valley. Did you know that you were bound to die, so you came to send yourself to death?" "Ugh." Yi Chen sighed. "It seems that my extermination of 4 ancient martial arts clans hasn't killed you guys out of fear. Why do you all have to force me to kill? My master's work down there is exhausting. I'll give you one last chance. First, hand over all the treasures of the Medicine God Valley, and the senior staff of the Medicine God Valley. All kill themselves. The Pill God Valley will be disbanded. Second, all participants in the Medicine King Conference, kill yourself. This matter, even if it's over. I'll look for connections and arrange for you to have a good birth." Quiet. Deadly quiet. The entire Pill God Valley square was terrifyingly quiet, and everyone's gazes towards Yi Chen became shocked. Hiss dash. More people sucked in their breath. Let the White Valley Master and all the top brass of the Pill God Valley all kill themselves? Dismissal of the Valley of the Medicine Man. And let those who come to the Medicine King Conference kill themselves? Is this kid crazy? The whole room was in an uproar. What's he talking about? Did I mishear him? You heard right. He said that he'd let the White Valley Master and the Pill King Valley executives kill themselves, and he even told us to follow suit. Ha 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 ha. Countless icy gazes fell on Yi Chen. Su Zhashui swallowed a mouthful of saliva in fear and stared at Yi Chen's side face. "Mr. Yi, are you not afraid of offending the public? Young Chu, he's also too arrogant." Jiang Zixuan's eyes widened. In a corner of the square, Shen Yuchu and Jiang Zixuan stood. On the two of them, each of them had a spirit talisman attached to them. A light that was invisible to the naked eye enveloped the two, actually making them invisible. Ha 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 ha. Bai Zhengde looked up to the sky and laughed, tears coming out of his eyes as he raised his hand and a scroll was held in his hand. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a hint of playfulness. "Yi Chen, this is the list of participants for the Pill King Conference. The people up there, they all want your head. Southeast Asia, Fusan Divine Master. 7th level of the innate realm. 97th in the world dark ranking. It's me. An old man with dark skin and eyes like a falcon stepped forward. In his hand he leaned on a skull cane and gave it a hard thump on the steps. Wolf Kingdom. Human Slaughter. Mr. Cruff. 8th level of the innate realm. 61st on the world dark ranking. It's me. A wolf countryman in a suit with thick arms and legs and over 2 meters tall grinned. Europe. Grand Duke Austin. 8th level of the innate realm. World dark ranking. 59th place. An older white man wearing a tuxedo and looking extremely gentlemanly. Facing Bai Zhengda's direction. He pressed his right hand to his chest and performed a royal salute. Greetings, Lord Bai Valley, the Golden Sword King of the Kingdom of Ma. Yuan Qianshou. Innate realm. 7th level. 91st in the world dark ranking. The No. 1 Batulu of the Mon Kingdom. Batul. Innate realm. 7th level. 89th in the world dark ranking. Island Sword Body. Tokugawa Eiichiro. Innate realm. 8th level. 63rd on the world's dark list. Every time Bai Zhengda read out a person's name, there was then an expert of the innate realm who stepped out of the crowd. Finally, the corner of Bai Zhengda's mouth hooked into a mocking smile. There are 39 people on the list, and almost all of them are in the top 100 of the world dark ranking. It can be said that nearly half of the top powerhouses of the world's martial arts cultivators have come to the Pilgod Valley for the Pill King conference. And everyone wants to take your head. Bai Zhengda smiled teasingly. The pale eyes carried a strong killing intent. Yi Chen, tell me, how are you going to walk out of my Medicine God Valley today? Yi Chen smiled proudly. After killing all of you, won't I be able to walk out? Chapter 114, Are you guys born not smiling? Ha 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 ha. The whole room laughed. The martial arts practitioners present laughed. The Fusan Divine Master, the Human Slayer Cruff, the Grand Duke of Austin, Yuan Qianzhen, Batul, and Tokugawa Jianjiru all shook their heads. Again, couldn't help but laugh. For a moment, everyone's gaze at Yi Chen changed, such as looking at a little cutie. Jiang Zixuan frowned. Yu Chu, with so many powerful people present, where did he get the courage? This kid's mouth, too, is too hard. Xin Youchu's beautiful eyes were heavy, staring at the side of Yi Chen's face as she moved. Sister Xuanji's senior brother. It's impossible for him to have no skill at all. The two came from the Kunlun ruins. The sister Xuanji in their mouths. Her full name was Yu Xuanji, claiming to be Yi Chen's senior sister. Let the two of them leave the Kunlun ruins and secretly protect Yi Chen. Angela Chao in the crowd froze, poking Li Jiasen's shoulder. Sister Jiasen, what does he want? Do we really have to kill everyone on the list? These are all world-class dark list powerhouses. A dark-ranking powerhouse could sit atop a top family. Li Jiasen's palms, full of cold sweat, shook her head stonily. I don't know. Seeing the crowd's skepticism, Yi Chen laughed. None of them believe it. Ha! Taking the initiative, he stepped forward and faintly said, Who will come first to die? Is this kid playing for real? The crowd froze. I'll do it. The first Baturu of the monarchy, Bartol, gave a low gulp. He was over 2 meters tall. His arms were thicker than the average adult's thighs, and his fists crunched as he pressed. Kid, I'll rip out your tongue and then tear your mouth apart. Let's see clearly if you're a dead duck. The foot stomped violently. There was a loud click. The steps blew up. Bartle leapt up and pounced on Yi Chen like a tiger, slamming his fist into Yi Chen. Yi Chen stood frozen in place, without even a hint of reaction. Ha ha ha, this kid is scared silly? You were being tough just now. Why don't you even have the courage to do it? 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters. Yi Chen remained motionless, as if he was a wooden sculpture. That's it? He really exterminated 4 ancient martial arts clans? The Fusan Divine Master shook his head, filled with disappointment. I'm afraid, none of the ancient martial arts families were destroyed by this kid, but the highest one in the Dragon Kingdom. This kid is just a shield. Mantu Crew snorted and shook his head. It's just that this kid took it seriously, thinking that he really exterminated 4 ancient martial arts clans by himself. The rest of the few people, Grand Duke Austin, Yuan Qianjie, Tokugawa Jiangyi Lang, and the rest of them, similarly wore disdainful smiles. Suddenly, ka-chow, a muffled sound resounded throughout the square. Ah! Then came the screams of Bartle, only to see, Yi Chen clasped Bartel's wrist and folded it with force. The arm is broken. Lift your foot and sweep it across the room. Ka-chow, ka-chow. Bartel's legs have exploded. Miserable fall to the ground. How? The crowd gasped. Bang! Yi Chen stomped down. The No. 1 Batulu of the Ming Kingdom. Innate realm. 7th level. World dark ranking No. 89 Bartolu. Head exploded. Ah! Zhou Anqi exclaimed, covering her small mouth in death. Mr. Yi. Li Jiasen's beautiful eyes trembled. Jiang Zixuan opened her mouth. Yu Chu. What did I see? Xin Youchu's beautiful eyes flashed with a flash of surprise. Indeed, his strength is not simple. This, Fusan Divine Master, Grand Duke Austin, Yuan Chenshou, Tokugawa Jiang Lang, and dozens of other dark-ranking powerhouses all sucked in a breath of cool air. The whole place is dead silent. Ravenous. Bai Zhengda's eyes jumped, and his heart almost stopped beating. He even suspected that Bartle was letting off steam. How could he have no resistance at all and be stomped to death by Yi Chen's foot off? But who the hell puts water on their own life? Why don't you smile? Yi Chen looked at the crowd. Are you guys born not smiling? All silent? Then I'll start killing. Stay close to me. Looking back at Su Zhashui, the words landed in a single step. Yi Chen locked onto the Fusan Divine Master and leapt forward. Fusan Divine Master bellowed. Good boy. Do you think I'm a vegetarian? Get lost. The skeleton walking stick in his hand swept across the room, heading straight for Yi Chen's stomach. And once it hit, it could smash Yi Chen into two. Bang! Yi Chen casually snapped his hand and actually grabbed the skeleton walking stick. The Fusan God's power was completely crushed by Yi Chen, and the skeleton crutch in his hand was snatched away, smashing towards his own head. Don't you dare! The Fusan Divine Master was startled. Bang! Brain blast! Fusan Divine Master, 7th level of the innate realm, 97th in the world dark ranking, dead. Holy crap! The rest of them were outright shocked and confused. Yi Chen's gaze turned, locking onto the Wolf Kingdom's human butcher. Kruv, why are you sweating? So afraid of death? Bruv sweated coldly and backed away sharply. Ha ha ha, Yi Chen, I want to leave. No one can stop me. Yes? Yi Chen smiled. The foot stomped and rolled in a fierce wind, rushing out like a meteor. It was actually more than twice as fast as Bruv. The moment he caught up with him, a fist slammed into the back of Bruv's heart. Put! Bruv lowered his head in horror and looked at his chest. 5 fingers penetrated his chest, holding a bright red heart and crushing it in one hand. What kind of monster are you? Wolf Kingdom, human butcher. Kruv, 8th level of the innate realm, 61st in the world's dark list, dead. In less than 3 short minutes, Yi Chen had killed 3 strong people in the top 100 of the dark ranking in a row. Who would dare to be his enemy? Suddenly, Your Excellency, go to hell. A black shadow came behind Yi Chen, raising a butcher knife in his hand and chopping at Yi Chen's neck. When the butcher's knife could fall and chop on Yi Chen's neck with a metallic crunch. Ripple. How can that be? The voice of the Grand Duke of Austin, who had succeeded in his sneak attack, trembled as he stared in horror at Yi Chen, who slowly turned back, with both of his hands pressed on his shoulders, harder and harder. Zira. The body of the Grand Duke of Austin was directly split into 2 halves, with blood and flesh flying. My God! The expressions of the other martial artists were frozen, almost fixed, completely stunned, scuffling back. Dozens of dark-ranking powerhouses actually couldn't stop Yi Chen's monstrous aura. Yi Chen stood with his hands behind his back, locking onto Bai Zhengda. Pill God Valley, overthrown today. Death came like a god, and Su Zhashui followed in excitement. Make a move. Whoever lightly injures the sun will be rewarded with 10 5th-grade pills. Seriously injure the sun and reward him with 20 5th-grade pills. Chop off one of the sun's arms and legs, and I want Pill God Valley to provide the pills needed to advance in the future without compensation. Whoever beheads the sun, the Pill God Valley treasury is yours for the taking. Bai Zhengda hissed like mad. With each word, Yi Chen walked over a few steps. Even when the last sentence landed, still no one dared to move. I'm afraid I'll have the life to take it, but not the life to spend it. Seeing Yi Chen getting closer and closer, Bai Zhengda roared angrily. You greedy and fearful people. I have the list of participants of the Pill King conference in my hand. Once I die, will the list fall into Yi Chen's hands and wait for this vindictive brat to break it down in every way? The words landed. All the dark-ranking powerhouses, their eyes became fishy red all of a sudden. Kill! More than 3 dozen figures pounced towards Yi Chen at the same time. The Golden Sword King of Manhwa chopped out a dozen or so blade chi covers, swooped down in front of Yi Chen, and stabbed him in the location of his heart. Chapter 115, Kunlun Ranking, Heaven-Killing Formation. When a crunch, Yi Chen looked down, and the blade was unable to miss the skin. What the hell? Yi Chen shook his head. The man was ruthless, and crushed the neck of the Golden Sword King of Manhwa. The island sword god, Tokugawa Eiichiro Ghostlike, appeared behind Yi Chen and stabbed his sword at the back of Su Zhashui's heart. Prepare to put the 2 men through the heart with a sword. What is it? Yi Chen wrapped his arm around Su Zhashui's small waist and made a magnificent turn. Chonsam dance. A counter leg kick lands and a thud explodes into the body of Tokugawa Eiichiro. Hiss, hiss, hiss. My God. It's so easy to bring a tired woman who knows absolutely nothing about martial arts. The square continuously resounded with the sound of backward breaths of cold air. Ye Chen put down Su Xiaoshui and took one step at a time like a god of death. One punch at a time. Dry. In less than 2 short minutes, there were only 10 or so of the 30 or so dark ranking experts left. No one can stand in the way of this Grim Reaper. Mr. Yi, so strong. Zhou had never seen this kind of scene before, and her pair of beautiful legs kept trembling. Li Jiasun kept swallowing her spit as she thought with shock in her heart. I finally know why Grandpa has to submit to Mr. Yi. With this kind of strength, the entire Dragon Kingdom. Oh no! The entire world will sooner or later submit to his feet. If Kunlun Ruin doesn't come out, who will compete? My Li family will return to being the richest in the Dragon Kingdom, and even going abroad. I don't need to look at the faces of those consortiums anymore. Jiang Zixuan was completely dumbfounded. Whoa wow! This junior apprentice brother of Sister Xuanji is awesome. With his current strength, he can enter the top 500 of the Kunlun ranking. That should be enough. Xin Yuchu nodded. Kunlun list. The genius list of the younger generation of Kunlun ruins. You can enter the rankings until you are 30 years old. Jiang Zixuan is in the 400th percentile. Xin Yuchu, out of 300. To be able to receive such an evaluation from the duo, one could imagine how much Yi Chen's strength had shocked him. Meanwhile, there was a commotion at the entrance to the square. A group of black-clothed masked men, as well as a few people dressed as Ronin from the east, arrived at the Pill God Valley Plaza. Yi Chen is there. Kill. The group was decisive in their killings and rushed up with weapons drawn. The chests of the masked black men each had a black scythe embroidered on them. This is the Dark Temple Assassin. The martial arts cultivators present were startled. Don't give him a chance. Directly form the heaven-killing formation. The leader of the group bellowed out. Although masked, it could be heard from the voice that it was an old man. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 30 figures rushed out, instantly surrounding Yi Chen. Swords out at the same time. Brush brush brush. Countless sword chi. Razor blade-like eruptions. Some of the spectators who were close by had a sharp pain in their cheeks. Blood dripping. After hundreds of meters of separation, he was actually injured by the sword chi. Heavenly Slayer sword formation. This is the most terrifying tactic of the Dark Palace. It seems that these 30 assassins are all at the Heavenly Slayer level. It is said that these 30 people are all at the 9th level of the Royal Divine Realm. And when 30 people join forces, they can explode 100 times their power. And once killed a terrifying existence at the 9th level of the Innate Realm. What? The 9th level of the Innate Realm are killed. The crowd's jaws dropped in horror. Looking at the cold sword chi, he was scared and kept retreating. Fear of being accidentally caught in the wave. Jiang Zixuan was a bit anxious. Yu Chu, should we make a move? This heaven-killing sword formation feels dangerous even to me. Xin Yuchu shook her head and stared at Yi Chen. No need. I'd like to see where the limits of his strength actually lie. The moment. 30 Dark Palace experts blocked all Yi Chen's retreats. Clank, clank, clank. The air was filled with a dense killing opportunity, and countless sword chi swept in, clanging, wanting to tear Yi Chen alive. Mr. Yi. Su Xiaoshui was so scared that she sat on the ground. Her pretty face was white, and she was so scared that she peed a few drops of urine. Just this is called sword chi? Yi Chen looked around and smiled proudly. I'll show you all what is meant by true sword chi. 5 fingers clenched in the air. An ancient and simple sword appeared in Yi Chen's hand. A sword swept out. Ow ho! The crowd vaguely heard that a dragon roar actually came from their ears. A blood-colored sword chi erupted from the blood dragon sword. Where it passed. When. There was a crunching sound. The swords in the hands of all the Dark Hall powerhouses broke from it. Their pupils contracted hard for a moment. Next, unexpectedly, they raised their hands and covered their necks. A line of blood appeared, and blood spewed out from their fingers. 30 heads, almost simultaneously, flew out. At this moment, the entire Pill God Valley was completely quiet. Yi Chen actually beheaded 30 Dark Hall Slayers with a single sword. The smell of blood filled the air, and human heads rolled down the steps outside the Pill God's Great Hall, blood clattering down the steps like a flood. This kind of Shura hell-like image is suffocating. A strong sense of fear spread throughout his body. Original. It's all true that the 4 ancient martial arts families were destroyed. It wasn't some dragon lord behind the scenes at all. Instead, this deathly young man did it. Jesus. Am I dreaming? Angela Zhou trembled. Mr. Yi is invincible. Li Jiasun's pretty face was red and she was breathing heavily. Taking out his asthma spray, he slammed a couple squirts into his mouth and nearly choked. Jiang Zixuan was shocked. Young Chu, this kid's strength seems to be similar to mine. He can get into the 400th place of the Kunlun ranking. Xin Yuchu was equally shaken. Even if she were to make a move, she definitely wouldn't be able to do so, killing 30 Dark Hall experts so easily. Su Xiaoshui, who was sitting on the ground, raised her head and stared blankly at the man who was a meter away from her. She realized that she had fallen completely in love with Ye Chen. Even if she knew that she was not worthy of Ye Chen in her life, she still could not contain her love. Too handsome, too strong, too fierce, too hard, and too invincible. If she could become Ye Chen's woman, even if it was only for 2 or 3 minutes, death would be satisfied. Go! Those few Easterning upper ninja, without hesitation, turned around and ran. Giggle! Gimme! 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 Ye Chen chopped out 4 swords in a row, and sure enough, they were accompanied by the faint sound of a dragon's roar. A few Eastern Japanese top ninjas screamed miserably and turned into a mist of blood. My lord! Spare your life. We won't dare to do it again. It's because we were obsessed and listened to Bai Jinda's compulsion. Please spare our lives. We are willing to be your servants from now on. The remaining dozen or so dark-ranking powerhouses all knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging for forgiveness. Asterisk. This scene frightened the other guests present. This is a dark list powerhouse. If the Kowloon ruins don't come out, they are the top 100 in the world. The moment to actually kneel at the feet of a young man from the Dragon Kingdom was like a dream. Ye Chen chopped out with his sword. Poof! The voices of these dozen or so people came to a screeching halt and their heads fell to the ground. Still in the kneeling position, the air was dead silent. Bai Zhengde, do you still think that I can't walk out of the Pill God Valley now? Ye Chen said. Chapter 116, Killing God Ye Chen. World boiling. You, me. Bai Zhengde was so scared that his feet went limp and he rolled straight down the steps. He fell all the way to the square below the Pill God Hall before finally stopping. His body stained with the blood of the innate experts and the Dark Hall powerhouses. His head broken and bleeding as he knelt on the ground and kowtowed frantically. Bang! 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 Mr. Yi, our Pill God Valley is wrong. I am willing to give the Pill God Valley to you. The Pill God Valley's accumulated treasures of 1,000 years. All the treasures are yours for the taking. A generation of drug gods, completely scared. What identity, status, dignity. In this moment, all turned into nothing. If I kill you, Pill God Valley will be mine too. Ye Chen shook his head and slashed out with his sword. Put, heads on the ground. A generation of Medicine King, Bai Zhengde, died. Ye Chen said indifferently. Everyone holding up their cell phones. Have you recorded all the videos? Please help me upload it to websites around the world. And don't ever mosaic it. Tell the world that whoever still dares to make an enemy of me, Ye Chen, is what will happen to Pill God Valley. The crowd froze. The people who had originally taken their cell phones and secretly recorded videos were worried that Ye Chen would find them in trouble. Now it seems, this guy doesn't care about exposing everything in Medicine God Valley. Ah, what do you mean? Arrogant? Now that's what I call arrogance. For Ye Chen, hide your identity? With this strength, hide my ass. It doesn't exist. Returning from 5 years of hell, Ye Chen just wanted to kill the world with chills and trembles. Submission at his feet. Su Zhashui, let's go. Ye Chen carried his hands behind his back and took large strides towards the Pill God Hall. Su Zhashui's delicate body trembled a little, and her legs went weak as she climbed up, leaving a water stain in its place and staggering to follow. The duo had just left on the front foot. Su Manchun rushed in with the Dragon Soulmans and saw the ground full of corpses and blood. Even Bai Zhengde, his head fell to the ground. Where's Ye Chen? Where is he? Can anyone tell me if Ye Chen is still alive? Su Manchuan's eyes turned red all of a sudden. Ye Chen was too important to the Dragon Soul. It's more important for the Dragon Kingdom. He must never die. Ye Chen is still alive? I go. Who can hurt this killing god? How dare you say if he's still alive? You should be asking, how many people did he kill? The corners of many mouths in the crowd twitched. What? Su Manchun froze, not understanding the meaning of this sentence. See for yourself. Someone shook his head and handed Su Manchun the video he had recorded on his own cell phone. Su Manchun took a look. Her beautiful eyes contracted fiercely for a moment, and she covered her mouth in death. Ah, grass. The Dragon Marshal is invincible. The group of generals from Dragon Soul sucked in cool air in unison. Go find the Dragon Marshal. Su Manchun just wanted to rush into the Demon God Hall. Suddenly, a call came in. Her pretty face changed color. Go to Changbai Mountain, the very back of the crowd. An old man's eyes were gloomy. Half a month ago, this kid made a trip to Hong Kong Island, and the Blood Dragon sword is really in his hands. Take advantage of the chaos and quickly exit the Pill God Valley. A phone call dialed out. Hey, the whereabouts of the Blood Dragon sword has been found. Yes, it's in that Ye Chen's hands, and Pill God Valley is going to be finished. 5 short minutes. The video of the Valley of the Medicine Man went out. The world's major video websites were filled with videos of Ye Chen's crazy killing spree in the Pill God Valley. Domestic microblogging, shaking voice, WeChat circle of friends just uploaded, because the content is too bloody. immediately blocked. Combined with extremely fast big data algorithms and strict vetting, this did not result in mass delivery. Instead, it's spreading too fast abroad. Almost instantly it spread to Ina, Twitter, and overseas versions of Shakeology. Is this a new movie promo? So bloody and violent. At first glance, it's 18 banned. I like it. Cool. Is this the leading man? So much like me. Handsome. So many cell phone shots of the perspective. This way of promoting the movie. It's so special. Kudos to. Countless ordinary netizens talked about it. The only one that was completely boiling over was a martial arts exchange forum headed by the M country, the European plenipotentiaries. The Pill King conference is threatened to be the last, and death is coming to the valley of the Pill God. 39 Dark List masters have fallen. Dragon Kingdom killing God. Ye Chen. Details. Is the Dragon Kingdom rising completely? Ye Chen's medicine god valley became famous in one battle, and the world boiled over. Various posts about Pill God Valley filled the forum's front page in an instant. What's the situation? 39 experts in the top 100 of the dark rankings died in Pill God Valley? Ha ha ha. Kidding. I read the Ye Chen information those people sent. This kid was still an ordinary person 5 years ago, and now he's only 23 years old. What about his 3 heads and 6 arms? Can he kill 39 dark ranking experts? Who is behind this push? Trying to bring up a god of the Dragon Kingdom? What a god! If he dares to come to my place, I'll teach him to be a man straight away. Oh, it's really boring that anyone believes this. Countless martial artists around the world. There were teasing comments. Suddenly, with a ding, everyone's cell phones coincidentally received a text message. Ha! The dark list of the CIA and M is even better. The crowd froze. The CIA and M collects the world's intelligence networks and statistics on martial arts practitioners. It is updated almost once every 3 years. The last time I updated, it was a year ago. It's not even time yet. The crowd clicked in to take a look. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Rankings changed so much? Countless martial artists stared wide-eyed. It can't be true, can it? Someone breathed heavily. Take last year's dark list and compare. Fusan Divine Master, 97th on the dark ranking. Fallen, King of the Golden Swords of the Kingdom of Ma. Yuan Qianshou, 91st in the dark ranking. Fallen, the No. 1 Bachelou of the Monarchy. Batal, 89th in the dark list. Fallen, Island Sword God. Tokugawa Eiichiro, 63rd on the dark list. Fallen, Wolf Kingdom, Human Butcher. Kruve, 61st on the dark ranking. Fallen, Grand Duke Austin, 59th on the dark list. Fallen, there were 39 people in all, neatly organized, with the numbers on the forum, exactly the same. Oh, cake seller, the world boils, the name of the god of kill, Ye Chen, was thoroughly branded in everyone's hearts. At the same time, a group of CIA officers quickly entered the highest office of M, the nations of Europe, all abuzz, the great imperial palace of the Wolf Kingdom. Ekaterina III, having just resolved her family's rebellion, immediately learned of the news. A flash of thick surprise flashed across his pretty face. Junior brother really did all this? He's really fantastic. And the country is celebrating today. Wall Street, the 10th senior sister, Grand Princess Aisha, jumped up in shock. Did he find out where his parents are? We agreed to come hang out with me after we found them. I was too hasty in the Dragon Kingdom last time. As long as he dares to come, I will definitely take him down. Aisha fantasized. Bang! Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Aisha's pretty face sank, resuming her business queen's paradigm and looking icily at the group of white men in black suits who rushed in. Who are you people? Know what this place is? A middle-aged white man pulled out a work in progress. MS. Aisha, we're from the CIA. I heard that Ye Chen is your senior brother? Please come with us and assist in the investigation. Chapter 117 Left Green Dragon. Right. Long Du. Wang family. 30 assassins from the Dark Palace. All killed by Ye Chen with a single sword? For Easterning upper ninjas can't even block a single sword from Ye Chen? 39 dark ranking powerhouses. All died under Ye Chen? Even the Pill God Valley's lord, Bai Zhengde, had his head chopped off by Ye Chen's sword? Hearing the news, Wang Xiang was so scared that he sat on his butt on the ground. Trembling, he hissed, "Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Tojo Ryosuke's body trembled as he pulled out his cell phone just to dial his father. Tojo Takuya. Father called first. Father, the Valley of the Medicine God. Forget about the Demon God Valley for now. You immediately rush to Changbai Mountain. The opportunity for our island nation to rise has come. Once it succeeds, the Dragon Kingdom's luck will definitely be completely cut off. It won't be able to turn around for at least 1,000 years. Takuya Tojo shouted low and urgently. Pill God Valley treasure trove. A group of old men knelt on the ground. Trembling, Su Xiaoxue, please count it. Yi Chen pulled over a chair and sat down inside the treasury. Yes. Su Xiaoxue was thrilled beyond measure. This was the Pill God Valley's treasure trove, and Yi Chen actually let her count it. Even if she had presided over countless auctions, she had never seen so many treasures. In addition to all sorts of valuable medicinal herbs, there were countless exotic treasures, and the Pill God Valley's heritage of over 1,000 years was terrifying to the point of being frightening. A full 2 hours passed. Su Xiaoxue ran over dripping with fragrant sweat, holding a record book in her hand. Mr. Yi, Pill God Valley has a total of 136 fifth grade pills, 387 fourth grade pills, 081 third grade pills. Pills below the second grade have not been warehoused. There are 934 100-year herbs, 211 300-year herbs, and 207 500-year herbs, 1,000-year-old herbs, 57 plants, 4 herbs from the year 2000, 3,000-year-old herbs, 1 plant. There are countless other treasures, antiques, weapons, and martial arts techniques. Su Xiaoxue explained excitedly. These things were completely enough to feed several ancient martial arts clans. Next, she pulled out 3 more wooden boxes. Respectfully, he sent it to Yi Chen's body, looking at him with eyes containing autumn water. Mr. Yi, this is the 1,000-year-old snow lotus you asked for. There are 3 plants in total. Yi Chen opened it. Sure enough, it's a 1,000-year-old snow lotus. With a casual wave of his hand, he put the 1,000-year snow lotus into the chaos space. All the herbs, pills, take them all away. Yi Chen got up. No, Mr. Yi, you can't do this. If you take away all of the herbs and pills, Pill God Valley will be completely extinguished. Woohoo! A group of old men from the Pill God Valley poofed to the ground. Bang! 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 Keep kowtowing. Yi Chen laughed. It's fine for me to kill all of you and then take them away. The Pill God Valley crowd was so frightened that they all changed their words. Take it away. Please take it all away. Yes, 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 please, 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 please take it away. Yi Chen entered the Pill God Valley's treasure trove and collected all the medicinal herbs and pills into the chaos space. Leave with your hands up. Someone, close the Medicine God Valley and forbid it to be opened before it recovers its vitality. Yi Chen had just left with his front foot when an old man let out a low roar. The two of them left the Pill God Valley with their front feet, and a loud rumbling sound came from behind them as a formation was activated. The Valley of the Medicine God is thus closed. Not far away, Xin Yuchu and Jiang Zixuan held a spirit talisman and hid in the shadows, watching Yi Chen and Su Xiaoxue get into the car and quickly leave. Young Chu, do you still need us to follow? Jiang Zixuan's face, still flushed, totally thrilled. Yi Chen's strength was beyond her expectations. There was also the kind of killer determination that even she was ashamed of. Shen Youchu's eyes flickered. No need. As long as he doesn't make a fool of himself and go make an enemy of nuclear weapons. There is currently nothing in the secular world that can threaten him. Jiang Zixuan nodded her head in some horror. Back then, a mushroom cloud exploded at the entrance to the Kunlun ruins. That's what brings us to today's situation. Let's go. Go back to see Sister Xuanji. In the car back in town, Yi Chen raised his hand, and more than 100 third-grade pills appeared in a box. Pass the water to Suzaku. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Su Xiaoxue froze. Yi Chen said indifferently. This is your reward. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have known that Pill God Valley had the Tianshan Snow Lotus. Ha! Su Xiaoxue's delicate body trembled and shook her head in a flattered manner. It's too much. All of them are third-grade pills. 100 or so. According to the lowest value on the market, 300 million apiece is more than $30 billion. Here, just take it, Yi Chen said. Su Xiaoxue froze and gave Yi Chen a deep look. Where is there such a thing as giving someone favors? It's not possible that he's taken a liking to me, so he wants to keep me. A golden house? A secret lover? Think about it. Su Xiaoxue's pretty face blushed. Okay, Mr. Yi, then I'll be your person from now on. Okay. Yi Chen nodded. What he meant was that Su Xiaoxue would help him in the future. When his men, but Su Xiaoxue obviously had the wrong idea, and thought of herself as Yi Chen's woman. Of course, she hadn't thought of being Yi Chen's main palace. With her status it wouldn't even be her turn, but rather that kind of secretary and lover relationship in general. Collect Yi Chen's herbs. Mr. Yi, can I change my clothes? Su Xiaoxue's pretty face was red, somewhat embarrassed. Just now she straight up pissed herself. It was wet and uncomfortable. Yi Chen said, as you wish. Su Xiaoxue pressed a button to close the partition between the rear cabin and the cockpit, directly began to change clothes, and his white and tender thighs shook Yi Chen's head. Left green dragon. Right. Su Xiaoxue snorted. Mr. Yi, you said last time that Mickey Mouse and Cheongsam don't go well together, so I specifically changed it to a kitty cat one. Yi Chen's face reddened. I can't believe I'm being teased. He hastily closed his eyes, not bothering to look. Cluck 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 cluck. Seeing Yi Chen blush, Su Xiaoshui laughed at the flowers, killing Mr. Yi, in the face of a woman will actually blush like a teenager. Open the car window and drop a handful of changed clothes. Back at the airport in Zhonghai, just got off Su Jiasui's private jet, a silhouette that had been waiting for a long time. When Deng Lei saw Yi Chen return, he immediately rushed forward and took Yi Chen's hand. General Yi, I heard that you've returned from Pilgod Valley and have already boarded the airplane, so specially waiting for you at the airport. Yi Chen was puzzled that he could make this one so anxious, rushed to the airport to wait. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Deng Lei glanced at Su Xiaoshui, who was very sensible and turned around to walk 100 meters away. Only then did Deng Lei say gruffly, Mr. Yi, something big has happened. The dragon vein of Changbai Mountain has been cut off. A week ago, Tang Fenwolf took Dragon Soul's men there, but half a day ago, the contact was completely lost. Originally the Dragon Lord didn't want to trouble you. Originally this was a matter for the Guardians. But, after you killed a few Guardians, the remaining few people directly gave up, completely disregarding the death or life of the Dragon Kingdom. The Goryeo Kingdom and the Islanders took advantage of the opportunity and entered Changbai Mountain to cut off the dragon vein for rebellion, wanting to destroy my 5,000-year-old foundation in China. Deng Lei's eyes were red, his forehead veins bulging. Chapter 118 Dragon Vein Surprise. Deng Lei explained, and only then did Yi Chen understand. The Changbai Mountain Dragon Vein, at the head of the Chinese Dragon Vein, can sway the Dragon Kingdom's fortune. Once the dragon's head was chopped off, China would definitely be suppressed by the Goryeo Kingdom and the island nation in a joint effort, influence the Dragon Kingdom's fortunes for 1,000 years. Yi Chen, I don't know what you think. I don't need a post to talk to you about this, nor do I need to morally kidnap you. I will only say one thing, for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, for the future generations of China, and even more so for the people of this land. Flop dash. Deng Lei directly knelt down. Count me as begging you. His eyes were red and he clenched his fists in death, only hating himself for not being a martial arts cultivator. Otherwise, it would have rushed up to Changbai Mountain and fought with that group of scum. Yi Chen raised his hand and hurriedly helped Deng Lei up. Secretary Deng, no need to say much. Prepare the fastest airplane to Changbai Mountain for me. Yes. Deng Lei stood up excitedly. Yi Chen took out another large amount of pills and handed them to Deng Lei. These pills, send them to Dragon Soul, 1/3 to the Yi family army, and all the rest to the other warriors of the Dragon Soul. Deng Lei was frozen in fear. Surely he recognizes the potion? The eyes were dense and numerous. Where did these pills come from? Deng Lei froze. Yi Chen smiled. All of them were obtained from the Pilgod Valley's treasure trove. More than 50,000 pills of third-grade elixirs. They're of little use to me. All of them will be given to the Dragon Soul. I'll give you 1,000 fourth-grade pills, and I'll keep the remaining 300 or so for myself. As for the other herbs, I'll keep them useful for myself. A third-grade elixir, for his realm, was no longer helpful. A fourth-grade elixir, barely useful. With herbs in hand, it was entirely possible to concoct pills on one's own. Whatever is needed, refine it. Flop dash. Deng Lei knelt down once more and said earnestly, Yi Chen, this time, I sincerely thank you on behalf of the country, on behalf of Dragon Soul. Changbai Mountain, inside a certain valley in the northern mountains, the snow, several meters deep, was stained red with blood. There are limbs everywhere. Su Manchun, with a squad of 100 men, rushed to support them. Halfway through the attack, all gone, she was the only one left, and she was also surrounded by the Goryeo and the Islanders as a trapped beast. Don't kill her yet. Let's play slowly. Ha ha ha. Look at her rank or a major of the Dragon Kingdom. I haven't played with a woman with the rank of major yet. It must be great. The group of gorillas and islanders licked their lips. The eyes glowed like wolves. Su Manchun braced herself against the severe pain in her body. You bastards. The Dragon Kingdom will not let you go. Ha 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 ha. The lords have entered the land of the Dragon Vein. There's at most an hour left before the dragon's head is chopped off. At that time, not only will the Dragon Kingdom be finished, but the race of Huaxia will also be completely suppressed by my island nation. And it's not certain who won't be spared. An island man grinned broadly. Rumble dash. At that moment, a loud bang came from the top of Changbai Mountain. Everyone subconsciously looked back. Only a blood dragon rose up to the sky and hovered over the top of Changbai Mountain, constantly circling and wailing. Ha ha ha. This is that Dragon Vein essence, which is already dying. Look at the momentum. Let alone an hour. It won't last half an hour. Will it? Ha 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 ha. Long live Koryo! Long live the island! That archipelago nation and the Goliaths. Laughing excitedly, Su Manchuan's eyes trembled and she couldn't help a layer of tears welling up. Is the heavens going to kill my Huaxia? Who else can save Huaxia now? Yi Chen. Yes, there is still Yi Chen, but he's in the Pill God Valley. Even if he rushes here now, he'll be too late. Alright, let's not waste time. Let's enjoy this female colonel of the Dragon Kingdom. An islander had an evil smile on his lips. The 50 or so people around them, likewise with sardonic smiles, slowly leaned in. Su Manchun drew the pistol at his waist and aimed it at his head. 10 kilometers away from Changbai Mountain in the sky, a dragon plane came flying in sharply. Ow ho! A blood dragon circled and wailed in the air in front of them. What is it? Yi Chen was startled. The chaotic cauldron's voice rang out. Dragon Vein Essence Spirit. When the dragon vein is destroyed, the dragon vein essence spirit will find a way to escape and find another large mountain to inhabit. Someone is down there, trapping the dragon vein with a formation, preparing to behead the dragon. Grass! Yi Chen cursed angrily, bellowing at the pilot, drive me toward the top of the mountain. The pilot was alarmed. Long Shui, there's no airfield at the top of the mountain. There's no way to dock. You don't need an airport. You just fly over the top of the mountain. Yi Chen shook his head. The pilot knew that it was already time for the Dragon Kingdom to live or die, and asked no more questions. Accelerate the throttle and swoop away. It was still about 3 kilometers from the summit, passing through a valley. Su Manchun? Why is she here? Yi Chen frowned. A group of Goliaths and islanders surrounded toward Su Manchun. Yi Chen glanced in the direction of the dragon vein, and as soon as he opened the cabin door, he leapt down. Dragon Marshal. The pilot was horrified. The Goryoan islanders below saw Su Manchun pull out a gun and commit suicide. Faced furiously, an island man roared. Stop her. If she dies, what are we playing at? I don't want to take it out on a corpse. Dozens of people rushed over together. Just the moment Su Manchun pulled the trigger. Clunk! There was a loud bang. The earth shook as if a meteor had hit the ground, swirling up snowflakes. What movement? Su Manchun froze. Next. Ah, who are you? No, bagger. The screams of the Goryoan islanders, one after another, and Su Manchuan's ears even heard a whirring sound, like someone moving rapidly through the flying snow, rolling gusts of wind. Pity! Snowflakes surged and obscured her vision, so she couldn't see clearly at all. Only a figure could be vaguely seen, killing in a frenzy. Only when the last islander fell to the ground did Su Manchun get a good look at the man who was slowly walking towards her. Yi Chen! Su Manchun was startled. Why are you here? The body couldn't take it anymore and collapsed towards the ground. Yi Chen took a step forward, wrapped his arms around Su Manchun, and slowly placed her on the ground, sweeping her bloodied thighs. Zira! Raising his hand and roughly yanking it, his military pants exploded and his snow-white, full thighs were exposed. Ah! Su Manchun let out a cry of shock and hurriedly dodged. What are you doing? Yi Chen! What time is it? You still take advantage of people? Yi Chen shouted lowly. Don't move. A tendon is broken. If you don't get treatment, in this condition, in half an hour you'll lose this leg. Su Manchun froze, allowing Yi Chen's 2 fingers, which had not entered the depths of the wound, to clip the 2 tendons and veins to restore them to their normal position. Several silver needles fell to seal the wound. Okay, no more problems. The wound may have a scar. Turn around and go to Zhonghai. Find a medical beauty company called Shangshi Mei Yen, and buy their scar removal cream, which can make the wound scarless. Just finished. It was only then that Yi Chen realized that underneath Su Manchuan's military uniform, I can't believe it's lace lingerie. Could it be that, like Su Zhashui, he was born with some kind of attribute underneath his decency? Chapter 119, Supreme Guardian. Noticing Yi Chen's gaze, Su Manchun was a little embarrassed and hurriedly avoided it. Unfortunately, the military pants had already been torn to shreds by Yi Chen. No matter how much she tried to avoid it, she couldn't escape the man's gaze. Yi Chen could see Su Manchuan's embarrassment. Taking off the jacket he was wearing, he covered her snow-white thighs for her. Ow ho! At that moment, a dragon's roar once again resounded from the direction of the top of Changbai Mountain. Yi Chen, quickly go to the top of the mountain. The dragon vein of Changbai Mountain is about to be destroyed. Listen to those people say less than an hour. Su Manchun lost color in her flowery face. Yi Chen dropped a few pills. Take care of yourself. One step rushed out like a meteor. Rumble dash. The snow on the ground spread out like ocean waves towards the sides. Yi Chen was like a silver dragon in the snow, heading straight to the top of the mountain. Wherever it passed, all the snow melted, exposing the dirt on the ground. Su Manchun looked dumbfounded. What terrifying speed! What terrifying power! Gulped. So handsome. Top of Changbai Mountain. Click. With a crunching sound, Tang Fenwolf flew out miserably and fell into the pile of dead people. Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingtsong, Li Qiankuan, Lu Lingtian. I never thought it would be you guys. Tang Fenwolf gritted his teeth. The hands and feet were twisted in an extremely terrifying arc. Completely wasted. He brought 10,000 Dragon Soul warriors with him, and all of them died here. The person who struck out was actually the highest guardian of the Dragon Kingdom. Apart from Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingtsong, Li Qiankuan and Lu Lingtian, Goryeo State Master Kim Tae-ryong, the presiding officer of the island Sangakuji Temple, the divine monk of the 9 Tibetans, a white man, shirtless and bulging with muscle, cupped a warhammer that could induce lightning. Just now, Tang Fenwolf witnessed it with his own eyes. This person triggered the heavenly thunder and struck more than 1,000 Dragon Soul warriors to death. Thunder King, Sauron, next to a voluptuous, blonde woman, can summon storms and coalesce ice pick attacks. Storm Girl, Sheila, you actually colluded with Goryeo Island, and this is traitorous behavior. Tang Fenwolf roared weakly, as the Supreme Guardian, to actually do such a thing. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Yu Tianlong sneered. Retribution? We've paid so much for the Dragon Kingdom. Yi Chen killed several guardians in a row, but was harbored by the Dragon Lord. What's the point of guarding a Dragon Kingdom like this? Cut off the Dragon vein and break the Dragon Kingdom's luck. The West worships us as if we were gods. We'll go to country with the same panache. Wei Qingtsong, Li Qiankuan, and Lu Lingtian laughed. Tang Fenwolf roared lowly. This is complete sophistry on your part. You guys take half of the Dragon Kingdom's annual martial arts resources. At a time like this, you actually want to break the Dragon Kingdom's chi. Shameless. Tang Fenwolf, I see that you're a talented person. Why don't you join us? Wei Qingtsong said. We need an agent, and I'll guarantee that you'll become the head of the Tang family. When we get Yi Chen dead, you'll be the Dragon Soul's Dragon Marshal. Tang Fenwolf gritted his teeth. Dream on. Alas. Wei Qingtsong let out a long sigh. In that case, you're on your way. Toward Tang Fenwolf. 5 fingers snapped, ready to crush his skull. Wait. Wei Qingtsong turned around and looked at Kim Tae-ryong, who opened his mouth. What's wrong? Kim Tae-ryong grinned. Killing to kill. Why don't you guys tell him that severing the dragon vein requires 10,000 blood sacrifices? What about the 10,000 Dragon Soul warriors he brought with him? Just enough to make up the number for the blood sacrifice? The 9 hidden divine monk laughed with a face full of hideousness as he looked at Yu Tianlong and the 4 of them. Ha 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 ha. You guys are really bad. Sacrifice the blood of the Dragon Kingdom people and cut off their dragon vein. Break the Chinese fortune. Kim Tae-ryong taunted. Why else would you say that your own people are the hardest to defend? The 9 hidden divine monk added. If it weren't for you guys making a move, we wouldn't have been able to find the exact location of this dragon vein. What are you talking about? Learning the truth, Tang Fenwolf trembled with anger. Rushing at Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingtsong, Li Qiankuan, and Lu Lingtian, the 4 of them roared. Asterisk 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 you're all brothers, I'm sorry. Woo woo, it's me, Tang Fenwolf, who has wronged you all. Heavens, why did you do this to me? Why do this to the Dragon Kingdom? Why do this to China? Ow ho! The blood dragon above his head wailed as if responding to Tang Fenwolf. Well, don't bull asterisk 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 him. It's time to slay the dragon. Li Qiankuan's eyes stared. Taking one step forward, he held an 8 trigrams array disc. Standing on top of a formation eye, Yu Tianlong and Lu Lingtian glanced at each other and stood in the same position. An 8 trigrams array disc appeared in each hand, and their feet stomped. The formation surged, and that blood dragon in the sky kept roaring lowly. Ow ho! Ow ho! Ouch! Prime, what are you waiting for? The 3 saw that Wei Qingtsong was hesitant to make a move. Frowning, he looked back at the same time. See only. Wei Qingtsong stared dead on in one direction. Rumble. Under the loud noise, in the direction of the foot of the mountain, a storm rolled up in the sky, and a silhouette sped rapidly through the snow. A silver dragon rolled up behind him in general. Who's this? Kim Tai-long, the 9 hidden divine monks, Sauron, and Shira, all looked over in confusion. Wait 100 meters or so, finally got a good look at the man's face. It was actually a youth with a dragon country face. Yi Chen. The eyes of Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingtsong, Li Qiankuan, and Lu Lingtian sank as they stared icily at the youth who had suddenly appeared. It was Yi Chen. In an instant, Yi Chen had rushed to Wei Qingtsong's body and directly kicked out. What do you take the old man for? Like a dead dog? Kick me if you want to. Wei Qingtsong burst into rage and was just about to strike. Yi Chen accelerated violently. Bang dash. Wei Qingtsong felt a sharp pain in his chest and sprayed out a mouthful of blood as he flew out like a dead dog. Yi Chen didn't bother to look at him more than once. Crouching down, a few silver needles didn't enter Tang Feng Wolf's body. At the same time, several pills were fed to Tang Fen Wolf to take. Fortunately, it won't die. Yi Chen said. Long Shui. They are dead. More than 10,000 brothers all dead. Oh, blame me. Blame me. After swallowing Yi Chen's elixir, Tang Fen Wolf's injuries healed a bit, and he suddenly cried out in grief. After listening to Tang Fen Wolf's explanation, Yi Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. Wei Qingtsong climbed to his feet and could no longer hold back, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yi Chen, you still dare to come here? It's just as well. We'll kill you first, and then we'll chop off the dragon vein of China. Brother Yu, Brother Li, and Brother Lu, make a move together to kill this son. Wei Qingtsong bellowed. The other three put away the 8 trigrams formation discs in their hands. Rolling a strong wind, he lunged towards Yi Chen. Tang Fen Wolf shouted, Yi Chen, be careful. They are all at the 9th level of the innate realm. Yi Chen grinned. 9th level of the innate realm? I'm fighting at the 9th level of the innate realm. Taking the initiative, he charged towards the 4, locking onto the already injured Wei Qingtsong. A flying kick came in. Little, do you really think that old man is a mud man? Let you pinch me? Wei Qingtsong's body trembled with anger. Mobilizing his entire body's strength, he blasted out with a fist. Die for me. With a single strike from the 9th level of the innate realm, Yi Chen's thigh would definitely explode and turn into a mist of blood. Bang! The moment the two made contact, there was a loud bang. Immediately after, ka-ching! A bone-cracking sound rang out. Wei Qingtsong screamed miserably, and his arm that was throwing punches exploded on the spot. Bang! Yi Chen's second foot attacked and stepped on Wei Qingtsong's chest, bursting his ribs. Used the force to spin around in the air. The third leg swept across and kicked Wei Qingtsong hard in the head. Bang! Wei Qingtsong's head exploded like a watermelon. The body fell straight down. Yi Chen kicked 3 times, killing an innate realm 9th level alive. How? Yu Tianlong, Li Qianquan, and Lu Lingtian froze in place as if they had seen a ghost, and an aura of death enveloped their hearts. Chapter 120, Those who violate my huaxia will be executed even though they are far away. Wei Qingtsong is dead. Wei Qingtsong, one of the 4 supreme guardians of the Dragon Kingdom, is dead. The World Dark Ranking. No. 11 Wei Qingtsong is dead. Wei Qingkang, who was at the 9th level of the innate realm, was dead. He was actually abused by Yi Chen in 3 kicks. Alive. Not a single body was left behind. Asterisk 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 asterisk. What's wrong with this kid? Yu Tianlong cursed angrily. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Li Qianquan also reacted, and a ring between his fingers flickered for a moment. A long black sword held in his hand. Be careful. There's something wrong with this kid. Far more terrifying than we thought. Damn. Wasn't he a loser before? After being missing for 5 years, it's actually gotten so scary. Could it be that this kid disappeared for 5 years and went into the Kunlun ruins? Wait. Something to do with that demoness mother of his? Lu Lingtian's eyes even jumped. From a ring, he took out an ancient-shaped sword and crossed it in front of him. The 4 of them, Qin Tailong, Kuzo Shinji, Sauron, and Shira. The color of his face also became grave, coldly staring at Yi Chen. The strength of this dragon country youth made them feel the danger. There was no one happier than Tang Fen Wolf, who had never dreamed of it. Yi Chen's strength was actually so terrifying. Whether it's related to that demoness or not, the 3 of us will cooperate and take down this son first. When the time comes to break his arms and legs and waste his dantian, there are ways to make him talk. Yu Tianlong gave a low shout. A wave of air erupted from his body, and the clothes on his body turned into pieces, revealing bronzed skin, chest and back, wounds everywhere, muscle bulge, hideous horror. I'll take the main attack. You guys cover me. Yu Tianlong let out a low shout and rolled a fierce wind to attack. Yi Chen, be careful. Yu Tianlong is practicing the Vajra child's kung fu and is invulnerable to swords and spears. Tang Feng Wolf yelled. Shasta. Yu Tianlong had already rushed to Yi Chen's body. His expression was extremely fierce as he raised his hand and slammed his fist into Yi Chen's dantian. Kid, kneel down for the old man. A punch. Destroyed. Even a person at the 9th level of the innate realm would not dare to take this punch. Dang. With a loud bang, Yu Tianlong's fist ruthlessly smashed into Yi Chen's dantian location. Yi Chen didn't move a muscle. The corner of his mouth also showed a touch of playfulness. Is this the Vajra child's kung fu? Yu Tianlong's pupils contracted fiercely and he couldn't help but tremble. What kind of monster are you? Yi Chen raised his hand, holding Yu Tianlong's wrist and breaking his fist. Ka-chow. Click. Click. Break his fingers one by one. Vajra child's kung fu? I'll make you Vajra child's kung fu. Ah. Little scumbag. Let go of me. Yu Tianlong screamed in pain as his other hand smashed into Yi Chen's heart. Fine. I'll let go of you. Yi Chen grinned and held onto Yu Tianlong's arms. Zira. With a sharp tug, the arms were ripped hard and separated from the body. Blood soared wildly from the wound. Extremely horrifying. Ah, my hand. Yu Tianlong frantically retreated in pain. Yi Chen took a step to catch up and kicked Yu Tianlong's dantian. Brother Yu. The two of them, Li Qianquan and Lu Lingtian, were enraged as the swords in their hands chopped at Yi Chen. Yi Chen didn't even have the intention of dodging, letting the swords fall on his body. Dang. When? Crisp sounds rang out. Sparks flew everywhere. Asterisk. The two were completely frozen in fear. Is this still human? A real knife and gun. Yu Tianlong's whatever Vidra child's kung fu was weak compared to it. That's it? Yi Chen sneered. Both hands grabbed the two men's weapons, slamming towards each other. The two collided hard. The two spat out a mouthful of blood as if they had been hit by a train. Yi Chen caught up and stomped down with both feet. Look out! Li Qianquan and Lu Lingtian rolled to avoid the kick. Bang! A loud bang. The place where Yi Chen's foot stepped on landed actually exploded directly, sinking down half a meter deep. If this kick landed on the two, they would definitely be trampled to death. What are you all waiting for? Don't help yet. If we die, you guys won't be able to do anything good either. Li Qianquan turned back and yelled down at Jin Tailong, the 9 hidden divine monks, Sauron, and Shira. This kid's strength is too terrifying. Go! Without hesitation, the island nation's 9 hidden divine monks turned around and left. The Goryeo Kingdom's state master, Kim Tae-ryeon's gaze flickered twice. Again, he turned and quickly disappeared into the wind and snow. What about us? Make a move? Sheila, the storm woman, frowned. Thunder King Solon had a sullen face, staring dead at Yi Chen's back. A sense of danger was born. Go! The two of them turned around and headed towards the foot of Changbai Mountain. Fark, you foreign devils, can't be trusted. Ah, Yi Chen, spare my life. No, just a short distance out. The miserable screams of Li Qianquan and Lu Lingtian came from behind them. Next, a white wave of air rolled up in the snow, and Yi Chen actually rushed towards the duo with an extremely terrifying might. What? Solon and Scylla froze. How dare this kid come after us? Seek death. Solon gripped the warhammer in his hand and slammed it out in Yi Chen's direction. Rumble dash. The warhammer actually erupted a thunderbolt, and wherever it passed, the snow and water instantly melted and smashed onto Yi Chen. His clothes burned to ashes and his body reddened as he rushed forward. Oh, by the cake! Solon was stunned. Sheila's body trembled as a strong fear arose in her heart. Is this person a devil that crawled out of hell? It's actually not afraid of your divine thunder. Run! All of us combined are no match for this guy. Solon's back was soaking wet. The lab and M did an experiment. The lightning that erupted from his warhammer was up to 1,000,000 volts. What's the concept? Don't say people. Even an Iron Man would be melted in an instant. Want to leave? Those who commit crimes against my Huaxia will be executed even though they are far away. Yi Chen's eyes were cold as he caught up with an extremely terrifying speed. A punch to Sauron's back. Solon felt a deathly danger. Turn around. Warhammer against it. Clank. A burst of steel rang out as the warhammer slammed hard into Sauron's chest. A mouthful of blood spurting out. His ribs exploded and he flew out extremely miserably. He fell dozens of meters in one breath. And when he looked down at the warhammer in his hand, he was completely frozen in fear. On top of the indestructible warhammer, there was actually a fist mark of nearly 5 centimeters, which had been smashed out by Yi Chen's hard punch. Fark! 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 Who the hell can tell me what kind of monster this guy is? Captain America? Hulk? Ultraman? Or the gods from the stories of the Chinese God's Kingdom? Solon thought in horror. Waves of terror have long been rising inside. Yi Chen walked step by step like a god of death. Solon kept backing up. This gentleman, please don't kill me. I swear that I will never set foot in the Dragon Kingdom again. Yi Chen's eyes were cold. Not a word. Solon was completely dumbfounded. These eyes, they were simply not possessed by a human. Just as Yi Chen was preparing to kill Sauron. Dragon Nation. This woman is one of your dragon souls, right? Stormbringer Sheila's voice came out. Yi Chen looked back. See only. Sheila carried Su Manchun and stood next to the cliff 100 meters away. Su Manchun was worried that something had happened to the dragon vein, and after recovering some of her injuries, she immediately rushed to support her. I didn't expect to be caught by Sheila. Let her go. Su Manchun smiled. Yi Chen, kill Sauron. This person's death will be of great benefit to the Dragon Kingdom. It can weaken the strength of the M country. My Su Manchuan's life is worthless. Open your mouth and bite down hard on Sheila's hand. Sheila screamed in pain. Asterisk. You want to die? I'll let you. Straight up loose. Su Manchun fell towards the cliff. Chapter 121, Invoking the Dragon Vein into the Body. Hundreds of meters high cliffs. Even if there are more than 10 meters of thick snow, fall down will certainly die. Ye Chen rushed straight over and leapt down without hesitation. Seeing this, Shira quickly rushed to Sauron's side and picked him up towards the mountain for a quick departure. Su Manchun prepares for certain death. For the sake of Huaxia, for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom, it's not bad for me to sacrifice myself here. Close your eyes. Feel the weightlessness of your body. Suddenly, a very strong hand took hold of her waist. Opening her eyes, Su Manchun froze in shock. Ye Chen, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Why did you jump down? You can't die. Your life is worth more than mine. Shut up. Ye Chen let out a low gulp. With a grab in the air in his hand, the blood dragon sword appeared in his hand. A sword stabbed into the rocky cliff face. After a burst of sparks with lightning, cutting a tens of meters long gully in the wall, the duo finally stopped falling. Ah! Su Manchun exclaimed. Frightened, he hugged Ye Chen tightly. She then remembered that Ye Chen had just been attacked by Sauron with lightning, and all the clothes on his body had burned to ashes, and now he was naked. Her lower half, her military pants had long been torn by Ye Chen. Only one of Ye Chen's coats was around. The thighs clamped down on Ye Chen, and the two of them came into close contact. Su Manchuan's pretty face instantly reddened. Her fingers covered her face, but she couldn't help but part a slit and look towards Ye Chen's chest. The musculature is perfect. Couldn't help it. Again, looking at a certain spot on the man's face. So majestic. Su Manchun subconsciously gulped down a mouthful of spit. Her body burning. Ye Chen didn't think much about it. With one foot on a rock, he leapt up. The blood dragon sword stabbed into the cliff and stabilized his body. After repeating this a dozen times, the two finally returned to the top of the cliff. Count yourself lucky this time. Next time, no one will care if you live or die. Ye Chen was almost unkind, and after dropping this sentence, he rushed towards the top of the mountain. Back to the top of the mountain, Yu Tianlong, Li Qiankuan, and Lu Lingtian were lying in the snow. His limbs were broken, his dantian was wasted, and he only had one breath left. Ye Chen, you're back. Tang Fengwolf, who was worthy of being a Dragon Souls man and had extremely strong physical qualities, was collecting the corpses of the Dragon Souls soldiers, and when he saw that Ye Chen had returned, he walked directly over to him. Ye Chen nodded. Walk up to the three men, sweeping a glance at Lu Lingtian. The two of them were about the same size. Straight away, he peeled off his pants and shirt and put them on himself. An icy voice rang out. You guys just called my mom a demoness? What exactly do you mean? Ha ha ha. Ye Chen, you want to know? Beg me. Yu Tianlong laughed. Bang! 1 foot down. Yu Tianlong's head exploded on the spot, and he couldn't die anymore. The killing tactics scared Li Qiankuan and Lu Lingtian, constantly shivering. I say ah. Tang Fengwolf also froze and looked deeply at Ye Chen, who's not afraid of this kind of iron-blooded tactics. Your mother comes from the Kunlun ruins, skilled in martial arts, medicine, and alchemy, and she acts without restraint. Someone spends several $100 million to ask her to save her life. She simply does not even look at it. Sometimes see beggars injured, actually will go out to save a beggar a rotten life. This behavior of hers offended many people at the time. Several of our guardians once went to beg for an elixir. Beg? Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. Li Qiankuan hastily shook his head. Not begging, coughing, but going to rob. As a result, we were taught a hard lesson by her. In retaliation, we spread the news about her into the Kunlun ruins. As expected, she also had enemies in the Kunlun ruins, so she looked for them. Ye Chen sank his face. What happened afterward? Lu Lingtian snatched the lead and said, what happened afterward? We don't know. I only know that a power called the Divine Healer sect seems to have some relationship with this matter. The Divine Healers? Ye Chen frowned. A few days ago, when torturing a few Duan clan elders, I also heard them mention this power. It's just a pity that at that time, she didn't know about her mother's relationship with the Divine Healer sect. It seems that if you want to pursue news of your mother, you can start with this Divine Healer sect. You may be on your way. Ye Chen, we have answered your questions. You still want to kill. Bang! Bang! Ye Chen was too lazy to listen to the two men's nonsense and stomped on their heads. Ow ho! The blood dragon overhead, a low roar came from it, was struggling madly, and could break through the air at any time in general. What's going on? Ye Chen looked up. Tang Fengwolf's face changed drastically. Not good. The dragon vein of this place has been destroyed by those guardians. If this goes on, the leader of our Chinese dragon vein will really be destroyed. I'll check it out. Ye Chen looked towards the place of the formation, quickly rushing out. A huge crack appeared ahead, as if it had been blown open with explosives. Straight underground. The underground is pitch black. A large amount of dragon chi gushed out, and there was no telling how deep it was. Taking out the blood dragon sword, he jumped down in one leap. The blood dragon's sword stabbed into the wall, cutting out countless sparks along the way, and descended hundreds of meters before Ye Chen finally landed on the ground, surrounded by a huge cavern. Ahead, a circular formation with a diameter of 100 meters flickered, light and shadows flickered, and countless runes coalesced around the formation. The center of the formation, a blood-red dragon vein struggled madly. It's only about 10 meters. The blood dragon silhouette at the top of Changbai Mountain was precisely the projection of this dragon vein's main body. The chaotic tripod said, "Master, the pattern of this place has been completely destroyed. There are only two things that can happen to this dragon vein. First, flee this place. Second, the pattern is destroyed, depleted and dead. Either way, the dragon's head of the Chinese dragon vein has been completely destroyed and cannot be restored. The faucet was destroyed. Thousands of years of qi, ruined. More than 1 billion people will be affected and the fortunes of the country will be greatly diminished." Ye Chen's face was low. These guys, they really deserve to die. Is there no way to save it? The thousands of years of my Chinese fortune is going to be cut short? Ye Chen was unwilling. A few people in the area have ruined the future of over 1 billion people? The chaotic tripod was silent for a moment and spat out. It's not like there's no way to save it. What way? Ye Chen asked sharply. The chaotic tripod said, "Master, you will completely absorb this dragon vein and leave an essence blood to suppress it here. From now on, your destiny is bound to Huaxia. If you rise, Huaxia will rise. If you fall, Huaxia will fall with you." Okay. Ye Chen nodded. The chaotic tripod was startled and hastily reminded. "Master, think clearly. You can influence Huaxia, and Huaxia can influence you. In other words, if Huaxia perishes, you'll fall with it." Ye Chen said without hesitation. "I, Ye Chen, am not a good person, but, if you ask me to watch my own race perish, I can't do it. I believe it is impossible for any Chinese descendant to watch his or her race perish." Chaos tripod, what do I need to do? The chaotic tripod spat out. Draw the dragon vein into your body. Chapter 122 Ye Chen. Death. With your flesh and blood, harbor the dragon vein. The dragon vein gathers the essence of heaven and earth and feeds your flesh and blood. From now on, the dragon vein is you. You are the dragon vein of China. Top of Changbai Mountain. Dozens of fighters circled and lowered the ropes. Countless generals in Dragon Soul combat uniforms slid down quickly. A pale figure, dressed in battle armor, came. Is the battle over? Where are the people? Tang Fengwolf was shocked to see the visitor, because the one who came was no one else, but a generation of military gods, Xiao Xinghua. Xiao Xinghua retired for more than 10 years. The Dragon Soul cannot contact Tang Fengwolf. For the safety of the country, Xiao Xinghua once again put on the battle armor, and led the people to Changbai Mountain. Elder Xiao. Tang Fengwolf excitedly stepped forward. What's the situation? Xiao Xinghua quickly walked over. Behind them were 3 Taoist-robed old men, and judging from their attire, they were celestial masters who had come down from Longhu Mountain. Tang Fengwolf explained, the 4 supreme guardians, Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingtsong, Li Qiankuan, and Lu Lingtian, betrayed the Dragon Kingdom. They colluded with Goryeo national master Kim Tae-ryeon, the island nation's 9 hidden monks, M's Thunder King Sauron, and Storm Woman Sheila. General Yi came at the right time to kill Yu Tianlong, Wei Qingtsong, Li Qiankuan, and Lu Lingtian. Everyone else is running scared. Tang Fengwolf pointed at the 4 headless corpses on the ground. Yes. Xiao Xinghua clenched his fists. Yi kid, good job. But where is Yi boy man? Tang Fengwolf explained. The dragon vein is fluctuating. General Yi has entered the dragon vein. What? Xiao Xinghua's face changed wildly, and with the 3 heavenly masters from Dragon Tiger Mountain, he rushed to the dragon vein crack. Look down. It's pitch black down there. From time to time, the sound of a dragon's roar was heard, and a powerful force was constantly spewing out. Are you sure? Ye Chen jumped. An old man from Dragon Tiger Mountain turned around. Tang Fengwolf nodded. Yes, General Yi saw the dragon vein fluctuating, so he jumped without hesitation. It's over. This old man shook his head and closed his eyes. Xiao Xinghua felt something was wrong and hurriedly asked after him. Tianshi Zhang. What's wrong? Zhang Ziling's face was grave. The place of the dragon vein is raging with energy. It's even more terrifying than the center of a hurricane. A person with a mortal body jumping in would be torn apart on the spot. Ye Chen actually dared to jump into the dragon vein. I'm afraid. Certain death. No. Xiao Xinghua's pale body trembled. His voice raised 7 or 8 degrees. Ye Chen can't die. How can he die? 3 heavenly masters. Please, you must find a way to save Ye Chen. He's done too much for the dragon kingdom to die. Zhang Ziling and the 3 of them looked at each other. A long sigh. Elder Xiao. There's nothing we can do. What we can do now? Preserve this dragon vein and seal this place completely. Yi Chen has already entered the dragon vein. So maybe he's already been completely torn apart by the dragon vein by now. The three men shook their heads. Zhang Xiling looked at Xiao Xinghua even more intensely. Elder Xiao, please give the order. Yi Chen. Xiao Xinghua froze in place, and after a moment of silence, he gritted his teeth and ordered, seal the land of the dragon vein. Seeing this, the three of them immediately struck out. Around the land of the dragon vein, a formation was established, and each of them sat cross-legged on top of the formation constantly casting spells. He took out one crystal-like stone after another in his hands and filled them into the formation. Ow ho! A low roar came from the underground dragon vein. The earth shook violently, like an earthquake, and that crack in the land of the dragon vein slowly healed. Rumble! With a sound, the ground closed in, and the land of the dragon vein was completely closed. Within 100 years, there will be no more problems with the dragon vein. This place, send someone to guard it from now on. The three Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Masters shook their heads and left in the wind and snow. Dragon State. Inside the Supreme Office. Yi Chen is dead. When the Dragon Lord received the call from Xiao Xinghua, his body stiffened in place and slowly hung up the phone. The old man, who was over 70 years old, slowly walked over to the window and looked out at the choppy lake. Yi Chen, you really are like Hua Ziwei of the Han Dynasty back then, suddenly appearing to save the Han from the flames, and then falling as hastily as a shooting star. You disappeared for 5 years and suddenly came back. Was it just to save Hua Xiao once? A tear slowly surfaced in this old man's wise eyes. Someone, pass the order down. Catch up with Yi Chen. Hua Shi unrivaled. Hawaiian Islands. Deep inside the M military base. Heavily armored doors, each strictly guarded by soldiers. After Thunder King Sauron and Storm Girl Sheila escaped the Changbai Mountains, they fled all the way here to recuperate. Let's have a drink. Today is worth celebrating. Storm Sheila walks in high heels, in a white evening gown, with 2 glasses of champagne in her white hand. Solon opened his eyes to a bruised area on his chest 30 centimeters in diameter. It was exactly what was punched out by Yi Chen. If it wasn't for the Thor's hammer, which blocked most of the power, he was afraid that he would have been killed alive by that Dragon Country youth's punch. Solon shook his head with a hint of displeasure on his face. What's there to celebrate? We lost the battle and almost died at the hands of that Yi Chen. Storm Girl smiled. What if I tell you that Yi Chen is dead? What? Solon was stunned. This kid is as powerful as a god, and his defense is even more amazing. How did he die? Who could have killed him? Did the Kunlun Ruins people strike? Neither. Scylla walked over to Sauron and sat her fat ass down in his arms. Sauron took the opportunity to wrap his arms around her waist. Come on, don't sell yourself short. Sheila took a sip of champagne. After we destroy the land of the Dragon Vein, won't the Dragon Vein of Changbai Mountain be abolished? I heard that kid jumped directly into the land of the Dragon Vein in order to stop it from being abolished. What? Solon was completely frozen. Next. Ha 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 ha. This stupid thing, the land of the Dragon Vein. Even steel thrown in would be torn apart by the terrifying energy. And this kid actually jumped? Solon couldn't help but laugh. This is really good news. Snatching the champagne from Sheila's hand, he took a sip, rolling over and pinning Sheila down with one hand. These 2 days have really depressed me. Good thing. The monster died on its own. It really should be celebrated. Zira. Clothes ripped. A few moments later, there was the sound of a crash in the room. Long Lake Villa. Xiao Charan and Mu Xueqing sat in the sofa. Su Manchan handed over a death report. A posthumous seal signed by the Dragon Lord himself. That's how it happened. Long Shui stayed in Changbai Mountain forever. Su Manchan finished with a sobbing voice, forcing herself to finish. Impossible. How could Yi Chen be dead? Mu Xueqing tore the death report apart as if she had gone mad. He didn't die even after he disappeared for 5 years and came back after learning so many skills. How could he have died? Xiao Charan bit her red lips and silently lowered her head. Her pretty face was pale and white, and her body followed with constant trembling. It's all a lie. I don't believe he's dead. Chapter 123, Killing the Goryeo Royal Palace. Deep underground in the Changbai Mountains, above the ancient altar, Yi Chen sat cross-legged, a blood dragon shadow that roared continuously behind him. For 3 whole days and 3 nights, the Changbai Mountain Dragon Vein tangled with Yi Chen, and was eventually introduced into his body. The moment. Yi Chen was the Chinese Dragon Vein, and the Chinese Dragon Vein was Yi Chen. I can't imagine that there are actually so many benefits from having a dragon vein in your body. The God refining technique has been cultivated to the 2nd layer, and the 9 turns Heavenly Emperor technique left behind by my mom is also into comprehending the 1st layer of the realm. Yi Chen muttered to himself, stroked his chin, eyes flashing. However, this 9 revolutions Heavenly Emperor's decree actually has this layer of restriction. Cultivating to the 9th layer of the innate realm will lead to the 1st revolution. For one turn. You need to disperse and retrain once. When one cultivates to the 9th level of the innate realm again, one can increase one's battle power by 10 times compared to an ordinary 9th level of the innate realm. Yi Chen whispered to himself. If it was true, then this 9 revolutions heavenly emperor technique was simply too domineering. Same realm, 10 times the combat power. Wouldn't it be possible to cross the realm to kill the enemy? Now, he relied on his Vajra unbreakable body and could still manage to kill his enemies across realms. But, who wouldn't be impressed by the fact that it can be more invincible? The 2nd level of the refining god technique. With me as the center of the circle. Everything in a 100-meter radius is under the shroud of my divine thoughts, so I'm not afraid of being sneak attacked. Yi Chen slowly got up. The chaotic tripod said, Master, it's not just about not being afraid of sneak attacks. Oh, what other effects are there? Yi Chen was curious. The chaotic tripod spat out a sentence. Searching for a person for thousands of miles. As long as the master remembers the scent of the person he wants to search for, he will be able to find that person's whereabouts. Really? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. The chaotic tripod replied affirmatively. 1,000 times over. Yi Chen pondered for a few seconds that his parents, Mu Xueqing, Shao Charan and the others, must be thousands of miles away, within 1,000 miles of the man he was trying to find. There, close your eyes. The mind was instantly plunged into chaos as 2 blurry figures appeared. One man appeared to be in a conference room, talking to a group of people about something. Master of Goryeo, Kim Taeryong. Another person, inside an ancient temple. Island, Sangakuji 9 hidden divine monks. It really works. Yi Chen opened his eyes. The direction of perception is none other than Goryeo and the island. Thunder King, Sauron, Storm Girl, and Sheila, on the other hand, have no perceptions. The chaotic tripod said, Master, it's too far away from these 2 now. Just get in range and you can sense them. Yi Chen stood up with a long body, looked up at the sky above his head. How do we get out of here? Think about it for a few seconds. With a thought, the blood dragon sword appeared in his hand, and he slashed out at the rock above his head. Top of Changbai Mountain, a brand new grave looms. Su Manchun, in her military uniform, knelt in front of the grave, her eyes red. The rank of major on his shoulder has been replaced with major general. A medallion was clutched in his hand in a death grip, the sharp part piercing his palm and dripping blood. Su Manchun still didn't feel any pain. Yi Chen, we've only known each other for 2 days, and you're giving up your life to save me. I used to think that you were a murderous man. The moment you jumped off the land of the dragon vein for the sake of Huaxia without hesitation, I knew that you were worried about the country and the people, and that you were an incomparably great person. I, Su Manchun, will not go anywhere in my life. I will guard Changbai Mountain and stay with you forever. The image of Yi Chen jumping off the cliff and saving her appeared in his mind, biting her red lip, always and forever. Ahem. So what? You call that a confession? A coughing fit broke out. Su Manchun froze. Who's talking? Ka Chow. With a muffled sound, Yi Chen's grave cracked open with a slit, followed by a sword flash, completely blown up. Beneath the grave, a hole was revealed, just enough to allow a man to pass through. Under Su Manchuan's shocked gaze, a gray-headed youth climbed out of the hole. Whose idea was it to actually seal this place with cement? Yi Chen was depressed. Yi Chen? Su Manchun rubbed her eyes dead, still thinking she was dreaming. Again, on his own arm, he pinched hard. Ouch. Make sure it's not a dream. Ah, Yi Chen, it's really you. Aha. Su Manchun was thoroughly agitated, not caring about image at all. He jumped into Yi Chen's arms, her hands wrapped around his neck, and her long legs wrapped around Yi Chen's waist, shaking hard. You're not dead. Ah, you're not dead. Great. Yi Guosher. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Yi Guosher is back. Everyone, come on. Yi Guosher isn't dead. A chorus of excited voices rang out around the room. In less than half a minute, hundreds of people all rushed over excitedly, staring at Yi Chen and Su Manchun. Are you getting too excited? Come down first, okay? Yi Chen reminded a sentence. Only then did Su Manchuan's pretty face blush as she let go of Yi Chen's neck and got off of him. Yi Chen, how are you still alive? The 3 heavenly masters of Dragon Tiger Mountain said that you jumped into the dragon vein. The energy is raging there, and you've been torn to pieces. Jesus, how did you survive? If it was an average person, of course they would die. Yi Chen possessed an incorruptible body of adamantine, and the power of a mere dragon vein could not help him. A casual excuse. Oh, I fell into a cave, not into a dragon vein. Got lost in the cave again and had a hard time finding my way out, which is why I climbed out. Su Manchun was excited. Everyone thought you were dead. The news has spread to your relatives and friends. Tomorrow in Zhonghai, all ready to organize a funeral for you. She pulled out her cell phone. I'll send the message back immediately and tell everyone you're not dead. Yi Chen raised his hand, holding Su Manchuan's wrist. Wait first, what's wrong? Su Manchun froze. Yi Chen said, how many people do you think will cause trouble at my funeral if I die? What do you mean? Su Manchuan's pupils fluctuated a bit. You guys do me a favor and hide it for a while, okay? Yi Chen swept a glance at the Dragon Soul crowd. Whatever Yi Guoshi says, is what he says. The Dragon Soul crowd bellowed in unison. Although Yi Chen was young, the matter of him beheading the 4 supreme guardians and guarding the dragon vein of China had completely conquered the crowd. Without any hesitation, Yi Chen's current position in the hearts of the Dragon Soul crowd, it has surpassed the god of war, Xiaojinghua. Thank you all. Su Manchun smiled. What about you now? Shall I send you back? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth hooked up an icy smile. Things aren't over yet. Those who want to destroy my Chinese dragon vein are still alive and well. Goryeo Kingdom, Royal Palace. Inside the highest conference room, an old man sat in the seat that would have belonged to the king of Goryeo. The Goryeo king held the folder in his hand and with a look of awe, he reported to the old man in front of him. The old man is no one else but the founder of the Samsung Foundation, the real behind-the-scenes helmsman of the Goryeo Kingdom, Li Sungtang. Yi Chen is confirmed dead, and the Dragon Kingdom has arranged a funeral for him, but the Changbai Mountain Dragon Vein was preserved by the 3 heavenly masters of Longhu Mountain. Tomorrow morning, Yi Chen's funeral will be held in Zhonghai with the rank of a national scholar. Xiao Charan of the Longdu Xiao family is expected to carry the coffin as Yi Chen's undead. King Goryeo said respectfully. A few days ago, my favorite grandson, Zaixian, was rendered useless by Yi Chen. Li Chengtong's voice was icy cold and unruffled. This kid wants to die with honor so simply? Simply dreaming. Destroy his funeral. Yi Chen's wife and daughter must die. I'll let the world know that if you go against my Li family, you won't be able to live in peace even if you die. The voice was chilling, bloodthirsty, cold. King Goryeo nodded. I know. Dash. Suddenly, an alarm went off in the conference room. A man in military uniform rushed in horror. Your Majesty, a man with a dragon accent killed his way into the palace, and all 3,000 self-defense forces were killed by him. He's coming, now, toward the conference room. What? The Goryeo king changed color and looked back at Li Chengtang. Turn on the surveillance. I would like to see who is so bold as to dare to break into my great Goryeo's royal palace. Li Chengtang clapped his hands and shouted. Immediately, someone pulled up the surveillance, projected onto a large screen in the conference room. Picture. A young man from the Dragon Kingdom, holding a blood-red longsword, death-like, killed all 3,000 people of the self-defense force in less than 3 minutes. In the conference room, everyone stood up in fear. Yi Chen. Chapter 124 100 Patriots. The video screen is still playing. Bullets poured in, hitting Yi Chen's body. It was like hitting steel, scattering on both sides of Yi Chen's feet. He's not dead? Li Chengtang stood up in a mischievous manner, his pale face instantly gloomy. This is your news? Didn't you guys say that this kid is dead? The Goryeo king's eyes contracted. The news did come back from the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't know what was going on. Waste. Yi Sungtang slapped the Goryeo king in the face. Write your resignation letter now and resign to the entire nation first thing in the morning. King Goryeo sat on his butt, face ashen. If the king of Goryeo resigns, he'll surely die. Kingdom Master Jin, you go and take care of Yi Chen. Li Chengtang opened his mouth. All the top brass of Goliath turned around and looked to the corner of the conference room. They all froze. Jin Tailong was sweating like a pig, staring dead at Yi Chen in the picture, an old face actually trembling involuntarily. Could it be that Master Kim is afraid? How is that possible? Jin Guoshi is the first strongest man in Goryeo, living for more than 200 years. Once one person rushed into 3M country army's land army, killing 3 and 3 out of 100,000 people. How could he be afraid of a Dragon Kingdom kid? Li Chengtang was puzzled. Master Jin, what's wrong with you? Kim Tae-ryung squeezed out a smile. It's okay, the conference room is too hot. You just told me to kill Yi Chen? Does this brat need me to make a move? Just use the bomb and blast him to death, won't you? A group of high-ranking people in Goryeo were confused. Face to face, even Li Chengtong's eyes widened. Master Jin, this is the royal palace. With a bomb? Wouldn't that destroy the palace? Jin Tailong shook his head inside. Alas, when I destroyed the dragon vein, I beheaded 2 of the Dragon Kingdom's highest guardians, suffered a little internal injury, and I haven't recovered from it yet. If I'm allowed to get hurt on top of it, how will I be able to protect the Goryeo Kingdom in the future? Hear this. A group of executives from the Goryeo Kingdom immediately exclaimed. Grandmaster Jin is awesome. He was actually able to decimate 2 of the Dragon Kingdom's highest guardians. Are you alright, Master Jin? I still have 2 beautiful divine doctors there. Why don't I send them to you at night to treat your injuries? Master Jin's service to the nation and the people is truly an example for us. The Dragon Kingdom's supreme guardian is also too much of a waste. He's actually no match for Master Jin. Ha 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 ha. With Master Kim, the rise of our Goryeo kingdom is just around the corner. In the conference room, it's all flattery. Li Chengtang was the only one with his brows knitted together in death. Sharp instincts told him that something was very wrong about this. Instead of looking like he's hurt, Jin Guoji looks more like he's scared. What's going on? Could it be that State Master Jin is afraid of Yi Chen? There's no reason for that. Master Jin is already over 200 years old. This Yi Chen is only about 23 years old. Even if he started practicing martial arts from his mother's womb, he's definitely not a match for Master Jin. What the hell was that for? Li Chengtang was puzzled. We can't stop that Dragon Kingdom man. He's coming towards the conference room. A general from the Goryeo Kingdom rushed in. His eyes full of panic. Li Chengtang gritted his teeth. All Patriot missiles, lock on Yi Chen. Give me all 100 warheads in 1 minute. The crowd in the conference room sucked in a breath of cold air. 1 Patriot missile can destroy a skyscraper. 100 warheads, all shot up. God is coming to die. 2. Meanwhile, Yi Chen had already penetrated deep into the Goryeo Kingdom's royal palace. The refining god technique locked onto Kim Taeyong's location and killed him all the way there. Along the way, there were constantly Goryeo soldiers rushing out. And Yi Chen didn't have the slightest bit of mercy for these rods. A sword chopped out. Dozens of soldiers who rushed over turned into blood mist on the spot. Ow ho! In the blood dragon sword, a faint sound of a dragon's roar actually resounded. On the surface of the blood dragon sword, it even condensed a faint layer of blood mist. The sword trembled slightly. Seems to be getting excited. Yi Chen whispered. Looks like you like blood? In that case, let's kill today. 1 step swept out. Active kills the crowd. Ah, the devil. This dragon nation is the devil. Mom, I don't want to die. Oh, Lord of the Dragon Kingdom, spare my life gently. Countless Goryeo people, frightened, threw away their weapons and fled for their lives. Yi Chen didn't bother chasing after him either. Holding the blood dragon sword as he prepared to cross a square of several hundred meters. Rumble dash. The sound of an object cutting through the air came from overhead. Looking up, a Patriot missile was incredibly accurate and landed at Yi Chen's feet. Bang! A powerful energy explosion as the fire raged. Yi Chen had Vajra unbreakable, but he was still lifted out by the powerful airwaves, and after a tumble in the air, he had just stabilized himself amidst the roiling smoke and dust. Bang! The second Patriot missile has arrived. Next, bang, 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 bang. 100 Patriot missiles, all smashing into the square in a puff of smoke. A full minute of bombing. The entire square was sunken, and all the surrounding buildings were destroyed. Inside the conference room, Li Chengtang sat on the first seat, his pale eyes looking at all this indifferently. A person also dares to break into my Goryeo Kingdom's royal palace. What is this place? This time, not even ashes will be left for you. Get up slowly. Turning his back to the screen, he looked at the people present. First, claim to the public that it was a drill just now. Second, sweeping a glance at King Goryeo. Tomorrow, you resign in front of the entire nation. Having said that, turning, he headed out of the conference room. Chiefly, the crowd in the conference room gasped. What's wrong? Li Chengtang stopped with a frown and looked at the crowd. See only, inside the large conference room, hundreds of senior executives of the Goryeo Kingdom, and a dozen board members of the Samsung Group, all looked at the large screen behind him with open mouths and horrified eyes. Li Chengtang looked back. The whole thing stiffened in place. Is this? The heart almost stopped beating. Li Chengtang, who had experienced countless great storms, stared at the big screen with dead eyes, his hands and feet trembling along with him. On the big screen, the smoke from the missiles cleared, and a young Dragon Nation man crawled out of the rubble. It was Yi Chen. Not dead? How can he not be dead? Can someone tell me what's going on here? 100 Patriots. Could these missiles be fake? Tell me. You tell me what the hell is going on? Li Sung Tang was carrying the Goryeo King's collar like he was crazy, shaking like crazy. Clunk. The door to the conference room was kicked open. Yi Chen walked in with a gray head, patting the dirt on his body as he walked in. Don't you want money for your missiles? Quick, Master Jin. This monster is coming. The crowd backed away in horror. Flop dash. A muffled sound caused the entire conference room hall to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone in the top echelons of Goryeo was petrified. One stood still, mouth open. His eyes contracted fiercely as he looked at the scene in front of him with disbelief. Goryeo Kingdom Master of State, Kim Tae-ryong, kneel on the ground. His lips trembled as he begged for mercy. Lord Yi Chen, please spare my life. I'm willing to be an ox for you. Chapter 125 Blood Sacrifice Blood Dragon Sword. Late. Yi Chen shook his head, not bothering with nonsense at all. The blood dragon sword chopped out, and a dragon's roar resounded throughout the conference room. Jin Tailong didn't even have the qualifications to resist, and was turned into a mist of blood on the spot. A group of senior executives of the Goryeo kingdom were so scared that their hearts almost exploded. Jin Tailong was the strongest martial artist in the Goryeo kingdom, and he was actually killed by Yi Chen with a single sword. Unopposed? It's a dream. You're Li Sungtang, the chairman of the Samsung Foundation and the man behind the scenes in Goryeo? Yi Chen's eyes turned. It fell on Li Changtang. It's me. Li Changtang stiffened in place and replied with a hoarse voice. Yi Chen said indifferently, before the sun sets tomorrow, the surrender of the Goryeo kingdom is sent to the Dragon Kingdom, or I'll come back for more. There was dead silence in the conference room. Is this asking Goryeo to surrender? Yi Chen, you killed my Goryeo state master and threatened our generalissimo Li. Aren't you afraid that we will protest internationally? A director of the Samsung consortium drank, trying to use international power to apply pressure. Li Changtang closed his eyes and screamed that it was over. Snap dash. There was a crunch in his ear. Then there was a thud. And when he opened his eyes again, a horrible hole appeared in the wall of the conference room, and the 3-star director who had just spoken was gone. Through the hole in the wall, a bloody body could be clearly seen lying outside. Yi Chen said, does anyone else have any questions? Don't worry, Mr. Yi, before the sun sets tomorrow, Goryeo's surrender will definitely be delivered. Li Changtang walked out of the crowd and came in front of Yi Chen. 90-degree bow. Island. Sangokuji, the divine monk of the 9 Tibetans, seated on the offering platform of the Mahamudra. Below were kneeling hundreds of devotees, all of whom were members of the island's top families, and who, once a month, came to the Sangha temple to listen to the 9 hidden divine monks chanting sutras. After listening to the chanting of the 9 Tibetan divine monks, one is refreshed and energized with a miraculous effect. All island nobles are proud to be eligible to listen to the chanting of the sacred monks of the 9 Tibetans. Who are you? Who let you in at this hour? Where did that asshole come from? Blast him out. An island nobleman suddenly shouted lowly. Everyone opened their eyes. Looking back, see only. A young man approached with his hands behind his back. Is he? Nobuta Sakurako's eyes widened. Surprised, he looked at the youth who entered the Maharishi's temple. The middle-aged man next to him frowned. Sakurako, you know him? Shinoda Sakurako nodded. Dad, he's Yi Chen. Nobuta Shishio sucked in a breath of cool air. What? He's Yi Chen. Baka, I'm talking to you. Why don't you answer? Bastard, you're looking for death, right? The middle-aged island man who had just spoken stood up and slammed his fist towards Yi Chen's nose. Yi Chen throws a direct kick. The man exploded like a watermelon. Internal organs and blood flying around. The entire Maharishi temple was filled with a strong smell of blood. Ah! The island nobles present were so frightened that they kept retreating. Only Shinoda Sakurako's beautiful eyes held a hint of fervor. Yi Chen locked onto the Jiuzan divine monk on the offering table. Will you kill yourself, or will I do it? The crowd was wide-eyed, full of shock. Did you mishear yourself? This youth actually told the 9 hidden divine monks to kill themselves. Everyone turned back at the same time and looked at the 9 hidden divine monks on the offering platform. See only. The 9 Tibetan divine monk's body shivered. Where was the appearance of a divine monk left? His posture lowered to the extreme, his voice trembling as he said, Mr. Yi, that incident in Changbai Mountain was a complete misunderstanding. I'm here to apologize to you. I accept your apology. Kill yourself. Yi Chen stood with his hands folded, strong and dominant, in front of a group of high-ranking aristocrats on the island. They demanded that their sacred monk kill himself. The ING president of M wouldn't dare do that. Does it have to be? The 9 Tibetan divine monk gritted his teeth, his pale eyes instantly filling with blood. Yi Chen shook his head. Then there's nothing more to say. One step straight to the offering table. Want me dead? Dream on. The 9 Tibetan divine monk directly jumped up, copied the golden Zen staff next to him, and smashed it madly at Yi Chen. Yi Chen chopped down with his sword. Bang! The golden Zen staff broke within an inch of its life, and Yi Chen turned around and walked away. The 9 Tibetan divine monk stood rigidly in place, his eyes gradually losing their light. The moment Yi Chen walked out of the Maharaja's hall, put, the 9 hidden divine monk's body exploded, staining the entire Maharaja's hall. Ah! The 9 hidden monks, countless island nobles, in disarray. Only Shinoda Sakurako's blood boiled. Her pretty face flushed red as she stared at the direction Yi Chen had left, breathing heavily, so excited that her legs trembled and she could barely stand. The front foot has just left the Sagittarius temple. Yi Chen's divine thoughts suddenly moved, and under the second layer of sensing of the god refining skill, he actually searched for the scent of Thunder King Sauron and Storm Woman Sheila. 500 kilometers away to the east? Yi Chen looked up. That's the direction of Hawaii. Chaos tripod. Find out where there is an airbase nearby. After a few seconds, the Chaos tripod replied, 30 kilometers away from you. There is an island airbase. There it is. Yi Chen quickly disappeared. Outside the island's third military base, there was martial law. Foreigners are stopped from approaching the site, and nationals passing through are double-checked to prevent spies from sneaking in. Suddenly, a young man walked towards the gate of the third military base with his arms crossed. Stop right there. Japanese. Who told you to come here? Stop right now or we'll shoot. In Japanese, 36 island soldiers surrounded the doorway. Yi Chen raised his hand and the blood dragon sword appeared in his hand. Sweeping out. Put. 36 island soldiers. Instantly fragmented. My god. The island soldiers on the watchtower were so frightened at the sight that they set up their heavy machine guns. It swept towards Yi Chen. Da-da-da-da. The bullets fell frantically on Yi Chen, hitting the steel as if it were steel, and all of them landed on the ground aside. Yi Chen directly rushed to the front door of the third military base and chopped out with a sword. Clunk! The 10-centimeter thick steel door burst open. Yi Chen made a long drive and the alarm sounded. Countless soldiers rushed over and frantically attacked Yi Chen. Yi Chen locked onto a first sergeant, ignoring the soldiers protecting him, and rushed to him in a hail of gunfire. One snapped his neck and lifted him high in the air. Get me a pilot. Dragon speak? You're from Rukoku. Japanese. The first sergeant's face went white. What kind of monster is this young man from the Dragon Kingdom? Bullets and shells hit him with surprisingly no effect. Yi Chen crushed his neck as he threw it away like garbage. What the hell kind of bird language is that? Come on, someone who can speak Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, I'll slaughter this military base of yours. Giggle dash. A sword sweep. Hundreds of island soldiers died under the blood dragon sword. Ouch. From the blood dragon sword, there was a gurgling sound of a dragon's roar. Yi Chen had long since discovered that the more he killed, the more powerful the blood dragon sword became. Killing islanders? Yi Chen had no psychological pressure at all. Just think of it as a sword offering, all the way towards the depths of the third military base to kill. Is it so hard to find me a pilot? If not, I'll exterminate this place. Yi Chen was like a god of death, killing like crazy. After killing more than 5,000 of the island soldiers that had rushed up, Yi Chen's feet had long since piled up the corpses and blood flowed into a river. Finally, stop. Honored Dragon Kingdom powerhouse, please stop killing. An island general stepped out. Ichiro Sakata, Supreme Commander, 3rd Military Base, Island. Yi Chen glanced at him. Finally a Dragon Kingdom speaker. Good. Get me a pilot. Ichiro Sakata reddened his eyes and arranged for one of the pilots to step forward. Your Excellency, this is the best pilot on our base. May I ask what you want? Get in your fighter jets and take me to Hawaii. Yi Chen grabbed this pilot by the neck, toward a fighter jet in the distance. Chapter 126, Superman? The Grim Reaper. 10 o'clock at night. Over the Hawaiian Islands. Far East Base. Woo-woo. The alarm sounded, and the monitor took a look towards the radar and instantly became serious. Sir, there's an airplane coming towards our base's side at a very high speed. Warn him to turn back or else shoot him down immediately. An Major General approached. A single airplane in the district, even with a nuclear bomb, nor can it threaten this base. 2 minutes later, 2 U.S. fighters lifted off and headed straight for the plane on the radar. Under the high-precision night vision device, the intruder was finally clearly seen, and it was actually an island fighter, model MB-725, or a product that MD commissioned and sold to the island as military junk. Ha ha ha, General, don't worry, this is an island MB-725 model fighter, or something we had 15 years ago. The corner of a pilot's mouth carried a faint mockery. General, I suspect this pilot is lost. Ha 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 ha. Not only are they short in stature, they even seem to have some brain problems. The two pilots discussed it over the radio. Deport him and get him out of Hawaiian range immediately, Major General William ordered. Yes, the two pilots immediately warned. Islanders, evacuate Hawaiian waters immediately, or else, shoot you down. Suddenly, the hatch of the fighter jet opened and a man stood on the seat. At speeds of over Mach 5, he was actually standing firmly on the seat of the airplane without any protection. Jack, look, what's that? A pilot's eyes widened. Jack opened his mouth. My god, that's a human being. Under the terrified gazes of the two pilots, Yi Chen slashed out with his sword. Giggle dash. A blood-colored sword chi swept through the air, and the two fighters blew up on the spot. Woo-woo. Alarms blared in the monitoring room. Report, sir. 2 of our fighters shot down. And that plane is 30 kilometers away from coming within range of our base. What? Major General William stormed over to the monitor and slammed his fist on the desktop. Damn islanders. Want to declare war on us? Give me fire coverage and blow it up. Under the night, Rockets went up in the air. It's over. Mom, save me. The island pilot's face paled, revealing a sobbing voice. Bang! With a loud bang, the MB-725 fighter turned into a mushroom cloud in the air. Reporting General, successfully shot down. Damn islanders, call their prime minister immediately. We must have an explanation. Rear Admiral William's face was blue with anger. Oh my god. The monitor pointed at the monitor screen in horror. What's wrong? Major General William looked over as well. At first glance, the entire person froze in place in shock. See only, in the darkness of the night, under M's sophisticated night vision equipment, a young man with an Asian face swooped down from a height of 1,000 meters. No parachutes, no gliders, like a falcon. It swooped down towards their base. Fark, what the hell is this? Everyone in the control room stood up in shock, their eyes filled with shock. General, are we going to shoot him down? The monitor asked. William shook his head and sneered. He'll fall to the ground at that speed and without a parachute. Calculate where he fell to his death and get someone to pull the body away. I don't want to be on base tomorrow morning and I smell human blood. Yes, the controller made a quick calculation. Judging by the arc of his descending trajectory, in 15 seconds, the Asian will land on our schoolyard. On the schoolyard? William frowned. There is a vague illusion. This person seemed to have purposely landed on the schoolyard in general. Turn the schoolyard surveillance. Yes. The console screen flicked. 15 seconds to go. Bang! An earth-shattering bang. The concrete-floored schoolyard rolled up a sky of smoke and dust, and countless MGIs rushed up and surrounded the neighborhood in a circle. The smoke cleared. All the MGIs were so scared that they almost bit their tongues off. A youth was kneeling on one knee, a long sword propped up in his hand, and with the youth as the center of the circle, the ground that could resist missile bombardment exploded, spreading out like a spider's web. The youth stood up slowly, patted the dirt on his body. How is this possible? Inside the control room, Major General William and dozens of others were all frozen in place. Ye Chen sensed Sauron and Shira's position and swept a glance at the steel gate that led to the underground fortress. Not far away. This should be it. Ignoring the MGIs present. Straight to the steel gates. Fire. A low drink. Da-da-da-da. Bullets shot wildly, landing on Ye Chen's body. Sparks flying everywhere. My god. Is this guy Superman? The MGIs present froze. A sword chi swept out. Poof. 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 Flesh and blood exploded. Ye Chen did not even look at these country soldiers as his blood dragon sword chopped towards the steel gate. The 30-centimeter thick steel gate was actually destroyed like cutting tofu. The cut smooth as a mirror. What grade is this sword? It's too strong too. Ye Chen's eyes moved slightly. Without further hesitation, he went straight in the direction of Sauron and Scylla. Rear Admiral William watched in horror through the surveillance. This is the Dragon Kingdom's innate realm martial arts cultivators. No good. This is coming for Lord Sauron and the others. Major General William rushed out of the control room. Take the elevator all the way to the deepest part of the bunker. Knock on the door of a room at the end of the hallway. What is it? Sauron's tired voice rang through the room. Major General William's tone was serious. My lord, a dragon nation has killed the base. Who is so bold as to kill the Far East military base of the world's most powerful country? William, do you know what will happen if you lie to me? Solon opened the gate and stood in the doorway wearing only a pair of shorts. Through behind Sauron, it was clear to see that Scylla was lying on the bed. The jade body is spread out. William didn't dare look away and handed over a tablet. Solon casually took it and looked down. How could it be him? Solon sucked in a breath of cold air, eyes wide open. The hand holding the tablet was actually a little shaky and sweaty. Sheila's lazy voice came through. What's going on that scares you like that? Solon turned around and the tablet was thrown right over to him, and Storm Shira took it and looked at it. Ah! Covering his mouth in death, the tablet fell to the floor. The screen exploded with a snap. Underneath the cracked screen was the exact image of Ye Chen decapitating the country's GIs. Chapter 127, Nukes Lighting Smoke. How come he's not dead? Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? What's he doing here? To kill us? Sheila jumped up from the bed, watching William's jaw drop. This terrifying powerhouse of the innate realm, at this moment, lost her color, completely disregarding the fact that she was not wearing any clothes. Clunk! Suddenly, there was a loud bang at the end of the hallway behind William, inside the elevator shaft. Next, bang! The elevator doors burst open, and Ye Chen walked out from the elevator shaft. That fast? Major General William froze in fear. He had been away from the control room for less than 3 minutes. In other words, in less than 3 minutes, Ye Chen killed his way through the Far East base's bunker to the deepest part of the underground? This was comparable to the defense of the White House of M, or even stronger. Doesn't it mean that if the person in front of us wants to kill the president of M, He can do it in less than 3 minutes? Oh my god. What the hell is this guy? Major General William thought in horror, watching Ye Chen walk step by step. The sword in his hand, which was even more bloodstained, emitted a faint sound of a dragon's roar. Sweating like a pig, Solon gulped down a mouthful of saliva and spoke with a trembling voice. Your Excellency Ye Chen, why are you here as a guest? Tell me earlier, I'll go out and pick you up. Ye Chen shook his head. No, I'm here to kill you. Solon's pupils shrank. Your Excellency Ye Chen, what happened at Changbai Mountain was all a misunderstanding. We were also instigated by the islanders and the Goryos. Solon, swear that I will never be an enemy of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Ye Chen sneered. Too much nonsense. Die. A sword chi swept out. Put. Major General William covered his neck in horror as the sword's energy passed over him. Turning back to Sauron, blood burbled out of his fingers and his head fell to the ground. You think you can kill me? Sauron bellowed and clenched his 5 fingers in the air. Rumble dash. Thor's hammer flew into his hand and smashed out towards the incoming sword chi. There was a loud clunk. Thor's hammer snapped in half, and Sauron even flew out backwards, ruthlessly smashing into the wall behind him, embedding his entire body. Sauron. Stormgirl lost her color and her body's true essence surged. In the deepest part of the entire bunker, the wind was raging, and knife-like hurricanes came from behind Ye Chen, all of them smashing into his body. Dang it! There was a crunching sound of gold and iron clashing. Ye Chen was indifferent and slashed his sword at Sheila. Don't! Shira was so frightened that she gathered all her true essence and coalesced a wall of wind in front of her body. Pust! The moment the wall of wind broke open, the sword chi didn't enter Sheila's body and exploded. Storm! Sheila dead! Sheila! Sauron's voice contorted in fear as he broke his body free from the wall and leapt towards Ye Chen. You go to hell! Ye Chen lands a leg kick. Sauron screamed miserably and flew out like a dead dog, smashing the desk in the room. It fell miserably in a cloud of wood shavings. What kind of monster are you? What in the world can hurt you? Can't bullets, bombs, high voltage up to hundreds of thousands of volts kill you? Solon was in utter despair. The man in front of me from the Dragon Kingdom was too oppressive. Even when he faced Father Zeus, he didn't feel this kind of oppression. Too invincible. It's horrible. Too desperate. Ye Chen smiled. Go to hell and someone will tell you. Solon trembled, lowered his head, and begged for mercy. Lord Ye Chen, I'm willing to submit to your feet. Just please let me go. I'm so high up in M that I can be a spy for the Dragon Kingdom and tell you all the top secrets. And I'll give you anything you want. Really? I can have anything I want? Ye Chen said indifferently. Really? 1,000 times true. I'll give you anything you want. Solon nodded frantically as if he had grabbed a life preserver. Ye Chen grinned. I want your life. Solon froze and his expression instantly became twisted. Fark. Ye Chen, why can't you let me go? Since you want my life, let's die together. Solon's palm slammed down. Ha ha ha. The self-destruct button for the bunker is under my desk. You won't survive a nuclear explosion. Nukes ah. Ye Chen sighed. In Solon's crazed eyes, pulling over a chair, he slowly sat down, a cigarette in his mouth but not lighting it. Nuke blasts hurt a bit, but thankfully, can't kill me. What did you say? Solon looked on in horror. The entire bunker exploded and was instantly flooded by a sea of fire. Before losing consciousness completely, the flames from the nuclear bomb explosion came and ignited the cigarette in Ye Chen's mouth. Nukes lighting smoke. Fark. Sauron utters the last words of his life and is completely reduced to ashes. Ye family's old mansion. The whole was set up as a spiritual hall. A coffin, placed in the center of the hall. Inside were some of Ye Chen's clothes. Yukari, go rest first. I'll do it. Shao Charan was all onyx. Mu Xueqing's tears dripped down. I don't. It's useless for you to go on like this. You must rest well at night, so that you can get up the energy to send Ye Chen away tomorrow. Ye Chen disappeared for 5 years, and after he came back he did a lot of things. And it was only because I investigated in the past 2 days that I realized everything. A lot of things, far beyond your imagination. I estimate that a lot of people who hate Ye Chen will come tomorrow and disrupt the funeral. Since we have decided to send him on his last journey, we have to be ready for anything. Shao Charan came from a large family and was far more rational than Mu Xueqing. Mu Xueqing wiped a handful of tears. I know, Charan. I'm begging you. Let me stay with him again. Ugh. With the words having come to this, Shao Charan did not want to say anything more. She silently turned around and brought a coat to drape over Mu Xueqing. Don't catch a cold. At this point, the king of Jiangnan walked in, also dressed in mourning clothes. Ms. Shao. I've stepped up patrols in the neighborhood. It should be fine at night, but tomorrow morning, if Mr. Yi comes out of the spirit, it won't be. Sure. Jiangnan Wang clenched his fists. He'd already heard the news that more than one wave, tomorrow, would come to make trouble. Xiao Churan was silent for a moment. Soldiers come to stop. Water comes to cover the earth. No matter what, make sure Yi Chen is buried smoothly. Jiangnan King hesitated for a moment and finally said, Miss Xiao, I always feel that Mr. Yi is not dead. Xiao Churan raised her head and looked deeply at him. Not only the king of Jiangnan, even she felt this way, but the country has said that Yi Chen died in Changbai Mountain and edicted him to be the unrivaled scholar of the country. The funeral is being held today. What can Xiao Churan say? She shook her head. A bit of a headache from not sleeping for 2 days and 2 nights. You continue to go down on guard, and don't let up for a moment. Yes. The Jiangnan king nodded and silently retreated. Xiao Churan pulled over a futon and knelt beside Mu Xueqing. Suddenly, ding dash, the phone vibrates a little. Xiao Churan opened his cell phone to take a look. But it was actually an international news, the latest report. AM military base in Hawaii. A nuclear explosion occurred. Xiao Churan frowned and closed her cell phone. Chapter 128, The Funeral Begins. MS. Xiao. Something happened outside. When Xiao Churan was awakened, it was already 7 o'clock in the morning. What's wrong? Xiao Churan rubbed his eyes. The Yi family's subordinate hurriedly explained. Many vendors have come to the entrance and actually set up stalls on the street. Xiao Churan's pretty face sank. Is that a start? When I got up and came to the gate, there were over 100 vendors and the whole road was blocked. Instead, there were many luxury cars parked across the road. Almost all of the rich and powerful people in Shanghai have arrived, but did not enter the Yi family. Inside a Maybach S680, Xinxiong frowned. Elder Wang, Mr. Yi is about to have his funeral. This scene in Ye's house is too cold. We're not going to burn incense for Mr. Yi. Wang Yinyan looked out the window. Today's kind of scene. People from the Han family in Shanghai, the Lu family in Jiangnan, the Yi family in Longdu, and the Wang family in Longdu are all here. Whoever dares to go and offer incense to Yi Chen is an enemy of these clans. Shen Xiong was silent. Yi Chen offended too many people during his lifetime. Now that he's dead, these people hate him, and they're going to throw him to the ground. If it wasn't for the Dragon Lord holding down the fort from above, he wouldn't have been able to have this funeral. Grandpa and Grandma, please leave. Yi Chen is out of spirit today. You guys are in the way. Mu Xueqing was braving the rain and interacting with the group of traders. A fat woman in her 50s sneered. What's in the way? For so many years, we've been setting up stalls here. So don't talk nonsense, okay? That's right. Does your family own this street? We're not allowed to set up stalls here? You can keep your voice down. Big Sister Huang. He's a 23-year-old nationalist. We city folk can't afford to be offended. People are so rich. Who cares about us? Next to it, someone was grimacing. Mu Xueqing pulled out a stack of bills. Auntie, here is $10,000. Will you split it up for everyone? 100 each, and ask everyone to leave? The fat woman's eyes glowed, and she snatched the $10,000 in Mu Xueqing's hand and put it into her bosom. $100 for one person. You're sending out a beggar? What do you think we are? Can we be bought by money? Get out of here. Get out of here. A group of Moncler jackets outlet, a group of people, pushing and shoving Mu Xueqing, forcing her to keep backing away. At the end of the road, a truck-sized RV, parked. Wang Xiaoyang sat on the top floor with a cup of tea in his hand. Don't underestimate these city folk. Given a little bit of small profit, you can be used as a gun, but will it be a problem for them? Ryosuke Tojo, who was sitting next to him, frowned slightly. Keep looking. The corner of Wang Xiaoyang's mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. Mu Xueqing was still trying her best to persuade her, when a rotten egg flew towards her and was about to hit her face. A figure flashed and blocked in front of Mu Xueqing. Grab a handful of rotten eggs. Men, arrest them all. The person who came was none other than the 9th senior sister, Ling Hongyin. More than 100 Yi clan troops rushed out, one controlling the other. Those grandparents immediately play the means of splashing and rolling. Oops, Yi family hit people. Why am I so doomed? I set up a stall in the morning to sell breakfast. What have I done wrong? Oh, not living, not living. The group sat on their asses and cried. Moncler Outlet Online. Ling Hongyan directly ordered. Smash their mouths, until they can't speak. Yes. Yi Jia army proceeding to prohibit. Snapped a few big mouths to whip up. Beat the group of Moncler Outlet Online. Pain begged for mercy. Don't hit. Oh, don't hit. I was wrong. Someone paid us to come. It's none of our business. We really know we're wrong. Ling Hongyan sneered. You know you're wrong now? It's too late. All of them will be brought back to the prison and imprisoned for insulting a national scholar. Over 100 people were dragged down. These Moncler Outlet Online women want to cheat, but was shocked to find that the Invincible cheat method is no longer good. These people to really, That doesn't help. Tojo Ryosuke walked no. Keep looking. Wang Xiaoyang's words just fell. Click, click, click. From nowhere, hundreds of figures rushed out. Grab a camera or camcorder in your hand and click away. The Ye family actually disregarded the deaths and lives of ordinary people, abusing, lynching and beating the elderly. Is this the end of humanity or the end of morality? This station reports that this morning, a serious injury occurred in front of Ye's house. Ling Hongyan sneered. Having expected all this, Jiangnan King, what are you waiting for? Take them all. Jiangnan King appeared with a group of his men and surrounded the group of people holding cameras. A girl in her early 20s, wearing exquisite makeup, called out with a proud face, "What are you doing? I'm a beauty blogger with over 10 million fans online. How dare you do this to me? Believe it or not, I'll post my video online." Jiangnan King? Oh, the official fear of public opinion. Directly removed your throne, believe it or not? The others looked over in horror. This is the king of Gangnam. This woman is crazy. Just see. This beauty blogger has a divine face. But she didn't even understand what the three words, Jiangnan King, meant. Just fantasize that you have over 10 million followers. One person had a mouthful of spittle, spraying all the way to Jiangnan King. King Jiangnan's eyes were cold. Break her legs. Yes. One of the henchmen stepped forward and kicked the beauty blogger in the face. Ka-chow. Both legs were twisted in an extremely horrifying arc, lying miserably on the ground. White bones piercing through flesh and blood. Hideous and horrifying. How dare you do this to me? The beauty blogger trembled in pain. I have more than 10 million followers. In horror, he was dragged away by the Jiangnan King's men. It has since disappeared completely. When the others saw this, they all fell to their knees in fear. King Jiangnan's voice was cold. Take them all away and torture them to find out who is behind this. Those who are tough-talking. Lynch. Don't. Ooh-hoo. We were wrong. Your Majesty, we won't dare to do it again. These journalists and bloggers, all of them are scared silly. Lingering. What a niche word for the modern world. Ling Hongyan swept a glance at Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan. To be junior brother's woman. All of this must be experienced. The next scene will be even more bloody and brutal. So if you can't stand it, you can stay home. Okay, I know. Mu Xueqing nodded her head, a touch of determination in her beautiful eyes. She knew that in order to become Yi Chen's woman, these things must be experienced. Xiao Charan didn't say anything. As a member of the Xiao family in Longdu, what scenes had she not seen before? Lin Longhai and Lin Fei walked out in their morning clothes. Miss Xiao, Miss Mu, the hour is up. Xiao Charan and Mu Xueqing looked at each other. Funeral. With the sound of a salute, under the attention of all the people, Yi Chen's coffin slowly left the gate of the Yi family. Yi Chen, you die before me. Ha ha ha. In a medical car, Yi Hongye, who had been reduced to a human swine, had a resentful look in his eyes. Listen to my orders later. Do your best to destroy Yi Chen's coffin, and absolutely not let him be buried smoothly. Not far away, in another car, Lu Chuanxiong of the Jiangnan Lu family was waiting with a group of dead soldiers. Yes, the group of dead soldiers nodded indifferently. This kid destroyed my general directorate of martial arts. Today the time for revenge has come. Inside a black commercial vehicle, several old men had gloomy gazes. He's out. Across the road, Tojo Ryosuke's eyes sank. The corner of Wang Xiaoyang's mouth hooked up with a hint of playfulness. Just now was just an appetizer. The show has just begun. Drive and follow. On the other side, Han Zhonghu was sitting in a black Rolls-Royce when he received a phone call. Okay, I got it. With a sunken gaze, he ordered in a cold voice, depart. Yi Chen killed my grandson. There's no way I'll let it be buried smoothly today. The Rolls-Royce rushes out in the pouring rain, followed by dozens of black commercial vehicles. No one noticed an extremely ordinary black Volkswagen sedan parked in an inconspicuous corner. A young man on the co-pilot looked at this outside world with indifference. Yi Chen, you're not showing up for such a big scene? Su Manchuan's voice trembled. Londo, Middle C, Gangnam, General Directorate of Martial Arts. People from all the major powers, almost all of them had arrived. Su Manchun couldn't imagine what would happen next. Yi Chen lit a cigarette. So it's so interesting to watch yourself being buried? Follow it up and watch the fun. Chapter 129. One head. 100 million. The funeral procession had just gone out a few hundred meters. A Rolls-Royce rushed out and blocked the main road. Dozens of black commercial vehicles, rushing out from all directions. The door pulled open. A large group of people rushed out in great numbers, blocking all the roads. The fun begins. Wang Xiaoyang glanced at his Patek Philippe watch and his eyes fell on the Rolls-Royce. This Han Zhonghu was still indolent. It's not just him. The gazes of all the forces in Dragon Capital, Zhanghai, and Jiangnan all fell on that Rolls-Royce. The car window rolled down, revealing Han Zhonghu's icy face. Han Zhonghu, You dare to stop Yi Guosher's funeral? Does your Han family not want to hang around in Zhonghai anymore? Ling Hongyan droned. Han Zhonghu's face was expressionless. Yi Chen killed my grandson. If I don't take this revenge, how will my Han family gain a foothold in Zhonghai in the future? Kill. The words landed. Those hundreds of people let out a low cry in unison, and an extremely terrifying aura of solemnity erupted from their bodies. Hiss. These are all sovereign-level martial artists? Hundreds of Zhongshan-level martial artists. The Han family is all out of their depth this time. Is Han Zhonghu crazy, or is the Han family crazy? The rich and powerful present all opened their mouths. Shocking beyond belief. Xinxiong's petite body trembled. Han Zhonghu is crazy. Yi Chen is already dead. And he actually put up a fight for a dead man's funeral. Wang Yinyan shook his head. It's not just for Yi Chen's funeral. It's for the future of the Han family. Xinxiong was surprised. Elder Wang. What do you mean? You're still too young. Wang Yinyan shook his head. The Han family is known as the #1 family in Zhonghai, and is the dragon in this Huangpu River. Is Han Zhonghu displaying the Han family's underpinnings just to disrupt Yi Chen's funeral? For the sake of a dead grandson? Would Han Zhonghu lose his mind like this? No. There are people from all the major clans in Longdu, Zhonghai, and Jiannan present today, and Han Zhonghu was there to shock people and pave the way for his Han family to enter Longdu. Hiss. Xinxiong sucked in a breath of cool air. Han Zhonghu is so ambitious? He wants to borrow Yi Chen's coffin and use it as a stepping stone? Next, who dares to touch Mr. Ye's coffin? And asked me? An old man in a tang suit, walking through the rainstorm, followed by the young girl with a white flower on her chest, holding an umbrella for him, behind the old man in the tang suit. He was even followed by hundreds of Southeast Asian-faced martial artists, each revealing the same aura of a Zhongshan level. The richest man on Hong Kong Island, Li Half City. Xinxiong's eyes widened. Why is he here? The girl next to her, Xinxiong also recognized. Li Jiasun, the #1 fashionable beauty on Hong Kong Island. Half City Li is here too? How did he get involved with Yi Chen as well? I heard that Yi Chen appeared at Li Half City's birthday banquet not long ago. Could it be that this is when he got involved? Countless rich and powerful people whispered. See, isn't it getting interesting? Wang Xiaoyang said. Tojo Ryosuke, who was on the side, gulped. A small Yi Chen actually involved so many forces. Tick-tock, the cell phone rang, and Tojo Ryosuke pressed the answer button and blushed. Wang Xiaoyang asked, "What's wrong?" Tojo Ryosuke's face was grave. The 9 hidden divine monk of our island nation's Sangakuji temple is dead, beheaded in public by a mysterious young man, who broke into the Sangakuji temple. Wang Xiaoyang rolled his eyes. It's none of his business if an island monk dies. Li Half City, are you going to make an enemy of my Han family? Han Zhonghu's old face was unsightly. Killing a Li family halfway was indeed tricky. With you, a Li family, it's not enough to stop me. What if you add me? A second voice rang out. The crowd looked back. Zhou Yunfa walked with his hands behind his back, his daughter Zhou Anqi holding an umbrella, similarly followed by hundreds of clan-level fighters. King of Gamblers Zhou Yunfa. Why is he here too? The Hong Kong Island Li family and the Australian Island Gambling King are all here. The scene was sensational. Han Zhonghu finally changed color. How is it possible? The Li and Zhou families. Where are there so many sect masters? Zhou Yunfa smiled proudly. Our 2 families, of course, don't have so many patriarchs, but we have money. Han Zhonghu, don't you know the saying that money makes the world go round? Mr. Zhou, there's no need to talk nonsense with them. What are the requirements? You can just say it. After all, we each have $1 billion in cash. We can't take it for nothing, can we? A man with a Southeast Asian face grinned. $1 billion for one person? The eyes of the rich and powerful present jumped in shock. Hundreds of Zhongshan-level martial artists at a flick is hundreds of billions of dollars in assets. Even the Li and Zhou families would have to be hurt. What does it mean to be rich and powerful? Now that's real money. Zhou Yunfa ordered. I only have one request. Protect Mr. Ye's family, and Mr. Ye's coffin. On top of that, if you guys just kill one person who presumes to come near Mr. Ye's coffin, you'll be rewarded 100 million. Li Half City spat out. The reward of the Li family is the same as the king of gamblers. Hiss. As soon as these words were uttered, everyone in the room sucked in cool air and got goosebumps. $100 million for killing a man? It's good money too. The hundreds of Zhongshan brought by Li Half City and Zhou Yunfa had eyes that glowed like vicious wolves, and were dumbfounded. The hundreds of patriarchs of the Han clan were sweating like pigs. Han Zhonghu was furious. Li Half City, Zhou Yunfa, you guys are ing crazy, right? Zhou Yunfa laughed. In my life, I only live for gambling. All of my stature has come from gambling. Today, I want to play a big game. Why don't we gamble and see who gets the last laugh? You crazy bastard. Han Zhonghu's old face trembled as he gripped the armrest of the Rolls-Royce with a death grip, his nails scratching through the leather of the sofa, so you can imagine how angry he was. If we really lost a few hundred sect masters, the Han family would be completely ruined. Han Zhonghu didn't dare to bet. I really wouldn't dare. If you don't dare to bet, get lost. Zhou Yunfa gave a cold shout. Protect Mr. Ye's coffin. Whoever dares to take a step closer. Kill. One head. $100 million reward. Yes. Hundreds of patriarchs bellowed in unison, their auras overwhelming. Then, Zhou Yunfa walked over to Xiao Charan and Mu Xueqing, revealing a smile. Miss Xiao, Miss Mu, you may continue on your journey. End of the street. Inside the black Volkswagen, Su Manchuan's legs were folded and twisted together in death, trembling with excitement. It's only just begun, and the Li family and the king of gamblers have gone down. Turning back, he looked at the youth sitting on the passenger side. Yi Chen, are you really not going to step in? This will only get bigger and bigger. What if we can't end it then? Yi Chen revealed a smile. It's good to make a scene, so that we can see who's on my side. As for the enemy, they'd better all jump out. They think today is my Yi Chen funeral? It's actually their funeral. The words landed. Su Manchun felt that in the entire car. A shocking murderous aura erupted, and even she unconsciously wrapped her clothes tightly. Chapter 130 Imperial Master. Duke of Wei. The funeral procession continued on its way, and the silence along the way was dreadful. Jiangnan King's men, who had already blocked the major transportation routes, came to the outside of the martyrs' cemetery very smoothly. The hearse just stopped. Your Majesty, the surroundings are all filled with our eyes, and the martyrs' mausoleum has been cleared. Yi Guosher's coffin can now enter the mausoleum. A henchman came over. The Jiangnan King let out a low shout. Continue to be on guard. Don't take this lightly. Sweeping behind the martyrs' cemetery, a large piece of funeral caravan. All rich and powerful people from all over the world. Watch out for these convoys. Yes. The henchman just turned away. The Jiangnan King walked over to Xiao Charan, Mu Xueqing and the girls, just about to speak. Suddenly, hundreds of meters away, 10 black sedans in the convoy, with a kick of the floorboards, madly rushed towards Yi Chen's coffin. Stop them. The king of gamblers, Zhou Yunfa, and Li Half City, stormed out almost simultaneously. Yes. More than 100 martial arts masters rolled a wave of chi, blocking toward the 10 black sedans like a gale. Zira. The internal energy stormed, and the clothes on his upper body exploded, revealing rock-hard muscles. A dozen or so martial arts sect masters were in a group, one step blocking the limousine that was over 150 mph in front of them, and a palm blasted out. Clunk. With a shocking bang, the front end of the sedan dented and pushed the 8 martial arts sect masters to skid out tens of meters. Finally stopped. Get out. A martial arts patriarch walked over to the driver's side and prepared to pull open the door. The driver inside grinned. Zone sure? I'll trade one person for a dozen zoners. I've earned it. Slam a button. No good. The pupils of this martial grandmaster contracted fiercely, sensing an extremely strong danger. Bang! There was a loud bang, a fire, and a sedan blew up. Immediately after. Bang bang bang. The remaining 9 sedans exploded at the same time. More than 100 martial arts sect masters died on the spot, and their limbs and broken arms exploded all over the ground. Extremely miserable. More than 100 sect masters. Just like that? Inside the car, Shen Xiong trembled. Wang Henian's pale face flickered with fire. This is a struggle between you and me. They are trying to kill all those related to Yi Chen. Shen Xiong suddenly spoke out. Elder Wang. Someone else is coming. Wang Henian looked out the car window, only to see a dozen or so official vehicles of special departments, traveling straight ahead. License plate, Dragon A0003. It's the car of the one from Londo. Wang Henian's eyes jumped. Yi Hongye. A few old men from the General Administration of Martial Arts. Wang Xiaoyang, Han Zhonghu and the rest of them. They were all shocked. Could Yi Chen's funeral alarm that person? 1 million people are watching. An old man slowly stepped out of the car, stooped in with a cane in his hand. The moment he saw the old man, everyone's heart stuttered. They all rushed out of the car, and even though it was pouring rain outside, none of them dared to take an umbrella. Braving the rain, he rushed to the hunched old man. Elder Wei, why are you here in person? Yi Hongye is in a wheelchair. Wang Xiaoyang stood in the rain and greeted with a smile. Hello Grandpa Wei. Aha! Elder Wei nodded slightly. Mr. Wei, I'm so happy to see that you're still in good health. Han Zhonghu stood up straight in excitement. It's Han. Long time no see. Elder Wei smiled. Back then, you worked for me as a guard, and I wanted to keep you in Longdu. But unfortunately you always wanted to go back to Shanghai. Haven't seen you in 40 years. How are you doing in Shanghai? Yes, I'm fine. Han Zhonghu was in tears. I didn't realize his old boss remembered him. It's a great honor. A group of bigwigs from Zhonghai and Jiangnan were scared out of their wits. Who was this old man? I can't believe it's called Han Zhonghu. Xiao Han? Hiss. Countless bigwigs sucked in a breath of cold air. And who is this? Inside the car in the distance, Yi Chen frowned and looked at Su Manchun, only to see Su Manchun's scared lips white, body cannot stop trembling. Wei Tai Lai. Title, the Duke of Wei. Is even the teacher of this generation of the Dragon Lord? The previous generation of the Dragon Lord's teacher is also he. There's also the Dragon Lord of the previous generation, who was also his disciple. Su Manchun, who spoke, had a body like a sieve, totally freaked out. The Imperial Master of the third generation Dragon Lord? Yi Chen was a bit surprised. It's a big, scary identity, indeed. Han Zhonghu asked, Mr. Wei, you're here to see Yi Chen off? Wei Tai Lai nodded. Sort of, but there are still many doubts on Yi Chen's body. The old man came today mainly to open the coffin for inspection. Open casket inspection? The crowd froze. No. Mu Xueqing's beautiful eyes filled with blood. Many people looked at her. Did this woman not know who Lord Wei was? How dare you say such a thing? Wei Tai Lai faintly ordered. You guys, go open the coffin. Yes. A few middle-aged men behind him walked towards Yi Chen's coffin. However, he was stopped by a group of martial arts masters. It's Little Li. Ah, what is the meaning of these martial arts masters? Are they here to stop old me? Wei Tai Lai's voice was calm. It fell only half city's ears, but it was like thunder. He shuddered in fear. This former richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, with his head lowered, almost couldn't even stand. No, wouldn't dare. Grandpa. Li Jiasen assisted her, the same waves of shock flooding her heart. She followed her grandfather to the dragon capital back then and didn't see Wei Tai Lai 7 times, but she didn't expect to see him here today. This stooped old man, the real behind-the-scenes controller of the Dragon Kingdom. What about you, king of gamblers? Wei Tai Lai's eyes flickered. Zhou Yunfa had long been sweating like a pig. What means? What city in this moment? All in vain. Lord Wei, I'm here to give Mr. Yi a ride. Just send it properly. What's the point of fighting? Wei Tai Lai shook his head. Don't let go yet. The king of gamblers let out a low gulp. The hundreds of patriarchs made way, allowing the 3 middle-aged men to walk to Yi Chen's coffin. 1 million people are watching. Wei Tai Lai gave an order. Open the coffin. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Wei Gong? Oh, I'll see which one of you dares. A chortle. Mu Xueqing pulled out a pair of scissors and blocked Yi Chen's coffin. Whoever dares to take a step closer to the coffin. Don't blame me for being impolite. Everyone present secretly shook their heads. A pair of broken scissors? Where to stop 3 martial artists? This young lady. This is Lord Wei's order. Please step aside. A middle-aged man's face was cold. Mu Xueqing reddened her eyes. I don't know any Wei Gong. Nor do I know any Wei Gong. All I know is that it's Yi Chen's coffin. He's dead and he didn't even get his body back. They all say that Yi Chen has made a lot of contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Is this how you guys treat meritorious officials? Inside are just a few rags. What's there to see? It's not the coffin you're opening. It's Yi Chen's dignity. He's dead. So why trample on his dignity? Mu Xueqing was trembling and emotional, waving the scissors around carelessly, preferring to stay out of the way. Xiao Charan took a deep breath and similarly blocked in front of the coffin. To open the coffin. Step over my corpse. Yi family army. Vow to defend Marshal Long's dignity to the death. Over 100 members of the Yi family army rushed forward and surrounded the coffin. Go! Lin Longhai let out a low gulp. And the 2 of them, Lin Weiwei, stepped forward. Jiangnan King sank his face and bellowed. What are you still standing there for? Screw the Duke of Wei. This is Jiangnan. I am the king of Jiangnan. Listen to my orders. Anyone who dares to approach Mr. Ye's coffin will be killed without pardon. Thousands of personal soldiers took a step out, and the aura of solemnity and murder struck their faces. A bet? Zhou Yunfa looked at Li Half-City. Li Half-City gritted his teeth. Anyway, I've already offended someone. So I'll bet. The 2 ordered hundreds of martial arts masters to gather towards Yi Chen's coffin. The 3 middle-aged men who opened the coffin kept backing away in shock. Wei Tai Lai's old face, all of a sudden, became extremely ugly. Interesting, really too interesting. I haven't shown my face for decades, but I didn't expect that the first time I came out, I would encounter so many people defying me. Pass the order down. First, strip the Jiangnan king of his throne. Second, cancel the Yi family army's number. Third, seize all the assets of the Li family on Hong Kong Island. I suspect them of selling out. Fourth, from now on, the casinos on the island of Australia will be delegitimized and all casinos will be closed within 3 days. Fifth, the old man orders you all to get out of the way. or you will all be punished for the crime of rebellion. Chapter 131 I will always be loyal to Ye Chen. The words landed. The whole place was abuzz. The Li family is finished. The king of gamblers is finished. The king of Jiangnan is also finished. With a few words, Wei Tai Lai completely pressed Jiangnan King, Li Half City, Zhou Yunfa, and all the forces behind them to death. A word that determines a person's life or death. What do you mean by powerful? Now that's what I call a real powerhouse. Yi Hongye, a few old men from the General Administration of Martial Arts, Wang Xiaoyang, Han Zhonghu, and they were pleasantly surprised. Without them having to make a move, those related to Yi Chen would be completely dead. Wei Tai Lai's eyes narrowed slightly as he swept a glance at the hundreds of martial grandmasters present. If you all step aside now, you still have a chance of survival. Otherwise, with one order from the old man, you won't even have a chance to leave this place. Mr. Li, I'm sorry, we're here for $1 billion. I'm afraid you don't have the money to give us since your assets have been seized. Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry, people die for money. I can't work for you if you don't have any. Sorry. More than 400 patriarchs, nearly 300 of them, turned around and left. Only 30 or so remained. The two of them, Li Half City and Zhou Yunfa, stumbled for a while. Grandpa, Dad, being assisted by Li Jiasen and Zhou Anqi, almost fell. Xiao Churin, you've done well. I see that your Longdu Xiao family has been too smooth these recent years. Wei Tai Lai's tone revealed a threatening intent. Xiao Churin bit her red lips. This matter, which has nothing to do with the Longdu Xiao family, is my behavior alone. Whether it's irrelevant or not, you don't get to say. Wei Tai Lai shook his head. His eyes fell on Jiangnan King. Jiangnan King, you have disappointed old me too much. I will give you one last chance. Either. Wei Tai Lai hadn't finished a sentence. The Jiangnan King directly interrupted. Duke Wei, there's no need to say anything. I will always be loyal to Yi Chen. Wei Tai Lai's face sank. Take them all down and punish them according to the crime of rebellion. Those who dare to resist will be killed without pardon. As soon as the words fell, a fierce sound came from all around, and dozens of helicopter gunships rushed out all at once overhead. In the woods in all directions, a large number of loaded warriors rushed out, and dozens of Jiangnan Wang's men were all tied up with rags stuffed in their mouths. One of them, with red eyes, spat out the rag with great force. Your Majesty, we've been undermined. All brothers, all controlled. What? The king of Jiangnan changed color. Ha 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 ha. A middle-aged man in battle armor with a dragon stride walked up with a big smile. 10 minutes ago, your camp was breached by my people. All your men, they are my prisoners. The crowd looked back. See only, behind this person, followed by 3,000 black-armored dragon riders, a terrifying aura of solemnity struck. King of Jinling, Zhang Jialong. Everyone present, their pupils contracted hard. It seems that Lord Wei has prepared for this. Yi Hongye, a few old men from the General Administration of Martial Arts, Wang Xiaoyang, Han Zhonghu, Shen Qiong, and Wang Henian all gave Wei Telai a deep look. The Jiangnan King's eyes turned red. Zhang Jialong, you ing dare to touch my people? Bang! Zhang Jialong raised his hand and fired a shot, and the head of the man who spat out the rag exploded. Wang Yong, grass! Zhang Jialong, you dare to kill my men? Bang! 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 Zhang Jialong fired 3 shots in a row, and 3 of Jiangnan King's men were shot in the head. What do I not dare to do? Bailey Chuan, you continue to curse. If you curse one word, I will kill one of your soldiers. I'll see how many of your men I can just kill. You! The Jiangnan King gritted his teeth in anger. Completely raging, Wei Tai Lai shook his head. Jiangnan King, I'll give you one last chance, or else with one word from me, you and your 3,000 soldiers will only have one way to die. The lives of you and 3,000 of your own soldiers are all at the mercy of one word from Lao Fu. It's up to you how you choose. Ahem. When he finished, he coughed twice. The men immediately carried over a taisher chair and placed it behind Wei Tai Lai. Wei Tai Lai just sat down. Duke Wei, right? Determining a person's life and death with a single word? What a great power. An extremely cold voice resounded from the frighteningly quiet scene. Is that voice? Everyone in the room was startled. Yi Chen, it's Yi Chen's voice. Mu Xueqing was overwhelmed with excitement. Xiao Churin was stunned and reacted. It really seems to be Yi Chen. Mr. Yi didn't die? Lin Longhai was surprised. Jiangnan Wang's eyes turned red. It's Mr. Yi, I recognize his voice. Where? Lin Fei shook her head carelessly and looked around. Ka Chao. Suddenly, a black Volkswagen parked on the side of the road. The passenger door slowly opened and a youth with a duck-tongued hat stepped out of the passenger side. Yi Chen. Yi Hongye's eyes, all of a sudden, turned fishy red. He actually didn't die. This kid isn't dead? A few old men from the Martial Arts Bureau had lowered their gazes. Ah, Shen Qiang, who was sitting in the car, covered her small mouth. On the side of Wang Henian, even more wide-eyed, the news is not that he died in Changbai Mountain, actually did not die. Then what the hell is this funeral? This kid's life is really big. Jumping into the dragon vein and actually didn't die? Wang Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes, deadly staring at the figure. He was one of the few who knew the inside story. Dash. At this point, beside him, Tojo Ryosuke's cell phone rang, and a message was sent over, which was none other than Yi Chen's picture. It was accompanied by a line of text below. It was this man who stormed into the Sengoku temple and beheaded the 9 Tibetan divine monks before leaving. Is he? Tojo Ryosuke's eyes widened as he looked at his cell phone and then at Yi Chen in front of him. Not only is this guy not dead, but he even made a trip to the island yesterday and killed the 9 hidden divine monk? That's an existence of the innate realm. Tojo Ryosuke stiffened in place, his insides having long since flooded with shock. Yi Chen. Mu Xueqing had long been unable to hold back, running all the way and losing her shoes, rushing to Yi Chen's body and jumping into his arms. Oh, I really thought you were dead. Why didn't you say so if you weren't? Ooh-hoo, are you going to scare me to death? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Sorry, something delayed me. Don't be afraid. I'm back, aren't I? Don't worry, everything is with me. Patting Mu Xueqing's back, Xiao Charan's eyes were red. She was much more stable than Mu Xueqing, standing in the distance, visibly relieved. He nodded at Yi Chen. Yi Chen nodded his head in the same manner. Wei Tai Lai watched all of this with interest. Yi Guo sure is a good tactic. I thought you were dead. I was sad for a long time in the past few days. The Dragon Kingdom almost lost a heavenly talent. Since Yi Guo didn't die, that's for the best. The old man came here today because there was something he wanted to check, and he originally thought the item would be in the coffin. Now it seems that perhaps Yi Guo knows the whereabouts of that item. Having said that, from his arms, he pulled out a yellowed photograph. Yi Guo, ever seen this before? The gazes of everyone in the room converged and landed on that picture. What in the world was it that actually made the Duke of Wei come personally? The photos are slightly yellowed and are at least a couple decades old. A small, rusty bronze tripod. Ancient inscriptions were carved on it, which had long been blurred, making it impossible to see the exact lines. Could it be some kind of antique? The crowd wondered. Yi Chen, however, recognized it at a glance. This object was none other than the Chaos Cauldron. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen laughed. Wei Tai Lai, you're really interesting. I haven't even held you accountable yet, but instead you're asking me questions first? Oh, what do you want? Wei Tai Lai said faintly. Yi Chen answered with actions. Turning, he walked over to his coffin. 5 fingers snapped together and lifted the lid of the coffin directly. Wei Tai Lai, lay yourself in. I'll leave you a whole body. Chapter 132, Condensed Dan Realm. Cultivator. Dead silence. Endless dead silence. Hearing these words, everyone present Yi Hongye, Han Zhonghu, the people from the Martial Arts Directorate, Wang Xiaoyang, Wang Henian, and Shen Qiang, even Li Half City, Zhou Yunfa, Lin Longhai, and Lin Feifei, King of Jiangnan and King of Jinling, Zhang Jialong, including Xiao Charan and the others, they all froze in place in fear. A group of tycoons from Zhonghai, Longdu, and Jiangnan were even trembling, scared to death. His heart almost exploded. What did Yi Chen say? Let Wei Tai Lai lie in a coffin? Leave a whole body? Is he going to kill Wei Guogong? Someone's voice trembled. Shoo! The group of tycoons next to him were so scared that their scalps went numb and they flew back. Fear of getting a little involved with this person. Kill the Duke of Wei? This kind of talk is all a mortal sin. Zhang Jialong. Wei Tai Lai's eyes sank. Yi Chen's words had touched his reverse scale. Subordinate. Zhang Jialong took a step forward. Wei Tai Lai ordered. Anyone related to Yi Chen, kill without pardon. Yes. A chill flashed across Zhang Jialong's face, and in the next second, he barked at his men. Shoot. Da. Countless silver bullets instantly broke through the air and swept towards Yi Chen and the people behind him, raining densely. Yi Chen, be careful. This is a special bullet, specially researched to deal with a martial artist's protective astral aura. Su Manchen rushed out. Another one. The Su family? It's getting interesting. Wei Tai Lai stared coldly at Su Manchen. Special bullets? Let's see what's so special. Yi Chen bellowed. Next, raising his hand, the blood dragon sword appeared in the center of his hand, and the dragon vein within his body let out a dragon roar. Ow ho! Everyone present stared at the scene in front of them with wide eyes in fear and disbelief. See only. The shadow of a golden oriental divine dragon blocked the air in front of Yi Chen, a powerful might that formed an invisible wall. All the special bullets, all of them landed on the wall. Tinkerbell, like hitting steel, they fell to the ground in droves. A divine dragon? Yi Chen summoned an eastern divine dragon? How? Could he be the true dragon? All the rich men froze in fear. The king of Jinling's men who had fired the shots were also confused. A special bullet that could kill a martial grandmaster. And a force of thousands of people firing at the same time couldn't do a thing to Dao Yi Chen? Is this guy even human? These people are fuming. Yi Chen took a step forward. And the blood dragon sword swept out. Put. In an instant, flesh and blood tore apart. And wherever the blood-colored sword she passed through, everyone was chopped into two on the spot. Segmented into two. Guts and intestines flowed all over the place. Vomit. Many people saw this scene and were so frightened that they fell to the ground on the spot and kept vomiting. And you, from this day forward, there will be no more King Jiling in the world. Yi Chen sneered. The figure flashed. King Jiling was so frightened that he shouted, "Men, stop him for me." Behind them, a dozen Heaven Realm martial artists rushed out and blocked in front of them. Yi Chen crushed over with his sword, destroying everything, and more than a dozen Heaven Realm martial artists and the King of Jinling, among others, were turned into a mist of blood. Hiss. Yi Hongye, Han Zhonghu, the people from the Martial Arts Directorate, Wang Xiaoyang, Wang Henian, and Xin Xiong continuously sucked in cool air. Scalp numbness. Mr. Yi, the two of them, Li Half-City and Zhou Yunfa, looked at each other with excitement. Grandpa, Dad, Mr. Yi is so powerful? Li Jessen and Zhou Anqi, both of them, asked almost simultaneously. The two of them didn't have the time to answer, and stared dead at Yi Chen in the field. Just because. Yi Chen turned the long sword in his hand and aimed it at Wei Tai Lai. It seems like you're not going to lie in by yourself. In that case, I'll give you a ride. Everyone changed color. Almost jumped. Yi Chen really wanted to kill Lord Wei? Something that doesn't know how to die. With you, how dare you make a move against Lord Wei? An extremely cold voice came from behind Wei Tai Lai. Inside the Dragon A00003 official car. Clang. A loud bang. A hole exploded in the roof of the car and an old man jumped out of it. It was actually suspended in mid-air, with its feet standing on the void, just like a heavenly god. A powerful aura swept over the area, causing everyone around to almost suffocate. Flying up. He can fly? It's really flying through the air, not light work or gliding. My god. Behind Elder Wei, there's actually a heavenly god standing? A group of tycoons from Zhonghai, Jiangnan, and Longdu opened their mouths wide in fear. Some people, kneeling on the spot, he kept kowtowing and worshipping. Only Wang Xiaoyang's eyes, constantly contracted, which is some kind of fairy. This is a cultivator of the condensed Dan realm. No matter how strong the ancient martial arts were, they were ultimately just physical combat. Cultivators can mobilize the incredible power of heaven and earth, turning water into ice and fire into dragons. Truly unbelievable, light and amazing. Yi Chen, dead. Not only was Wang Xiaoyang inwardly shocked, but the others were also frozen in place in fear, staring dead on at the condensed Dan realm old man standing in the air. Yi Chen's eyes blossomed with a flash of light. A practitioner? The old man standing in the air in front of him was actually a cultivator. Ha ha ha, I told you, when I was in the 18 layers of hell, the 10 Yama masters didn't teach me to cultivate martial arts, but instead taught me to cultivate some kind of mental mantra, saying that it was for cultivation. When I was first resurrected, I tried to cultivate those mental mantras and found them to be useless before I had to learn a little bit of martial arts. I thought there was no aura on earth to cultivate. Now it seems that maybe there is aura within the Kunlun ruins. Yi Chen's eyes glowed. This is simply heavenly news. Half-City Li, Zhou Yunfa, Jiangnan King, Lin Longhai and the others, when they saw Yi Chen dazed, they thought that he was frightened. The heart screamed. How else could Yi Chen win with such a heavenly godlike old man? Ahem. Wei Tai Lai coughed, pulling the crowd back from their shock. Elder Lu, leave this son alive and just waste him. I still have some things to ask him. Yes. Elder Lu nodded coldly. A finger pointed at Yi Chen. Little thing, that sword in your hand. Old man is very interested in it. Hand it over, then kneel down and disable yourself. I promise that I will leave you a dog's life after Lord Wei asks his questions. Yi Chen said. Is there no second way? The words came out. The scene was quiet for a moment. You also have today. Yi Chen. Yi Hongye directly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Painful. Too painful. A few old men from the Martial Wei Bureau walked straight down and looked at Yi Chen coldly in the rain. Yi Chen, how many people did you kill from my Martial Wei Bureau? Today, it's time to have an end. Han Zhonghu spoke out coldly. Yi Chen, my grandson Han Xiaochen is waiting for you underground. Ha ha ha. Dad, your great revenge has finally been avenged. Lu Chuanxiong rushed out and kowtowed continuously in the direction of Jiangnan. Bang! 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 Xinxiong's face turned pale. Mr. Yi has resigned himself to his fate? Wang Henian sighed and shook his head. Facing someone like the god of heaven, what can you do if you don't recognize your fate? Behind Yi Chen, Li Half City, Zhou Yunfa, Lin Longhai, and Lin Feifei, the faces of the Jiangnan king and the Yi family army crowd were getting whiter and whiter. Xiao Charan bit her red lips in death as she looked at Yi Chen's back. Mu Xueqing's eyes glowed red as she walked to Yi Chen's side and took his hand. It's okay, isn't it just a death? I'll die with you. Ling Hongyan was the only one with a faint cold smile at the corner of her mouth. She had known for a long time that Yi Chen wasn't dead. She also knew that a bull **** elder Lu couldn't possibly be a match for junior brother, the disciples of the 10 kings of hell, not to mention the few people in the area present. Even if they were 10 or 100 times more, Yi Chen would not die. So, from the very beginning of this funeral, she was preparing for a good show. Yi Chen revealed a smile. It's too unlucky to talk about death or not. The second path I'm talking about is to kill this elder Lu and then destroy Lord Wei. The crowd froze. What's the point of saying that when you're dying? Arrogant little thing. Looking for death. Elder Lu's face, extremely ugly, violently bellowed. Ha! Mu Xueqing froze. Yi Chen shook his head. Don't believe me? I'll kill it for you. Chapter 133, Lord Wei. Death. Next, Yi Chen made a move with his wrist, and a monstrous sword chi erupted from the blood dragon sword, shocking the world and sobbing the gods. It chopped towards Lu Lao's. Elder Lu's body stiffened and actually stood still in shock by this sword. After a brief moment of disorientation, kid, the old man didn't make a move. And you still dare to make the first move? Looking for death. Elder Lu was completely shaken. With a grip of 5 fingers in the air, a long black blade appeared out of thin air. Against Yi Chen's incoming sword chi, he slashed out. Clunk! With a loud sound that resounded through the heavens and earth, a terrifying force exploded, and Elder Lu simply couldn't block the power of this sword, and was directly lifted out. He smashed hard on top of a big tree and spat out a mouthful of blood. Elder Lu, who is like a heavenly god descending to earth, actually lost? The whole place is dead silent. Countless pairs of eyes stared deathly at Yi Chen. Various rich big shots from Zhonghai, Jiangnan, and Longdu, Yi Hongye, Han Zhonghu, the people from the Martial Arts Directorate, Wang Henian, Shen Qiong, and the rest of them, were so scared that their brains buzzed. How is this possible? Wang Xiaoyang stiffened in place. He clearly knew the terror of a condensed Dan realm cultivator. Yi Chen's sword just now. There was a faint true dragon silhouette that vaguely erupted. Could it be his own illusion? It certainly wasn't Wang Xiaoyang's illusion. With this sword, Yi Chen used the power of the Changbai mountain dragon vein. So how could a mere condensed Dan realm possibly resist it? Yes, the two of them, Li Half City and Zhou Yunfa, clenched their fists in death. Sweat has been pouring down his back for a long time. Xiao Charan stared at Yi Chen's back, a flash of confusion flashing through her beautiful eyes. She realized that she had never really understood Yi Chen. Elder Ryu, Wei Tai Lai's old face, finally changed color for the first time, no longer able to remain calm. Inside, there were even more shocking waves. Can you really tell me? What the hell is going on? Yi Chen is only about 23 years old. How is it possible to defeat Elder Lu with a single sword? Is I dreaming? To the shocked eyes of 10,000 people in the arena, Elder Ryu leaned his back against that big tree and tried to stand up. Both knees went weak. Puff. Kneel on the ground. Almost all the bones in his body were broken. He, a cultivator at the second level of the condensed Dan realm, was actually crippled by the kid in front of him with a single sword strike. Put. Elder Lu spat out a mouthful of blood, bringing out his ruptured internal organs. A pair of eyes filled with blood, staring dead at Yi Chen. What the hell are you? You? That sword just now. It had to be at least at the 5th level of the condensed Dan realm or above to be able to execute it. But I don't sense any cultivator's aura from your body. Inside your body, you only have the internal energy of a martial artist. What the hell is going on? No one could understand the shock that was going through Elder Lu's heart. Martial artist versus cultivator. It's ing like a primitive man with a stick. Same with modern soldiers with AK-47s versus a wooden stick that not only deflects bullets fired from an AK-47, but also stabs modern soldiers to death with a stick through the air. How can you not be shocked? Yi Chen shook his head. A dead man is not qualified to know my secrets. First question. Are there many cultivators like you in Kunlun Market? Elder Lu froze. Spin. Ha ha ha. You don't even know this? Looks like you've never been to the Kunlun ruins. Want to know about this? Go there yourself. To tell you the truth, Lao Fu's strength doesn't rank at all in the Kunlun ruins. Even if you go to the Kunlun ruins, you're still just a mole that everyone can trample on. Old Lu's face was hideous. Yi Chen casually spat out a word. Oh, raise your hand. A sword. The blood light appeared. Lu Lao's body stayed in a kneeling position, and a hideous human head rolled to Wei Gong's feet. Elder Willow. Wei Tai Lai subconsciously stepped back, but he forgot about a Taiwanese chair behind him and fell into it. Yi Chen's gaze turned and locked onto Wei Tai Lai. Lord Wei, I gave you a chance, didn't I? Letting you lay yourself down in a coffin. Why didn't you do as you were told? The voice was calm. It fell on the ears of the people present, but it blew up like a nuclear bomb. This is the Duke of Wei. 3 generations of emperors. The real helmsman behind the Dragon Kingdom. Wei Tai Lai tried to speak, but found his voice hoarse. You. Yi Chen took one step and landed directly in front of Wei Gong, casually clasping his neck. Hold it high. Wei Tai Lai's feet left the ground, and an old face rose to a greenish-purple color. Yi Chen, are you crazy? Do you know what you're doing? Let go of Wei Gong. Off to the side. 2 bannermen chided. Official authority. Yi Chen kicked out, and the 2 middle-aged men flew out on the spot, crashing into the official car behind them. There was a loud clunk and the official car dented. The 2 middle-aged men died violently on the spot, their eyes wide before they died, as if they couldn't believe that they had died just like that. Holy crap! The king of Jiangnan was so scared that he couldn't keep his mouth shut. The status of these 2 people, who were even higher than him, were actually kicked to death by Mr. Yi just like that? Ah! Shen Xiong, who was sitting in the car, was directly scared and incontinent. Wang Henian looked over. Shen Xiong's lips turned white. Elder Wang. I'm sorry. It's okay. Wang Henian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. If he wasn't old and wearing a diaper, he would have been even more wretched than Shen Xiong. The crowd looked on in horror. Yi Chen said indifferently. Tell me, who sent you to find that tripod? Ahem. Wei Tai Lai struggled frantically, slapping Yi Chen's hand uselessly. Yi Chen, the person behind me is someone you can't afford to mess with for the rest of your life. If you let go of old me and hand over that tripod, you might still have a chance of survival, or else. Yi Chen was infuriated. How dare you threaten me when you're dying? A 5-finger clasp. Yi Chen, don't. Yi Chen, stop. 2 voices, almost simultaneously. Xiao Zhenghua and Deng Lei, both of them, jumped up from a rapidly approaching sedan. Pity. Still a step too late. With a crunching sound of click, Wei Tai Lai's neck exploded on the spot. Yi Chen casually threw Wei Tai Lai out like he was throwing garbage, and the body fell into the coffin with a thud. Xiao Zhenghua stiffened in place. Deng Lei even dropped his butt to the ground, completely stunned. Wei Guogong is dead? The bodies of the 10,000 people in the arena couldn't stop trembling. Hurry up! The sky is falling in the Dragon Kingdom. I shouldn't have come today. Yi Chen the madman. Some of the rich bigwigs in Longdu, Zhanghai, and Jiangnan, who were worth tens of billions of dollars, actually cried out in fear directly at this moment. Yi Hongye, Han Zhonghu, and the people from the General Administration of Martial Arts, turned around and left, not daring to stay for a second. Anyone who dares to take a step away, dies. A death-like voice sounded from behind. The leg that everyone lifted was like lead. In any case, don't dare fall. Turning back in horror. As I recall, you were the first to step up, weren't you? Yi Chen had a smile on his face, eyes locked on Han Zhonghu. Han Zhonghu's lips were bloodless as he shivered and spoke. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Kill you. Yi Chen took one step forward. It landed in front of Han Zhonghu. A punch. Pust. Han Zhonghu's body directly exploded. Blood sprayed all around the people, scared them lying on the ground crazy kowtow and begged for forgiveness. Yi Chen ignored these people as his gaze turned and landed on a few old men from the Martial Arts Bureau. Yi Chen, we didn't put up a fight. Yes, we, the Martial Arts Bureau, didn't put up a fight this time. The 4 old men's faces were pale. Where were they still as high and mighty as they usually were? Humble, pleading. Yi Chen laughed. Have you forgotten that I, Yi Chen, said that any person from the Martial Arts Bureau who steps into the Middle Sea will be killed without pardon? From the moment you set foot in Shanghai, you are already a dead man. Chapter 134, There is no one I. Yi Chen, dare not kill. Split up and run. An old man from the Wudao Bureau shouted lowly, and the 4 turned around in fear and fled for their lives. Yi Chen's knees bent, and his entire body instantly exploded, rushing out like a cannonball. The moment he got close to one person, he kicked him in the back of the heart, and this person flew out directly and fell hard onto the road, twisting in an extremely terrifying arc. The specialist stomped his foot. 90-degree turn. The second man had fled 300 meters away. In 5 seconds, Yi Chen caught up with the second person. One grabbed this person's shoulder and threw him straight out. Bang! It smashed into a sedan parked on the side of the road. The steel-cast body, completely twisted. The second man was thoroughly embedded in it. A bloody mess. Yi Chen continued to chase after the third person. Under the third person's turnaround, He saw the other two teammates dying tragically and Ye Chen charging towards him, so scared that he fell to his knees on the spot. Flop dash. Ye Chen, Zhou Jianye, know that I am wrong. I beg you to spare my life. I am willing to bring all the forces behind me and submit to you. One sentence remains. Ye Chen slapped his palm down. Extremely dry. Zhou Jianye's head exploded, leaving only a headless corpse still kneeling on the ground. The concrete floor below his knees exploded and his knees sank deep into the ground. Ye Chen didn't bother to give this person a second glance and directly locked onto the last old man. Faster. Your speed. It's just too slow. The old man turned around and saw that Ye Chen was less than 100 meters away from himself. The other three teammates, all of them, had died horribly. Even Zhou Jianye was on his knees begging for mercy, and it was all hard to escape death. Ye Chen, aren't you really afraid of suffering the wrath of the heavens if you kill innocents indiscriminately like this? The old man's voice was hoarse, and he roared out with extreme fury. You call a wasted dog like you innocent? Ye Chen delivered a flying kick. Die for me. The old man stretched out his hands to resist, and with a click, his arms exploded. The whole person was extremely miserable, tumbling out, with blood everywhere. Ah, don't kill me. Ye Chen, I beg you, don't kill me. Oh, I don't want to die. Give me a chance, will you? From now on the entire martial arts bureau will be under your control. Kneeling frantically, the founder of the General Directorate of Martial Arts does not even want dignity at this moment. Ka chow. Ye Chen stomped on the old man's head, and his voice came to an abrupt end. Extremely dry. Everyone present, scared to death. This kind of killing and decisive. In front of all kinds of bigwigs in Longdu, Zhanghai, Jiangnan, the means to kill in public. This ing not afraid of Yi Hongye, for the sake of blood and for the sake of my father. I've given you 3 chances, right? Ye Chen's gaze locked onto Yi Hongye. Yi Hongye's entire body was trembling. He raised his head, his eyes red. Ye Chen, you wouldn't dare to kill me. I am your great uncle after all. If you kill me, whoosh, bang, 2 voices, almost simultaneously. Everyone didn't see what was going on, but with a flash of Ye Chen's figure, he landed in front of Yi Hongye and landed a foot on his chest position. Straight through. Yi Hongye couldn't be more dead. Ye Chen, you killed my husband. How dare you? He was your. Next to her, a young woman raged like crazy. Snap dash. Ye Chen raised his hand and slapped out. Yi Hongye's wife's head, like a gyroscope, twisted 360 degrees. The body stood still. Neck broken. Dead. Hiss. The rich and powerful people present kept sucking in cool air. And you too. When we were in the Long Duyi family before, I remember you were there too, right? Explain why you are here again today? What do you want? Ye Chen's voice, once again, rang out. Wang Xiaoyang's heart trembled. Is it finally your turn? On his face, he squeezed out a smile. Ye Chen, Ye Chen bellowed. Kneel down when talking to me. An extremely terrifying killing intent swept over, and Wang Xiaoyang shivered. Flop dash. Straight to his knees. You. Wang Xiaoyang's eyes instantly filled with blood and were covered in blood. Ye Chen, this matter has nothing to do with me. I'm just here to watch the fun. Ye Chen's eyes narrowed. You see me as a hoot? No. Wang Xiaoyang's pupils contracted fiercely. The next moment, in horror, he yelled, don't kill me, because he saw it in advance. Ye Chen kicked out. A special bullet that landed on the ground directly broke through the air and pierced through Wang Xiaoyang's head. Bang! With a sound, Wang Xiaoyang fell to the ground and died. There was a strong residue of horror on his face. Incredulous and unbelieving, he had obviously done nothing. How could he die like this? Mr. Yi, Tojo Ryosuke was so scared that he couldn't finish a sentence. Ye Chen swept him a glance. You're an islander. Ha? No need to explain. Shaking his head. Islanders in Dragon Kingdom territory. Kill without pardon. A foot stomp. Hundreds of bullets flew up in the air, instantly knocking Tojo Ryosuke into a hornet's nest. The whole place is dead silent. Not a single person dared to speak. Ye Chen looked around. All of you are here to see me? Ye Chen, bustle? Dare not. The major rich and powerful bigwigs in Zhanghai, Longdu, and Jiangnan, directly cried in fear, and fell to their knees as if they were cutting wheat, kowtowing frantically. Mr. Yi, we didn't mean that. Ooh-hoo. General Yi, how dare we think anything of you? I, the Zhanghai Wu family, will be one of Mr. Ye's dogs from now on, forever loyal to your feet. I, the Jiangnan Song family, am also Mr. Ye's dog. Woof woof woof. Long Shui. I really came here today just to give you a ride. Look, I still have flowers here. Bang, bang, bang. Tens of thousands of people fell to their knees in unison, except kowtowing. Yi Chen naturally wouldn't kill innocents indiscriminately, and those words just now were just a deterrent. Oh my god. Xiao Zhenghua and Dang Lei looked dumbfounded. Mr. Yi. Li Half-City clenched his fists in death, trembling with excitement. Ha ha ha, Elder Li. Looks like I've won another bet. My name as the king of gamblers is true, isn't it? Zhou Yunfa laughed up to the sky, extremely painfully. Li Jiasun took out the spray and frantically sprayed it towards her mouth. She was so excited she had an asthma attack. The Jiangnan king, Lin Longhai, Lin Faiyi, and the rest of them, all stood in shock, looking at Yi Chen's back, like death. Oh my god, is this really Unrepentant's father? My man, actually this fierce? Why didn't I realize before that? He possesses the power to overturn everything. Xiao Charan was breathing heavily. Her pretty face was suffocatingly red, and she was staring at Yi Chen's back. Junior. Ling Hongyan knew that Yi Chen wasn't dead and would definitely appear at the last minute, but also did not expect that Yi Chen would be so dry and kill everyone off. Kill the Duke of Wei. Kill Han Zhonghu. Kill Lu Lao. Kill the 4 founders of the General Directorate of Martial Arts. Kill Wang Xiaoyang and Tojo Ryosuke again. The whole process, without the slightest hesitation, was decisive and crisp. At this moment, it was as if there was no one in the world that could stop the person in front of him. Elder Wang, are we missing something? Within the Maybach S680, Shin Xiong's petite body trembled. With a complex gaze, if we start, also come out to stand beside Mr. Yi, later Zhonghai. No one in the entire Dragon Kingdom would dare not give us face, right? Wang Henian let out a bitter smile. I'm old. It's too late to regret. Lifting his head, he looked out the car window at the deathlike youth. From today onwards, no one in the entire Dragon Kingdom will dare to be his enemy. Wei Tailai is dead. The founder of the General Administration of Martial Arts is dead. Han Zhonghu is dead, and so is Wang Xiaoyang. By all accounts, the entire Dragon Kingdom will be abuzz. But on the contrary, the entire Dragon Kingdom was terribly quiet. Not a single person, not a single family, not a single power in Zhonghai, Jiangnan, or Longdu dared to discuss this matter. The entire Dragon Kingdom, all lost their voices. Zhonghai, Yi family, old mansion, in the hall, except for Yi Chen. None of them dared to sit down. They all stood dryly. Xiao Charan asked, Yi Chen, where the hell have you been these past few days? The authorities came back with news that you died in the line of duty at Changbai Mountain. Yi Chen explained, it's all a misunderstanding. I wanted to notify you guys earlier that I'm fine, but it turns out that something delayed it. Mu Xueqing was a bit angry and snorted coldly. I don't want to care about you. Do you know how much Charan and I are worried about you? We cried for 3 days and 2 nights in front of your spirit. Our eyes were swollen. Jiangnan King, Li Half-City, and Zhou Yunfa were startled. Is this woman crazy? If you're privately pampered, so be it. In front of so many people, how dare you talk to Yi Chen like this? And a hint of blame. Unexpected. Yi Chen revealed a smile. Sorry, my bad. Next time, you'll be the first to be notified. You want there to be a next time? Mu Xueqing huffed and dropped the corsage. I never want to experience this kind of thing again. I never want to hear about your death again. You know? Said. Tears of aggravation only fought. Yi Chen spoke in a comforting voice. Ahem. Let's get out of here. Li Half-City coughed and exchanged a look with Zhou Yunfa. The two of them took Li Jiasun and Zhou Anqi with them and left. Seeing this, the Jiangnan king swept Xiao Zhenghua, Dang Lei, Su Manchan and the rest of them away silently. Fei, go! Lin Longhai pulled Fei Lin's clothes. Lin Faiyi beamed and reluctantly left. How come I can't be Mr. Ye's woman? Ling Hongyan thought about it and similarly turned around to walk out. The moment. Only Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan were left in the room. Yi Chen frowned. By the way, why haven't I seen my father? Xiao Charan took a deep breath. Yi Chen, we told you. Don't be angry. Chapter 135, 1,000 Years of Change. You say. Yi Chen nodded his head as a bad feeling hit him. Xiao Charan said, before the news of your death came back, Uncle Yi left. Only a letter was left. And no one knows where he went. But my guess is that most likely he went to your mom. From the satchel he carried, he took out an envelope. There are 6 words written on it. My son, Yi Chen, has personally opened it. Yi Chen opened it. A line of pithy text appeared. Tatsuo, after thinking about it, I still can't let go of your mother. Whether she was coerced or left of her own accord, I must make a trip to the Kunlun ruins to find your mother and ask her. The Kunlun ruins are dangerous. You must not enter. Dad also has some friends in the Kunlun ruins. You can let them help. Dad never asked you to do anything in your life. This time, Dad asks you to give me 7 days no matter how it ends. And I'll be back within 7 days. And the tripod in your hand. Within these 7 days, someone may come to look for it. You must keep it a secret. You must not let anyone know about it. And you must not take it out on any occasion where there is a second person, including your woman. Ye Lingyun's own writing. Instant burn after reading. Read all about it. Yi Chen's eyes flickered, and his palms surged with internal energy, turning into flames. Thoroughly burned the letterhead to powder. Mu Xueqing asked, Yi Chen, how is it? Where did Uncle Yi go? Yi Chen said, Kunlun Ruins. Kunlun Ruins? Mu Xueqing was filled with doubt. Xiao Charan, who was on the side, but her body was shaken, and she looked deeply at Yi Chen. Uncle Yi went alone? Won't it be dangerous? Yi Chen looked at her. You also know about the Kunlun Ruins? Aha! Xiao Charan nodded, his voice grave. That's a mysterious place. Only powerful ancient martial artists can go in, right? I heard Grandpa say that deep in the Kunlun Ruins, there are still land godlike cultivators. Isn't it behind Wei Tai Lai that he relies on cultivators to back him up in order to secretly control the Dragon Kingdom for decades? Yi Chen nodded thoughtfully. Father told him to stay out of it. And promise, come back in 7 days. There must be a reason for him. The letter was left 4 days ago. There are at most 3 days left. It is too late to go to the Kunlun Ruins. Just wait for 3 days to see. Yi Chen, are you going to the Kunlun Ruins? Xiao Charan was a bit nervous. It's just too dangerous there. Even though Uncle Yi went there. I know it's selfish of me, but I really don't want you to risk your life. Yi Chen smiled. Don't worry, I'm not going. That's good. Xiao Charan breathed a sigh of relief. Dragon Capital, Supreme Office. What did you say? Yi Chen killed Wei Tai Lai, even the one who supported Wei Tai Lai? The Dragon Lord stood up in shock and looked at Su Manchun incredulously. Wide-eyed. Couldn't believe what I was hearing. Even if he knew that Su Manchun was cultivated by him and was absolutely loyal. And I can't believe that it's all true. Dragon Lord. It's true. Su Manchun nodded her head gruffly and looked at this old man. The shock in the depths of her beautiful eyes still not dissipating. The Dragon Lord slowly sat down, muttering under his breath. I've calculated everything but Yi Chen's martial arts strength. What exactly has he been through these 5 years? To think that even cultivators can be easily beheaded? See only. This old man's face shifted for a while, as if pondering something, sometimes frowning, sometimes staring, sometimes agitated, sometimes serious. A full 10 minutes passed. The Dragon Lord spat out in a low voice. Perhaps the change of 1,000 years in China is coming. If this kid really has a power that amazes the world and sobs the gods, he might really be able to free Huaxia from that place's control. Next, the Dragon Lord raised his head. Su Manchun saw from this old man's eyes a touch of intense excitement and endless seriousness. She didn't understand why this was so though, but there was an intuition at the bottom of his heart that the turning point concerning the entire Dragon Kingdom, and even China as a race, had arrived. Su Manchun, go to Zhonghai and ask Yi Chen to come see me. Yes. Su Manchun nodded and turned around just before walking to the office door. Wait, it's better if I go there myself. Evening, 8:30, deep in the Kunlun Mountains, snow flies in the sky. 2 figures appeared out of nowhere, carrying a man in their hands and dropping him on the side of the road like a piece of trash. Is it okay to just leave him here? The third master has requested that we send him to the Yi family in Zhonghai. After all, he is also considered to be the ladies' man. A middle-aged man frowned. The middle-aged man next to him grunted coldly. This guy defiled the young lady and gave birth to a sinful seed. The third master already gave him a chance by not killing him and that sinful bastard. This guy actually doesn't know how to die and find his way to the family. Just damn it. In his condition, he's hopeless. Even if he's sent to Zhonghai, he might already be a corpse. Throw it in here and save us the trouble. The middle-aged man swept a glance at the person lying in the snow. It was none other than Ye Lingyun. He was covered in blood and his wounds had congealed. His face was white, and his lips were frozen and torn to a blue-purple color. Breathing is also extremely weak, and at a glance it doesn't look like it will live long. Let's go. The two turned, and the air ahead of them rippled and disappeared. Half an hour later, 2 men dressed as herders, driving a herd of yaks, passed through the snow. Grandpa, this heavy snow came really fast. Fortunately you are the greatest old herdsman in the Kunlun Mountains. Otherwise these yaks would not have known where to run off to. A young girl had a Tibetan knife at her waist and her face was red. The old man next to him laughed. Ha ha ha, Chroma, you're brave too. Grow up quickly and become the bravest daughter of these snowy mountains. Draco nodded heavily. Her pristine eyes carried a strong hint of determination. Suddenly, woof, woof, the 2 Tibetan mastiffs rushed out and raked the snow in a flurry. What's going on? Chroma rushed over and was shocked. Ah, Grandpa, there's someone here. The old man quickly rushed over and the moment he saw Ye Lingyun, his heart thumped. Raising his hand to grab his wrist, his face grew grave. There are wounds all over his body, and he has lost a lot of blood. Looking at him like this, could it be that he encountered a wolf? No, he's too weak to survive the storm. If this keeps up, he'll die. With that, the old man pulled off the wolf bone necklace around his neck and pressed a switch, pulling out a pitch-black elixir from it. Ah, Grandpa, this is an elixir made from snow lotus powder. It can be used to save lives. You're giving it to him? Zhuoma exclaimed in shock. There was once a big businessman who offered a sky-high price of $100 million. Grandpa didn't even sell it. The old man shook his head gravely. Chroma, remember, this snowy mountain is holy. The gods in Kunlun definitely don't want to see us see death. Quickly bring water and feed him medicine. Draco quickly pulled out his water bottle. The grandfather and grandson teamed up and fed the elixir to Ye Lingyun. Ye Lingyun opened his eyes and extremely weakly spat out a sentence. Zhenghai, Yi family. Spitting out another mouthful of black blood, he completely fainted. Chapter 136. There is only one voice. 10 minutes later, Mu Xueqing and Xiao Charan went back to Longhu Villa. Ling Hongyan, Zhang Nanwang, Lin Longhai, and Lin Fei, Li Half City, Li Jiasun, Zhou Yunfa, Zhou Anqi, and Xiao Zhenhua walked in. Dang Lei took a phone call and left early. Everyone, Yi Chen, will remember those who can show up at my funeral site today and still step in to help. In other words, from today on, everyone is on their own. Listening to Yi Chen's words, Zhang Nanking and Lin Longhai smiled at each other. They were originally Yi Chen's people, Li Half City and Zhou Yunfa. Their faces were a bit agitated. Over the years, the two had struggled to find a backer, but after the rise of the mainland, those circles they simply couldn't fit into. This has led, over the years, to shrinking assets and declining influence. It couldn't be better if Yi Chen could become their backer. At your service, Mr. Yi. Li Half City and Zhou Yunfa stepped forward. Yi Chen raised his hand and flew over with a whoosh. The two subconsciously reached out and grabbed a small bottle appearing in each palm. Mr. Yi, this is? Yi Chen casually replied. The life-benefiting pill. It can extend your lifespan by 10 years. The words landed. The entire Yi family hall was deathly quiet. Extend your life by 10 years? If this thing gets out, all the rich people in the world, they're going to grab their heads. What gates? Ski, Berg and the stream. It is estimated that the knight with hundreds of millions of dollars to beg to the feet of Yi Chen. Ah, Li Half City shivered. And this old man who owned half of Hong Kong Island was so excited that his legs went limp. Grandpa, if it wasn't for Li Jiasun assisting him, I'm afraid I'll be on my knees on the spot. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Your great kindness is like a new creation for the Li family. Li Half City's eyes reddened. Originally, he didn't have much time, and once he passed away, the people below the Li family divided up the family fortune, and it would definitely fall apart, and then the legend of the Li family would no longer be there. Giving Li Half City another 10 years would be enough for him to cultivate Li Jiasun, arrange everything with ease. Mr. Yi, this, that. The king of gamblers took the life-benefiting pill and somewhat hesitantly asked after it. Are there any other types of pills? Yi Chen frowned. What? Not enough? No. The king of gamblers shook his head repeatedly and said with a smile, Mr. Yi, you're a great man of God, so naturally you have elixirs for other things, right? When I was young, I had a flirtatious life and married 7 or 8 aunts. The actresses who admire me are lined up from France to Austria. It's a shame that youth doesn't know moderation and plays with its body. Yi Chen's eyes were a bit strange. Zhou Anqi, who was on the side, her pretty face was even more red all of a sudden. Dad, what an occasion. Why are you talking nonsense? Yi Chen smiled. Got it. Raising his hand, he threw over a bottle of elixir. This item, Dragon Tiger Dan. For martial arts cultivators, it can enhance internal strength, and for ordinary people it can enhance certain aspects of their abilities. But it's not advisable to take more than one. Each one cut up and divided into 10 doses. One time to manage at least 3 days. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Zhou Yunfa was incredibly excited. This vial, at least a few dozen of them. Sexual well-being for the rest of your life depends on it. Later that night, entertainment reporters from the Austrian island found out that the king of gamblers returned to the Austrian island and went straight to the residence of a female celebrity and didn't come out for 3 days and 3 nights. Li Half City returned to Hong Kong Island and the lights were on. A family meeting was held overnight, and several Li family executives were abolished in a row. When Li Half City and Zhou Yunfa left, Yi Chen took out another dozen bottles of elixirs. Uncle Lin, your injuries are almost recovered. All these elixirs are for you to raise your martial realm. Yes, Lin Longhai nodded excitedly without saying much. King Jiangnan, this is your elixir. Yi Chen took out another batch of pills. In addition to that, there's one more thing you need to do. Speak, master. This mighty Jiangnan king knelt down on one knee. After today's battle, Yi Chen was like a heavenly god in his heart. Yi Chen said in a cold voice, I'll give you 1 day. Before the sun comes out in the morning of the day after tomorrow, I want there to be no more Han family in Zhonghai. Consolidate all the assets of the Han family and merge them into the Yi family, handing them over to Xueqing to manage. The Jiangnan king looked up in shock. 1 day? Master, in case the Han family resists. Yi Chen sneered. The knife in your hand, is it a burning stick? After 1 day, I don't want any other voices in the Middle Sea. 1 day later, I need the Yi family in Zhonghai to be absolutely unrivaled. The moment, a monstrous aura erupted from Yi Chen's body. The whole of Zhonghai seemed to be trampled under his feet. Yes, the Jiangnan king lowered his head in shock. Ninth senior sister. Yi Chen's gaze turned and landed on Ling Hongyan. Junior brother, you say? Ling Hongyan nodded with a smile. Yi Chen had a serious face. Please use the Yi family army as the core to form a powerful force of martial cultivators. At least, if 1 day I'm not in Zhonghai, this force can keep everyone safe. He didn't want a fire in his backyard. Yes, Ling Hongyan nodded without hesitation. Xiaojing was stood at the very back of the crowd. A flash of light blossomed in his pale eyes as he stared excitedly at this granddaughter-in-law. The corners of his mouth full of unstoppable smiles. Ha ha ha, this kid's ambition is not small. Then old me has nothing to worry about. If I want to worry, it's the one who does. Thinking, Xiaojing silently exited the gate and left without leaving a trace. After explaining everything, Yi Chen drove directly to the Dragon Lake Villa. The living room was empty. Just as Yi Chen was at a loss for words, the door to Xiao Churan's room opened. She was hidden in a nightgown, holding the clothes he had just changed out of in his hand. He froze for a moment the moment he saw Yi Chen, immediately changing out of his underwear. He hid it behind his back. Ahem. That. I'm going to go do some laundry. Good night. Having said that, in a flash, he rushed into the laundry room and slammed the door behind him. Hide behind the door. Heart poofing. What's she nervous about? It's not like I'm going to eat anyone? Yi Chen shook his head. After glancing at Mu Xueqing's room, the door was closed. Said he wanted me to come back early and had something to discuss with me. What was it? Yi Chen walked over and knocked on the door of Mu Xueqing's room. No response. So, back to his room and so on. A suite that the second daughter had reserved especially for him, with a toilet and bathroom. Just moments after entering the room, snap dash, the lights went out all at once. A delicate body pounced over and directly hugged Yi Chen. Yi Chen was stunned, and his entire body hardened. Xueqing. Yi Chen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It could be clearly felt that Mu Xueqing was only wearing a nightgown. Other than that, there was no blocking. A complete vacuum. Lean. Yi Chen's brain buzzed and immediately thought of something. Wait, I didn't bring the thing you gave me last time. I'll get it. Just about to turn around to open the door to the room, Mu Xueqing reached out and pressed the doorknob. It's okay, you don't have to bring it. Lifting his head, he revealed a pair of watery eyes under the darkness. Chapter 137 Dragon Kingdom, the man behind the scenes. Put. A surge of chi and blood rose. Yi Chen breathed heavily, and his eyes became fiery all of a sudden. Raising his hand, he wrapped it around Mu Xueqing's small waist. The bodies of the two men pressed together. Mu Xueqing directly kissed up. Yi Chen's body trembled. Although his first kiss had long been taken away by 10th senior sister, that time and this time were completely different feelings. Yi Chen directly picked her up and threw her onto the bed, ready to take the next step. Knock knock. A knock came at the door. Both of them froze at the same time, and Xia Cuiju's voice came from outside the door. Xueqing, that. Mom? Mu Xueqing's pretty face instantly reddened. Xia Cuiju said, I'm looking for Yi Chen. Yi Chen that. You don't forget what I said to you last time. The woman of our Xia family. It didn't go any further. Yi Chen's heart stirred. Xia Cuiju had once said that the women of the Xia family were extremely special, and that as long as they bonded with a man they would suck away the man's lifespan. Mom! Stop it! We're all adults! Mu Xueqing shouted. Xia Cuiju was embarrassed and didn't say much. After a few minutes, there was no movement outside. Mu Xueqing snapped. How long are you going to be like this? Go on. Yi Chen was just about to continue to the next step. Knock knock. There was another knock on the door from outside, and Mu Xueqing was a bit angry. Mom, I've said it all. We're adults. Yi Chen is my boyfriend. We know that. Yukari, it's me. Xiao Churan's voice sounded outside the door. Churan? Mu Xueqing was embarrassed. Though, tonight was something that the two had discussed a long time ago, but ever since she knew that the two were staying in the same room and what was about to happen at night, Xiao Churan was in an irritable mood. Aha! Xiao Charan nodded. There are people outside looking for Yi Chen. He has a very special identity and seems to have something very important. Let me make the announcement. A few seconds later, the door to the room opened a crack, and Yi Chen squeezed out of it. His clothes were a bit disheveled, and there were a few strawberries where his neck had been, so nothing else should have happened yet. Xiao Charan was actually a little happy and secretly relieved. Yi Chen, Secretary Deng is looking for you. He seems to be very anxious. Secretary Deng? Yi Chen frowned. Didn't he leave? Why did he come over again? Where are the people? Right at the door. Yi Chen looked back at the door of the room and said, explain to Xueqing, I'll go take a look. When he came to the entrance of the villa, he happened to see Deng Lei, who had an anxious face. Guosher Yi, you finally come out. Quickly follow me. Something has happened to the Dragon Lord. Tang Lei was sweating profusely. Yi Chen was startled. Something happened to the Dragon Lord? What happened? The development of the Dragon Kingdom over the years, the rise of national power, and the high-speed economic overtaking. Definitely not without the efforts of that person. Something mustn't happen to him. Even if Yi Chen didn't want to pay attention to national affairs, he wouldn't allow this to happen. You come with me first. It's too late to explain. Yi Chen let Deng Lei pull him, got into a car and rushed out towards the night. Along the way, Tong Lei explained, after you killed the Duke of Wei, the news was suppressed though, but the entire Dragon Kingdom is now blowing up. The matter is so important that the Dragon Lord is prepared to come to see you in person and in secret. Just 15 minutes ago, the Dragon Lord was taken away just after he got off the airplane. Yi Chen frowned. How do you guys do things? In Zhonghai, you can still let someone else take the Dragon Lord? Deng Lei let out a bitter smile. Yi Guosher, the other party is from the Kunlun ruins. We can't stop them either. But don't worry, they didn't do anything to the Dragon Lord. They just named you and asked you to come over. Kunlun ruins? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Where are they? Deng Lei spat out two words. Han family. Yi Chen stopped talking. Deng Lei ordered the driver to head towards the Han family at top speed. On the way, Deng Lei looked at the side of Yi Chen's face, wanting to say something, but in the end, he couldn't help but open his mouth. Yi Chen, putting aside all identities, I'll remind you as an elder. I've never seen these people from Kunlun ruins before, but I'm certain that they've been in the Dragon Kingdom, and it's the same hands behind the Dragon Kingdom, secretly controlling everything. They are the ones controlling Wei Guogong as a way to control the Dragon Kingdom. If you see them, it's best not to start a fight with them. It will kill you. Yi Chen closed his eyes. After a few moments, he spat out a quiet, thanks for the heads up. Alas, Deng Lei sighed. I don't know whether Yi Chen listened to it or not. Half an hour later, the car drove into Han's house and parked in an empty lot. The entire Han family was brightly lit, and there were people guarding the various gates and doors along the way, clearly everywhere, but it was awfully quiet. Deng Lei made an inviting gesture. Yi Chen, don't forget what I just said. The two of them walked into the hall of the Han family, one after the other. There were dozens of people standing in the hall, all of them from the Han clan, and each of them had an extremely respectful look on their faces. At the highest position in the hall, there were 6 eunuch chairs, and on the chairs sat 6 old men with waxen faces, like old antiques. The Dragon Lord sat in the lower body of the 6. The face was stony. Su Manchun stood behind the Dragon Lord, the corners of her mouth and chest carrying a smear of blood, her pretty face a little pale, looking like she was injured. The moment she saw Yi Chen, Su Manchun's eyes flashed with a flash of anxiety. Yi Chen, the Dragon Lord shouted. Yi Chen nodded at him, his gaze locking onto the 6 old men. You guys used this method to get me to come? What exactly are you doing it for? The expressions of the 6 old men were flat, and no joy or sadness could be seen. On his body, there was no aura either. It was like 6 ordinary old men. Only when their eyes fell on Yi Chen, they gave off a viper-like feeling. Poisonous, danger, ice cold. When talking to us, everyone must kneel. Even Wei Tai Lai is not an exception. And you are naturally no exception. An old man sitting on the left side spoke. On your knees. His voice, it was like a command. Dozens of people from the Han family, when they heard these words, trembled in fear, and a small half of them directly knelt on the ground. Yi Chen coldly grunted. Yi Chen, do not even kneel to heaven and earth except for my parents. What are you guys? What qualifications do you have to make me kneel? The Dragon Lord knew that Yi Chen had a short temper, but he also didn't expect that Yi Chen would be so bold. Glared at Deng Lei, as if to say, did you not tell him what these are? Deng Lei looked innocent and smiled bitterly. The Dragon Lord quickly spoke. Gentlemen, this kid is too young and bloodthirsty. Please don't blame all of you. This way, the share given to you this year is 10% more than previous years. Ha 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 ha. This little thing is interesting. And you, the Dragon Lord, are even more interesting. The 6 old men laughed. Not angry. Instead, it was that condescending, a kind of laugh that looked down on the world. A laugh of contempt. There was another, teasing, playful, mocking laugh. Dragon Lord, he doesn't want to kneel. Why don't you help him? Chapter 138 Cultivator of Kunlun Ruins? But that's all. No. Dang Lei was startled. The Dragon Lord was the head of a country. If he knelt, wouldn't he be kneeling on behalf of the Dragon Kingdom? What are you? Who are you to talk here? The old man on the left raised his hand and pressed, and an invisible force struck. The pressure caused Dang Lei to kneel on the ground, his kneecaps exploding with a click. Blood overflowed and stained the ground. Dang! The Dragon Lord stood up in a mischievous manner and took a step in front of Dang Lei. Seniors, little Dang has no intention of offending you. Please raise your hand. The old man on the leftmost side was full of playfulness. If you kneel down and apologize for him, I'll let him go. The Dragon Lord took a deep breath. Alright, I don't represent Huaxia or the Dragon Kingdom right now. Representing only me personally. As long as you all can spare Yi Chen and Dang Lei, what's the harm in making me kneel? Dragon Lord. Su Manchun covered her small mouth. The Han clan members present all froze in place as well. Brain buzzing. Lord of the Dragon Kingdom. The man in the highest position in the entire Dragon Kingdom was actually really prepared to kneel? These 6 old men were worthy of coming out of the Kunlun ruins, and that air of defiance of everything simply could not be questioned. The Dragon Lord's knees slowly bent. Just get on your knees. Wait. A figure stepped out. Standing beside the Dragon Lord, one hand grasped his arm, bowing slightly. His other hand stopped at the Dragon Lord's knee, not allowing him to kneel. The Dragon Lord turned around. Yi Chen, you. Yi Chen shook his head. These few trash are not qualified to make you kneel. Instead, it's these 6 trash that should kneel the most. Upon hearing these words, the indifferent expressions of the 6 old men's faces sank violently, and a murderous aura assaulted their faces, lowering the temperature of the entire Han family hall by several degrees at once. The people of the Han clan, scared white, kept retreating. Seek death. The old man on the far left bellowed. An extremely strong aura erupted from his body, a tiger roaring and a dragon roaring in general, and he clapped his hands. Bang! The eunuch chair underneath him turned into pieces, and the entire person pounced towards Yi Chen like a fierce tiger. The 5 dry fingers snapped towards Yi Chen's neck, ready to pinch him alive like a small chicken. Yi Chen took a step to block the Dragon Lord behind him, and blasted his fist out towards the old man's palm. Yi Chen, we wanted to cultivate you, but I didn't expect you to be so unaware of death. You still dare to fight back? In that case, you can go to hell. The old man laughed outright in anger. Add a few pounds of power. The moment it made contact with Yi Chen's fist. The old man was startled. All it felt was an unstoppable force coming at me. Click. A crunching sound. Sharp pain. Unparalleled excruciating pain. Couldn't help but let out a scream. Ah! Elder Wang? The other 5 old men stood up in shock. See only. Wang Lao's arm was actually smashed alive by Yi Chen's punch, and the person was also shaken back a dozen steps by a powerful force. If it wasn't for one of the old men stepping forward and blocking behind Elder Wang, a palm strike, removing most of the force for him, I'm afraid that Wang Lao would fall to the ground on the spot. Are you alright, Elder Wang? Elder Zhou. I'm fine. Elder Wang just opened his mouth, when he felt a strong wind hit his face, a blast of sharp pain in his chest, and was kicked directly by Yi Chen. Alright? What makes you think you're okay? Yi Chen's cold voice rang out. Zhou Lao's eyes sank. Yi Chen, how dare you? How dare you? Yi Chen swept a look over. Shut up. If you want to die, I can be the first to kill you. You. Elder Zhou actually did shut up. Terrified, he looked into Yi Chen's eyes. At this moment, he felt as if the person in front of him was not a living person, but a god of death crawling out of hell. Ah! Wang Lao's miserable scream rang out. Zhou Lao looked back. See only. Yi Chen had already taken a step forward and stomped on Wang Lao's dantian, his intestines and internal organs flowing all over the place. Extremely bloody and cruel. Hiss. The remaining 4 old men sucked in a breath of cool air, and Elder Zhou was even dumbfounded in place. Even scarier, when Yi Chen made his move, it was like a death that demanded his life, making them actually forget to react. You, on your knees. Yi Chen was still interested, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a smoke ring. At this moment, the other 5 Kunlun Ruins old men simply had their hearts explode in shock. Elder Wang is at the condensed Dan realm, a real cultivator, and he's defenseless? What the is going on here? The Dragon Lord froze in place. Deng Lei also stared wide-eyed. Su Manchun, who was on the side, trembled with excitement. The Han family, on the other hand, each and every one of them almost blew their eyes out. Wang Lao's old face twisted in pain. and one of Yi Chen's feet, still stepping on his stomach, crushed his dantian. Yi Chen, how dare you do this to me? You're dead. Not only are you going to die, but all your friends and relatives are going to die. A lot of people are going to die in the Dragon Kingdom too. Yi Chen extinguished his cigarette, choking Wang Lao. The cigarette was shoved into Wang Lao's mouth. Casually grabbing Wang Lao's shoulder, he picked it up like a chickadee and slammed it hard into the ground. Bang! The floor tiles of the Han family's hall exploded as Wang Lao maintained his kneeling position. Death to those who humiliate the Dragon Kingdom. Death to those who humiliate the Dragon Lord. Those who humiliate me. Yi Chen, die. He is the end. As the words fell, Yi Chen slapped his palm down. Elder Wang's head directly sunk into the chest, and his entire body knelt there like a headless corpse. Extremely creepy. Everyone present, completely petrified. Even the 5 old men from the Kunlun ruins didn't think about tonight killing people directly. They only wanted to control the Dragon Kingdom. That's why they brought the Dragon Lord here. They never dreamed that Yi Chen would directly kill someone. What's more, he didn't expect that Yi Chen's strength was actually terrifying to this extent. In a dead silence. You're hurt? Who did this? Yi Chen's gaze fell on Su Manchuan's body, the woman's chest, with blood. Her pretty face was a little white. Hearing Yi Chen's concern, her heart was touched and her eyes reddened as she shook her head. It's nothing serious. I'll ask again. Who did it? Yi Chen stared at Su Manchun, his tone not to be questioned. Su Manchun raised her head and glanced at one of the 5 remaining old men. The old man was picking at his inches, and because his cheeks were dry and thin, he appeared to have sharp angles, and his pale eyes carried a touch of coldness in them as he stared at Yi Chen, who was looking over. Yi Chen, so what if I did it? The old man with the inch head just opened his mouth. She's one of mine. You hurt her. Then die. Yi Chen didn't even bother to talk nonsense. A leap. The top of his head almost hit the ceiling of Han's house, and with a palm on the beams, his whole body slammed down like a meteor. Grass. What do you take me for? The inch-headed old man was completely furious. The clothes on his body exploded inch by inch as he stomped his feet, revealing a body of steel-like muscles. The power within his dantian surged and didn't go into a pair of arms. A fist slammed into the incoming Yi Chen. Pust. The moment the two made contact, the inch-haired old man's arms, on the spot, turned into blood mist. Yi Chen's foot, however, did not stop and ruthlessly stepped on the chest of the inch-haired old man. His chest completely exploded and his body flew out, clanging against the wall of the Han family's hall. The walls, poured in cement, shuddered viciously. The inch-haired old man's eyes were wide and embedded in the wall. Dead. The remaining 4 people, almost scared silly. The body couldn't stop trembling and kept retreating. Where was the appearance of a high-ranking person who came out from the Kunlun ruins? What the hell is this? Why does it feel like a condensed Dan realm cultivator is as good as papier-mâché in front of this kid? The 4 cried out in their hearts. Yi Chen directly pulled over a Taisher chair and slowly sat down. You 4, kneel down. Yi Chen, you're doing this. An old man just opened his mouth. Ow. Bang. 2 voices, almost simultaneously. By the time they reacted, the old man who opened his mouth was gone. Looking back, he was lying silently on the wigwam dozens of meters away from the gate. A bull-sized hole in his chest with blood continuously bubbling out. His body was convulsing and he didn't look like he was going to survive. My lord, spare your life. The remaining 3 old men no longer dared to say another word. Flop. With a cry, he fell to his knees. Cultivators of the Kunlun ruins? Nothing more than that. Chapter 139, The Watchers. A cultivator from the Kunlun ruins actually knelt down just like that? The cultivator who had controlled the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years actually knelt down just like that? The cultivation that pressed down on the Dragon Kingdom and had been soliciting resources from the Dragon Kingdom actually knelt down just like that. Yi Chen. All of this was because of Yi Chen. This young man of less than 23 years of age. It's only 2 more months until his 23rd birthday, right? How is that possible? Where on earth did he get his strength from? The Dragon Lord looked at the 3 kneeling on the ground, his eyes full of shock. Unbelievable. Shocker. Spinning around, it transformed into excitement. Su Manchun, who was on the side, had an urge to cry. Yi Chen made a move for her and forcefully killed a Kunlun ruins cultivator. Even to Yi Chen, it was nothing at all. With those words, she is my person. If you hurt her, then die. A very middle of the road line. But it made Su Manchun fall completely. Amidst the 3 old men's terrified pleas for mercy, Yi Chen finished smoking a cigarette. The corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. 3 questions. You 3 grab the answers. Those who fail to snatch the answer will lose an arm and a leg. The voice was calm. In the ears of the 3 old men, it was like a bolt from the blue. What the hell? They were all ready to answer the question and there's this kind of punishment? Is this kid a devil that crawled out of hell? Cold sweat sprang out behind the three kneeling men all of a sudden. First question. What is your identity? We come from the Kunlun ruins. You can call us watchers. The purpose of our existence is to watch over the Dragon Kingdom. Among the three, the old man kneeling on the left was the first to grab an answer. Ye Feng smiled wryly, his gaze falling on the other two. You guys are too slow in grabbing the answer. Lose an arm of your own. Or let me do it? The corners of the eyes of the old man in the center twitched as cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ye Feng, just opened his mouth. Ye Feng bullied his way forward and directly clasped both arms of the old man in the center. Zira. Straight up rip. The arms of the old man in the center separated from his body, and the whole thing was dry. Ah. The old man in the center spasmed in pain. Ye Feng sat back in his eunuch chair. It's too noisy. If you scream anymore, I'll make sure that you'll never be able to make a sound again. Well. The pupils of the old man in the center contracted crazily, biting his tongue in death as blood gushed out, hardly daring to make a sound. The old man on the right immediately raised his hand, pulled out a dagger from his waist, and chopped off his own arm with a single slash. My lord, I'll do it myself. I don't need to bother you. The old man on his left secretly wiped a cold sweat when he saw this scene. Luckily, I managed to snatch the answer myself. The three people watching from the side, the Dragon Lord, Tang Lei, and Su Man-chun, stood in place, their faces flushed red. Ye Feng's methods were also too terrifying. No one can withstand the psychological pressure of this kind of killing and talking character. Second question. Why are you spying on the Dragon Kingdom? Who told you to do so? And what is the purpose of doing so? To blockade the Dragon Kingdom cultivation world. Behind it are the 5 great clans of Wang, Chu, Han, Zhao, and Duan. We're doing this in order to prevent powerful cultivators from appearing in the Dragon Kingdom and subvert Kunlun Ruins' control over the Dragon Kingdom. The old man in the center replied out with a swift and unobtrusive voice. Ye Feng looked at the other two who didn't answer. My lord, we understand. The two old men, their old faces turned white. The old man on the left, extremely dry, chopped off one of his arms. The old man on the right, who had just lost an arm, could only use his mouth to bite the dagger and chop off his only remaining arm. Ye Feng frowned. You guys control the Dragon Kingdom. For what? To plunder resources. For thousands of years, the whole world has been the backyard of the Kunlun Ruins, and the 5 great clans have controlled the Dragon Kingdom, plundering its cultivation resources, beautiful women, wealth, and medicinal herbs. Controlling a country for our families used to feed our 5 great clans. The major countries in the West are actually being secretly manipulated by those in the Kunlun Ruins. We don't care about what happens in the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world. Because no matter how much a martial arts cultivator grows, he can never be a match for a cultivator. The only thing we didn't expect was that you actually grew up and became a minor threat. Listen to the old man in the center. Ye Feng laughed. A small threat? The old man in the center nodded. Ye Feng, I admit that you are very powerful. Several of us are no match for you, but the strength of the Kunlun Ruins is far more terrifying than you can imagine 100,000 or 10,000 times. Even the nuclear bombs made by your modern technology can't harm the truly powerful people within the Kunlun Ruins. Can you understand that? Ye Feng's face was expressionless. The Dragon Lord's gaze was grave. Su Man-chun and Deng Lei, the two of them, froze in place in shock. A top practitioner who isn't even afraid of nuclear bombs? Is that still human? What's the difference between that and a god? Deng Lei swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The old man in the middle nodded. The top cultivators of the Kunlun Ruins, compared to you ordinary people. Saying it's God makes no difference. Eyes averted. It fell on Ye Feng's body. Ye Feng, you are very powerful. We didn't want to kill you in the beginning. We just wanted you to submit. And we promised that what happened here wouldn't be spread back to Kunlun Ruins. As long as you nod your head. From now on, you alone will have the final say in the entire Dragon Kingdom. What Dragon Lord, the 9,000 years, and the Duke of Wei are all puppets. Said. The old man in the center's face turned red as he laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha, how about it? Ye Feng, join us. Enslave Huaxia with us. Enslave the Dragon Kingdom. The power, status, and beauty of the Dragon Kingdom are yours to enjoy. He also glanced at Su Man-chun. A woman like her, you can play with 10 of them every day without repeating. You. Su Man-chun clenched her silver teeth and clenched her fists in death. Feeling humiliated, Ye Feng sneered. As long as I, Ye Feng, live, there is no way that anyone will enslave Huaxia, not even Kunlun Ruins. Ka-ching. With a sound, the head of the old man in the center was twisted off by Ye Feng. Toss it aside like it was trash. Yes. The Dragon Lord let out a low roar. The eyes of the nearly 100-year-old man became red and moist all at once, shoulders shaking slightly. Finally seeing hope after all these years. General Yi, Su Manchun stood up straight. Deng Lei's gaze towards Yichen also completely changed to awe. My lord, have mercy. Forgive me, my lord. The sudden scene frightened the two old men on the left and right, kowtowing frantically. Bang! Bang! Two muffled thuds that came to an abrupt end. It was not until dawn that Yichen left the Han family and just returned to the Dragon Lake Villa, ready to knock on the door and go in. Tick-tock. A call came in. Mr. Yi, come back if you have time. There was a strange woman who came down from the Kunlun Mountains and insisted on meeting the head of the Yi family, and the others refused to talk no matter how much they asked. Kunlun Mountain? Yichen withdrew his hand that was ready to knock on the door. Half an hour later, appeared outside the Yi family's old mansion. Mr. Yi, that's him. King Jiangnan pointed to a corner outside the door. There sat a young girl, dressed as a snowy mountain. There was also a Tibetan knife hanging from his waist. When she saw Yichen coming, she stared at him with watery eyes, staring at him warily. What kind of person are you? What are you doing staring at me like that? Yichen smiled. Don't you want to see the person in charge here? I am. It's you? The young girl froze and immediately pulled out a cell phone from her arms. My grandpa saved a man last night, in the snow. He was dying when we found him, and he kept shouting as he passed out, asking me to come here and inform you. Yichen looked towards the cell phone screen. In the blurry photo lay a man. Dad. Chapter 140, The Book of Life and Death reappears. The man in the photo was none other than Yi Lingyun, covered in coagulated blood. There are still healing wounds on his face, dry, cracked lips and deep eye sockets. It had only been a few days since they had seen each other, but Yi Lingyun had actually become like this. Tell me, where is my father now? How is the situation? Yichen grabbed the young girl's wrist, his eyes filled with blood. The young girl was startled, and subconsciously reached out, to draw the hidden knife at her waist. Say, but he was met with a low roar from Yichen, frightened to forget the movement in his hand. He said dumbly, my grandpa saved him, but it seems to be useless. He is dying. My Abba asked me to come here all night to inform you guys to see him for the last time. Yichen violently bellowed. Jiangnan King, prepare the airplane for me. Kunlun ruins. Inside a magnificent hall, the lights were brilliant. Around the large 8th century table sat 5 figures. There were 6 soul lamps sitting on the table, and without exception, all of them were extinguished. Dead. Actually all dead. A well-dressed old man with soybean-like eyes and a red mole on his nose was sullen. Next to him, a country-faced middle-aged man spoke coldly. It happened within a quarter of an hour. In other words, these 6 people were almost decapitated together. There isn't any martial arts cultivator in the Dragon Kingdom that possesses this kind of strength. That means they were rounded up and killed. End of speech. The remaining few people, their gazes were filled with an icy chill. Oh, so it was the official Dragon Kingdom that did it? It must be them. Other than the official forces of the Dragon Kingdom, who the hell can decapitate 6 condensed Dan realm cultivators in a quarter of an hour? Bang! A man with a full face clapped his hands together. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Have these pigs and dogs of the Dragon Kingdom turned against the heavens? What do they want? For so many years, the resources offered each year have become less and less, and now they actually dare to kill the people we sent out to spy on them. They simply deserve to die. The fat man was furious. A palm, so fat that it oozed oil, slapped the tabletop angrily. There was a constant thump, thump, thump sound, venting anger. How? Vote now? I support the extermination of the Dragon Kingdom. The fat man raised his hand at once. The old man with the red mole, the man with the country face, and the other remaining 4, looked at each other and raised their hands indifferently. The fat man nodded. Good. In that case, let's just exterminate this group of pigs and dogs. For s sake. How obedient the Qing was in the beginning, offering more and more resources year after year. This group of pigs and dogs in Huaxia are too disobedient. There must be a new ruler. I think the island nation is good. The country-faced old man looked over. Brother Chu, what do you mean? The fat man sneered. Support the island. Their people are obedient. As long as we let the island nation take control of Huaxia and we take control of the island nation, we can just have cultivation resources sent over every year, so as to avoid all that in the secular world from coming back so often. He shook his head. Isn't there some Yichen who seems to have risen to prominence recently? Guardians have been beheaded by him several times. This kid, too, is a hidden danger. The old man with the red mole sneered. Since it's a hidden danger, it should be nipped in the bud. The 5 men had some deliberation. Half an hour later, a young man, an old man, slowly walked into the conference room. You guys make a trip to the island and help them overthrow the Dragon Kingdom within 3 months. Also, a young man from the Dragon Kingdom named Yichen. Bring back his head. At the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, near a valley, the helicopter gunships came in sharply. hovering at an altitude of over 200 meters. Chroma pointed down, to a stone house at the entrance to the valley. That's it. Your father's in there. And there's a clearing 5 kilometers away where you can park your plane. No need. Yi Chen shook his head. One pulled open the cabin door. One step out of the way. Ah, are you crazy? Jumping. He jumped? Chroma dropped to the ground in shock and looked down in horror. King Jiangnan came over and stood at the edge of the cabin door. Looking down, even though he had seen it long ago, Yi Chen leapt down from 100 meters in the air. Seeing it again at this moment, his eyes also shrunk slightly. Bang! There was a loud bang. Yi Chen smashed into the ground, and the tundra around him dented. From a height of over 200 meters, Zhuoma was shocked to see that Yi Chen was walking towards the stone house as if nothing had happened. Chroma opened her little mouth. Oh my god. Is he the reincarnation of Hercules of the snowy mountains? Woof! Woof! The sound of a dog barking came from inside the stone house. 2 black Tibetan mastiffs rushed out with a ferocious gleam in their eyes. Get out! Yi Chen let out a low roar as an icy killing intent struck him. The 2 Tibetan mastiffs screamed twice in fear, actually lying directly on the ground, trembling all over. A Tibetan old man walked out and swept the 2 snow mastiffs in surprise. Their bloodline is so pure that they are not even afraid of snow leopards or tigers. Actually, by the aura of the youth in front of him, stared to the ground screaming. This youth in the end, what is the origin? Where's my dad? Your dad? The old Tibetan man was stunned and reacted instantly. Inside, you're finally here. He's dying. Get out of the way. Yi Chen's heart raced as he rushed into the stone house in one step. Yi Lingyun was lying on the bed. His eyes closed tightly and his lips had stiffened. As soon as Yi Chen clasped Yi Lingyun's wrist, an extremely weak pulse breath came from him, which was the pulse of someone on the verge of death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. A monstrous rage blossomed in Yi Chen's eyes as he took out a set of silver needles and stabbed into Yi Lingyun's body. You're still a doctor? The old Tibetan man was surprised. Yi Chen didn't reply. He took out a few more pills and pinched them into powder mixed with hot water and fed them to Yi Lingyun. Even so, it only made Yi Lingyun's pulse a little stronger and could not make him wake up. What the hell is going on here? Yi Chen turned back, his eyes cold. How did my father become like this? The old Tibetan man shook his head. My name is Gong Jie, and I have been guarding the foot of this snowy mountain since my grandfather's grandfather. Your father was picked up by me yesterday afternoon, on a snowy mountain. When? Old Gunga explained the situation. Yi Chen sank his face. It must be the Kunlun ruins. Kunlun ruins? Old Gunga looked deeply at Yi Chen and nodded to himself. That's right. I heard that after this snowy mountain, there is another mysterious land. It's called the Kunlun ruins, where the gods reside, filled with countless dangers. Your dad would be lucky to come back alive from his injuries if he accidentally went in there. Suddenly, Yi Lingyun sat up and spat out a mouthful of blood with 2 lifeless eyes, collapsed straight back down again. Dad, what's going on? I clearly stabilized my injuries just now. Yi Chen changed color. Old Gunga shook his head. Young man, it's useless. His soul has been lost in the Kunlun ruins. He vomited blood 7 or 8 times in one night. You can't save him even if you're a miracle doctor. No one can make my dad die. Yi Chen roared furiously, as if he had gone mad, raising his hand in the air. Book of Life and Death. Come out. Chapter 141, 1 month. Overthrowing the Dragon Kingdom. Hoo. The originally warm stone house became extremely gloomy all of a sudden. Where the stone wall was, a crack opened up, and inside was actually an endless abyss. The gates of hell, the dark ghostly aura, gale-like, continued to bubble outward. A book of life and death rolled up and white bones slowly flew out from it and landed in Yi Chen's hand. This is? The old Gonzo's jaw dropped in excitement, as if he had seen a ghost. Yi Chen ignored his reaction and directly opened the book of life and death to look for his father Yi Lingyun's birth date. Just cross out Yi Lingyun's name in the book of life and death, or increase his lifespan. Even if there was only a corpse left, his dad would never die. Enough to look for a whole circle. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Chen's forehead. What's going on? On the book of life and death, there's no name of my father. How can that be? Black and white. Get your ass out here. Charging the gates of hell with a roar. Xiaofukuan. 1 black and 1 white. 2 figures crawled out from it. Old Gunga's entire body stiffened in place, his lips turning white with fear and trembling. Black and white vagabond ghost general? Are you guys here to hook souls? Yi Chen shouted angrily. What's going on? How come there's no birth date for my father in the book of life and death? White impermanence hastened to explain. Young prefect, the book of life and death only records the birthdays of ordinary people. They were born. They died. They were doomed long ago. Only the cultivator goes against the heavens. Once he steps into the way of cultivation, from then on, he is not within the 6 paths and jumps out of the 5 elements. Birth, old age, Sickness and death are determined by the heavenly Tao. Naturally they are not in the book of life and death. Yi Chen froze and then became furious. My father is a cultivator? Impossible. You're fooling me? I'm going to make a trip back to hell myself and ask my 10 Yama masters. Having said that, straight to the gates of hell. About to enter it again. The black and white irregulars were startled and hurriedly stopped Yi Chen. Young prefect. You have already returned to the sun. You may not enter the hell again. Young prefect. I'm afraid that if you enter the hell again, you'll bring disaster to the hell. Moreover, your father is really a cultivator. If you don't believe me, just check his dantian. Dantian? Yi Chen turned back. His eyes fell on Yilingyun who was lying on the stone bed. His eyes narrowed and he utilized the penetrating heavenly eyes given to him by King Chu Jiang. Buzz dash. In a flash, a force struck. Yi Chen was surprised to find that his own eyes actually penetrated through his father's clothes. Continuing to concentrate, he looked toward the location of his father's dantian. Oh look, it was a shock. See only, father's dantian possessed countless cracks within it. Looking at the extent of the injuries, they were not caused recently at all, but at least 4 or 5 years ago. 4 or 5 years? Wouldn't that be the time when my family just suffered from the tragedy of extermination? Yi Chen sank his face. What's going on? Black Impermanence stepped forward to explain. Young prefect, during the time you were in hell, the 10 lords of Yen couldn't find your parents sent, precisely because both your parents were cultivators, jumping out of the 6 paths and 5 elements. Yi Chen's face became extremely ugly. He had already used his penetrating heavenly eyes to thoroughly check over his father's body. Father was once, indeed, a cultivator, but a body of strength, actually destroyed by someone to destroy the dantian. Hard to waste. The wounds within Yilingyun's dantian were all knife marks. Someone used a knife and stabbed into Yilingyun's dantian, slashing it like this. One can only imagine how much the father suffered at that time. No matter who you are, I, Yi Chen, will never be a human being until I make you pay for your blood and suffer 100 times more. Yi Chen roared. Zhang Nanwang stood outside the stone house with dozens of his men, Zhuo Ma and the others. Listening to Yi Chen's angry voice was interspersed with the wails of the severe ghosts roaming the sky. Completely frozen. Young prefect, unicorn blood can save lives. The black and white invincibles leave and the gates of hell close. Yi Chen drifted off, immediately doing as he was told. He cut his palm and blood dripped into Yilingyun's mouth. A few minutes later, Yilingyun's face did look a little better and his eyes moved. Open your eyes, Dad. Yi Chen excitedly stepped forward. Yilingyun glanced at Yi Chen and shook his head with a bitter smile. Chen Dad is useless. He didn't bring your mom back. Short sentence. Yi Chen's nose soured and tears welled up in his eyes. Dad, why didn't you tell me when you went to find my mom? Even if you entered the Kunlun ruins, I could have gone with you. Kunlun ruins? No. What Kunlun ruins? There is no Kunlun ruins. Yilingyun looked like he was irritated. Shake your head frantically. The whole thing was cowering under the covers, shivering constantly. There is no Kunlun ruin. There is no such thing as a Kunlun ruin in this world. Don't go there. Chener, you can't go there. Don't go. Yi Chen was heartbroken. God damn it. What did father go through in the Kunlun ruins? Let a soldier of the dragon soul. A man of iron blood. A man who is not afraid to die. How can you be so scared? Yi Chen suppressed the monstrous anger within him and went forward to hug Yilingyun. Dad. It's alright. There's no such thing as Kunlun ruins. You're right. Several silver needles flew out of his hand, and through the bedding, they did not enter Yilingyun's body. Gradually quieter. Breathing steadily. Lifting the bedding. Yilingyun had already fallen asleep. Yi Chen's eyes, however, grew colder and colder, and an unprecedented urge to kill was quietly born in Yi Chen's heart. A few minutes later, Yi Chen carried Yilingyun on his back and walked out of the stone house. Master, Zhang Nanwang quickly stepped forward. His men had already prepared a stretcher. Only after settling Yilingyun down did Yi Chen turn back, looking at both the old Gunga and Chroma, handing over a cell phone and the number. I don't know what you need, but starting today, whatever you ask for, call this number and my people will try to accommodate you. Grandpa, what is he? Just now, I saw him jump from an airplane that was several hundred meters away, and he was actually fine. Zhuoma's red face was filled with shock that had yet to dissipate. Old Gunga stared dead on in the direction Yi Chen had left, holding his cell phone and number in his hand. He's not human. He's a messenger from hell. He has come to purify this snowy mountain. Meanwhile, on top of the snowy mountains, there was a fluctuation in space somewhere, and a youth and old man, side by side, walked out, followed by a dozen figures. If someone were here, they would be shocked to find out. These people were all dressed in ancient costumes, like they had stepped out of a TV show. The secular world is really a place where birds don't. Not a single bit of aura? And still let us stay for 3 months. It won't take that long. Go directly to the island. If you really want to overthrow the Dragon Kingdom, you still need 3 months? A month? Enough. Chapter 142 Threats from the Island. Island. Tenno Palace. After Takuya Tojo succeeded to the throne of the emperor, with great difficulty, the country stabilized. The news from Shanghai, the Dragon Kingdom, finally came back. With such a big deal, the Dragon Kingdom officials have done their best to hide it for a day. Duke Liangjie is dead, killed by Ye Chen himself. Not only that, but the Lu family in Jiangnan and the Han family in Shanghai. There's also the king of Jinling who was beheaded by Ye Chen, and Yi Hongye of the Long Duyi family, who is Ye Chen's uncle, were all killed by Ye Chen himself. The Dragon Kingdom Martial Arts Directorate exists in name only. Most importantly, Duke Wei has been close to us for so many years. Now that he's dead and gone, I'm afraid that it will be difficult for the island nation to get information and benefits from the Dragon Nation in the future. Earlier, several martial arts clans were overthrown, and the Dragon Kingdom guardians were all decapitated by Ye Chen in several ways. Nowadays, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, I'm afraid that no one will be able to suppress Ye Chen anymore. The rise of the Central Ce family is just around the corner. Several ministers stood with their hands tied and reported in serious tones. Tojo Takuya's gaze brightened. This kid is actually so ruthless. From the time he killed Emperor Shoeirenji, I knew he was no ordinary person. There's also this. A few days ago the 9 Tibetan divine monks of the Sagittarius Monastery were chased into the Sagittarius Monastery by Ye Chen and beheaded. News came back from the Goliath nation's side that on the same day, State Master Kim Tae-ryong was forcefully beheaded by Ye Chen inside the Samsung Group's conference room. It's done and dusted. An island minister spoke, taking out 2 photos of the surveillance. The person inside was none other than Ye Chen. What? Tojo Takuya changed color. What realm is this guy's martial arts strength at? I don't know. The island minister who took out the photo shook his head. However, on the same day, an explosion occurred at a military base in Hawaii in the country of M. It is rumored that a nuclear bomb was accidentally ignited. M's super psychics, Thunder King and Storm Girl, are dead. Something noteworthy, the Thunder King and Storm Girl, the 9 hidden monks, and Kim Tai Lung, all of them are related to the Changbai mountain dragon vein from some time ago. Takuya Tojo froze. A horrible thought surfaced. You guys, could it be Ye Chen? The island ministers present were all stunned. Spin. No way. No matter how powerful Ye Chen is, he wouldn't dare to be an enemy of M country. He dared to kill a military base in M? Besides, if Ye Chen was at that military base, he would have been reduced to flying dust when the nuclear bomb exploded. Several ministers, shaking their heads. A middle-aged minister said, Your Majesty, you are too sensitive. Takuya Tojo nodded. He was indeed too sensitive. The words turned. However, this person living is a heavenly threat to the island nation. Do you have any ideas on how to deal with him? Your Majesty, look. An obese man stepped forward and handed over 2 pieces of information in his hand. Open it up. And each has a picture taped to it. Here are the personal details. Mu Xueqing, 22 years old, 167 centimeters, 46 kilograms. Xiao Charan, 22 years old, 170 centimeters, 48 kilograms. Takuya Tojo was a bit upset. What are you giving me information on 2 women for? The obese man grinned. Your Majesty, after Ye Chen disappeared for 5 years, as soon as he came back, he followed 2 women with a close relationship, and stayed overnight at their residence. Our men, who wanted to kidnap the 2, but Dragon Soul's secret agents, have been secretly protecting the villa all around. We didn't have a chance to do it, but Mu Xueqing has an investment company under her. A few years ago, Xiao Charan had a test tube in a hospital in M country and gave birth to a daughter for Ye Chen. Suddenly, a disdainful voice rang out from outside the Great Hall. This is the island's heavenly palace? Humph, a mere projectile. And you dare to call yourself an emperor? If it weren't for the fact that China is not subject to discipline, this kind of trash wouldn't be able to make it to the stage. As soon as the words left his mouth, the door was kicked open. A dozen men, dressed in ancient costumes, walked in. Shanghai, Yi family's old mansion. Yi Lingyun lay on the bed and fell into a deep sleep. After drinking the Qilin's blood, his injuries were much better, and Ye Chen's face was slightly pale due to blood loss. Mr. Yi, you'd better go and rest first, Jiangnan King reminded. You lost at least 1/3 of your Qi blood in order to save someone. Even if you are a highly powerful cultivator, you can't carry it. Ye Chen shook his head pale. Who said I'm a cultivator? You're not? The king of Jiangnan froze. Not quite. Ye Chen shook his head without much explanation. You go down first, I'll stay here with my dad. Okay. Seeing that persuasion was useless, Jiang Nanking could only exit the room and drank to his men at the door. From my personal warehouse, take a few hundred years worth of blood ginseng and boil them into ginseng soup and send them over. Centurion. Headquarters. MS. Lee. Happy cooperation. I'll trouble you to take care of Hong Kong Island in the future. Xiao Churan signed the contract and revealed a drop-dead gorgeous smile. Li Jiasun, sitting across from her, hurriedly got up and shook her hand. When he went back last night, Li Half-City immediately took out $30 billion in cash. Let Li Jiasun come to Shanghai early in the morning to sign a strategic cooperation agreement with Xiao Churan. Li Jiasun laughed. No offense, Mr. Xiao. It's my Hong Kong Island Li family that has climbed high. With Xiao Churan's status, as long as Yi Chen was alive, Centurion was bound to become the #1 group in Shanghai. The Yi family is bound to become the #1 family in the Dragon Kingdom. The Li family on Hong Kong Island is high on the list. No joke. Tick-tock dash. Excuse me, take this. Xiao Churan smiled shallowly and pulled out her cell phone to take a look, her eyes moving slightly. It was actually a call from a biocenter in M. It was at that biocenter that she did the test tube and gave birth to her daughter. Hello, Professor Maria, why are you calling? MS. Xiao. Some of the children who were in the same batch of test tubes as you before had mutations in their genes, and were calling to consult with you. On the other end of the phone, a white woman's voice came out. What? Xiao Churan became nervous all of a sudden. Genetic mutation. How could that happen? Because at the time, we used a clinical drug. There was a burst of explanation from the other side. It was about Xiao Buxue, and Xiao Churan was instantly disorganized. She nodded her head back and forth. Good. I know. Okay, no problem. Hanging up the phone, the joy of signing the contract was gone. The heart is incredibly heavy. Mr. Xiao, forgive me for speaking out of turn. What's wrong with you? Li Jiasun asked suspiciously. Xiao Churan frowned and shook his head. MS. Li, I'm sorry. I'm going to leave the company for a while next. But don't worry. Someone will be interfacing with you about the contract, and it's business as usual. If you'll excuse me. Carrying his satchel, he glanced inside and at his daughter's passport and quickly rushed out of the office. At the same time, he pulled out his cell phone and made a call. Hey, book me 2 tickets to M Country. Chapter 143, Hellish Punishment. What? Choran bought 2 tickets to America? Yi Chen had just finished his ginseng soup when a call came in. Mu Xueqing said, yes, the receptionist of her company called me. Churan left in such a hurry that he didn't explain his work, and he specifically instructed not to tell anyone. The receptionist was worried that something was wrong with Churan, so she secretly told me. Now she, and Unrepentant, are on their way to the airport. Yi Chen frowned. Hang up first, I'll contact Churan. She turned off her phone. I called dozens of times and couldn't get through. Otherwise I wouldn't have looked for you directly. Mu Xueqing shook her head and glanced at the traffic light. Well, not to mention, I'll be at your place right away. Churan's plane leaves in half an hour. I'll be at the airport right away. I might be able to stop her. Okay, I'll be right over. Yi Chen hung up the phone. He explained that Jiangnan Wang would keep an eye on Yilingyun and went straight to the airport. Under the speeding all the way, Yi Chen took 20 minutes to arrive at the airport. Mu Xueqing had already waited in the VIP parking area and shook her head at him. The plane took off 30 minutes early, and when I arrived, Churan had already left. What the hell for? Yi Chen was a bit angry. His relationship with Xiao Churan was about to go further. Why did the other side suddenly take their daughter and disappear to M? Mu Xueqing advised. Yi Chen, take it easy for now. Hatsuran isn't the impulsive type. There must be some reason. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. Mr. Yi. Looking back, Li Jiasun removed her large sunglasses and jogged all the way over. You haven't returned to Hong Kong Island yet? Yi Chen looked at Li Jiasun. Li Jiasun gave a shallow smile. I went back yesterday and rushed over early in the morning to sign the contract with Mr. Xiao. By the way, Mr. Yi, just now when Mr. Xiao was signing the contract, he received a call from abroad. By the sound of her voice, she seemed a little flustered, talking about some test tube, gene mutation or something like that. Hearing this, Yi Chen and Mu Xueqing were both stunned. It must be because of Unrepentant. Mu Xueqing came to a realization. Only Xiao Buxue could make Xiao Churan so dry. No one was notified. They just bought a plane ticket and headed to M. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. Isn't it too much of a coincidence that news suddenly came from the M countryside at this time? Tick-tock dash. Yi Chen's cell phone rang. The voice seemed extremely abrupt. Hello? Who? Hello? Mr. Yi. My name is Rudolph, a 5-star general of the M country. You must be in a hurry now that you are at the airport, right? Rudolph spoke fluent Mandarin. Yi Chen's voice sank. You're spying on me? The temperature in the entire VIP lounge dropped instantly. 30 meters away sat a mother and daughter. Across the room, in another booth, sat a couple of business elites sipping coffee. There's also the corner seat, where a white family of 3 sits. That's you. Yi Chen took one step. Bang! The landed in front of the white family of 3. Rudolph, I found your man. Raising his hand, he snapped it and grabbed the white man directly by the neck. Throw it straight out. There was a loud clunk. The white man spat out a mouthful of blood. What's going on? What's the fight about? The VIP lounge was a sensation. A few resting stewardesses immediately called for security personnel and surrounded Yi Chen. This gentleman, you actually dare to make a move in an international airport? Do you know what you are doing? What's the point of talking nonsense with him? Take him down immediately and send him to the police station. Mu Xueqing's face changed drastically, and she hurriedly ran over. I'm sorry, he's in a bad mood today. The white woman rushed over and picked up the injured man. Can you just beat people up when you're in a bad mood? Dragon Kingdom has gone too far. We must report this to the consulate. This is a diplomatic matter and I want him jailed. Take it away. A security guard drank low and was about to go forward to take down Yi Chen. I'll see who dares to touch him. A dainty cry came. The crowd looked back, only to see a woman in her early 20s, wearing a military uniform, rushing into the VIP lounge with a group of soldiers behind her. My God, Major General? A female Major General in her early 20s. Several business elites, staring in shock at the woman's shoulder patch. You guys are so bold. How dare you make a move against Marshal Long? Su Manchun was furious, and his soldiers rushed up and forced all the security guards back. What's wrong with Dragon Marshal? Can Dragon Marshal just beat up an international friend? A stewardess sneered. I see. This Long Shui is bullying people. Snap dash. Su Manchun slapped her across the face. For the sake of 2 secret agents, scolding the Dragon Marshal of your own country. Have you read too many little red books? Take it away. Yes. A few Dragon Soul generals stepped forward, and the stewardess directly went limp. Yi Chen took a step forward. Say, what is your mission? The white man spat out blood as he stiffened his mouth. This gentleman, I don't understand you. Ka Chow. Yi Chen directly kicked and the white man's head exploded, directly transformed into a headless male corpse. Blood splattered the VIP lounge. Ah, I say, my task is to spy on you. As early as half a month ago, you came into our sight. The white woman was so scared that she told everything, in front of everyone, with impunity, a foot on the head of a living person. It's horrible. This tactic is just like the devil Satan. What a secret agent. The crowd in the VIP hall backed up in fear and all vomited. On the other end of the phone, Rudolph's voice sank. We haven't even talked yet, and your excellency is killing my men. Isn't that too much? Excessive? Yi Chen's voice was icy cold. Rudolph, I'll just say one thing. You'd better not move a hair on my woman and daughter's head. Otherwise, I will personally appear before you and show you what it means to have a punishment that only exists in hell. I'll let you know that offending me, Yi Chen, it will take the lives of your entire family to pay for it. Just hang up. Meanwhile, in Country M, the 5-star building, inside an office, Rudolph slowly put down the phone. His face grim to the extreme. It's really interesting. After more than 100 years, there are still people who don't recognize M's position as the world's hegemon? Someone get me to the airport and pick up those 2 lovely ladies. I'd like to see how you, a tiny Yi Chen, can make me suffer the punishment in hell. The corner of his mouth, hooked up with a touch of arrogant disdain. Chapter 144, The Grim Reaper Comes. After hanging up, Yi Chen dialed another phone number. Hey, 10th senior sister. I need your help. Yeah, junior brother. On the other side of the ocean, Aisha was very excited when she received Yi Chen's call. Junior brother, tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Yi Chen said, help me check the whereabouts of a person. Rudolph, the 5-star general of M. Aisha on the other end of the line froze, but nodded anyway. Okay, I'll contact you as soon as I have news. Thanks, you're my junior brother. You're welcome. Aisha laughed. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen looked at Su Manchun. Prepare a plane for me. I'm going to make a trip to M country. Country M, deep within an incredibly luxurious manor. An old white butler was surprised. Grand Princess, what are you doing checking General Rudolph's whereabouts? Aisha grunted. Charles, do I need you to ask what I'm going to do? This, old butler Charles frowned and reminded. Great Princess, if you don't hand over that card, there's no way the several ladies will let you leave. The second and third mistresses have decided to announce your marriage to the Lewis family on your birthday. Aisha was stunned. With whom? Charles said. George Weldon. Aisha was shaking with anger. The Louis Vuitton family. A family that comes from selling garbage bags deserves to marry me. I just want my little masters. Tell them I won't say yes. Woo-hoo. Early the next morning, Rudolph washed up and came to his office in the 5-star building as fast as he could, and the blonde female secretary had been waiting for a long time. General Rudolph. Good morning. Last night, did you sleep well? It's good. As bright as the sunshine today. Rudolph took the coffee handed to him by the female secretary. By the way, has the mother and daughter arrived yet? The female secretary replied. Don't worry. The plane has just landed. The people are already under our control. What next? Rudolph picked up the bread and took a nibble. This mother and daughter are very important. An important bargaining chip for us to negotiate with the dragons. Bring them to the 5-star building and put them in the deepest prison. The female secretary sucked in a breath of cold air. General, the prison underneath the 5-star building holds the world's most vicious prisoners. Won't it be a problem to put 2 tender women in there? Rudolph gave a laugh. Ha ha ha. Then they'll have to fend for themselves and pray those steel railings are tough enough. The female secretary showed a look of sympathy. The prison under the 5-star building. She had been there once. Just accompanying Rudolph would not want to go down again. There, it was hell on earth. The criminals incarcerated there are all demons on earth. By the way, General, at noon at Lincoln Manor, there is a banquet that you need to attend. The female secretary winced before her words changed. Rudolph glanced at the clock on the wall. Lincoln Manor? Shout Wilson on. My good boy. There should be a lot of celebrities out today. At noon, on the outskirts of the capital of Lincoln Manor, countless officials and dignitaries have long since arrived in advance. A clean-cut suit and tuxedo, dressed as a socialite. At the drop of a hat it's all about stock financing, the world landscape, gold, oil, jewelry, war. Ha 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 ha. We won that battle again last year. 1 billion barrels of crude oil brought back to It made my wealth go up by 15%. Those desert people are so stupid. Just a few words and they'll beat their heads in. The last time the island had that wave of yen harvesting, we shorted the island directly. Hey, the Mitsubishi Foundation almost went bankrupt. Alas, the Dragon Kingdom has been in a weird situation lately, but I haven't made much money. Suddenly, a rich man's words changed. Dragon Kingdom. In the last decade or so, it has risen rapidly, and recently, I even heard that a martial artist with great kung fu has emerged. A financial predator frowned. He had been to Hong Kong Island in Shanghai, so he had heard some information. Kung fu? Ha ha ha. Dragon Kingdom Kung Fu? What era is this? I heard that those martial arts masters can resist bullets, but can they resist nuclear bombs? Can Kung Fu be as good as our shifters? The whole room laughed. Behind a group of rich white bigots sat an old man in a tang suit. A young girl beside her spoke up. Dad, the person they're talking about. I've heard of him as well. He seems to be called something like Yichin. The old man in the tang suit was called Tang Yuanhua, the capital of the boss of Chinese Street. The young girl, named Tang Yun, is 20 years old and is his youngest daughter. Tang Yuanhua's grandfather was the godfather of the Hung sect in Shanghai, and later disappeared far away from to establish the Chinese Street. For so many years, he had never set foot on Dragon Country soil, yet he was still treated as an outsider by unable to integrate into the circle. If it were not for his special status as an overseas Chinese godfather, today he is not qualified to come here. Even so, Tang Yuanhua was still placed in the corner, watching the group of white nobles talk from afar. It doesn't blend in at all. Tang Yuanhua nodded. His information? I've studied it, but it should be fake. This Yichen was 18 years old when his family was wiped out, and suddenly came back after being missing for 5 years. With lightning speed, he exterminated several martial arts clans in the Dragon Kingdom and got into trouble with the Martial Arts Bureau. He shook his head. The Martial Arts Clan and the Martial Arts Bureau can't be subverted by a single person. Tang Yun's Danfeng eyes blinked. A typical Oriental beauty. Dad, do you mean the official Dragon Kingdom? Tang Yuanhua hummed lightly. Other than the official Dragon Kingdom, who is so capable? Tang Yun continued. Dad, the Dragon Kingdom has developed very quickly over the years, and is already strong enough to arm wrestle with Why don't we gather our assets and go back to the Dragon Kingdom? Back to the Dragon Kingdom? Tang Yuanhua's old face sank, specifically biting the word back particularly hard as he reprimanded. Rhyme, how many times have I told you? We're native to country. What do you mean? Back in the Dragon Kingdom? Tang Yun sighed. Dad, in our bodies, after all, we have Chinese blood. Even if we are in we can't change this fact. You shut up. Tang Yuanhua shouted angrily and clapped his hands. Swish dash. The scene instantly quieted down, and countless white people turned around and looked toward Tang Yuanhua in displeasure. There was contempt and disgust in their eyes, and others covered their noses. It stinks to high heaven. Who put these yellow pigs in here? What are you talking about? The few juniors who followed Tang Yuanhua here clenched their fists in anger. Shut up, you guys! Tang Yuanhua's face was ironic as he scolded a few people to sit down. A few more "mu sorry" and the like were uttered to a group of white aristocrats, causing a round of laughter. Tang Yun reddened her eyes. Dad, let's go. Why are you making a fool of yourself like this? Tang Yuanhua coldly swept a glance at his daughter. Well, General Rudolph will be there in person today. He's a 5-star general, and he's a nobleman personally ordained by the Queen of Europe. So later on, if you get to know his eldest son Wilson better, maybe our Tang family will be able to completely integrate into the upper echelons of the M country. Look at Tang Yuanhua's appearance. Tang Yun let out a long sigh. General Rudolph has arrived. A loud voice rang out. Countless white people rose and headed toward the entrance of the venue, only to see that an antique vintage car from the last century drove directly into the venue and parked in the most conspicuous position. A white middle-aged man with a straight posture stepped out of the car with an incredibly handsome white young man. General Rudolph, you are here. Mr. Wilson, it's really good to see you. The crowd was in a frenzy. Bang! At the entrance to the venue, there was another muffled thud, interspersed with the screams of the guards. Who's so bold as to hit someone here? The white noble gentlemen all looked on in surprise, only to see, at the entrance of the venue lay a dozen or so GIs, their arms and legs all twisted in an extremely horrifying arc, wailing in agony. A Chinese youth walked into the venue with his hands behind his back and cold eyes. Rudolph, didn't you want to talk to me? I'm coming. Chapter 145. Ye Chen. I was wrong. It's you? Rudolph was so startled that he couldn't believe his eyes. Are you dreaming? The person in front of you is Ye Chen? It was almost identical to the face he had seen in the photograph. He came straight to him? How can that be? So decisive? Who's this? Tang Yuanhua frowned. Tang Yun covered her small mouth, excited beyond belief. Dad, haven't you checked his information? This is Ye Chen. He's that Ye Chen? Tang Yuanhua opened his mouth. Ye Chen's ice-cold eyes, ignoring the others present, directly locked onto Rudolph. Hand over Charon and Unrepentant. If they are missing a single hair of sweat, I promise what I said on the phone will be honored immediately. Rudolph couldn't help it and snorted a laugh. Ha ha, Ye Chen, this is M country. Do you think it's Dragon country? Dad, leave it to me. Wilson took a step forward. Rudolph swept him off his feet. His son was growing up and was supposed to be on his own. It's near the capital again. Lincoln Manor, it should be fine. Nodded and stepped aside. Wilson scornfully swept a glance at Ye Chen. I've read the information in Dad's office. You're that Ye Chen or whatever. No one can save you if you dare to break into Lincoln Manor. Marine's out of line. Bring him back to me, and if he resists, shoot him dead. The words just fell. A group of armed GIs, loaded, rushed out. Dozens of automatic rifles with their muzzles aimed at Ye Chen's head. A few robust white soldiers, even more so with shackles made of special metals, came striding towards Ye Chen. Wilson spoke out indifferently. Ye Chen, I know that your Dragon Kingdom's martial artists can resist bullets with their astral energy, but let me remind you, in these people's guns, there are special armor-piercing bullets. They can directly pierce through a martial artist's astral energy. If you dare to resist, bang, blow your head off. Wilson grinned a threatening grin. Ha 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 ha, Major Wilson, you have a great sense of humor. The other white men and women around them, all with tall glasses in their hands, laughed teasingly. At the same time, the two white soldiers had already walked up to Ye Chen's body, and the shackles in their hands snapped towards him. Ye Chen kicked out twice, and the two white soldiers flew out on the spot and fell into a group of guests. Ah, there were screams and screams. Many of the white guests had their arms and legs broken and were constantly spitting blood. Those two white GIs, a horrible hole appeared in their chest position, completely penetrating. How dare you resist? Shoot me, Wilson bellowed. Da-da-da-da. Special bullets poured out. The smoke filled the air, drowning Ye Chen directly. Tang Yun opened her mouth. He died this way? Tang Yuanhua sighed. Alas, how can a mortal body resist being bombarded by so many bullets in turn? Not quite right. Tang Yun shook her head and stared dead at the smoke that enveloped Ye Chen. A cloudy wind blew and the smoke cleared. Ah, Dad, look, Tang Yun exclaimed. What's wrong? Tang Yuanhua reared his head to look at it, and his entire body completely stiffened. See only. Ye Chen stood still as if nothing had happened, and at his feet were piles of special bullets. Fark! My God! How is this possible? Is he Iron Man? A group of white guests in the audience froze in fear. Ye Chen shook his head. This is the special bullet you guys have researched? It doesn't seem to be as good as Hawaii's nuclear bomb. What did you say? Wilson, startled, looked back at Rudolph. Rudolph's eyes contracted for a moment. Could it be that you? Ye Chen didn't bother to talk nonsense. His foot stomped, and a tsunami-like chi force erupted. Tens of thousands of special bullets flew out from under his feet, following the trajectory from which they had come, and rushed into the group of armed GIs. Blood splatters. 1,000 holes. Wherever the special bullets passed through, flesh and blood exploded, and hundreds of armed soldiers were shot into a bloody mist on the spot. Oh, sell the cake. Many of the white powers that be sat on their asses in fear. Ye Chen moved, taking a step forward. God landed in front of Rudolph, raising a hand around his neck. Rudolph's feet left the ground. Say, where are they? Let go of my dad. Wilson drew his sidearm and aimed it at Ye Chen's head, snorting coldly and threateningly. Ye Chen didn't even look at him, and with a backhand slap, a terrifying chi force smashed in. Put. Wilson disappeared on the spot, leaving only a mist of blood in its place. The entire Lincoln Manor plunged into deathly silence. All that was left was Rudolph's agonized wail. Ah, son, my son. Fark. Tang Yun looked dumbfounded. She had Ye Chen's information in her hand, and one of the introductory sentences was, "This son is resolute in killing." She had thought that Ye Chen possessed a thunderous and ironic approach, but she hadn't expected it to be literal, killing and decisive. What a real killjoy. Slapping a living person into a bloody mist? What power that would take. I'll ask you one last time. Choran. Unrepentant. Where are they? Ye Chen's voice, still calm, at this moment, in the ears of the people present, it was like a demon from hell. Rudolph was trembling with anger. His forehead veins rippled, and he held Ye Chen's hand that was choking him to death. Ye Chen, you killed my son. You. Ye Chen shouted violently. Not only am I going to kill your son, I'm going to kill your entire family. Raising his hand, he grabbed one of Rudolph's thighs. Zilla dash. Rip it right off. For every minute that passes next, I'll rip off one of your arms and legs, or, alternatively, gut you. I'll see if you bleed to death or die of living pain. The words fell. Ye Chen's 5 fingers were like knives, piercing through Rudolph's plump stomach and digging out the complete liver with precision. Raise it high in front of everyone. A pinch. Hiss. My God. The white guests who were there had long been scared out of their wits and had no color. Tang Yun stiffened in place. Shocked. Dad. Tang Yuanhua took a handkerchief and kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Don't talk. Ah. When Rudolph heard Ye Chen's words, he was so scared that he trembled, and could no longer hold back his pleas for mercy. Ye Chen, I was wrong. I shouldn't have messed with you. Your woman and daughter were sent by me to the underground prison of the 5-star building. A 5-star building? Underground prison? Ye Chen's eyes narrowed, like throwing a dead dog. Clunked Rudolph onto the vintage car. Ye Chen directly sat in and ordered the driver, drive, to the 5-star building. With the sound of the engine, Ye Chen raised his head and left. Lincoln Manor was in chaos. A group of white men, which reacted by pulling out their cell phones. Hey, notify the 5-star building. That devil is coming. Chapter 146, I will exterminate his entire clan. Hey, what's up? It's not work time. His Excellency the President has taken a nap. 5-star building. Inside an office at the top, a middle-aged man, answering the phone, said with some grumbling. The other party's voice was urgent. Something big has happened. That young man from the Dragon Kingdom. A minute later, the middle-aged man hurriedly pushed open Koam's bedroom and woke up Koam, who had just fallen asleep, with a grave expression. Your Excellency the President, you can't go on sleeping. Something's wrong. What is it? Koam opened his eyes unhappily, forcing a look of energy into his tired face. He is in his 70s and still serving this empire. The middle-aged man was Koam's butler, and had always known his way around. Otherwise he wouldn't have been brought to work in the 5-star building. Sir, 10 minutes ago, that Ye Chen from the Dragon Kingdom went to Lincoln Manor and killed General Rudolph's son Wilson in public. And, with General Rudolph in tow, he seems to be heading toward the 5-star building. The middle-aged man reported with a serious face. Tram froze for a few seconds. Drowsiness instantly disappeared. Putting down the coffee he had just brought up, he said in surprise, What did you say? That Ye Chen from the Dragon Kingdom? Yes. The words just fell. Tick-tock dash. An alarm sounded in the bedroom. In the next second, there was a loud clang of steel plates closing, and all the windows were all closed by special alloys, so that even if there was a nuclear explosion outside, it couldn't affect the inside of the room. Da-da-da-da. There was a sound of footsteps outside the house. Tram walked out with a grimace on his face, only to see a group of agents in black suits, guarding every corner of the office. Tram looked to a middle-aged white man. Bond, what's going on? King M's brand agents, who have been safely securing the 5-star building for 20 years. There has not been a single mistake. Online Agent 007. The the man on whom the movie was supposedly based. Agent Bond walked up quickly and handed over a laptop. Sir, there's something going on out there. Someone's broken into the 5-star building. What? Chuan was shocked. How is that possible? Who is so bold? This is the safest place in the world. Bar none. Wait. Suddenly, again, it was as if something occurred to Tram. Could it be him? Agent Bond happened to have his laptop open, and on the screen was none other than the surveillance feed. See only. A young man with a Chinese face just calmly squeezed Rudolph's neck, bringing blood all the way to his feet. Ignoring the 5-star building's defenses, under a variety of special bullets, laser weapons, poisons, and high-voltage electricity bombardment, walk into the 5-star building. Sure enough, it's him, Yi Chen. Kawam sucked in a breath of cold air. Agent Bond said seriously, Sir, the other party doesn't seem to be targeting you. He went all the way to the deepest prison in the 5-star building. You'll be fine if you stay in this room. Meanwhile, Yi Chen strangled Rudolph's neck and reached before an elevator. This is the entrance to the prison, and the only way to open this elevator is with my palm print. My lord, let me open the elevator for you. Rudolph shuddered as blood continued to pour out of the holes in his thighs and stomach. By all accounts, he lost a lot of blood. Definitely die of shock. But after Yi Chen took out a few silver needles and stabbed them into his body, Rudolph actually never showed any signs of fainting. Could it be that Yi Chen was still a divine doctor? Yi Chen didn't bother with nonsense and threw a punch. Clang! With a loud bang, the alloy-forged elevator door completely twisted. He carried Rudolph and took a step into the elevator car. Bang! A foot stomped down hard. The floor of the elevator exploded, and the two men fell down the shaft. Ah! You're crazy! In order to prevent those prisoners from escaping, the prison was built 300 meters deep underground. And for you to jump like this is equivalent to jumping from a 60-story building. You crazy bastard. Why did I mess with you? We'll surely fall to pieces. Rudolph paled. Keep praying. A dozen seconds later, only a muffled clunk was heard. Yi Chen landed on the ground unharmed, still carrying Rudolph in his hand. Even Rudolph's face was only like 10 centimeters from the ground, and if he took one more step forward, he would surely fall into mush. Are you a human or a ghost? Rudolph's inner defenses completely collapsed. If he was given another chance, he would die without messing with this devil from China. Ah, my woman and daughter. Where are they? Up ahead. Turn left. Rudolph's teeth were chattering. Yi Chen led Rudolph and followed his route all the way. The moment the elevator was destroyed, the alarm had already sounded in the underground prison, and countless prison guardians with loaded guns rushed over. When they saw Rudolph being held hostage by Yi Chen, they all froze for a moment. I don't care what you are. Release General Rudolph at once. A white man with a grim face and a wolf-like breath shouted coldly. Yi Chen ignored his threat and walked towards the front. Seek death. The white man swooped in, pouncing on Yi Chen like a hungry wolf. The moment it was about to touch Yi Chen throws a leg kick. Bang! The white man flew out and hit the steel-shaped wall, his body bursting into flames. Greedy wolf. The rest of the prison guardians sucked in a breath of cold air, staring at the Chinese youth in horror. Greedy wolf was the global dark ranking, the 23rd strongest, being kicked to death by the person in front of him. Who the hell is this guy? While these country powerhouses were fuming, Yi Chen had already walked over, his eyes coldly sweeping them. Scram! Those who stand in the way, die. These country powerhouses shivered and actually did make way. Let Yi Chen pass. The journey was unimpeded. And even if there were any ungrateful people, they were killed by Yi Chen in a single move. 5 minutes later, Yi Chen finally arrived in front of a special alloy cell. Xiao Charan was curled up in the corner, and Xiao Buren, who was cradled in his arms, had already fallen asleep. The woman's hair was disheveled and her lips were stupidly white, obviously much surprised. Shu ran. Yi Chen? Xiao Charan turned around, and when she saw Yi Chen standing outside the cell, tears sprang out at once. Am I dreaming? You actually came here. Ooh-hoo. It must be a dream. Ooh-hoo. Choran. It's all true. Yi Chen casually discarded Rudolph. Both hands gripped the special alloy fence with both hands. Click 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 click. A sound of twisting metal rang out. Hiss. My god. Those country powerhouses following behind almost had their hearts explode in fear when they saw this scene. These special alloys, they can carry the bombardment of cannons. They couldn't destroy it with all the means at their disposal. The Chinese youth in front of him actually destroyed it casually, in plain sight. Yi Chen took a step into the prison cell and looked at Xiao Charan with concern. Is Unrepentant okay? Did they do anything to you? Tell me. Anyone who curses you, I'll destroy his entire clan. Anyone who hurts you, I'll destroy his entire clan. Anyone who insults you, I'll destroy his entire clan. Chapter 147, You want to use me? In your next life, Xiao Churan was completely frozen. She never dreamed that Yi Chen would actually come. Yi Chen, it's you? Is it really you? Holding Xiao Buxi, she jumped into Yi Chen's arms. Can't stop the sobbing. Yi Chen rubbed her head. It's me. You and Bu Xia are safe. Let's get out of here first. That's all. He wrapped one arm around Xiao Churan and grabbed in the air with his other hand. Rudolph flew over and his neck fell into Yi Chen's hands as he walked towards the outside of the prison. The whole time, no one dared to stop. When he came to the elevator, it had long been destroyed by Yi Chen. His eyes narrowed and he grabbed Rudolph and threw him out towards the top of his head. Don't! Rudolph screamed in terror and flew out like a rocket. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the underground prison, Kawam stood outside the security zone, with tens of thousands of M special forces already surrounding him on all sides. Loaded guns. Aim at the entrance to the underground prison. Ah! With a miserable scream, a figure flew out. Fire! Agent Bond let out a low gulp. Rudolph screamed like a broken voice. Do not fire! I am Admiral Rudolph. Mr. President, I am not dead. Tram bellowed. General Rudolph? Help! Agent Bond ordered. And a group of paramedics swarmed in, ready to carry Rudolph away. I gave you permission to save him? At the same time, an extremely cold voice resounded from the entrance of the prison that was as cold as the entrance to hell. Who's talking? All the paramedics. Scared stiff in place. Thrilled, he looked at the entrance to the prison. See only, a family of 3, slowly walking out. Fire! Agent Bond let out a low whistle. Da-da-da-da. The bullets passed through a dozen or so paramedics, instantly knocking them into a bloody mist as they came towards Yi Chen's family of 3. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he took a step in front of Xiao Churan and let the bullets fall on his body. A full 5 minutes passed, and the entrance to the prison was a hornet's nest of smoke and dust. Yi Chen's family of 3 disappeared into the smoke. Mr. Kawam, finish the job. Agent Bond revealed a smirk and walked over to Kawam with a slight grin. Any fear stems from a lack of firepower. Even a god, under the pressure of special armor-piercing bullets, there is no flesh and blood left. Behind you, Tram's eyes contracted for a moment. Agent Bond subconsciously turned back. The scene in front of him completely stunned him, only to see that the Chinese youth was still standing in place, surrounded by a pile of bullet heads half a meter deep. Xiao Churan, who was behind her, was even whiter, and her lips couldn't stop trembling, deadly holding Xiao Buxi in his arms. Yi Chen's eyes, unprecedentedly cold. You scared my woman and daughter. Damn it! One step forward, straight at Agent Bond. Stop him! Agent Bond yelled. A few Xenos rushed out. Yi Chen didn't bother to give them a second glance. Smashing out a few punches consecutively, these Xenos exploded like watermelons, blood staining the spot. Click! A bang! One clasped Agent Bond's neck and, without hesitation, crushed it. Put! Blood spurted from Agent Bond's broken neck and spilled onto Tram's face. Puff! Chuan was so scared that he dropped his butt to the ground. This 70-year-old man, shocked, pointed at Yi Chen. You dare! Hiss! Oh, the cake seller! My god! All of the M-country special forces present were scared silly. One jaw dropped. Watch this with horror. Yi Chen stood tall and looked down at Kawam. It's your intention to capture my woman and daughter? Kawam's eyes contracted wildly. At this moment, he had an intuition that if he didn't answer truthfully, the madman in front of him would even dare to kill him. No! Trunks shook his head. I didn't even know about this until then. I had the information on you, and you were listed as one of the biggest threats to M, but I haven't figured out what to do with you yet. And it's all General Rudolph's doing. Yi Chen laughed. Rudolph? He's already been beaten to a pulp by your men. Chuan Mu hurriedly said. Your Excellency Yi Chen, you have to trust me. I swear, I really hadn't thought about how to deal with you when Rudolph went private and took your woman and child. I swear to God, I didn't even know about this until you entered the 5-star building. Yi Chen's face fluctuated, just as he was considering how to deal with Kawam. Behind, a threatening voice rang out. Yi Chen, how dare you? How dare you hold Mr. Chuan hostage? Do you know his identity? If you dare to lift a finger on him, I guarantee that M country will immediately go to war against Dragon country. Looking back, a blonde woman, early 40s, a professional suit and high heels, beside him, followed by a large group of shifters. She was protected in the center. Rohe, what are you babbling about? Chuan had Yi Chen's information in his hands and knew the person in front of him very well. Killing and decisive. Extremely dry. Once enraged, he would really kill himself. Orochi revealed a smirk. Don't worry, Mr. President, this dragon nation will never dare to touch you. If he dares to touch you for a moment, I will immediately send troops to the Dragon Kingdom and completely overthrow it. Even if this dragon nation man is bold, he would never dare to harm you, let alone kill you. She knew Ye Chen equally well. Just stimulate this person, kill Trum and she'll go straight to the top. Sure enough, Ye Chen's eyes gradually turned cold. I wouldn't dare? Trunks was completely enraged. Fark, Arohi, you madman. Your Excellency Ye Chen, this woman is deliberately provoking you. You should not believe her words. Orochi snorted lightly, his face full of disdain. Ye Chen, I'll bet you don't dare. Your family is in the Dragon Kingdom, and what you care about is in the Dragon Kingdom. How could you possibly dare to kill Kawam? Much less dare to make an enemy of the world's #1 country. Ye Chen nodded. I'll kill you, Lord Ye Chen. Don't. Tram blanched. At the same time, Ye Chen moved, and Kawam closed his eyes in fear, just when he thought he was bound to die. Ah, put. There were screams, accompanied by the sound of flesh and blood being torn apart. Next, what are you doing? Alohi's horrified voice came to his ears. Kawam opened his eyes and couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before him. Ye Chen stood in front of Orochi, one hand clasping her neck, and behind him, the bodies of dozens of Xenos lay strewn about, none of them intact. All died violently. Arohi's feet left the ground, and he was thus lifted in midair by Ye Chen. With terrified eyes, she exclaimed, Ye Chen, what are you doing? Quickly let go of me. Ye Chen's faint voice rang out. I'm not afraid of being an enemy of M country, but I hate it even more, being used as a knife. You want to use me? In your next life. Kaching dash. A crunch. Oroshi's neck snapped and was tossed aside like garbage. To his death. A look of horror lingered on his face, as if to ask, is he actually dead? A white man in a suit yelled. He killed the vice president. Take down this dragon nation. Tens of thousands of loaded special forces members came towards Ye Chen. Stop. I'll see who dares to touch Mr. Yi. Trunks slowly stood up and wiped the blood from his face, his falcon-like eyes sweeping around. From now on, Mr. Yi is the most honored friend of M country. What? Everyone turned around at the same time and gulped, looking at Kawam in shock. Chapter 148, 10th Senior Sister. Birthday. Several white men who followed Arohi were filled with anger. Mr. Kawam, what do you mean by this? Ye Chen killed the vice president. And you're actually saying that he's M's most honored friend? The questioning just rang out. Tram raised his hand and drew the sidearm of the guard next to him. Bang! The gun went off. The white man who opened his mouth fell straight down. The bullet was accurate and pierced the skull. The people of M who were present were all dumbfounded. A shocked face looked at Kawam. The 70-plus-year-old man is actually a sharpshooter? Kawam was full of wolf-like sneers. I've been playing with guns since I was 6 years old, and there's no one who knows more about shooting than me. By the way, who else saw that Mr. Yi killed Alohi? I can plainly see that poor Alohi choked to death on a piece of cheese at breakfast this morning. The words fell. The gun was pointed at a middle-aged white man who had followed Arohi. You think so? I saw it with my own eyes. This middle-aged white man nodded in fear. Tram immediately ordered, take all these people away to the Federal Bureau. Whoever dares to leak a word about what happened in the 5-star building today, let him disappear forever. Send more people to Lincoln Manor. Anyone who has seen Mr. Yi today, all give me a gag order. Whoever dares to divulge it, let him disappear just the same. The dozens of people who followed Arohi here instantly turned pale. Those who entered the Federal Bureau have since disappeared completely, and no trace of them can be found. What are you all waiting for? The alert is lifted. You may withdraw your troops. Tram looked at the group of specialists. A general was startled. Your Excellency the President. This Dragon Nation man is extremely dangerous. He is now one of the top 10 most dangerous people in the country of M. He's on the list of terrorists. Dangerous people, and uncertain terrorists. We'll be in danger if we leave you. Nervously, he stared at Ye Chen. Trunks shook his head. Can you stop His Excellency Ye Chen by staying here? The white general was dumbfounded. General Bart, withdraw with your men. Yes. Bart had no choice but to command the special forces to leave. By now, only a few people remained at the entrance of the messy prison. As he watched Xuan walk towards him, Ye Chen spoke in a commanding manner. Prepare a plane for me to go to the Dragon Kingdom. Trunks immediately ordered and received a reply from his men. Mr. Yi, the plane will take off in 20 minutes at the earliest. Is that okay? Ye Chen ignored his words. Looking toward Xiao Charan, you and your daughter go back to your country first. What about you? If we get on the plane together, according to M country's character, they will definitely attack this plane with missiles halfway. Ye Chen icily swept a glance at Xuan. I'll stay in M. Pick up the video with me when you get back home. If you damage a single hair, I'll slaughter the entire 5-star building. Tram was startled. Ye Chen's guess was good. If Ye Chen dared to get on the plane would definitely explode over the Pacific Ocean. A threat like Ye Chen could be gotten rid of. definitely not left behind. But, this kid actually said that he slaughtered the entire 5-star building? Is he crazy? Trunks thought with horror. Instead, there was a gut feeling in the back of his mind. The young man from the Dragon Kingdom in front of me had this kind of strength. But Xiao Charan looked worried, just in time to see Yi Chen's firm and confident eyes. Don't worry, haven't you seen my strength? There is no one on earth who can hurt your man. Yi Chen smiled. Who said you were my man? It's not like we've had anything. Xiao Charan lowered her head and spat. The heart, however, was a little sweet, as if it were a deer in headlights. His eyes were a bit drawn, and he swept a glance at Yi Chen. I'll wait for you back in my country. Witness Xiao Charan and her daughter leaving. Yi Chen retracted his gaze and landed on Chum. Until my woman arrives home safely, you are not allowed to take half a step out of my sight. Okay. Kawam looked like a deflated ball. 10 minutes later, inside the office that represents the highest authority in the country of M. If someone was here, they would definitely be shocked to death alive by the scene in front of them. See only, a young, uncharacteristically young dragon, sitting in a chair at a desk. The real owner of this chair, Kawam, was however on the sidelines, boiling water for tea. This is the big red robe that you sent with state gift specifications when the former president visited the Dragon Kingdom. Mr. Yi, please have some tea. Yi Chen picked it up and casually took a sip. Chuan also poured himself a cup, with a face of enjoyment. It's fragrant and delicious, and it tastes sweet in the mouth. There is no one who knows more about Dragon Kingdom tea than me. Yi Chen. Trunks turned his words around and spoke with a grave expression. Mr. Yi, are you willing to join M country? As long as you nod your head, you don't have to do anything. Just leave everything to me. I'll bring your wife, daughter, parents, and all of them to M. Enjoy presidential treatment. Go to the best schools, with the best medical care. All the continents of the country. You can have a vacation estate built for you. You can enjoy your life here to your heart's content. And whatever resources you want, I promise I can find them for you. Facing Trum's pull, Yi Chen had no fluctuations. School? The schools in Dragonland aren't bad either. As for medical care, he was a god of medicine himself. So did he need a doctor? As for resources, he was more than lacking. The Chaos Cauldron can constantly synthesize herbs, using roadside weeds, which equates to unlimited resources. What do you think? Yi Chen seemed to be smiling. Chuan was disappointed and let out a long sigh. Alas, the Dragon Kingdom has Mr. Yi, and no one will dare to commit a crime within 100 years. Jingle bells dash. Suddenly, on the desk, the phone rings. Yi Chen gave a look, and Chuan Mu naturally understood. Hit the outgoing button. Hello, what's up? A voice rang out from across the room. Your Excellency the President. The latest news from the island nation is that Yi Chen of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts world is terrifyingly strong, and has seriously threatened the island nation's security. So I hope that M can help the island nation find a chance to decapitate Yi Chen. The words landed. Inside the office, there was dead silence. Boom dash. A terrifying killing intent instantly enveloped the entire office. Kawam stiffened in place, sweat pouring out like a spring. At this moment, he felt that the youth in front of him was like a god of death crawling out of hell. Yi Chen's eyes grew colder and colder. Island. Ha, Mr. Kawam, are you listening? After a long time, an inquiring voice came from across the room. It was then that Trunks reacted and cursed. Get lost. M will never be an enemy of Huaxia, much less Mr. Yi. Tell Takuya Tojo that from now on, M will not give the island any more support in any way. Snap. The moment you hang up the phone, Chuan's chest, like a blower, rose and fell violently. Mr. Yi, I didn't mean this. This is all islanders. Jingle bells dash. Meanwhile, the phone rang once more. Trunks impatiently pressed the externalizer. Didn't I say just now that M will never be an enemy of Huaxia? Mr. Kawam, what are you talking about? I'm here to inform you about the dinner party. The other party looked confused. Kawam breathed a sigh of relief and regained his composure. What dinner party? The other party explained with a smile. Miss Ross family, Grand Princess Aisha is hosting a birthday dinner tonight. People from Ross Consortium, Morgan Consortium, Vailek Consortium, and City Consortium will all be there. And tonight the Rose Consortium will announce the engagement of Grand Princess Aisha to the Grand Duke of the Louis Vuitton Group. Yi Chen was stunned. The First Lady of the Ross family? Grand Princess Elsa? Isn't this the 10th sister? Before he could say anything, Trum frowned. Grand Duchess Aisha is going to marry the Grand Duke of the Louis Vuitton Group? Oh, my goodness. Although Louis Vuitton is a luxury goods company with a global reputation, to the Grand Princess of the Roth Consortium, what's the difference between that and a beggar who makes garbage bags? The other man snorted. Put, you're such a joker. Sir, although that's what the rumors are out there. I guess, Grand Princess Aisha has been abandoned. Poor Grand Princess. I can already foresee her misfortune later on. Are you going, sir? According to the rules of the aristocratic circles in M, invitations are sent to the highest-ranking people for such big events. When you receive an invitation, you usually send a representative there, and it's unlikely that Trumbo will make a personal appearance. I'm not going to. Trunks was just about to refuse, when Yi Chen, who was on the side, spat out an icy sentence. I'll go. Chapter 149, Marrying My 10th Senior Sister? Filthy thing. 6 p.m. Outside one of the Ross Consortium's estates, countless news reporters, entertainment journalists, and personal media were jammed underneath. Top luxury car after top luxury car, one after the other. It's Madonna. She's here. Take a picture. Oh my god. Here comes Moldy. Why is she attending at the same time as Madonna? Ready to steal tomorrow's headlines? Two popular actresses appearing at the same time at the Rose Consortium's Grand Princess engagement party. The headlines will surely set the world on fire. Click 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 dash. Reporters swarmed the room and dazzling flashes flashed wildly. No one noticed an unassuming black sedan that made its way past the heavy security checks to the entrance of the engagement site at the Ross Consortium estate. A Chinese-faced young man in casual clothes and sneakers. Get out of the back of the limo. Followed by a white woman out of an expensive evening dress. Expensive jewelry set off her elegant atmosphere. Mr. Yi, we've arrived. Will we go in now? Aha. Yi Chen nodded. The woman's name is Evelyn. Tram's youngest daughter. 170 centimeters. 51 kilograms. Plump and fair-skinned. A pair of big jewel-like eyes stared at Yi Chen and swept around. This is that Chinese powerhouse. It looks really young. What happened in the 5-star building just now? Father was clearly extremely scornful of him during dinner last night. According to Father's character, he will definitely out him. But what exactly happened? It made Father change his mind. To actually ask me to personally accompany him and bring him to Grand Princess Aisha's engagement site? And also said that if there is a chance, I will definitely drag him to his bedroom to sleep at night. Evelyn Hundred thought to herself. Thinking is not an option. My father is already the highest authority in M. Is there any need to flatter a young man from China? Thinking. Evelyn had already led Yi Chen into the engagement site. It was very busy in front of me, with white gentlemen in tuxedos everywhere. There was also a superstar, the heir to some of those conglomerates, sitting in groups, talking in high spirits. Yi Chen swept around and didn't find the 10th senior sister. Walking to a corner by himself, he sat down in silence. Evelyn followed her up and sat next to Yi Chen. The two of them were sitting relatively to the side, and no one paid attention to the two of them. About 10 minutes passed. Evelyn suddenly spoke up. He is George Weldon, the eldest son of the Wyden Group, the man of the hour in the fashion world. He's 31 years old, and by incomplete count, over 1,500 young models have been involved with him since he was 12. The man who is betrothed to the Grand Princess Aisha's tonight is him. End of I. A handful of young blonde men, suited and booted, but with a young model in her 20s in their arms left and right, approached. One hand was still very unctuous, wandering around the young model's waist. Tonight you guys go wait for me in my room. George Weldon attached himself to the ears of the two young models and pinched them around the waist after he spoke. The two tender models laughed and trembled. Ha ha ha. You are engaged today. Why are you still like this? When have I ever not? George Weldon badgered. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, his hands were on the chests of the two young models, and each of them grabbed a handful of them fiercely. Yi Chan's eyes narrowed. He could see at a glance that George Weldon was all dirty and sick, all maintained by medication. The Ross Consortium actually let eldest sister marry this kind of person? An icy chill coalesced. Evelyn involuntarily shivered and got goosebumps. Mr. Yi, what are you doing? Yi Chen got up and walked over towards George Weldon. At first, not many people noticed him. As Yi Chen got closer and closer to the center of the venue, everyone's eyes, too, gradually fell on him. Who is this guy? Why is he here dressed like this? Look at him. He looks like a Chinese worker. What's going on? How can we use Chinese workers in an upscale place like ours? Someone kick him out. There were quite a few white people showing disgust. At this point, Yi Chen had already walked up to George Weldon. George Weldon also found Yi Chen, covering his nose and showing a face of contempt. Who told you to come close to my 30-meter range? It stinks to death. Someone come, give him to me. Bang! One sentence was not finished. Yi Chen has kicked George Weldon in the face. He flew like a dead dog a dozen meters away and fell into a group of white men. His face covered in blood. His nose exploded. His mouth exploded. And he spat out dozens of teeth and a mouthful of blood. Master George. Several bodyguards rushed out. An old white man even roared at Yi Chen. Who are you? Dare to harm young Master George. You're finished. We'll hire the best lawyers and put you in jail for 300 years. Get him. A group of thugs rushed over. Yi Chen raised his foot and swept it across the room. Dozens of fighters flew out with broken arms and legs, screams resounding throughout the venue. Ignoring the shocked gazes of the crowd, Yi Chen looked like a god of death as he walked up to George Whedon. Just by virtue of you want to marry my 10th senior sister? Filthy thing. 1 foot down. Bang! George Weldon's head exploded on the spot. The old white man was confused. The guests on the floor were confused. Evelyn was confused too. The entire birthday party scene was plunged into a deathly silence. Everyone's jaws dropped, and they just stared at Yi Chen in death. Brain goes blank. Straight down. No one expected that Yi Chen would actually dare to stomp on George Whedon's head in public. What the hell are you? The old white man was trembling. Yi Chen directly ignored it, his eyes turning. Look into the depths of the Ross family. Take it in stride. Meanwhile, in an incredibly luxurious hall, Aisha stood in the middle of the hall, with 2 graceful white young women sitting in front of her, sipping her coffee while faintly saying, Aisha, you're very smart, and you've done a good job helping the family control Wall Street these past few years. Unfortunately, why did you hide that card from the old man? You know full well that that card controls the Ross family's top secrets. You can mobilize all the assets of the Ross family without any reason, just by having that card. Aisha shook her head. Ladies, I don't know where that card is. Ha! The young white woman on the left laughed. Aisha, are you still mouthy? We just happen to have a little something for you. A gesture. From a side door, an old man with a Chinese face walked in. He was carrying a wooden box and opened it. It's full of all kinds of silver needles. Did you know about acupuncture in Chinese medicine? It is simply too effective when the body is not feeling well. The white young woman on the left smiled and looked at the Chinese old man. Mr. Zhu, introduce him to your acupuncture technique. Yes, ma'am. Mr. Zhu grinned. There are a total of 720 acupoints in the human body. Each acupoint has its own wonders. Some of them heal and save people, while others make people suffer and beg for their lives. Miss Isa, you'd better tell madam, or, humph. Aisha grunted, not believing it at all. A look from the young white woman. Let her try. Yes, sir. Holding several silver needles, Mr. Zhu walked over to Aisha. What are you doing? Aisha backed away. Mr. Zhu quickly stepped forward. A silver needle didn't enter Aisha's neck. She instantly stiffened her body and couldn't move. With 10 fingers, the sharp pain at the fingertips is even more unbearable. Mr. Zhu smiled. The silver needle pierced Aisha's finger. Tear the heart out. Aisha sweated like a pig in pain. Her whole body spasmed and her pretty face twisted. Mr. Zhu grabbed Aisha's hand. Miss Aisha, take it easy. 10 fingers? That's only the first one. There are 9 more. Chapter 150, The Devil. Mr. Zhu's movements were quick, and 9 silver needles disappeared into Aisha's fingers. Aisha was in pain, lying on the ground, spasming. Sweat was like a waterfall, soaking the floor. A group of Ross family members in the hall watched coldly. The 2 young white women sitting at the head of the table were full of playfulness. Aisha, what are you still holding out for? Come on, that card of the old man's. Where the hell is it? Aisha gritted her teeth and stubborn bones. I don't know. The 2 young white women frowned. Ho ho ho. Suddenly, a laugh came from the side. Mom, this woman's mouth is too hard. Why don't you let me try? One was covered in beads and high fashion gowns. The woman with the hot body approached. Avery, he's not even afraid to die. What else can you do? Avery gave a wry smile. Mom, haven't you heard? People always have something they're afraid of. Oh, try it then. Bring my babies up here. Aisha clapped her hands twice. Woof woof woof. A couple of servants walked into the hall with a dozen or so pit bulls. Pit bulls, one of the most vicious dog breeds in the world. It's hard to fight and not die. The dozen or so pit bulls, raised on raw meat, bloodthirsty and cruel. The higher-ups of the Ross family in the hall stepped back to make way for the dozen or so pit bulls. Fear of being bitten. Don't come over here. Don't you come over here. The moment she saw the dozen or so pit bulls, a flash of panic finally surfaced on Aisha's agonized face. The 2 young white women were a little surprised and looked at Avery quizzically. Avery looked at the fearful Aisha and laughed with a playful smile. Mom, have you forgotten? Aisha, this woman, had her face eaten by a couple of wild dogs when her mom died. This got a couple of vicious bites while protecting her mom's body, too. Then I found out that this is terrified of dogs. So it is. It dawned on the 2 men. Avery barked. Release the dogs. A few servants loosened the ropes in their hands, and a dozen pit bulls' eyes went red. Lock onto the prey. A headlong dive towards Aisha. Just in the nick of time. Whoosh. Whoosh, whoosh. A dozen of air-breaking sounds rang out, and the dozen or so pit bulls that pounced on Aisha actually all stopped when they were about a meter away from Aisha. Like a statue, it stiffened in place. What's wrong with you guys? Bite her for me, Avery roared. A dozen or so pit bulls. Still. At the same time, a chilling voice rang out from outside the gate. Dare to harm my senior sister? I think you guys are tired of living. Swish. The crowd turned back. Only a young man with a Chinese face was seen slowly walking into the gate. Chinese? Who let you come here? Filth. Get the hell out. A middle-aged white man shouted angrily, pointing at Yi Chen's nose as he stepped forward. Bang! A kick out. The middle-aged white man flew out backwards, his chest directly exploding. Guts and intestines were spilling out all over the place. The devil. The rest of the Ross family, frightened, kept retreating. Some even took out their pistols and trembled as they aimed them at Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored everything, quickly rushing to Aisha's side. Senior sister. The body trembled and shivered constantly. You can imagine the shock. Sister. You guys. Yi Chen realized that Aisha's 10 fingers were pricked with silver needles. 10 fingers? How much that must hurt. Did you do this? Yi Chen's eyes filled with blood, locking onto Mr. Zhu, who stood not far away. Only he was carrying a medical box with silver needles all over it. Humph. So what if it's me? Kid, do you know what this place is? Mr. Zhu was full of concern. Yi Chen pulled out the silver needle in Aisha's finger. A step in front of Mr. Zhu and a kick. Ka-chow. Mr. Zhu's knee burst, kneeling on the ground like a dead dog. Ah, my leg. Little scumbag, you actually dare to break my leg? U-I-N-G. Poof, 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 put. Yi Chen didn't bother with nonsense. Grabbing the silver needles from the medical kit, he stabbed them all into Mr. Zhu's body. Mr. Zhu's entire body, like a hedgehog, kept rolling around. Ah, don't. It hurts. My body hurts. Help me, kill me. You kill me. Please kill me. Mr. Zhu kept rolling over and begging for mercy. In just a few minutes, the hands scratch and stop rotting their own skin. Gouge out your own eyes and live in pain. Hiss. The Ross family crowd sucked in their breath. Yi Chen's death-like gaze locked onto Ailey. You're the one who's going to set the dog to bite my senior sister? You deserve to die too. A 5-finger clasp. A force surged out, and from within those dozen or so pit bulls, a silver needle flew out from each of them. You guys, bite her to death. Let her die in immense pain. If she is not made to suffer enough, Yi Chen commanded to the dozen or so pit bulls, I will make you all suffer even more. To the shock of the crowd, the dozen or so pit bulls actually listened to the general. Terrified, he stared at Yi Chen. Next, full of ferocity, he rushed out and pounced on Avery. Zira, Avery's high-fashion evening gown, instantly torn to shreds, her body a bloody mess. Don, I am your master. How dare you bite me? Mom, help me, help. Avery lay on the ground, thrashing around frantically, blood dripping, his body already showing white bones. The white young woman on the left screamed miserably. Daughter, you devil, let these loose. My daughter. Yi Chen sneered. You're no good either. Kneel down for me. A bellowing cry. If he hadn't arrived in time, the one who would have been torn apart by this group of rabid dogs would have been the 10th senior sister. A murderous aura coalesced, and the white young woman on the left trembled in fear and fell to her knees. The young white woman on the right is older, in her 50s, graceful and elegant. She had seen a lot of wind and waves, and had been very calm until now. This gentleman, this is the Ross family. You are from the Dragon Kingdom, right? What is there to say that we can't sit down and talk it out? You have to kill people. Yi Chen shouted violently. Pretend you're a ING city, die for me. A punch is thrown. Bang! The young white woman on the right, along with the chair behind her, was completely reduced to pieces. All that was left was a bloodstain. Mrs. Tusa. The scene was horrified. Everyone turned and ran as if they had seen a ghost. The hall emptied at once, leaving only a dozen or so pit bulls, frantically gnawing on Avery's body. Yi Chen frowned. Get the hell away. A dozen pit bulls shuddered in fear and ran out into the hall, dragging Avery's body with them. Meanwhile, dozens of black sedans rushed over to the entrance of the Rose Manor. Hundreds of men in black suits with shotguns appeared. Lock down everything for me. No one is to leave Ross Manor without my order. These useless things, they can't handle a small party, and they let people kill them in. Two middle-aged men, under the protection of a group of alienists. Gruffly, he headed deeper into the manor. Herman Roth, Wayne Ross, how did they get back? What the hell is going on inside the manor? Evelyn changed color, pulled out her cell phone, and dialed Kawam's number. Hey, father, something's wrong. Chuan was puzzled. Didn't Mr. Yi go to his senior sister's birthday party? Something big happened. Evelyn was helpless, but as soon as he arrived, he blew George Weldon's head off. What? Kawam, on the other end of the phone, almost jumped. Chapter 151 10 Senior Sisters with Different Skills. Mr. Herman and Mr. Wayne are back. Let's go. Follow and see. Guests at the party. All of them followed behind the Ross family's crowd and went straight to the depths of the manor. When he came to the depths of the manor, he saw a group of Ross family executives, running over as if they were fleeing for their lives. What are you running for? Where's my wife and daughter? Wayne Ross grabbed one man by the collar. The man was so scared that his face turned white and his lips trembled. Mr. Wayne, something big has happened. That Dragon Nation man killed into our conference hall. Mrs. Dusa was slapped to death by him. Even Miss Avery, she also. What did you say? Dusa is dead. Herman Roth's eyes were fishy red. Dusa is her childhood friend and grew up together. 30 years of marriage and the feelings have never changed. Avery. Wayne Ross rushes out frantically, running outside the family council hall. Hiss dash. The guests, who had followed them, sucked in a breath of cold air, all scared silly, a pack of TBDs, frantically gnawing on Avery's body. The second princess of the Ross consortium, her body was a bloody mess, a face almost completely gnawed off, leaving only a white bone. Avery. Wayne Ross almost went berserk. What are you waiting for? Get all these people killed. Several shifters quickly rushed over and kicked all the pit bulls to death. Wayne Ross nearly broke down and rushed over to hug his daughter's body. No, Avery. I don't care who you are, for killing my Vern Rose's daughter. I want your whole family dead. Charge me in, whoever that Dragon Nation is. Kill, 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 kill for me. Yes. The group of white and black shifters saw this and icily rushed into the council hall. Meanwhile, under Yi Chen's medical skills, Aisha slowly woke up. 10th Senior Sister. Are you alright? Junior brother, is it really you? Aisha was thrilled, pouncing into Yi Chen's arms. I'm not dreaming, am I? It's actually really you. Yi Chen smiled. 10th Senior Sister. It's me. Aisha still couldn't believe it and pinched Yi Chen's face, looking at it carefully several times. Pinched myself again, which convinced me it wasn't a dream. Where are the dogs? Aisha looked around, still scared. Yi Chen's eyes flashed with a touch of heartache. 10th Senior Sister. Those dogs and the woman who hurt you will never appear again. Aisha's body trembled as she jumped into Yi Chen's arms. Junior brother, thank you. If you hadn't arrived in time, I really wouldn't have known what to do. Reaching out, he patted Aisha's head. After a few words of comfort, 10th Senior Sister. Everyone is a disciple of the 10 great kings of hell. Your martial arts strength is too weak, isn't it? Yi Chen was puzzled, shaking his head helplessly again. It seems like you've been slacking off since your resurrection and haven't practiced martial arts properly. Aisha gave Yi Chen a blank look. Junior brother, do you think everyone is like you? Learning all 10 masters' skills? I learned the ways of business and do not know martial arts. As long as it's business, I'm invincible and invincible. 9th Senior Sister Ling Hongyan, who studied the art of imperial power, is smooth sailing in the political world. And then there are the elder sisters who study medicine. There are senior sisters that learn alchemy. There are other senior sisters who learned refining. Only you, this pervert, only spent 5 years to learn all the skills of the 10 masters. Aisha spoke, with a delicate finger. He nodded at Yi Chen's forehead. Yi Chen came to a realization. So that's how it is. I told you that 9th Senior Sister's martial arts strength was actually so weak. It turns out that neither you nor 9th Senior Sister have practiced martial arts from the 10 masters. Suddenly, a group of uninvited guests, rushing into the hall, were none other than the group of shifters. Kill. The icy cold gaze locked onto Yi Chen and directly killed. Humph. Yi Chen smiled coldly, holding Aisha as he got up and kicked out a dozen feet in one breath. Outside the council hall, the dozen or so Xenos rushed in not even 10 seconds ago, and a gurgling scream came from inside. Next, a dozen corpses flew out. Bang! The slammed to the ground. Dead. Raphael. Deborah. Blood Demon. Black Bat. You guys. The duo of Herman Ross and Wayne Ross stiffened in fear and kept backing away. These people, all of them, are the top powerhouses of the M country. It's a shifter that can be ranked in the top 100. Less than 10 seconds. All dead? It's horrible. The two looked at each other and looked up in horror. An extremely young face of the Dragon Kingdom slowly walked out, followed by the bird-like Aisha. You two are Herman Ross. Wayne Ross? I declare that from now on, for all matters large and small of the Ross Consortium, Grand Princess Aisha alone has the final say. Yi Chen was extremely contemptuous and swept a glance at the two of them. The scene was in an uproar. What a big mouth. He wants to take control of the Ross family with one word? How can it be? Mr. Herman and Mr. Wayne, after decades of groping and struggling, haven't even taken full control of the Ross Consortium, a dragon nation? Saying such words is a laugh. Ha ha ha. The guests, gathered around, laughed outright. The gaze that looked at Ye Chen was full of teasing. Evelyn, who was in the crowd, also frowned a bit. What is he up to? Does he want Aisha to take control of the Ross Consortium with just his words? Does he think he's God? Herman Ross and Wayne Ross, both of them, blushed. No way. Wayne Ross even laughed coldly, his icy gaze falling on Aisha. Aisha, as a woman, you can only be used as a political marriage. You also presume to control the family. Simply. The words were not finished. A flash of blood. No one saw what was going on. Wayne Ross's head flew right out. Bang! The landed on the ground with a bang. The corpse was still standing in the same place, and the blood was like a spring, spurting out from the neck wound at a height of 3 or 4 meters. Wayne Ross's head fell to the ground, a look of horror lingering on his face. Ah! A couple of top actresses, screaming in outright terror, sitting on his ass. He almost pissed himself. Terrified, he looked at the young man from the Dragon Kingdom. None of them had seen Ye Chen make a move, yet everyone knew that it had to be Ye Chen who had done it. My God! Evelyn at the back of the crowd froze in shock. Herman Ross, do you also find it impossible for Aisha to run the Ross family? Ye Chen wore a faint smile. Herman Roth was trembling. Flop. Straight down on your knees. This gentleman, even if you kill me, you won't be able to directly control the Ross family. Oh? Ye Chen looked at him. Herman Roth said, the Roth Consortium is a shareholding system, with several $1 trillion of assets in the hands of dozens of shareholders, and Wayne and I are the representatives put forward by all the shareholders. You killing me won't change the opinion of the other shareholders. If you don't believe me, ask Aisha. Ye Chen frowned. Senior sister, is that so? Aisha looked deeply at Ye Chen. Junior brother, he's right. Ye Chen smiled and stared at Herman Ross. That's simple. You now immediately notify all the shareholders of the Ross Consortium. Have them come here for a meeting. Herman Roth froze. Let him notify the other shareholders now? Isn't that giving him a chance? Is this Dragon Nation person a little cutie? Just let me make a phone call out and I can have someone bring over the top 10 darklist alienists. This kid will die for sure. Herman Roth's voice froze. Are you sure? Chapter 152, Father, Zeus. Ye Chen had only one word, fight. Yes. Herman Roth decisively took out his cell phone and dialed out a number. Hey, notify all the shareholders for me. Come to the family manor immediately. Something's wrong. The other was his most faithful servant. Once this number is called, the person on the other end must know the gravity of the situation. The person on the other end of the line was startled. Yes, master, I know. Hang up. Herman Ross revealed a smile. Mr. Yi, our Ross Consortium shareholders will be here soon. I'll wait for you. Ye Chen nodded and casually pulled over a chair to sit down. The celebrities and tycoons present in the M country all dared not move and stood still and whispered. In the crowd, Madonna shook her head. This Dragon Nation is not smart enough to sit around and wait for Herman's rescue? She's the superstar of the moment and no one dares to contradict her. Bias. Another flaming red-lipped woman in the crowd sneered. Madonna, you've been getting high all these years and knocking people out, haven't you? It was her nemesis. Moldy. Bus Mold. What did you say? Madonna's voice rose a few degrees in anger. Many eyes looked over. Moldy looked at Ye Chen with a hint of fervor in his eyes. This gentleman is definitely not that kind of stupid. He dares to sit here and wait for Herman's rescue. He definitely has the certainty to deal with the next situation. Madonna snorted coldly. Ross Consortium, known as one of the top 5 consortiums in the world. Even if the Lord of the Dragon Kingdom is here, he wouldn't dare to act out. A mere young man from the Dragon Kingdom, even if he has a heavenly background, he can only die. Moldy didn't say a word, his face full of contempt for Madonna. Ye Chen at the end of his vision was calm and collected. That air of transcendence Moldy had not felt from any man, the kind that defies everything. How can you look out of the corner of your eye and be an ordinary person? Stone's sister, since you're so confident, why don't we make a bet? Moldy laughed. Madonna's gaze was cold. What do you want to bet? Moldy said, I'm betting on this gentleman, to win tonight, and leave with a clean slate. Whoever loses will be out of the M singing scene from now on. Madonna said, good, I'll bet he dies here. Whoever loses will be out of the M singing scene from now on. Because of her excitement, Madonna's voice rose several degrees. The gazes of everyone present fell on the two at the same time. Ye Chen swept a glance at the two of them. Of course he wouldn't care that 2 of the top actresses in M were fighting over him. Instead, it was Aisha, who was on the side, who had a worried look on her face. Junior brother, I feel that the situation isn't quite right. Herman never fights a battle he's not sure of. I watched his expression. And I'm afraid you'll be in danger if you continue to stay. Yi Chen looked at Aisha, 10th senior sister. You don't believe me? Aisha shook her head. Little master. Of course I believe you. But, that's enough. Yi Chen smiled confidently. 10th senior sister. Don't forget whose disciple I am. Aisha's eyes lit up, completely at ease. Meanwhile, Evelyn had long since quietly left and arrived at the back door of the Ross family estate, where a black blast-proof sedan was coming in from the darkness, followed by a dozen cars. Hundreds of security bureau bodyguards rushed out of the cars. Trunks stepped out of the car, his face full of concentration. Evelyn, what's the situation? Evelyn's tone was grave. Father, after Mr. Yi decapitated a dozen or so Xenos. He killed Wayne Ross. He also had Herman call the other shareholders of the Ross Consortium, and it looks like he wants Aisha to take over the position of the head of the Ross Consortium. Trunks frowned. Herman's call must have called for help. Evelyn nodded. That's what I thought. But, who will Herman call up? The names of several dark-ranking powerhouses flashed through Chuan Mu's mind. A few of them are on the move. Near the capital. Suddenly, rumble dash. A thunderclap rang out. In an instant, all the circuits of the entire Ross Manor burned down, and the entire manor was plunged into darkness all of a sudden. Protect the president! A group of bodyguards quickly rushed over and surrounded Kawam in the center. Instead, Trunks raised his head and looked in horror at the direction the lightning was coming from. See only, at the end of the view, a godlike white man flew through the air, with lightning bolt after lightning bolt falling behind him from clouds 10,000 meters high. In addition to the white man in the center, there was a figure on each side, left and right. The three of them flew towards the manor with their feet in the air, ignoring gravity. Hiss! Father, Zeus! Trunks sucked in a breath of air. How did Herman invite him here? Evelyn froze, staring in shock at the trio that flew overhead, rushing deeper into the manor. Father, you said that man is the underground dark list, the #1 ranked priest Zeus? What's he doing here? How did Herman invite him? Father, Zeus. Certainly not Zeus, the true king of the gods, in Western mythology. Instead, over 200 years ago, a white man was born in the western part of the country of M. He was able to attract thunder and lightning at birth, and was later cultivated by a group of psychic organizations. Around the age of 30, renamed himself Zeus, a counterpoint to the priests of Western mythology. For the next 100 years or so, Zeus made a strong run at the top of the world's most authoritative list of martial artists, the Dark List. No one can threaten his position at the top of the list. Trunks shook his head. It's not just Zeus, those two next to him, they should be the fools who are second on the Dark List, and the third in the Dark List, the Grim Reaper. Evelyn had long been frozen in fear, and couldn't help but fight back a jolt. Father, these three people, when you personally came out, you didn't even invite any of them for 3 days and 3 nights. Today, for the sake of a Yi Chen, they actually came together? Chuan's body, shivering slightly. I'm afraid something big is going to happen today. Then what are we waiting for? Mr. Yi is in danger. Evelyn rushed out anxiously. However, he realized that Trunks did not follow him and remained calmly standing in the same place. Father? Evelyn turned back. Under the moonlight, half of Chuan Mu's face was hidden under the shadows. Don't be in a hurry. If Yi Chen dies under Zeus, Cosmos, and death, it's equivalent to relieving M country of a heavenly threat. If Yi Chen's strength is enough to kill these three, we don't need to rush. Evelyn paled, hearing her father's meaning at once. Sit back and reap the benefits. Evelyn gulped. Father, who do you want to win? Tram grinned. What do you think? At the same time, a thunderbolt exploded in the sky above the deepest part of the Rose Manor. Lightning lit up the entire firmament. 3 silhouettes, bullet-like, swept in. Standing in the air, looking down, Dragon Kingdom, Dragon Soul Special Forces, Supreme Commander, Dragon Marshal, Yi Chen. I knew you would come to M one day. I just didn't realize it would be so soon. Chapter 153, God? You have 10 seconds to live. Dragon Marshal? Yi Chen? He's the Dragon Soul's Dragon Marshal? Madonna paled slightly. Moldy's eyes blossomed with a strange color. No wonder his aura is powerful. I heard that a lot of big events have happened in the Dragon Kingdom recently, and they are all related to this Dragon Marshal. I didn't realize this man was right in front of me, and the more I look at him, the more handsome he gets. Being a big star in M, he mixes with high-level circles. She had heard a thing or two about the recent events in the Dragon Kingdom. First among them is this Dragon Marshal. I heard that Dragon Commander from the Dragon Kingdom, who is less than 30 years old, has destroyed several ancient martial arts families. I didn't realize it was actually true. He looks really young. The crowd murmured. Yi Chen was very calm. You're here to help Herman? Nice. The three nodded. Herman Roth got up and laughed. Ha ha ha. Yi Chen, your time to die has come. You will not leave this manor alive under the three lords of Zeus, the Fool, and Death. Hearing the names of the three, Zeus, Fool, Death, the other guests in the manor, each and every one of them was wide-eyed and flushed, their eyes full of incredulity. Father Zeus, number one on the world's dark list? This is the legendary number one powerhouse of the Western world. The Fool, who is said to have lived over 500 years, was once the main god in Europe and went to Africa as a pharaoh. It's a true Western god. Death specializes in reaping souls and punishing all sins. The Dragon Nation is dead. Many of M's wealthy bigwigs shook their heads. Madonna gave a victorious smile. Bus Mold, is this the Dragon Nation you favor? Under the majesty of the three lords, look how scared he is. Can't even say a word. Right? Ha 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 ha. The crowd looked up. Yi Chen was still sitting in his chair without any expression. It's like being scared silly. Junior? Even Aisha showed a flash of worry. Yi Chen was secretly amused. The Dantian of Zeus, the Fool, and the god of death had nothing to hide under his heavenly eyes, and all of them had condensed in inner Dan. All three were cultivators. That's all. What a bunch of bull ***** Western gods. It's just playing God. Yi Chen smiled. You three, who will go first? Silence. Deadly silence. Madonna's smile solidified. Moldy looked at Yi Chen in shock, and the rich and powerful bigwigs of M present all looked at him in surprise. Who gave this kid the courage? Looking for death. It's enough for me to kill you alone. Underneath the black cloak of the god of death, a pair of cold and merciless eyes were revealed, and an extremely exaggerated death scythe in his hand was rolled towards Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen sat in his chair, not even meaning to get up. The 5 fingers grabbed towards the death scythe. Arrogant. I don't think you want this hand anymore. The god of death's face was icy cold. In that case, I'll chop off your hands first and then your head. Giggle dash. The black scythe showed no mercy and chopped towards Yi Chen's arm. When crunch, a surprising scene appeared. The incomparably sharp death scythe was actually grabbed by Yi Chen, and it's the sharpest curved edge position. How can you? A flash of surprise appeared on the pale face of the god of death under his black cloak. Yi Chen pulled the scythe in his hand with force, and an unstoppable force struck him, and death's body stumbled and flew towards him. A white wave of air roared as a punch hit the sound barrier. Dang! Ah! Death screamed miserably as the tearing sensation in his chest caused him to lose consciousness on the spot, and his entire body flew backwards. It hit the ground hard with a thud. The crowd fixed their eyes on it and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The Reaper's chest exploded, and his ribs and flesh and blood all turned into powder, revealing the internal organs in his chest cavity, and his heart had long since stopped beating. One punch, living death. Yi Chen shook his head indifferently. How dare you call yourself a god of death in front of me? My mommy. The hearts of the high-ranking aristocrats of the M country present all trembled. No way. Madonna yelled as she broke defense. Moldy was even more wide-eyed, staring at Yi Chen with dead eyes, full of surprise. Far away, the two of them, Trunks and Evelyn, watched the scene in horror. Aisha looked deeply at Yi Chen, and a heart that was hanging in the air finally landed on the ground. Hee hee. It seems that the masters didn't lie to me when they dreamed of me. Junior brother has really finished learning all of the master's skills. My goodness. Junior brother is really too strong. He has learned so much in only 5 short years. How on earth did he do it? Herman Roths opened his mouth and kept backing away in fear. The fool's old face sank slightly. The pale eyes finally surfaced with 3 points of gravity. Yi Chen, it's undeniable that you're very strong, but you have to realize that this is the number 1 country in the West, not your dragon kingdom. Yi Chen shook his head. You talk too much nonsense. Fools. Ha! I'll send you on your way. Bang! The granite floor tiles underneath him exploded as his foot stomped violently. Yi Chen was like a cannonball as he shot towards the fool in the air. Humph! Arrogant! From underneath his white robes, the fool stretched out a pair of muscular arms and slammed them into Yi Chen. The moment the two made contact, Yugi felt like he had been hit by a speeding truck and flew backwards after a sharp pain came from his arm. Clang! There was a loud crash as Yugi slammed into a large door, sending wood shavings flying. Yi Chen chased after him and stomped down hard. Put! The fool's head exploded like a watermelon. The people in the room froze. The second strongest person in the world's dark ranking was just killed by Yi Chen's foot stomping his head alive? Evelyn, who stood watching the battle from afar, trembled with excitement. Father, Trunks, who was on the side, had his pupils shrinking. Fark, I still underestimated his strength. This guy, what kind of monster is he? Fool. Zeus on the side finally changed color, his eyes staring at Yi Chen with a fishy red color. You're not from the secular world. You're from Kunlun Market? You have violated the rules set between the Kunlun ruins and the secular world. Only someone from the Kunlun ruins would have this kind of strength. Yi Chen laughed. What bull ***** rules? I, Yi Chen, need to abide by them? As for your claim that I'm from the Kunlun ruins? Sorry, wrong. I come from where you're about to go. Hell. As the words fell, the corner of Yi Chen's mouth hooked up. With a stomp of his foot, he once again charged at Zeus like a cannonball. Ray, come on, Zeus hissed. Lightning thundered around his body, and a force of lightning coalesced and smashed down towards Yi Chen. Rumble dash. In an instant, the entire Ross Manor was lit up like day. The thunder and lightning in the sky flooded Yi Chen, and the smell of burning came from all around him as the area he was in was completely turned into a ruin. With flames surging, Zeus laughed up in the sky. Ha 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 ha. So what if it's from the Kunlun ruins? Can you block my divine thunder? Junior! Aisha exclaimed. Madonna laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. Boss Mold, you still lost. He just died? Moldy looked at the sea of fire in horror, where the lightning smashed down. All the trees burned. Even the ground was turned into a scorched earth. Far away. Father, this is no longer a battle between humans, is it? Evelyn gulped. Unfortunately, Mr. Yi is still dead. Tram stared at the fire. Should be dead. Herman Ross wiped a cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Yi Chen was simply strong beyond words. But, finally, it's dead. Eyes sank, locking onto Aisha. Someone, take her. Before the sentence was finished, a cold voice rang out from the sea of fire behind him. If this is your strongest strike, you'll probably live for another 10 seconds. Chapter 154, Sealing the Gods in One Battle. What? Everyone's heart, scared, almost exploded. Aisha's eyes widened. Madonna and Moldy, their faces shocked. The two people, Kawamu and Evelyn, who were in the distance, had their bodies tremble. Herman Ross was outright dumbfounded, staring in horror at the sea of fire in front of him. A young man slowly walked out of the sea of fire, somewhat wretched, with most of his clothes burned, revealing extremely hard muscles, perfectly defined, eyes as cold as death. Never! Zeus let out a terrified roar. No one can survive my divine thunder, not even if you came out of the Kunlun ruins. Ray, come! Ray Ray! Ray Ray! Zeus was extremely frantic, and lightning thundered over the entire Rose Manor. It's like the end of the world. 3 thunderbolts appeared around Zeus's body at the same time, directly slashing towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen raised his hand and held it, and the blood dragon sword flew out from the internal space of the chaos cauldron and fell into his hand. A sword chopped out. The dragon vein power within his body erupted, and a powerful force didn't enter the blood dragon sword. Ow ho! The crowd was dazzled by the light of the thunder and lightning, illuminating their heads and unable to open their eyes, only to feel the sound of a dragon's roar coming from their ears. A portion of the people squinted their eyes, vaguely seeing an oriental divine dragon, rushing out from the blood-colored sword in Yi Chen's hand, colliding with the 3 thunderbolts. Clunk dash. The entire heaven and earth shook as energy swept out in a rampant manner. All of them were crushed to the ground by this force. Tsunami-like. After a dozen or so agitations, everything returned to calm. By the time everyone opened their eyes again, Zeus had vanished without a trace. Only Yi Chen was left walking slowly with his hands behind his back, just like God. Your Honor. Herman Roth was drenched in sweat and shivered continuously as he knelt on the ground. I was wrong. I'm sorry, my lord. I will immediately summon all the shareholders of the Ross Consortium. From now on, Grand Princess Aisha is the sole owner of the Ross Consortium, the one and only dictator. Late. Yi Chen shook his head. Don't. A palm fell. Bang. A muffled sound. Herman Roth's head, slapped into his chest, fell to his knees like a headless male corpse. Touchy-feely. Hiss. There was a chorus of backwards breaths. Yi Chen walked over to Aisha, 10th senior sister. In about half an hour or less, all those shareholders of the Ross Consortium will come to see you. But I want to change my clothes first. Aisha came back from her shock and pulled Yi Chen's hand in surprise. I'll take you there. After the two left, the whole scene was completely abuzz. My God, what am I seeing? Did a divine battle just take place? Death is dead. The fool is dead. Zeus is dead too. The top 3 on the dark ranking actually died so easily? Beheaded by a young man from the Dragon Kingdom. Dragon Marshal? Yi Chen. As long as he's around, how can M Country press Dragon Country in the future? Everyone was blushing and their hearts were beating wildly. Moldy's face was red with excitement as she stared in the direction Yi Chen had left. Stoned nah. Remember your bet. From today onwards, you'll quit the M Country singing scene. Ha 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 ha. Madonna stood still and stiffened. Far away, Trunks and Evelyn stood still, both of their bodies trembling in unison. They were far enough apart and were the first to pull out their sunglasses that their vision wasn't affected much. Father, just now, Mr. Ye suddenly changed into a sword and even chopped a dragon out of the sword? Evelyn's voice trembled. Zeus was blown right out of the sky by that dragon? Off to the side. Kawam kept gulping. Even the president of a country has never seen such a scene. Go and seek an audience with Mr. Yi. In Aisha's boudoir, Yi Chen took a shower and changed into a brand new outfit. It's almost as if it's tailor-made. Aisha's big, watery eyes were all colorful. Wow. Junior brother is simply too handsome. It fits pretty well. Yi Chen touched his nose. Put. Aisha snorted a laugh and muttered in a small voice. Can it not fit? I specially had it customized. It was originally designed according to your figure. Yi Chen froze. 10th senior sister. What did you say? It's nothing. I love this birthday present today. Aisha smiled, revealing a pair of small tiger teeth. Hands came forward, wrapped around Yi Chen's waist, and kissed him directly. Yi Chen's body stiffened. A full 5 minutes passed. Aisha's pretty face flushed red and she almost went limp in Yi Chen's arms. Junior brother, why don't we do something else? Looking at Aisha's rosy face, Yi Chen's mouth went dry for a while. After all, he was a normal man. Aisha's skin was delicate and blown out, and her eyes were more like sapphires, blinking constantly. Just as Yi Chen was considering whether or not to eat this piece of cake, dum 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 dum. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Who? Yi Chen was a bit impatient. Chuan outside the house was startled and hurriedly replied, Mr. Yi, it's me, Chuan. A few seconds passed before a faint voice came from inside the room. Come in. Trunks and Evelyn, both of them, pushed their way in. While Yi Chen sat there, Aisha's pretty face was red, and her clothes were obviously a bit messy. These two weren't doing anything just now, were they? Evelyn was over it and saw it at a glance. Looking deeply at Yi Chen, Chuan smiled. Mr. Yi is truly a god of great power, sealing the gods in one battle. From now on, the number one strongest person in the dark ranking is none other than you. Yi Chen smiled. Number one on the dark ranking? Sorry, I'm not interested. On the contrary, do you have any ideas about what to do? Having just watched the show from the sidelines? Hearing this, Chuan's old face, all of a sudden, went white, and hurriedly explained. Mr. Yi, no need to explain. Yi Chen shook his head. I know what you're thinking, whether I die or the three of them die. It's getting rid of a huge threat for you. As long as you don't do anything to hurt the people around me, or to hurt Huaxia, we'll never see each other again in this life. A flash of joy crossed Kawam's face. Suddenly, Yi Chen's words turned. If you do any of the above 2 points, even if I, Yi Chen, search the globe and kill my way into the Kunlun ruins, I will exterminate your entire clan. Shasta. A terrifying killing intent erupted from Yi Chen's body like a volcanic eruption. Tram stiffened in fear. Evelyn screamed even more and sat on her butt, her legs weak with fear. The young man from the Dragon Kingdom in front of him was simply a god of death who could control people's lives and deaths. A minute later, father and daughter, assisted, walked out of the room. Outside the room stood a crowd of people, all staring in horror at the depths of the large door at the sight of Kawamo and Evelyn trembling as they walked out of the room. Yi Chen smiled. Senior sister, those shareholders of the Ross Consortium seem to be here. I'll leave the rest to you. Aisha's expression was a bit odd, and then, with a snort, she smiled. Good. Wait for me to come back to treat you. With a heart full of joy, he walked out of the room. Jill Rose, Chester Ross, Benson Ross, Harrington Osborne, Chassie Emma, C. the Grand Princess, listening to the dozens of voices outside the door, one after another. Yi Chen leaned back in his chair, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest. This time, 10th senior sister, you should be able to take full control of the Ross Consortium, was thinking. Tick-tock dash. Yi Chen's cell phone rang, and a cross-country call came in. Master, something big has happened. On the other end of the phone, Lin Longhai's voice rang out. Meanwhile, Chuan went and returned, anxiously rushing into the room. Mr. Yi, I'm sorry, he held a phone in his hand and spoke with a pale face. The plane we sent Ms. Xiao and your daughter back to China on 5 minutes ago, was hijacked by the islanders. This really has nothing to do with me. Chapter 155, The World. No more islands? It's the island again. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. A monstrous murderous aura flooded his heart. The dragon's reverse scale. Touch it and you will die. After the resurrection, his family is his scales. Yi Buxue is his daughter. Xiao Charan and him, though not licensed, but in Yi Chen's heart, Xiao Charan was already his woman. It is a scale that no one may touch. An island? Ha! Looks like I was too merciful last time I was on the island. This race, this country, has no bottom line at all. Yi Chen shook his head. Sit quietly in your chair. Kawam, however, was in a cold sweat of fear. He had a delusion. The youth in front of him was not a man at all, but a god of death from hell. The island, it's over. Jiangnan King, what is the matter you want to talk about? Yi Chen's voice was cold, and even through the phone, Jiangnan King couldn't help but shiver. Master, someone from the Tojo family contacted me. Ms. Xiao Charan and her daughter are indeed on the island. They have a request for the strongest martial artists in our Dragon Kingdom to travel to the island to participate in the world's first martial arts conference. The Jiangnan King's voice was grave. Yi Chen frowned. The world's first martial arts conference? Jiangnan King nodded. Yes, the island country has issued a wide heroic invitation for martial artists from the United States, Europe, East Asia, West Asia, and other major countries to travel to the island country to participate in this world's #1 martial arts conference. The islanders are simply wolves. Who doesn't know that? Since ancient times, martial arts came out of Huaxia, and a mere bullet-ridden place is actually hosting the world's #1 martial arts conference? The island definitely doesn't have a good heart. He added, Master, we don't need to participate in this Thai martial arts convention. Let's let the official dragon country apply pressure. The island country doesn't dare to be an enemy of the dragon country. As long as the official pressure is applied, they will definitely return Ms. Xia and her daughter. Yi Chen, however, shook his head. No need. They want me to go to the island, so I'll just go there. Jiangnan King was shocked. Master, the island nation is wily. It will be dangerous for you to go. The corner of Yi Chen's mouth hooked up with a touch of coldness. Jiangnan King, do you believe it or not? After tomorrow, in the world, no more islands. The phone hung up. The Jiangnan King at the other end, however, couldn't help but shiver, muttering under his breath. No more islands in the world? What does that mean? After putting away his cell phone, Yi Chen icily spat out. Chuan, I'm at. This president of M, after hearing these two words, actually inexplicably winced. Even if he knew that the person in front of him wasn't really his at all. And yet it still feels like being ordered around by Hades. Mr. Yi, what is it? You say. Yi Chen said. You have Takuya Tojo's personal phone number, right? I need to contact him immediately. Yes. Kawam hastily pulled out his own cell phone. Flipping over Takuya Tojo's personal phone, he handed it over. On the other side, the island nation, deep within the heavenly palace, on the throne that symbolized the emperor, an old man was currently sitting, and next to him stood a young man with arrogant eyes. Takuya Tojo stood just below, as careful as a schoolboy. My lord, is this really okay? We've already sent out the hero posters, and already martial artists from all over the world are descending on the island tonight. The world's first martial arts meeting will be held tomorrow. Gollum. Because of the tension, Takuya Tojo gulped. Is it really not going to be a problem to provoke the Dragon Kingdom like this? The old man in the seat, half squinting, half reclining on the throne of the emperor, a beautiful young girl who was pinching her feet. This person was none other than Takuya Tojo's daughter, the island princess, but there was not the slightest hint of impatience on her face, only endless curtness. The old man spoke lazily. What's your hurry? Don't forget, we're from the Kunlun ruins. The Dragon Kingdom is out of control. From now on this side of East Asia, with us backing us up, you island nations have the final say. As for Yi Chen, who you're most worried about, we'll just kill him for you. Hear this. Takuya Tojo fell to his knees in excitement. Constant kowtowing. Thank you, my lord. Many thanks. My island country is finally going to stand up. Ha 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 ha. The Dragon Kingdom has pressed down on our heads for thousands of years. We are finally going to stand up. Ha 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 ha. Tojo Takuya's excited laughter resounded through the emperor's great hall. Jingle bells. The sudden ringing of a cell phone interrupts Takuya Tojo's laughter. It's his personal cell phone. Only the patriarchs of a few clans in the island nation, and that supreme one of them across the ocean, just got his number. Who's calling me at 6 in the morning? Could something have happened? Takuya Tojo was wondering. Pull out your cell phone. The number displayed was actually Kawam's. Takuya Tojo instantly rose to his feet with a serious look on his face. What? Who is it that makes you so nervous? Tojo Takuya was a little embarrassed. Islanders have a fear from the bone for M country people. Ahem. Is the #1 person in M country. Ha! There's no need to panic. Modern countries can't shake Kunlun Ruin's position. The old man sneered. Press the speakerphone. Yes. Tojo Takuya didn't dare to slow down. Pressed the speakerphone button and just opened his mouth. Hello, Han. Kawam. One sentence remains. An extremely young and cold voice came from the opposite side. Tojo Takuya. I'll give you one last chance to send my woman and daughter safely back to the Dragon Kingdom. Not a hair less, or else tomorrow begins the moment the sun goes down. There will be no more islands on the section of the world map. As soon as these words came out, the entire hall was plunged into a dead silence. Takuya Tojo's eyes widened. Are you, Yi Chen? A monstrous rage rushed up to his brain. Yi Chen, what do you think you are? There's also no more islands on the map board. I delivered the words. The choice is yours. Having said that, hang up straight away. Takuya Tojo froze in place. What the hell? One threat and that's it? Oceanside. Yi Chen tossed his cell phone to Kawam. Mr. Yi, I'm afraid the island nation won't take this kind of painless threat seriously. Trum frowned. He thought that Yi Beichen would negotiate with Takuya Tojo, but he didn't expect to hang up the phone with just a short threat. Yi Chen said, "This is not a threat. This is a notice." Got up and headed out of the room. Evelyn came over. Father, what does Mr. Yi mean by that? Kawam's gaze intensified. Literally. Literally? Wait. Did. Evelyn's legs weakened in shock and she almost fell on her butt. Does he really want to destroy the island? After Takuya Tojo left the Emperor's hall, one of his men approached. Your Majesty, Xiao Charan and her daughter have arrived. What to do next? Tojo Takuya's somewhat tired spirit was revitalized. So soon? Just in time for me to take a break. Lock up that little girl and guard her closely. As for Xiao Charan, Takuya Tojo has seen her picture. A very pretty, haughty woman from the Dragon Kingdom. Send it to my room. Yi Chen killed my brother, killed my son and nephew. I'll play with his woman and let him die in remorse. Chapter 156 Blood Qilin Protecting Lord. Half an hour later, mother and daughter, sent to Takuya Tojo's room with a dead knot of rope tied around their bodies. Worthy of being the woman of the #1 strongest man in the Dragon Kingdom, with skin that's glowing and creamy. Ma'am, you're really too beautiful. Takuya Tojo gulped, taking a hard swig from his glass. The glass was tossed aside. Slowly, he walked to Xiao Charan's body. Xiao Charan gritted her teeth. Who are you? Why am I here? Let me tell you, my man is very powerful. Nothing will happen if you let us mother and daughter go now. If you dare hurt me. Snap dash. Takuya Tojo slapped him across the face. A fishy red five-finger print instantly appeared on Xiao Charan's face. Mom! Xiao Buxi cried out in fear. No, Mom is fine. Xiao Charan just wanted to climb up. Takuya Tojo kicked her in the stomach and all of a sudden she curled up into a shrimp shape. Taking another step, he rushed up and grabbed Xiao Charan's head, slamming it hard on the floor. Bang! 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 After a dozen impacts, Xiao Charan felt his eyes darken and blood spilled from the corners of his mouth. The roar of Takuya Tojo even rang in his ears. Is Yi Chen very powerful? Let him come to the island. He killed my brother, killed my son and nephew. He should go to the 18 layers of hell. It's fine if you don't mention him. I get angry when you do. Is he your man? Jia. Then let me try it today. The taste of Yi Chen's woman. Having said that, taking out a dagger, he slashed at Xiao Charan's body. The ropes broke off, quickly trapping her arms and legs, and the sharp dagger headed for the dress on her chest. Let me see. What secrets are hidden beneath your clothes? Ma'am? Takuya Tojo's eyes flashed with a sinister glint, the moment the dagger fell and was about to slice through Xiao Charan's blouse. Mommy, don't hurt my mommy. Xiao Buxi milked a low growl. Snap. A crunch. The ropes that bound her actually broke instantly, and Xiao Buxia's body erupted with a blood-red light, swooping down like a wild beast. Oh, wah. A low roar resounded throughout the Heavenly Emperor Palace. What's that noise? Within the Grand Hall, several figures rushed out and looked towards the direction of the Heavenly Emperor Palace's harem. This is unicorn blood, extremely pure Qilin blood, and it actually erupted with the vision of a Qilin blood shadow. This is going back to the ancestors. How could there be a bloodline of unicorn blood in the Heavenly Emperor's palace? Go and take a look. A few people were so excited that they rushed straight to the harem of the Heavenly Palace. What is it? Takuya Tojo turned around, startled. In the next second, Xiao Buxia had already rushed in front of him, and her little head slammed fiercely towards Tojo Takuya. Little girl, you're looking for death, aren't you? Tojo Takuya was furious. The dagger in his hand stabbed towards Xiao Buxia's head. If this strike hit, Xiao Buxi would definitely die. Unrepentant. Don't. Get out of the way. Xiao Charan hissed. Xiao Buxi's innocent eyes, at this moment, became fishy red, did not take the dagger in Tojo Takuya's hand seriously at all, and ruthlessly crashed into it. When the sound of a crunch, the dagger broke. How is that possible? Takuya Tojo was shocked. Immediately afterward, a sharp pain came from Xiao Buxia's head ruthlessly impacted on his thigh, and with a click, the bones of his thigh shattered. The whole person flew out like a dead dog for more than 10 meters and hit the desk behind him hard. At the same time, several figures rushed into the bedroom. Hiss! One after another. They sucked in a breath of cold air, only to see, above Xiao Buxi's body, there was actually a blood Qilin silhouette more than 10 meters high, hideous and terrifying, with blood-red breath gushing out. And the few figures that had just rushed in were actually scared and backed out. Mom! I'm scared! Xiao Buxi uttered the last sentence and closed his eyes. Fall to the ground. Elder Wang. Is it the blood Qilin? It's really the blood Qilin. This little girl is unicorn blood? And an extremely pure kind at that? Grass. The young man who came along jumped up in excitement. Ha 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 ha. Heaven help me Wang Zhong. The old man at the head of the group. His pale eyes flashed with intense excitement. He quickly rushed in and checked Xiao Buxi's condition. Xiao Churan roared like a madman. You people, don't move my daughter. Get out of the way. All of you. Get out of the way ah. After Wang Zhong finished his inspection, his eyes swept Xiao Churan with an icy cold glance. She's your daughter? Don't worry. Your daughter is fine. From now on, she is safer than you. No one can harm her. A wink. A few old men behind him stepped forward, taking out a wide cloak. He wrapped Xiao Buxi up and took him away. Where are you taking her? Let go of me and give me back my daughter. Xiao Churan struggled violently. Hands and feet, however, are bound. Cough cough. Lord, this woman is Yi Chen's woman. Never let her go. Takuya Tojo dragged his broken thigh and crawled over with difficulty. Wang Zhong swept the scene. It was instantly clear what Takuya Tojo was trying to do. His brows furrowed. Takuya Tojo, we do want to kill Yi Chen, but it's not as underhanded as you think. You still want to touch someone's woman? Mind your lower body. This woman will be of some use against Yi Chen tomorrow. If you mess up again, we can get a new obedient Mikado. Takuya Tojo was so scared that he fell to his knees, forcing himself to endure the severe pain and kowtowing frantically. My lord, I know I'm wrong. Don't replace me. I don't want to die. Bang, bang, bang. For the island, once Takuya Tojo comes down from this seat, certain death. Those families, there's no way they'll let him go. Humph. Wang Zhong snorted coldly and whisked his sleeve away. At the same time, across the ocean, Yi Chen suddenly let out a low roar. The clothes on his upper body instantly exploded. A blood-red unicorn tattoo appeared. Not only that, a blood unicorn's shadow appeared in the sky above his body, roaring fiercely. It was exactly the same as the blood Qilin that Xiao Buxue had. It's just more real and ferocious. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Aisha was surprised and was just about to rush over. A powerful force erupted, like a tsunami that shook her out, and a sharp pain shot through her internal organs. Yi Chen closed his eyes, his eyebrows constantly throbbing. Something has happened to my daughter. I feel it. She's in pain. She's desperate. Island. Leave immediately. I'm going to the island. Chapter 157, the world's first martial arts meeting. Beginning. The plaza outside the island's imperial palace. Today, all the intersections are blocked by the island's self-defense forces, which are usually crowded with tourists. Loaded guns and even tankers pressed into service. On top of the square, it was even piled up overnight with granite to create a martial arts platform that was 100 meters across. The martial arts stage was surrounded by spectators from all over the world. Ambassador of the Elephant Kingdom, Prince Dubei's emissary from the Concordia Budokai has arrived. Monkey Kingdom 5-star Admiral Army, General Leiden Association Martial Arts Corps Messenger arrives. Banana Nation Mission to Horse Country, Philippines, Great Eagle Empire. The Queen herself has appointed the daughter of the Grand Duke, Princess Ruth, to arrive with a delegation of ambassadors. Wolf Kingdom, Ice Wolf Legion Commander Korolov has arrived. As a voice rang out, the people from the missions of various countries formed a square formation and slowly entered the venue. Dragon Kingdom, General Su Man Chun, Major General of the Dragon Soul, has arrived with a delegation from the Dragon Kingdom. As the words fell, countless gazes looked in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom's envoy. The nations of the world are aware of the island's ambitions. This time, the organization of the world's No. 1 martial arts meeting was a challenge to the status of the Dragon Kingdom as the No. 1 power in East Asia. Su Manchuan's thunderous and serious face was followed by a large group of Dragon Souls warriors. Lin Longhai and Jiang Nanking followed on the left and right sides with their respective people, slowly sitting in the area belonging to the Dragon Kingdom. Where's that legendary Yi Chen? Why didn't he come? I heard that the island nation has invited help from the Kunlun ruins, so how could Yi Chen dare to show his head? Can't you see that all the Dragon Kingdom has come with are some of Dragon Soul's little stragglers? Ha ha! This time the Dragon Kingdom is ruined and is bound to fall off the pedestal. Who let the Yi Chen find death, destroying several martial arts clans in the Dragon Kingdom, and chilling the guardians of the Dragon Kingdom? It would be so shabby if a guardian and martial arts family from the Dragon Kingdom had stepped in. Ha 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 ha. Listen to the cackling around you. Lin Longhai's face was gloomy. General Su, Jiangnan King, this martial arts meeting will start in an hour. Still can't contact Yi-chan? Su Manchuan's eyes were heavy. Continue to contact General Yi for me. Yes. The guard behind him kept dialing. The Jiangnan King's face was a little strange. He still didn't understand what Yi Chen's words last night, to make the island country disappear completely, really meant. On the other side, in the unofficial viewing area, Tang Yun frowned. Dad, are we in the wrong place? Tang Yuanhua held 2 walnuts in his hand and kept rolling them around. This godfather of the Chinese street in the country of M. His face was fluctuating at the moment. You saw what happened at the Lincoln Manor that day. Yi Chen is definitely not an ordinary person. But, Tang Yun frowned. I heard that the island has invited experts from the Kunlun ruins. Will Yi Chen be afraid? Kunlun ruins. These 3 words were like a high mountain, pressing on Tang Yuanhua's heart. He subconsciously gripped a token wrapped in silk on his chest. His pale eyes flashed with a hint of determination. Rhyme. Your grandfather has already chosen to miss once. If we hadn't gone far away from M country in the first place, our Tang family wouldn't have been in such a miserable situation, and we hadn't been able to integrate into the overseas circle. Now, Yi Chen is our Tang family's second chance. If we can embrace this thigh, we will be able to return to the Dragon Kingdom and revive the Tang family's former glory. This time, I'm going to bet right no matter what. Eyes narrowed, looking not far away. Macau Island's king of gamblers, Chow Yun Fat, the head of the first family of Hong Kong Island, Li Half City. These 2 have gambled correctly. They're siding with Yi Chen. As long as Yi Chen lives for one day, the number 1 family on Australia Island must be the Zhou family. The number 1 family in Hong Kong Island must be the Li family. As long as Yi Chen wins this time, our Tang family will be able to return to Shanghai. Tang Yuanhua's eyes flashed with an ambition. Feeling Tang Yuanhua's gaze, Li Jiasun looked back and frowned. Dad, it's Tang Yuanhua. When the Tang family left Shanghai, didn't they go to M country to establish a Chinese street? What are they doing here? Li Half City laughed. The Tang family has not mixed well over the years. Unable to fit into the white man's circle, naturally they want to come back. Back in the day, Shanghai was a one-man show for the Tang family, and bigwigs like Goldwing and Du Yuesheng were still students of the old Tang family. Li Jiasun snorted coldly. You ran away when the country was in trouble, and now you want to come back? Dream on. Li Half City frowned. Our Li family doesn't care about the mainland. What I'm worried about is why Mr. Yi hasn't come yet? Glanced down at his watch. It's 50 minutes past 11. There were only the last 10 minutes left before the start of the world's first martial arts meeting. Can Mr. Yip make it? On the high platform next to the Budo stage watching the battle, a middle-aged man from an island nation walked up to Takuya Tojo's side. Your Majesty, the latest news. The airplane that Yi Chen took just flew over Kyoto International Airport. By the time Yi Chen arrives at the martial arts meeting site, it will be at least an hour later. Takuya Tojo shook his head with a sneer. He's late on purpose. It seems like Yi Chen isn't so scary after all. The middle-aged man smiled playfully. Your Majesty, it seems that the news we put out has had an effect, and Yi Chen is also afraid of those lords of the Kunlun ruins. Those adults. They're already heading toward the airport. It's estimated that on the way, we'll be able to block Yi Chen and kill him. Yi Chen can't come to this martial arts meeting scene. Takuya Tojo smiled and nodded. The first man of the Dragon Kingdom, who is too cowardly to show his face in battle. From now on, it will also never show its face. The martial arts world of the Dragon Kingdom is considered completely ruined. From now on, martial arts originates from Myoshima Empire. Your Majesty is wise. The middle-aged man praised a sentence. The island emperor glanced at his Patek Philippe watch. Last 10 minutes. Prepare to ring the bell. Inside the airplane, Yi Chen sat on his knees on the sofa and was in the middle of resting his eyes. Suddenly, Aisha walked in. Junior brother, we've arrived over Kyoto International Airport. Less than 10 minutes before 12 o'clock. The plane is landing now, and it will take at least an hour for us to get to the scene of the martial arts meeting. There's no time to lose. Yi Chen opened his eyes. 10th senior sister. How long would it take if the plane drove directly to the site of the martial arts meeting? Airplanes flying over? Aisha froze, glancing at the map in his hand. About 8 minutes. She guessed Yi Chen's thoughts at a glance. But junior brother, there's no airport near the martial arts club. The road next to it is spacious enough though. But there are too many high-rise buildings for a plane to land well. Yi Chen closed his eyes again. 10th senior sister. You just need to make sure that the plane enters over the martial arts venue. Other than that, you don't have to care. Last 3 minutes. Takuya Tojo smiled faintly and looked in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom crowd. There are still the last 3 minutes until the opening of the world's first martial arts conference. Major General Su, it seems that your Dragon Kingdom's #1, His Excellency Ye Chen, has no intention of showing up? Could it be that just these people from your Dragon Soul are worthy of going up to the martial arts stage and fighting against experts from all over the world? The participants from the other countries followed and mocked. The Dragon Kingdom? Is it also considered the #1 country in East Asia? What the hell? Causing us to look forward to this for so long, I think that Ye Chen is just wasting his time. And these people, actually claiming to be the heirs of dragons. And dragon souls? I think it's called the worm soul. Bug souls? Ha 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 ha. The whole room laughed. The Dragon Soul generals all stood up angrily. Sit down, all of you. Su Manchan let out a low gulp. General, these people are going too far. Marshal Yi must have been delayed by something. Right. How can Marshal Yi be afraid of the island? Hundreds of generals of the Dragon Soul, their eyes red. When the clock strikes 12, Takuya Tojo let out a long sigh. Alas, 12 o'clock is here, and Ye Chen still hasn't shown up. The world's #1 martial arts convention now begins. Chapter 158, The Island. The sky is falling. The words fell. Rumble dash. Overhead. The sound of an airplane's engine suddenly rang out. Everyone subconsciously looked up and couldn't help but freeze as an airplane flew in the air from about 300 meters above their heads, almost just a little bit higher than a skyscraper. What's the situation? Why is the plane flying so low? Just when everyone was wondering, King Jiangnan's eyes contracted for a moment. No way? Again! He had already seen Ye Chen's terrifying means of leaping from an airplane. Meanwhile, inside the airplane, Aisha looked at Ye Chen in shock. Junior brother, you're not going to jump, are you? Ye Chen smiled evilly. No, pull open the airplane door. See you later, senior sister. A leap of faith. Ah, Aisha exclaimed. The crowd at the martial arts meeting was shocked to find a black dot jumping down from the airplane and fixed their eyes on it, almost like a meteor. It went straight to the martial arts platform. In the midst of all the attention, everyone couldn't see the face of the person who jumped out of the plane clearly at all. Just listen. Bang! A loud bang. The martial arts stage instantly exploded, and smoke and dust rose in all directions. When the smoke and dust cleared, a young man from the Dragon Kingdom stood calmly in the center of the martial arts platform, and the granite-stacked martial arts platform exploded, cracks spreading in all directions like spider webs. Dragon Marshal, General Yi, Mr. Yi. The Dragon Soul generals were abuzz. Su Manchan excitedly stood up. Her beautiful eyes almost exploded, no longer able to care about the image of the small mouth slightly open. My god, this guy jumped down from a height of 300 meters? Playing with life. This is, I'm yet. Lin Longhai was directly confused. Jiangnan Wang had seen it even once, when Ye Chen leapt down from an airplane that was several hundred meters away. Seeing it again also secretly wiped away a cold sweat. This, Zhou Yunfa and Li Half City, the two old greaseballs who had been in the shopping mall for a long time. The shock rose straight to the occasion, jaw dropping, heart almost exploding with fear. Is this ing human? The two of them, Li Jessen and Zhou Anqi, were so scared that their legs went soft. They knew that Mr. Yi was fierce, but they didn't expect it to be this fierce. Dad! Tang Yun's pretty face was white and her lips were shivering. Tang Yuanhua has seen big waves. It wasn't until he saw Ye Chen leap down from the 300-meter plane, standing steadily on the martial arts stage, directly crushing the cultural walnut in his hand, the pieces sinking deep into his flesh. Still no reaction. Inside, waves of shock simultaneously rose. Grass. Ah, is this ing Superman? A body of steel. Ye Chen? He's Ye Chen? He's really here. Heck, a 300-meter jump? This guy is just crazy. Damn it, Elephant Nation, am withdrawing from the tournament. The missions of the great nations were in a state of confusion. Takuya Tojo stood in place, his entire body as if petrified, his eyes constantly contracting as he stared at the young man from the Dragon Kingdom on the martial arts stage. Everyone's here. Ha! I'm not late, am I? The moment Ye Chen's voice rang out, the original boiling scene of the martial arts meeting, instantly, dead silence. Su Manchan revealed a smirk. Long Shuai, you came just in time. Ye Chen nodded at her and looked around again. A mere island country dares to organize the world's #1 martial arts conference? The Dragon Kingdom is #1 in the world in martial arts. Who is in favor and who is against? Anyone who opposes this can come forward, and I, Ye Chen, will fight him on the martial arts stage. The representatives of the countries of the world all bowed their heads in horror. Prince Dubei of the Elephant Kingdom spoke quickly. I, the Elephant Kingdom, have just said that I will withdraw directly from the match. General Leiden of the whole kingdom was afraid of being a step slow and followed closely. As we all know, My monkey kingdom has always been very obedient to the dragon kingdom. My admiration for you, Long Shui, is like a torrential river that goes on, and like the Yellow River flooding out of control. Banana Nation would like to call Martial Long the first person in the East Asian martial arts world. Manhwa has served. The Philly state has served. Representatives of a number of countries spoke up. Princess Ruth of the Great Eagle Empire revealed a smile. This is a martial arts convention in Asia. It has nothing to do with Europe. Mr. Ye's elegance is superb. Be sure to visit my Great Eagle Empire when you have the chance. We in the Dragon Kingdom will always be friends. Ice Plains Wolf Legion Commander Korolov laughed. Ha 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 ha. General Yi, I come on behalf of the Wolf Kingdom Empress. The island counts for nothing. With these little midgets, they still want to claim to be number one in martial arts? And they deserve it? On the high platform. When Takuya Tojo heard those words, his anger shot up to the sky. These countries actually, all of a sudden, stood in opposition to the island nation. Good. Very well. Remember your choices today. And this emperor will tell you that you will pay for your choices today. When the island nation rises to the top of the world in the future, all of you present will surely prostrate yourselves at the feet of this emperor and mouth my true name. Yi Chen shook his head in amusement. Tojo Takuya, I warned you, let go of my woman and daughter. Otherwise, there will be no more islands on the world map section. You think I'm joking? The words landed. Yi Chen's footsteps were a little bit, and his body swept away like a cannonball, straight to the high platform where Takuya Tojo was. The speed was so fast that the self-defense force soldiers around the high platform didn't even react. And Yi Chen landed right in front of Takuya Tojo. Say, where are my woman and daughter? Yi Chen raised his hand and clasped it. It was like grabbing a chickadee and snapping Takuya Tojo's neck. Raise it high. Feet off the ground. Baka, let go of His Majesty. Damned Dragon Nation. I order you to let go of His Majesty immediately. Or die. 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 An island nation's first sergeant drew his katana and threatened extremely ferociously. Yi Chen didn't even turn around and kicked out. A chakra erupted. The body of the first sergeant who spoke directly exploded, sending blood and flesh flying. Hiss. The crowd present sucked in a breath of cool air, kicking someone alive through the air. What kind of tactic was this? Yi Chen, you're dreaming. Your woman and daughter have already been killed by me. Tojo Takuya's eyes were bloodshot, but also bloody. You have the guts to kill me, but I don't think you dare either. Ha 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 ha. I am the emperor of the island kingdom. If you kill me, the island kingdom will definitely go to war with the dragon kingdom. Do you dare to be the sinner of 1,000 years? Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen's tone was indifferent. What wouldn't I dare? A 5-finger clasp. Ka-ching. A crunch. Tojo Takuya's neck exploded on the spot, and his head tumbled to the ground, a horrified expression remaining on his face. He couldn't believe it till the day he died. Yi Chen really dared to kill him in public. Deadly silence. Everyone on the island had their jaws dropped and their eyes almost glazed over. Holy. The Elephant Kingdom, the Monkey Kingdom, the Banana Kingdom, the Horse Kingdom and the Philippine Kingdom are completely petrified. Mr. Yi, Zhou Yunfa, Li Half City and the others, after all, were only businessmen, and only felt their scalps numb. Dragon Marshal, hundreds of generals of the Dragon Soul, including Su Man-chun, all rise. The gaze that looked at Yi Chen completely changed. From the initial awe and respect, it became a heartfelt submission. Public beheading of the island emperor can be a single page in the history books of China. A great man should be like that. Tang Yuanhua pinched the broken walnut in death, blood dripping onto the ground. His hands couldn't stop trembling as he muttered, My God, Yi Chen really killed the island emperor in public? The sky is falling. Chapter 159, leaving you all dead. Same time, across the ocean, in the country of M, inside Kawam's office, the phone suddenly rang, and Kawam casually answered it. Hey Evelyn, how's the situation on the island? Father, out. Something has happened. Mr. Yi killed the island emperor in public. Evelyn's voice was shaking. What? With a mischievous sigh, Kawam stood up from his desk. He really killed the island emperor? Or did he kill him in public? Isn't he afraid of provoking a war between the Dragon Kingdom and the island nation? Once East Asia goes to war, the entire world's pattern will have to change with it. His face fluctuated a few times. Continuing, he asked, Evelyn, what's the situation now? Evelyn's brain buzzed. Father, I don't know. I was there. Everyone looked like they were petrified. Not a single person spoke. Stay tuned. Kawam dropped and hung up. Thinking for a few seconds, he picked up the phone again and dialed out continuously. General Virus, something's wrong. Admiral Bran, I order your fleet to sail off Hawaii immediately. There could be a war of epic proportions in East Asia. The island emperor was killed in public. The emperor is their spiritual symbol. Those people don't repent. General Giles. World War III may be about to start. Prepare your men. Transfer me the Supreme Commandant of the Marine Corps. A dozen calls in one breath. Kawam only slowly sat down. An old face was filled with residual shock and disbelief. This guy? What kind of person is he? Is there really someone in this world who dares to disregard the rules by which the entire world operates? All around the martial arts stage, there was a dead silence. A full 3 minutes passed. Click here for. Countless journalists from all over the world around them reacted, as if the negatives in their hands didn't cost anything, shooting frantically. After killing Takuya Tojo, Ye Chen walked up to a high-ranking islander. Where are my woman and daughter? The islander senior shook his head frantically. I really don't know. Ye Chen directly kicked, and this person flew out dozens of meters, his body a bloody mess. The chest exploded, like being hit head-on by a truck loaded with 100 tons. Hiss! Countless people at the scene sucked in a breath of cold air. Such a public killing of countless international journalists is nothing short of diabolical. How could they know that Ye Chen had returned from hell, and that devils had to kneel and submit before his eyes? I don't want to ask the question I just asked again. Ye Chen changed his target. The other party is the finance minister of the island. Ah! The finance minister screamed in horror, covered his heart position, his eyes rolled over, and he fell straight down. The heart stopped beating. I can't believe I was scared alive. You answer. Ye Chen changed another person. My lord. I know. I say, please don't kill me. This person knelt on the ground and cowed out frantically. Your wife and daughter. They arrived at the heavenly palace last night, but your daughter was taken away by a few adults who came from the Kunlun market, and was very excited when she left, saying something about unicorn blood. Ye Chen's face sank. Shilin blood. Hearing those 3 words, many people below the martial arts stage changed their faces slightly. All of them pondered. Suddenly, a playful voice broke the silence. Elder Chen. It seems that Elder Wang was right. This archipelago nation has no potential for cultivation at all. Next, another voice rang out. All a bunch of life-hungry losers. Or the Chinese have some backbone. Unfortunately, they are just too disobedient. Who's talking? The crowd froze. Up there. I don't know who shouted, and everyone raised their heads at the same time, only to be directly stunned by the scene in front of them. There are people flying in the sky. Only 2 old men stood hundreds of meters in the air, looking down like gods. In the middle of the duo, there was a young woman, as if her body was immobilized by some kind of spell. It's Ms. Xiao. Su Manchun took the binoculars and realized that the young woman was none other than Xiao Churan. Princess Ruth of the Great Eagle Empire exclaimed, "Oh my god, he can actually fly?" Tang Yun blushed. "Dad, can anyone really fly?" Tang Yuanhua clenched his fists in death, shaking with excitement. "Earth Immortal. This is a legendary Earth Immortal. When my Tang family was at its peak, I once enshrined a being like this, and I thought the family records were fake. I didn't realize that people like this actually existed in the world." Hearing Tang Yuanhua's words, everyone in the room whispered. Li Jiasun said, "Grandpa, is there really such an existence as Earth Immortals in the world?" Li Hafsidi's old face was grave. His eyes danced. "I haven't seen it either, but he can fly in the air. He's already no different from Superman. If it's an enemy, Mr. Yi is in danger." Zhou Anqi was a little nervous and subconsciously grabbed Zhou Yunfa's arm. Zhou Yunfa sat stiff, and this gambling king held his breath. Ye Chen raised his head, his face cold. "Let her go." Suspended high in the sky, Elder Chen grinned. Yes, the words fell. With a finger on Xiao Churan's shoulder, the prohibition on Xiao Churan's body was instantly lifted. At the same time, the power in Xiao Churan's body that allowed her to levitate disappeared, and her entire body fell from a high altitude like a meteor. Ah! Countless people below exclaimed in shock. This kind of height falling down, absolutely alive fall into flesh. Ah! The weightlessness of the descent made Xiao Churan almost faint, and she used her last strength to shout, "Ye Chen, make sure you bring our daughter back." Fainting moment. Ye Chen bent his knees and leapt up like a spring. When he was close to 100 meters in the air, he hugged the falling Xiao Churan. The 2 of them fell towards the ground with a loud thud, landing firmly on the ground. The crowd's jaws dropped. This was crazy. Ye Chen did some checking. Make sure Xiao Churan is not in any serious trouble. Just fainted. At that moment, the 2 old men in the sky landed. Elder Chen said indifferently, "Kid, your strength is quite good. Why do you have to be our enemy? Now you kneel down immediately and promise to submit to us forever. We can guarantee it. From now on, what with the Dragon Kingdom, the Goliath Kingdom, and the Island Kingdom, you alone have the final say in all of East Asia." Swish dash. Everyone looked up, breathing heavily. He couldn't wait to be Ye Chen and agreed immediately. The 2 were most likely legendary Earth Immortals and from the Kunlun Ruins. What the 3 words Kunlun Ruins meant was self-evident. Yi Chen ignored Elder Chen's words. Su Man-chun. Subordinate. Su Man-chun stepped forward. Yi Chen handed Xiao Charan over to her. Take good care of it. Yes. Su Man-chun hugged Xiao Charan and retreated back into the crowd. Only then did Yi Chen turn around, his death-like gaze falling on the old Chen duo. Answer my 2 questions, and I can leave you with a whole body. First, where is my daughter? Second, who is the man behind you? Chapter 160, Daughter's Marrow? Ha 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 ha. When these words came out, Elder Chen almost laughed out of his eyes. The old man next to him even bent over in laughter. Chen Lao. Cough cough. Ha ha ha. You say that these people nowadays, they really don't know what they're doing. He actually, ha ha ha, said he was going to leave us with a whole body? The corner of Chen Lao's mouth hooked up with a touch of playfulness. Yi Chen, you don't think of us as those wasteful martial arts cultivators on earth, do you? Old me is standing here right now. Can you hurt a hair on my head? Who dash? Yi Chen moved, the gale howling, appearing in front of Elder Chen almost instantly. Raising his hand, he slammed a fist straight at Chen Lao's heart, dry as a bone. You really dare to make a move? Elder Chen was shocked and furious. The shock was that Yi Chen's speed was so terrifying. What he was angry about was that Yi Chen actually dared to really take a shot at him. Angrily, he raised his head and slammed his fist into the oncoming punch. Kid, there is no need for this hand of yours to exist. This is the down side of your disregard for the old man's majesty. Said a sentence that had not yet been finished. Ka chow. There was a crisp ringing sound. Ah! Chen Lao let out a heartbreaking scream. The arm that made the punch actually instantly exploded. Blood and bones flew horizontally, and the whole person was shocked out of a dozen steps, subconsciously giving birth to a sense of fear in his heart. Chen Lao, how are you? The old man next to him changed color. A shocked face looked at Yi Chen. Chen Lao, like him, was not a condensed Dan realm cultivator, but a genuine Jin Dan stage cultivator. He was actually punched out of his arm by the Yi Chen in front of him? How can that be? Little you deserve to be damned. The old man should not give you a chance. Elder Chen was incomparably berserk, and with a lift of his hand, a ring between his fingers flickered for a moment. In the palm of his left hand, a sword appeared out of thin air. Give me death. Zira. The sword chi came across, and many of the spectators around them felt a raw pain in their cheeks, and subconsciously raised their hands to touch it, and it was dripping with blood. They were more than 50 meters away from the Budo stage. The sword chi that emanated out actually cut them. Just how terrifying was the power of this sword? With a sword? Sorry, I have one too. Yi Chen raised his hand and grabbed it. The blood dragon sword rushed out from the chaotic cauldron and with a 5-finger grip, the sword chopped at the sword in Elder Chen's hand. When?'s crunching sound, the sword in Chen Lao's hand broke, and he even vaguely heard a faint sound of a dragon's roar as the sword chi swept past. Chen Lao screamed miserably. The arm holding the sword in his left hand had all of its flesh and blood chopped off by the terrifying sword chi, leaving only the white bones on his arm. How can that be? Chen Lao stepped back in horror, staring dead at his left hand that was nothing but white bone. Spiritual weapon? You actually have a spirit sword. How is it possible? Spirit swords are extremely rare even in the Kunlun ruins, let alone having a weapon spirit inside. I just saw a bloody dragon. Could it be that you have sealed a dragon's soul in this sword? No way. Never. Chen Lao almost hissed the last sentence. Dragon soul? Not even in the Kunlun ruins. How did Yi Chen do it? I gave you a chance. Either answer the question or die without a trace. Since you chose the latter, you can be on your way. Finally, Yi Chen's death-like voice rang out. I grant you. Lynching. Chen Lao finally got scared and hissed like a mad beast. Frack Lao, what are you still waiting for? Make a move. Make a move. Sage old man's body moved a little. Next, Yi Chen's ice-cold eyes looked over. Hiss. The fierce old man sucked in a mouthful of cool air and actually didn't dare to move a muscle. The moment he locked eyes with Yi Chen, he felt that the youth in front of him was not a person, but a god of death from hell. The sound of blood and flesh being cut came. The fateful old man couldn't help but look back, and was directly frightened to the point that his scalp went numb, and a strong fear was born in his heart. Is he the devil? All around the martial arts stage, the guests who had come to participate in the world's first martial arts meeting were also completely stunned, and each one of them was trembling, horrified. He looked at the scene in front of him. See only, with each fall of Yi Chen's sword, a piece of flesh and blood fell off of Elder Chen's body. A full 15 minutes had passed. Yi Chen had chopped out thousands of swords, and all that was left of Elder Chen was a set of white bones, with an even piece of flesh and blood all around his feet. Ye Chen retained his nerves and blood vessels. Let Chen Lao live to feel the pain of the lingering death. Yi Chen, you devil, I don't want to see you again. If there is a next life, I don't want to see you again. The last voice came out of Chen Lao's throat. Pust. The last sword fell. Chen Lao broke off and his voice ended abruptly. On the martial arts stage, only a white bone was left standing there. 15 minutes ago, this was a living, breathing human being. What a terrifying tactic. Li Jiasen lowered her head in horror. Zhou Anqi swallowed a mouthful of spit. I'm a medical student. I know some surgical procedures. What Mr. Yi is using is not a scalpel. It's a sword. And it has to be done in a way that cuts off every piece of Chen's flesh and blood and still doesn't injure the nerves. It's horrible. The Jiangnan King and Lin Longhai duo. And also long ago, he was sweating profusely. Tang Yun's pretty face turned white with fear. Tang Yuanhua, however, had a twinkle in his eye. Lords, that's how it should be. If you dare to harm those around me, then be prepared to pay the price. By lynching Chen Lao in public like this, Mr. Yi is not warning those who want to hit on him. After doing this, Yi Chen's gaze turned and landed on Old Man Fury. Your turn. Flop dash. Without any hesitation, the fierce old man directly knelt on the ground and kowtowed like a madman. Eunuch Yi. I'm willing to tell you everything you want to know. Bang. 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 Dozens of kowtows were made on the shattered martial arts stage. The frontal bone exploded. And sage old man couldn't even feel the pain as if it was there. Yi Chen spat out 2 words. Enough. Where is my daughter? Elder sage was like an amnesty. Back to Lord Yi. Your daughter was brought back to Kunlun ruins by Wang Guangzhong, and we're all Kunlun ruins Duan clan's envoys. It's the Duan family again. Yi Chen's face sank. Last time in the Wan family, when Wan Tianming imprisoned his father for 5 years, the person behind it seemed to be connected to the Duan family. Thinking for a few seconds, what do you want with my daughter? This, elder sage was a bit hesitant. Say, Yi Chen stomped down, and one of the legs of the old brakeman kneeling on the ground exploded into mush on the spot. Ah, I say, my lord, the Duan family's young master is suffering from a terminal disease, and if he wants to live, he can only change his blood. Only the legendary Qilin blood can sustain his life, elder sage said in horror, raising his head to look at Yi Chen with trembling. The Duan family needs your daughter's bone marrow. What? Yi Chen's eyes instantly reddened. Grass. You guys have already made a move? Chapter 161, Whoever dares to stop, kill without pardon. My daughter is only 4 years old. I can't believe I'm going to have my bone marrow ripped out. An endless rage coalesced in Yi Chen's heart, and under the monstrous fury he viciously kicked at the old man's chest. Put. Elder sage spewed out a mouthful of blood, and all of his ribs were broken and inserted into his heart. Blood continued to gush from his mouth. Suddenly, a blue light flickered in Elder Fury's arms, like some sort of signaling light. Knowing that he would not survive, sage old man used his last strength to pull out the object in his arms. It was actually a shiny rock. Transmission stone. A trace of mana was injected into it. Elder Wang. Save. Elder Sage just opened his mouth. Click. With a crunching sound, Yi Chen extremely decisively pinched off the old man's neck. He stared in disbelief at this. He couldn't believe this. He actually died like this. The sound transmission stone in his hand slipped, and before it landed on the ground, Yi Chen took hold of it. Elder Fury. What's wrong with you? Listening to your voice doesn't seem quite right. Could it be that Yi Chen kid is a bit tricky and has injured you? An old voice rang out. After a few seconds, there was no response. Suddenly, the person on the opposite side felt that something was wrong, and his voice sank. No, you're not False Forest. You're Yi Chen. Yi Chen's icy voice rang out. Elder Wang? Wang Guangzhong? Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen, it's really you. Old me underestimated you. Wang Guangzhong laughed out loud. It seems that the duo of Chen Shi and Shaolin died in your hands, right? Yi Chen's voice was ice cold. Where is my daughter? Wang Guangzhong was playful to the extreme. Ha ha. Yi Chen. One sentence remains. Yi Chen bellowed. Shut up, Wang Guangzhong. Yi Chen, swear that as long as my daughter is hurt a hair, even if you hide in the Kunlun ruins, I will definitely destroy the Wang clan completely, and I will let you know what it's like to be sent to the 18 layers of hell. Ka chow. A 5-finger grip. The transmission stone burst. At the same time, the Kunlun ruins Duan family's residence specially prepared for the envoys. Wang Guangzhong's face was dark. Damn it. He simply didn't expect Yi Chen to directly interrupt him, leaving him with no chance to mock, and had threatened him with the entire Wang family. Yi Chen, you've got some balls. I'd like to see how you're going to come to the Kunlun ruins. And even if you can come to the Kunlun ruins, do you think the Duan family is something you can shake? By then, not to mention your daughter, even you will be nothing more than a corpse by the side of the road to be eaten by wild dogs at will. After crushing the sound transmission stone, Yi Chen ignored the gazes of everyone present and walked up to Su Manchun. He first glanced at Xiao Churan, who was still unconscious, and then spoke to the crowd. Go back to the Dragon Kingdom. Suddenly, Yi Chen, you killed His Majesty the Emperor and want to leave just like that? Take my island as no one? An island colonel with 3,000 self-defense forces rushed out. Loaded guns. The guns were pointed at Yi Chen and the Dragon Soul crowd. Get out! Yi Chen bellowed. The blood dragon sword in his hand slashed out. The self-defense force first sergeant who opened his mouth shattered in half on the spot and died a violent death outright. All Dragon Souls. In. Everyone stomped their feet. All equipped with weapons. Any islander who dares to stand in our way, kill without pardon. Yes. The 500 Dragon Soul members were red in the face and ears. And each one of them looked like they had been beaten up. All of them pulled out the weapons they carried and stared at the 3,000 self-defense force members dead in the face. 500 versus 3,000. 6 times the difference in numbers and still in enemy territory. All the generals of the Dragon Soul. Their aura actually completely crushed the island. Let's go. Yi Chen let out a low gulp. Holding Xiao Churan towards the outside of the martial arts arena. Throughout the entire process, not a single islander dared to stand in the way. Little Thane days, UING do it. Grass. Even if I die on the island, I will kill all of you. Damn it. Why don't you guys do something? Killing one is good enough. Killing two is good enough. Even if I die in the island today, I'll still be able to open a new page in my family tree. 500 Dragon Soul Warrior was disappointed. Young warriors, eager to build merit. Yi Chen had just left with his front foot when the entire martial arts arena exploded. My god, I still can't believe that the island emperor just died? Having your neck pinched and broken in public by a young man from the Dragon Kingdom? How is that possible? This isn't an ordinary Dragon Kingdom youth. He's the Dragon Kingdom's Dragon Marshal. Princess Ruth of the Great Eagle Empire's beautiful eyes flickered as she prepared to go back and immediately report to the Empress. I just don't know if this Dragon Marshal can be the son-in-law of the Great Eagle Empire. It's not like I can't accept it even if I have a daughter. Princess Ruth thought to herself. Jiasin, let's go. Li Half-City froze for a long time before slowly getting up. The corners of his mouth all smiles. From today onwards, the island nation's position in East Asia is considered to have completely collapsed. What SoftBank Group, Mitsubishi Group, will be completely ruined. In the future, there will only be 2 financial centers in East Asia, Shanghai and Hong Kong Island. Not to mention being the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, my Li family might be among the richest in Asia in the future. As long as Mr. Yi is around, even the richest man in the world is not impossible. In Li Half-City's mind, he began to plan his business empire. All of this, all because of Yi Chen. Tang Yun looked straight at Yi Chen as he left, before turning back to look at Tang Yuanhua. Dad, what do we do now? Go back to Shanghai, no matter what the cost. I'm going to hug the thigh of Mr. Yi. Tang Yuanhua's expression was incredibly serious. Other side, Evelyn pulled out her cell phone and dialed Kawam's number. Hello, father. Yi Chen arrived at the airport with his front foot. Aisha, the 10th elder sister, immediately rushed out of the airplane. Junior brother, I've heard all about it. Did you really kill the island emperor? Aisha's pretty face was filled with disbelief. Yi Chen nodded. Yes. Ha? Aisha opened her small mouth slightly so that she could fit an egg in it. That's the island emperor. Beheading in public is like a dream. Yi Chen said. 10th senior sister. I have a prior trip back to the Dragon Kingdom. Aisha glanced at Xiao Churan in Yi Chen's arms and revealed a smile. This is little senior brother's lover, right? Since junior brother still has things to do, let's part ways here first. It just so happens that I have some business to take care of over in M. Junior brother, feel free to contact me if anything happens. Aisha stepped forward and kissed Yi Chen on the cheek with a touch. Turn around and board the plane to leave. Yi Chen got on the Dragon Soul's airplane, and Su Manchun ordered it to take off directly towards Shanghai. On the airplane, Yi Chen performed silver needle stabbing, and the first thing Xiao Churan did when she woke up. No regrets. The name of his daughter was shouted out of his mouth. Yi Chen took her hand in order to keep her from worrying. Churan, don't worry. Bu Xia is safe now. She was just taken to the Kunlun ruins. You go back to Shanghai and recuperate. I'll immediately make a trip to Kunlun ruins and promise to bring Unrepentant back. Xiao Churan was shaking all over. Yi Chen, Unrepentant is my life. If something happens to her, I don't want to live. Don't worry. I promise I won't let anything happen to Unrepentant. Yi Chen secretly took out a silver needle and didn't enter Xiao Churan's sleeping point. A blur came over her eyes and she fell into a quiet sleep. Dum 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 dum. There was a knock on the door. Yi Chen spat out one word, enter. Jiangnan King hurriedly ran in, holding a satellite phone in his hand. his face a bit ugly. Master, 5 minutes ago, your father was taken away from the old mansion in Zhonghai. King Jiangnan, what are your people doing? Yi Chen's face was ugly. Father was seriously injured and still recuperating. Who had so much energy to take someone away under the guard of Jiangnan King's men and dragon soul generals? Da. There was a rush of footsteps, and Su Manchun, who was dressed in military uniform, came over. Marshal Long, a call from Lord Long. Yi Chen frowned. As soon as he answered, the voice of the Dragon Lord immediately came from his ear. Yi Chen, you're on your way back to Zhonghai right now, aren't you? I already know about the island. I had your father picked up by me. Don't worry. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This old man would not harm Yi Lingyun no matter what. Spin. Yi Chen had some more doubts in his heart. Dragon Lord, what are you picking up my father for? The Dragon Lord pondered for a few seconds. Don't go back to Zhonghai first, come to Dragon Capital first. Tonight, we have set up a state dinner in your honor. Chapter 162 Divide the World. Yi Chen was a bit strange. Setting up a state banquet for me? The Dragon Lord didn't explain much. Yi Chen, you must come. It's a matter of great importance. The Dragon Kingdom's fate for 1,000 years depends on it. Hang up. Su Manchun didn't dare to say more. Her eyes were firm, waiting for Yi Chen to give the order. The Jiangnan King also stood in place. A full 3 minutes passed before Yi Chen spat out. Go to Dragon Capital. An hour later, the airplane landed at the Longdu International Airport, and Deng Lei led the people and immediately walked up. Dragon Marshal. Deng Lei was in awe. The word has gotten back to the island. For this twice decapitated island emperor, the youth who was also directly pinched to death the second time in front of the whole world had long been admired in his heart. Dragon Lord asked me to come and pick you up. The caravan is ready. We can leave now. Everyone is waiting for you. Tong Lei laughed. Yi Chen asked Su Manchun to send Shao Charan back to the Shao family to rest. He himself took Jiangnan Wang and Lin Longhai and sat in an explosion-proof vehicle. Yi Chen just sat down. Deng Lei then drilled in and spoke with a grave expression on his face. Marshal Long, the opportunity to change the situation in China has come. This time, your choice will determine the future development of the entire China. Yi Chen frowned. Secretary Deng, what does that mean? Deng Lei shook his head. You'll know later. No words on the way. Arriving outside the state banquet grounds, the red carpet rolled out. The steps were solemn. Even the Jiangnan king couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when he saw the gate of the state banquet site. Gulp. This is the highest specification banquet of the Dragon Kingdom. Right. I can't imagine that I, the Jiangnan king, am qualified to enter this kind of place. Lin Longhai laughed. If it weren't for Yi Chen, how would we be qualified? Enter the banquet site. Swish, swish, swish. Countless gazes, all at once, looked over. Some of them Yi Chen recognized, and there were some unfamiliar faces. Judging from their aura and the way they were dressed, their status was extraordinary. There were about 10 tables of drinks in total, adding up to about 100 people. At one of the tables, only 6 people were seated, and 3 of them were none other than the Dragon Lord, Yi Zhenbei, Yi Lingyun, and Xiao Zhenghua, and 2 strange old men. The two's pale eyes flickered as they stared at Yi Chen, rather like an eagle-eyed lordly flavor. Tatsu-chan, Yi Lingyun shouted. His face was a little pale and his breath weak, but there was no danger. Dad. Yi Chen nodded his head and replied. The Dragon Lord gave a wink, and Deng Lei immediately invited Yi Chen to take a seat. Yi Chen, let me introduce you, pointing at the other 2 unfamiliar old men. This one, the old master of the Wang family, Wang Yuchen. This, the Gu family's old man, Gu Xinting. Yi Chen smiled faintly. The 4 great families of Dragon Capital, Shao, Yi, Wang and Gu are all here. It seems that this party tonight is not set up for me alone. Is it? Wang Yuchen's eyes condensed as he looked at Yi Chen. The Yi family was originally removed from the ranks of the 4 great families, and the Wei family actually took over the Yi family's spot long ago. It's just that Wei Tai Lai Wei Gong died at your hands, along with your recent proud battle record. The Yi family, indeed, can return to the ranks of the 4 great families. Yi Chen said. The Zhanghai Yi family has nothing to do with the Longdu Yi family. Oh, Wang Yuchen glanced at Yi Zhenbei on the opposite side of the room with great interest. Yi Zhenbei's face went pale for a moment. Yi Lingyun shouted. Chener, alright, since Yi Chen is already here, let's serve the food. Gu Shinting said indifferently. The trained concierge immediately served the food. Each of these is made by top chefs, and there are 32 courses in total. In the center was a huge porcelain plate over 2 meters in diameter, covered with a red cloth that covered what was underneath. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he utilized his heavenly eye perspective. Not by a long shot. Let's start with the main course. Wang Yuchen got up and waved his big hand. Lift the red cloth directly. Maps? The Jiangnan king and Lin Longhai, who were standing behind Ye Chen, directly froze. Covered under the red cloth was actually a map, in which the countries of China and East Asia were included. Wang Yuchen opened his mouth. Men, serve the dragon marshal with food. A young girl of about 20 came up, a tray in her hand. On top of the tray is a Song Dynasty gold-tailed wolf hairbrush, a genuine antique. There are very few of them in existence. They are exclusive to the royal family and are worth over 1,000,000 RMB. Yi Chen's voice was ice-cold. What do you mean? Wang Yuchen laughed lightly. Long Shui, eat your food. Isn't the meaning obvious? With your current achievements, you are fully qualified to eat at the table. Only, we eat the whole world. This statement was made. Yi Chen's eyebrows raised. King Jiangnan and Lin Longhai's jaws dropped. With the whole world as your dish? What a great spirit. Wang Yuchen pointed at the map and continued. The four great families, since ancient times, have controlled China. The neighboring countries also look up to us. The dragon marshal can hold this pen in his hand and draw a circle, and everything within the circle is up to the dragon marshal. This is to be crowned king. The Jiangnan king stared wide-eyed, breathing heavily and blushing. He was only the king of Jiangnan in his district, and he already had limitless power. Now, as long as Yi Chen held a brush in his hand, a casual circle was more than dozens of times bigger than Jiangnan, and it was not too much to say that he was an emperor of the land. The dragon lord stared at Yi Chen, waiting for him to make a move. Seeing Yi Chen's delay, Xiao Xinghua couldn't help but remind. Yi Chen, what are you waiting for? Quickly raise your pen to circle the land. Yi Chen, however, shook his head. Elder Xiao, I'm sorry, I'm not interested. What? Xiao Xinghua froze. The others present, too, looked at Yi Chen in surprise. This kind of opportunity, they wouldn't even dare to dream about it. Yi Chen actually rejected it directly. Gu Shinting frowned slightly. Humph. Wang Yuchen sneered. Yi Chen, are you sure you don't want it? The enclosure will not be affected by the fact that the Dragon Kingdom is still the Dragon Kingdom, but the area you have circled actually counts as your territory. Ordinary people's clothing, food, housing, transportation, birth, old age, sickness and death, energy, oil, electricity, banks, schools, hospitals. All the proceeds of everything will go to you alone. What the richest man in the world? The Forbes wealth list is nothing. You are the real invisible rich man, and it can be extended for thousands of generations, and your children and grandchildren will be human beings from now on. Power, status, money, beauty, resources. Yi Chen laughed. Sorry, Yi Chen, have never wanted to be a human being, much less have I thought about accumulating billions of dollars for my children and grandchildren. I know that behind you all, to a greater or lesser extent, there are shadows of the forces of the Kunlun ruins, but I, Yi Chen, am telling you that I will personally go to the Kunlun ruins soon, and any forces that have made a move against me, I will destroy them one by one. The crowd froze. Yi Chen slowly got up. As for you guys, you'd better be honest. Whoever dares to hit my Yi Chen again, those ancient martial arts families, that's what you'll get. The words landed. Raising his hand, he pressed it against the table. Clunk! There was a loud bang. The dozens of dishes on the state banquet table, and the map of a gold thread show, turned into powder together. You! Wang Yuchen stood up in shock and pointed his finger at Yi Chen. Gu Shinting finally spoke. Yi Chen, the Kunlun ruins are not something you can afford to offend. You're young enough to have gotten this far. If you continue like this, you'll end up like your parents. Why do you think the Long Duyi family has become like this? Why did the Wei family manage to take advantage of the opportunity to rise? Yi Chen was a bit agitated. What do you mean? You know what happened back then? He kept asking his father, but Yi Lingyun kept his mouth shut. Yi Lingyun even went mental if Yi Chen pursued the matter. That incident, it must have hit him hard. Now, hearing information about his mother once again, how could Yi Chen not be excited? Gu Shinting shook his head and coldly swept a glance at Yi Lingyun. That incident back then, it was a miracle that your father survived. Yi Chen, stop here. Don't blame us for not warning you when your family dies. Chapter 163, The Truth of 5 Years Ago. Yi Chen bellowed. Don't talk about useless things. Say, what exactly happened back then? Suddenly storming up, taking one step, he landed in front of Gu Shinting's body, raised his hand and snapped his neck. Pick it up straight away. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Let go of Gu Lao. Quite a few people at the other tables jumped out in shock and chided Yi Chen in a loud voice. Xiao Xinghua hurriedly spoke. Yi Chen, don't do anything rash. Wang Yuchen stared wide-eyed. This kid is really a madman. The Dragon Lord sat in place without saying a word. He had known for a long time that this was an uncontrollable true dragon, and no one could stop him from doing what he wanted to do. Ahem. You, don't you dare. Gu Shinting coughed violently, an old face suffocating in red. For the last time, speak, or die. Yi Chen closed his 5 fingers. Gu Shinting only felt a wave of suffocation. His eyes rolled back in his head, and at this moment he was finally afraid. Crazy. Kid is absolutely and utterly insane. I said. Back then, when your father offended the people of the Kunlun ruins, in order for the Yi family to save your father's life, Yi Jinbei, this old thing, actually gave up all of the Yi family's underpinnings just to save your father and son's lives. Gu Shinting finished in one breath. What? Yi Chen was stunned. Turning back to Yi Jinbei. Yi Jinbei's face was ice cold. Not bad. Yi Chen couldn't believe his ears. Dad? Yi Lingyun reddened his eyes. If it wasn't for him, how would Xiao Yun have been captured? Do you think that I will be grateful to you just because you saved my life? An extremely defiant roar? I won't. Yi Chen looked at Yi Jinbei. Yi Jinbei, what the hell is going on here? Yi Jinbei was silent. If you don't tell me, I'll kill him. Yi Chen's 5 fingers contracted. Gu Shinting growled like crazy. Yi Chen, what's it to me if Yi Jinbei doesn't want to talk? It's a madman. Absolutely capable of such things. His eyes were red and he stared at Yi Jinbei dead in the face. Yi Jinbei, you say it instead. Do you want Yi Chen to kill me in public? If I die, do you think the Yi family will be better off? Yi Jinbei, say it. Yi Chen's expression was somewhat complicated, and his mood was even more subtle. Next, Yi Jinbei laughed. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen, you mustn't think too much. It's not the kind of dog-blooded drama you have in your head. What with Grandpa enduring insults and humiliation and going so far as to let the entire Yi family fall from grace in order to save your father and you. The truth is far more brutal than you can imagine. You want to know the truth? Fine, and I will tell you the truth. Yi Jinbei bellowed, as if returning to his military career. That Jinbei war god returned. The truth is, your mom is from Kunlun Void, and it's a very large family. I originally disliked Yi Lingyun. He is nothing more than a sinful child born from a relationship between the old man and a maid after a drunken stint. The old man gave her mother 3 times of abortifacient pills, but none of them aborted Yi Lingyun. Yi Chen then realized. No wonder he went back to the Yi family in Longdu with his father in the first place. The grandmother at home, who didn't even like himself, didn't bother to look at him much. Turns out it wasn't his real grandmother at all. Yi Jinbei continued. This is the shame of the old man's life. So Yi Chen, the old man has disliked you since you were a child, because the same shame of the old man flows within you. Yi Lingyun closed his eyes in pain. Yi Chen's eyes were ice cold. Continue. Yi Jinbei swept a glance at Yi Chen and said in a cold voice. After Yi Lingyun was born, he really didn't look like me. He left the Yi family at a very young age, and he actually enlisted in the Dragon Soul Special Forces. Later he was sent to guard the foot of the Kunlun Mountains, and one of his missions just happened to save Su Xiaoyun, your mother, who escaped from the Kunlun ruins with injuries. Lingyun, Dad was right, wasn't he? Yi Lingyun gritted his teeth. You're the one who harmed Xiaoyun. Humph. Yi Jinbei snorted coldly. If you were in this position, you would have made the same choice as me. That's the Kunlun ruins. My Yi family has been inherited in China for 600 years, so how could I not know what the Kunlun ruins actually exist? That man said that if he doesn't hand over Su Xiaoyun, our entire Yi family will be buried with him. Or are you all too careless? Still harboring a hint of fantasy about the Yi family's kinship, a cup of poisoned wine, and you drink it so easily. Hear this. Yi Lingyun was trembling with anger. Old thing. You have a cruel heart. Yi Jinbei laughed coldly. No poison is a man. Lingyun. Back then, your mother's abortifacient medicine was poured down by my old hand. After she gave birth to you, I had the doctor use a drug not to stop the bleeding, but to speed up the bleeding. What a shame she didn't even get to look at you. Yi Jinbei, you deserve to die. Tears welled up in Yi Lingyun's eyes as he angrily rushed over and deadlocked Yi Jinbei's neck. The latter did not resist in the least. Still sitting in his chair, steady as a rock. Not a word, even if you're about to suffocate. Dad. Yi Chen walked over and patted Yi Lingyun's shoulder, and a silver needle disappeared into his body. It was only then that Yi Lingyun quieted down and sat back down with a gasp. Yi Chen swept a glance at Yi Jinbei and faintly spat out 2 words. You, continue. Everyone in the room froze. Temperance. Yi Chen was simply too calm. It's amazing how a teenager who just turned 23 can be so calm when he hears that his grandmother actually died at the hands of his grandfather, as well as the misery of his parents. His blood, is it cold? All of them unanimously winced. Yi Jinbei looked deeply at Yi Chen. Ha ha ha, kid, you really are cold-blooded. Of my 3 sons, I can't see Yi Lingyun the most, but he's the most competitive. On the contrary, you, the grandson, are most like the old man. The old man has been on the battlefield all his life, and he can't go this far without cold blood. and you don't have to be in a hurry to reject it, even though the old man has lost. But in your body, after all, it is the old man's blood that flows. The Ye family is not considered to be without a descendant. I'm not the least bit interested in that. Yi Chen shook his head. I just want to know who that person is. Who told you to poison my mother? And my father? Who caused him to look like this? Yi Jinbei stared at Yi Chen, and a full dozen seconds passed. Yi Chen, give up. He shook his head. Why do you think the Yi family fell? At that time, our Yi family, a total of 27 martial arts masters, didn't last a single move in that man's hands. Yi Chen, even if you're strong now, they have a monstrous background and heritage. You have no idea how terrifying the Kunlun ruins are. 5 years. Hell returns. On background? Who can be fiercer than his 10 Hades masters? What's the bottom line? Oh, he holds the book of life and death. If he wants you to live, you live. If he wants you to die, you die. No matter if you had a monstrous background. It was all nothing in Yi Chen's eyes. Yi Chen shook his head in amusement. Yi Jinbei, you have no idea how terrifying I am. Tell me who the person who harmed my mother is. From now on, our grudges are cancelled. Chapter 164, Don't Go to the Kunlun Ruins. Su Yuan. Yi Jinbei spat out 2 words. Su Yuan. Yi Chen kept these 2 words firmly in his heart. Is there any other information about this person? Yi Jinbei shook his head. I only know the name, and the fact that he's from the Kunlun Market Su family. Yi Chen looked at Yi Jinbei. Yi Chen, am a man of my word. What happens to the Longdu Yi family in the future has nothing to do with my Zhanghai Yi family. Dad, let's go. Yi Chen stepped forward and assisted Yi Lingyun. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, he walked directly towards the outside of the state banquet grounds. The 2 of them, Jiangnan King and Lin Longhai, followed closely behind. The front foot had just stepped out of the state banquet venue when Deng Lei chased after him. Marshal Long, Lord Long asks you to take a step to speak. Yi Chen nodded, glanced at his father. Yi Lingyun looked much better. Chen I'm not a child anymore. I'll take care of myself. Don't worry, no one can touch Mr. Yi in Dragon Capital. Yi Chen ordered Jiangnan King and Lin Longhai to protect his father closely. He himself got into a car prepared by Deng Lei and went straight to a courtyard next to the state banquet venue. Antique, designed in the style of Suzhou Gardens. It is unique in the whole dragon. After just entering the courtyard and passing through a dozen or so open and dark posts, Yi Chen made his way to a lake outside. Next to it was the office of the Dragon Lord. The 70-something-year-old man stood at the edge of the lake, waiting for Yi Chen with his hands behind his back. You're here. Alas, you were still too impulsive just now. You shouldn't have been so intentional. He turned back and looked at Yi Chen. Despite the words, his heart was clearly happy. Gu Shinting asked you to encircle the land as king. Why didn't you do it? Yi Chen replied. Not interested. The Dragon Lord had thought of countless answers for Yi Chen, but only this one did not come to mind. Couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Oh. Throughout the ages, how many heroes and heroines have been dreaming this dream all their lives? How did it come to you that it's no fun? Yi Chen replied. Power, status, money, and beauty. Turn your head into nothing. One lives but 100 years. Just live at ease. At the same time, I don't want to be limited by so many interests. The Dragon Lord froze, then shook his head. How can it be so easy to not be restricted? Yi Chen was straightforward. Dragon Lord, you don't need to test me. I don't have any interest in controlling the Dragon Kingdom. You were behind the destruction of the ancient martial arts family, weren't you? The Dragon Lord's smile froze. Spinning around, he nodded. He looked at Yi Chen gravely. It's true that I have pushed the envelope, but I still have a backhand. I will use my own power to exterminate several ancient martial arts families, but I didn't think you'd do it all by yourself. And the deaths of the 9,000 years, Wei Gong, and the rest of them caught me off guard. Yi Chen, you really did rid the Dragon Kingdom of harm by killing them, the Dragon Lord said from the bottom of his heart. Oh, Yi Chen was a bit puzzled. The Dragon Lord's eyes narrowed as he looked in the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. Do you know that from ancient times? The world we are in has always been the backyard of the Kunlun ruins. All the resources, wealth, and even beautiful women they need are plundered from every country in the world. And the several ancient martial arts families, the 9,000 years, and the Wei family, are all puppets supported by the Kunlun ruins. The Dragon Lord, was practically hollowed out a long time ago. Yi Chen frowned. What exactly is the Kunlun ruins a place? The Dragon Lord shook his head. I don't know. However, the people there should definitely not be looked at with modern eyes. I once witnessed a top cultivator who actually relied on his physical body to resist the nuclear bombs we dropped in the direction of the Kunlun ruins. As he said these words, the Dragon Lord's eyes trembled slightly. Even his voice, it was shaking a little. This man who is now the highest authority in the Dragon Kingdom, I can't believe they all look like this. Imagine that. How much of a shock a cultivator's flesh carries a nuclear bomb against him. Yi Chen's expression did not fluctuate. Is your body resistant to nuclear bombs? Oh, when the entire Hawaiian island of M military base, dozens of nuclear bombs exploded at the same time. He was unharmed. Yi Chen, don't take this seriously. The Kunlun ruins is definitely not a place you can enter. At least, not the current you. Su Manchun has already reported to me that your daughter was taken away by people from the Kunlun ruins. However, even if it's your own daughter, you shouldn't go to the Kunlun ruins at this time. Seemingly sensing Yi Chen's indifference, the Dragon Lord reminded. Yi Chen was indifferent. The Dragon Lord added, it really will kill you. Yi Chen shrugged indifferently. Death? There's nothing to be afraid of. You. The Dragon Lord was momentarily speechless and let out a long sigh. Alas. Well, however, that place, Kunlun ruins, is not that close. It took us decades to find the entrance. Yi Chen guessed that since there were cultivators in the Kunlun ruins, then near the entrance, there must be a formation guarding it. Ordinary people go looking for it, but of course they can't find the entrance. At this point, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. A text message sent over. Casually opened it to see that it was Xiao Churan waking up. Well, thanks for the advice. And it's time for me to go. Turn around and walk away. Suddenly, Yi Chen stopped again and looked at the Dragon Lord suspiciously. By the way, can you handle the Wang family and the Gu family? If it's tricky, I can make them disappear from Dragon Capital tonight. The Dragon Lord froze and said with some dismay. Yi Chen, not everything can be fixed by killing. Yi Chen shrugged. Killing is the most effective method, isn't it? The Dragon Lord sweated a bit. No need. There are only 2 clans left. I have plenty of ways. Okay. Yi Chen said no more and turned to leave. The Dragon Lord looked at Yi Chen's back and muttered under his breath. This kid, where did he get a murderous aura from? After leaving, Yi Chen let Deng Lei's car and sent him directly to Zhao's house. The front foot had just gotten out of the car when an excited voice came from his ear. Mr. Yi. Yi Chen turned around. And you are? The middle-aged man in front of him revealed a smile. Mr. Yi, that day at the Lincoln Manor in M Country, I saw your divine power from afar. And then later, I went to the scene of the island martial arts tournament and witnessed you behead the island emperor with your own hands. Yi Chen's face sank. You're spying on me? A murderous intent coalesced. The woman next to her heart tightened. A cold sweat even welled up behind his back, and he subconsciously grabbed Tang Yuanhua's arm. Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. Tang Yuanhua hurriedly opened his mouth. My name is Tang Yuanhua. My ancestors drifted across the ocean from Zhanghai to M Country, after seeing your great strength in Lincoln Manor that day. So I specially rushed back to Dragon Country just to make a friend with you. Not interested. Yi Chen directly refused and walked towards the Shao family gate. Tang Yuanhua was a bit anxious. He knew that if he missed out this time, he wouldn't know when he would have to wait until the next time he saw Yi Chen again. Quickly rushing forward, he stopped Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, Kunlun ruins, you're not interested either? Chapter 165 8th Senior Sister. What do you mean? Yi Chen stopped and stared back at Tang Yuanhua. The white moonlight sprinkled on his face, giving it an extremely icy coldness. Mr. Yi, may I borrow a step? Tang Yuanhua held back the pressure and pointed at a Maybach sedan behind him. Just returned to the country with nothing luxurious. You suffer. Yi Chen was expressionless and drilled into the Maybach. Tang Yuanhua sat in the back row, and Yi Chen's voice rang out. What is it? Take it out. Tang Yuanhua was shocked. You know about it? Yi Chen spoke in a calm tone. From the time you came to me, one hand has been hidden in your sleeve, secretly touching an invisible pocket at your own waist 6 times. It's not meant for me. What are you carrying it around for? Tang Yuanhua was taken aback. From the time he saw Yi Chen, to the time he entered the car, it was less than a minute, and the other party was actually able to discover so many details. Truly terrifying. Not only is this son's martial power terrifying, even his heart and intellect are far beyond normal. Tang Yuanhua commented internally. Next, without hesitation, he pulled out an ancient bronze token from underneath his clothes, which was so rusty that a bronze patina had appeared on it. The moment Yi Chen saw this object, he frowned. What is this? Tang Yuanhua said directly. Kunlun order. Yi Chen's eyebrows jumped. Kunlun order? Exactly. Tang Yuanhua nodded his head affirmatively. To tell you the truth, Mr. Yi, my Tang family's ancestor fled from the Kunlun ruins. To enter the Kunlun ruins, you must pass through a mountain protection formation, and the Kunlun ruins are the key to unlocking the formation. Yi Chen's gaze moved slightly. Continue. Tang Yuanhua nodded. My Tang family ancestors were also cultivators. It's just a pity that after coming to the Dragon Kingdom, no one gradually cultivated. Originally, The Tang family was also sitting on the ground in Zhonghai, drawing taxes and being rich. More than 100 years ago in Zhonghai. If my Tang family calls it second, no one dares to call it first. Unfortunately, then there was a change in the Dragon Kingdom, and my Tang family relocated to the country of M and established the Chinese street. Tang Yuanhua finished the history of the Tang family in one breath. Originally, the Tang family's ancestors left behind a Kunlun order for descendants to return to the Kunlun ruins. It's just a pity that I can't cultivate, and rhymes in no condition to do so either. Why don't we give this Kunlun order to Mr. Yi? Finally, Tang Yuanhua's gaze fell on Yi Chen. Yi Chen held the Kunlun order. What do you want? Tang Yuanhua's eyes turned red as he stared at Yi Chen dead in the face. Mr. Yi, my Tang family wants to return to Zhonghai. He felt that this was not a good thing to say again and added. Of course, the Tang family is willing to attach itself to the Yi family from now on. The Yi family will always be the first in Zhonghai. And it's enough for my Tang family to be the second family in Zhonghai. Having said that, Tang Yuanhua lowered his head and waited for Yi Chen's answer. With Yi Chen's current strength, the Yi family was not only the number one family in Zhonghai, but also the number one family in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as he nodded his head, the benefits Tang Yuanhua received went far beyond Zhonghai. Tomorrow, you'll contact the Jiangnan king. Yi Chen dropped a sentence, push the car door open and leave. Only Tang Yuanhua was left sitting in the car, looking at Yi Chen's back as he left. Frozen. Dad, is this a yes from Mr. Yi? With his status, not refusing is a yes. Tang Yuanhua's eyes flashed with a wave of thick surprise. Ha! Rhymer, my Tang family has hope. Hug Mr. Yes thigh, and you'll never have to look at the face of the M's again. Yi Chen naturally knew that Tang Yuanhua's purpose. What the first family of Zhonghai, even the first family of the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Chen had no interest in. If he were to turn the Yi family into a big family, with his means, it would at least be the number one family in Kunlun market, right? Entering the Xiao family, Jiangnan Wang and Lin Longhai had long returned for a long time and were drinking tea with old Master Xiao in the hall. Back, Xiao Xinghua had a kind smile on his face. Just treat this place as your home. Charan seems to have woken up. Go take a look. Yi Chen nodded and made his way to Xiao Charan's boudoir. Su Manchun guarded the door. Long Shui, Yi Chen said, you're also tired. Go back and rest. Yes. Su Manchun gave a military salute and turned to leave. Yi Chen pushed open the door and walked into Xiao Charan's room. Xiao Charan sat on the bed with half-drunk tonics by the bedside, and when she saw Yi Chen walk in, she immediately opened her mouth. Yi Chen, is there any news about Bu Xie? You're really going to the Kunlun ruins? I heard that it's dangerous there. I'll go with you. Yi Chen sat on the edge of the bed, pulling Xiao Charan's hand. Don't worry, I won't be in danger. But, Xiao Charan was still worried. Yi Chen had a confident look on his face. You have to believe in your own man. Hearing the words own man, Xiao Charan's pretty face slightly reddened. Although she gave birth to a daughter for Yi Chen, she still has her first kiss. Where is the man? The two just sat there. There was a lot of talk, including what happened after Xiao Buxi was born and up to between the ages of 4. At the end of the day, Xiao Charan asked suspiciously, Yi Chen, where have you been these 5 years? When I first met you, I was still in high school. It's only been 5 years and you're this powerful. You must have suffered a lot these past 5 years? Yi Chen smiled faintly. Actually, I died and went to hell. Ha! Xiao Charan froze. Spinning around, he spat. Don't say it even if you don't. What, dead or not? Ba 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 ba. Too unlucky. Yi Chen shrugged. Look, you don't believe me when I tell you. It's late at night. Go to bed. Yi Chen glanced at the time, past 12 o'clock, and got up to leave. Xiao Charan subconsciously raised her head and grabbed Yi Chen's arm. Yi Chen, I'm scared. Don't go, okay? Yi Chen's head tilted as he looked at Xiao Charan on the bed. Ha! Xiao Charan's pretty face blushed. You, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. It's like that night, in the company bedroom, just sleeping, doing nothing. Okay. Yi Chen didn't refuse and directly lay on the bed with his clothes. Xiao Charan was destined to be his woman anyway, so sleeping together was nothing. After lying down for half an hour, Yi Chen gradually revealed his well-proportioned breathing, but Xiao Charan shouted in a small voice. Yi Chen, are you asleep? Yi Chen didn't reply. Look at you. You're tired after running around for so many days. Xiao Charan propped up his little head. Through the moonlight coming from outside the house, he stared at Yi Chen's face. This face, it seems to have some kind of magic power. Xiao Charan looked mesmerized and couldn't help but move closer and kiss Yi Chen on the lips, immediately hiding shyly under the quilt. 1 o'clock in the morning. Kunlun Market. At the top of a 10,000 meter high snowy mountain, surrounded by cliffs. Two figures climbed with great effort through the chains on the cliffs. After reaching the top, the two were long tired and out of breath. The duo walked outside a building at the top of the hill and knocked on the door. Sister Xuanji, why do you think you have to live so high up? Climbing up can tire us out. If Yi Chen was here, he would definitely recognize the duo who had just climbed the cliff. It was Xin Yuchu and Jiang Zixuan. In front of the two, a young girl was thinly clad, and the moonlight could almost see through the light veil to the delicate body. Ice muscle and jade bone snow lotus body. Bright moon exquisite heavenly maiden soul. Enough to get the blood pumping. Holding a bottle of wine in her hand, she shallowly poured a mouthful. A touch of redness appearing on her pretty face. This place is isolated from the world. Those who come to seek medical treatment can't even climb up. Isn't it quite good? Say, I asked you guys to inquire about my youngest brother. How did it go? This woman. It was none other than Yi Chen's 8th senior sister. Yu Xuanji. Chapter 166 Nightmares. Meanwhile, down the hill, a customized Rolls-Royce, parked at the foot of a snow-covered mountain. This secular world's technology. It's really good. Originally a 3-day journey, driving most of the day. The young woman looked at the wind and snow outside the window and pushed open the car door. A gorgeous mink coat, arrogant look. An old man walked up. Mrs. Duan. It was Wang Guangzhong. This is Divine Maiden Mountain, and it is said that the Divine Maiden of the Snow God Palace lives on the mountain. As long as any person seeking medical treatment can climb to the top of the mountain without relying on martial power, no matter what kind of serious illness you are suffering from, the goddess will definitely come to your rescue. Mrs. Duan looked up and frowned. What kind of joke is this goddess of the Snow God Palace making? This mountain is over 10,000 meters high. How can my son climb it when he is seriously ill? Is there no other way? No matter what the goddess of the Snow God Palace wants, pills, techniques, weapons, herbs, my Duan family can give it to him. The mountain is too high. It's too steep. How can my son climb such a high mountain when he grew up so delicate? What if you get hurt, bumped or bruised? Wang Guangzhong shook his head. Mrs. Duan, the Snow God Palace goddess is extremely arrogant. These things, I'm afraid they won't be able to impress him, so I'll have to let the young master condescend. Humph. For my son. Mrs. Duan snorted coldly. Pulling open the door of the Rolls-Royce, he assisted a dry, thin young man out of it. Around 20. The eye sockets are deep. Yellow face. Dark circles under the eyes are bad. Raising his hands and feet gave off an extremely somber feeling. Mrs. Duan looked doting. Banger. The only way for you to commit yourself and climb up by yourself is for the goddess of the Snow God Palace to step in and save you. Duan Jinbong yelled. Where's the unicorn blood? I want to drink unicorn blood. Mrs. Duan gave an order. Bring that little up here. In the truck that accompanied them behind them, the doors opened, revealing a blackened cage. It was no one else in the prison wagon, but his daughter Xiao Buxue. A thin, dirty outfit. Bring it on. Yes. Wang Guangzhong took the initiative to step forward and open the prison cage, only to see that Xiao Buxie's shoulders and wrists were nailed with a dozen steel needles. Mrs. Duan frowned. Elder Wang, does it need to be so discreet? This little is only 4 or 5 years old, and needs to use your bone-penetrating nails that can seal the cultivation of even Jindan cultivators? Wang Guangzhong replied. Mrs. Duan, the Qilin bloodline in this little girl's body is extremely powerful. Only this seal will be able to suppress her completely, or else she might injure you all. Mrs. Duan was puzzled. Is it that scary? I heard that this girl's father has been making a lot of noise in China recently? Yes. In Wang Guangzhong's mind, Yi Chen's figure emerged. Mrs. Duan sneered. When I'm free, I'll personally take someone on a trip to Huaxia to exterminate this what's-his-name Yi family's entire family. Having said that, with a snap of her fingers, an unstoppable force sucked Xiao Buxi over, clasping her skinny neck. With a lift of his hand, he slashed at Xiao Bushue's wrist. Blood spilled. Wang Guangzhong was carrying an expensive wine glass, catching blood. Banger. Unicorn blood. Hurry up while it's hot. Mrs. Duan urged. Duan Jinbong took it and drank it in one gulp. A flash of blood appearing on his pale face. Ah! Suddenly, Mrs. Duan screamed miserably. Xiao Buxi grabbed Mrs. Duan's hand and stubbornly bit on her arm, blood spilling out all at once. Mrs. Duan bellowed in pain. Little! How dare you bite me? Loosen your mouth. Xiao Buxi's young eyes filled with blood and bit down dead. I think you're looking for death. The dagger in Mrs. Duan's hand cut towards Xiao Buxi's neck. Mrs. Duan, wait! Wang Guangzhong was shocked and quickly grabbed the dagger, reminding, she can't die yet. Once this little one dies, the unicorn blood will lose its effect. Young master still has to replace the bone marrow. Mrs. Duan's eyes flashed with a touch of viciousness. Little if you weren't still useful. My mother would kill you right now. The dagger spun in his hand, stabbing towards Xiao Buxi's mouth. Ka-ching! There was a crunching sound, and several teeth burst on the spot. Xiao Buxi's mouth was full of blood, and he let go of his mouth in pain. Misses. Duan threw Xiao Buxi directly out like she was throwing garbage, ruthlessly smashing it into the cage, and with a loud clang, the cage closed. This little actually bit me. Give me immediate contact with the blood-clothed sex people and tell them to go to Huaxia. Misses. Duan was on fire. Slaughter this family's surname Ji. For me. Wagon. Xiao Buxi curled up in the corner, and muttered, Mom, I'm so cold. I'm so hungry. When are you and Dad going to come pick me up and take me home? Dragon capital. Xiao family. No regrets. Yi Chen opened his eyes and sat up in shock. His heart was pounding wildly and he was covered in a cold sweat. Xiao Charan was holding one of his arms and had fallen into a deep sleep. Yi Chen's face fluctuated. Is this a dream? It can't be. Too real. I'm afraid that Unrepentant is in danger. I can't wait any longer. I'm going to the Kunlun ruins now. Dream on. The daughter's face was covered in blood and she cried out for her father. Yi Chen got up silently, left Xiao Charan's room, and took a look at the time on his cell phone. 4:30 a.m. He immediately pulled out his cell phone. Hello, Jiangnan King. Immediately prepare a plane to Kunlun Mountain for me. 5 minutes later. At the entrance of the Xiao family, Jiangnan King walked over. Master, the airplane is ready. Go. Yi Chen let out a low gulp and was just about to head straight for the airport. Tatsu-chan. Yi Lingyun walked over. Dad. Don't worry. Yi Chen had just opened his mouth when he was interrupted by Yi Lingyun shaking his head. I'm not here to stop you. I haven't slept all night, and there are some things I still want to say to you. Yi Chen nodded. Get the driver out of the car. Sitting himself in the driver's seat, Yi Lingyun sat in the co-pilot. 1 foot on the gas and straight to the airport. Car. Yi Lingyun's voice was grave. Chen I can well understand your current mood. It's the same as the mood I had with your mom back then. I know that you have to go to the Kunlun ruins, and as a father, I still have to remind you, the Kunlun ruins are dangerous, more so than any place you've been before. Don't look into my past or your mom's, and don't think about revenge. Staying alive is more important than anything else. Yi Chen was silent. How could the father understand that he had already died once? Being alive may have been important to my father. To him, protect those around him and send those who have hurt him and his parents to hell. That's what's important. Dad, don't worry, I'll be safe. Yi Chen nodded with a smile. Soon the airport arrived. Yi Lingyun looked at Yi Chen's departing back and was filled with worry. And I don't know if my son listened. Late night, deep within the Gu family, the lights were on. The old housekeeper hurried in. Master, Yi Chen has indeed gone to the Kunlun ruins. Gu Shinting opened his pale eyes. Tell them that I want Yi Chen to die. Whatever the cost, the Gu family is willing to pay. Chapter 167, Your Life. 11 o'clock in the morning. Over the Kunlun mountains, Jiangnan King came over. Master, we've already flown around the Kunlun mountains twice. If there was an entrance to the Kunlun ruins here, we would have discovered it long ago. We can't see anything on the radar. We even sent parachutists down to check it out. But still nothing. Is it true that the entrance to the Kunlun ruins can only be found by those who have been to the Kunlun ruins? Yi Chen's heart stirred. Jiangnan King, you kind of reminded me, to the place where my dad was found. Yes. The Jiangnan King immediately had his people change course and arrived outside a valley to the west of the Kunlun ruins. Master, this is the place. That old Tibetan said he picked up Mr. Yi Lingyun here. The Jiangnan King pointed down. Snow-capped and surrounded by cliffs. It doesn't look like there's a road either. This is it. You can go back. Yi Chen opened the cabin door and leapt down. Even if King Jiangnan had seen Yi Chen jumping out of an airplane, he couldn't help but see it again and his eyes shrank. A dozen seconds later, Yi Chen slammed into the ground of Kunlun Mountain with a bang. The snow under his feet spread out in all directions like waves of air under the impact. Yi Chen frowned. My father was injured within the Kunlun ruins. He shouldn't be able to run far when he comes out. So the entrance to the Kunlun ruins should be right around here. A thought. The Kunlun order that he had obtained from Tang Yuanhua appeared in the palm of his hand. His 5 fingers slightly clenched. Where is it? Whatever. Find it first. Yi Chen recognized a direction and quickly swept out. Hundreds of meters away, a group of people dressed in professional snowy mountain gear were taking pictures of 2 20-ish girls in the crowd. Suddenly, a young man knelt down on one knee and pulled out a diamond ring from his pocket. Sinwei, be my girlfriend. The girl being courted is named Shin Sinwei. The girl next to her is her best friend, Wang Qian. Both are sophomore students at Chuan University. White and beautiful. There are many suitors. The young man who proposed is called Song Qingfeng, a rich second generation of the same school. the school's student body president. From the time Shin Sinwei entered the university began to pursue her. The bitter pursuit of 2 years. Song Qingfeng is very good. For 2 years, although Shin Sinwei did not promise him, the other man, however, remained as a gentleman, never crossed the line. That was why Shin Sinwei had promised Song Qingfeng to come along and climb the Kunlun snow mountain. In the past few days, Song Qingfeng had arranged things in a very decent manner, and even though he was camping in the wilderness, he still didn't cross the line. Shin Sinwei was considering whether or not to accept Song Qingfeng. Wow, Sinwei, you're so happy. Wang Qian looked envious and showed a nymphomaniac-like expression. Qingfeng wooed you on the Kunlun mountains, the white snowy mountains symbolizing your love. Sinwei, promise me I'll be good to you. Song Qingfeng had a sincere face. The 3 male guides hired by Song Qingfeng also took out their cameras to shoot, shouting one after another. Promise him, promise him. Shin Sinwei hesitated for a few seconds and took a deep breath. Qingfeng, you are a good person. Give me a little more time. The smile on Song Qingfeng's face froze. His face turned ironic all of a sudden. Without warning, he roared like a madman. Grass. Shin Sinwei, what the hell are you pretending? I've been chasing you for 2 years, and I've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. What the are you still pretending to be an innocent jade girl for? Any more innocent schoolgirls, I would have paid to smash their legs open long ago. What the are you still pretending for? I've screwed dozens of virgins since my freshman year. I don't believe I can't take you. A sudden change of heart. It made Shin Sinwei freeze. Wang Qian also opened her mouth. Song Qingfeng, a decent man, is actually a scum? Wang Qian, let's go. Shin Sinwei pulled Wang Qian and was about to go down the mountain. Go? Song Qingfeng sneered in with a glance. 3 local guides rushed out. One man put a knife against Wang Qian's neck. Wang Qian was so scared that she fell to the ground on the spot and directly pissed her pants. Don't kill me. The other 2 grabbed Shin Sinwei's hands. Shin Sinwei struggled. What are you doing? Let go of me. What for? Song Qingfeng's shoulders shook with laughter. Of course it's to you, stinky cousin. I spent $300,000 to invite you to climb the mountain. Do you really think I'm bringing you here to see the snow? Song Qingfeng, you're breaking the law. Shin Sinwei's voice trembled. Song Qingfeng grinned. Breaking the law? Then someone has to see it too. These 3 guides, I'll give them $100,000 each. Do you think it's for nothing? You too, hold on to me until I've had my fun. Feel free to do as you please. He completely bared his fangs. Approaching over toward Shin Sinwei, he pulled out a dagger and slashed open the hiking suit on Shin Sinwei, revealing the thermal underwear inside. The proud peaks made Song Qingfeng gulp a mouthful of saliva. I've been wanting to ravage it hard for a long time. Just as Song Qingfeng was about to take the next step, Shin Sinwei looked in a certain direction as if she had grabbed a life-saving straw. Save me, please save us. Ha ha ha, I specifically chose this snowy mountain where no one comes all year round. Song Qingfeng laughed harshly. Rustle rustle rustle. Suddenly, the sound of snow being trampled came to my ears. The 3 guides also narrowed their eyes and stared at the direction behind Song Qingfeng. Song Qingfeng turned around and saw a young man with a casual outfit and sneakers, was walking on the snow, the temperature of tens of degrees below zero, as if it had no effect on him at all. Who are you? How did you get here? Song Qingfeng stared at Ye Chen dead on, his tone a little nervous. Ye Chen had long since spotted a few people and was too lazy to mind his own business. 2 female college students, following a couple of older men to climb a snowy mountain, should have considered the danger of things, let go of the helping complex and respect the destiny of others. Passing through, Ye Chen ignored Shin Sinwei's plea for help and only had 2 short words. Next, walking directly in the direction behind a few people, he prepared to go ahead and see if there was an entrance to the Kunlun ruins. With a glance from Song Qingfeng, the 3 guides naturally understood what he meant. If we let Ye Chen go, what if he says something about this place? There were 4 of them and they had weapons in their hands. Ye Chen was alone. Killing 2 women is killing. Killing 1 more man is killing. Wait friend, it's fine if you want to leave, but leave a little something behind. The 3 local guides spoke in not so fluent Mandarin, put down Wang Qian and Shin Sinwei, and walked up towards Ye Chen. On the snowy mountains, they weren't afraid of 2 women running at all. Oh, Ye Chen stopped and turned around to look at the 3 of them suspiciously. What is it? One of the guides grinned. Your life. The words fell. Giggle dash. The dagger in his hand, stabbing at Ye Chen's neck like a viper. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a scowl, as if he had already anticipated the appearance of Ye Chen's neck, blood spraying wildly as he collapsed on the ground in remorse. Chapter 168, Chaotic Cauldron. Awakening. The dagger attacked. Ye Chen didn't even mean to dodge. It's over. Seeing this scene, Shin Sinwei's pretty face turned stupidly white and closed her eyes like she was resigned to her fate. Suddenly, there was a loud bang in his ears. Ha! That doesn't seem to be the sound of a dagger stabbing into the neck. Shin Sinwei felt strange. Next, are you a man or a ghost? Run! The two guides' horrified voices rang out. Shin Sinwei opened her eyes and couldn't help but be stunned by the scene in front of her. The guide who had just stabbed Yi Chen's neck with a dagger was lying dozens of meters away, with a horrifying hole the size of the sole of his foot in his stomach, which was crazily bubbling blood out. The other two wizards just ran out a few dozen meters. Yi Chen kicked his right foot in the snow. A stone flies out, bullet-like. The poof sound pierced through the skull of one guide before disappearing into the head of the other. The two men fell straight to the ground, dead. Hiss! Shin Sinwei sucked in a breath of cool air. Wang Qian was directly stunned. The three guides with the highest force value actually died just like that? Everything is beyond their knowledge. Song Qingfeng flopped to his knees and cowed out frantically. Don't kill me, please, please please please. I have money. My family has lots and lots of money. I'm willing to give all of it. Noisy. Yi Chen frowned. Another kick. A stone flew out and struck through Song Qingfeng's forehead, killing him directly and violently. After doing this, Yi Chen didn't bother to look at the two women more than once and continued to walk towards the front. There was only a cliff in front of him, and for the past half an hour, Yi Chen had circled around the vicinity of the cliff for 7 or 8 times without discovering any entrance to the Kunlun ruins. Is it not here? Just as Yi Chen gave up and prepared to return, suddenly, the chaotic tripod's voice rang out. Master, I feel an aura. Aura? Yi Chen was stunned. The fact that there were cultivators within the Kunlun ruins meant that there was definitely aura. The chaotic cauldron sensed the aura. Could it be that the entrance to the Kunlun ruins was nearby? Where? The chaos tripod replied. Under the cliff ahead. Yi Chen's eyes narrowed as he walked to the front of the cliff. After a brief moment of thought, he took a flying leap and jumped off the cliff. Ah! Behind them came the terrified cries of Shin Sinwei and Wang Qian. The two of them had followed Yi Chen after he had left after killing someone due to fear, and they did not expect to see the scene of him jumping off the cliff. The space around Yi Chen was distorted for a moment. Just after descending a dozen meters or so, he slammed his foot on the ground. Hundreds of meters high cliffs. It is impossible to fall only a dozen meters. The surrounding scenery has long since changed, and no longer cold snowy mountains. Instead, it's a valley, surrounded by primitive jungle. Any tree is hundreds of meters high, like a prehistoric scene. This is the Kunlun ruins? Yi Chen surveyed the surroundings. Suddenly, two old men stepped out from the shadows. Kid, what are you? Where did you come from? Hand over something that represents your identity, or else, die. Yi Chen knew that besides the two old men, there were definitely others in the shadows. Think for a second, avoiding the alarm, pulling out the Kunlun order from their arms. The two old men's faces slowed down, taking the Kunlun order and inspecting it. He nodded. Not bad, it's the Kunlun order. What's your name? Tang Yuanhua. Yi Chen wondered if the Kunlun order had any special markings. Simply use Tang Yuanhua's name directly. The moment one of the old men stepped forward and reached for the Kunlun order, a short sword suddenly shot out from under his sleeve, heading straight for Yi Chen's neck. Whoosh! Yi Chen's figure flickered and backed away sharply, looking at the old man icily. Who are you and why are you trying to kill me? Ha 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 ha. What man? The old man who struck out laughed. Next, more than a dozen figures walked out in all directions, all of them wearing a teasing and playful look as they looked Yi Chen up and down. This is that Yi Chen. Ha? Doesn't look like much of a big deal. The Gu family actually sacrificed so much blood to let a few of us go out and kill him? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. The Gu family. A gray-clothed old man laughed. What's the point of talking nonsense with a mole cricket? Just send him straight to hell and let him be a confused ghost. Yi Chen was about to make his move. Suddenly, Yi Chen's body trembled and covered the spot on his chest. A bad feeling came over me. Chaos tripod. What happened to you? The chaotic tripod was a bit helpless. Master, I've stayed in a place with no aura for too long. My body is like a depleted sponge. Now that I've entered the Kunlun ruins and come to a place with aura, the aura in all directions is converging towards my body uncontrollably. The words landed. The chaotic cauldron rushed out from the chaotic space within Yi Chen's body and hovered in midair. Hoo hoo hoo. Wild winds surged all around. A large amount of aura was like a tsunami, frantically converging towards the chaos cauldron, forming a huge vortex in the sky above the chaos cauldron. What a powerful force. Could this be a spiritual treasure? The gazes of these dozen or so people immediately locked onto the chaotic cauldron in the air. Greed. Intense greed. Yi Chen, you're already dead. What's the point of keeping such a spiritual treasure? It's better to give it to us. Kill him first, then decide where this spiritual treasure belongs. An old man rose up in the air and lunged towards Yi Chen. Ah! Suddenly, this old man screamed miserably, and the crowd was shocked, completely stunned by the scene before them. only to see that the old man who had struck out at Yi Chen's body was rapidly drying up. All the spiritual energy in his body was directly sucked dry by the chaotic cauldron. The entire person was completely transformed into a dry corpse within a second. Old Whitey. The crowd was alarmed. Yi Chen, what's going on? Speak quickly, otherwise, I'll make sure you beg for your life and beg for your death. The threat was not finished. Buzz dash. In the chaotic cauldron, a brilliant light erupted. Sweep out directly. Rumble dash. Wherever it passed, all the flowers, plants and trees, all withered. The dozen or so old men who rushed out were turned into dry corpses on the spot and directly died violently. This is the end? Yi Chen was greatly shaken. Chaos tripod. What's going on? The chaotic tripod said. Master, I'm absorbing spiritual energy. There's tons of spiritual energy in their bodies. It's a great tonic for me. Yi Chen was a little worried. You won't suck me dry too, right? The chaotic tripod said. Master, don't worry. I have recognized you as my master and will not harm you. And I've unlocked some features. Yi Chen was surprised. What function? Bloodline tracking. The chaotic tripod replied. Master, I only need a drop of your blood to track down the whereabouts of someone related to you by blood. Yi Chen was excited. Good. Cutting his finger. A drop of blood flew out and disappeared into the chaos cauldron. Next, the chaotic tripod blurted out. Master, there is only 1 cent. 300 kilometers from your current location. Yi Chen's heart trembled. Only 1 cent? Could it be that his mother is not in the Kunlun ruins? Or that his daughter is dead? Otherwise, either his mother or his daughter should have 2 cents. Go! Yi Chen let out a low gulp. No matter if this aura was a daughter, or a mother, he had to go and take a look. Chapter 169 Blood and Marrow. Just walked out a few hundred meters. At the end of the valley, a formation, blocking the way. Yi Chen tried several times, but he was unable to penetrate this formation. And there was no way to enter the real Kunlun ruins. Those people just now, they should be the caretakers of this formation. I should have known it would be better to leave one alive. Yi Chen frowned. Master, it's just a mere formation. Watch me. The chaos tripod opened its mouth. Oh, Yi Chen's heart stirred. In the next second, the chaotic cauldron directly rushed out and crashed towards that formation, only to hear a clang with an earth-shattering thud, and the entire formation at the entrance of the Kunlun ruins collapsed on the spot. Yi Chen froze. The chaotic body had actually directly destroyed this formation. Master, leave this place first. The Kunlun ruins entrance formation was destroyed, so I'm afraid someone will be coming soon. Yi Chen no longer hesitated and quickly left. 10 minutes later, several nearby forces quickly rushed over, and when they saw that the formation at the entrance to the Kunlun ruins had been destroyed, each of their faces turned blue. Damn! Who did this? Grass! Who was so bold as to dare to destroy the Kunlun ruins formations? The aura of Kunlun ruins was not rich to begin with. Now that the formation is destroyed and the aura flows to the secular world, the concentration of aura in Kunlun ruins will be lowered by another level. At the same time, the top of a 10,000 meter high snowy mountain. All night long, Fish Genji was all ears to the two men's reports. A pair of beautiful eyes flashed non-stop. So, my little master brother exterminated all the ancient martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom, and even the Martial Arts Association exists in name only? Sister Xuanji, when we returned to Kunlun ruins, it seems like he even made a trip to the island. Jiang Zishuan said. Xin Yuchu was puzzled. Sister Xuanji, haven't you never left the Kunlun ruins? Your medical skills also come from the Snow God Palace. How can that Yi Chen be your senior? Jiang Zishuan also reacted. Yes, Sister Xuanji, what's going on? The corners of Fish Xuani's mouth hooked into a smile. Taking the bottle in his hand, he took a gentle gulp. Reaching out her jade hand, she nudged the two men's noses. It's a secret. How could she tell the two that she had died once 10 years ago, and her soul had entered hell and worshipped one of the kings of Hades? The 10 kings of hell, each took a disciple. As for Yi Chen, he was the common disciple of the 10 great Yama kings, so he was naturally her senior brother. Forget it, the two grunted twice. Suddenly there was a loud bang and a shocking sound came out. Yu Xuanji looked through the window, surprised at the direction the voice came from, only to see aura raging in the air. A huge vortex coalescing and quickly dissipating. Is it the direction of the entrance to the Kunlun ruins? Did something happen? Same time, beneath the snowy mountains, Duanjinban was climbing hard. It took him 7 or 8 hours to climb more than 3,000 meters. There were still 7,000 meters to go, and Duanjinban had long been tired and panting. What kind of bull ***** goddess is this? Living too high. Mother, I don't want to climb. Hoo. This is wasting half my life. If this keeps up, I'll die of exhaustion before I reach the top of the mountain. Mrs. Duan had a heartbroken look on her face. Banger. Hold on a little longer. Men, bring me that little up here. Two old men, carrying the dying Xiaobuxi, walked over. Mrs. Duan raised her hand. Just as he was about to cut through the blood vessels to bleed out, he realized that Xiao Bushua's tender wrists already had more than 3 dozen slash marks on them. Change an arm. It was still a shocking 3 dozen wounds. In just over a day's time, she had actually bled Xiao Bushue more than 70 times. Mrs. Duan, you can't bleed like that anymore. Wang Guangzhong frowned. This girl is already dying. If we keep taking blood like this, I'm afraid the young master won't have climbed to the top of the mountain before this girl is already dead. Once the unicorn blood host dies, the bone marrow and blood are completely useless. Mrs. Duan said angrily. Dead is dead. My son is about to hold on now. Without drinking this little blood, what do you want him to do? Besides, as long as we let my son ascend to the top of Snow Mountain, that snow god palace goddess will definitely have a way to save him. This, Wang Guangzhong wanted to say something. Mrs. Duan grabbed Xiaobuxi's little foot and directly cut open a brand new wound. It was a full wait of nearly 5 minutes before a wineglass full of blood dripped. Mom, Dad, no repentance hurts, Xiao Buxia murmured. The originally reddish little face was now frighteningly pale due to the lack of blood. Don't you die, little. Give her another ginseng, Mrs. Duan said indifferently. An old man pulled out an old man's ginseng and roughly shoved it towards Xiao Bushua's mouth. Xiaobuxi didn't have the strength to eat it all. Little, you'll die if you don't eat. And you won't see your mom and dad then. Hear that? Xiao Bushue used his last strength. I eat. The teeth in his mouth, at first, were chipped off several by Mrs. Duan's. A few bites of the old man's ginseng in his mouth was instantly drenched in blood. Mrs. Duan grinned. Who said she doesn't have any blood? Isn't there still blood here? Don't waste it. Meanwhile, Yi Chen was in the primitive forest, running frantically like a cheetah. Suddenly, the chaotic tripod was startled. Master, it's bad. The aura that is connected to your bloodline is getting weaker and weaker. What? Yi Chen's eyes instantly filled with blood. Chaos cauldron. What's going on? The chaotic tripod replied. This tripod can't feel the breath. There are only 2 cases. First, that person's breath was shielded by the formation. Second, the person who tracked it died. Yi Chen's heart viciously trembled. His daughter had just been brought into the Kunlun ruins, and Yi Chen was certain that the aura felt by the chaos cauldron was that of his daughter. Xiao Buren, the Duan family. It was impossible to trap their daughter with a formation. Only the second possibility. Unrepentant. Wait for me. Wait for me. Yi Chen went crazy, madly rushing out towards the front. 1 hour later, Duan Zhenbang climbed another 800 meters and could no longer hold on. Sitting on his butt on the ground, he frantically gasped for air. Hoo, mother, I can't. I really can't anymore. If this keeps up, I'm really going to die of exhaustion. Blood. Bring the unicorn blood. Mrs. Duan roared. The 2 old men brought Xiaobuxi over, and Mrs. Duan slashed Xiaobuxi's calf with a knife. The skin and flesh are turned out and deep to the bone. Not a drop of blood came out. Poof. The second knife. Poof. The third knife. Poof. The fourth knife. The 5th knife. The 6th knife. Full dozen knives go down. Xiao Bushue body and then not a drop of blood outflow. Damn. Xiao, you ate 3 500-year-old ginsengs of my mother, and you actually have no more blood? Mrs. Duan was extremely furious and pinched Xiaobuxi's neck, almost choked her neck. Alive. Xiaobuxi moved his eyes with difficulty, but he couldn't even open his eyes, and his lips trembled and moved. Mom, Dad, I'm in so much pain. Forget about the pain. Mrs. Duan was furious. You useless little, where is the blood? Where is your blood? Damn, you really deserve to die. My son needs to drink blood. Mrs. Duan threw Xiaobuxi out and rolled on the ground a few times. Flesh and blood stained the dirt. Dirty. Suddenly, Mrs. Duan's face, a grimace. Ha, by the way, you don't have any blood. There's still bone marrow inside your body. You have unicorn bone marrow, right? Marrow and blood are, in fact, one thing. Your blood can grow power for my son, so naturally the bone marrow can too, said Mrs. Duan walked towards Xiaobuxi, the dagger in his hand, raised high, towards Xiaobushue's calf. The bone marrow inside a leg should be able to make my son last a while longer. Chapter 170, Whoever hurts my daughter, I'll pay you back 100 million times over. Dragon capital, Xiao family. Ah, Xiao Churan woke up from her dream. Her entire body could not stop trembling as tears continued to pour out. Ms. Xia. Su Manchen rushes in. She was responsible for 24 hours, guarding Xiao Churan. What's wrong with you? Should I call a doctor? Xiao Churan's eyes were empty. clutching her shoulders and trembling continuously. Unrepentant. I dreamed that Unrepentant died. She was covered in blood. She was shouting for mom and dad. Quickly, I want to go to the Kunlun ruins. Just as Mrs. Duan's dagger was about to cut off Xiao Buxi's calf. No regrets. An extremely angry roar resounded through the entire snowy mountain. Rumble. The terrifying sound wave even caused an avalanche. What's that noise? At the top of the mountain, Yu Xuanji, Xin Yuchu, and Jiang Zixuan were startled and looked toward the snowy mountain below, only to see a small black dot rushed up sharply from the foot of the snowy mountain, and a sky of smoke and dust rolled up behind it. Same time, Mrs. Duan and the others, who had also seen this scene, couldn't help but be stunned. That person's speed was too fast. Steep and slippery snowy mountains, almost flat under his feet, just a dozen or so breaths and sped over a distance of thousands of meters. Almost every jump is more than 100 meters. Yi Chen, he's Yi Chen. Wang Guangzhong suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost. How is it possible? A day ago, this brat was still in the island country. Even if he chased him to the Kunlun ruins, can he find the entrance to the Kunlun ruins so quickly? Much less likely to find this place. Wang Guangzhong was confused. He had seen Yi Chen's picture. For a cultivator of his Jindan realm, a distance of less than 2,000 meters was enough to see Yi Chen's face clearly. He's Yi Chen? Mrs. Duan's eyes narrowed. Ha? Is he also unicorn blood? Yi Chen was under extreme rage. The blood in his body boiled. On the surface of his body, a Qilin blood shadow actually erupted. And he also let out a burst of roar like the king of all beasts. Ha ha ha. When you're thirsty, someone brings you water. And when you're sleepy, someone brings you a pillow. Mrs. Duan laughed out loud. This brat took the initiative to send it over here to me while renewing my life with unicorn blood. This. Wang Guangzhong's mouth opened wide and his eyes jumped. There was a bad feeling. With a distance of over 2,000 meters, Yi Chen rushed there in 20 or so breaths under his fury. When he arrived at the scene, he saw his daughter lying on the ground, her clothes in tatters, with more than 100 wounds on her body. Xiao Buxi seemed to sense Yi Chen's arrival. With the last of her strength, she struggled to open her eyes. But not even this little strength. Daddy, is that you? Where's mommy? No regrets. Yi Chen rushed up like a madman. Take your daughter in your arms. Daddy, don't hug me. It hurts. I'm in pain. Xiao Buxi trembled. Yi Chen almost collapsed. A line of tears of blood, no longer able to restrain it, gushed out wildly like madness. Ever since Yi Chen died once 5 years ago, he swore he would never cry again. But this time, he, a man who had seen death and returned from hell, saw his daughter tortured like this and went completely insane. Junior brother. He's my little brother. At the top of the mountain, Yu Xuanji recognized Yi Chen. Xin Yuchu and Jiang Zixuan brought back their cell phones, which contained various photos of Yi Chen. That girl, is she the daughter of junior brother? Fish Genji realized this. Under the snowy mountains, the Duan family actually did this kind of genocidal thing. Damn, the Duan family deserves to die. I want to kill them. Yu Xuanji was trembling with anger. Just punch it out. However, they were pulled back by Xin Yuchu and Jiang Zixuan. Sister Xuanji, you can't leave. Have you forgotten? This is the rule of the Snow God Palace. If you leave the mountaintop rashly, the fish family. Damn. Yu Xuanji was trembling all over and immediately threw the storage ring in his hand over. You guys immediately go down and deliver these herbs to Junior Master. We can't let his daughter have the slightest problem. Yes. The two men knew the gravity of the situation. Fish Xuanji's storage ring, which contained pills and medicinal herbs, had everything. For Yi Chen's daughter, he was actually willing to hand it over to the duo. It could be imagined how much importance was attached to Yi Chen. Under the snowy mountains, pop 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 dash. Mrs. Duan clapped her hands. It really is a father and daughter. This little is still really able to hold on. The blood has been drained and actually still alive. Could this be the physique of the unicorn blood? Duan Jinbong stretched lazily. Mother, I want to drink blood. Okay, Bonger, don't worry. There will be fresh Qilin blood soon. Mrs. Duan had a playful smile on her face. This time, it's enough. Yi Chen was trembling all over. Carefully, he applied the ointment to his daughter's wound. Over 100 wounds. Yi Chen forced down his inner rage. His voice was hoarse. Who is it? These wounds? Who did the poisoning? Mrs. Duan smiled teasingly. Of course it's me. You're that Yi Chen, aren't you? Who told you to meddle in the Dragon Kingdom? Don't you know that the Dragon Kingdom is the backyard of our 5 great clans? Cultivation resources, money, wealth, slaves, human pets. We all pick them directly from the Dragon Kingdom. Those ancient martial arts clans are also supported by us to control the Dragon Kingdom. But you're good. You've destroyed them all. Mrs. Duan's face was full of mockery. These 100-odd slashes on your daughter. This is your retribution for meddling in your business. By the way, later on, your daughter's bone marrow, too. You, die. Yi Chen put down his daughter. A wild roar, like a frenzied beast, he directly rushed towards Mrs. Duan. Stop him and just scrap. Mrs. Duan was extremely confident, including Wang Guangzhong. A total of 6 Jindan realm cultivators took a step out and blocked in front of Mrs. Duan. Each took out a weapon in their hands and stabbed at the incoming Yi Chen. Yi Chen ignored these weapons, allowing them to fall on his body with a crunching sound of dang 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 dang. Swords and spears are invulnerable. Vajra is unbreakable. How? Wang Guangzhong's 6 men changed color. Bang! 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 Yi Chen was beastly and ferocious as he crashed into several people. 2 of the old men's chests exploded on the spot. Wang Guangzhong and the other 4 screamed miserably as each of them flew out backwards with different injuries. Mrs. Duan was stunned. Next, 5 fingers, like death, clasped her neck. What do you want? I'm a woman of the Duan family, and my father is the bloodcloth sect's supreme elder. If you dare to hurt a single hair on my head, I want 1 billion people in your dragon country to be buried with me. Even at this point, Mrs. Duan was still threatening. Yi Chen, don't think I'm joking. With the power behind me, I can definitely do it. Rubbish, let go of my mother. Duan Jinbang drank coldly. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen laughed up to the sky. Let go of your mother? Great. Picking up Mrs. Duan, she slammed hard towards the ground. Click. A crunching sound. Mrs. Duan calf, ruthlessly smashed on the ground. The knee for a moment directly exploded into powder. Completely disappeared. The whole thing looked like it was miserably on its knees. Ah, my leg. Mrs. Duan almost fainted from the pain. Yi Chen turned around and took a step to Duan Jinbang's body. Snap his neck. This is your son? Mrs. Duan changed color. What are you doing? Yi Chen, you're not allowed to touch my son. Almost through his teeth, Yi Chen popped out a death-like voice. Those who hurt my daughter, billions of times will be returned. A raised hand. An extremely cold boning knife appeared in the palm of his hand. Poof, 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 poof. Next, Yi Chen was like an extremely skilled surgeon, frantically and bloodthirstily cutting away the flesh and blood from Duan Jinbang's body. White bones spring up. Ah, mother, hurts. I'm in so much pain. Stop cutting. Kill me. Please kill me. Duan Jinbang struggled frantically at first. At the end of the day, all that was left was a white bone, with the flesh and blood on it, thoroughly picked off by Yi Chen. Flesh and bone. Death by lynching. Hiss dash. Wang Guangzhong. A few people, continuously sucked in cool air, their scalps tingling. This kid is horrible. Even if they were cultivators, they had never seen this kind of death. Banger. Banger. Mrs. Duan let out a heart-rending scream. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How does it feel to have a dead son? Now, it's your turn. Yi Chen walked up to Mrs. Duan. Chapter 171, The Heart of the Kirin. Put. Boning knife madness lynching. Yi Chen, I was wrong. Give me a pain, please. I was wrong. Mrs. Duan begged frantically in pain. Yi Chen was unmoved. Finally, Mrs. Duan was left with only a head, her white boned body kneeling on the ground. Still not dead. Weren't you going to break my daughter's bones and suck out her marrow? Yi Chen stomped down. Dash. All the bones in Mrs. Duan's body, all of them burst, and because Yi Chen had left her nerves behind, the sharp pain in the bone marrow was transmitted into her brain. Extreme torture. Ah, devil, you devil. Mrs. Duan issued the last words of her life. Yi Chen's rebound shoes fell, and Mrs. Duan's head exploded on the spot. At this moment, halfway up the snowy mountain, it was quiet to the extreme. Wang Guangzhong's 6 men stared at Yi Chen with wide eyes in horror. Next, the gaze of this god of death fell on the 6. Eventually, locked on Wang Guangzhong. A day ago, I said so. If my daughter hurts a single hair, I'll make everyone in your Wang family go to the 18 layers of hell. Do you think I'm joking? Wang Guangzhong is sweating like a pig. He knew that he could hardly escape death. Stiffly, he said, Yi Chen, you are more powerful than I can imagine. I admit that I planted myself today, but you killed Mrs. Duan and young Duan. The Duan family won't let you go. I forgot to tell you, Mrs. Duan is the daughter of one of the blood-clothed sect's supreme elders, so even if you kill me, you'll still come to accompany me soon. Besides, it doesn't matter if I die. Even the Duan family doesn't know. What made you find them? Yi Chen looked at Wang Guangzhong icily. I destroyed your entire clan and I still need to find them? Book of Life and Death. Come out. A low drink. In front of Yi Chen's body, a mouth split open. From it flew out a book, arranged by bones, like an ancient bamboo book, bone book. With a wave of Yi Chen's big hand, a blood aura flew out from the Book of Life and Death and disappeared into Wang Guangzhong's head. Ah! Wang Guangzhong screamed miserably as a stream of blood erupted from his brow, sprinkled on the Book of Life and Death. It burned instantly. In endless flames, Wang Guangzhong saw dozens of familiar figures, all of whom were related to him by blood, and they were burning a strange flame, burning madly and struggling in pain. Ah! Big brother, second brother, no, son, daughter, that's my son, and my grandson, no, Yi Chen, what have you done to them? No, don't. Immediately after, Wang Guangzhong's body likewise burned a flame out of thin air. He let out a heartbreaking scream. Devil, you really are a devil. After a few seconds, it came to an abrupt end. Hiss, the remaining 5 men, frightened, fell to their knees, kneeling frantically. My lord, we know we're wrong. Please spare us. We were just following orders. We didn't do it on purpose. And we didn't hurt your daughter. Yi Chen was too lazy to listen to their defense. With a grip of 5 fingers, the blood dragon sword appeared in the palm of his hand and swept across the room. Poof! 5 heads flew high into the air and the heads fell to the ground. Wait for Xin Yuchu and Zhang Zixuan to arrive at the scene. Seeing the 5 corpses in situ, as well as Duan Zhenbong and Mrs. Duan, tortured to the point where only white bones remained. Yi Chen held his daughter in his arms and was about to leave when he stopped in his tracks. It's you guys? You guys were in China in the first place to follow me? You and them? You're in on it? The 2 men were startled. It was because they felt the monstrous killing aura that erupted from Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen, don't misunderstand. We are not with the Duan family. Zhang Zixuan lost her voice in love, and Xin Yuchu hurriedly explained. We're from the Snow God Palace, and the Duan family came here to seek medical treatment from us. Believe it or not, we're here to help you. Having said that, Xin Yuchu hurriedly took out Fish Xuani's storage ring. There are many herbs in here that can be used to save your daughter. A storage ring? Yi Chen naturally knew what this was. Cultivator's storage artifacts were similar to the chaos space of the chaos cauldron, which could be used to store things. He received the storage ring, but he was not a cultivator and could not open it with his spiritual power. Chaos tripod. Yi Chen had one thought. The spiritual energy within the chaotic cauldron passed through its arm and didn't enter the storage ring, and a large number of medicinal herbs, pills, techniques, weapons, and even some of the woman's intimate undergarments were reflected in it. Thanks a lot. I only take what I need. Yi Chen's face slowed down. Pills he would make himself. After selecting some herbs, throw the storage ring back. Hugging his daughter, he turned away. Kunlun Market. Su family. A youth was cultivating, and at the critical moment, he suddenly screamed miserably and rolled over violently while covering his chest. The old man guarding the side. His figure flickered, dragging out a shadow. A palm fell, and terrifying spiritual energy was injected into the youth. A full dozens of breaths passed before the youth's distorted face returned to normal, and he gratefully bowed to the old man. Many thanks, master. If it wasn't for your hand, I'm afraid that my disciple would have died from the bursting of his jindan. The old man frowned. What? The heart hurts again? Yes. The youth nodded. The young woman on the side was filled with worry. Elder Lu, how could this happen? It's been 5 years since Yuan transplanted the Qilin heart, and 5 years actually didn't result in a successful fusion? Youth. It was Su Yuan. Elder Lu shook his head. The heart of the Qilin. If you want to completely fuse it, it won't be so simple. But, Lu Lao frowned again. How come there wasn't this situation before? Suddenly, he looked like he thought of something. Jenner, how long has it been since this heart started hurting you? Su Yuan hesitated and answered honestly. It's only in the last half a month that it started to hurt. What about before? It didn't hurt before. There's no reason. Lu Lao's face, for a while, shifted. Su's mother was full of doubts. Elder Lu, what's wrong? Elder Lu pondered for a few seconds before replying. The Qilin's heart has spirituality. By all rights, after 5 years have passed, it should have completely fused with Yuaner, but it has been causing Jenner progressively severe pain in recent days, indicating that it is beginning to reject Jenner's body. Then there is only one possibility. The original owner of the Kirin's heart is still alive. This statement was made. No way. Su mother shook her head decisively. Su Xiaoyun, that son, has long been dead. Su Yuan also nodded his head affirmatively. Not bad. Back then, I personally made a trip to Huaxia, and that kid called Yi Chen. I was the one who watched him break off with my own eyes, and was finally thrown into a mass grave. His body, I'm afraid, has long been eaten by wild dogs. How can he still be alive? Lu Lao knows. It's impossible for an apprentice to lie. Elder Lu then didn't think much about it. In that case, it probably just didn't fuse well. Mother Su had an extra heart. Elder Lu. What if the original owner of the heart of the Qilin is still alive? Lu Lao's face became grave. That would be a problem. The original owner doesn't die. The essence blood doesn't perish. And whoever the heart of the Qilin is in, it will backfire on their essence blood. In the end, it may have been in vain for the original owner. Mother Su was shocked. Su Yuan laughed lightly at this. Mother, don't worry about it. Mother, I really saw that die, with his internal organs gouged out and thrown away in a mass grave. No god can save him. Mother, I'm going to continue practicing, so you can retire first. Okay. Mother Su nodded thoughtfully and turned to leave, still a little uneasy. With a command, Su Fu, a hunchbacked old man, came out from the shadows. Ma'am. Su Mother's voice was grim. You now immediately go to Huaxia to check if that bastard from 5 years ago is really dead. If you can, find his body and bone me. Su Fu replied. Yes. Chapter 172 The Secret of the Blood Dragon. When Yi Chen left the snowy mountain, the blood-closed door, inside a quiet chamber, an old man was wearing a fishy red bloody dress and sitting cross-legged on a futon. According to the rank of the blood-clothed sect, just getting started. In black, protector, green, elder, white, the supreme elder, blood coat. The entire blood-clothed sect had no more than 5 people who were qualified to wear blood clothes, and the old man in the secret room was one of them. Claptrap. The old man was startled and felt toward his arms. A string of jade beads. The rope broke and scattered all over the place. A good jade bead. How could it suddenly break off? Did something happen to my daughter? The old man's face changed for a moment, and he shouted in a low voice. Someone come. The stone door opens. 2 men dressed in white walked in. Elder Zhong. You command. Elder Zhong's eyes flickered as he pointed at one person. Old me has been a bit distracted lately, so make a trip to the Duan family and see if my daughter is in any trouble. Yes. The man made a quick exit. Elder Zhong looked at another person. Protector Yuan and Protector Jiang. How long have they been gone? The second middle-aged man knelt down. Back to Elder Zhong. It's been half a month since they left. Zhong Lao's brows knitted together. Half a month? Could it be that the blood dragon sword hasn't been contained yet? That's not right. With the dragon vein of Huaxia, that place decades past, gathering tens of millions of people's chi to contain it, the blood dragon sword should have already become a great success. You immediately make a trip to the Dragon Kingdom's Hong Kong Island. And if the blood dragon sword comes to fruition, bring it back immediately. Yes, the middle-aged man replied and left in a hurry. Looking at the departing backs of the duo, Zhong Lao's eyes jumped. What's going on? My eyes have been jumping lately. Back to the entrance of the Kunlun ruins. The scene in front of him made Yi Chen's jaw drop. There was an area of nearly a kilometer or so ahead, and in the air, 2 images, alternating constantly, flickered. It's like there's a big screen in the air and someone is constantly changing the channel with a remote control. On one side, the pristine jungle. On the other side, it was the snowy mountains near the Kunlun Mountains. Chaos Tripod. What's going on? The chaotic tripod replied. Master, I destroyed the formation at the entrance to the Kunlun ruins, causing the space here, and the space outside to be in a state of chaos. I'm afraid that it won't be long before this place completely collapses away. Yi Chen frowned. Will it affect the outside world? The chaotic tripod replied. No. The function of this formation is to connect the 2 spaces together. This current situation is the remnants of the formation's power at work. Once the formation completely collapses, this entrance will also be ruined. Yi Chen nodded. Suddenly, it was as if he thought of something. Chaos tripod. Search for my mom's whereabouts again. Yes. The chaos tripod replied with a cry. The power stirred out. A few breaths later, the voice rang out. Master, the whereabouts of your mother have not been found. Yi Chen's brows knitted together. One last look in the direction of the Kunlun ruins, bypassing some of the people patrolling the neighborhood, quickly crossed the chaotic space ahead. Next, it actually appeared within a valley, and the snow under his feet was dozens of meters thick, as if an avalanche had just occurred. It should have been the destruction of the Kunlun ruins formations that caused this side to suffer the repercussions. Yi Chen didn't think much about it and made a call to contact Jiang Nanwang. A few minutes later, a helicopter gunship that came over the valley. Su Manchun landed down with a rope and looked at Xiao Bushuai in Yi Chen's arms, somewhat shocked. Marshal Long, you've already entered the Kunlun ruins? Yi Chen nodded. Nothing happened, right? Su Manchun said. Everything is normal. It's just that MS. Xiao is a little unstable. Now that your daughter is back, should we notify MS. Xiao immediately? Yi Chen said. I'll contact her myself and return to Shanghai first. Yes. Su Mansion gave a military salute. 3 hours later, Yi Chen returned to the Yi family's old mansion in Shanghai. Xiao Charan arrived early. Yi Lingyun, Mu Xueqing, Jiang Nanking, and Lin Longhai were all present. No regrets. The moment she saw Yi Chen, Xiao Charan realized the daughter in his arms and directly rushed over, holding the sleeping Xiao Buxue in her arms. Mom! Xiao Buxi opened his eyes and weakly shouted. Xiao Charan deadlocked her in his arms and couldn't stop trembling. Oh. Unrepentant. You're finally back. Great. Mom, I'm in pain, shouted Xiao Buxi. What's wrong? Xiao Charan froze. Bu Xie, where do you hurt? Being a real mom, she immediately lifted her clothes and inspected Xiao Buxi's body. Underneath the clothes, hiss, the Jiangnan King and Lin Longhai sucked in a breath of cool air. Ah! Mu Xueqing covered her small mouth in death and stared with wide eyes, trying hard not to scream out, but the tears couldn't stop pouring out. Yi Lingyun's face sank, and his eyes instantly filled with blood just like Yi Chen's. See only, Xiao Buxue's hands, feet, and stomach are filled with blood-red scabs everywhere. Shocking to the eyes, Xiao Charan's body trembled as she deadlocked Xiao Buxue in her arms. Yi Chen, what's going on? What is going on with my daughter? Yi Chen's eyes were ice cold. The person who hurt Unrepentant has already been killed by me. I'll put this debt on the family behind them. Don't worry, Choran. There will be no scars on Bu Xie. I will make her forget about all this. At night, mother and daughter fell into a deep sleep. Yi Chen walked out of the room, and Yi Lingyun had been waiting for a long time. Tatsuya. Yi Lingyun wanted to say something, but Yi Chen preempted him and asked, Dad, where exactly is Mom? Is she really in the Kunlun ruins? And where is the Su family? Why do you always keep your mouth shut about the Kunlun ruins? Dad, I now have the power to challenge everything. Not to mention the Su family, even the entire Kunlun ruins submitting before me is only a matter of time. Yi Lingyun opened his mouth. There was a flash of complexity in his eyes, and a strong hint of concern. Tatsuer, your mom she. Just then, a slightly surprised voice rang out. Phew, who did I think this was? So it's that punk Yi Lingyun, and that trashy son of yours, he really has a great life. He was gutted, but he's still alive. Hearing this voice, Yi Lingyun's eyes shrank. Yi Chen's face sank as he looked in the direction of the source of the sound. A hunchbacked old man with white hair, dressed like an ancient man, stood with his feet in the void about 100 meters above the Yi family's old mansion. Su Fu. He immediately rushed out from the Kunlun ruins after Lady Su's order. Without stopping, he came to Shanghai to check on Yi Chen's news. He went to a mass grave and didn't find Yi Chen's bones. Then he came directly outside the Yi family's old mansion. Never expected to see the lights on. Ling Kong came to investigate, but he did not expect to see Yi Chen and Yi Lingyun having a late-night conversation. Yi Chen's voice was cold. Dad, who is he? Could it be someone from the Su family? Before Yi Lingyun could answer, Su Fu laughed teasingly. Who am I? I'm the one who wasted one of that punk Yi Lingyun's arms. What's the matter? Punk? You haven't told this little punk who I am? Chapter 173, Kunlun Ruins. Su family. Grass. Su Fu's words completely enraged Yi Chen, and a monstrous rage coalesced in Yi Chen's chest. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body rose into the air like a rocket. A punch comes in. What? How is it possible? Kid, you don't have any traces of cultivation on you. Are you a cultivator too? Su Fu's face changed drastically. How is this possible? 5 years ago, Yi Chen was still just an ordinary high school student. One could even say that his hands were powerless. How is it possible to have this kind of power? It was too late to think about it because Yi Chen had already arrived, and the expression on Su Fu's face changed from shock to cruelty. Ah, little punk, it's unexpected. 5 years have passed, and you actually have this kind of strength. Unfortunately, in front of a peak Jindan cultivator, you're nothing more than dirt. On your knees. Su Fu threw an extremely rough punch. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, the arm that Su Fu threw the punch with directly exploded. Yi Chen's death-like voice rang out. This punch is for my father. The second punch struck, and Su Fu only felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Ah, my dantian. Little my dantian exploded. Grass, grass, grass ah, my dantian ah. Su Fu let out the most miserable scream in his life. Yi Chen, however, didn't give him a chance at all. Snapped Su Fu's neck in a spinning over-the-shoulder slam. As if Su Fu was a dead dog, he smashed into the ground so hard that the Yi family's old mansion shook. Mu Xueqing, Jiang Nanking, Lin Longhai, Su Manchun and the others all rushed over and were all confused when they saw Su Fu dying on the ground and continuously spitting out blood. The one who was most shocked was none other than Yi Lingyun, who for the first time saw his son possessing such strength. One moment. Eyes lit up. Previously, he had all heard people say how Yi Chen was heaven-defying, how he had destroyed the Martial Arts Association, beheaded the Guardians, and exterminated the ancient martial arts families. But those are from other people's mouths. This time, it was a real sight to see Yi Chen possessing this kind of strength. Su Fu was a peak Jindan cultivator. One punch was wasted by his son. What realm is Tatsu's son in? How can Yi Lingyun not be excited? Sha-ner, Dad, we'll talk about it later. I'll interrogate this old first. Yi Chen gritted his teeth. Fishy red eyes. Walking up to Su Fu's body, he stomped on his head. You're from the Kunlun Ruins Su family, aren't you? Where is my mother? Is it in your Su family? Mu Xueqing, Jiangnan King, Lin Longhai, and Su Manchun were stunned. The hunchbacked old man in front of him actually came from the Kunlun Ruins. Su Fu was trembling all over, dropped 100 meters in the air, with 7 or 8 broken ribs. The severe pain didn't even make him forget about his identity, and he barked furiously at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, you little punk, how dare you? That's not the answer I wanted. Yi Chen was extremely decisive. A hard foot stomps on one of Su Fu's thighs. Su Fu let out a scream like a dead dog, and broke into a yell. Little my legs You're finished, the Su family will not let go. That's not the answer I wanted either. Ka-ching! With another crunching sound, Su Fu's other thigh directly exploded. I say Su Fu was completely scared. What kind of person is this kid? Killing and decisive, with such cruel and bloody methods. Simply a ing devil. All the tortures he knew, the means of torturing people. In front of Yi Chen, it was like a newbie. Your mother isn't in the Su family. She's not in the Su family. Back then, we did come to the Dragon Kingdom and captured your mother. But on our way back to the Kunlun Ruins with her, she was rescued. What? Then where is Xiaoyun? You're lying. Yi Lingyun's face changed slightly. He directly rushed forward and grabbed Su Fu's neck. Last time I went to the Su family, you guys clearly said Xiaoyun was imprisoned in the Su family's prison and suffered inhuman torture. Which of your statements is true? Su Fu's voice trembled. Waste. Oh no. Yi Lord. We were trying to toy with you at the time, so we lied to you. In fact, Su Xiaoyun really was rescued when she was returning to the Kunlun Ruins. I swear on my life. Absolutely no lies. Yi Chen patted his father's shoulder. Dad, what he said should be true. He used the chaos tripod to find his mother, and didn't find it. If mother was really imprisoned in the Su family would not be so bad as to, for the sake of mother alone, build a formation. Yi Lingyun was confused. Then, where exactly is Xiaoyun? Yi Chen continued to ask. What is the purpose of your visit to Huaxia this time? Su Fu uttered in a single breath. Young Master Su Yuan's Qilin heart. There is a fluctuation. Madam suspected that you were still alive, so she sent me to check it out, and I didn't expect you. Suddenly, Su Fu, as if he thought of something, looked at Yi Chen in horror. Not right. 5 years ago, you were obviously dug out of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and the heart was brought back to the Kunlun Ruins by the young master. How can you still be alive? Gollum, are you a human or a ghost? What do you say? Yi Chen asked back with a cold smile. At the same time, in his heart, he realized that the original year when he was dug out of his internal organs was not only because of Ye Feng. It actually has something to do with the Su family. Su Yuan, capture his own mother, and dig out his unicorn heart. It's really a blood feud. What do you want with my unicorn heart? Su Fu didn't dare to hide it. The Qilin bloodline is a bloodline unique to the Su family. Only a man with the Qilin bloodline can become the Su family's lord. Miss, that is, your mother Su Xiaoyun. She then carries the Qilin bloodline, yet she is not qualified to become the head of the Su family. 5 years ago, the old master got seriously ill and has been in a coma. At this time, someone should have inherited the position of family head. Hear this. Yi Lingyun came to a realization. No wonder Xiaoyun had been distracted during that time. So that's how it was. Yi Chen spat out 2 words. Continue. Gollum. Su Fu gulped. The flesh is tense. The Su family held a meeting for the person with the Qilin bloodline to inherit the position of family head. But the young lady is a woman again. So everyone has set their eyes on you. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Only, the smile was a sneer. So, the lady in your mouth is also Su Yuan's mother, designed to capture my parents, then kill over 100 members of my Yi family, and finally cut out my heart. Everything was done to allow Su Yuan to be transplanted and have the Kirin bloodline, right? It all makes sense. Yes. Su Fu bowed his head in horror. The killing intent in Yi Chen's eyes skyrocketed. Just because of a mere family head position, it caused my Yi Chen's family to be destroyed? What else do you know? I'm an underling. That's all I know. Then you can go to hell. I told you all about it. Ah. No. Bang dash. A foot stomped down and Su Fu's head directly exploded. Didn't go into the dirt. Yi Chen's shoes. And whisked a few times with force. Dash. Just after Su Fu died, Yi Chen's cell phone rang. A familiar note. Hong Kong Island. Half Townley. Hey. What's up? Why are you calling me late at night? Yi Chen's tone was a bit grumpy. The person on the other end of the phone froze and then laughed. Ha 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 ha. You're the kid who killed Protector Yuan and Protector Jian? The blood dragon sword is in your hands, isn't it? It wasn't Li Half City's voice. Chapter 174, oh, kill it then. Yi Chen's face sank. Someone from the blood-clothed sect? The man on the other end of the phone snorted. Kid, your name is Yi Chen, right? It seems that Protector Yuan and the others have already told you everything. Everything. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to come and find you personally, right? Bring the blood dragon sword here. Or else, this first family of Hong Kong Island. It'll be on your news headlines tomorrow. A full house wiped out in one night. Ha 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 ha. Yi Chen calmly replied with a sentence. Oh, then you kill it. SH. What? Bloodshed straight up whole won't. He had never thought that Yi Chen would answer like this. Yi Chen didn't bother to explain and directly hung up the phone. At this moment, Hong Kong Island, the Li family Villa Hall. Bloodscream is on cell phone externals. Li Half City, Li Jiasun, and a group of other Lin family executives, all of whom were lying on the ground with pale faces, heard everything. Old master, look, this is Mr. Yi, who you think he is the future of the Li family. He actually doesn't care about our family anymore? My lord, spare my life. We are willing to submit to the blood-clothed sect forever. Please don't kill me. Some of the middle and upper echelons of the Li family cowed out frantically. Li Jiasun's pretty face turned white as she bit her lip. Grandpa, has Mr. Yi really given up on us? Li Half City was on the ground. The old face was filled with bitterness. How could this be? Has Mr. Yi really given up on my Li family? Bloodshed's eyes fluctuated. As long as you control the Li family, you can control resources in a constant stream. Of course he would not exterminate the entire Li family. Just now it was just used to threaten Yi Chen. It was just that he didn't expect that Yi Chen didn't care about the Li family at all. Do any of you want to live? I want to live. My lord. I want to live too. My lord. I'm willing to be an ox for you. Dozens of Li family executives, kneeling on the ground, dog-like crawled over towards Bloodshed. Fearing a slow step, Bloodshed had an amused look on his face. But you, the Li family, have already betrayed my blood-clothed sect once. Betrayer, how can I reactivate it? A young man in a suit hurriedly said. My lord, it's not us who want to betray. It's all because of Li Half City. It's him who betrayed the blood-clothed sect. Li Half City controls all the power of speech of the Li family. We have no way out. Li Jiasun angrily shouted. Li Liza, you are also Grandpa's grandson. How can you say such things? Li Liza reddened his eyes. As you know, I'm Grandpa's grandson. But why doesn't Grandpa like me, leaving me alone to study abroad, and not willing to let me take control of the business when I return to the family? On the contrary, it's you who follows this old man around all day long, and the capital you control in your hands is more than $10 billion. Li Half City wanted to say something. His face was helpless. Bloodshed had a teasing face. Your name is Li Liza, right? Yes, my lord. Do you want to be the head of the Li family? Bloodshed had a playful look on his face. Supporting an unloved member of the Li family could reap absolute loyalty. What? What? My lord. Me. May I? Li Liza was incoherent with excitement. Bloodshed smiled proudly. It's fine when I say it's fine. But on what basis do you make me believe that you can control the Li family? Li Liza hurriedly knelt and stepped forward. My lord. I can prove it. Yeah, prove it. Bloodshed revealed a cold smile. A raised hand. The storage ring on the tip of his finger flashed, and a dagger flew out, landing at Li Liza's feet with a dang sound, pointing at Li Half City. Kill him. What? What? Li Liza's pupils contracted hard. Bloodshed sighed and shook his head. Alas. It seems you can't. Then I'll get someone else. My lord. No. Li Liza's eyes instantly turned red. Like a wild beast in a frenzy, he picked up the dagger on the ground and rushed to Li Half City's body in one breath. A knife didn't enter Li Half City's heart. Extremely sharp. Ahem. Li Half City stared wide-eyed, simply unable to believe that his own grandson was trying to kill himself. Li Jiasun's body stiffened in place. Grandpa. Gramps. Don't. Call an ambulance. Dad. Li Liza. Are you crazy? This is your own grandfather. The old man is trying to train you, and has actually prepared everything for you for a long time. Of the dozens of Li family executives, a large portion of them were silent and clear, and only a few of them shouted angrily. Among them were Li Liza's own parents. On Li Liza's face, A flash of struggle flashed. Taking a look at Li Half City, blood flowed out of his heart and his heartbeat had stopped. Li Liza gritted his teeth. Dad. Mom. It's all dead. As long as the Li family is still around. So what if Grandpa is dead? Li Jingming rushed over and slapped Li Lisa's face. You. How will you control the Li family if these people who oppose you don't die? Bloodshed picked up a cup of tea and slowly took a sip. Li Lisa's eyes filled with blood, only to hear a poof sound. You. Li Jingming stared at Li Liza in shock and looked down as the dagger stabbed into his heart. Put. Pull it straight out. Li Jingming took a few steps back. His blood sprayed wildly, and he fell to the ground with a thud, dead in his eyes. Honey. God. What have we done to deserve this? Li Lisa's mother fell on top of her husband and bawled, covered in blood. Li Lisa's voice trembled. Mom, I'm sorry for your loss. Scram. I don't have you as a son. Why don't you go to hell? Just opened his mouth. Put. Li Lisa slashed his mother's throat. Her pupils dilated, and she fell straight down. Snap 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 dash. Bloodshed put down his teacup and kept applauding. Killing both your own parents. Kid, ruthless enough. From today onwards, you are the lord of the Li family. Many thanks, my lord. Lil Zay was thrilled. Li Jiasun finally reacted, staring at Li Half City's corpse in grief. Grandpa. No. Don't. Li Liza. You beast. I'm going to kill you. Lunged toward him. Li Liza's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The dagger in his hand, headed towards Li Jiasun's neck. Wait. Bloodshed spoke out faintly. This woman is not bad. Let her serve the bed tonight. Tomorrow morning, I'll personally make a trip to Shanghai. Yi Chen? Oh, do you think that if you don't come to Hong Kong Island, I won't be able to find you? An hour or so later, Bloodshed finished dealing with the Li family and entered a luxurious suite. Li Jiasun lay on the bed, unable to move. Looking at this Hong Kong Island's #1 beauty, Bloodshed's face flushed a little as he swept past her body like he was admiring a work of art. This place in China, there aren't many powerful cultivators. Beautiful women are really nice. Chi High Point, blood energy, you're still a virgin, right? Bloodscream approached. With a lift of his hand, he lifted Li Jiasun's tunic, black lace underwear, covering the key position, flat belly without a trace of fat, and even a vestigial line can be seen. Bloodshed's blood boiled for a moment. Let me explore, shall I? Your secret? Chapter 175, 13 Needles of the Ghost Gate. Bloodshed had just extended his demonic claws. Suddenly, the storage ring in Bloodshed's hand flickered for a while, and with a movement in his heart, he withdrew his hand and took out a black sound transmission stone. Elder Zhong, why are you suddenly contacting me? Within the sound transmission stone, Zhong Lao's urgent voice was heard. Bloodshed, have you arrived on Hong Kong Island yet? Here it is. Bloodshed smiled and replied. However, Protector Yuan and Protector Jiang really died in the hands of a kid named Yi Chen. He is not in Hong Kong Island. I will personally go to Shanghai tomorrow. One sentence remains. Elder Zhong directly interrupted. Be careful of this Yi Chen. This kid. There's something very wrong with him. Huh? What? Bloodshed was stunned. What can be wrong with a kid who's too scared to come to Hong Kong Island? Zhong Lao's voice was icy cold. This kid broke into the Kunlun ruins a day ago, and killed my daughter and grandson. This son is, most likely, a cultivator, and his realm is not low, above the Jindan realm. No way. Bloodshed had just finished the sentence. A strong wind whistled behind him. He subconsciously turned back. A young man with an unfamiliar face stood in front of him like a ghost, his fist landing on his chest. Ka Chow. Put. Two voices, almost simultaneously. When Elder Zhong heard the commotion over here, he hurriedly asked, Bloodshed, what's wrong with you? After a few seconds, a cold voice rang out from the sound transmission stone. So his name is Bloodshed. Ha! He has 8 broken ribs, and all of them are inserted into his internal organs. I guess I won't live. Bloodshed lay on the ground, his eyes full of horror. A coughing sound came out of his mouth, blood mixed with fragments of his internal organs gushing out, and he couldn't utter a single word. Li Jiasun, who was lying on the bed, couldn't stop her petite body from trembling, but her acupoints were blocked. Tears welled up in excitement and a whimpering sound escaped his lips. Yi Chen, you're Yi Chen. Zhong Lao reacted, almost gritting his teeth like a low roar. Yi Chen, how dare you? Not only did you break into the Kunlun ruins, you also killed my daughter. And now you dare to strike at my blood-clothed sex elders. Are you really not afraid of death? Yi Chen laughed. The thing I'm most unafraid of is death. Blood-clothed sect, right? I'm sorry, I really dislike your organization. You'd better not appear in front of me again, or else I'll personally enter the Kunlun ruins and completely destroy you. Unbridled. My blood-clothed sect is a clan that has been inherited for 1,000 years in the Kunlun ruins. not some organization in your mouth. Zhong Lao hadn't finished. Yi Chen had already clasped his 5 fingers and crushed the sound transmission stone. Grass. Yi Chen, get your ass out here. Zhong Lao was furious and hissed like a mad dog. A disciple barged into the stone room with a puzzled look on his face. Elder Zhong. We don't have a disciple named Yi Chen in the Bloodclothes sect. Get out. Elder Zhong almost died of anger and smacked him across the face. This disciple turned into blood mist on the spot. After crushing the sound transmission stone, Yi Chen swept a glance at Li Jiasun. Turning around, he walked over towards Bloodshed, who was lying on the ground, like a dead dog. Bloodshed only had 1 breath left, and his eyes were full of panic. Too weak. How come you can't even catch a single punch from me? Yi Chen shook his head. A raised hand. 13 silver needles appeared in his palm, and they didn't enter into the acupoints on the blood fiend's chest. Moment. The blood fiend, who felt that he was bound to die, seemed as if he had regained his life. No more chest pain, and breathing is normal. Ghost Gate 13 needles? Could this be the long-lost Ghost Gate 13 needles? How is that possible? Ghost Valley Z has died for thousands of years, and the Ghost Sect has long since cut off its inheritance. Where did you learn it from? Blood Fury stared wide-eyed. Yi Chen looked amused. Are you asking me, or am I asking you? Did he still have to tell Bloodshed that he had been studying in hell for 5 years? Seen the ghost of Ghostbusters? Learned a hefty amount of medical skills from him. Bloodshed trembled in fear. My lord, whatever you want to ask, just ask. How strong is the Bloodclothes sect? The Bloodclothes sect is considered a medium-sized sect in the Kunlun ruins. There are over 900 people in total. Only cultivators who have entered the innate realm are qualified to enter the Bloodclothes sect, with 30 or so condensed Dan realm protectors, including myself, and 17 golden Dan realm elders. There are also Yuaning realm cultivators, 5 of them, and old man Zhong from just now is one of them. Lastly, there is an old ancestor of the transformation god realm, but this old ancestor has never been seen by anyone unless the Bloodclothes sect perished. Whether or not it exists I don't even know. Bloodshed didn't dare hide a word. Yi Chen's eyes flickered. Sure enough, there were immortal cultivators in the Kunlun ruins, modern martial artists in the secular world, martial artist, martial master, grand martial artist, sect master, grand sect master, earth realm, and heaven realm were already the peak power. Ancient martial artists, Qi condensation realm, cultivating the Dantian, 100 skeletons realm, cultivating the limbs, 5 viscera realm, cultivating the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, and sentinel realm, can fly in the air. Above ancient martial arts, innate realm, condensed Dan realm, Jin Dan realm. It is a cultivator. The only way to cross the Jin Dan realm was to condense a Yuaning in the Dantian. Complete the metamorphosis. Only then are they considered true cultivators. Cultivation. Cultivation of immortality. One word makes a world of difference. Why are you on Hong Kong Island? Using tens of millions of people's chi to contain this sword? Yi Chen asked again. With a single thought, the blood dragon sword flew out of the chaos space and hovered in midair, constantly clanging. Blood Fury was shocked. This sword has already recognized you as its master? Yi Chen's eyes narrowed. The blood fiend was shocked. My lord, I was the one who spoke too much. This sword is called Blood Dragon, a spirit sword cultivated by the Bloodclothes sect for several generations. The same spirit sword. The Bloodclothes sect has 3 more: Immortal Execution, Divine Regicide, and Evil Destruction, together with the Blood Dragon sword. If the 4 spirit swords were to come to fruition, my Bloodclothes sect's strength would be able to rise to another level. Yi Chen laughed. Your Bloodclothes sect's ambition isn't small. Do you want to unify the Kunlun ruins? Bloodshed looked embarrassed. My lord, you're joking. With just these 4 swords, where is enough? Yi Chen directly changed the topic. Do you know the Su family? Su's family? Bloodshed's eyes were a little confused. Spin. It dawned on me. My lord, I have only heard of the Su family, but this family is somewhat aloof and generally does not interact with other forces. What exactly? I don't know. Yi Chen faintly spat out. Oh, then you're useless. 5 fingers closed. A force struck, and the 13 silver needles that were inserted in Bloodshed's chest flew directly back into Yi Chen's palm and disappeared. Bloodscream's expression was fixed, holding his mouth open in an open-mouthed stare, like a soul, drawn out by the 13 needles of the Ghost Gate, completely dead. Yi Chen turned around and came to Li Jiasun's body. She was lying on the bed. Her pretty face was red and she was breathing very hard. Yi Chen knew that she had her acupoints sealed, and his fingertips tapped on Li Jiasun's stomach a few times. The moment Li Jiasun resumed action, she directly sat up and jumped into Yi Chen's arms. A pair of long legs like octopus wrapped around his waist, and her fiery red lips even kissed towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen was shocked. Asterisk. You've been drugged? Chapter 176, Ghosts and Gods Retreat. Yi Chen's head tilted and reached out to block Li Jiasun's red lips. Ms. Li, wake up! With a flip of his wrist, a silver needle pierced into Li Jiasun's neck. There was no response. Yi Chen grabbed her wrist and his face changed slightly. Harmony scatter. A woman who is infected with this poison has a body that is so hot and dry that only the most primitive impulses remain. And unless she has intercourse with a man, her blood vessels will burst and die. Miss Li, I'm offended. Yi Chen grabbed Li Jiasun's legs. Taking her off her body, he laid her on the bed, one hand pressing against her abdomen. A few silver needles fell and Li Jiasun quieted down. The toxins are all in the bloodstream. The only way to force them to one spot and bleed them out. Yi Chen thought of a countermeasure. Next, the silver needles came out in unison and did not enter Li Jiasun's acupoints, forcing the poisonous blood in her body to several acupoint locations. In Yi Chen's palm, a boning knife appeared, slashing the skin of Li Jiasun's abdomen, thighs, calves, and palms. Wow! A pink blood gushed out. There's one last shot. Yi Chen held a silver needle in his fingers and stabbed it into the location of Li Jiasun's abdomen, forcing the last trace of poisonous blood into her uterus. The silver needle retracted. Li Jiasun resumed her movements and rushed into the toilet, covering her stomach. Poisoned blood forced out. A few moments later, there was a flushing sound from inside. Li Jiasun walked out with a red face. Yi Chen said, "The poisonous blood in your body has already been emptied by me. It's fine next. Thank you, Mr. Yi." Li Jiasun's eyes were a bit grumpy, as if there was obviously a simpler way to cure the poison. Why didn't Mr. Yi use it? It's not like I would blame him. Yi Chen directly changed the topic. By the way, where is Half City Li? Li Jiasun then remembered. Grandpa. 10 minutes later, the Li family hall. The bodies of Li Half City, his son and daughter-in-law, lay on the cold floor. Master, it's been checked out clearly. The people were all killed by this kid. Jiangnan King walked over, and a few of his men pressed down on Li Liza, kneeling on the ground. This kid is so ruthless. Not only did he kill his own grandfather, even his own parents, he killed them with his own hands. Li Liza reddened his eyes and roared furiously like a mad dog. Yi Chen, that old thing is afraid of you. I'm not afraid of you. Ha 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 ha. I've hugged Kunlun Market's thigh. The blood-clothed sex people will be here soon. You're dead. If you know what's good for you, let me go at once. Yi Chen wasn't interested in bothering with a mad dog. Take it down and dispose of it. Yes, Mr. Yi, I'm sorry. Just now I'm just ghostly. I'm willing to be your dog. Shut up. Two of Jiangnan Wang's men let out a low shout and directly smashed Li Liza's mouth. The voice came to an abrupt halt. Grandpa. Like a duck, Li Jiasun sat on her knees next to Li Half City's corpse. Yi Chen looked over. An almost transparent soul, dumbfounded, wandered near Li Half City's corpse. Not far away stood two figures, precisely the black and white irregulars. But Yi Chen was present. The two Ghostbusters didn't dare to go up and hook the soul at all. Li Half City, your destiny should never have been cut short like this. Yi Chen shook his head. The ghost of Li Half City reacted as if all of a sudden. Yi Chen can see himself? How can that be? Mr. Yi, me, can I still come back to life? Li Half City's ghost came forward and directly knelt at Yi Chen's feet. Yi Chen said, if you hadn't met me, you wouldn't even be dead right now. Also, everything is because of me. You return the sun. After saying these words, looking at the black and white invincibles who came to hook the soul, the two of them were frightened. Whatever you say. A turn and a disappearance. Li Half City froze in shock. The spirit passed after a moment of illusion. The corpse, which was originally lying on the ground, suddenly opened its eyes. Ah! Fraud! The Li clan's crowd backed up in fear, all hiding in the corners of the hall. Li Jiasun's eyes were wide with horror as she watched Li Half City sit up, and after glancing around in confusion, she immediately reacted and crawled over to Yi Chen's body and knelt on the ground. Many thanks to Mr. Yi for saving my life. Mr. Yi saved his life? The Li family members were all stunned. Could it be that the old man's return from the dead had something to do with the Yi Chen in front of him? How can that be? Yi Chen nodded indifferently. Get up, Li Half City immediately said. Mr. Yi, my son and daughter-in-law. Yi Chen snorted coldly. They taught their children poorly and brought this upon themselves. Their destiny. Well, Li Half City had a helpless look on his face. How could he dare to force Yi Chen? I will leave some people behind to protect your Li family. You can handle the rest on your own. I'm leaving first. Yi Chen didn't say much and told Jiangnan King to leave some martial artists behind. Turn around and leave. Li Half City looked at Yi Chen's departing back, his eyes contracting crazily. What kind of person is he? Even the ghosts and gods are retreating from him. At this moment, Li Half City knew what a bull Kunlun ruins. All would be unbeatable in front of this youth from whom the ghosts and gods had retreated. After leaving Li's house, Yi Chen went straight to the airplane. Zhang Nanking asked respectfully, Mr. Yi, going back to Shanghai? No, go to the dragon capital. Yi Chen shook his head and looked through the window of the airplane in the direction of Longdu, the Gu family. Meanwhile, Longdu, the Gu family, a patch of lights. Gu Shinting sat in the hall, and as long as the Gu family executives were in Longdu, they all rushed to the scene. The Gu family executives who were overseas also all took out their cell phones and connected to the Longdu Gu family, holding an unprecedented family video conference. Master, are you telling the truth? The Gu family is now giving up all the resources, status, and connections in their hands, assets that can be sold off and exchanged for gold as fast as possible, and they want us to go into hiding and change our surnames from now on? Hide our names? The Gu family was in an uproar. Everyone doesn't understand. Why, Dad? Is it that bad? What exactly happened? Gu Yichen frowned. The Gu family controls the Dragon Kingdom, nearly a quarter of its resources. With his position as Gu Yichen, even a governor-level figure would have to nod and bow when they met him. The Gu family, the uncrowned king. Yeah, Grandpa, this is giving up on the family? Could it be that the Dragon Lord is going to make a move against us? Humph, if the Dragon Lord makes a move against us, then he won't be able to become a Dragon Lord. Who's afraid of who? Several old men with real power in their hands grunted coldly. Dragon Lord? What is there to fear? The Gu family has a history of 800 years and has passed through 3 dynasties. The royal family that controls the world has changed 3 times, and our Gu family is still the top clan in China. So how can a mere Dragon Lord turn the tide? The other juniors of the Gu family nodded their heads. Gu Shinting sighed. What if it's Yi Chen? Yi Chen. Hearing those 2 words, everyone in the Gu family only felt a wave of suffocation. Neither of them are talking. Gu Yichen swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Dad, our Gu family didn't offend Yichen? Gu Shinting spat out a sentence quietly. I contacted the people from Kunlun ruins to hijack Yichen at the entrance. The latest news is that those people failed. 3 hours ago, Yichen has returned to Shanghai. Do you guys think he will retaliate? What? Hearing this, the Gu family hall exploded at once. Everyone couldn't stay calm. Old master, why don't you discuss it with us? Dad, you're too impulsive. Gu Yichen was so scared that he almost peed. That's a total killjoy. Several ancient martial arts families in the Dragon Kingdom were completely destroyed in the hands of this son, and all the bloodlines associated with it will somehow spontaneously combust on their bodies. Within just a minute or 2, it was completely reduced to ashes. The Gu family had specifically sent people to study it, and there was no scientific reasoning to explain it at all. Definitely a tactic of the Kunlun ruins. If this kind of tactic was used on the Gu family would be absolutely finished. Gu Shinting slumped helplessly in his chair. So yeah, the Gu family is finished. There was dead silence in the room. Gu Yichen roared like mad. What are you waiting for? Go! All of you leave. At the fastest speed. Leave Longdu and go abroad. The faster the better. Take as many assets as you can. Don't ever say you're a member of the Gu family. What are you still frozen for? All ing run. Gu Yichen's mad dog-like voice had just landed. Outside the hall, a death-like voice came. Would it be too late to run now? Death? Here it comes.